A man earns a monthly salary of 100,000, yet he can't even afford a pack of instant noodles, while his newlywed wife can get 10 kilograms of rice just by going out for an evening. It turns out that a few days ago, the global temperature plummeted, and the human living environment became increasingly harsh, leading to the gradual collapse of social order and rules. The once omnipotent money has turned into waste paper. Only beautiful women and food are hard currency. And such precious food, I can have as much as I want, simply because I accidentally awakened the apocalypse sign-in system. This system not only provides a large amount of food but also various weapons and supplies. At this moment, after a day of being a beast of burden, I was sweating profusely while waiting for the elevator to go home. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from behind me. I turned to look and saw a stunning woman covering her nose, glaring at me with a face full of disgust. "Stinky delivery guy, stay away from me." The woman's name is Ling, and she lives next door with her newlywed husband. She works at a bank, and her husband, Wang Shang, is an executive at a company. They both consider themselves social elites and look down on someone like me, who is from the lower class. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind, "Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the apocalypse sign-in system. In 5 hours, the world will enter a frigid apocalypse. To ensure the host's survival needs, this system will provide various sign-in rewards daily, all of which will be stored in the system space. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. Unlimited food, including various foods, drinks, and beverages. 2. Medical first aid kit, containing all medical items available on the market. 3. Golden Desert Eagle, a gun equipped with an infinite magazine. 4. A can of hairspray that makes you look stunning instantly. I was overjoyed and chose 1. Since the rules of survival have changed, don't blame me for being rude. What are you looking at? I'm already exhausted from working all day, and now I have to deal with someone like you. It's really bad luck. Yue showed no signs of concealing her disdain. Just then, the elevator arrived, and I walked in with a cold smile, while Yue clearly intended to wait for the next one. However, before the elevator doors closed, I casually said to Yue, "If you get hungry, remember to come find me." As the doors shut, Yue was slightly taken aback, and then filled with rage. "What do you take me for? Just to find him for something to eat? What did you say, you smelly delivery person? Get down here!" Yue shouted as she pounded on the elevator door. But I had already gone up. Back home, I comfortably lay on the sofa, and with a thought, 2 cans of ice cola appeared in my hands. I poured one into my mouth and played with the other. Since this is a frigid apocalypse, I need to find something warm soon. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a rapid and intense knocking sound echoed, and outside the door came Yue's angry shout. "You delivery guy, explain to me what you meant by that just now. Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home." My brows slowly furrowed. Is this never ending? What's wrong, Xiaoye? Why are you knocking on Chao Shuang's door? Wang Sheng asked as he came out. Yue angrily repeated what I had just said. This delivery guy actually teased me. I want him to not be able to stay here. Hearing that his wife was teased, Wang Sheng was also very angry. This kid is looking for trouble, right? Xiaoye, don't worry, I will definitely make him. Before he could finish his sentence, I opened the door and looked at the two of them with a cold gaze. Wang Sheng met my eyes and his anger subsided significantly. He is only 1.7 meters tall, while I am over 1.8 meters tall. Once a fight breaks out, the outcome is obvious. Yue, however, did not know what fear was. She pointed at me and scolded, "You filthy loser. Explain to me what you meant by that just now, or I won't let you off today." I slowly revealed a cold smile and took a step forward without saying a word. Yue was frightened and stepped back, hurriedly looking to her husband for help. Wang Sheng's eyes turned, and he suddenly smiled. Chao Shuang is back, after a long day of work. You must be tired. Get some rest early. After saying that, he quickly pulled his bewildered wife back into the house. Back home, Yue glared at her husband. Honey, why are you running away? Didn't you see how he acted just now? He dares to be fierce with us even after making a mistake. Are you afraid? Wang Sheng quickly shook his head in denial. Wife, you are wrong. I'm not afraid. But considering our safety, we are social elites with a happy family. Someone like Chao Shuang from the lower class will definitely be envious. What if you provoke him and he goes crazy and retaliates against us? Upon hearing this, Yue felt a shiver and a sense of fear. What should we do? Honey, just let the matter end here. You must always remember the principle of retreat for the happy. We are the happy ones. When encountering such people, it's better to take a step back if we can. Yue looked at him with uncertainty. Really? Of course it's true, Wang Sheng said seriously, but inside he felt a wave of fear. Luckily I am not some thug. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to handle it. At the same time, after gathering all the warm supplies, I closed the doors and windows and waited calmly for the end of the world to come. At night, A sudden cold wind swept through the hot air, and heavy snow began to fall from the sky. In just half an hour, the temperature dropped sharply from 38 degrees to 0 degrees, and it continued to fall. As the clock struck midnight, a mechanical voice sounded again. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1, 10, 000 sets of thermal underwear made of special materials, capable of withstanding extreme cold of -100 degrees. 2. Unlimited battery packs, containing batteries for all electronic products on the market. 3. 10, 1000 USB drives, containing all films and TV shows from Blue Star, including adult films. 4. A box of chewing gum that you just can't stop eating once you start. I thought for a moment and decisively chose 1. The temperature has dropped too sharply. Keeping warm is the most important thing. After putting on the thermal clothing, my eyes lit up. This thermal underwear not only keeps me warm but also actively generates heat, so even my exposed face and hands don't feel cold. With the problem of warmth and food solved, I sat comfortably by the window. Many people from the south happily ran outside, curious about the sudden heavy snow, as it rarely snows in southern cities. Suddenly, a scream came from downstairs. I hurriedly looked over, my pupils involuntarily shrinking. Under the illumination of the community streetlight, a young man's face suddenly sprouted a blue pus-filled lump the size of an egg, and then all the exposed skin was covered in these lumps. Looking very frightening, people around hurriedly avoided him, watching him in terror. What is this? Help me! Help me! The man urgently called for help, but in less than half a minute, the lumps on his body burst, oozing disgusting pus. As the pus flowed out, his body became stiff, his eyes wide open as he fell to the ground. Someone has died. Soon, the people around were extremely terrified and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the community was in complete chaos. I frowned and looked closely, unable to help but gasp in shock. In just this short time, there were already over a dozen corpses lying below the community. After watching for a while, I withdrew my gaze, opened my phone to short videos, and found that the whole world was in turmoil. Information related to the snow is toxic was trending. Countless people were seeking help, wailing, "What is going on? Is it the end of the world?" I called the safety bureau, but all lines are busy. What should we do? Does anyone have bottled water and snacks? I am willing to pay a high price for them. Smart people have already sensed that this is not an ordinary disaster, and stockpiling food and water has become a top priority. I checked the doors and windows again to ensure that the snow wouldn't blow in before I finally went to sleep with peace of mind. The next morning at 8 o'clock, I came to the window and looked outside, unable to help but gasp. The corpse from yesterday had been completely buried under the snow. The snow level had risen above the first floor, and the temperature had dropped to -30 degrees. After checking the facilities inside the house, as expected, the water, electricity, and gas were all down, but I was not worried at all, continuing to hide in the house eating hot pot and drinking hot tea. At noon, the rewards for the new day arrived. Ding! Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. A Desert Eagle with unlimited ammo. 2. An increase of 5 levels in strength. 3. An Apocalypse sled that can glide on ice and snow, allowing for unhindered travel. 4. A can of carbonated drink that makes you burp infinitely. Although I really wanted the Desert Eagle, I ultimately chose option 2. Suddenly, I felt a surge of powerful strength, and at the same time, a line of information appeared in the upper left corner of the system. Strength level 6. Feeling it out, I punched the solid wood dining table. The dining table was immediately smashed with a fist-sized hole, and surprisingly, my hand didn't feel any pain. For the next 3 days, the heavy snow outside will come and go, and Lindong had finally swiped the long for Golden Sand Eagle again, and had swiped the 100 shots talent skill again. For the third reward, Lindong chose the thermostatic furnace. It was a device shaped like a fireplace but only the size of a palm, emitting an ethereal blue light, not needing to be recharged or burned for oil, and carrying its own sufficient amount of energy. Thermostat effect, placed in the house, can ensure that the temperature within a 3-meter radius is constant at 26 degrees. The disadvantage is that it cannot go through the wall, but there are 10,000. The family set up a few on the whole warm. Lindong was speechless for a while. Doesn't this thing look like my thermal underwear is chicken? But with this, it's possible to take a shower at home. And the first day's unlimited diet includes hot water, so you don't have to worry about the food you take out getting cold before you've had 2 bites. And on this day, Lindong, who barely retained a trace of power, realized that the owners group was already calling for a trip to the underground garage to exchange supplies. This was a wise choice. The underground garage was linked to the outside world, but the garage entrance and exit had been blocked by the snow. It was good not to be close, and the various buildings could be accessed down via safe passage. Stuck at home all day eating and drinking and lying around is not a thing. Lindong decided to go down to see. Putting on a thick down jacket and covering himself with just a face, Lindong went out. Even though he wasn't cold anymore, he had to pretend. At this time, The underground garage has been overcrowded. Lindong's simple estimate. The entire neighborhood, a total of 14 buildings, more than 2,700 mouths. Come to the underground garage is only 600 people. That means it's only been 5 days and so many people in the neighborhood have died? Thinking about it though, the snow fell late at night. Most people were untouched. And probably many people had plenty left at home and didn't need to go out and exchange supplies for a while. The whole neighborhood was awash in sadness and helplessness. But what could be done? As long as one lives, there is still hope. One sells out and shouts. Some people chopped up some furniture to start a campfire for light as well as warmth. And of course some smart people took out the fuel from their car's gas tank to cook hot food. I have a 30,000 mAh rechargeable battery that is still half charged and I want to exchange it for a bottle of mineral water. I have a wazoo here for instant noodles and bread. I have a ham sandwich I'd like to exchange for fever-reducing medicine. Most of them trade for food and water. And a few want to trade for medicine to cure their families. After all, the temperatures are dropping so fast that colds are in the minority. Although the mineral water is basically frozen, you can still thaw it out by burning some of the tunica's summer homework. Lindong walked with a lurch and saw the two families of Wang Shang and Shenwanyu. At this time, both of them were wrapped into dumplings, only revealing two weak and miserable faces. What was placed in front of them was some gold and silver jewelry. It seemed that in order to survive, Shenwanyu had already taken out her dowry. But it's also been a few days since the end of the world, and everyone knows that gold, silver, and money are now waste, and no one is even bothering to patronize them. Shenwanyu looked up and saw Lindong's smiling appearance. Her mind couldn't help but remember what Lindong had said that day. If you get hungry, remember to come find me. Could it be that Lindong already knew it would snow heavily? But Lindong didn't go up and jump on his face either. He didn't like taking the initiative. As he strolled around, he stumbled upon another superb girl whose posture was not below Shenwanyu's, and his eyes lit up as he looked at her. Although the other party was wrapped tightly, his features were exquisite. The bright eyes look like jewels. The eyebrows are striped very delicately. The lips are slightly pale, but the petal lip profile is as flattering as it can be. More than that, even the thick down jacket slightly outlined the perfect explosion of the body. Proper Mercedes-Benz big G.A. With a height of 1.75 meters. If he wore high heels, he would probably be almost as tall as Lindong. When did the neighborhood get this kind of extreme? Ice cream. Chapter 4, Chaos begins. The woman, who by the looks of her face was in her late 20s, was alone and had curled herself up in a corner. In front of them are placed some brand name bags and cosmetics and so on. The same as Shenwanyu's two families. Look at no one to see. You might as well be laying out cash. It's all useless junk anyway. While observing, Lindong was eavesdropping on other people's talk and probably compiled a few useful pieces of information. The first is that the toxins inside the snow are only contagious by skin contact and are not airborne. That's kind of good news. Otherwise, who dares to open the door for air? Even if they didn't starve to death, they would be suffocated alive. The second good news is that some people who can't stand the hunger have done bold experiments. As long as the skin with a waterproof substance, such as clothing inside a plastic bag this kind of way, and umbrellas to block the snow, you can walk in the snow is not deep. The only trouble is that the roads in the neighborhood are now so deep in snow, more than 3 meters, that it's impossible for manpower to get through to look for supplies. Of course, there are quite a few people talking about modifying their vehicles using tools available at home to try and see if they can drive out. Lindong thought it was all bull ********. With this thickness of snow, an excavator would have a hard time driving out, let alone a small car. It also shows how little people have. The third piece of news made Lindong couldn't help but feel a little worried. That is, those corpses that were poisoned to death by the snow. All of their pupils were white, and each of the corpses was frozen in an extremely twisted position, which made them look very oozy. These corpses, they won't all turn into zombies later, right? Lindong couldn't help but speculate in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Once the weather warms up and the bodies thaw, they are likely to come to life. It seems that in the future, if you encounter an option that can enhance your strength, you should just choose it brainlessly. The stronger you are, the greater your chances of surviving will be. Handsome, do you have any bread or instant noodles? I spent tens of thousands of dollars on all these designer bags. Can I get something to eat instead? Ling Xue couldn't help but open her mouth and ask when she saw a young man walking away and slowly approaching her. Lindong returned to his senses and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This woman's voice is clear and melodious, with a hint of flirtatious flavor. Very nice. These things of yours are useless. Can you be more practical? Lindong recklessly surveyed Ling Xue's pretty face. Ling Xue bites her lips. She is actually clear. All this time, brand name bags and so on are floating clouds. One by one are wrapped into dumplings. Hungry. Who still have the heart to dress up with bags? It's just a matter of refusing to die. She lived alone, with no man to rely on, and the only thing of value in such a brutal time period was her own body. But she didn't want to give herself away so easily just yet. Handsome. So, is this okay? Ling Xue pondered for a moment and pulled out a black plastic bag from her pocket. Completely unnoticed, he dropped his ID on the floor. Lindong realized with his eyes that the woman's name was Ling Xue. Taking a look at the plastic bag, he was filled with black lines on the spot. It's full of all kinds of stockings. Long, medium, one piece, halter, fishnet, the list goes on. MMP. You're shouting handsome, but in reality, you still treat me like a stinking beggar? Ling Xue lowered her voice. Handsome. These are all the ones I've worn and not washed. You. Asterisk 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 off. Lindong threw the plastic bag back and pulled another piece of bread out of his own pocket. I live in building 5. 301. And if you want food, come to my house. We're all adults. You should know what I mean. After saying that, he gave her a look, collected the bread and turned his head away. Ling Xue's pale lips are almost biting blood. If it is before the end of the world, such a stinking beggar she will not even look at a glance. I did not expect the end of the world. The stinking beggar actually let himself go to accompany him? Pissed off. But what could be done? People have food. Lindong continued to loiter for no more than 2 minutes when suddenly, 3 big men suddenly rushed out from the safe passage of Building 7. The man in the lead had a face full of crossmeat and looked like a tough character. And, all 3 had kitchen knives in their hands. Liang Mang waved his hand. Grab it for me, said a horse first rushed to the nearest stall. The stall owner is an old woman. Stalls on a can of old age milk powder. Was Liang Mang snatched a hand over. Hey, 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 why are you robbing me? Someone's robbing me. The old lady grabbed Liang Mang's arm in a deadly grip, wanting to recapture her milk powder, which was her only hope of exchanging it for food. Geez, looking for death. Liang Mang's eyes flashed with cold light, picked up the kitchen knife, and ruthlessly chopped down. Pust. The blood light appeared. The old woman's head was set in the chopper and she collapsed helplessly. Ah, murder. I don't know who shrieked, and in an instant, everyone began to scatter in panic. Lindong watched coldly, slowly walking towards Building 5 with the crowded crowd. After so many days, order is finally starting to break down. In the face of living, what goodness and human glory will completely dissipate. And this murder today will be the beginning of chaos. What are you waiting for? Give me the old man to rob. Liang Mang also killed for the first time, but as a gangster, his mental quality was still good. Yelling at his 2 little brothers and slashing towards the nearest person. Pure Shark was mad and didn't care if the man had food or not. He'd chop it up first. The 2 little brothers, inspired by their big brother's momentum, also began to go on a killing spree. Ling Xue rushed to her home when Liang Mang killed someone, and she didn't even have time to collect her designer bag ID on the ground. Wang Shang was pulling Xinhuanyu in a frenzy, but everyone was running, and the pampered 2 were quickly knocked down. Hubby, husband. Xinhuanyu was so scared that her legs and feet were so weak that she couldn't climb up at all. Wife, get up. Wang Shang tried desperately to pull her up, but he, who was also hungry, could not pull her up at all. Seeing that Liang Mang had already rushed towards the side with a knife, Wang Shang gritted his teeth. Wife, wait for me. I'll go find someone to help. With that, he scattered and ran off without looking back. Hubby, save me. Xinhuanyu was shocked. She never dreamed that her new husband would leave her behind. And seeing that the thugs were about to rush over, it directly made her cry. When Lindong saw it, he immediately rushed over to help her up. This was his prey. He couldn't die like this. Follow me. Feeling the strong and powerful arms, Xinhuanyu then saw that it was Lindong who saved her and was touched in her heart. Liang Mang kills people with purely indiscriminate attacks, cutting whoever is closest, until the people in the underground garage have run out. The 3 brothers stop, looking at the 7 or 8 corpses that had fallen on the ground, with others wailing while clutching their broken arms and thighs. The blood-covered Liang Mang let out a sardonic laugh and hacked them to death one by one. Ha ha ha, big brother, New Zealand dollars. That one worked. The 2 minions quickly searched around the underground garage, obtaining quite a bit of food. Their plan was simple. Come down to chop people and rob things. Others must be scared to run away. The stalls were too late to take away. They could only be cheap. Liang Mang estimated that the food they grabbed this time was enough for the 3 brothers to eat for 2 days. But the back will not be good to rob. These people will certainly be afraid of locking the door of the room not to come out, and then want to get food can only find a way to break the door. Come on, let's go back first. At that moment, another junior suddenly ran over with an ID card and a lewd smile on his face. Boss, I found something good. Chapter 5, work for me and get 3 meals a day. Liang Mang took a look and his eyes also lit up. What a beautiful woman. This is a photo ID, and all women who rely on beauty filters and makeup to get out of the house will show up in front of a photo ID. But this woman called Ling Xue on the ID card. Melon face, a pair of eyes bright and moving, proper superb beauty. The only unfortunate thing is that the address on the ID card is not from the court neighborhood. It could be a tenant here. I don't know which building or house she lives in. The little brother who found the ID card was called Zhang Peng, winked and said cheerfully, "Boss, I haven't touched a woman for a few days. This is excellent. Must let the little brother have a taste." Liang Meng hemmed and hawed and laughed. "There is no hurry. Let's get the food back first, and then build a tool that can break the door, and then hit up one by one. And sooner or later we will bump into it. And there's a lot of women in this neighborhood, so the three of us can have a lot of fun." The three of them went home with evil smiles on their faces. Lindong blocked the door to the safe passage after taking Shenwanyu away before returning to the third floor of the fifth building, until she saw the door of her house. Shenwanyu finally had the strength to stand still, immediately broke away from Lindong, and went to smash the door in a furious manner. Wang Shang, you open the door for me. You coward. You have the nerve to leave your wife and run home alone. Open the door now. The sound was loud and frantic, and Lindong smiled as he opened the door to his house, leaning against the doorway with his arms wrapped around him to watch the show. Hiding in the house shivering, Wang Shang heard his wife's voice, only then trembling through the cat's eye look out, see only Lindong and his wife, two people, before finally bravely opened the door. Xiao, you're fine, come in quickly, or that group of people rushed over again. Wang Shang, as if the person who just lost his wife and fled was not him, hurriedly trying to pull his wife into the door. Shenwanyu was not happy, flinging away her husband's arm and pointing at him. She scolded, "Wang Shang, are you still a man? How did you make a promise to me before you got married? What? You left me in danger and ran off on your own. I was so blind to marry you." Wu said, crying to himself. Seeing Lindong on the sidelines watching the show, Wang Shang's face was a bit ugly, holding up a smile and said, "It's like this, Xiaoye. I'm not afraid. I'm not looking for someone to help me out. It's just that no one is willing to help me. I really have no choice. Is running back to find tools ready to go to save you. You have to believe me, Xiaoyu. Then why are you closing the door?" Shenwanyu asked the exterminator. Wang Shang was completely speechless. Shenwanyu continued to cry, "Home can eat, can drink, all eat all. Just now even my gold bracelet are lost. I want to do I'm young. I don't want to starve to death after you." At this time, Shenwanyu was helpless to the extreme. Wang Shang is equally helpless. Spare him, the self-proclaimed social elite, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, high-end elite class, in the face of this situation does not have a single solution. Suddenly, Wang Shang looked towards Lindong, who was holding back a smile and eating melon, before he finally realized that something was wrong. This kid, he's looking good. The face was rosy and didn't look like it had been starved. "Lindong, do you have food in your house?" Wang Shang asked tentatively. Lindong truthfully admitted, "There is, and there are a lot of them." Now, even Shenwanyu stopped crying and her eyes lit up. "Great, Lindong, can you share some of our food?" Lindong revealed a bright smile. "That naturally won't work. Lindong pulled out a can of Kuolo from his pocket, opened it and poured a mouthful, burping contentedly. Drinking ice cola in the winter is pretty cool, too. Wang Shang's two mouths were glaring out of their eyes, and their mouths, which had long been dry, couldn't help but moisten, drooling. This stuff is purely and simply something you loved before the end times and can't afford after. And this was also side evidence that Lindong's family had many supplies, or else who would have nothing to do but take out coke and pretend? Lindong, you see, we are neighbors." Wang Shang revealed a fawning smile, as the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. As long as you are willing to share a little bit of us, when the disaster is over, I will arrange for you to join me in the company. 6,000. No, 8,000 a month for you. Lindong snorted. Asterisk. It's still a sand sculpture that hasn't recognized reality yet. Seeing the hands of the Kuolu just drink a mouthful and freeze into ice, Lindong helplessly threw back to his house, and pulled out a can from his pocket to continue to drink. Wang Shang's two families' eyes had turned green, and they were even more convinced that Lindong had a lot of supplies. Shenwanyu bit her lip. "Lindong, do you think this is okay? We are willing to pay for it. 100 for a bottle of water, and we'll pay 10 times as much for whatever we can eat, okay?" Lindong continued to snicker. "You're a two." Wang Shang's two families dared to be angry. "Well, then what would it take for you to be willing to share some of our food?" Wang Shang asked helplessly. Lindong narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly as he looked towards Shenwanyu. "Tell you what, my house is a mess these days and I'm short of a woman to help me clean it up. I can hire my sister-in-law to be my maid and come to work at my house from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day, specializing in serving my food and living. Salary, I'll give you 3 meals a day and allow you to bring home a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water every day, okay?" Shenwanyu instantly blushed and scolded angrily. "Lindong, you've gone too far. Who am I to clean up your house? you're also too much of a despiser, right? We're all adults, we don't have to talk about it. If she and Lindong were allowed to share a room with a man and a woman alone, she wouldn't be eaten dry? 3 meals a day. I'm afraid, becomes 2 things. Wang Shang was also enraged, but he still kept some sense and didn't make a move. Frowning, he said, Lindong, this definitely won't work. Look at it like this. I'll help you clean up the house with your sister-in-law, and we'll make it absolutely clean for you. Lindong spread his hands. Men aren't welcome in my house. If you guys aren't happy about it, then forget it. With that, he closed the door to the room. Anyway, I've got food and drink and I'm not cold, so I've got plenty of time to take my time. Wang Shang's 2 families looked at each other in dismay, and then Shen Wanyu exploded again. Wang Shang, we're not done with this matter of you leaving me to escape. After saying that, he went home in a huff. Wang Shang could only hasten to comfort his wife. At night, Lindong woke up from his nap and decided to cook a hot pot for dinner. Beef tripe, lamb, shrimp sliders, yellow throats and so much more. And 302 house. After the quarrel, Wang Shang 2 people once again fell into silence. After all, the quarrel is also very exhausting. And now all the family can eat and drink all consumed clean. And then noisy down will not help. Suddenly, Shen Wanyu's nose sniffed slightly. Strange, why do I smell the aroma of hot pot? Is it an illusion? Wang Shang also huffed, his heart greatly shocked. What a hot pot flavor! The 2 of them looked at each other face to face. They were already hungry in front of their chests, and now stimulated by the smell of hot pot, they were even hungrier. Wang Shang quietly opened the door to the room, and finally confirmed that the smell was coming from Lindong's house, and his heart immediately came alive. Honey, why don't you go work for Lindong? Chapter 6, Taking Down the Neighbor's Wife. The maid code? Shen Wanyu stared at her husband with wide eyes, incredulously. Wang Shang, do you know what you're saying? On this day, during the day, her husband abandoned her to run for her life by herself, and at night, her husband actually asked her to go work for Lindong. So isn't that just sleeping with Lindong? An unspeakable wave of disappointment and coldness swept through her body, so that she wouldn't even be angry. Ahem. Wang Shang also knew what it meant to have his wife work for Lindong, but he was too hungry. After living for more than 20 years, it was the first time he felt that when a person was starving to the extreme, they did not even have the desire to argue. He had hoped to rely on the exchange of supplies today, but now his hopes had been completely dashed, and his only hope for survival is to rely on his wife's part-time job to earn him a loaf of bread. Don't get excited, shall you? You just help him clean up the house. If Lindong dares to do anything against you, you cry out for help. I will definitely rush in to save you when I hear you. Shen Wanyu no longer has the mind to make a fuss. The coldness in her heart is more extreme than the coldness in her flesh. Is this the so-called silence is greater than the death of the heart? Thinking back to the past, the husband has a good social status, gentle and courteous, and quite attentive to their own, belonging to the family and friends in the heart of the perfect husband. But when she really faced the disaster, she completely saw Wang Shang's true colors, cowardly and thin-skinned. He was even willing to give his wife away for a mouthful of food. For that matter, he has to put a false mask on himself. Seeing his wife's appearance, Wang Shang hurriedly explained, Xiao Yu, I'm really not lying to you. You have to believe me. Remember what I said about the happy people concession principle? We are the happy ones, and with a little concession we will be. So you can give up your own wife as well? Shen Wanyu shed clear tears once again. Again, what is this principle of concession of the happy one? Isn't this an excuse for Wang Shang's cowardice? If he had the power, he could have robbed Lindong. Why would both of them be starving here? No, why can't you hear me? What I mean is, Wang Shang still wanted to explain. Shen Wanyu had already stood up with difficulty, her eyes looking at him icily. Good, I'll go accompany Lindong. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Wang Shang reached out, wanting to pull his wife, but stopped, and Shen Wanyu found that her husband did not stop her at all. Completely dead. Knock knock. Lindong was eating meat with his left hand and enjoying a cold beer with his right hand. When he heard the sound of the door opening, the corners of his mouth flashed an inexplicable smile, or he ran over to open the door. Lindong, I'll be your maid. Shen Wanyu opened the door, feeling the thick aroma of the hot pot that came to her face. Her heart, which was already completely dead, slowly came to life. Perhaps it was a good choice to follow Lindong, at least survive. It's strange though, why is Lindong wearing so little? Isn't he cold? Lindong looked at Shen Wanyu, then at Wang Shang who had a tangled face at the back, and threw the latter a piece of bread and mineral water. Thanks a lot. Wang Shang took it with a happy face and wolfed it down without even thinking about tearing open the bag. Come in, sister-in-law. Lindong stepped aside. Shen Wanyu looked at the hot pot bubbling in the living room and could no longer hold back and walked in. Xiao Yu, don't worry, if something happens, you just call. Bang, the gate closed. As soon as she entered, Shin Wanyu was shocked. So hot. She was wearing at least 7 or 8 pieces to keep out the cold. But just as she entered the door, she felt like she had come from the North Pole to the equator. Why is his house so warm? There's no electricity. Take it off if it's too hot, Lindong said indifferently, sitting back in the dining room and continuing to eat hot pot. Shin Wanyu pursed her lips and said while taking off her thick clothes, Lindong, I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can you let me eat something first? Lindong looked up indifferently and suddenly laughed coldly. Forgotten your identity? Call the master. You. Shin Wanyu just wanted to get mad, but the hunger pains came from her stomach again, and when she thought of her husband getting the bread and not even sharing a bite with herself, her eyes reddened once again. You're an elite member of society, but you're calling a bottom-feeding scum of society your master? What might be done? It's not a stomach. It's always growling. Lord, Lord. Lindong nodded his head and took out a piece of written A4 paper and threw it over. This is the maid's code. Remember to follow it. Shin Wanyu picked it up suspiciously, and her beautiful eyes instantly widened. Maid's code. 1. No standing is allowed in the master's house. All actions must be on your knees, and if you violate the rules, you will not be allowed to eat for a day. 2. When you see your master return, you must perform the Shima ***** salute, and if you violate the law, you will not be allowed to eat for a day. 3. When the master is the only male present, the maid must wear a special maid's uniform, and if she violates the rules, she will not be allowed to eat for a day. 10. The master's word is authority. If you talk back, you die. What kind of maid code is this? This is totally the slave girl code from a Little Island movie. Shin Wanyu tore the A4 paper into powder on the spot and angrily put her clothes back on. It's too much. No, you don't insult people like that. I want to go back. With that, he turned his head and walked away. Lindong watched coldly, pulling out his golden sandhawk and pointing the gun at her back. If the maid doesn't listen, then there's no need to keep her. But when Shin Wanyu had just walked to the door and was about to open it, her hand stopped, because out of the thermostatic range of the thermostatic furnace, the piercing cold struck again. She had been slowly accepting the -40-degree cold, but she had just managed to experience the warmth, and now she was back to the cold, and her heart and body were full of resistance. This resistance even outweighed Lindon's maid code. Like the quote on the internet says, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Lindong looked indifferently at Shin Wanyu, who was standing at the door with a hesitant face, and just waited with a gun in one hand and a hot pot in the other. 5 minutes later, Shin Wanyu compromised. She didn't want to go back to that cold home. She didn't want to face that cowardly and hypocritical husband again. She didn't want to go hungry again. Poof! Shin Wanyu finally convinced herself, and that condescending head knocked heavily. Master, I was wrong. At this moment, she put down all her pride and willingly stayed in 301 just so she could live. Even being a dog. Well, since you're staying, follow the code well, and for the sake of you being a first-time offender, I'll forgive you once. Lindong smiled as he put away his gun and gave her a set of clothes. This is cut from the system's output of thermal underwear that keeps you warm and looks good. Teardrops dripped onto the floor, and Shin Wanyu could only resign herself to her fate. Chapter 7, Battle Maid? A maid's suit? Wang Sheng couldn't help but lie down at the door of Lindong's room to listen to the movement after eating the bread, but the soundproofing was so good that he couldn't hear anything for a while, so he could only endure the aroma of the hot pot coming from inside. One loaf of bread doesn't even fill you up. After a while, his wife's mournful screams came from inside, and Wang Sheng's expression instantly twisted. There was a temptation to tap on the door, but thinking of Lindong's strong physique and the possibility that he might not be able to eat bread later, the raised hand was lowered again. Lindong, don't let me find a chance, or else, I'll get you killed. Wang Sheng grimaced and gritted his teeth and went home. An hour later, Lindong put hot water in the bathroom and let Shin Wanyu take a bath by herself, returned to the sofa and smoked a cigarette, sighing, this is the life of a human being, worthy of being the flower of the building in Block 5. Shin Wanyu gave him a feeling of just one word. Very moist. There's not an ounce of fat on my body, and I have a great voice, so I'm supercharged. It was completely not comparable to the previous Xiao Yufei who had a face of disgust and even kicked herself away. And the strength level gained from the system makes one's physical qualities stronger across the board. Truly stronger on all fronts. When Shin Wanyu washed up and came out, Lindong had already gone back to his room to sleep by himself, leaving only a pile of living garbage in the living room and the hot pot with only a little bit of food left on the table. Shin Wanyu recalled what had just happened, and again, she couldn't help but cry. But she still crawled towards the table and finished the rest, even drinking most of the hot pot soup that was not even palatable in her eyes, before she finally felt a long-lost sense of fullness. After a meal, the resistance in Shin Wanyu's heart dissipated most of the smoke. Strictly adhering to the maid's law began to clean up the house, and when it was all cleaned up, She curled up on the edge of the sofa and fell asleep. She figured it out. There's food and warmth here in Lindong. It's like heaven on earth. As for dignity, chastity and whatnot, it's worthless in the face of being well-fed. Living is what matters. The only thing that made her wonder was that Lindong's family had no idea where the food was hidden. The kitchen refrigerator was empty. Had it been put in the bedroom? However, she didn't dare to enter Lindong's bedroom at all, and it was just too comfortable here. 26 degrees was really heaven on earth. There was no need to die. One could only say that Shin Wanyu was really lucky. Lindong had made a simple lock-pulling device after returning to the bedroom, so that the golden sandhawk's muzzle was pointed at the door of the room, so that as long as someone barged in from in front of him, he would pull the trigger, and whoever came would die. At midnight, the rewards were once again handed out. Tick-tock, today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. Nuclear-powered generators, unlimited energy. 2. Battle Maid function opens. 3. RPG rocket launcher with 1000 rockets. 4. A pair of socks that never stink when you wear them. Lindong made a carp and looked at the system panel in surprise. Lean, a battle maid? What the hell is this? Without even thinking about it, Lindong chose 2. Although the rockets are also wanted, but now this situation, a pistol is enough. Rockets are purely anti-aircraft guns to hit mosquitoes. Wait for the future, brush out and then choose. After selecting it, the system panel suddenly flashed with a burst of light, followed by an additional branching tab. Tapping in, Shin Wanyu's message was listed. Maid 1, Shin Wanyu. Circumference, 34c-20-36. System rating, 82. Current strength, level 1. Maid set, none. Lindong cupped his chin in deep thought. Everything else is easy to understand. But what the hell is this maid's suit? Surely it's not the kind you cut yourself. So it's a system prop? A small switch icon is also displayed at the top of the system interface, next to which it says, the host can control whether the maid is impregnated or not. What do you think? I'm sure it's closed. He doesn't want to be a father. That is to say, you won't be afraid no matter how you play in the future? Lindong was still very satisfied with this little feature. Nowadays, Shin Wanyu's strength level was that of an ordinary person's level 1, and the way of raising it was different from Lindong's own reliance on the system rewards, but rather, it was controlled by Lindong to raise it. Well, that is, Emperor's Q skill increases the maid's experience, and when you have enough experience, you can upgrade. Why? Why should a maid be able to comfortably lie down and upgrade while I still have to rely on the system for random rewards? Lindong couldn't help but curse. However, the system was considerate enough to give a guarantee that the level cap of the maid depended on the host's level cap, which was only half of Lindong's level. In other words, Lindong was now level 6 and could rely on hard diligence to raise Shin Wanyu to level 3 at most. That's more like it. Only then did Lindong fall asleep with peace of mind. This night, Wang Sheng tossed and turned, unable to sleep at all. His wife's screams were like a nightmare, swirling around in his head, wanting to be angry but not daring to snap at all. After all, it was he himself who pushed his wife towards Lindong. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wang Sheng couldn't help but knock on the door of Lindong's room with dark circles under his eyes. The door to the room opened and Lindong opened the door with an evil smile. Lindong, I wanted to ask how Xiaoyu is doing. After staying at your place all night yesterday, isn't it time to go back? Wang Sheng said and then looked up and crossed over Lindong to see his wife in the living room, who was already wearing a down jacket and was full of redness, and the jealousy and anger in his heart was about to explode in an instant. But, he still doesn't dare. Lindong slapped his head. Oh, look at my head. I forgot about this. Last night and in the morning sister-in-law was very powerful. Cleaned up my house. I'm very satisfied. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Shin Wanyu again. Sister-in-law, you're tired after working all night. You should go back and rest. When Shin Wanyu heard the deeper meaning in Lindong's words, the blush on her face became even more intense, and she couldn't help but wipe the corners of her mouth, somewhat afraid to look at her husband's gaze. No, I still have the kitchen and bathroom to clean, so today, I'm not going back. Hubby, it's cold outside. You should hurry home. The corner of Lindong's mouth smiled. This maid, very understanding. Where Wang Sheng did not know what it meant, his chest rose and fell violently. He was about to explode with anger, a pair of eyes glaring fiercely at his wife. He wanted to explode, but in the next second, Lindong had already thrown out a piece of bread and mineral water. Here's today's. The fire in his heart instantly extinguished most of it, nodding his head and saying, Thank you. Since we haven't finished cleaning up, then Xiaoyu will continue to be busy. I won't bother you. At this moment, Wang Sheng only had food and water in his eyes. Closing the door to her room, Shin Wanyu hastily observed the maid's code and knelt down. See, your husband over here is not at all for you. Just want to eat, said Lindong smilingly. Shin Wanyu's head lowered even more. Her heart was a little hard to bear. but not as hard as she had imagined. It seems, he himself had slowly gotten used to staying here in Lindong. Back home, Wang Shang gulped down the bread, his eyes ruthless. His own wife knows herself, and that look just now, obviously taken down by Lindong again in the morning, which made him angry in his heart. Bitch, it's only been one night and you've been cleaned up? I see. You've been wanting to go to Lindong's place for a long time now. Mud. No, it's not good to always be so subjected to Lindong. I have to find a way to get all of his food before I can do that. Thinking of this, Wang Shang quietly went out. Chapter 8, It's all a mess. The rules are falling apart. Inside the safe passage of Building 5, there came a lot of survivors from this building, and Wang Shang's heart chilled as he watched, because this whole building living people together, actually less than 100 people. Other people basically all freeze and starve to death, or poison to death. Wang Shang walked to the highest step and said, "Everyone, the situation is now critical. I think we should unite. Yesterday, our entire neighborhood went to the underground garage for a trade fair, but we were robbed by Liang Mang, so now no one dares to go to the underground garage at all, and we're only going to have a harder time. So, my suggestion is that the few of us that are still alive should form an alliance, share resources, and coexist in the same interests to cope with this crisis together." Someone frowned. "Don't just talk empty words. Everyone is hungry. How can they share resources with you? Wang Shang has long had a bellyful. I think, the first thing we do now is, each family out of a young strong man to form a guard, starting from the first floor 101, door to door prying to find supplies, where there is no living person in the house. The supplies are all to get. Liang Mang has dared to kill people, so we can't just sit back and wait for them to die. After all, just counting on the security door of the garage can't stop them. Therefore, this material collection team of ours must act collectively. Even if we run into Liang Mang, there's no need to be afraid. They're only 3 people. We're a dozen people. Can we still be afraid of him?" The crowd nodded at this statement. Everyone was scared by Liang Mang's murder yesterday, but they forgot that the other party was actually only 3 people, so as long as they joined forces, they had nothing to fear. Another asked, "And how will the supplies received be divided?" "Anyone who joins the escort, the supplies will be divided equally." One woman asked, "What if there are no young adults in the family? It's just me and my daughter in my house, and my husband. He would have been poisoned to death out there." Another old woman said, "Yes, I don't think your distribution method will work. My partner and I are over 60 years old, and we can't even move our arms and legs, so what are we going to do? It's best if each family gets a little bit of the supplies you've grabbed. Seniors first." Wang Shang's eyes flashed with viciousness. "Damn old woman, you still want to eat and drink for free?" Before he could finish, a middle-aged man was not happy. "What do I care if you live or die? Just do what Wang Shang said. Whoever puts in the effort gets the food, and those who don't want to put in the effort. If a woman is willing to sleep with me, maybe I'll give you a little bit. Those who don't want to give anything, then just wait for death." Wang Shang couldn't help but nod in his heart and said the right thing. When this was said, everyone was in disarray and accusations were made. "What are you talking about you? You're taking advantage of the fire, I tell you." "That's right. Don't think we women are easy to bully. We women can hold up half the sky too, right? Don't you look at yourself? You're ugly, but you think you're pretty." That middle-aged man's face grimaced and suddenly grabbed the head of the middle-aged woman who screamed the loudest and thumped it against the wall. One after another, blood splattered. The stress of the last few days of existence finally transformed into bestiality in this moment, and the men, hideous and uncontrollable, beat the women to death alive. The scene stunned everyone, and a dozen men looked at each other as if some shackle had been opened, and Pandora's box opened completely. "Brothers, arrest all these women, keep the pretty ones, and beat the old and ugly ones to death, so as not to waste food." The man waved his big hand, and for a while, chaos opened up. Wang Shang had been stunned. How had things developed like this? In his plan, when the escorts were formed, he could threaten Lindong to hand over the food, so that he could also save his wife. He had underestimated the evil of human nature after all. With his cowardly character, he could only hold his head and stumble home now. The whole 5 buildings completely become a human purgatory. The power of men in this moment all manifested, with tools to take tools to smash, no tools to take the fist to smash, those as long as the posture did not get into the eyes of the woman, all to them to the living death. "Don't, let me go home, my daughter is waiting for me at home." "Murder, Luli, I'm going to call the police to arrest you." Help me, I'm not eating, okay, don't hit me, please." The wailing continues. Xinwan Yu turned her head in confusion. Master, there seems to be a quarrel outside. What happened?" Lindong pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray on her snow-white back. "Who cares? You just need to be able to please your master. As for the rest, don't worry about it." Finally, 10 minutes later, Several men stood bloodied and looking at each other in the hallway, all with crazy grins on their faces. Brothers, from now on, this fifth building, it's our call. The man who made the first move was named Zhu Feng, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he gained the approval of the other men. Hey, where's Wang Shang? Where did he go? Someone suddenly said. Zhu Feng looked around and waved his hand. Forget it, I guess he escaped home. If I say, let's start today, we'll pry open the door one by one. We'll share the pretty chicks, and we'll centralize all the food we find and distribute it evenly. Since Wang Shang, that son of a, dares to run for his life, there's no room for him. If he meets him, he'll be beaten to death. Luli came over with a lewd smile and said, Brother Zhu, you don't know that Wang Shang's wife is the flower of our fifth building, and she's so tender. Why don't we grab his wife first and have some fun? The moment these words came out, several men had their eyes lit up, obviously salivating over Shen Wanyu for a long time. Zhu Feng slapped him on the head. You bastard. That thing is frozen and shrinking and you still want to play with it? Aren't you afraid of freezing into an ice sculpture? The first thing to do is to get food, and when we have enough to eat, we'll chop up some of the furniture and make a fire to keep warm, and then none of the women in the building will be able to escape from us. The crowd nodded. Basically the end times were days old and everyone was hungry. The great purge of the 5 buildings has begun, yet it is not an isolated case. Liang Mang sort of gave a good start to all the men in Jiayuan neighborhood, and in the other buildings, the men had already started to unite, going from door to door looking for food, grabbing women, and making a mess. 3 Building 403, Ling Xue lived here alone. She was a female anchor, usually liked to eat snacks, hoarded a lot of snacks, so she had to stick around longer than others. But now, the end of Ling Xue was coming. The same 20 or so men in Building 3 have formed a robbery brigade and are going door to door, with results that speak for themselves. Through the cat's eye, Ling Xue had already seen the door of the 401 house being pried open, and the man of that house trying to protect his wife with a knife, only to be clubbed to death by them, and then just burning up the furniture and playing with the woman in place. Even with the soundproofing of the security door, Ling Xue could hear the woman's heart-rending screams, causing her to cower in fear. What to do? Ling Xue thought she looked much prettier than that woman. Once these men found out about her, she was afraid that she would end up in a much worse situation. Suddenly, Ling Xue remembered the man she met in the underground garage yesterday, who said he lived in Building 5. 301. One had to find a way to get to him for help. Chapter 9, Ling Xue's plea for help. Trapeze artist? Seeing the chaos outside, Ling Xue should soon come to pry her door open and immediately rushed to the balcony. Hooray! No more snow today. Carefully sweeping the snow away from the window with a clearing, he immediately opened it and poked his head out. Her buildings 3 and 5 were not very far apart, with just over 20 meters separating the two, and through the window she could see the balcony of Lindong's house. Without even thinking about it, he threw all the bottles and cans and stuff in the house outside, trying to remind Lindong by smashing the window, but she is a weak woman. The accuracy is too poor. Through a number of times have fallen short, the heart more and more anxious. Come on, be sure to throw in the center. Finally, a bottle of skincare product accurately hit the glass, which did not break and made a loud noise, which Lindong, who was teaching Shen Wanyu the do's and don'ts of maids, noticed. Coming to the balcony, Lindong frowned and looked out, spotting Ling Xue who was waving at him. Come and help me. They're breaking in. The sound was so loud that it quickly drew the attention of the others. Hey, why do I hear a woman's voice? The man who was being 401 violent got up in confusion. On the couch, a stout man was smoking a cigarette, his eyes deeply austere as he turned his head to the door. Seemingly the sound was coming from this floor. The man's name is Zheng Dajuan, and he's sort of the boss of Building 3. A little brother hurriedly came over. Boss, the sound is coming from 403. There are women in this house. Zheng Dajuan extinguished his cigarette and slowly got up, then pry the door and go in to take a look. I'm curious, who is she looking for help? A junior pointed to the woman who was already dying on the ground and asked, so boss, what about her? Looking at the woman who had already rolled her eyes and was getting less and less intake, Zheng Dajuan said helplessly, I say you all haven't seen a woman in 800 years? It's not easy to run into one, but you're going to play dead so soon? There are fewer and fewer women to run into in the future. And with all of you playing dead, what's going to happen back there? My little brother heatedly laughed and scratched his head. Don't blame us. It's just that her physique is so bad. Alright, next time you run into a passable one, all give me a slow ow. Zheng Dajuan waved his hand and brought people to 403. Pry it open. Click, click. Soon, the sound of prying the door came. Ling Xue was even more afraid, and immediately rushed Lindong to call for help. They're coming. Quick, please help me. Lindong was not in the least bit anxious, holding his arms and smilingly said, save you? Do you know what you will pay? Ling Xue was speechless. her eyes red. Now that the situation is critical, this man actually has the leisure to flirt with himself? If you can save me, I'll be your girlfriend. However, Lindong slowly shook his head. I don't need a girlfriend. Ling Xue, so what do you want? In the next moment, Yu, who was wearing a special maid outfit, slowly climbed to the balcony and knelt by Lindong's feet in a well-behaved manner. This scene was considered to have completely dumbfounded Ling Xue. Holy, you're playing a game like this? Looking at Yu's cool outfit, Ling Xue was shocked beyond belief. Is she Superman? She's not even afraid of the cold? With a smile on his face, Lindong touched Yu's hair and looked at Ling Xue. I can save you, for the same price as her. Click, click, click. Soon, the door was pried open, and Zhang Dajuan with his men quickly surged in to meet Ling Xue, who was lying on the balcony begging for help, as well as all kinds of poster photos of Ling Xue in the house. The perfect face and body turned everyone on as they watched. Oh brothers, we've made a fortune, and it's a superb one at that. Ha 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 ha. Why didn't I realize before that there are such pretty girls in our building? If it wasn't for the end of the world, I wouldn't have had the chance to play with them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's an anchor woman. You see, and live streaming equipment? Listening to the various lewd laughter coming from behind her, Ling Xue was going to cry from fear. You guys stay back. Zhang Dajuan took the lead and approached the balcony with his hands in his pockets. Beauty, honestly give us a go. Don't worry, I'll make them lighter ha 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 ha. Ling Xue was scared and her legs and stomach were soft. She didn't believe in this man's words at all. Just now the 401 sister screamed so miserably, it must be very painful and painful. Turning her head to look at Lindong, Yu had already climbed back into the house, and Lindong also appeared to be ready to close the window and return to the house. Ling Xue, who was desperate in her heart, finally cried out, I'm willing to be your dog. By following this man, he might be the only one having fun, and if these men in the building got their way, there was no telling how much fun it would be. It's going to die. Yu listened with a slight bristle. Who is a dog? People are maids, but these days, it's no different than a dog. Who are you asking for help from? Zhang Dajuan was puzzled and quickly approached Ling Xue. Before the big hand could grab Ling Xue, he was shocked to see that in the building across the street, a young man had climbed up to the window to do a staging. What's he up to? Jumping to your death? But the next second, only to hear the sound of a boom, Lindong fiercely stomped out, crossing the open space between the two buildings, and rushed straight to the 403 balcony. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Dajuan was shocked, and with it came a 44-yard foot that kicked him right in the face without flickering or avoiding, and the violent force sent him flying out on the spot, smashing into a patch of people. Holy, boss, are you okay? Egu, my back is about to break. MMP, who kicked the boss? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Trapeze? Lindong landed on the ground securely, and was slightly surprised in his heart. I'm only level 6 and I'm this powerful? Just now, he also had a sudden burst of feeling that he could jump over, and then he really jumped over. System New Zealand dollars. That's more than 20 meters away. Really, trapeze up, hey. Ling Xue's head went down as she stared blankly at Lindong, who landed in front of her. How did he get here? Zhang Dajuan climbed up with difficulty and looked at Lindong with some fear, but when he thought that there were more than 20 people on his side, and they were all holding knives, he came back to his heart with a lot of confidence. Kid, want to play the hero saving the girl trick? Don't even look at how many people we have. Brothers, stab him to death. With his order, these men pulled out kitchen knives, fruit knives and other tools ready to kill Lindong. Good timing. Just want to try out how much destructive power old me has now. Lindong laughed and licked the corner of his mouth, not ready to use his gun, copied his fist and violently blasted at the nearest person. Snap! The force of this punch was so great that it smashed his head on the spot, just like an exploding watermelon. The blood and flesh exploded and showered on many people's faces, and there were even people who couldn't react well enough and swallowed it into their mouths. This scene gave everyone a frightening daze, directly breaking sharply in place and looking at Lindong with horror. Zhang Dajuan's jaw dropped in shock. Nima, this is really a Superman. Hello. What kind of destruction is this? Ling Xue felt the warm blood on her face and fainted when her eyes went white. Lindong also looked at his fists with a shocked face, then picked up the other party's kitchen knife and sneered at them. Gentlemen, the courier is here to take you home. Chapter 10, Rescuing Ling Xue. I don't keep a useless dog. Lindong's words were like a devil's whisper at the moment. Run! I don't know who shouted, but this newly formed team instantly panicked into a ball, all of them squeezing towards the door. Zhang Dajuan ran the fastest, but with more than 20 people crowding a small door, where is it so easy to run out? It was a mess. Lindong does not care if you are not messy. Pick up the kitchen knife and start to explode and kill. A knife down, either the arms or legs flying around, In a short while, Ling Xue's home has become a hell on earth. Only half of them escaped, and Lindong walked out of 403, seeing that the corridor was completely deserted, before dropping the curled blade kitchen knife. Save. Help. The door to the room was wide open 401, and the dying woman struggled and crawled to the door, begging Lindong with difficulty for help. Lindong looked over. This woman was also considered a woman of medium to high caliber, looking like she was in her 30s or 40s, and if it wasn't for the end of the world, she would still have a good sense of style, but alas, it had already been played out by the group, and this moment was probably a return to form. Save my daughter. The woman looked at Lindong with a hopeful light in her eyes. Not interested, Lindong said and prepared to leave. The light in the woman's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, lifting her head and slamming it heavily into the floor as her life began to slowly drain away, struggling to say the few words that made Lindong's feet lurch. River City. Technology. Duh. Before the words were out of her mouth, the woman completely gagged. Jiancheng University of Science and Technology? Lindong narrowed his eyes slightly, which made him interested, because the ex-girlfriend, Zhao Yufei, is also from this school. Lindong looked at the woman's body inside as he walked into her home, where her man had long since collapsed in a pool of blood, dead. Soon, Lindong found a picture of the three of them as a family and looked at it with glowing eyes, because the woman's daughter looks very beautiful, exudes youthfulness, smiles and cute dimples. Lindong estimates that this is at least a schoolgirl level. The rating should be higher than Chen Wanyu, a suitable candidate to be a maid, and the girl's name Lindong also knew, Chan Yunshi. At 19 years old, he is a sophomore at the School of Communication at the River City University of Science and Technology. And, Zhao Yufei, don't you die either. Putting away Chen Yunshi's photos, Lindong returned to the 403 and slapped Ling Xue awake. Well, Ling Xue opened her eyes in a daze, and what came into her eyes was Lindong, who was covered in blood, and a home that was like hell on earth. Ah, Lindong slapped him over. What are you screaming for? It's noisy. Ling Xue then dreamed back to reality and looked at Lindong with some fear. Trembling. Come on, go back with me. Lindong got up and headed out the door. Ling Xue looked at the room full of corpses and only felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Her legs and stomach were weak, but Lindong had already gone out the door. Scared, she crawled out on her hands and knees. It was completely impossible to stay here anymore. She had to follow him. This time, Lindong didn't pretend to jump off the building and honestly took the stairs, intending to go back from the underground garage. After Ling Xue went out, she also saw 401 the woman's body, and some grief flashed through her heart. When the end times came, there were only two ways for a woman to end up, either becoming the plaything of one powerful man or a group of powerful men. There was no other possibility at all. The so-called dignity, chastity, and triviality are worthless in the face of power. Thinking about this, Ling Xue was glad that she had followed Lindong. Otherwise, the end would only be worse than this woman. For a while, the heart surprisingly figured out a lot, and there was strength in his body, so he hurriedly followed Lindong. The two had just arrived at the underground garage when they heard voices talking. He lies. This group of people is a bit smart. Actually each building has formed a team. Causing me to a family did not grab. Liang Mang touched the bruises on his head, full of bad luck. Just now he had taken two brothers to rob another building and ran into a counterattack by a dozen men from the other side and barely escaped. He hadn't realized at all that it was his taking the lead in killing and robbing that had caused everyone else to endanger themselves. Hence the current situation. Zheng Peng's arm was dislocated, and with a gritted face, he asked, "Boss, what do we do next? How the hell do I know what to do?" Liang Mang cursed. He was really out of it, and now there was a tendency for his building 7 to join forces. So didn't that make the three of them a target? Zhang Peng was about to say something, but suddenly heard footsteps and hurriedly looked over. Who? Lindong naturally saw them and faintly said, "Passing by." Ling Xue recognized them and hurriedly hid behind Lindong, afraid of being seen. Passing by? Liang Mang was shocked. Now the whole neighborhood who has not heard of the old man brother and sister's reputation. You kid is very bold. Zhang Peng, on the other hand, noticed the woman behind Lindong and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Boss, that's the woman on the ID. That's her." Liang Mang was instantly excited. "Really? That's really the destiny of the three of us. Today, after eating everywhere, I didn't expect to actually bump into a big beauty here. Haha. The old man's luck is not bad." With that, the three men gathered around. Ling Xue was so scared that she tried to cover her face with her hat. "Don't hide, big beautiful. Let brother look at you." Liang Mang smiled lewdly and was about to reach out to grab Ling Xue's face. It seemed to be completely ignoring Lindong's existence. Snap! Lindong expressionlessly slapped it away. "Are you blind? Can't you see there's a man there?" Liang Mang withdrew his hand in pain, and only then did he notice Lindong. Although Lindong is very tall and his physique looks strong, but he is afraid of nothing. Our three brothers are ruthless people who have killed people. Zhang Peng noticed the blood on Lindong's body and frowned slightly, noticing that something was wrong, but didn't say anything. If they can kill, others can naturally kill. Only this blood. It's a bit much. Kid, I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill. You take the initiative to let me have the girl. I'll spare your life. Liang Meng laughed. Lindong sighed. I'm in a hurry. You have to come up here to give it away. Then don't blame me. With that said, he flashed his foot. Click, click, click. The sound of 3 consecutive fractures came. Liang Meng's 3 people felt the sharp pain after a second. All of them covered their crotches and knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring from the pain. His stink. Stinky brat, you don't speak of martial virtues. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to die of pain. Is it broken? Ling Xue's eyes were already on the verge of sprouting little stars. This man was really good. Lindong turned his head to look at her and suddenly pulled out the golden sandhawk from his pocket and handed it to her. You take care of them. Ha? Ling Xue was confused. Letting her kill a billion people might not be too much of a problem. Killing 3 large living people, that's not making it difficult. Come on, if you want to be my dog, you have to be able to kill. I don't keep wasted dogs. After saying that, he forcefully shoved the gun at her. Chapter 11, Surviving the End Times. Learning to Kill. The golden sand eagle was slightly heavy in his hand, and came with a cool metallic touch. Ling Xue instantly understood that this was not some toy. This was the real thing. Keep the muzzle pointed at the person. Index finger on the trigger here. And keep your hand steady, Lindong taught patiently. Ling Xue was full of reluctance, but after meeting Lindong's stern eyes, she did not dare to refute at all. When Liang Mang saw Ling Xue pointing a gun at herself, she thought it was a toy gun and couldn't help but snicker. Bitch, who are you scaring? I'm not scared. I'll remember you, if you're capable of getting me killed, or I'll have to strip you naked and tie you up in the underground garage so that all the men in the neighborhood can play with you. Ling Xue was stunned, and the fear in her heart instantly dissipated, followed by a full-blown anger. Lindong whispered in her ear, "That scum, shoot him." Ling Xue clenched her lips so tightly that they were about to bleed. Although she was very angry, there was still some resistance to letting her kill someone. Ha ha ha, you shoot? You're afraid to drive, aren't you? Don't be afraid. I have a gun here too. I'll let you drive it properly later. Bang! Suddenly, Ling Xue was provoked into pulling the trigger. The loud sound echoed through the underground garage, and Liang Mang's head instantly exploded. Ah! Zhang Peng and the other junior brother were terrified, not caring about the pain, crawling on their asses to escape. Ling Xue stared blankly at the corpse in front of her, her palms trembling. Then she thought of the woman from 401, who had no ability to resist and was tortured to death alive by a group of men. This was the ability he had given himself to resist, and he had to master it as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll still end up like that woman. Should I say no? Ling Xue's mind shifted quickly, immediately catching up with Zhang Peng and raising her gun to fire. Bang! Because Zhang Peng had been crawling forward, the shot only hit his thigh, hurting him to death. Don't kill me, please. Bang! 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 If one shot missed, then keep hitting. Ling Xue's expression had begun to go crazy, and she didn't stop until she had beaten Zhang Peng into a sieve. Alright, he's dead. Lindong nodded in satisfaction and took back the gun. When she came back to her senses, Ling Xue slowly accepted the fact that she had killed someone, and the feeling of nausea and vomiting couldn't hold on any longer, and she twisted aside to vomit profusely. Lindong, on the other hand, came to the last minion. Big brother, grandpa. No, you are my own grandpa. Don't kill me. I can be your dog. I'll bite whoever you want me to bite from now on. Spare my life. My little brother was crying with fear and his pants were wet. Lindong frowned and raised his hand for a shot to the head. Men don't deserve to be my dogs. With that, he quietly waited for Ling Xue to finish vomiting. After a while, Ling Xue, who had already thrown up without being able to do so, came to him with red eyes, wanting to say something but not daring to say anything at all. Come on, go home. As Lindong continued to walk towards Building 5, Ling Xue looked at the bodies on the ground, as well as the bodies that were hacked by Liang Mang yesterday. Her heart slowly began to firm up. She must be strong and survive. The group of men in Building 5 didn't know what they were doing at the moment and didn't meet Lindong. Once she entered, Ling Xue was shocked. The table was set with a variety of seafood dinners and beer. Fragrant rice was steaming. The house was clean and tidy, mixed with the smell of smoke and light fragrance. And most of all, it was so warm. What's the situation? When Xinhuanyu saw that he had returned, she immediately climbed over and did a sergeant's seat salute. Welcome home, master. The voice was sweet and cloying. Only then did Ling Xue get a good look at Xinhuanyu's face. And for a moment, she was shocked. So beautiful. Well, this is the new maid. You take her to familiarize her with the rules. I don't like to see you guys make mistakes. Lindong nodded and sat himself down at the table to start eating. Okay master, Shen Huanyue answered, then looked up at Ling Xue, and was similarly ruthlessly awed. What a beautiful woman, with a figure and temperament surprisingly above her own. For a while, Shen Huanyue developed some sense of crisis. One had to take advantage of this opportunity to establish her authority, and not let her steal all of her master's favorites. Come with me. First you'll take you to the bathroom to wash up. Master likes to be clean. After saying that, she crawled towards the bathroom. Ling Xue nodded dumbly to follow, but just after taking 2 steps, Shen Huanyue stopped and stared at her with an unkind expression on her face. When you enter this door, you are your master's maid, and the first rule of the maid's code, no standing without your master's permission. Ling Xue was startled by the other party's stern attitude, and had the intention of slamming the door, but then she thought of the encounter she had just had, as well as the gun in Lindong's hand. Right. I'm sorry. Biting her lip, Ling Xue took off her thick down jacket and knelt on the ground. Following her example, Lindong couldn't help but nod his head as he ate Shen Huanyue's pre-peeled peppered shrimp. It seems that the moon maid is progressing quickly. As expected of the elite social class, she's adapting well to her new identity, and deserves commendation. Without the wrapping of the down jacket, Ling Xue's explosive figure was visible, which made him very satisfied. Inside the bathroom, Shen Huanyue helped Ling Xue wash up, and both women didn't say a word. Sister, why is this place? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Have respect for your master, or die without knowing how. Ling Xue was silent. She didn't understand what the other party had gone through to actually become like this. Shen Huanyue looked at Ling Xue's magnificent figure. The sense of crisis in her heart grew stronger, and her hands became heavier and heavier. It almost gave Ling Xue a painful fainting spell. Sister, when do you think we'll get rescued? Ling Xue still couldn't help but ask. Shen Huanyue's movements gave a beat and couldn't help but sigh. Don't say this in the future. We've already been rescued when we met our master. Don't you realize what happens to women like us if we don't have a master? Ling Xue was silent. She was naturally clear. Half an hour ago it was played out live in front of her eyes. From now on, you'll follow me and live well here. Dignity, chastity, 3 views and whatnot. Just throw them in the toilet. As long as you can live, it's more important than anything else. Shen Huanyue admonished one last time, and then began to recount the maid's code article by article. Listening to Ling Xue's blushing face, half an hour later, Ling Xue, who was wearing a special maid outfit, followed Shen Huanyue out. Master, she's washed. Lindong happened to be full as well and grabbed an oran and threw it in front of her. Good job. Reward you. Shen Huanyue was overjoyed. Thank you master. Ling Xue looked a little envious. The end times hey, there are still hot oolongs to eat. This is simply great. Lindong looked over at her and slowly revealed a smile. Maid 2, Ling Xue. Circumference, 46G-22-38. System score, 85. Current strength, level 1. Maid set, none. Lindong looked at the system panel data. Couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It seems that the anchor on the teasing sound is not all beauty filters and high-tech talent. Well, there are still real materials, such as pure natural Ling Xue. Very moist. Chapter 12, roll it up, roll it up, roll it up, roll it up. The situation in the Jiayuan neighborhood is getting worse. In each building, there is a king of the building, a violent triad-like organization that rules the entire building. The women became a complete diversion for them, and every now and then throughout the day, someone who couldn't take the humiliation chose to jump, smashing a human-sized hole in the snow on the ground. This is not the worst, because the snow is too deep to form a cushion, so jumping down will not immediately fall dead. Most of the people are deep in the snow, either being smothered alive, or silently waiting for the poison to die. Hissing and wailing sound is constant. All the time is not a rush of nerves. In Building 5, Xu Feng called a dozen people inside and began to distribute the supplies. We had a pretty good battle today, prying open a total of 23 house doors and getting 10 packages of hanging noodles, 3 large buckets of mineral water, 2 wazi, and 14 packages of instant noodles. Xu Feng was elated. The supplies were basically from the homes of the never living, thankful that they died on the first day of the end times and didn't waste the supplies. Today's harvest alone was enough to keep them full for 2 days. In addition to supplies, we've taken over 20 young women, 1 for each of the brothers at night. All of you. The moment these words came out, the dozen or so men that made up the escort group were all excited. Now there was food and drink, and there were also women to play casually. Where was this the end of the world? This was simply paradise. A little brother asked, Boss, when are we going to capture Wang Sheng's wife for a bit of fun? None of the goods we captured today were as pretty as her. The others responded, Yes, boss, that's a real piece of ass. Let's catch it early and enjoy it. When Wang Sheng got married last month, I saw his daughter-in-law from a long way away and stole several pictures. And that night, I came to the pictures several times. I keep hearing you guys talk about it. I've never even seen it. Is it really that pretty? What's the point of lying to you? It's no worse than any of the actresses on TV. As the saying goes, satiation. Before it was everyone was starving, so not much thought was given to that aspect. But now that we can eat and have countless discarded clothes and furniture to burn firewood for warmth, we can't be ashamed of the saying that all men are animals of the lower body, can we? Even Zhu Feng came to be interested. That's fine. Leave a few brothers to look at these women. The others will go downstairs with me. Zhu Feng remembered that he seemed to have seen an extremely beautiful woman in the elevator before, and that pair of black silk legs was simply stunning. His heart was also itching to go downstairs. 301. Lindong was comfortably leaning back on the sofa and enjoying his after-dinner dessert. Come master, eat grapes. Ling Xue had a seductive smile on her face, taking out a grape with her delicate red lips to contain the general. Slowly came over. Burning hooves, wasn't it your first time today? So skillful? Xinhuan Yu's teeth itched with anger. Really worthy of being an anchor. Ah, people are professionals. A variety of seductive means to take out. Xinhuan Yu was instantly compared to. I can't. I'll be out of favor if I keep this up. After thinking about it, Xinhuan Yu picked up the red wine on the coffee table. Master, please drink. Gently poured a small mouthful in the mouth. Overflowing red wine flowed down the snow-white jade neck. The visual impact is quite strong. But when he was about to put the red wine back on the coffee table, he neglected to stabilize it and the bottle fell over. Bad. In the nick of time, Xinhuan Yu thought nothing of probing her hand like lightning and catching the bottle. This scene happened extremely quickly, but it was still detected by Lindong, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ling Xue exclaimed, "Sister is so quick to react. Damn, why don't you drop it? That way the master won't like you." It was obvious that there was already a secret fight between the two women. Xinhuan Yu also looked at her hand dumbfounded, surprised at her reaction speed. Even when her body was in perfect condition before the end of the world, she didn't have this reaction. Then Xinhuan Yu quickly came back to her senses and immediately put the red wine back on the coffee table and incomparably skillfully taxied down to her seat. Master, the maid almost made a mistake. Please punish her master. When she finished, her pretty face flushed as she looked up, her eyes filled with longing. Lindong face speechless. You this chastisement it decent? This is only one day. Certain attributes big outbreak. IUR. It seems the internet is right. To conquer a man you have to conquer his stomach. And to conquer a woman you have to conquer her stomach? It's just that the two ways are different. Guess I'll have to stock up on candles or something. Lindong pushed Ling Xue away, propping up her chin, and laughed. Discovered a change in yourself? Xinhuan Yu returned to her senses and recalled her changes. It seemed that since the afternoon, she felt that her strength had become much greater, always breaking chopsticks and crushing teacups by accident. Something that was completely impossible before. It's the power bestowed upon me by my master? Xinhuan Yu was pleasantly surprised. In the end, although she followed Lindong, and Lindong's supplies are not worried about still powerful, but she still has some worries in her heart. After all, she is still a weak woman. Without Lindong is a lamb to the slaughter. Now she has, and it could very well have come from the owner. Lindong nodded. As long as you do your job as a maid, the power will naturally be there. Work hard. He naturally saw the explicit fight between the two women, and if it wasn't for the short time they spent together, they would have hated to stage the legend of Xinhuan. But he pretended not to know anything about it. Roll it. There's competition to improve, and he's the one who ultimately benefits anyway. Now that Xinhuan Yu had only been mentioned as level 2, she possessed more strength and speed than an adult male. So where was her own upper limit? Xinhuan Yu kowtowed excitedly. Yes, master. In his heart, he was quickly alive. His appearance conditions and means were not as good as Ling Xue. If he wanted to gain his master's favor for a long time, he would have to find another way. For example, pulling down the low end? Ling Xue was listening to the clouds. She had only just joined and had yet to experience the increase in power. She only felt that the two were like godly men, but it didn't stop her from pouting. Master, I want power too. Lindong was ruffled with impatience and was about to grant her power when he suddenly gave a lurch to look at the door, his brows furrowing slightly. It was only after a while that the two women heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. Get dressed and get ready for the show, said Lindong in a low voice as he patted the two women. Always bored at home to engage in 18 band, how meaningless. Or someone to find fault to make people excited. But surprisingly, the person at the door wasn't looking for him. Wang Shang, open the door for me. Don't hide inside and keep quiet. I know you're home. Xu Feng heavily slapped the door of room 302 with a bad tone. It wasn't until she heard the voice that Xinhuan Yu remembered that she still had a husband, and her heart was instantly complicated. Isn't he a bit too cheap? In vain. You call yourself a member of the elite social class, but you are willing to be a dog for another man when you have a husband? Then couldn't help but raise his hand and slap himself. Xinhuan Yu, You have a master and you still want a husband? You're damned. Chapter 13, betrayed by her husband again. Shinwan shark goes crazy. This scene all gave Lindong a frozen look and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Not bad for the social elite, huh? Just quick to adapt to a new job. Look at that. She's all thoroughly vicarious, hey. 302. The hungry and scared Wang Shang's legs and stomach completely shivered after hearing the knock on the door. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Wang Shang. Xu Feng and the others outside the door were stunned when they heard this, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, why didn't I realize before? Wang Shang is actually so humorous. Ego, my stomach is going to hurt from laughing. Hey, people are company executives. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year rich people. They are called close to life. I know. This is called in book terms. It's called a cover-up, isn't it? Xu Feng also laughed for a long time and once again heavily tapped the door. Don't hide, Wang Shang. Open the door. Let's talk. If you don't open it again, then don't blame us. Brothers, prepare to pry the door. As soon as he heard the prying door, Wang Shang was even more afraid. This layer of security door is considered to be the last line of defense to protect themselves. Once it is pried, then is not anyone can come in and bully themselves? Don't pry. Don't pry. I'll open it. Wang Shang hurriedly opened the door. Xu Feng cannot help but sneer. Company executives on this? Just scare a couple of sentences and then wimped out. It's really a waste of time to have such a beautiful wife. Hey, a few big brothers. What are you looking for me for? Wang Shang smiled shyly. Xu Feng pushed him away as the others fishtailed into the room, looking at the bread wrappers and mineral water bottles in the room, as well as the wedding photos hanging on the wall, and couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. You can Wang supervisor. Life is not bad. Where is your wife? Wang Shang continued with a shy face. My wife. She had to go back to her mother's house before the snow started, so she's not here right now. Someone stood out. A slap on his head. Less horse, pretend calf. 2 days ago, the underground garage trade fair, I saw your wife. Do not hand it over. Our brothers can go into the bedroom. As soon as Xu Feng looked at Xinhuan, who was wearing a snow-white wedding dress in the wedding photos that were beautiful and moving, he felt his heart getting itchy. Supervisor Wang, we are all civilized people and we like to deal with each other in a civilized way the most. I'll tell you what. You let your wife out to pick up customers. Then you join us and we'll pay you half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of mineral water every day as payment. Do you think that's okay? He was looking at Wang Shang's cheap labor, and although he didn't look physically strong, he was still a man anyways. Wang Shang heart angry. You are more than I work can squeeze you. Let me help you pry the door to rob things, but also to play with my wife. A day just give me half a piece of bread? You're not as black as you are. People Lindong play my wife at least nothing let me do, but also a whole piece of bread Big brother. It's not that I'm not happy, it's really that my wife not at home. Xu Feng's face has begun to be impatient. Give you face you don't want to face The others kicked open the bedroom door, but they searched the entire house without finding Xinhuan Yu's shadow. Xu Feng drew a half pipe from his back and clubbed Wang Shang's leg. With a click, Wang Shang's leg was broken, and he fell to the ground with a wail of pain, covering his leg with tears in his eyes. Tell me, where did you hide your wife? I'll knock all your legs off if you don't tell me, said aiming the pole at the third leg. Wang Shang was completely terrified and no longer cared to point at the door. Big brother, don't kill me. My wife is in 302, in Lindong's house. Oh, you're good at it. Actually giving your wife to someone else to play with. First Xu Feng and the others were stunned. It was at this time that Xinhuan, who was already dead to the world in her heart, opened the door at Lindong's signal and stared coldly at Wang Shang. When he saw his wife come out, Wang Shang immediately asked for help. Koyuki, help me. Xu Feng and the others looked up as everyone instantly froze. At this time, Xinhuan was wearing a thick down jacket that reached up to her calves, covering her proud and delicate body, but her face was white and clean, and she even drew exquisite light makeup, and under the illumination of the candlelight, her beauty was shocking, and with the small half of her smooth calves exposed in high-vis and hate heights, and a collar around her neck, any man who saw the scene would have hated to put her in her place. Before Xu Feng and the others could get excited, Ling Xue also came out. It was similar to Xinhuan Yu's outfit, except that her legs were wearing purple fishnet stockings and her head was decorated with cat ears. The appearance of the two women caused all the men present to swallow their mouths. Then, Lindong, who was wearing a black bodysuit, came out, and the two women unconsciously stood behind him. In an instant, the hate was drawn. Xu Feng's first reaction was, how come he wasn't cold? But the face value and dress of the two women was too attractive, making him quickly ignore it, and walked out of the room to Lindong and sneered, Kid, how come I haven't seen you before? What do you do? Lindong touched his nose with a smile. Oh, I'm just a courier. A courier? Xu Feng lost his smile. This world has really changed. Even a courier can have two superb women. As the boss of a building, He can only play with those mediocre powder. I'm the boss of the 5th building. See, you're in good shape. From now on you'll hang out with me. Don't worry. I'll make sure you won't go hungry. Of course, these 2 women will be for all of us to enjoy. Do you have a problem with that? In his opinion, with so many people on his side, this kid would have to be scared even if he was strong. However, Lindong shook his head and laughed. You're wrong about one thing. They're not women. What does that mean? They're maids. Xu Feng was speechless. What difference did it make? In Lindon's eyes, it was a big difference. Playing around is flowery enough, but give it a whirl. Will you? Lindong turned his head to look at the 2 women. What about you guys? Want to go over? Both women naturally shook their heads at the same time. In that case, ruthlessness flashed in Xu Feng's eyes as he suddenly raised the steel pipe and smashed it towards Lindong's head. Snap! However, a small snow-white hand suddenly reached out and gripped the cold steel pipe, and it was none other than Shen Wanyu. Ha! Xu Feng was a bit confused, but Shen Wanyu suddenly sneered. Her arm violently exerted force, snatched the steel pipe, and in turn was a stick down. Xu Feng's head blossomed on the spot, and he collapsed with 2 white eyes. This scene gave everyone a fright. No one thought that a delicate and weak woman could actually open up to their boss. Xu Feng is a construction site mixer and has a lot of strength in his body. Shen Wanyu looked at the rapidly freezing blood on the steel pipe and was also in a daze. This was the first time she had killed someone. But soon, she was charging towards the others with a steel pipe. If it wasn't for the master, with Wang Shang's cowardice, he was afraid that he would have become the plaything of this group of people and be played alive. Since you don't want to die yourself, let them die. Can old men still be afraid of a woman? Brothers, together. Soon, Shen Wanyu was caught in a siege, but because of her superior physical qualities, she was not able to win or lose for a while. Ling Xue looked excited and helped Lindong to light a cigarette, said daintily, Master, I want to kill people too. Chapter 14, The Maid's Little Thoughts. Lindong nodded and handed her the golden sand eagle. Remember not to misfire. Receiving the gun, Ling Xue instantly felt that she had grasped the truth and raised her gun to shoot. Bang! A man who was preparing to sneak attack Shen Wanyu from behind fell to the ground on the spot. The scene once again made everyone freeze. Guns! We're all good people. We're still stuck in the Cold War era. You're not playing around with a gun. Run! These people were instantly scared out of their wits, and rushed towards the door in a rush. However, Ling Xue showed what it means to be a man of the world, blocking the doorway with a gun and firing, coming to a crash. The sound of gunshots continued. The entire Jiyuan neighborhood heard the gunshots, and everyone tensed up. I heard it right. It's definitely a gunshot, or a pistol, armed with a 357 Magnum round. Asterisk. What kind of ears do you have? Can you even hear this? Just kidding. I'm the king of chicken. Keep quiet and listen to which building it's coming from. It's coming from the south. Not sure which one. Asterisk. What kind of ruthless person actually plays with guns? This is going to be a problem. 2 minutes later, the gunfire subsided. In the whole 302, except for Wang Shang, everyone else is dead, either killed by the gun or swung alive by Shen Wanyu, and the steel pipe is bent. The 2 women looked at each other with some excitement and madness flashing through them. One of them has a gun. One has power. But just by glancing at Lindong, who was calmly smoking and exuding a terrifying aura that was enough to crush people down, all the little thoughts were instantly pressed down. Maid Snow, follow me upstairs to see the supplies they've collected. Maid Moon, I'll leave this place to you. Lindong discarded his cigarette, took the gun Ling Xue handed over and put it in his pocket, and turned around indifferently to go upstairs. Ling Xue followed with her head lowered. At this point in the 302, the husband and wife looked at each other. Wang Shang has been completely scared of urine. This is only a daytime. Before even the bottle cap cannot unscrew the wife. Now almost to people's heads down. The contrast is really a little too big. Koyuki, it was hard to see his wife, and he wanted to say something but it stuck in his throat. Shen Wanyu, with someone else's blood still hanging on her face, stared at him indifferently, the steel pipe in her hand slowly clenching. Wang Shang, we are husband and wife. As a husband, you send me out again and again. Are you still a man? In the face of his wife's reproach, Wang Shang simply did not know how to explain, but only cried bitterly. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Xiao Yu, while Lindong is not here now, can you steal some more food for me? I am really hungry. You believe me, as long as I have enough to eat and have energy in my body, I won't be afraid of anyone. In the future I will definitely protect you well and will never let anyone. Shen Wanyu could no longer listen. He actually wanted me to help him steal his master's things? Raising the bent-off steel pipe, he heaved it down. Bang! Gave the husband a head start on the spot. Hit a little bit is not satisfied at all. Shen Wanyu continues to smash. Bang 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 bang. until Wang Sheng's head was completely smashed. Shin Wanyu gasped and dropped the steel pipe, looking at the already broken and bloodstained wedding photo and cried bitterly. After crying for a while, Shin Wanyu wiped the blood on her face with red eyes, and the belated feeling of nausea and vomiting instantly attacked her, and she threw up on the spot. The only sound in the quiet hallway was the footsteps of the two men. Ling Xue looked at Lindong's back apprehensively, her heart scared. Just now, she and Shin Wanyu had moved their little hearts at the same time, and I wondered if the master had noticed. I'm afraid I'll be in trouble if I detect it. As a matter of fact, Lindong naturally noticed it. The killing intent in the eyes of the two women just now couldn't even be hidden, but he chose to ignore it, and even looked forward to it a little. You guys better have some fun for me, or else the post-apocalyptic life ahead is really boring. Anyway, since he was kicked, his heart was as cold as the fish-killing knife that RTD had been killing for more than 10 months, and these two extremes were just toys for fun in his eyes. Come to the 17th floor and find someone chatting. Damn, the gunshots just now seem to be coming from our building. What are old Jew and the others doing? I don't know. Something's not going to happen, is it? Damn, I'm a little scared. Why don't we close the door? Are you trying to kill us by locking us up? There's a fire burning in the house. You want to smother us? Just in time. Lindong arrived at the door, and a few people were instantly startled, and when they saw Ling Xue behind him, they couldn't help but swallow the same amount of saliva. It's just that the ketchup on this extreme woman's face looks a little scary, hee hee. Is it a new look that's popular this year? What building are you from? What are you doing here? Lindong saw the several boxes of supplies piled up on one side and turned his head to Ling Xue. Move them all back. Don't waste them. A few people immediately changed their faces. You stepped horse defa. I ask you where you came from. Actually dare to move our. Before the words were finished, several people shut up at the same time as Lindong pulled out his gun. Lean, the gun belongs to this kid? Then Zhu Feng and the others. The man in the lead immediately switched to a smiling face. Ihaha, little brother, what is this for? We don't have any grudges between us. Do you think this is okay? Just leave a packet of instant noodles for each of us brothers, and you move all the rest, okay? Lindong thought about it and silently put away his gun. Several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but the next second, Lindong suddenly copied the hammer on the shoe cabinet and stormed up and smashed it on his head, opening a hole for him on the spot. Putting away the gun is too noisy, and it's easy to disturb other people's rest in the middle of the night. Lindon has always been a good citizen with qualities. Hey you! Bang! These few people were completely powerless in front of Lindong, and the other party couldn't even touch the corner of their clothes before their heads were smashed in minutes, smashing and rambling at the same time. First, if I say it's mine, it's all mine. Secondly, I don't like being called little brother. I'm obviously big, okay? Ling Xue's eyes were sparkling with little stars as she watched. The master is so strong and fierce. She fainted last time when her master made a big kill in her house. This time, she finally saw her master's stance, the same as the martial arts masters inside the TV series, walking idly, and when she strikes, it's a sure kill. At the same time, there was a pang of fear in his heart. Fortunately there was no Shi Leji just now, otherwise, he would have already died. Taking care of the remaining few people, Lindong heard movement coming from the bedroom and opened it. His brows immediately wrinkled. Here were imprisoned more than 20 women who had been snatched by Zhu Feng and the others, all crammed into the bedroom, each one with a cloak of hair, not having bathed for several days, and smelling foul. When they saw Lindong, and the corpse behind him, a light flashed in their eyes. You're Lindong, the courier who lives in our building? It's him, great. Lindong, are you here to save us? Ooh, finally saved. Those killed my husband, strangled my son. Let me out. I want to beat them. The women rushed out in a brainstorm to whip the body. Lindong stepped aside, his eyes scrutinizing carefully, and eventually sighed regretfully. There's no pretty girls here, not even one that can pass 80 points. It's a wasted trip. Chapter 15 Li Xiaoyan's reversal? These women had either had their husbands and children killed or humiliated by the men, so each had anger in their hearts and whipped their bodies without mercy. Ling Xue stood by and watched these crazy women, and in her heart, she was once again glad that she had met Lindong. Once the venting was over, these women saw the supplies piled up on the side, their stomachs rumbling with hunger, and they couldn't help but rush over to them. Seeing this, Ling Xue rushed over to stop them with open hands. These supplies are the master's. You are not allowed to rob them. These women were jealous when they saw Ling Xue's rosy cheeks. Her body was clean and dry, and there was even a faint fragrance coming from her, so they were jealous in their hearts. Why should they be yours? Those things were taken from my house by those men. They're mine. That's right. Can you two eat all that? You have to share it with us. Dressing up like a streetwalker? What a stinker. Hey, I say we don't fight. We're all women. Women can't bully women. Little girl, you'd better stand away. Ling Xue was furious and looked at Lindong for help. Master, give me the gun. I'll shoot them. These people are too much. The master didn't know enough after saving them, but they actually want to rob things? Lindong smiled, through the crowd to the front of the supplies, moved a look. Ling Xue immediately kneeled down and arched her body in a good manner. A ready-made stool was available. This scene gave all the women a silly look, and each of them cursed Ling Xue in their hearts for being shameless. Want to eat? No problem. Each person answer me a question. If I'm satisfied, then each person will share a packet of instant noodles and mineral water. Lindong casually grabbed a packet of instant noodles and crushed it. The women looked at each other. The fact that Lindong could take out those men by himself meant that he was not to be messed with and could not be offended. Then you ask. It's very simple. Do you know any clean and beautiful women? Each of you can recommend one to me. Just tell me the name and address. The requirement can't be worse than her, he said and touched Ling Xue's hair. 1 or 2 toys are not enough. Naturally, the more the merrier. The women were stunned. What? He's a pervert. It's not enough to have such beautiful ES. He wants them to recommend him too? What's the difference between that and a mama-san in a nightclub? A middle-aged woman with barely decent posture immediately raised her hand. I know one. Xinhuanyu from 302 of our building. She's very pretty. The other women were in a hurry to hear this. Wow. Letting this old woman get there first. Xinhuanyu's racy reputation is still very intimidating in the 5th building. However, Lindong shook his head. This one doesn't count. Xinhuanyu has already been taken down by me. Change it. This. The middle-aged woman went numb. The women began to rack their brains, and one woman, who looked to be in her 30s, had an extraordinarily active mind. She's the head of HR for a company, so she's still got her wits about her. She could tell at a glance that the kneeling woman was flushed, indicating that she had eaten and slept well, and had even been fed. This is side-by-side proof that Lindong's living conditions there are good. Live okay? At least the supplies are sufficient. Follow him, eat and drink without worry. With this amount of supplies in front of us, even if we share them, we will only carry them for 1 or 2 more days at most. So, she walked out with her head held high first. I know one. She lives in building 5, 1704. Her name is Li Xiaoyan. Lindong's eyes brightened slightly. There are still extreme goods in this building? I can't believe I haven't found it before. However, the other women looked up in dismay. Yen, aren't you talking about yourself? Li Xiaoyan looked confident. That's right. I'm talking about me. Lindong's bright eyes went cold again. Are you ting me? This woman has a big cakey face with an airfield. 60 points up top. No more. Seeing Lindong look bad, Li Xiaoyan hurriedly said, don't look at me like this now. That's because I didn't take a bath and didn't put on any makeup. As long as you let me take a bath and put on some makeup, I'm by no means worse than the bewitching under your ass. Ling Xue was furious. You are the demonic. Lindong waved his hand. You're too ugly. It doesn't count. I can count. Li Xiaoyan was still confident. I'm telling you, you used to be a courier. You haven't eaten fine chaff, I can understand, so I don't blame you for being mesmerized by this. But I, Li Xiaoyan, am by no means comparable to a plastic face like hers. As long as you take me, I promise to serve you right. Pua me? Lindong feels like laughing. Ling Xue is not plastic surgery face, he did not feel out. What did you used to do? I'm a personnel director for a company. No wonder, when I hear you talk, you smell like you're not doing anything. Lindong did not know what came to his mind and suddenly revealed an inexplicable smile. Good. I'll give you a chance to be my probationary maid first, and if your performance is good, you'll have a chance to be promoted to a regular position. Trial? Of course Li Xiaoyan was not satisfied, but after thinking about it, she agreed. After all, there was always a chance. As long as she was given the opportunity, she was sure that she could charm Lindong to death, and then kick this demonic under her ass. That way he could have his supplies all to himself. That's how she got her supervisory position. Other women see this, have begun to recommend themselves. However, one after another 50 points, 40 points and even 30 points of ugly women winks. The genius is to make Lindong some speechless. Are you kidding me, auntie? You could be my mom at your age, so don't come and make trouble. I know one. Xia Qingyu. She's a local of our Jiangcheng. A woman racked her brain and uttered a name. Lindong eyes slowly gloomy up. Even if he does not follow the star, also know the name of Xia Qingyu. Film and television singing 3 amphibious star. Jiangcheng small pride. Countless men's dream goddess. You know her? Know where she lives? I don't know. Bang! Raising his hand, he shot her, and her head exploded on the spot, instantly sending the other women sprawling on the ground. Too scared to move. I'll say it again. I need to know the address. Not just pull a name out of the air to fool me. Lindong's tone was morose. Lindong's sudden killing talent made these women's complacency somewhat curtailed, and it was only then that they finally recalled that this guy was a ruthless man who could take out other men, and a master of killing without mercy. Having learned from the past, The other women began to think seriously and didn't dare to lie a bit at all. But until half an hour later, less than half of the women provided a valid name and address. Are not the neighborhood. Lindong is promised to give them instant noodles and mineral water. Alright, I'm sleepy. Let's go home. Lindong yawned and let the two of them, Ling Xue and Li Xiaoyan, carry on the remaining supplies and leave, leaving the other women in place to starve. He didn't have the luxury of caring about these people. By the time she got back to the third floor, Xinwanyu had already finished puking and cleaned up the bodies, including her husband's. Master, you. Xinwanyu was stunned. She could understand if her master brought back another woman, but why did he bring back such an ugly one? Chapter 16. Bullied in the workplace? When Li Xiaoyan saw Xinwanyu, she couldn't help but raise her condescending head with a cold snort. You guys wait, after I finish my makeup, I'll absolutely blow you away. This is the new probationary maid. You two help her clean up first, and teach her the rules on the side. Lindong said and went into the bedroom alone. He found a map of Jiangchang, labeled the information about the beautiful women he had just collected, and briefly planned the route, preparing to make a travel guide. See, Winter is a perfect traveling hitchhiker. Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but be shocked in the same way as soon as she entered the door. It's so warm in here. Let's go. First take you to take a bath. Master likes to be clean. Ling Xue was full of reluctance to take her to the bathroom. She really couldn't figure out why Master wanted to take this old and ugly woman. After taking a bath, the refreshed Li Xiaoyan began to unceremoniously pick up Xinwanyu's cosmetics and dress up, seeing her sitting peacefully on the chair to put on her makeup. Xinwanyu frowned. Didn't you teach you just now? You must kneel without the master's permission at home. Li Xiaoyan looked at the closed bedroom door and grunted coldly. What are you afraid of? It's not like he's there. Xinwanyu and the two women looked at each other. This new woman was not only ugly, she was also a prick. It's getting harder and harder to understand the master. An hour later, Li Xiaoyan, who had changed into new clothes and smeared thick makeup, completely branched out, and looked at Xinwanyu and Ling Xue with the same eyes as if they were looking at scum. Stinky es. Just wait to be killed by my beauty. Arriving at the bedroom door, Li Xiaoyan knocked on the door and then immediately knelt down. Master, the beautiful maid awaits your favor. Both women twisted their heads at the same time, wanting to throw up. Lindong opened the door just in time to meet Li Xiaoyan's blazing eyes. That's it? Should I say no? Li Xiaoyan's makeup does have a bit of something to it. Not bad for an Asian evil art. Big cake face are made into a melon face. Small eyes into Kazran big eyes. Some rough skin looks smooth and delicate. Airfield also do not know how to squeeze out of the ditch. But, that's about it. Lindong lost interest after one look. Well, you sleep in the living room with them and remember to follow the rules. After saying that, he closed the door of the room with a bang, almost smashing Li Xiaoyan's nose. Xinwanyu and Ling Xue couldn't help but want to laugh. Bitch, now you've got a problem, don't you? You can doubt your master's intelligence, but not his aesthetics. Li Xiaoyan stared blankly at the door of the room in front of her, her entire body confused. What's he got to do with it? Lao Aoi is the company's strictly selected a flower. All the young and beautiful receptionist girl. Every day at work to see Lao Aoi have to say a yin sister today is so beautiful. Even the boss has to take advantage of the boss's wife is not in the time to secretly take her to a room. This dead courier by what so contempt for Lao Aoi? Li Xiaoyan was furious and wanted to stand up and knock on the door to call Lindong out to theorize again. But thinking that Lindong appeared to be bad-tempered and held the truth in his hands, she was again abashed. Okay, don't think about those have-nots. Clean up the house properly. The master can leave you behind. You should be satisfied, Ling Xue advised, and curled up with Xinwanyu at the foot of the sofa to sleep. You guys? Li Xiaoyan looked at the room full of food scraps and was furious. It's always been the old lady workplace bullying others, and today she's still being bullied by others? It's really outrageous. But what could be done but to honestly go clean up and lie down in the other corner of the couch? At midnight, the rewards were given out again, and one of them was the strength level +5. I don't have to think about it. Of course, I'm going to choose to get stronger. Now that the level had come to 11, Lindong was upside down on the bed with one finger. The old man is fierce and scary now. With a contented mood, Lindong fell asleep. The whole 301 was completely quiet, but the rest of the people in the Lord neighborhood couldn't sleep at all. The sudden sound of gunshots made the building kings of each building feel the crisis. Building 2, no, we have to find the shooter, otherwise he's hiding in the shadows and we're not in a secure position at all. Building 6, come on a couple of guys, tomorrow morning take the underground garage and go to each building and say hello, get them to come together for a meeting. Make sure we find out where the shooter is. Basically a consensus was created in each building that the shooter should never stay. Also, the gun must be in your own hands. Building 14, a house where a woman is doing hand-supported Kantian-style yoga poses in her sports underwear. This is an extremely difficult set of moves that tests arm strength and balance. The woman's figure was extremely good. with soft yet powerful lines of beauty. Her slender legs were taut and straight, and her tight buttocks were outlined in a very seductive way. The hair was simply tied up and the woman's face was small with very defined features. At this time, the woman's forehead slightly sweat, if not the pair of resolute eyes. I am afraid that anyone who looks at it will produce a kind of icy pity for the poignant sense of beauty. If Lindong were here, he would have given a thumbs up. I thought Ling Xue was already invincible, but I didn't expect someone to not lose to her at all. Whose ministry is this? Ginger and Bamboo. 28, 29, 30. The woman easily supported herself for 30 minutes, then stood up and rubbed her slightly sore arms with a smug grin on her face. I will, now, not be afraid of any man. Jiang Zhu was satisfied with her current state. She was originally a yoga instructor, the serious kind, specializing in helping women adjust their physiques. They are therefore quite disciplined themselves and maintain a perfect physique. On the first day of the post-apocalyptic world, she was on her way home from work when she accidentally ran into a poisonous snowflake. After discovering that poisonous snowflakes can cause a person to become covered in pus and lethal, Jiang Zhu is frightened and rushes back to her home, terrified both of dying and of her own death being too miserable. However, upon returning home, instead of starting to grow pustules like the others, Kongchuk started a high fever and the whole thing dried right up to over 40 degrees. In a state of high fever and coma, Jiang Zhu miraculously pulled through, and after 3 days, the fever subsided. But at the same time, something changed in her body, and she realized that she was no longer afraid of the cold, and she was even stronger. In the past, she would have been out of breath after holding on to this set of movements for a few minutes at most, but now she actually held on for 30 minutes with ease, so one could imagine how huge the improvement in her physique was. 2 days ago, a riot started to happen in Building 14, and the sweet-looking and perfectly shaped Jiang Zhu naturally became the object of choice for all the men. But Jiang Zhu wasn't afraid in the slightest, and carrying an iron bar in one hand, she overpowered all the men in the building. This led to the fact that Building 14 had the lowest number of deaths in the entire neighborhood, and she became the king of the building. Knock knock. A knock came on the door and Jiang Zhu frowned. Who else was coming to see him at this late hour? Putting on a down jacket to cover her proud figure, she opened the door, outside which stood a young man, one of Jiang Zhu's admirers. Sister Jiang, just now the other buildings sent someone to inform us that they want us to go down and have a meeting together in the morning to discuss the matter of the gunman. Jiang Zhu frowned slightly. She was likewise more concerned about the sound of gunfire. After all, although she was much more powerful, she could not carry bullets. Yes. Chapter 17, The Master's Warning, the King of the House Meeting. Jiang Zhu was about to close the door after agreeing, but the young man hurriedly blocked it. You want to die? Jiang Zhu's expression was unkind. She had beaten up all the men in the building, and there was still someone who dared to molest her? The young man hastily retracted his hand. He was naturally a bit scared as well, and smiled sarcastically. That, Sister Jiang, I don't mean that. Just, my cat does backflips. I'd like you to come sit at my house. Aha! Nothing more. Just sitting. This kind of extreme beauty, even if the fighting power was strong, could still attract a lot of people, and this young man was one of them. Once he takes down Kongchuk, he'll be able to branch out. Sick. Ginger Bamboo was filled with disgust and slammed the door shut. At 2 o'clock at night, the whole neighborhood was quiet, and Li Xiaoyan was not asleep. She tossed and turned and couldn't figure out why Lindong refused to sleep with herself. He's not good at that? But the other two women were fed at first glance, so it couldn't possibly not work, could it? Thinking about it, she never felt it was her problem. No, I have to hurry up and take Lindong down so he can kick these two women out. Li Xiaoyan's mind moved, and in the light of the night, she gently climbed up and tiptoed towards the bedroom. The movement was so light that the two women did not notice it, but Lindong suddenly heard the commotion and could not help but reveal a cold smile. This woman sure knows how to make a fool of herself. Li Xiaoyan reached out and gently unscrewed the bedroom door, revealing a crack, and before her head could reach in, the next second, the gun went off. Bang! The fuse that had been pre-built by Lindong was yanked when the door to the room was pushed open, and the bullet was instantly discharged when the trigger was moved. Where did Li Xiaoyan know that Lindong was so cautious? He was shot in the head on the spot. Blood splattered all over the room, his eyes full of incredulity. His body collapsed heavily. What's wrong? The sudden gunshot woke the two women up, and they hurriedly climbed up and turned on their flashlights. After seeing Li Xiaoyan's corpse, the two women were stunned at the same time and broke out into a cold sweat. What's the situation? Nothing. Dump the body of this fool and clean the house before morning. Lindong's cold voice came from the dark bedroom. Yes, master. The two women hurriedly moved around, carrying Li Xiaoyan's body. He threw it down outside the windowsill, hit the hot water again, and began to lie on the ground to clean it. After a while, Ling Xue slowly whispered, She was planning to enter the master's bedroom to be killed? With a pang of fear in her heart, she was considering drilling in while she was asleep in her heart during the day when she heard Shen Wanyu say that her master did not allow them to enter the room to sleep with her. I didn't realize that my master had been on guard for a long time, but fortunately I was too tired at night to forget about it. Shen Wanyu nodded with a sullen face as she pondered more. While going into the bathroom to change the water, Shen Wanyu whispered her guess. I guess Lindong is warning us. Ha? What do you mean? During the night, we both had some bad thoughts about Lindong at the same time, and Lindong must have sensed it, but he didn't say anything, showing that he didn't care if we would betray him or not, but he still took this stinking woman in. It should have been calculated that Li Xiaoyan would break the rules, so she died. Lindong probably meant to use Li Xiaoyan to warn us that we can betray and not follow the rules, but at the same time be prepared to be killed by him. Therefore, if we're going to make a move against Lindong, we must finish him off completely, otherwise he won't give us any chance to beg for mercy, and it's either his death or ours. Ling Xue was stunned by Shen Wanyu's guess. So sinister. One could only say that it was worthy of being a member of the elite social class. Shen Wanyu had basically guessed Lindong's mind correctly. That's what he meant. Lindong was very much looking forward to how the maids would betray him, but he also told them beforehand that if they wanted to betray, they should be prepared for anything, or else they would die. If you're going to come, let's make a big wave. Other people's end of the world is to fight with the sky. Lindong feels that his strength is definitely getting stronger and stronger. Fighting with the sky is not interesting, or fighting with people is interesting. It had to be said that this hand of warning had too great an effect, and the last little bit of Shen Wanyu's inner thoughts were completely extinguished. Ling Xue hurriedly shook her head. I won't betray master. I'm master's most loyal maid. Yes? Shen Wanyu glanced at her, smiled and kept quiet, continuing to wipe the blood. The two women stayed busy until 4 a.m. Opened the windows to ventilate the air, sprayed perfume, and carefully checked to make sure that there was no more blood or blood odor before they slept peacefully. At 8 in the morning, Lindong woke up and had a beautiful breakfast under the service of the two women, and by the way, he helped Ling Xue to level 2 as well. After the upgrade was over, Lindong smoked a cigarette and looked out the window suspiciously. Strange, why is it so quiet today? The previous 2 days were all dawn. Inside the neighborhood is all kinds of smash and screams. Today is extraordinarily cold. Shen Wanyu looked at Ling Xue, who had finished practicing and had fallen asleep, with envy in her eyes, and rubbed against Lindong's pant leg. Master, in the morning I saw that some people from other buildings went downstairs en masse. They should be going to the underground garage to discuss something. Well, Lindong nodded and stood up, kicking Ling Xue. Don't go to sleep. Get up. Let's go get together. Well, I still want to sleep. Yes, master. Look at how scared the kid is. It's almost stressful. In the underground garage, the kings of the buildings had already converged with their men, and a bonfire was set up in the center. Ginger Bamboo sat on the roof of a Rice SU-7, wearing a thick down coat, listening to them second-guess each other. Building 7, what's going on? Where are the people from buildings 3 and 5? Are they looking down on us? Building 6, when I sent someone to notify yesterday, I found that Building 5 was locked. Knocked half a day no one cared. Building 3 did have an old big called Zhang Dajuan. He said he's not coming. Building 10, what do you mean? So the shooter was inside these two buildings? Building 8, it's possible. Building 11, hey, what's the point of all this guessing? If you ask me, didn't you guys realize that the king of Building 14 is actually a pretty girl? When these words came out, the crowd shifted their sights to Zhang Zhu, and their eyes all lit up, even with the down jacket on. Zhang Zhu's showy little face was still exposed, looking out of place in the middle of a crowd of brown old men. Beside Zhang Zhu, a few men had inexplicable smiles when they saw someone molesting their boss. You guys are just going to die. If you mess with Sister Jiang, let's see if she won't beat you to tears. When they were settled, their Building 14 would be able to accept supplies from the other side, and their chances of staying alive increased again. Seeing all the men staring at him with a cocky look on their faces, Zhang Zhu slowly stood up. What? Think I'm a woman to bully? After saying this, the right foot stomped heavily, and the Rice SU-7 was completely dented on the spot, and the airbag exploded. Chapter 18, Your gun is fake. Mine is real. Everyone was shocked by the kick. What the hell kind of power is that? That's a car. Even if a strong man wanted to kick out a pit, he'd have to get up and jump. Wow. This little girl just kicked the Netflix airbag dry out? No wonder he can be the king of a building, so he can fight so well. Jiang Zhu's juniors were in tears. Their own Jiang sister's strength is strong, but her brain is a bit straight. You're so early. No one else dares to make a move. How can we rob it? How can you be so innocent? But they only dared to haunt them in their hearts. Jiang Zhu was also not polite to them. They did not dare to talk too much. This time, they came to the meeting, or they followed up on their own initiative. Building 7, oh, what a woman. Big sister. You're this. Thumbs up. The vignette over. The crowd continued to discuss the shooter, but after discussing it, they couldn't confirm which building the shooter was in. At this time, the building king of building 2 stood up and smiled with an arrogant face. Alright, it's no fun to keep guessing. Brothers, round them all up for me. With a large wave of his hand, a dozen men from building 2 quickly formed a perimeter. Well, a dozen people surrounded 100 or so. Building 7 frowned. T-on-e, what do you mean? Shouldn't be planning to declare war on all of us? Tiani laughed out loud and pulled out a silver pistol from his arms. I was trying to get along with you as ordinary people, but all I got in return was suspicion. So I'm not pretending anymore. I'm the shooter. I'm the showdown. This scene instantly startled everyone, and the scene quickly panicked. Jiang Zhu frowned deeply. Since the gunman appeared of his own accord, he would take advantage of the chaos later to finish him off and snatch the gun. All step on the horse and be quiet. Tiani roared loudly. As expected, under the intimidation of the gun, the crowd had to be obediently quiet even if they were afraid. Building 8, Tiani, stop bluffing. This gun of yours is a fake, right? Tiani laughed as he came to his door and raised his gun to dislike his head. Is that so? Why don't you try to see if this is real or not? Building 8 instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Judging from the cold touch coming from his head, this thing could very well be real. He wouldn't dare try it on his own little life. No. I believe you. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Tiani was very satisfied with the current effect. His gun. Naturally, it's a fake. This thing is a replica gun bought online, made of metal and looks just like a real gun. The reason why he foxed and pretended to be a tiger naturally had his purpose. Tiani came to the very middle of the crowd and said smilingly, "Dear neighbors, today I took the initiative to expose myself, and I don't mean anything else. Just looking for you all to fund some supplies. We're poor in building 2. We've gone through the whole building and there's nothing to eat. Now, if you want to live, give me half of the supplies you've collected from each building and I'll let you go back." Building 11 sneered. "Nice try, half of the supplies. What's the difference between that and just killing them?" Tianyi's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. A junior brother saw this and immediately picked up a knife and slashed it on his head. The others were furious, but once Tianyi pointed his gun again, they were honest. "Is it hard for you to think that I am discussing this with you? It'd be more than half if I did the grabbing myself." Each building began to bow their heads in contemplation, weighing whether or not to fight with Tianyi. There were so many of them, Tianyi couldn't kill them all even if he was a good shot, but a few of them would definitely die. But the question is, who wants to die? These juniors are said to be juniors. It's just that we are all in the community of interest. In front of the threat of life, people will not charge for them. So, what now? Tianyi looked at the crowd thinking. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew arrogant. His behavior was tantamount to walking on the tip of a knife. Once someone resisted, the crowd would find out that his gun was a fake, and then he would end up in a miserable situation. But he also has a pretty good grasp of human nature. And the ones that have survived this far are extraordinarily life-thirsty. And they don't dare to gamble. Wealth and riches is what Tianyi is talking about right now. The entire underground garage was silent. Suddenly, the cackling sound of high heels walking came from the distance, and everyone couldn't help but avert their eyes. Soon, 3 figures came into view. The man in the center naturally went unnoticed, and all eyes were on the 2 women behind him. Today Shinwanyu was wearing a straight-to-the-calf white trench coat, no stockings, revealing the snow-white ankles, barefoot on the red-bottom high heels, neck-hanging collar, hair tied into a ponytail, with cat ears on the head. Cool temperament, looks very conquering. Ling Xue, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, wearing a black trench coat that reached right up to her calves, over high-vis, the same high heels, her hair coiled up high, with an imp headdress on her head, and her face looking very seductive with her makeup. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The crowd simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. What 2 beautiful women! Jiang Zhu, on the other hand, had his pupils shrink. Aren't they cold in those clothes? Could it be that, like yourself, it was mutated and had superpowers? Tianyi felt himself branching out the moment he saw the 2 women. The 2 of them, they're mine. Yo, it's open? Looks like I'm late. Lindong revealed a harmless smile and sized up the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Jiang Zhu. What a beautiful woman. And judging by the stand, she's actually the king of the building? Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that in his eyes, Jiang Zhu's head was covered with a few characters. LV3. Good lord, what's the deal with this woman? Why does she even have a rank? Does it mean she's some kind of supernatural or awakened or something, with powers beyond the norm to be shown by the system? Okay, she's all mine. Kid, where did you come from? Tianyi approached with a displeased face. Lindong shyly scratched his head. Oh, I'm kind of the boss of Building 5. I heard that you guys were having a meeting of the kings of the buildings and actually didn't call me, so I came over myself." The two women looked at each other. The master's acting skills can be those who don't know really think that he is an innocent big boy. Really? Then you've come at the right time. Tianyi suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at Lindong's head. "These two women are mine. Give me half of your supplies or I'll shoot you." Lindong looked at him with an innocent face. "No way, big brother. I've only just arrived and you're about to crash me? Cut the crap. Hurry up and let the two of them come over and kneel down for me. Do you want to die?" Seeing the two girls from such a close distance, Tianyi felt like he was about to explode. Lindong shrugged. "It's not that I don't want to give it to you. Mainly this gun of yours. It's fake." After saying that, he instantly pulled out the golden sand eagle, and the barrel of the gun was directly pestled into Tianyi's mouth. "Looks like I'm the real one here." Chapter 19. I love watching beautiful women fight. "Young woodsman, yo, did you drop this gold pistol or this silver pistol? Or is it my master's undefeated gun?" Ling Xue's timely voiceover narration gave Lindong a whole laugh, but the others wouldn't dare laugh. Two guns in the neighborhood at the same time? Which one is the real one? Or maybe both are real? Everyone felt their hearts sink. They don't know, but Tianyi himself knows. His is fake. He doesn't know if the other party is fake or not. He is fake anyway. He was equally too scared of life to gamble. All the boldness he had just done was to make sure that no one in the room had a gun, and now that another shooter had shown up, he wimped out. Now disliked by a gun at his throat, he didn't dare move a muscle. Lindong also didn't know if Tianyi's gun was real, but he wasn't the least bit panicked. Even if he was real, Lindong had the certainty to be the first to finish off the other party the moment his fingers moved. "What's up? Want to bet with me? See whose gun is real?" However, how could Tianyi speak when he was all gagged? Sweat was pouring out of his forehead. His eyes were full of pleading. His whole body was trembling into a sieve, and a hot stream couldn't help but flow out from between his legs. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "I'm talking to you, and you're actually peeing? How rude." Bang! Lindong had a displeased look on his face as the bullet shot straight through Tianyi's throat and flew out of the back of his head, smoothly grabbing Tianyi's silver pistol. He crushed it with one hand. "So it's a fake. You should have said so." Tianyi's corpse. "How can I talk when the barrel of your stepping horse dislikes me?" The sound of gunshots instantly startled everyone, so it turned out that the real shooter was actually him, and the scene was instantly chaotic. Bang bang! Lindong fired 2 shots in the direction of the sky. "What's all the noise? Be quiet." These 2 shots can be better than Tianyi's deterrent effect. Everyone reflexively crouched on the ground holding their heads and lowered their heads. Well-behaved yuppies. Lindong came to the middle of the crowd. Ling Xue timely took out a cigarette from the ditch and let Lindong hold it in his mouth. And Xinhuanyu took advantage of the situation to pull out a lighter and light it. Both know their stuff. Ahem. It looks like everyone's here, so I'll cut to the chase. Hand over all of your supplies? I for one love nuclear peace and don't like to kill indiscriminately. Boom. The crowd just felt like their heads were going to explode. MMP. Tianyi knows how to leave us half, but this new guy is even more ruthless. He just takes it all? I don't want them to live. Building 8, this little brother. Bang! The king of Building 8 was shot in the head. I don't like being called small. Lindong blew the muzzle of the golden sandhawk. I've been called Shaolin Xiaodong every day for the first half of my life, and I'm sick of hearing it. The others are numb. This guy is temperamental, so damned difficult to get Lindong saw that everyone did not say anything. His face was a little upset. Why do not you say anything? The whole thing seems like I am oppressing you guys. Don't be so formal. We'll all say what we want to say. Crowd. I believe in your ghost. Still not talking, so I'll take that as your default. Send a few of your own men up there to bring down all the supplies, so I don't have to waste my time going from house to house. However, the crowd still didn't dare to move. That's the way the situation is right now, and they don't want to either give or be a poser. Hey, I'm embarrassed that you guys are ignoring me. Lindong's face darkened, and he was ready to go on a killing spree. At that moment, the insufferable Jiang Zhu stood up. You've gone too far. Wanting our supplies? Fine. Dare to fight me? Beat me. Supplies for you. Lose. Then I'll kill you. The crowd's eyes showed a gleam of hope. Jiang Zhu's combat prowess was there for all to see, and the reason the gunman was so arrogant was purely because of the gun. In a single fight, Kong Chut can give him for beating it out of him. Lindong revealed an inexplicable smile. It's okay. It's always hard for me to refuse requests from beautiful women. After saying that the gun was pointed at Jiang Zhu. I mean, no guns allowed. Jiang Zhu said hastily. This man is a real dick. Fighting with a woman and using a gun? Lindong raised his eyebrows slightly. Wonderful. She can actually pick PK way. But still, he smiled and put away his gun. At this time, Ling Xue stepped forward. Master, let me meet her. Finally gaining power today made her want to try how good she was. You, Lindong looked at her oddly. You're only level 2 people or level 3. You might lose. Alright, if you lose, the master has a punishment. Don't worry master. I won't lose. Ling Xue had a confident look on her face. Xinhuanyu was very understanding and propped up the bench. Lindong crossed his legs and smoked a cigarette and sat down. Beauty, you first fight with my maid and beat her before you are qualified to fight with me. With a cautious face, Jiang Zhu moved his arms and legs to come in front of Ling Xue. Two beautiful women were fighting, and the others, even if they were scared, couldn't help but raise their heads to look over. This kind of scene was not often seen. Beating me will qualify you to face your master, but you don't stand a chance. Humph, shameless. The two women sprinted forward at the same time, and Jiang Zhu was the first to throw a punch, and Ling Xue was shocked. So fast, hurriedly tilting his head to narrowly avoid it, and in the process is a raised leg top knee, which is countered by Jiang Zhu. The two of them went back and forth. Their moves were vicious to the extreme, and sometimes a single punch could pound out a fist mark on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but swallow with wide eyes. Wow, are these two girls that tough? It seems like any one of them could beat up the old man. The people in the 14th building, who originally had confidence in Jiang Zhu, now also have less confidence, feeling that their worldview is being challenged. How come all the beautiful women are so strong? How can we men live? The two women fought more and more fiercely, with fragrant sweat flinging out every now and then. Somewhat interesting. Again, Jiang Zhu fought out his fire and attacked even more fiercely. This can be bitter. Ling Xue. Her level is not as good as the other party, even less practical experience, specializing in swinging the king's fists, but also were blocked by the other party, and also with the Mercedes-Benz Big G, the action is impeded, and is already on the verge of losing strength. No, I must not lose face in front of my master. Ling Xue gritted her teeth and carried on, but in the end, she couldn't resist the yoga teacher, kicked by Jiang Zhu to the calf to lose balance and fall to the ground. Immediately a soft bone lock. She will be deadlocked, unable to move. You let go of me. Let go of me. Ling Xue had already seen Lindong's teasing eyes and was terrified in her heart, but Jiang Zhu's strength was just greater than hers, and she was still locked in her joints. No matter how much she tossed and turned, she couldn't break free. Alright, you've won and have the qualifications to face me. Lindong admitted defeat in Ling Xue's place. Only then did Jiang Zhu back away to the side, gasping for breath to regain his strength. This man was definitely stronger than this woman, and he would have to be careful how he dealt with it. Master, I'm sorry. Ling Xue immediately knelt by Lindong's legs with a pitiful look on her face. It's a real shame to go into battle confidently, only to be beaten and unable to move. Lindong rose expressionlessly, his tone morose. I'll punish you when we get back. Chapter 20. Cold ice fish slapping haphazardly on the face. Ling Xue's petite body trembled, and Xinhuanyu looked at her with the same face full of bitterness. Ling Xue was at about the same level as her and actually lost, which was really beyond her expectations. Jiang Zhu saw Lindong step in and took a deep breath, just about to speak but found the steel pipe at his feet and immediately picked it up. I'm a woman. There's nothing wrong with using a weapon, is there? Lindong lost his smile. As you wish. Then there's nothing wrong with me using a weapon as well, right? Don't worry, I don't need a gun. Jiang Zhu was furious. This man even more downhead. Do not know to let the woman? Lindong looked around and suddenly reached into Xinhuanyu's down jacket collar with his big hand, then pulled out a frozen fish in her dumbfounded eyes. Well, it's frozen fish, and it should be a mahi-mahi. Tapping the frozen fish with his fingers, Lindong nodded with satisfaction. He had wanted to try how powerful the frozen fish was by watching the TV series before, and now he was finally able to verify it. Jiang Zhu's face looked odd. Your surname is Gao? Lindong shook his head. No, my last name is Lin. Jiang Zhu was speechless. Then his small face was full of seriousness, and the steel pipe in his hand was gripped tightly. Can we start? Jiang Zhu nodded, and in the next second, the Lindong in front of him suddenly disappeared. Aha, where'd you go? A wave of unparalleled panic swept through her body, and suddenly, she felt a slap on her arse. Nice touch. Looks like you work out a lot, came Lindong's voice from behind. Ginger bamboo. When did he come up behind me? Without even thinking about it, she immediately swung the steel pipe backward, but still swung a blank, because Lindong appeared behind her again. Level 11 versus level 3. The difference was that big, she couldn't even see Lindong's shadow. Moreover, Lindong didn't know what it meant to show mercy, lifting the frozen fish and slashing it heavily on Jiang Zhu's left arm. Click. Ah! Jiang Zhu cried out in pain on the spot, bruises popping up from the pain and cold sweat pouring out. The others couldn't help but catch their breath as they watched, because Jiang Zhu's arm was hard smashed and fractured. All turned outwards. What a Sigma man. He really doesn't give a damn about women. Sorry, didn't control the force. Are you alright? Lindong was a little embarrassed. Go to hell. Jiang Zhu was furious, and his only remaining right hand continued to swing the steel pipe. but Lindong was faster. Another click and a broken right hand. Meanwhile, the frozen fish's tail broke off. Well, looks like this variety is still not hard enough. Next time change carp, or chub. Lindong rubbed his chin and commented. Jiangzhu all cried in pain. Both arms were fractured. This is not at all what ordinary people can endure. The pain rolled straight on the ground. Master is awesome. Ling Xue gave a small pat on the back, but she could only get the back of Lindong's head in return. The others looked at Jiangzhu's miserable state and their faces turned green. Mud. Is this man Superman? What's the point of having fun? You've got so much money and a gun. Why don't you go out and rob someone else instead of us? Throwing away the fish tail, Lindong sat on his but on Jiangzhu's temple, distorting the person's small face. Jiangzhu was angry, ashamed and in pain. Her two powerful long legs struggled violently, but she still couldn't get out of the trap. Damn man, how could you humiliate me like that? Guys, she lost. You still have to carry all the supplies all the way to me. You've got half an hour. If you don't move in, I'll go door to door. Oh yeah, and bring me all the women you've snagged to pal around with too. Oh, and by the way, all of you put the controlled knives you're holding in my possession for safekeeping. I'm insecure. I can't sleep with all of you holding weapons. Crowd, you have a gun and you don't feel safe? Everyone looked at each other, but still obediently dropped their weapons, climbed up and ran back to carry their stuff. If they don't move, they can't. This guy has a gun and can fight, and with the snow outside blocking the road, they don't even have a place to run. The young man who liked Jiangzhu looked at the pretty and twisted Jiangzhu with complicated eyes and gritted his teeth or ran away. Nothing is as important as a little life. Seeing everyone running away, Ling Xue came over with a smile. Master, you are too good. Master is mighty. Xinhuan Yu sighed. Little burnt hoof. At this moment you want to beg for mercy by being cute. I am afraid it is not realistic. Sure enough, Lindong looked at her indifferently. Go back and tie yourself up in the bathroom by yourself. No eating for a day, and then I'll release you tomorrow. Ling Xue was stunned. What kind of punishment was this? Xinhuan Yu's face changed greatly. Tying up the bathroom? SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Ling Xue went back dully. Lindong patted Jiangzhu's back. Don't twist. Wait until I take you home and then give me a good twist. Jiangzhu was angry. This lady were twisted. This lady is trying to get up a hello. Soon, people from various buildings came down with boxes and mountains of various supplies. Looking at so many supplies, Lindong is still very satisfied. Everyone is very obedient. Of course, someone must have hidden a lot of supplies, but he didn't bother to pursue the matter. We are a good citizen with a good heart. How can we not leave a way for others to live? This, brother, our entire neighborhood except for building 3. All the supplies are here. You see so many things. Do you need me to help you move to your home? Someone hailed over. He was quite good at thinking, and was prepared to gain a little favor here with Lindong by selling hard labor, so that he could at least save his life in Lindong's hands. With him out of the way, a number of men ran over and beat their chests saying they were willing to help. No, my mate can handle it alone. Lindong smiled and refused, pointing at Xinhuan Yu. Then came the supplies and rummaged through them to find all the cigarettes, flashlights, rechargeables and such. It's not much. 1 box is all it takes. The crowd looked on in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Just these things? You should have said so. You should have said you wanted these. Why don't we just take the cigarettes down and be done with it? Do you need to scare us enough? I thought you wanted food. At that moment, row after row of women were brought down, gulping at the mountains of food. Big brother, all the women in our buildings are here. Have a look? Lindong stroked his chin as he looked over one by one and was quickly disappointed. They're all puffed up. They're not excited at all. LOL, looks like it's going to have to go out sooner rather than later. All come over and eat. What does it look like to be all yellow and thin? Suddenly, Lindong said to them. The women looked at each other. Xinhuan Yu was stunned. The master had changed his sex? How can you be so kind? Can we really eat? Someone asked timidly. Lindong nodded. With that promise, these hungry women rushed up like hungry wolves, tearing open the bags and gulping them down. Most of them hadn't had enough to eat in a long time, and if their bodies didn't still have some value, they were afraid they'd be dead. The men are in a hurry. This is our food, even though it was taken from these women. Seeing that the women had eaten almost as much, Lindong said smilingly, all full, right? The women nodded. Since you're full, come over here. These belong to you. Lindong pointed to the controlled knives on the ground. The women were obedient, each picking up a weapon and staring blankly at Lindong. Why are you looking at me? There is revenge. There is revenge now. Lindong pointed at the men. Men, danger. In just 3 seconds, there were women with red eyes. Jim Lee, you killed my husband and insulted me. I'll fight you. Someone took the lead and the other women rushed forward. Some of them had their husbands killed. Some of them had their children killed. and some of them were simply bullied, but without exception, they hated the men with a passion. Before, he was incapable, but now that he was well fed and had weapons, it was a good opportunity to take revenge. The underground garage, in an instant, was in chaos, hacking and slashing. Lindong, on the other hand, slowly smiled and carried Jiang Zhu and left with Xinhuanyu. Chapter 21. What does it mean to be compassionate? Jiang Zhu couldn't help but say, if you let them take revenge like this, it will only intensify their deaths. Admittedly, even if these women were well fed and armed, they still wouldn't have an advantage over a strong, well-built man. Xinhuanyu teasingly laughed. So what? Do you want my master to do them justice? Avenge them? The fact that their masters are willing to give them a chance is a godsend. And instead of being tossed to their deaths, at least they've fought back now, haven't they? Jiang Zhu was dumbfounded. Back home, Ling Xue had long since obediently tied her hands. Poof! Lindong roughly threw Jiang Zhu to the floor. Maid, you take her to wash up and teach her the rules, by the way. Xinhuanyu obediently showed off her special maid outfit. Yes, master. In the bathroom, Ling Xue knelt on one side and watched Xinhuanyu help Jiang Zhu wash up. Hiss, you're softer. My arm is broken. Hey, you should be pretty good too. Why don't you fight back? The three of us can definitely kill him if we plan well. What kind of clothes are these? Is this something a person can wear? Even if I, Jiang Zhu, were to die today, even if I were to jump off the building, I would never wear these clothes. What kind of code is this? I wouldn't do it for the world if I were dead. Are there any human rights here? Xinhuanyu wanted to laugh when she heard it. She actually wanted human rights? 2 hours later, Lindong smoked a cigarette and opened the system panel. Maid 3, Jiang Zhu. Circumference, 3080-18-36. System score, 85. Current strength, level 3. Maid set, none. Statistically, Jiang Zhu was inferior to Ling Xue's Mercedes-Benz Big G, but Jiang Zhu, who had been working out for years, had a better waist-to-hip ratio, so she was visually more explosive than Ling Xue's body. Tick-tock, detected that Maid Jiang Zhu is seriously injured. Is it a one-click cure? Oh, the system still has this function? That's a relief. But Lindong did not rush to cure. Jiang Zhu was obviously the unconvinced master. All this big eyes still glancing around, completely different from the first two women. Let her break for a while. Ginger Bamboo was indeed so full of curiosity that she couldn't even be bothered with the pain of her first time. Why is it so warm in here? Is it the little blue square on the table? Why is there still hot water here? This house is only about 80 square feet. So where does the food go? Tell me, where did you get your powers from? Lindon asked about the concern. This time it was Jiang Zhu's turn to be confused. What do you mean? Don't you already have it and ask me how I got it? Lindong frowned. Don't give me riddles. Say it properly. Maybe even I can help you heal your broken bones. Oh, then thank you. Jiang Zhu reflexively thanked, but turned around and thought, Mad, wasn't it you who broke my girl's arm? I accidentally touched a snowflake the night it snowed, but instead of growing pustules like the others, I developed a high fever. I was home for 3 days with a fever, and when the fever went down, I realized that my body had gotten stronger. Lindong frowned. This was unexpected. It seemed that the snow had a very low probability of evolving people. I'm afraid that when he went out, he might encounter more superpowered people. Are there any other changes besides a stronger physique? Well, I'm not afraid of the cold anymore. And are you still afraid of the poisonous snow? Then I don't dare to try. I'm afraid I'll die if I try. Asked a lot of questions in a row. Jiang Zhu was a cloudy answer unclear. Lindong is considered to have discovered that the girl's head is not very good. A little dumb and dumb. It's true. The ancients are true. Leda is brainless. Nowadays, these three women, Ling Xue and Jiang Zhu, belong to the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. On the contrary, Xinhuanyu, with the light of wisdom often in her big eyes, was much smarter than the two of them. Not bad for the elite social class. I have answered your question. You quickly helped me to heal Jiang Zhu. 2 arms hanging there with a worm-like pain is bad all. After Lindong opened the system panel and clicked on the healing button, Jiang Zhu's arm suddenly lit up with a burst of golden light, which quickly disappeared, and the disconnected bones had grown back and were restored as before. This is your superpower? Jiang Zhu was shocked. She was ready to be in a cast, but she didn't expect Lindong to heal her in the blink of an eye. Xinhuanyu was equally surprised, and the more Lindong displayed nowadays, the more she was in awe of Lindong. Magical warm clothes, thermostatic cubes, golden pistols, seemingly unlimited amounts of hot water for food, the ability to grant them strength, the ability to change things out of thin air, and now a horrific display of healing powers. Does he have a Tinkerbell cat? Why does he have everything? Lindong ignored her, propped up his temples and thinking about the situation in the future. It does not make sense that all the other awakened are just as good as Jiang Zhu's dishes, and there will even be some special abilities. So the system, can you understand something? hurry up and pull the level for me. Ling Xue moved her hands, and only at this point did she remember that she had been slept with by the man in front of her, and the disgust in her heart surged up again. She stood up. Let me tell you, don't think I'm going to like you just because you've done that to me, much less abide by those shibboleth maid codes of yours. I'd rather die than be a dog for you. Xinhuan Yu on the spot anxious. Not sister. I just taught you to violate the rules. You want to die, do not implicate me, ah? Lindong raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as he revealed a dangerous smile. Have you thought about it? No need to think. There's absolutely no way I, Ling Xue, will allow a man to ride on my head. Snap. Without waiting for her to finish, Lindong had already struck out with a lightning bolt and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her up with one hand. Strong and powerful hands instantly pinched the snow-white jade neck and filled it with blood. Ling Xue's face instantly reddened. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, as if it was like it was going to jump out of her chest, and her legs began to struggle violently. Ling Xue couldn't help but open his mouth wide and tried to forcefully break Lindong's hand, but he simply couldn't do it. Xinhuan Yu knelt down in fear. It's over. It's over. Sure enough, the master is not that kind of ordinary colorful wolf. He doesn't know what it means to have pity on you, no matter if you are pretty or not. As long as you violate his rules, the next step is death. Ah, ho, ho. Ginger Bamboo tried to open his mouth to say something. Click. The sound of bones snapping came. Ling Xue's pupils were lax, and his neck was crooked to the side, completely broken. Dropping her body on the floor and looking at how wet Ling Xue's pants had gotten, Lindong couldn't help but frown. Mud. It smells so bad. Tick-tock. Maid Ling Xue's death has been detected. Will she be revived in one click? Is this even possible? System, you're a little over the top with the new coins. Then, resurrect and kill again. Chapter 22, Being a Chow Thief Again. Resurrect. In an instant, Ginger Bamboo's body once again surged with golden light. His broken neck reset. His lax pupils slowly closed, and his heart began to beat. Well, as soon as Ling Xue opened his eyes, he immediately sat up gasping for air, unable to help but cover his neck, his entire being terrified. Xinhuan Yu and Ling Xue, the two women who poked their heads out of the bathroom, similarly stared wide-eyed. She died and came back to life? Lindong smiled and came over. Resurrected, right? Then die again. After saying that, he reached out and choked her again. Ginger Bamboo. What a pervert this guy is from. The feeling of suffocation and death just now was a horrifying experience that had never been experienced before, and she felt like her soul had come to an incredibly dark place that was too scary. No, don't kill. Click. She's dead again. Hey, fun. Resurrect again. Lindong was smiling like a pervert at the moment. Ginger Bamboo was resurrected again. Don't. I won't go. I'll do as you say. I'll be your maid. I'll be your dog. Ling Xue, who had just woken up, didn't even think about immediately kneeling down and begging for mercy. It's horrible. He's not human. He's evil. Lindong frowned unhappily. I still like the untamed look you had just now. Recover. Don't dare. Master. I will be obedient from now on. Please don't kill me. Ling Xue's delicate body trembled. She never wanted to experience that feeling of dying again. Well, that'll give you a chance. Next time. Don't worry, master. There won't be a next time. Go wash yourself. Just like that, the third maid, Ling Xue, was thoroughly well behaved. While eating lunch, a cell phone rang in Ginger Bamboo's duffel coat. Lindong opened it and found that Ling Xue's cell phone was actually still fully charged. At this time, the cell phone is a caller called North Star. Now that the water and power are out, it's amazing that the communication base stations are still working. The three major carriers NZD. Master, this is my fiancé is calling. Can I answer it? Ling Xue said hurriedly when she saw the cell phone screen. Lindong's eyes lit up. I didn't think I'd become a chow thief again? Yes, meaning, handing his cell phone over. Kong Ju picked up. Hello, how are you, Xiaozhu? You didn't reply to my messages this morning, so I thought something had happened to you. Did you find the shooter in your neighborhood? Across the phone, a clear, strong voice came. Ling Xue scowled and glanced at Lindong. It's okay, North Star. The shooter was found. It's just, anyway, I'm safe now. You don't have to worry. That's good. Xiaozhu, you must be safe. I'll contact you every day. And when the snow melts, I'll immediately send someone to pick you up. Ouch. How do you co-take? No, I'm fine. I just fell on my arm this morning. I'll just rub it in. Bamboo, you must hold on. When I pick you up, I'll never let you be alone from now on. Good. The phone hung up. Lindong's movements lurched, his face odd. I can't believe your fiancé hasn't touched you, but he's a keeper, hey. Ginger Bamboo bit her lips tightly and replied with winks. Master, my fiancé and I had an agreement a long time ago to wait until our wedding night. That's great. It's a good thing these days. It's a pure bargain for the old man. And where is this fiancé of yours? Master, what are you doing? What do you care what I do? Answer my question. Master, please don't hurt him. North Star he's innocent. Did I say I was going to hurt him? After listening to Jiang Zhu's narrative, Lindong this marveled. Her fiancé Xia Beichen, but Jiang City's famous big group helmsman, proper hegemony. There was a time when Lindong went to deliver a courier to the Xia group, and was stopped by the security guard at the door, but it didn't stop him from yearning for that Jiangcheng landmark building. Those who can get in are all high-class cows and horses. I didn't realize that an unknown little yoga teacher had actually climbed the ladder. It's really a brain-dead idol play shining into reality. Listening to your fiancé, he actually has the right to mobilize people to pick you up. Could it be that the poisonous snow doesn't have much effect on him? Lindong discovered the blind spot. Jiang Zhu snapped his head on the floor and stammered. Beichen's family, the Xia family of Jiangcheng, belongs to a very powerful family. Listening to North Star, it seems that his family has prepared in advance, both by stockpiling a large amount of supplies in advance as well as equipping a lot of armed forces, just to prepare for the end times. Lindong's pedaling of his bike once again lurched, his eyes narrowing slightly. In addition to himself, the Xia family was actually prepared for the end times? Did the Xia family have the means to detect the poison snow in advance? Or this poisonous snow is man-made, and the Xia family is one of the participants? Well, that's what makes it fun. Next time your fiancé calls, remember to speak louder. Lindong whispered in her ear. Jiang Zhu's face turned pale. To celebrate the addition of the new maid, lunch was very extravagant. Kentucky Fried Chicken set meal, as it also happens to be Thursday. Ling Xue couldn't help but poke her head out with a pitiful face as she smelled the scent. Master, hungry. In the past, a few maids naturally didn't like to eat this kind of high-calorie food, but it couldn't be helped, or so the saying goes. Before the end times you loved it, after the end times you can't afford it. That steaming hot supreme burger, the fried and browned chicken thighs, and the greasy roasted whole chicken. It smells so good. Seeing Ling Xue, Lindong was furious. This stupid girl just had a little bit of power and got carried away. Without a little bit of combat experience she dared to beat her chest and pretend on his behalf. It was really a disgrace. It seemed that these three maids had little combat experience, so I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to beat the other awakened once they met them. Even though he could help them level up, he couldn't ask his master to do everything himself, could he? So, training for combat is also necessary. After thinking about it, Lindong pulled out 2 kitchen knives from the kitchen and threw them in front of Shenhuanyu and Jiang Zhu. After dinner, you two will go to the underground garage to spar in the afternoon, and practice your hand-to-hand combat. I don't want to see that kind of humiliation from the snow maid in the future. The two women were confused. No way. Sir, a chopper in the opening round? Isn't that a bit of a big step? Seeing that both women were afraid to take the chopper, Lindong laughed. What are you afraid of? Even if you get hurt or die, I can pull it back for you. Don't worry about chopping. Two women. The Lord made such good sense that I was speechless. Jiang Zhu couldn't help but look up. Master, then why don't you practice together? I don't have to. Lindong patted his chest. I practiced my ass off. I practiced. I didn't need a hint of skill. Pure numerical crushing was enough. Chapter 23 Is Death scary or Lindong scary? Hiss, I didn't need Kenji. It's not Wally Lei. How come my stomach reacted so quickly? Lindong suddenly felt uncomfortable in his stomach and went to the restroom. When he finished the toilet, he took the two women, grabbed a chopper, and went to the underground garage. At first there was some restraint, and the two hacked away for half a day without breaking a sweat. If anyone is hacked to death by the other party, they will be tied up in the bathroom for 1 day. Lindong saw them grinding and directly gave an ultimatum. Jiang Zhu Shenhuanyu. In an instant, both women's eyes changed. Ferocity, murderous intent, and fear that can't be hidden. They would rather be cut into 8 pieces than tied up. Yikes! In the underground garage, the two women's kitchen knives chopped nuisance sparks, blood and flesh flying, the scene scared to death. After all, Jiang Zhu is still ranked 1 level higher, always pressing Shenhuanyu to fight, and in a short while, he chopped off her left ear and fingers. But Shenhuanyu is also fuming fiercely, and doesn't know what it means to be in pain, and froze to not fight for his life, and hardened his teeth to bite a piece of the other party's flesh off. The two women went back and forth, even their swords cut until they curled their blades. Finally, after 2 minutes, Shenhuanyu covered her neck and collapsed unwillingly. Her level was still a bit lower, but Jiang Zhu wasn't much better, bleeding from a large hole stabbed in his stomach and wailing, "Resurrection! Heal!" In the next second, 2 golden lights flashed, and the two women recovered with full blood. In the first round, Maid of the Moon lost. Now, the second set begins with the same punishment. Yikes! The two women hacked again. It's time to say no. This approach is brutal, but effective. The two women's fighting style was becoming more and more ferocious, fighting like a mad dog with no life, and their combat experience was rapidly accumulating. He fought until dark before Lindong announced the end of the training. Half a day down, Shen Yue made rapid progress, and even exploded the small universe in the battle, rising to level 3, from the beginning of not winning a single game, to slowly winning a game once in a while, to the back of the winners and losers. It was very inspirational, and it brought tears to people's eyes, and the result was that in this half day, Shen Yue died 173 times and Jiang Zhu died 92 times, hard enough to make both women feel immune to death. What's so terrible about dying? Where's the master to be feared? If it wasn't for Lindong's ability to resurrect them indefinitely, the two women were even considering dying and counting the balls. It's too torturous. At 12 o'clock in the night, Lindong's new day's reward arrived. Tick-tock, today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. Unlimited cold weapons. 2. Medical first aid kits, containing all kinds of commercially available medical items. Everything. 3. The gift of invulnerability to all poisons. 4. A big double-yolked egg that tastes great no matter how you make it. Daily ignore 4. I choose 3. After the reward was confirmed, Lindong felt a warmth drilling through his body, and then he felt nothing. It's time to die a little. Try this talent to give or not to give, pursed his lips. Lindong opened the bedroom window. The snow is piled up here so thick it's hard as bricks. Taking a deep breath, Lindong stretched out his big hand and slapped it on the snow, waiting quietly. After having been waiting for about 10 minutes, Lindong withdrew his big hand with a smile. Good. With the biggest threat to you gone, it's time to think about how to get out. The Lord neighborhood is a sad place right now. At least 80% of the supplies left in the entire neighborhood had been scourged by Lin Dongjian's group of women, and the remaining living people were having a very difficult time. A few building kings also lost their minds about robbing each other, sneaking together at night and discussing how to survive the days ahead. MMP, Lindong is really too inhuman. I'm left with half a ham sausage. I'll be hungry tomorrow. Alas, what can we do? We can't beat him. He's got a gun. There's nothing we can do. Martyr. The thought of Lindong sleeping with 3 extremely goodies in his arms while the old men can only starve here makes me so angry that I can't sleep. But in the end, it's just useless whining. Among them, the building king of Building 11 smoked a cigarette, his lenses under the firelight, flickering with madness, as he slowly spoke. Gentlemen, in fact, it's not like there's no other way to survive. The others were stunned. What else can you do after all this? Zhang Xian, tell me about it? Zhang Xian is the king of the 11th floor, looks more than 30 years old, wearing gold glasses, proper intellectual look. But to be the king of a building is certainly not as simple as it seems. Zhang Xian pursed his dry lips and sneered. Don't forget that human flesh is also flesh. The crowd breathed in at the same time. How could they not expect Zhang Xian to come up with such a bad idea? In the post-apocalyptic world where the rules have collapsed, they can kill indiscriminately and be lawless, but they basically never think about cannibalism. It's not about morality, it's about human instinct. Once you start this, I'm afraid you don't deserve to be called a human being. What? All of you who can sit here. Which one of you doesn't have human lives on your hands? Are you afraid of this kind of thing? Zhang Xian mocked. You guys still aren't hungry enough? It's the end of the world. What's human decency and morality? Nothing is as important as staying alive. However, the others remained silent, something that was still too hard to accept. Just as well. We'll have to fight for our lives then. Zhang Xian rubbed his messy hair. Everyone, that Lindong won't let us live. So what are we afraid of? If we don't fight for our lives, are we really waiting here to starve to death? Someone choked out. That's easy for you to say, but with the fighting prowess shown by that guy Lindong, we're afraid that we'll be sent to our deaths even if we put our lives on the line. Zhang Shen looked out of the window and suddenly laughed coldly. You guys say, Lindong is so powerful, why is he still smothered inside the cell and not going out? The man reflexively replied, it's not the poisonous snow outside, and he can't. He reacted, his eyes lighting up. Zhang Xian's glasses reflected a cold light. It seems that you are not too stupid. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that people can use tools and external forces. We definitely can't beat a frontal assault. I suggest that we send a few people to do a good job of protection. Shovel some snow in advance and sneak with them to find Lindong. Once we get the snow on Lindon, then he's dead for sure. The crowd immediately got excited, and one by one, they patted their brains. Makes sense. We've been so scared of poisonous snow all day, we actually forgot that it could be a weapon for us as well. Just do it. I'll send someone to shovel the snow right now. Hey, we still have to be careful when spreading snow. Don't kill those superb women in his family. Dare to burn my supplies. Those women have to help him pay his debt. Keep the commotion down. 3 a.m. is when people sleep the deepest. That's when you make your move. Zhang Xian stood up and moved his arms and legs to the window to look at the dark sky. Suddenly, a star showed up in the sky. Chapter 24, Snowball Fight. At 3 a.m. Zhang Xian came to the third floor of Building 5 with a dozen people sneaking around, and inside the safe passage, there were nearly 100 more people hiding. You can see how much Lindong is hated. Basically all the young adults in the neighborhood came. Start prying the door. Zhang Xian waved his hand, and soon there were two strong men with construction site-specific crowbars, laying hands on the gate. Crunch! The sound of the prying door was so loud that Yue and Zhang Zhu, who were nestled at the foot of the sofa sleeping, instantly woke up, and Ling Xue, who was leaning against the bathroom wall, opened her eyes in a daze. The bedroom door opened and Lindong walked out with an iron face. He heard the commotion when the other party entered the third floor. Master, this is? Several women quickly got dressed. Lindong waved his hand. Release the snow maid and prepare for a dry run. I'll kill you if you dare to break in here at night. Click. The gate was finally opened under the violent destruction of the crowbar, and a dozen or more men entered at once in torrents. Get him! Without a word of nonsense, a few people immediately pulled out black plastic bags from their backs and threw them towards Lindong. Master, I'll do it. Ling Xue was so hard to get out of the trap, she didn't even think about showing herself. Copied the 7 wolves at hand, snapped a few times, and instantly smashed the plastic bag. But the next second, she cried. The snowflakes scattered in the sky, and there was no way to hide in the small house. So the 3 women and Lindong were pounced on by the snowflakes. Ha ha ha, hit it. Ha ha ha, Lindong, you're dead. Ha, not 2 women. 3. Blanche, how did you guys lose it? These women ran into snowflakes too, so isn't that certain death? Ling Xue then realized that she had made another mistake and looked at Lindong with a sob. Master, I was wrong. Lindong patted the snow on his head, his face pulled back and he glared at her fiercely. The punishment for both of them is all yours. Yu and Zhang Zhu looked at each other in surprise. They were going to be locked up in the bathroom for almost a year combined, and now all of them had been picked up by Ling Xue. She's a good person. Oh, Ling Xue cried out in pain, wanting to die. Zhang Xian burrowed out of the crowd, his middle finger topping the frame with a sneer. Lindong, can't imagine, can you? You've done so much evil, not letting the rest of the neighborhood live, and now you're going to get a good taste of what it's like to die, too. Lindong looked at him and suddenly laughed, then his laughter grew louder. What are you laughing at? Zhang Xian's heart sank. Why was Lindong so calm? And the women, too, were surprisingly calm. I'm laughing at your stupidity. Lindong made a wink, and the 3 women skillfully propped up the stool, pulled out cigarettes and lit the fire in one fell swoop, giving them a look, playing nice and slick. The fact that you guys can think of using poisonous snow against me shows that you did use your brains. But don't you guys know that it's a good idea to investigate the timing of the onset of the poisonous snow beforehand? It is 5 minutes from exposure to poison snow until death by poison. You just stormed in here with a big grin on your face, and you weren't afraid I'd kill all of you in 5 minutes? The crowd was stunned, and cold sweat instantly broke out behind their backs. Even Zhang Xian's eyes were violently gloomy. This was something he didn't really know about. Or rather, everyone was so freaked out by the poisonous snow that no one actually bothered to analyze the symptoms of the poisoning. Picking up the snow on the floor and pinching it into small snowballs, Lindong continued to laugh. Secondly, if I say that this snow is no longer poisonous, do you believe me? Crowd. What? There's such a thing? Countless MMPs flashed through the hearts of the crowd. If the snow wasn't poisonous they would still be afraid of what? What's the big deal? Why bother shoveling snow and going out for supplies when you're going to starve to death here? But, is Lindong's word to be believed? Lindong struck out with a lightning bolt, and the small snowball smashed into Zhang Xian's head. Snap! Zhang Xian finally lost his composure and slapped the snow on his face with his hands in a frenzy, his eyes terrified. Lindong got up and came to him. What are you panicking about? Want to bet that the snow will poison you? Zhang Xian had been scared to the point of trembling, and in his heart he guessed over and over again whether the snow was poisonous or not. Damn it! How did things get this way? Is the snow not poisoned or is Lindong bluffing? Why isn't he afraid at all? Why can he be so calm? Is it really not poisoned? It's time to say no. People with fast heads are thinking a lot when it comes to this kind of thing. He's scared. The ones that have survived this long are very life-thirsty. Right, no. Snap. Lindong raised his hand and slapped it. Don't beg for forgiveness. All you need to do is bet with me if you will be poisoned to death. Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. I bet I won't be poisoned. Well then we'll see. Lindong with a cold smile stood up and clapped his hands. Maids. Snowball fight. Okay, master. The 3 women didn't worry about whether there was any poison or not in the slightest. It was just a matter of brainlessly trusting their master's words anyway. They immediately rushed to the balcony and started grabbing snow, crushing it into snowballs and pelting them at the men. Asterisk. Don't punch me in the face. Barf. Hey. This snow is kinda sweet. Mud run. I don't wanna be a poison test mouse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't come back in. Let me out. They were equally afraid to bet whether the snow was poisonous or not. A total of over 100 people inside and out. But they were beaten the crap out of by 3 weak women with snowballs. They even rushed out of the building. Ling Xue was in charge of shoveling the snow, Yu was in charge of carrying the bucket, and Jiang Zhu was in charge of throwing it. The scene was so cheerful. Tick-tock. Detected Maid Yu poisoned. Is it a one-click antidote? Maid Kong Chuk is detected. Check. Lindong revealed a squinted smile and looked at the system panel. Unico, you're a bit unintelligent. Why does a maid have one-click detoxification and I have to brush up on my toxin immunity? Double standard or what? Antidote. It seems that Jiang Zhu is still not immune to it even though he gained the ability through poison snow. Zhang Xian was carried by Lindong by the neck with one hand to the underground garage and watched the 3 girls having a snowball fight. Watching the 100 or so people he had brought with him being cheekily pelted with snowballs by 3 women felt like his worldview had collapsed. Suddenly, he felt a slight itch on his body. What happened to me? Zhang Xian was terrified. Lindong ripped off his down jacket, sweater, and warmer to expose his arm, which was now beginning to show greenish-colored pus spots and was rapidly bulging with pus. I'm poisoned? How is this possible? Zhang Xian was horrified. No? So the snow is still poisonous. But why is Lindong okay? Looking at Lindong still calmly smoking a cigarette without a single sign of poisoning on his body, Zhang Xian was completely numb. No, don't. I don't want to die. But the toxin from the poisonous snow is just so potent that once 5 minutes have passed, you will instantly die a violent death. Zhang Xian died with a hideous expression as he stared at his eyes. Chapter 25, Guess it's true. It's really going to turn into a zombie. Not only Zhang Xian, other people are also sudden symptoms. One by one on the face and hands began to grow pus. This snow is poisonous? No, don't, help me. I was wrong. I'll fight you es. The 3 women stopped their hands at the same time, shivering a little as they watched these people die of poison and looked at each other. Lean, the 3 of us. Ling Xue hurriedly looked at her arms and legs, and peeled back the neckline to look inside. It's good that it's not broken. Still so white and stiff. Although they wouldn't die because of Lindong's existence, the symptoms of the poisonous eruption were simply horrifying to the women. The pus on their faces exploded and they were uglier than the zombies inside the movie. It was almost like a vestigial image of that world-famous Forbidden Mermaid movie. The thing worse than dying is dying a thief's death. In all, about 30 men wailed and fell to the ground, staring wide-eyed in rather contorted postures, only to be quickly frozen by the -40-degree temperatures. Master, is it alright? Yu asked apprehensively. Lindong smirked. What do you think? Seeing Lindong so calm, Yu then let out a long breath. Jiang Zhu's eyes glittered slightly as she thought she should have gotten the immunity effect from within the poisonous snow. Well, I forgot to mention that I only have the ability to help you guys detoxify the toxin. It's not so that you can be immune to the toxin, so if you want to try and see if you can resist it yourself, I'm still looking forward to it. Lindong seemed to have sensed something and was all smiles. Poof. The 3 women knelt down at the same time. Master, we're not trying. Joke. Can antidote poison and can resist poison but 2 concepts. Once behind the back of Lindong secretly test poison. He can really not save you. Lindong clapped his hands. Alright, starting now. Hide behind me. I'll do an experiment. The 3 girls dutifully hid it, only to see Lindong pull out a thermostat. The temperature in a 3-meter radius instantly rose, enveloping Zhang Xian's corpse. In the horrified eyes of the 3 women, after Zhang Xian's body was thawed and frozen, his fingers began to move slightly, and a low hissing sound came from his throat, and then the sound became louder and louder, and his body began to twist violently. Ling Xue couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Truly, this scene will be very familiar to anyone who has seen the movie. Zombies. Lindong's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, the toxin in the poisonous snow was a zombie virus. It was just that the temperature was too low so the virus was frozen as well. But once the temperature rose back up, the zombies came to life. Well, it's just not going to work at all for the survivors who are looking forward to the sunrise. Roar! Zhang Xian hissed and stood up, no pupils inside his eyes, but he stared at Lindong strangely, and in the next second, he rushed over. Well, at least it has level 2 speed. Lindong was still commenting. When Zhang Xian got close, he kicked him off and smashed cracks in the load-bearing pillars, close to level 3 strength and defense. Feeling the bouncing touch from his palm, Lindong had a rough idea of the level of the zombies. However, Zhang Xian still struggled to get up and hissed again as he charged at him in a very screwed-up position. This time Lindong didn't hold back and slapped his head. Well, it's time to say no. Strong indeed. It's a bit too much to be just an ordinary person in life and have such a strong power after death. It was important to know that when Xinhuanyu was level 2, she was able to fight 10 adult males by herself. At level 3, it's not a problem for at least one person to single-handedly take on 20 or 30 of them. However, the zombies will be so powerful as soon as they wake up. How can ordinary people live? Zombie virus New Zealand dollars ahoy. LOL, it seems that I have to help these maids upgrade as soon as possible, in case the temperature rises back to the zombie outbreak someday. Do I expect myself to fend off the zombies alone? LOL, what a waste fee. Master, what is he? Xinhuanyu looked at Zhang Xian's headless corpse with chills. Lindong said as he walked back. As you can see, the poisonous snow contains zombie viruses, and once they encounter high temperatures, they will awaken. It's just like in the movies. You have to blow your head off for it to work. The three women shivered at the same time. Good lord, the entire neighborhood inside does not know how many people were poisoned to death. These are zombies. Once the outbreak, with their current poor strength, only to be instantly swallowed by the zombie horde. For a while, the three girls ran even faster. It was still safe to follow their master. Ginger Bamboo looked odd. So I fall into the category of being mutated? Just not a zombie? Well, that's what I mean, and I'm sure you're not the only one who is. I'm afraid there are already quite a few awakened people out there with special abilities like you. So speed up your practicing. The three women were delighted at the same time, with charming smiles on their faces. Yes, master. Oh, Snow Maid, keep tying it up. No slacking off. Ha, master, don't. As the sun rose, Lindong stretched his back and came to the windowsill, looking at the sun appearing in the sky with a pensive look in his eyes. It's also been a week since the end of the world, and this is the first time the sun has come out. The temperature hadn't risen much, though, and it was now a topsy-turvy minus 30 degrees outside, so it looked like the zombie outbreak was going to take a while. After a night of hard work, Lindong was not without reward. Xinhuanyu and Jiang Zhu were both mentioned at level 4, and even Ling Xue, who had been gorging herself on food and drink, was raised to level 3, which was considered to be both a big stick and a sweet date. But everyone else inside the neighborhood hated to kowtow to the sun. Finally seeing the sun, this horrible snowstorm should be over, right? Ginger Bamboo's cell phone rang at the right time. Xiaozhu, great, the sun is out. The snow outside should melt soon. Hold on a little longer. I'll send someone to pick you up soon. Well, it's okay, there's no rush. Bamboo, are you still sleeping? Why do you sound so tired? Well, I'm so sleepy. Last night, there was a riot last night, and as the king of the building, it took me a long time to quell him. Ha, how are you doing then? Did he bully you? Pressed? Didn't hold it down. He was too strong. But I'm fine. Don't worry. That's good. Bamboo, I miss you so much. Let's make a video. Hearing that the video was going to be turned on, Jiang Zhu immediately sat up. If Xia Beichen sees this, he'll go crazy. But I'm still trying to sleep. Why don't we open it another time? A long silence came from across the room, culminating in a long sigh. Okay, take a good rest, Kotek. We'll drive again when you have time. Just remember that I love you so much. Me too. Love you. That's it. Hang up. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhu stared blankly at her cell phone, the guilt of cheating on her fiancé completely sobering her up. Even the word love you is so hard and raw to say. When did you change yourself? Obviously it had only been a day since he was captured by Lindong. Are you really that kind of lowly woman? Chapter 26, the RV arrives and the ex-girlfriend calls. On the other side of the river city, more than 50 kilometers from the Jiayuan neighborhood, a spacious estate is out of place. Outside the manor wall was 2-story high snow, but inside the manor, there was not a single bit of snow. There were quite a number of servants wearing down coats walking around inside, and even in the pool inside the manor, there were goldfish swimming around, and flowers blooming by the wall. It was as if the manor was unaffected by the post-apocalyptic snowfall at all. This is the Summer family estate. On the east side of the estate, a young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses sat in the house, hung up the phone in frustration, and stared blankly at the wall, where he and Kong Ju were pictured together. This person is exactly Xia Beichen, Jiancheng Top 10 Outstanding Youth, CEO of Xia Group, multiple identities pulling full of golden son-in-law. Xia Beichen was about to go out when the door to the room was violently pushed open and a tall figure walked in. Xia Qingyu, 1914 to 1995, Chinese novelist. The woman looked like she had stepped out from inside a picture scroll, wearing a decent housecoat. Her skin was as white as snow. Her big watery eyes were bright and penetrating, but with a cold and stern light. The nose is high and straight, appearing smooth and optimized across the face, with long hair that falls over her shoulders, and a height of 167. The figure is not a very explosive kind, but the body appears very soft, like a neighbor girl, but exudes a powerful aura of the queen in general. A woman. sweet-looking but with the temperament of contempt for everything, two different styles but does not go against the grain, simply proper chopping men and women, countless geeks dream goddess, the little pride of Jiangchang, the big star, Xia Qingyu, sister, why are you here? Overlord Xia Beichen hurriedly put away his cell phone. His expression was a little embarrassed, as if he was afraid of her. Xia Qingyu was icy even when she looked at her brother. North Star, you're contacting that dance teacher again? She's still alive? Xia Beichen choked, just wanting to retort loudly, but after meeting his sister's eyes, he couldn't help but lower his voice. Sis, Xiaozhu, she's a yoga teacher. From now on she'll be your younger sibling. It's too hard to say anything about dying or not dying, right? What's the difference? Xia Qingyu coldly laughed. Even if a lot of people are dead globally now, not any stinking fish or shrimp can marry into our Xia family. If you don't want to make father angry, you'd better die. Xia Beichen was speechless, but his face still had an obstinate look. Sis, Xiaozhu, she's actually awakened her psychic abilities and is now the king of a building. Oh, Xia Qingyu's ice-cold expression was finally a bit stunned. Rather lucky, but with her lowly status, even if she obtains psychic abilities, her strength won't be much stronger, right? Without the serum, she'll only be a little bit stronger than an ordinary person for the rest of her life, and she'll still be a mole waste. Sis, as long as I marry Xiaozhu back, our family will be able to provide for her. You're thinking beautifully. It's impossible, so don't bring this matter up again. Otherwise, you're not qualified to inject the serum either. With that said, he left with a condescending stride. Xia Beichen looked at his sister's back and was speechless. The whole Lord neighborhood is very quiet this morning. No one is killing each other or messing around. On the one hand, Lindong burned all their food. What's the point of tossing it when there's nothing to eat? On the other hand, it is because everyone is looking forward to the complete melting away of the snow, and by that time, order may be restored and the authorities may come to their rescue, and many people are afraid of being liquidated afterwards. So, now it's all uncontrollably goose-stepping. Although the temperature was still very low, most people were still on their knees praying that the snow would melt in a hurry. But things don't turn out the way most people want them to, and at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, dark clouds once again covered the sky, and goosefeather snow drifted up. Why, God, why are you so cruel? Why do you still want to go down? Can't get out, can't ever get out? We're just stuck here? I can't take it anymore. This mother ********* ing apocalypse. I hashtag UN *% and at. Ha 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 ha. Well done. I won't be liquidated. I'll still be able to do whatever I want. Oh, these days of despair. I really don't want to live. Many people, unable to withstand the excitement of going from great joy to great sorrow, chose to jump, falling in the snow and plopping. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. This time, the sun gong seems to have deliberately come to mess with the mindset, so that those survivors who were still gritting their teeth could no longer bear it and chose to commit suicide. Maybe if you die, you won't have to face this sad world anymore? Xinhuan Yu and Ling Xue stood by the window, looking at the figures that fell into the snow every now and then, and their eyes both flashed with heaviness. Of course, they were just bemoaning the fragility of life, not so much as to go on a Madonna rampage. After all, without Lindong, they were afraid that their end would be incomparably miserable, and jumping to their deaths would be considered more comfortable. At midnight at night, the rewards are refreshed again. Tick-tock, today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. High-tech post-apocalyptic caravan, no energy required. Self-powered. 2. 10,000 barrels of fuel oil. 3. Multifunctional hardware kit. 4. A fun flight chess game. Lindong, who was crossing his fingers, sat up violently. Finally waited. I'll take one. The end times caravan had been brushed out before, only that time I didn't rush to pick it because I had my eye on other rewards. And now, here it is. It's finally here. In the system space, a dark golden caravan comparable to a large armored car appeared, with a length of 20 meters, width of 10 meters and height of 8 meters. The shape is very much like a tank, relying on tracks to travel, with its own ice-breaking cone and internal thermostat. The interior of the caravan is equipped with the functions expected of a large caravan and has a strong defensive exterior, which can block all-round bombing by RPG rockets. It's a proper must-have for post-apocalyptic touring. With it, you can go out and save the beautiful girls who are waiting to be rescued. Just as Lindong was thinking about the travel route, suddenly, the cell phone rang. What surprised him greatly was that it was actually a voice message from Zhao Yufei, who really wasn't dead. After thinking about it, Lindong picked up the phone. Hello, Lindong? You're still alive? Great. What is it? Lindong, I miss you so much. Oh, yeah, I miss myself, too. Zhao Yufei on the other end of the phone was stunned. In the past, it is not that she did not break up, but as long as a little bit of crying to sell a tragedy, Lindong will be heartbroken, coaxing her in all sorts of ways, to buy her their favorite food or favorite bags. Why are you so cold now? But it was understandable when he thought that it was the end of the world, and Lindong should have been a little stimulated. Lindong, I admit that I went a little too far in sending you a breakup message before, but after these days, I've also recognized myself. I love you. I'm hungry and cold and dying. I just want to see you one more time before I die. If I don't get to meet my favorite man one last time before I die, I won't die in peace. Look at that. She actually sells her misery so skillfully. You want to see me? You're counting on me to bring you food and drink, aren't you? You're a better dabbler than even Ling Xue. Lindong's chest rose and fell violently, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart as he gently asked, "Where are you?" Chapter 27, Out of the Neighborhood. At the mall. As soon as the day dawned, Lindong came to the window and was suddenly filled with black lines. Nima, the snow has gotten a lot deeper since it fell yesterday at noon. Pack up all your things, let's get ready to go out, Lindong declared after breakfast. The three women were stunned at the same time, and then violent cheers erupted. Great! Finally we can get out. I'm going to the mall to pick out my clothes. I want $0. Say, how do we get out? Lindong led them to the vehicle entrance and exit of the underground garage, and with a big wave of his hand, the end of the world caravan made its appearance. The three women were stunned. Master, you have this good thing, take it out earlier. Great. Master, I want to drive. Ling Xue raised her hand with gusto. Lindong sat on the sofa and laughed. You can still drive? Fine. Then you drive. In the next second, Ling Xue's pretty red face sat on his lap. Lindong, sorry, I didn't realize it was this kind of car. Xinwanyu smiled bitterly. Then it's better for me to drive. Where are we going first? Head towards Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. If you run into a mall or something along the way, you can stop and you guys can go in and choose your clothes. It was hard to go out, and Lindong was in a rather good mood. The River City's District 3 Transportation Committee reminds you, there are millions of roads, and safety comes first. Driving is not standardized. Not to serve is to do. Lindong and the others were stunned and couldn't help but shake their heads and lose their smiles. This caravan is quite humanized. Hey, dodo. The RV started up and broke through the garage entrance in snow, the powerful destructive force sweeping away everything directly in front of it, with a very sweet VR projection displayed on the front windshield, making all the surrounding snow-buried buildings and everything else clear. The RV broke through the snow and plowed a huge furrow in the ground of the neighborhood as it slowly made its way to the entrance of the neighborhood. Someone in the building spotted the behemoth and, not caring about the snowflakes falling outside, soldiered on, poking out and shouting for help. Stop, take me out, please take me out. I'm not in the car yet. Please, take my child. He's still young. Give him a chance to live. But the caravan was too soundproof. Or even if Lindong heard it, he wouldn't care. Some people, seeing that the RV doesn't stop at all, are cornered and start jumping towards it, roaring and slapping the roof. Caravan detected under attack. Are countermeasures being used? Lindong sneered. Counterattack. VZZZ. The metal shell of the car suddenly glowed blue, and those who had managed to jump on it were instantly electrocuted, falling helplessly from the roof of the car into the snow, and some even fell in front of the car, watching as the huge tracks came crushing down on them. Please, now, snap. The tracks drove past, crushing out a shower of blood and leaving behind only the desperate hissing crowds in the Jiayuan neighborhood. There's a game that gets younger the more you play it. It's the cell phone piece Elite. No one here calls you brother, because they all call you a schoolboy. Dynamic music was playing in the caravan. Xinwanyu was driving. Lindong and Ling Xue were also driving, while Jiang Zhu was leaning on the window, staring blankly at the outside scene. It was snowy white all around. You couldn't see the streets, and you could only confirm which location you were in by looking at some familiar buildings, much like the scenery in Wandering Little Wrecking Ball. The RV wasn't traveling very fast, about 30 yards or so, and finally, after half an hour, it met a shopping mall, Warnamar Mall, which is kind of a big mall that everyone knows. Carefully parking the RV at the front entrance of the mall, a few people got out of the car after getting dressed. The RV came with a snowplow and had cleared a safe surface. Let's go. Go inside and pick out some clothes. Lindong suddenly looked up when he finished speaking, and through the frosty glass, he saw that there were actually people inside the mall looking at them through the glass. But to say where it is easiest to survive in the end times, the mall is indeed a good choice. There are restaurants and supermarkets. There are selling clothes being insulted. It is much better than inside the neighborhood. The door of the mall had long been closed, but it was not difficult for Lindong to defeat, and with his bare hands he tore open the tin door with his hard hands and drilled in with the three women. The mall was pitch black, and a flashlight immediately shone on them just as they entered. Who is it? How did you get in here? Lindong smiled and said, passing by. No clothes to wear at home. Came over to pick out some clothes. What? The questioner was confused. Do you think you're traveling? Asterisk 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 asterisk. These chicks are so pretty. They look like fairy daughters. Mud. Aren't they cold? They're out in a big trench coat? Today, the three women are all in a black trench coat to cover their proud bodies, stepping on high heels to reveal their snow-white ankles, and wearing crystal necklaces around their necks, like delicate roses in the freezing temperatures. Lindong heard them gulping and also took out his flashlight and turned it on to illuminate them, and was instantly shocked. So many people? The entire mall totaled 4 floors, and from the skeleton zone it looked like there were at least close to 100 silhouettes of people saving up. Didn't it start snowing at midnight? The mall is closed already? But after seeing the theater sign on the 4th floor, Lindong understood. These would be the midnight moviegoers who, upon leaving the house, found that it was snowing poisonously outside and took refuge in the mall, presumably surviving on the mall's vast stockpile of supplies. A bearded, burly man walked over with a smile. This brother, you're from outside. We want to ask if there's still poison in the snow? Is there a rescue team or something coming? Lindong spread his hands. That's naturally toxic and there aren't any rescue teams. The burly man sighed deeply and suddenly looked up at the RV outside the door with an impish grin. Dude, that car of yours. How many people can it take? Lindong lost his smile. What does it have to do with you guys if you can bring it or not? Even if you can you still find a more suitable place than this mall? At least the supplies here are enough for you people to live for a long time. The burly man was speechless. At that moment, the crowd automatically dispersed, and a bloated figure wrapped in bloat came to the forefront, and the burly man with the beard immediately switched his smile when he saw her. Ms. Liang, you're here. The person's face could not be seen from the outside, not even their gender, but Lindong still recognized through those bright eyes that this was a woman, and a very beautiful woman at that. It's kind of funny, this mall looks extraordinarily harmonious inside, and such a beautiful woman hasn't been taken down? Judging by the reactions of the others after her appearance, they all seemed to be somewhat in awe of the woman. The woman said with a salute, Hello, I'm the safety officer of the Fuan district in Zhangchang, Liang Jihan. Now, your vehicle is commandeered. Chapter 28, I'm sorry, I have no morals. Lindong's face instantly became upset. Ms. Liang, right? You can salute Brother Winter. Brother Winter is very happy, but what you said and the tone of your voice, Winter disliked it. Xinhuan, you three women have face cold smile. This woman still when this is the end of the world before it. Want to use other people's cars to use? Liang Jihan was stunned, and only then did she realize that times are different nowadays, and her move was tantamount to robbery. I apologize for the misrepresentation. May I ask what your name is? Lindon. Mr. Lin, could you come this way and let's have a chat? Okay. Lindong nodded his head and let the 3 girls go wander around casually on their own. Anyway, all 3 of them were level 4 now, so they didn't have to worry at all. Yeah, there's donkey tags over there. I'll see if there's any more bags. Well, there's a lingerie store on the 2nd floor, so we'll have to stock up. Then I'll just wander around. The 3 women scattered with cheers. The bearded man narrowed his eyes, exchanged glances with the few men around him, and each followed. Liang Jihan led Lindong towards the 4th floor and couldn't help but say, Mr. Lin, these are your, the maid of the house. Liang Jihan felt like she couldn't understand this man. Whose family could afford to use such a beautiful maid? Probably one of those immodest maids. That, Mr. Lin had better advise them to stay put. It's not peaceful here. It's okay. They're adults. They don't need to be watched every day. Okay. All the way to an empty store in the corner of the 4th floor, where a bonfire was burning. Liang Jihan brought a stool and invited Lindong to sit down before she took off her thick down jacket, revealing her perfect curves and pretty face. Angelica Liang, 1955. Hong Kong actress. The features were very three-dimensional, like carefully carved porcelain. The long hair was still soft even though it hadn't been washed for days, and the mouth was small, delicate and well-defined, with a height of about 170, a pair of long legs that were very straight, and a magnificent body that could be seen even through the thick sweater. He was at least a C-class powerhouse. The ratings are, like, 83, 84. How can you be so pretty and not get hit on by these guys at the mall? But after seeing the bulging holster on her waist, Lindon was enlightened. So it's the truth in your hands. Mr. Lin, can you tell me what's going on out there right now? I'm also just out of the neighborhood. I don't know much about the outside. Anyway, just like in the movie, the snow covers the whole city, and you can't even touch anyone on the road. Ugh. Liang Jihan sighed deeply and recounted her experience. Turns out, the night of the endgame, she was secretly tracking a criminal, who ducked into the mall and she followed him in. A confrontation with the criminals ensued at the movie theater. and the other party tackled the hostage, forcing her to back away, and before Liang Jihan could call for backup, the other party left the hostage behind and ran out of the mall. Noticing that it had begun to snow outside, even more horrifying, many people around the mall began to grow pus on their faces and bodies, struggling and hissing as they fell to the ground. This scared her and the criminal, and they rushed back to the mall to hide. It turns out, unsurprisingly, that the perp was also poisoned by the snow, while she was lucky enough to come within a foot of storming out of the mall. A narrow escape of sorts. Mr. Lin, the reason why we requisitioned your vehicle is because we hope that we can save more people. Take those survivors who were locked up in the community and receive them inside the shopping mall, relying on the bountiful supplies here, so that they can have a chance to live, Liang Jihan said seriously. Lindong couldn't help but snicker. Actually meeting a saintly mother? How much are you going to save? Or I ask you, how much can you save? The resident population of Jiangcheng is about 10 million, excluding those who died of poisoning, freezing, starvation, and disease, and by my lesser reckoning, there are at least nearly 1 million people still alive. How many people do you think, on your own, you could save in a day? 100? Besides, even if I lend you the car and you rescue them all to the mall or bring out the supplies inside the mall, what about these people who were staying at the mall they won't be happy about? Liang Jihan hurriedly said, I know, but as an officer of the department concerned, I have the duty to save the lives of the public. I know my power is limited, but isn't there still help from you, Mr. Lin? I've done the math, and this neighborhood has. Stop. When did I say I was going to help? Lindong rolled his eyes. You want to save lives. That's your duty, not mine. The car. I can't possibly give it to you. Man, how you want to save, that's your business. I'm just a passerby. Don't drag me into it. Liang Jihan was furious. Mr. Lin, how can you be so heartless? We are all survivors, helping others. Don't moralize me. I have no morals. Liang Jihan this person oil and salt cannot be done? The air went quiet. 3 women shopping is not happy, because it is too cold. Stay inside the mall. Men and women basically go to pick those thick clothes bedding, but some summer clothes are still well preserved. A lingerie store. Ling Xue was picking out lingerie with gusto. All the ones she chose were the type that made one's nose bleed. This is so translucent, but there's no one in my size. I can give it to Sister Wanyu. How these stockings are made of such poor material. Master must like them. Wow, this is going to be so exciting to wear. I'll change into it later when I get back to the RV. Outside the lingerie store, the bearded man with 2 men was staring at her surreptitiously. Mud, this woman is a horse forkworm. You guys see, she picks all QQ underwear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Bill, I can't help it. I want to do her now. The bearded stout man's surname is Chen, and his name is Chen Biao. Take it easy. Have you forgotten that MS? Liang won't let us touch the women here? Aren't you afraid of the gun in her hand? When the 2 little brothers heard this, they were full of reluctance, but they didn't dare to retort. These days it was because Liang Jihan relied on the deterrent power of the pistol that scared them, and they didn't dare to act out at all. But are we just going to watch? I haven't touched a woman in days, and I'm about to burst. Chen Biao sneered. I told you not to rush. Just listen to me and wait for the signal. Except for these 3 new women. All the women in this mall are ours. Ling Xue's ears twitched slightly. She heard the conversation of the 3 people outside, but she didn't bring any fear at all, still picking out her underwear by herself. On the 4th floor, Lindong saw Liang Jihan's look of wanting to be angry but not daring to be angry, and wanted to laugh a little. At this time, a young woman walked in. Looks also quite good, but this colorful hairstyle to see. Proper society, little sister. Hey, Sister Jihan, what are you guys talking about? Can we go out now? Chapter 29, early for New Year's greetings. Liang Jihan looked up. Jing, why are you here? There are quite enough supplies here. I would suggest that you should not go out and just stay here and wait for help. I'm talking to this gentleman and would like to borrow his car to pick up anyone who is trapped nearby. Jing immediately looked reluctant. There are already enough people here. Why bring others over? But thinking of her mission, she revealed a sweet smile again, ran over and hugged Liang Jihan, and looked at Lindong. Hey handsome, that car of yours is really handsome. Where did you get it from? How many people can fit inside? Oh, I'm a mechanic. Stuck at the garage and bored, so I modded it. Lindong flustered without the slightest blush, while glancing imperceptibly at the other party's restless little hand. Jing acted as if she was very heartless, smiling and leaning on Liang Jihan's shoulder. Sister Jihan, if I may say so, we have enough people trapped right now, so why don't you stop pulling people in? Liang Jihan's face was correct. Jing, we can be trapped in the mall to survive is already the great luck. Outside do not know how many people are still starving and freezing. We are the same survivors. Absolutely cannot see death and save. Before the words were finished, He suddenly felt a looseness in his waist and hurriedly looked down. The gun is gone. Lindong looked straight, shake his head. On this still when the police it? This vigilance is also too poor, right? Other people in front of you to touch the gun away can be okay. But this little Taiyukai does have a bit of maneuvering going on. She seems to be a repeat offender. Silence withdrew her hand in a flash, grasping the gun in her own hand and sizing it up carefully. Jing, what are you doing? This is not a toy. Give me back my gun. Liang Jihan immediately stood up, her face full of tension. Shizuku smiled and played with it, suddenly gripping it in her hand, turning on the safety and pointing at her with her finger on the trigger. Liang Jihan was confused. More than that, she was still unbelievable. Jing actually pointed a gun at her? Sister Jihan, see if my boyfriend taught me right? Is it true that if you just snap this thing, you'll be dead? Jing, do you know what you're doing? You're assaulting a police officer, you know that? You'll go to jail. Give me back my gun while you still can. And I can make the decision not to pursue this matter. Jing couldn't help but snort, her sweet smile completely gone. You really are. And jail? When I scare big? You're the only cop now. Who's going to arrest me if I kill you? I'm scared less. Liang Jihan's face was completely gloomy. It's Chen Biao's plan? What exactly are you guys trying to do? Jing's boyfriend is Chen Biao. The difference between the two is almost 20 years. Chen Biao can be her father. You'll find out later. Now, you two get out of here and be honest, or I'll really shoot you. The gun pointed at Liang Jihan and Lindong. I'd like to see what you guys are going to do. Liang Jihan went out in a huff, while Lindong had his hands in his pockets, without the slightest awareness of being pointed at by a gun. Coming to the first floor hall of the shopping mall, the crowd once again converged, but out of Liang Jihan's surprise, the crowd watched her being pointed at by the gun, actually all indifferent, but instead, one by one showed a caricatured smile in pleasure. What's this for? Obviously, if it wasn't for him, they would have definitely created civil unrest and died more people. For a moment, her heart sank. Hubby, I got it done. Jing shouted. Chen Biao had an open-mouthed smile on his face as he waved his hand. Brothers on, take these three women down. Several of the men in charge of the trail had their spirits lifted and rushed into the store. You guys, what are you guys doing? Ling Xue shielded a large bag full of underwear in front of her chest, pitifully. The man laughed lustfully. What for? INGU. Of course. After saying that, he rushed towards Ling Xue with one left and one right at the same time. When the two approached, Ling Xue suddenly switched her teasing expression and kicked out her long legs like lightning, instantly kicking the two away. The powerful force directly caused their tiger bodies to blast through the glass door, leaping the second floor and landing heavily headfirst on the first floor. It's just a shame that too much blood was spilled and it's destined to not take the jump-off tandem board title. Chen Biao's forward body braked sharply. This woman can fight so well? But because the floor was too slippery it turned into a kneeling, slipping all the way to Ling Xue's feet. Ling Xue switched to a pitiful expression again. Uncle, you're giving me New Year's greetings so early. I don't have a red envelope for you. In the business of anchoring, changing faces is just too much fun. Listening to that sweet and greasy voice, the evil fire in Chen Biao's stomach was instantly extinguished, and he fled outward in a hurry. Ling Xue didn't chase after them. Anyway, she continued to pick out the clothes without her master giving the word. On the other side, Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu were similarly attacked and similarly kicked the incoming offenders away. Either he fell down the stairs and died, or he hit the wall and blew his head off and died. The sudden change of events startled the crowd in the mall. They were trapped here for many days without much death. Today this next time several died? It seems that the few people who came here today are not good people. Liang Jihan looked at a women's clothing store on the first floor with wide eyes. She had just seen Jiang Zhu striking out and sending two adult men flying with a single punch and kick, and was horrified beyond belief. What's the situation? How come these women can fight so well? Chen Biao fled to the first floor on his hands and knees, confirming that Ling Xue did not catch up before he was relieved, and immediately ran over to snatch the gun in Jing's hand and pointed at Lindong. With the truth in his hands and a sense of security, Chen Biao felt that his plan was not a failure. Boy, what's up with those women of yours? Lindong's expression was a little offended. First, I don't like being called little. I still like being a big brother. Second, they're not my women. There's a difference. Third, are you sure you want to point a gun at me? Chen Biao was furious. Are you pretending? Hurry up and let those women come over, or I'll shoot you. Liang Jihan immediately stopped in front of Lindong. Chen Biao, what the hell are you doing? You're committing a crime, you know? Chen Biao couldn't help but laugh out loud. A crime? MS. Liang MS. Liang, should I laugh at your overwhelming sense of justice? Or should I laugh at your stupidity? Do you know it's the end of the world? Do you know how many people are dying out there every day? Even if I've committed a crime, who's going to arrest me? The gun is in my hand now. The word of my lord is the law. The word of my lord is the law of heaven. Who does not obey? The crowd couldn't help but shrink their necks as they listened. Who would dare to disobey this? If you don't obey, you have to obey. Liang Zhihan's chest rose and fell violently with anger. Chen Biao, take my advice. It's still too late to give me back my gun. Do you want to stand against everyone? At that moment, Jing suddenly interjected. Officer Liang, it's not me who stands against everyone. It's you who stands against everyone. Guys. But Officer Liang just said that she plans to drive out and rescue all the survivors in the neighborhood to our mall. Chapter 30 Mui de. The words were immediately greeted by a crowd. Still pulling people in? The supplies in this mall are getting less and less. It won't be long before we don't have enough to eat. So why are we pulling people in? It is. I don't agree anyway. I don't agree either. Ms. Liang, the supplies inside this mall are held by all of us. We can't just pull people in when you say so. Hey, now that she doesn't have a gun, it's not her call. It's ours. Haha, you guys have a small pattern. Brother Chen, this Ms. Liang is not worse than those three superb beauties. In the future we have the final say. So I want to play with Ms. Liang is not too much, right? Hey, I forgot about this if you didn't tell me. Add me to the list, hahaha. It's time to do her in. A safety officer looks so pretty and soft. Where's the slightest hint of being able to protect us? Probably rely on subterfuge to be able to change. Right. It seems to be not to go through the proper channels to be promoted. This was said by some woman who was jealous of Liang Zhihan's beauty. Listening to the naked words of the crowd, Liang Zhihan's gas shivered cold. Within a few days of the snow sealing off the road, she had vaguely sensed that order was about to collapse, and that Chen Biao had taken in a few people as minions, intending to completely rule them all. So she had immediately revealed her identity and the truth, which had suppressed the beginnings of chaos. But I didn't expect to be met with cynicism. The snarky and cold faces of these people were like a sharp knife, piercing her heart viciously. Full of helplessness and coldness, it eventually turned into a clear tear. Gentlemen, you mustn't make the same mistake again. Among the women, a middle-aged woman in a mink coat walked out. She was older and looked more sensible, considered a somewhat prestigious presence within the women. Ms. Liang, it's not that we're wrong, it's that you're wrong. If you try to save this and that, you'll end up saving no one, but will harm those of us who are alive and well. Take my sister's advice and stay out of it. After saying that, he looked at Chen Biao again. Biao, the gun is in your hands now, and from now on, this mall is your call. But sister still has a suggestion. You tell that kid to hand over the car keys. Sister will leave with a few women who are willing to go, and won't rob with you. You see. Bang! The gun suddenly went off and a bullet hole appeared in the woman's head, spraying blood in the faces of the others until the body fell to the ground, each in a daze. Marred old woman, knowing that the gun is in my hand, you still dare to negotiate with me? Chen Biao sneered, then raised his head and shouted, brothers, from now on, the supplies are ours, and all the women in here, too. You guys can play with whichever one you want, except for Ms. Liang and the three new girls left for me. You guys can play with the others as you like. All of you step up and make a mess. Once these words came out, all the men's animalistic nature was completely unleashed, and with lewd laughter, they rushed towards the group of women. Yikes! You let go of me. Stinky man, don't touch me. The man raised his hand and slapped the woman straight across the face. Malagobi, this is the time to pretend to be a chaste woman. I have long wanted to get you. For a while, the scene was completely chaotic. These women screamed and ran, but how many could outrun the men? He was soon pinned to the ground, grabbed by the hair and began to brutalize him. The pleas for mercy continued. No, please leave me alone. I have AIDS. Yo, what a coincidence. I've got one too. Maid dies de. Stinking beggar, you let go of me. Miss Liang, save me. Save me. The women who screamed the loudest but happened to be the ones who had just cursed the hardest. Jing was not happy on the spot when she heard that Chen Biao actually asked for 4 beauties prettier than herself at once. Chen Biao, what do you mean? You're still not happy with this girl? I'm telling you, you're not allowed to touch any of those girls. How could you have gotten the gun without me? Chen Biao ignored her. Jing got even more angry and started to spill her guts by tugging on her boyfriend's arm. Chen Biao, remember this well. Auntie, I absolutely forbid you to touch another woman. Or else. Marred, you die for me too. Chen Biao completely exploded and raised his hand to shoot Jing in the heart. Bang! Jing stared blankly at the blood gushing out of her chest, eyes full of incredulity at the fierce-looking Chen Biao, trying to reach out and grab something, but her body collapsed helplessly to the ground. The little Taiyukai paid the price for her youthful ignorance after all. Liang Zhihan closed her eyes in an unforgiving manner, or so she said. She wanted to save some people, but how many could she save? In the end times, people can't be saved. Besides, what's the point of saving them? It's a bunch of white-eyed wolves who won't remember you as good, and will only resent you for restraining them. Liang Zhihan felt her faith shaken. Chen Biao looked at Jing's dead body in disgust and immediately turned his gun to aim at Lindong. Kid, hurry up and hand over the car keys to me. Now that he's in control of the mall, he's no longer afraid of the threat of the end times as long as he gets another car. Ugh, I told you I don't like being pointed at with a gun. Lindong sighed deeply and suddenly raised his hand in a flash as the golden sandhawk erupted with bullets. With Chen Biao completely unresponsive, he shot him in the head. Ho! Chen Biao's eyes went white and he fell backward. How can you die so soon when you've obviously grasped the truth and when you're about to embrace a life of wanton indulgence? Not willingly. I'm not happy about it. This sudden scene not only scared Liang Zhihan silly, but also the others. Woj, he's got a gun too? The men who were being brutalized were instantly too scared to move. Maids, are you done picking? Lindong clapped his hands. All right, master. The three women each carried a large bag and ran back, like going to the train station to catch the spring festival. Here's the stuff. You're allowed to make a big show of yourselves, and if the snow maid wins, the punishment is cancelled. The three women's eyes lit up at the same time. Yes, master. Ling Xue was even more fist-pumping and combative. Just as Liang Zhihan was wondering how they were going to make a big show of it, she saw Shen Wanyu handing out a machete to each of them, which was the bone-chopping knife she had just seized from the supermarket. The three flowery women with large swords looked visually stunning. In the next second, the three women flew out at the same time. Ginger Bamboo ran towards the nearest man, and his large knife hand came up, splattering a large amount of blood as the man's head flew high in the air. The girl underneath him was terrified, blood spraying her face and screaming at the top of her lungs. Ya. Noisy. Jiang Zhu frowned slightly as his greatsword chopped down again. The girl stopped screaming. Liang Zhihan looked at the three women in the crowd killing, regardless of men and women, young and old, touch as a knife seconds, broken arms and legs and head flying, the whole person shocked. Where are these three weak women? These are just three murderesses. Who is a good person like them who can fight so well and cut people without blinking? Lindong, you have to stop them. You can't kill innocents indiscriminately like this. Chapter 31, I'm not afraid of death. Unless you really kill me. Looking at the maid's majestic and incomparable killing spree, Lindong nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the death training is still very effective. Even Ling Xue, who was the latest to participate in the training, also showed a tough and fearless killing force, making people look scared. Turning his head towards Liang Zhihan, who had a face of bitter pleading, Lindong couldn't help but snort. Ms. Liang, you're really both a saintly mother and a double standard. You didn't say a word when Chen Biao shot and killed someone just now. But you're not happy when my maid kills someone? Liang Zhihan was speechless. Her face flushed for a while. Lindong, this is different. Chen Biao kills people for the sake of establishing authority. And this is purely indiscriminate killing. And what did those women do wrong? Lindong lost his smile. Oh, killing to establish authority is not considered murder. But killing innocents is considered murder? What is it if you are not double standard? Besides, they've been humiliated. They must not want to live. I'm helping them out. Liang Zhihan was furious. They want to live, even if they live a very suffocating, even if they are insulted, they at least have the hope of living. Who are you to decide their life and death so easily? Lindong spread his hands. So what you're saying is that even if you're insulted, you're willing to bite the bullet in order to stay alive? You're being forceful. I will never be humiliated even if I die. Look, you've said that even you'd rather die than be humiliated, so they must not want to live either. It's just my personal will. You can't substitute my will for theirs. And how do you know they don't have the same will as you? Liang Zhihan was angry and scratched his head. This guy is not a salt and oil. He is determined to exterminate all the people here. Lindon, no matter what your reasons are, I, as a safety officer, must not let you guys get away with this. Said immediately retrieved his gun and pointed it at Lindong. Capture the thief first, take down Lindong, and those women won't make another move. The corners of Lindong's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bright and brilliant smile. You want to kill me? Have you thought about what's going to happen? I don't know who the hell you guys are, but even if I die, I'm going to stop this excessive behavior of yours. Putting the gun away, Lindon pulled out a frozen fish from his back. Well, this time it's frozen carp. Gotta try to see exactly which fish fits the hand best. Liang Zhihan was stunned. What kind of piss is this person carrying around frozen fish? The shark-crazed three women couldn't help but snicker when they saw that Liang Zhihan actually dared to make a move against Lindong. Looks like our team is growing again. Lindong was the first to attack. Liang Zhihan only felt a flash in front of her eyes. She fired on reflex but landed empty. Her beautiful eyes instantly widened. Where did it go? In the next instant, Lindong behind her lifted the frozen fish and smashed it heavily on her back. And with a click, Liang Zhihan fell to the ground with a cry of pain. One move in seconds. This blow directly smashed her spine. She couldn't even stand up, and the gun in her hand fell far away. Meanwhile, the frozen fish in his hand broke off again. Ugh, looks like the carp didn't work either. Try the chub next time? Lindong grabbed her hair and stared straight into her eyes. Originally, I kinda admired you. After all, you're one of the rare people inside the end times who still maintains a conscience. So I didn't intend to take you in. But alas, your double standards and sanctimony ultimately reveal the ugly qualities of your deeper humanity. So, should I take you, or kill you? Ling Xue trembled with anger, fear, and more than anything else, disbelief. This man, how can he be so strong? Did he have superpowers like those women? And what's the light like out there? Forget it, let's just kill you. You'd rather die than be insulted anyway. I have no other qualities as a person. I just kinda respect other people's wishes. After saying that, he stretched out his big hand and pinched on Ling Xue's snow-white jade neck, slowly exerting force. A strong sense of suffocation came. Ling Xue could not help but open her mouth wide, her hands forcefully trying to break open Lindong's big hand. But her strength in front of Lindong with a baby like, pure useless. No, don't. Ling Xue struggled violently, but Lindong still had no intention of stopping. She's starting to get scared. Walking lights began to flash through his mind. Since childhood, she has been the proud daughter of heaven, not only excelling in culture, but also in sports, and she is also beautiful. After that, it was a smooth ride, became a flower of the safety officer, and with the companions to solve a few big cases. The credit is great. Even she couldn't help but ask herself sometimes which window God had closed for her. You seem to be a little too good yourself. But the smooth journey of life inevitably brings shortcomings, such as Ling Xue has never really felt the evil of human nature, has never been cut in the field to stand in the other people to consider the problem. She takes it for granted that what she is doing is right. I'm doing it for your own good. You can be ungrateful, but you can't blame me. So, once she suffered a betrayal, she panicked and didn't know what to do. Now it's even closer to the end of life. The eyes began to roll white. Even the fragrant tongue was spat out. The feet struggled feebly. The legs were already stained with a patch. Only the remaining hands were still exerting efforts to try to break open Lindong's big hands. Don't want to die. I want to live. In the last moments of her life, Angela Liang finally voices her plea. At the same time, Lindong let go. Cough cough. Without the restraints, Ling Xue was finally able to breathe again and immediately collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Never before has breathing felt like such a precious thing. Lindong grinned and put his hands on his ears. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. After panting violently for a long time, the sense of dizziness and suffocation slowly faded away. Ling Xue, her heart was hard to bear. Her red eyes lowered her head and didn't say anything. Then it seems like I'm hallucinating. Let's continue. Lindong showed great patience and once again stretched out his big hand and pinched it. No. Ling Xue hurriedly shook her head and cried, don't kill me. I want to live. I don't want to die. In this moment, she was just a little girl trying to stay alive, which was no safety officer. Lindong pulled out his ears. But you just said that you'd rather die than be insulted. So if you want to live, I can insult you? You, just don't kill me. Do anything. Ling Xue said it out loud, and the whole person completely lost her strength, lying on the ground and crying in pain. Sure enough, he was right. He was really over the top. A demon. Lindong smiled and stroked her hair. Well, good boy. He then grabbed her and slung her over his shoulder as he twisted his head out of the mall and into the RV. Chapter 32, We're Sisters for Life. In the mall, it was as tragic as hell on earth, with only 3 figures standing bloody, and the ground full of corpses and broken bones and blood, which looked very hideous and gruesome. Piss me off. You guys are doing this on purpose, aren't you? You all refuse to let me go? Ling Xue was so angry that she threw the machete that had cut until it curled its blade onto the ground and stomped on it. The final result is out. Xinwanyu has the most kills. Zhang Zhu is in second place with 1 head difference and Ling Xue is at the bottom. Obviously, the two of them just need to put a little water to let themselves take first place, and they can get rid of the miserable life of being tied up in the bathroom. But I didn't expect that these 2 women would actually kill even more vigorously than they did. This is too much. Xinwanyu wiped the blood on her face and smiled bitterly. Yuki, really? We don't want to be tied up in the bathroom either. Anyway, you've already experienced it. Your heart should have the ability to bear it. So just continue to condescend for a bit. Ginger Bamboo also nodded with palpitations, obviously fearful of being tied up in the bathroom as well. You two stinking es. Ling Xue clenched her teeth in anger. Okay, there is still quite a lot of mineral water in the supermarket. Let's burn it hot and wash it before we get in the car. It just so happens that the owner needs some time as well. Xinwanyu glanced at the caravan outside and twisted her head to look for water. The 2 women, Zhang Zhu and Ling Xue, glanced at each other with obvious flames bursting out. but still followed. If they got on the car covered in blood, Lindong was afraid that he wouldn't come up with some horrible punishment to torture them again. One must be able to face the master in a fragrant manner. As the hot water washed over her proud and delicate body, Ling Xue was still furious, but after looking at the large package she had packed with a bag of clothes, she suddenly turned her eyes around and revealed a wry bad smile. Do the two really think I don't have any other way for my master to help me get out of my punishment? You guys wait. Detected that Maid Liang Jihan is seriously injured. Is it a one-click cure? Heal. Liang Jihan's broken spine grew back instantly, and she was able to go to the RV bathroom and take a shower by herself. Maid 4, Angela Liang. Circumference, 38C-19-38. System score, 84. Current strength, level 3. Maid set, none. Not bad, not bad. Now that the Maid family is getting bigger and bigger, life will surely be colorful in the future. Lindong was in the middle of gulping down the clouds when his cell phone rang again. Zhao Yufei called. Hello? Lindong, where have you been? Why don't you come? As soon as he got through there was a choppy, scolding tone. Looks like the woman still isn't hungry enough to have the strength to call herself? Lindong sneered and made a nervous tone. Fifi, I managed to get a caravan with lots of food. Don't worry, just hold on a little longer. I'll be there soon. I couldn't help but turn my head and vomit after saying that myself. I really look like a scumbag now, but after thinking about the few maids I've taken on, it doesn't seem to be a matter of likeness. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Yufei was instantly excited when she heard that Lindong actually had an RV. Really? Great Lindong, you really are my favorite man, and only you are willing to come to my rescue despite the hardships and dangers. I'm stuck in the school dormitory. Come quickly. Okay, Fifi, wait for me. When they hung up the phone, the three women who had already cleaned up returned to the RV, all changed into new clothes. Xinwanyu did not know where to find a suit uniform. Wearing high silk on her feet, her hair was coiled up high, and she drew exquisite light makeup. As she had encountered Lindong that night when she got off work, Jiang Zhu was more concise. Wearing a small halter with shorts, her hot body was visible. Ling Xue, on the other hand, was careful to wear a white silk wraparound skirt, worthy of being the anchor woman of the talent area. Just 2 steps let people give a thumbs up. Just after getting into the car, Ling Xue couldn't wait to come over and spin around to show off her great body. Master, do I look good in this? Lindong, on the other hand, was sharp-eyed as he spotted a flash of bright light, his eyes snapping wide open. She's surprisingly a woman with a light in her eyes. Well, that's a nice outfit, and whether you just won or not, the punishment is waived. Thank you, Master. Master is the best. Ling Xue wore a shy and flirtatious smile, her heart snickering with joy. Luckily, my own witty batch discovered the new gadget. Those 2 women would never dream of it. I'm afraid, Xinwanyu and Jiang Zhu said that they really didn't expect it. Or the anchor woman is more knowledgeable. Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, 6th floor, dormitory building No. 6, area C. A pretty woman with a face that could score 70 put down her cell phone, licked her dry lips, and looked up at the 3 women across the room. Lindong is already on his way here. He should be here soon. Let's wait a little longer. The 3 women breathed a slow sigh of relief. It's still Fifi's ex-boyfriend who is reliable and actually has a way to go out. We're saved. Cut. This person knew Fifi was trapped in the school and actually needed Fifi to call her before she knew to come out and rescue her. What a downer. That is. Fifi, you have to keep your eyes peeled. This kind of guy can never get back together with him. It's disgusting just thinking about it. Zhao Yufei nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'm not in the same world as him anymore. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that the other few boys chasing me were too useless to contact, I wouldn't have contacted him. 604 dormitory. Besides Zhao Yufei, the other 3 women were named Li Wan, Zhou Xiyu, and Chening, and the 4 girls have been good girlfriends since freshman year, choosing to go to graduate school together, but unfortunately, only Zhao Yufei went ashore. On the first day ashore, the 4 of them went out for a hijinks together, with a big shopping trip to the supermarket for snacks on the way. It was this big purchase that kept them going for several days at the end of the world, and it wasn't until yesterday, after the 4 of them couldn't get a ham sausage out anymore, that they started to get antsy. Relying on the hand-cranked charger that Li Wan had bought on a whim earlier, their cell phones actually stayed charged. But alas, each of the 4 women called their lickspittles, at least that's what they thought of themselves, for help, and were either scolded back or simply lost, and it's not clear if they're dead or not. After a lot of tossing and turning, it was actually Lindong who was willing to come over, finally allowing the 4 women to raise their hopes. Each of the 4 women returned to their beds and got under the covers to wait. Li Wan, who was full of pimple pits and basically equal in length, width and height, edited the 4 Beauties of Jiangcheng group. The 4 of us are good sisters for life. Zhao Yufei, aha, good sisters who will never be separated for the rest of their lives. Chening, I've been reading on the internet for the past few days that the outside world is in chaos, with people killing and robbing everywhere, but luckily the four of us sisters have a deep bond, and we've worked together to not let others take advantage of us. Zhou Shiyu, hee, that doesn't look at the reputation of our four beauties of Jiangchang. Who dares to come and rob us? Break her legs. Li Wan, as long as the four of us are together, there's no problem we can't solve. The other three girls, good sisters for life. Another group chat. No Zhao Yufei. Li Wan, at small rain at sistering. You guys just now has not noticed Zhao Yufei that complacent look. Looking at it is disgusting. Chapter 33 4 people, 5 groups. Zhou Shiyu, C, is not just to rely on the ex-boyfriend to support the waist just. I Zhou Shiyu real name despise this kind of. Chening, hey, I really don't want to stay in the dormitory anymore. I don't know how many students died outside. This place is like a morgue. I have an idea that I would like to discuss with you guys. Li Juan, what's the idea? Shiyu Zhou, curious +1. Channing, who was hiding under the covers, put her fingers that were about to freeze off in her cackling nest to warm them for a while, and then edited. I don't know how many people have frozen to death in the whole building now. It's like a morgue. I really don't want to live there anymore. So later on, if Lindong comes, we have to find a way to rub Lindong's RV to get out of here. Since Zhao Yufei that is not going to get back together with Lindong, let her stay here alone. Li Wan, if we don't go with Lindong, how are we going to dilly-dally? Zhou Shiyu, yes, we are not familiar with Lindong. Not go. Can we still let us pull down our faces to beg Lindong? I can't afford to lose face. Chening, my idea is that inside our dormitory is Xiaoyu's most beautiful. Her body and face value to give you shoes are not worthy. Or Xiaoyu a little sacrifice. While there is still time, dress up well. And so after rejecting Lindong, you will give Lindong a hint. Give him a chance to chase you. I think Lindong kind of beggar will certainly be rushed to give you a good show. So you can go along with the situation to propose to get on the car. Lindong certainly will not refuse. Zhou Shiyu, huh? This won't work. What if Lindong pesters me? Although he's tall and a little handsome, he's a poor bastard. Li Wan, I Xiaoyu, this is a very important time. Just a little sacrifice. If it's really not possible, then I'll go on. Men like slightly chubby extremes like me, and I'll have Lindong down in a minute. Channing, Shiyu Zhou, Li Wan, why aren't you guys talking? Zhou Shiyu, I still can't accept it. My mom won't allow me to have contact with those smelly men. Why don't Sister Ring get on it? After all, Sister Ring dresses up a little. That's also the school flower level. Channing, I can't. Zhou Shiyu, you can do it. Trust you. Sister Ring, Li Wan, I think I can do it. Channing, then. Well then, I'll make a sacrifice. But don't worry, as long as I take down Lindong, I'll definitely take you two with me. Without us, the three of us are the best sisters for life. Zhou Shiyu, aha, the three of us are really good sisters. Li Wan, no, I really think I can do it too. There is no fat pig Li Wan, group. Zhao Yufei, if it wasn't for the dead fat pig Li Wan who can eat so much, our snacks can at least last for 2 days, making it so that this girl still has to look for Lindong the beggar. It's really annoying. Chening, that's right, fat as a pig, and have the face to name themselves what micro-fat girl. Really laugh. Every day looking at her pig face I'm disgusted. Zhou Shiyu, luckily, Fifi's ex-boyfriend is powerful, or else the three of us sisters would be starved to death by fat pigs. Zhao Yufei, hee, when Lindong comes later, I can't bring this fat pig with me even if I say anything, otherwise there won't be enough food for her to waste. Chening, aha, seconded. Shiyu Zhou, seconded +1. There is no old woman Chening, group. Zhao Yufei, that old woman actually hid under the covers to put on makeup? What does she want? Li Wan, who knows? It's so cold. Everything's frozen. It'd be hell if I could draw it. Zhou Shiyu, oh, this old woman might be trying to seduce Fifi's ex-boyfriend, who made him so old and ugly that he can't even leave the house without makeup. Zhao Yufei, laughing to death. She's worthy? Even if Lindong was kicked by me, she's still my dog. But an old woman like her who's about to go through menopause? No one would even look at her when she's naked on the street. Li Wan, stop it. It's hot. There is no green tea Chao Shiryu, group. Chening, why did green tea run to the toilet? It's been clogged for days, doesn't she stink? Li Wan, Sister Ing, when does she not stink? Zhao Yufei, I'm telling you, last time she bought snacks, she bought a box of chocolates, and never took it out these days. I guess she hid it, and now she's hiding inside the toilet and stealing it. Li Wan, what? How can she be so shameless, to actually steal and hide food? Chening, green tea is green tea. It's fortunate that the three of us sisters have a united front to share with each other, or else we would have been sickened by her even if we hadn't starved to death. Zhao Yufei glanced coldly at the other three women, placed her cell phone on her chest to avoid turning it off because it was too cold, and curled up to sleep. Lindong, hurry up for me. In the library on the other side of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, at this time, Chen Yunxue was crossing her legs and receiving the long-torn ham sausage handed over by her boyfriend. Chen Yunxue, 1925 to 1993, Chinese writer. One bite and spit it out onto the floor on the spot. What the hell? How can we eat it when it's frozen? Chen Yunxue was full of disgust as she threw the ham sausage onto her boyfriend Feng, who hurriedly caught it and placed half of the ham sausage on the edge of the campfire and roasted it, smilingly saying, "Baby, then I'll help you roast it, ha, don't be in a hurry. Is there nothing else to eat except ham sausage? Feng, don't you have supernatural powers? Go get me some desserts from my favorite dessert store in the backstreet. I'm tired of eating this junk food every day." I'm afraid that only a very few people knew that the pure schoolgirl of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology was actually such a snarky looker. Feng said with a bitter smile, "Baby, even though I have supernatural powers, I don't dare to touch the snow yet, in case I can't immunize myself against the poison and get poisoned to death." This ham sausage was the last bit of food I could loot from the others, and I couldn't even eat it. But just wait, the monkeys will be able to penetrate the tunnels soon, and we can go to the teacher's dormitory building to get some other food. As the president of the student union, he was able to chase after the pure school goddess who was recognized throughout the school. Feng was extraordinarily attentive to his girlfriend. The night the poisonous snow descended, Chen Yunxue, who lost her temper over some trivial matter, locked herself in the library, and Feng, in order to coax her to be happy, ran out for more than 10 kilometers to buy a gift for his girlfriend, and accidentally bumped into the poisonous snow on his way back. Later, while returning to the library, everyone realized that the snow was poisonous, while Feng had started a high fever. Once the fever subsided, Feng realized that he had gained special abilities. He became strangely powerful and had a pair of eyes that fired lasers, which was awesome. Moreover, he wasn't the only one in this library who had awakened his superpowers. There was another person, nicknamed Monkey, who was acquainted with Feng. Later, the rules start to fall apart, and Feng joins forces with Monkey to start dominating the whole situation. And the two of them rely on their superpowers to quickly take control of everyone and snatch all the food from them. Chen Yunxue, on the other hand, relied on Feng and never went hungry. Chapter 34 Apologize to Me. Chen Yunxue couldn't help but sigh deeply after hearing this. After all, she wasn't some unreasonable girl. Forget it, this boyfriend of yours is as good as nothing. I can't even get dessert if I want it. Let's break up. I feel as if Monkey is quite interested in me as well. It would be better to fall in love with you than him. Feng had a jolt on the spot and immediately squatted in front of his girlfriend with a deep look of love. "Baby, you can't talk nonsense. It's just dessert. Believe me, in 2 days at the most, the monkeys will be able to hit the lanes to the backstreets. You'll be able to eat it." Chen Yunxue coldly grunted, slightly skimming her mouth. She actually meant to say just that. After all, Feng, no matter appearance and figure or family history, are not monkeys can be compared to. Not to mention that Feng also has a supernatural ability. If there is no him, she herself is estimated to have starved to death a long time ago. But Chen Yunxue didn't have the consciousness to put down her posture. In her eyes, the stinky man should be provided for her to be nice to her. After all, you're so pretty yourself. After all these years, she changed boyfriends faster than she changed clothes, but had never let any of them touch her, not even hold her hand. She had seen it countless times at home, and the way her father shyly coaxed her whenever her mother got angry reinforced the idea. Men are cheap. You can't be nice to them. And you can't just give your body to a man. As long as the more condescending and aloof you are, the nicer they'll be to you. Humph. I hope you're true to your word, or I'll really go find a monkey. Feng nodded repeatedly, but a cold aura suddenly flashed in his eyes. On the first floor of the library, the originally smooth and tidy floor was dug out with a large hole 2 meters in diameter, and the hole was very deep. Snap! A pair of pitch-black hands suddenly reached out from the hole. Asterisk. Malgorilla. I'm exhausted. A lean and short man crawled out of the hole, swinging the dirt from his body and hurling curses from his mouth. His name was Ho Ming, and with the surname Ho coupled with his stature, he had been called a monkey since he was a child, and he was used to it. Hong Ming looked around and headed for the upstairs of the library. On the way up the stairs, it is not uncommon to see a wide variety of gruesome corpses. These are all the students of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. Some of them are because of the failure of disembarkation. Some of them are habitually good at studying. Of course, some of them can't afford to open a room and come to the library to secretly get laid. After the poisonous snow descended, all these people were trapped. Some were poisoned, but most of them were killed alive, and the blood on the floor had long since frozen into ice. But this dismal sight could no longer frighten him, because a lot of these were killed by him. He's superpowered, and since he has powers, he should be able to kill whoever he wants, all the way to the top floor, where there were books and bookshelves piled up in a bonfire. Feng Yi and Chen Yunshi sat next to each other to keep warm. Mard, I'm working hard to dig a hole down below, and you two dogs and men are sitting here roasting and making love to each other. It's so damn unpleasant. Monkey only dares to think this in his heart, because he cannot beat Feng Yi. Otherwise, it would have eaten Chen Yunshi long ago. Seeing Ho Ming return, Feng Yi revealed a cold smile and immediately switched to a bright smile. Monkey's back. Is the hole open? Hu Ming sighed. It's not that fast, but I estimate that it will be less than 3 meters at most before we can dig through. Wait for me to rest for a while and then dig again in the afternoon. Chen Yunshi was not happy on the spot when she heard that she still had to wait half a day. What? There's only 3 meters left? Then why are you still resting? Hurry up and dig over there. Hu Ming rolled his eyes. My aunt, I'm a human being. Do you really intend to tire me out? Chen Yunshi angrily shouted. What's your tone? Apologize to me. Hou Ming? What the did I say? Why do I have to apologize to you for just being a little tired? Bitch, did I give you face? If it weren't for me, you'd be stuck in the library for the rest of your lives. You know? Waiting Ming is also instantly fried hair. This pure school flower really white long a pair of such a good-looking skin. This barbaric capricious nature is really not ordinary people can carry. Luckily it wasn't his girlfriend. However, this was the end of the world. If there was a chance to get Feng Yi killed, it would be fun to play around. After all, he had seen Chen Yunshi in a white dress, and her figure was quite wow. You dare to scold me? Chen Yunshi was shocked. She was so beautiful, but a smelly man dared to scold her? Feng Yi, as the president of the student council, still had some sense in him, and hurriedly inserted himself in the middle to round up the situation. Okay, baby, don't be angry. The monkey is also exhausted. Let's talk less Don't cry. But the killing intent in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. If he didn't need to use the monkey's digging superpower to get out, he really wanted to get the monkey dead on the spot. Oh, no one has ever scolded me since I was little. Feng Yi, kill the monkey for me. Chen Yunshi was unforgiving. Hu Ming sat there with a crooked mouth and sneered disdainfully. What was he afraid of? Feng Yi was embarrassed beyond measure. All kinds of good words persuaded all over, but how can not coax? Can only turn the target to Wait Ming. Monkey, why don't you apologize to my girlfriend and let this matter go? I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong. What the hell kind of apology is that? Ho Ming naturally wasn't happy about it. Feng Yi's face grimaced as his eyes began to glow red. Alright, I'm sorry, okay? Seeing that Feng Yi really wanted to kill himself, Ho Ming hurriedly waved his hand to compromise. Malagobi, I'll kill you all if I have the chance. What do you mean, okay? What kind of attitude is that? Chen Yunshi cried even louder. Ho Ming had no choice but to put on a sincere face. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Just stop crying. Chen Yunshi's tears came to an abrupt end, and she coldly grunted as she sat back down to continue roasting the fire. Watch what you say to me from now on. Toning down smelly men can be a very effective way to cry in addition to being condescending and aloof. Ho Ming almost exploded with anger, his chest rising and falling violently, but he finally endured it. All three fell silent, and the atmosphere slowly became frozen. You mean, you got your powers by having sex with him? In the traveling caravan, Liang Jihan couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim in shock, looking at Xinhuanyu with round eyes. Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the master. Xinhuanyu hurriedly drank low and turned around to realize that Lindong did not look disturbed. Then she let out a long breath. Liang Jihan hurriedly nodded her head and glanced at Lindong and Ling Xue, her face instantly turning red again. Xinhuanyu whispered, several of us, except for Jiang Zhu, have gained our superpowers through our master. If you want to survive well in the end times, just listen to your master obediently. Liang Jihan pursed her lips and bowed her head, then looked to the side of Jiang Zhu who didn't speak and looked out the window in a daze. This woman, it seems, is not like the other two. Chapter 35, Mutant Serum. Arrival at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. Tinkling or jingling sound. Suddenly, a cell phone rang in the RV. Jiang Zhu was startled and immediately pulled out her cell phone. Her beautiful eyes instantly complicated. It's fiancé Xia Beichen calling. Just as he was about to hang up, Lindong's voice suddenly came over. Catch! Jiang Zhu's lips were almost bleeding from biting, but she didn't dare to disobey Lindong at all. Yes, master. Phone call connected. Bamboo, how are you today? It's convenient to turn on the video. What's that noise over there? At the other end of the phone, a thoughtful Xia Beichen still wanted to open a video with his fiancé, and suddenly heard the woman's screams from Jiang Zhu's side, and all of a sudden he panicked. It's bad. My co-take is taken? An unspeakable rage instantly filled his entire body. It's okay, North Star. I missed you too much. So, watching a small movie. Jiang Zhu could only choose to lie. And by the way, she glared fiercely at Ling Xue, signaling her to keep her voice down. However, It was as if Ling Xue was purposely going against her, and the decibels were pulled up quite a bit more. Hearing his fiancée's voice overlap with the woman's screams, indicating that his wife hadn't been taken down, Xia Beichen let out a long breath. Thankfully, I wasn't cuckolded myself. Thinking that his fiancée was actually looking at something like that, Xia Beichen couldn't help but snicker. Ego? I didn't realize that Xiaozhu you actually have this kind of hobby in private. Obviously you don't let me touch it. Why don't you make a video with your boss, and hubby will let you see the real thing? GGG. Ginger Bamboo took a deep breath. No, we agreed that we couldn't do that until our wedding night. You can't go rogue on me. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Xia Beichen laughed loudly. Xiaozhu, I know you're having a hard time right now, but don't worry. Xia Beichen looked around and lowered his voice. Our family got the mutation serum. There is a probability that it can help people awaken their psychic abilities. We are going to inject it at night. Don't worry, I will succeed. When I've succeeded, I'll come for you myself. When Lindong heard this, he signaled Ling Xue to be quiet on the spot and gave Jiang Zhu a look to set her straight. The serum helps people awaken their powers? That's kind of interesting. A few of the women were also interested and listened attentively with their ears perked up. Ginger Bamboo asked with some surprise. Serum? Where did it come from? This can involve a very mysterious organization. I don't know much about it. Xia Beichen was not the least bit defensive towards Jiang Zhu. At home, it's only my dad and my sister who have contact with them, and I heard my sister say that the probability of the serum helping people awaken their powers isn't very high, and there's a high probability that they'll die. After all, it's something that's been extracted from inside the poisonous snow. But don't worry, I'm Xia Beichen. For your sake, I'll definitely succeed in awakening. Ginger Bamboo's heart lifted. North Star, don't inject that thing, it's too dangerous. Don't worry little Bamboo, I'll be fine. I'm sure my love for you can overcome some difficulties and obstacles. Lindong and the few others shivered at the same time, goosebumps falling to the ground. Mr. Bully actually, he's playing with meats? Jiang Zhu knew that her fiancé was aware that she had gained the ability through contact with poisonous snow, and that the overlord's machismo was acting up before he wanted to awaken, so he hurriedly persuaded him to do so. But Mr. Ba froze to listen to it. All kinds of fleshy words flung non-stop. Between the lines are expressed. In order to you, I am willing to go through fire. Completely to Jiang Zhu will not be a hole. Well, my sister seems to be coming over. Let's stop talking for now. Xiaozhu, just wait for my news. Xia Beichen hurriedly hung up the phone. Jiang Zhu held his cell phone at a loss for words and tried to look up to ask Lindong to drive and divert to Xia's house so he could stop Xia Beichen, but she had absolutely no idea how she was going to face her fiancé. He had clearly promised to give him his first time on his wedding night, but because of the sudden end of the world, he had allowed himself to be played by Lindong. She didn't deserve to be Xia Beichen's wife anymore. North Star, Beichen, I'm sorry. Helpless and anxious, Jiang Zhu couldn't help but cry. Lindong patted Ling Xue to signal to continue. Liang Jihan's beautiful eyes deeply surveyed Jiang Zhu, and her little head did not know what she was thinking. After another half hour, the caravan finally saw Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology from afar, and Lindong put a layer of down jacket and thick pants on himself. Staring grimly, Ling Xue asked with a flirtatious face, Master, why is this the first stop on our tour? Lindong seemed to smile, because my first love is still alive, and she's here waiting for me. The four women were stunned at the same time. First love? No wonder Lindong faced four stunning colors, only desire in his eyes but not a bit of emotion, combined with his heart has long belonged to. After all, the first love of a man's killing power is too big. Xinwan Yu asked pitifully. Then, Master, are you planning to bring her back? After several days, she had gotten used to serving only Lindong, and now that an ex-girlfriend had popped up out of nowhere, she was worried about having an extra mistress. In this way, a few of his own people were afraid that they would have a very difficult time in the future. After all, no woman would allow her man to keep so many extremely beautiful women as toys, and once they didn't have Lindong, their strength wouldn't be able to progress at all, and when they met a powerful alien, they would still be slaughtered. Pick it up? Lindon snorted. I'll send her away. Previously, Lindong belonged to the love brain. Some outrageous behavior of Zhao Yufei are tolerated, and now after awakening to look back to see the words, he is really a big wrong seed. Zhao Yufei is also an extreme big. I came back this time to disgust her for my own pleasure. Hearing the murderous intent in Lindong's tone, the several women were able to guess a generalization even though they did not understand what was happening. It's nothing more than the drama of being dumped by a scummy woman. Ling Xue's big eyes rolled around and suddenly came up. Don't worry, Master. I will dress myself up beautifully to make your ex-girlfriend regret it. Do you think I should wear high silk or white silk or fishing net stockings? However, Lindong waved his hand. Later on, A couple of you will stay in the hotel next door and wait until I tell you to come out and you will come out again. Ha! Ling Xue's face was full of reluctance. How could she help her master to pretend to be a pimp and beat his face with this kind of cool plot without bringing herself along? After all, if Lindong hadn't been kicked by a scummy girl, how could he have become so cold-blooded and heartless? Blame it on her. Although they hadn't met yet, a few of the women had already started to hold a grudge against Zhao Yufei in their hearts. That, master, I want to see it. Ling Xue had already started pouting. Lindong lost his smile and spread his hands. You guys following will affect my play. Liang Jihan pursed her lips and pulled out a button from her dress pocket. That, I have a professional invisible camera here, which I used to use to catch evidence with, and it can connect to my cell phone. Or, should not say, gossip is the nature of every woman. Although she still resisted Lindong, but it did not prevent her from wanting to eat melon. Ling Xue's eyes lit up, immediately took it over and pinned it on Lindong's clothes, and came to his ear and whispered, Master, you'll just wear the camera when you come back. I can poo 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 poo. Lindong's eyes widened on the spot and he touched his nose and coughed. Ahem, since you all want to see it, I'll satisfy you once. Master. Chapter 36, Even Death is a Luxury. See you later, Master. Xinhuanyu's 4 girls stood in the safety of the hotel entrance and waved at the caravan. Let's go. Let's go in and find a clean room to stay in and wait for the master's order. Xinhuanyu put the thermostat given by Lindong into her pocket and took the lead to enter the hotel. Ling Xue followed. Liang Jihan and Jiang Zhu didn't move, and only after they had disappeared into thin air did Liang Jihan suddenly say softly, Ms. Jiang Zhu, I can see that you're not willing to stay by Lindong's side. Nowadays, we have a chance to escape from him, but we need the 2 of us to join forces to have a chance. I know this hotel. It's a famous 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng. All the facilities are very good. There should be survivors inside. The 2 of us can unite the survivors, take control of those 2 women, and when Lindong comes back negotiate with him to make him hand over the caravan, so we'll have a chance to escape. You see. Jiang Zhu stuck his hands in his pockets and couldn't help a cold smile from surfacing on his cool expression. It should be clear to you if you know him at all that we have no chance of escaping unless he's dead. How else would Lindong feel comfortable just leaving the maids here? Because he doesn't care if they die. Or rather, he can control them at will. When he met Lindong, even death was a luxury, let alone escape. Liang Jihan really didn't know much about Lindong and couldn't help but wonder, what does that mean? What kind of ability does he possess? Make you guys so afraid of him? Jiang Zhu wasn't sure what Lindong had the ability to do, so he could only sigh deeply and turn his head into the hotel, leaving behind the female security officer who was filled with confusion. Seeing that Jiang Zhu had given up, Liang Jihan could only follow her in with a tightly locked brow. There was no way for her to escape alone. Wow, this hotel is eerie. It's quite the atmosphere of an escape room. Ling Xue held up her flashlight and walked side by side with Xinhuanyu at the front. The hotel was lavishly decorated without a single light, and it did look like some spooky scene from a ghost movie. With many of the room doors wide open and some blood and bodies left on the walls and carpets, the 4 women went straight to the topmost floor, where the most luxurious presidential suite was located. Opened several room doors in a row, inside either messy or broken windows, all the way to the corridor, the innermost one. Xinhuanyu, just ready to kick the door open, suddenly frowned. Watch out, there's someone in the house. Even through the thick security door, she heard voices coming from inside the house. What are you afraid of? Let's knock on the door and see if we don't know. Ling Xue, who had the appearance of Lei Dashue, took the initiative to walk forward. Knock knock. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. The people in the room were silent on the spot, and after a while, the door of the room was opened a crack, and a middle-aged man carefully exposed his head. At the sight of the 4 great beauties like flowers, they froze on the spot. Ling Xue revealed a sweet smile and greeted. Hi uncle, we're passing by. It's cold outside. Oh, can you let us in to take a rest? The middle-aged man was stunned for a long time before he froze and opened the door of the room to let them in. How did you guys get over here? I just saw a car downstairs. Is it yours? The middle-aged man asked. Ling Xue acted very innocent, just so big and bold. Walked in first, looked at the suite. Inside is still clean and tidy. Satisfied, nodded his head. That's not our car. We just hitched a ride and now we want to find a place to rest. Uncle, can we stay? Looking at Ling Xue's pitiful appearance, the middle-aged man immediately felt like he was in love again. Can. In my Wang Dashang. A few beauties quickly come in. This hotel is not peaceful. Wang Dashang rubbed his hands and joyfully welcomed them in. Liang Jihan suddenly frowned and asked, Wang Dashang? The chairman of Dashang Group? Wang Dashang was stunned. Beauty, you know me? It then immediately switched to the OP's look. I am not talented. It is the chairman of Dashang Group. In this, Jiangcheng is also considered to be a loud and clear figure. A few beauties, rest assured. As long as you live in my place, I will definitely protect your safety. Ling Xue revealed a sweet smile. Ajushi, you've got it all wrong, yo. You get out and we'll stay here. Wang Dasheng was dumbfounded. What do you mean, beautiful woman? Ling Xue smirked. Literally, why don't you roll? It's a pretty nice facility and environment for staying and eating your host's melons. Wang Dasheng's fat face instantly twisted. What's the matter? I've been kind enough to take you in, but you're still trying to take over the nest? What's wrong with you? Liang Jihan instantly realized something and immediately pulled back the furious Wang Dasheng. Mr. Wang, you are also a man of honor, so don't bother with these women. Anyway, there are a lot of rooms here. Can you find another one? Her move was naturally to save Wang Dasheng's life, and once she annoyed these women, the end could be imagined. But what she didn't expect was that the words were tantamount to pouring oil on the fire, and Wang Dasheng felt that he was being looked down upon. A hand shook off Liang Jihan and pointed at Ling Xue and cursed angrily. Stinking, old me back then a watermelon knife cut from the west street to the east street. Really think that old me such a big business is earned properly? Malagasy, someone, take all 4 of these women. When I'm done enjoying myself, I'll give you guys a good time. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, the bedroom door of the suite opened, and immediately rushed out 4 strong men, all of whom were Wang Dasheng's personal bodyguards and were loyal to Wang Dasheng. Liang Jihan looked in along the bedroom door and her beautiful eyes instantly widened. She understood why this was the end of the world and why Wang Dasheng still had bodyguards. Inside the bedroom was simply a miniature AI way scene. 4 or 5 women were lying on the floor with a lifeless face, dirty and unkempt, shivering from the cold. Apparently, even with such low temperatures, they hadn't escaped being brutalized, and by the looks of it, I'm afraid they're going to freeze to death soon. There are women. Wang Dasheng, he is really willing to share. Liang Jihan even recognized one of the women. Seems to be still Wang Dasheng's secretary. The 4 burly men looked at each other with lustful flashes. These women were all snatched from the hotel, both other residents and waitresses, and had long since gotten tired of playing around with them. But now there were actually a few new and prettier ones. It's true, following the boss is the way to go. Ling Xue sneered and moved her little pink fists. Just now, I was robbed of my head by you 2 stinking ears. This lady is still upset in her heart. Leave these guys to me. I'll have some fun with them. Xinwan Yu's face was expressionless. Don't get too much blood. Just this one room is quite stayable. Okay. Ling Xue was a bit helpless. A few burly men showed their sardonic smiles. Little, I'm afraid you can't carry the 4 of us brothers alone. It just so happens that there are 4 of you as well. Why don't you? Ha. Humph. Disgusting. Ling Xue coldly snorted before her figure instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 37, In the last days, there is no good or evil, only the strong and the weak. The few on Wang Dasheng's side were ordinary people, and although they were all good and brave characters, they were nothing in front of superpowers. Wang Dasheng only felt a flash in front of his eyes. That big beautiful woman with a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of the 4 bodyguards. Before they could react, Ling Xue had already flashed her feet. Snap! The sound of 4 consecutive eggs breaking came. The 4 bodyguards were stunned on the spot, and an unspeakable and incomparable sharp pain instantly swept through their bodies. Oh ho 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 ho! The 4 of them covered their crotches at the same time, their eyes bulging out, their bodies bending into prawns as they cried out in pain. Wang Dasheng looked straight to feel a cold crotch. Cannot help but tighten the waistband of the pants? No man can face this scene when not cold. Humph, if I didn't want to make the room too dirty, I would have blown your heads off long ago. Ling Xue clapped her hands, opened the window, and carried the 2 bodyguards left and right and prepared to throw them down. Wang Dasheng, numb, private for him to smooth out countless troubles of the bodyguard, was so put down. Then what to do with himself? Just as Ling Xue was about to be thrown out, suddenly, Liang Jihan pulled out her gun and pointed it at her violently. Ling Xue, put the people down and stop killing innocent people. Ling Xue was stunned, still carrying the 2 of them, and turned around, her beautiful eyes looking at her grimly. What do you mean? You dare to make a move on me while the master is away? Liang Jihan bit her silver lips tightly, thinking of the horrible Lindong, but her heart's duty and sense of justice prompted her to not be willing to just ignore the impending murder case. I don't want to hurt you. I know you were also forced by Lindong. I can see that you are not a murderous person by nature. Don't make the same mistake again. While we have the chance now, let's conspire and find a way to get rid of Lindong's control. And from now on, can't we make our own decisions in our lives? Ling Xue's anger instantly extinguished most of it, slowly lowering her head and pursing her lips without saying a word. Yeah, it's only been a few days. How come he was conditioned by Lindong to be this devilish? Obviously, before the end of the world, he is also a rely on the beautiful appearance of the body to earn a little money anchor only. Did not do anything to hurt the world. How since he met him, on human life is so thin as paper? One's original intention was simply to survive. Seeing that Ling Xue was shaken, Liang Jihan's eyes flashed with hope, but the next second, Ling Xue suddenly raised her head with a ruthless gaze in her eyes. Her arms simultaneously exerted force to throw the bodyguard out of the window, smashing heavily into the snow. Hissing and wailing, his downfall was already doomed. You, how did you? Liang Jihan went numb. You're playing me? There's no need to think about it. It's impossible for us to escape from our masters for the rest of our lives. For the rest of our lives. Ling Xue's eyes were a little red and her voice was tinged with tears. She thought back to the days when she was locked in the bathroom. What's the point of dying? Lindong had the means to make their lives worse than death. As long as he was still alive, she would never have any chance of betrayal, and her life would already be completely bound to Lindong. Xinhuanyu held her arms blandly looking at the two women confronting each other. She was the first to follow Lindong, and with Lindong as a neighbor, it is also considered to know more about Lindong. This is a pre-apocalyptic bottom feeder who was abused to the point of psychological distortion by unbridled stress, and such people are the most terrifying once they have power. However, there was nothing she could do about it. In the end, it's all about power. Lindong had the power, so they could only follow him. Alright, MS. Liang might as well put the gun down. Don't try to say these words again in the future. It's pointless. Xinhuanyu sighed deeply. Liang Jihan was anxious and looked at Jiang Zhu for help. Jiang Zhu, are you still going to be a jerk? You're the one with a fiancé. Can't you fight for your own happiness? Jiang Zhu was instantly stunned. His heart caught in the middle of a violent struggle. The sudden change in the situation makes Wang Dasheng overjoyed, although he could not figure out what happened between these women. But now there is a trend of infighting, and now it is a good opportunity for himself to control the situation. While they were not paying attention, Wang Dasheng fled back to the room, opened the safe, and pulled out the truth. Malagobi, do you really think that I am a soft persimmon? A few little pussies also want to take me down. I'll kill all of you today. Wang Dasheng's anger rose from his heart, picked up his gun and rushed out. Without even thinking about it, he shot at the nearest Liang Jihan. This woman has a gun. Let's get her first. This sudden change of events was really out of the expectation of several women. Xinhuanyu exclaimed, "Look out!" Bang! Liang Jihan was completely oblivious, only feeling a pain in her chest. Dumbfounded, she looked down and found a large bloody hole that was gurgling blood. Why? She didn't understand. She had obviously been saving him. Why would he want to kill me? Is it true that kindness can't be exchanged for goodwill? These damn end times. Xinhuanyu was instantly furious. This dead fat pig. The name is like her ex-husband even if it's not enough, but it's also such a hateful person. Damn. And Ling Xue's reaction was even faster, kicking the nearest bodyguard out on the spot, smashing heavily on Wang Dasheng, who was unable to react, and smashing him over. Xinhuanyu instantly killed over, pulling out the dagger from her thigh and swinging it down. Wang Dasheng's neck spurted out blood in an instant. This Xinhuanyu still do not know enough. Pick up the dagger as if to tie rice like a knife after a knife to tie non-stop. On the body of the newly changed clothes were stained red. Jiang Zhu caught the paralyzed Liang Jihan and looked at her with complicated beautiful eyes. Now you know. In the end times, there is no good or evil, only strength and weakness. It's not that I don't want to pursue my own happiness, but I no longer have the right to pursue happiness. The only thing I can do is to be good. I have no other recourse. Ho! Liang Jihan spat out blood, trying to say something but couldn't say anything. This time it's going to be more of a heart death than it was at the mall, both in the physical and psychological sense. In the end times, there is no good or evil, only strength and weakness. One's good intentions were rewarded with nothing but backstabbing. If I can have a second chance to live by myself, I, Liang Jihan, from now on, will never be a saintly mother, and will only be a person without feelings. Also, Lindong, you took my lady's first time. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill you by 1,000 cuts. Unfortunately, it's all just a figment of the imagination. Ding dong, detected Maid Liang Jihan on the verge of death. Is it a one-click cure? Lindong, who was driving his car and stepping into the gates of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, froze. What the hell? I've only been gone a few minutes. Why is she dying? Got into a fight with some other women? Heal. Forget it. Wait until you ask later. Chapter 38, Another Way to Help Others. Liang Jihan is carrying out the life summary of the dying it. Suddenly the body of the golden light flashes. The blood hole is restored as before. The weak heartbeat is restored to the strong and powerful. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and feeling her body gain strength, Liang Jihan climbed up from Jiang Zhu's arms. What's wrong? Jiang Zhu smiled miserably. Now you should understand that when you meet that demon, death is a luxury. Want to run away? Where can we escape to? Liang Jihan stared blankly at Xinhuanyu and Ling Xue who had expected this, and her pupils instantly dilated. Could it be? Is this Lindong's ability? Not only does he possess great power in himself, but he can control the life and death of her people at will, even if he's not in sight. That's not funny, is it? No wonder these few women didn't dare to escape at all. In this instant, Liang Jihan completely understood, and at the same time, her fear of Lindong went even deeper into her bones. Shenhuanya threw the bloodstained dagger in her hand at her feet and said indifferently, after experiencing this time, you should understand that in the end times, it is either you kill someone else or someone else kills you. There is no other possibility. You may have been a good person with a good heart before, but now, if you want to not be punished by your masters, you will honestly be a bad person. There are a couple of other women in the bedroom, so give them a ride. Liang Jihan dully picked up the dagger and walked into the bedroom. All sorts of disgusting and pungent odors came to the surface, so you can imagine what inhuman torture they experienced here. Help! Help me, please! A weak cry for help came from Liang Jihan. Liang Jihan turned her head to look. It was Wang Daxing's personal secretary. Before the end of the world, she was a shining presence, although everyone knew that she was one of those who had nothing to do with secretaries to get to the top. But once the end times came, she was just a tool used by Wang Daxing to enlist his bodyguards, and she was being toyed with wantonly. And her life was worse than death. It wasn't just her. All the other women here were quite good-looking and fit. But now, they were just tools. Is this the fate of women under the end times? Liang Jihan couldn't help but ask herself. The sinking heart, all of a sudden, didn't hurt so much. Perhaps it was better to follow Lindong and be tormented by him alone than being tormented by countless men. The dagger in her hand slowly gripped tightly. Liang Jihan squatted beside the secretary and reached out her hand to gently caress her dirty hair. Don't be afraid. I'll help you now. The secretary slowly revealed a smile, and then completely froze, because the dagger in the other party's hand had already slashed across her neck like lightning. The secretary's body convulsed violently and her eyes began to blanch. Thanks. Liang Jihan vaguely heard the other party's voice of thanks and tightly bit her lips in silence. Yourself. You're kind of helping others in another way. Forcing herself to endure the nausea of vomiting, Liang Jihan similarly finished off a few other women. So far, only the four of them were left in this suite. Walking out of the bedroom with a pained face, Ling Xue impatiently reached out her hand. Get your cell phones out. We're in a hurry to eat the master's melon. Liang Jihan was stunned and silently took out her cell phone and quickly connected to the button camera on Lindong's body. Looking at the three women gathered in front of the cell phone without a heart, Liang Jihan sighed deeply. Perhaps she should be like them. Be a heartless dog. The camera shows Lindong smoking a cigarette with one hand and controlling the steering wheel with the other. Looking at the familiar sights within the school filled my eyes with sighs. Here used to be his alma mater. If not for family reasons, perhaps he would have finished college here, and then continued with Zhao Yufei to choose to go to graduate school. The large RV cut a long black line through the snowy scene, and many of the survivors saw it and couldn't help but cry out for help. Help me! Help me! Hey, is the guy driving the car deaf? I'm here. Come save me. SOS. I'm crooked, priority, save me. Asterisk 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 the crooked guy. Take me first. But alas, Lindong chose not to hear it. Zhao Yufei's dormitory he naturally knew where. The caravan slowly parked under the dormitory building. The huge roar naturally attracted the attention of all the people in this building, and they were careful to poke their heads out, wanting to know if it was the rescue team coming. They were disappointed, however, when they got out of the RV and it was just an ordinary man. Lindong carried a box of instant noodles on his shoulder, attracting a lot of people's attention. Handsome, are you from the rescue team? A girl took the initiative to walk out of the dormitory door and asked. Lindong laughed. No, I just came over to pick up someone and leave. You guys should eat and sleep, huh? Don't care about me. Others. Then can you share the instant noodles with us? We've been starving for days, someone asked pitifully. Lindong snorted. Thinking of farts to eat? What do I care if you're hungry or not? You. Some of the girls were already a bit angry and were just about to continue picking a fight when Zhao Yufei, who had heard the commotion, had already run down. Get out of the way. This is my boyfriend. All of you. Originally, Lindong thought that he would have more or less complicated emotions when he reunited with Zhao Yufei. After all, the two of them had shared the same bed anyways. But to his surprise, Ice Cold's heart actually did not fluctuate, as if he had seen a stranger. In the hotel, the four girls also saw Zhao Yufei's appearance through the camera, and they all skimmed their lips in unison. Is this the master's ex-girlfriend? She's not much to look at. That's right, it's not as big as mine, and it has freckles on its face. The master really hasn't eaten fine chaff before. Zhao Yufei rushed over without saying a word and swore sovereignty by hugging Lindong's arm. The others were envious and jealous when they saw that this person actually had a boyfriend who drove to pick her up, but they were all good students and didn't dare to do anything excessive. Go Lindong, come back to the dormitory with me first. Zhao Yufei was still happy in her heart after seeing Lindong's big RV. Lindong never said anything before being dragged hard into the dormitory. Just entering the door, Lindong couldn't help but frown. Stink. It stinks. Is this pulling out of the bed? In the small dormitory, all kinds of clothes piled up in a mess. All kinds of snack noodles garbage piled up into a small mountain. I really do not know how they endure. Grateful for the system that allows one to have a maid to clean the house even in the post-apocalyptic world. Zhao Yufei immediately let go of Lindong's arm after closing the door to the room, her mouth switching on the spot. Lindong, what's wrong with you? How come you're so slow? You made me hungry. You know? Go boil some water and cook me some noodles. Why did you only bring instant noodles? I'm tired of that stuff. Don't you know how to get something else to eat? It's so annoying. Splitting his face with an accusation, Lindong couldn't help but laugh. Still familiar flavor in the past, Zhao Yufei is so to him, but if there is a hint of displeasure, it is a scolding. Did I used to be a jitterbug? When Zhao Yufei saw that Lindong was not moving in place and was still laughing, her anger came up at once. What are you still laughing at? Hurry up! Lindong's smiling face slowly clouded over, carrying the instant noodles to the window and throwing them out. If you want to eat it, go pick it up yourself inside the snow. Did I give you face? Chapter 39, I can only take 3 people with me. Lindong's sudden hand really surprised Zhao Yufei. Now don't say instant noodles. Even a packet of instant noodle seasoning packet have to secretly lick and eat the day. You lost a whole box of instant noodles? What's wrong with him? No. What's his tone? What's your tone? You dare to be mean to me? Zhao Yufei was furious. Liwan, 3 women are exclaiming to the window, trying to save the instant noodles, but they are the 6th floor far away from the snow surface. When he got close to the balcony, Lindong was able to see the faces of the 3 women, and he naturally recognized them. But today, why do I feel like I don't recognize you again? Liwan's fat pig face had a layer of oil smeared on it from nowhere, and the 2 blushes on Zhou Shiyu's face were simply red out of the sky, just like Fua. Channing, on the other hand, was even more horrifying. You say she had smoky makeup, then it's really the same as smoked, black and white. The powder on her face is just like a fried hedgehog. It's quite scary. Mud, are you guys playing the Chamber of Secrets NPC? Liwan huffed and pointed at Lindong. Lindong, how can you waste food? Now you hurry down and pick up the stuff for me, or else. Otherwise there's absolutely no way my Fifi will get back together with you. Snap. Lindong did not even think to raise his hand to slap her face, and on the spot, the pig's face was red and swollen. What kind of an ingredient are you that you dare to yell at me? Li Wan was confused, and so were several other women. How dare he hit someone? Lindong, on the other hand, looked at his hand with an obscure expression. Marred, this pig alone can feed an oil refinery. Right, where did it get so much oil? Lindong shook off the lard on his hands in disgust, and thought for a moment before pulling out a bottle of warm mineral water from his arms to wash his hands. The 4 beauties of Jiangcheng all stared blankly at Lindong. In their impression, Lindong was a licking dog, a meek and honest good guy who was generous to others. How come you're like this today? It doesn't move, it flips out, it hits at the drop of a hat. The strangeness was almost as if it had been taken from me. And, he carries hot water with him? Chenning licked his dry lips, resisting the urge to lick the soon-to-be frozen water stains on the ground, and hurriedly ran over to round up the crowd. What are you doing? Xiaowan, this is between Lindong and Fei Fei. Whether to get back together or not is also their own decision. We as good girlfriends cannot interfere. And Lindong, how can you as a boy hit someone? Why don't you apologize to Xiaowan and let this matter go? He said and gave Lindong an imperceptible wink. Look how understanding and sensible I am. Much more so than that Zhao Yufei. However, Lindong acted as if he didn't see it and threw out the unused half bottle of hot water again. And you deserve to have me apologize? After saying that, regardless of Chun Ying's stiff smile, he found himself a clean stool and sat down to look at Zhao Yufei. Originally, we are also said to be in love for a time. I am sincere and hard to bring you supplies. You are good. Into the door on the flip face, do not recognize the person. I'm not your boyfriend. Why look at your bad face? Zhao Yufei froze completely, and she finally realized that she had made a huge mistake. Yeah, he's not his boyfriend anymore, so why should he take what he wants? But she also quickly calmed down. Since Lindong was willing to come, it meant that he still had some lingering feelings for himself. In that case, it's a good thing. Zhao Yufei smiled awkwardly and immediately put on a pitiful look as she squatted beside Lindong. Winter is my mistake. The fact that you can come to my rescue means that you love me, right? I was just a bit anxious just now, so I treated you badly, so forgive me, okay? It wasn't like she hadn't pissed off Lindong before, but the spoilsport method had worked 100 times over. Lindong sneered in his heart, but his cold face slowly eased. What does it matter if I forgive you or not? We're not boyfriend and girlfriend anyway. Zhao Yufei was even more determined that Lindong wanted to get back together with herself, and she was suddenly pleased with herself. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend, but we're not enemies, so don't look so gloomy, okay? Smile. Only then did Lindong reveal a bright smile. Seeing that Lindong was so easily taken by Zhao Yufei, the other three girls were all kinds of envious and jealous. How come they didn't have such a good-looking dog? Li Wan covered her fat face and stared at Lindong with some resentment, her small eyes darting around, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhao Yufei sighed deeply. Winter, this snowstorm is really terrible. You have an RV to move around in. You must have a lot of supplies, right? Lindong nodded. It's quite a lot. I can't even finish it alone. Several women's eyes lit up at the same time. Before Zhao Yufei could say anything, Chening had already come over. So much for that? That's great. I really didn't misjudge you. It's pretty hard to get supplies for a man in such a situation. Lindong, you're too good. Zhou Shiyu also came over and said Lindong, you were so great. Lindong slightly raised his eyebrows. These three versions of Zhao Yufei's T0 roommates had never treated him well. Today this was a turnaround? Combined with their makeup, Lindong couldn't help but have a jolt. They couldn't be craving my body, right? Zhao Yufei was slightly annoyed in her heart. Channing, this old woman, and Zhou Shiyu, this dead green tea, really know how to see the wood for the trees. It's okay, I was just a fluke. Lindong reverted back to his old naive self. Zhao Yufei asked tentatively, then, that RV of yours, can it take me away? It's take me, not take us. Channing was in a hurry then. Right, Lindong, that caravan of yours is so big, surely it can take us away, right? Zhao Yufei unexpectedly does not intend to take them away? Li Wan and Zhou Shiyu didn't say anything, but just winked at Lindong in a single glance. Lindong looked at them and suddenly revealed a wave of inexplicable smiles. You can, but unfortunately, my motorhome only has 4 seats total, and I can only take 3 people besides me. You guys. With just one sentence, the atmosphere in the dormitory instantly chilled. The 4 women looked at each other wistfully, and there was fire bursting through the air. They all knew that whoever stayed behind would only end up starving and freezing to death, without any possibility of survival. Channing asked, can you only bring 3 people? The 4 of us are good girlfriends for life. No one can be separated. Lindong, see if you can squeeze a little. The 4 of us cannot take up much space. Lindong spread his hands. There's no way. My car is full of all kinds of food supplies. It's already not easy to squeeze out 3 empty seats, so I really can't fit in a 4th person. The 4 beauties of Jiangcheng simultaneously felt a chill in their hearts. The battle for the seats. It's on. Chapter 40, Best Friends, Torn Apart. Lindong smilingly lit a cigarette and looked at the silent 4 women. You're best friends. You're not the 4 beauties of Jiangcheng. Come on, get on the talent. Zhao Yufei was the first to make a statement. Winter, as long as you let me get in the car with you, I'm willing to get back together with you. After all, after these days I have also seriously thought about it. At that time rashly broke up with you is really too irrational. And so calm down, I realized that I deeply love has always been you. I dream of you every night. Of the days when we were in and out of class together, eating roadkill together. You can't abandon me. Should I say no? Zhao Yufei's acting was quite good. Her big eyes were red. She was very aware of her strengths, and White Moonlight's killing power was not something to be trifled with. In the hotel, Xinhuan Yu's 4 women vomited at the same time. I can't stand it anymore. This woman is so cheap. Dumped her master before the end of the world, and now she shamelessly says that she still loves her master. I really want to go through the screen and beat her up. You guys, will the master eat her up? A few women looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. No way. Absolutely not. Lindong, this person his heart is really colder than the ice and snow outside. If it was so easy to be taken, they wouldn't be able to only be his maidservants, not his women. However, to their surprise, Lindong smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll take you. Zhao Yufei instantly turned her tears into laughter and gave Chun-Ing and the girls a smug squint. Look at this. The old lady only needs to make a slight move. Lindong will have to be obedient. You few ugly don't want to rob the old lady. Chenning 3 women are not so broken defense. After all, they are prepared in their hearts. Zhao Yufei is after all an ex-girlfriend. The possibility of Lindong taking her away is still very high. Next, it was up to the 3 of them to grab the remaining 2 seats. Zhou Shiyu took the lead and stood out, combing her scattered bangs with her hands and revealing a sweet smile. Lindong, I'm Fifi's best friend, the kind that refuses to be separated even when eating, sleeping and going to the toilet. You can't let me and Fifi be separated, or else I won't agree to it. She had already hinted to Lindong. I don't even sleep apart from Fifi, so I can be there at night when you do that with Fifi. It's already considered seduction. Chenning was full of displeasure. Xiaoyu, the way you say that, aren't Fei Fei and I the best of girlfriends? And Lindong, I'm telling you, Xiaoyu, she grinds her teeth in her sleep. It's so noisy that you can't sleep at all. Bring me along. I grew up in a poor family. I can do all the housework. Backstabbing begins. Zhou Shiyu was enraged. Sister Ing, That's too much to say, isn't it? When did I grind my teeth in my sleep? Don't you slander me. Channing coldly grunted. I'm excessive? Joke. I still have the recording of you grinding your teeth in your sleep in my cell phone. Do you want to take it out and play it? Zhou Shiyu, you old woman. How can you be so cheap? Channing stormed out. I'm only 2 years older than you. Who are you to say I'm old? A woman's age is not something to be taken lightly and attacked. And when it is, it's a king's bomb. Seeing that Channing had broken his defense, Zhou Shiyu began to yin and yang. Yeso is only 2 years older than me. According to our old family counting the virtual age, then it is 3 years old. Rounded up is 5 years old. Is not old enough? Channing was furious on the spot. Damn green tea. I'll tear your mouth apart. Said to push and shove up. Zhou Shiyu is not at all defensible, and immediately was pushed down but sitting on the ground, eyes red and pathetic. Ah, pain. The voice was that of a pin-up. Ling Xue in front of the screen covered her face on the spot. This is a clip from some stick country variety show. The problem is, what kind of fairy face is that of others? And what kind of demon face is that of yours? I feel sorry for you when I see you, but I want to run you over when I see you. Zhou Shiyu obediently pouted at Lindong. Brother Lindong. You, look at her. She pushed me. She's violent, so don't take her. Chen Ying's chest rose and fell violently with anger. Dead green tea, you get up. I didn't exert myself at all. Dare to act for me again? Then he tangled with Zhou Shiyu, and the two of them began to pull their hair and talk dirty. The scene was very lively. Lindong was watching with great interest when he unexpectedly realized that Li Wan was actually not involved in the fight. Where did she get the confidence? At this point, Li Wan was silent. Just a concave look. She always believed one thing, that men liked her slightly chubby polar opposite. From time to time, he ruffled his hair and pursed his lips, which did not attract Lindong's eyes. It's not like the old woman and the dead green tea on the floor, tearing their heads off. It's not elegant at all. I blame God for giving me a perfect skin. Li Wan leaned on the window and sighed to the sky. She felt as if she was like Sister Lin at the moment. On the floor, Channing and Zhou Shiyu had already fought their heads off, and the two of them used the most primitive way of fighting, gripping their hair, pulling their clothes, biting with their teeth, and so on, attacking each other in every way possible. Zhao Yufei looked at the cold smile, but after all, it is a good girlfriend to come. How do you say should be discouraged? So immediately ran over to pull the fight. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Sister Ing. Xiao Yu. We're all good girlfriends for life. Don't break our sisterhood because of something we're not sure of yet. Can't we just discuss it properly? Chen Ing and Zhou Shiyu. You're noble. You're marvelous. You've taken up a seat. You must be talking too much. If it wasn't for your relationship with Lindong, it wouldn't be your turn to talk here. You, however, Zhao Yufei finally pulled them apart, and the two women looked at each other, and the so-called tacit understanding and soft gaze from the past was gone, replaced by murderous rage. Suddenly, Channing woke up with a start. It's not like there's only the last position left. Why do you want to grab the living daylights out of Zhou Shiyu? The green tea? Aren't there two more? Zhou Shiyu also suddenly woke up, and the two women turned their heads at the same time to look at Li Wan, who was sitting on one side of the room, concocting her look and making secret glances at Lindong from time to time. Drop the fat pig. X2. Such thoughts flashed through both women at the same time. Channing coughed. Xiao Wan, you look like you've eaten quite a lot. I'm worried that Lindong doesn't have enough supplies. Why don't you stay and wait for rescue? Zhou Shiyu responded. Right, Xiao Wan. Just trust Sister Ing and hold on a little longer in the dormitory. You'll definitely wait for help. The two women sang in unison, not at all like they had just torn their faces off, much to Lindong's amazement. Is this how fast a woman can change her face? When Li Wan heard this, she was about to explode on the spot. What do you mean? Leave me alone? You think I eat too much? I eat 2 buns, 3 bowls of dry rice, 4 plates of spicy chicken and 5 bottles of Coke more than you guys. Is this much? That's not much at all. However, Li Wan didn't want to argue with them at all. She felt that she had given enough hints to Lindong, and now, it was time to close the net. Lindong, take me away. Lindong smiled. Roll. Chapter 41. You must like me, right? Rolling? Li Juan stayed in place confused for a long time before she could barely digest the word. She stood up, squeezed Chen Ing and Zhou Shiyu out of the way with a kingly step, stared straight at Lindong and asked, why don't you take me with you? Don't you like me? This time it was Lindong's turn to be confused. I like you? What are you pulling on me? Li Wan broke up her fingers and counted. Just now your hand touched my face. Don't you like me? And when you were smoking just now, the smoke always drifted towards me. Clearly you were flirting with me. And just now you smiled at me. And you smiled a lot. And you peeked at me. Well yeah, you must like me. Looking at Li Wan, who didn't look like she was joking, Lindong felt that the joke was a big one. First of all, I call that one a fan, not a touch. Secondly, you're sitting next to the window. Where does the smoke go if not to you? I'm ing laughing because I'm watching the two of them fight. What the am I laughing at, you fat ass? Lindong was furious. How come he hadn't realized that this fat pig was so self-absorbed before? Li Wan was still not dead, pointing at her fat face. You must be lying to me. You must be lying to me. In the past when you invited Fei Fei for dinner you always brought me along and always peeked at me at the dinner table. I noticed it a long time ago, only that I didn't take care of you because you were Fei Fei's boyfriend. You don't have to pretend anymore. You just like me. Lindong sighed deeply and suddenly couldn't help but laugh a little. Turns out people really do laugh when they're extremely speechless. He hadn't bothered to explain. Anyone who sits at a table with a pig for dinner can't help but look up a few times, right? Chening laughed coldly. Come on, Xiao Wan. I don't want to hide it from you anymore to this day. Which website did you get blown out of your mind thinking you were pretty? I'm not afraid to tell you that not only me, but also Xiao Yu and Fei Fei, all dislike you very, very much as a pig. Eat and much, sleep with the thunder like, on this also all day boast slightly fat girl. I look at your face every day just want to vomit. Zhou Shiyu also showed no mercy, adding, that's right, every day when you get into bed, it creaks and squeaks. I'm really afraid that you'll collapse the bed one day. Man Lindong is bringing our whole dormitory together for dinner. It's not like he's bringing you alone. Zhao Yufei continued to make up. Xiao Wan originally we bought enough snacks that day for us to eat for many more days. It's just that you're too able to eat. You're supposed to cut down on your weight, or you'll just stay and starve for a few days. It's not a problem. Li Wan instantly felt like she was being targeted by the whole world. Her small eyes were shocked beyond belief as she looked at her good sisters. One after the other kept accusing herself and calling herself fat. It wasn't like this before, was it? Wow, well you guys are too much. Li Wan had never felt so badly hurt. It hurt more than a blunt knife to the flesh. Thanks to me treating you guys as good sisters. So that's how you all see me? I just can eat a little bit. Why are you guys talking about me like that? Oh. Seeing Li Wan break the defense, Chening and Zhou Shiyu inwardly sighed in relief at the same time. As long as they left this pig behind, they could get on the bus themselves, since the face skin is also completely torn. Li Wan also broke the pot. Well, since you all dislike me, I'm going to poke my nose into all your, said the first to point at Chening. You old woman, don't think you act like a knowing sister all day long, but in reality you're jealous of all of us. You're jealous that we're younger than you and better off than you are. Once you cursed us in your sleep and I heard you. You're just a hypocritical old woman. Chening breaks guard. Li Wan pointed at Zhou Shiyu again. Dead green tea. See handsome man can't walk. See beggar face dislike. I most can't see is your kind of people. All day dress yourself like a good girl. In fact you have several times secretly go to duck store consumption. Really think we don't know? You are a surface pure. Behind the back is a horse fork worm goods. Shiyu Zhou breaks down the defense. Finally, Li Wan pointed back to Zhao Yufei. Bitch, I haven't seen you so since I was a kid. Eating meals sent by Lindong, using clothes bought by Lindong, spending Lindong's money, and then complaining to us about how stingy Lindong is when we go back to the dormitory. I haven't seen someone like you. Li Wan looked at Lindong. Lindong, I'm not afraid to tell you. Your girlfriend has been scolding you for being poor in front of us all day long, saying that you're not upwardly mobile, and she's still planning to ride a donkey to find a horse. If it weren't for the fact that no one else is as good as you are to make use of, she'd already be planning to kick you out. Before, Zhao Yufei had her eyes on a schoolmate. She used your intimate payment to give someone a pair of sneakers. She took your money to lick someone else. Don't be fooled by her. Lindong frowned slightly as he recalled. It seemed like there was indeed such a thing. At that time, when the intimate payment deduction was deducted from his money, Lindong went to check, and found that it was Zhao Yufei who bought a pair of brand-name men's sneakers, which made him happy for a while. He thought his girlfriend was going to buy him a present. It was his money that was spent though. Who knows that later sneakers never saw. Lindong asked her when she said it was bought for their father. Lindong then did not pursue. I didn't expect. I have become a big wrong seed. What's it like to eat melon on your own head? However, Lindong was not very angry. Instead, he wanted to laugh a little. Laugh at your old self. You shut the up. What are you babbling about? I'll tear your stinking mouth off. Ah, Li Wan, I'll knock your horse. Zhao Yufei, who broke the defense, couldn't help but stop Li Wan from breaking the news, and the scene was once again mixed up into a mess. The meat on Li Wan's body did not grow for nothing, and her large physique played a role at this time, and she fought 1 against 3 without losing. Dead fat pig, you go to hell. Zhao Yufei took the opportunity to strangle Li Wan's neck to death, her eyes filled with viciousness. She didn't even dare to look back at Lindong's expression. She was afraid to face up to the furious Lindong, and once the latter left herself behind regardless, then she could only wait for death with these few. So, it was necessary to shut Li Wan up first and explain to Lindong later. Chen Ying and Zhou Shiyu clamped down on Li Wan's hands, once inseparable girlfriends. At this moment they were like father killers. All they could think of was to kill each other. Lindong smoked his cigarette and watched. There are two kinds of women's fights. The kind that their own maids do, chopping up arms and legs in a bloody mess. One kind is like this right in front of you. There is no stance. The competition is who has more strength, who pulls the hair more. Laugh it up. Don't even know to use the tools. The four men fought in a chaotic, rolling mess. Suddenly, with a thud, Zhao Yufei felt a warm sensation in her hand, drew it back to take a look, and froze in her tracks. Blood. So much blood. Li Wan was attacked jointly by the three of them, and the back of her head accidentally hit the iron frame, and her two eyes went white and she just lay down. Chen Ying and Zhou Shiyu also realized it and hurriedly backed away in shock, looking underneath Li Wan, blood staining the floor. Ah, killer. Chapter 42, Small Time Enhancement. After all, it is a high-quality people. Outside have been shark crazy. People here have not thought of killing and robbing, now suddenly kill Li Wan. The three women are all scared. Chen Ying trembled as he wiped the blood from his hands. No, I didn't kill her. Just now I just wanted to pull her back. It was, Fifi, you killed her. Where did Zhao Yufei dare to recognize it and hastily dumped it? No, I was just choking. In a hold on her neck. It was Drizzle who killed her. Zhou Shiyu had long since cried in fear. It wasn't me. You guys killed them. I didn't do anything. The trio's first reaction was to shake it off. They were all college students with great futures. How could they carry human lives on their backs? It was Fifi who did it. I told you it wasn't me. It was Xiaoyu, not me. I'm the farthest away from her. Right. It was Fifi who did it. You're the one who killed Wan. Chen Ying and Zhou Shiyu quickly united their fronts, ready to throw the pot all over Zhao Yufei. It was you. Xiaoyu and I saw it with our own eyes. It was you who killed him. Chen Ying's tone became firm. Not me. It's not me. Zhao Yufei shook her head in horror. The blood on her hands couldn't be wiped clean. Now that it was 2 against 1, Zhao Yufei was terrified, and the three women quickly erupted into a violent argument, listening to Lindong's head, chattering and annoying. Before he could say anything, Zhao Yufei suddenly stormed up and violently pushed Chen Ying down with force, and coincidentally, the back of Chen Ying's head hit the corner of the table, and he fainted when both eyes went white. All of a sudden, there was blood coming out again. Ah, Fifi, you killed again. Zhou Shiyu cried with pearly blossoms. Zhao Yufei's entire body was both terrified and disoriented as she stared blankly at her hands. No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. Don't you cry. But Zhou Shiyu couldn't listen at all and cried even louder. Zhao Yufei, who had killed 2 people in a row, completely lost her mind and rushed over with her blood-red hands outstretched to cover Zhou Shiyu's mouth in death. I've told you to stop crying and stop crying. So be quiet. Let go of me. Help. Zhao Yufei is killing people. Zhou Shiyu struggled violently. Zhao Yufei only wanted to shut the other party up. Seeing that covering his mouth didn't work, he choked the other party's neck to death, his veins popping out, his joints whitening, and his eyes full of ferocious light. I don't know how long I struggled, but Zhou Shiyu's body suddenly tensed up, her eyes began to roll over, and she even spat out her tongue. Zhao Yufei, who had already lost her mind, completely forgot to let go and just kept on choking. Never let go. Finally, Zhou Shiyu didn't move, and only then did Zhao Yufei loosen her hand as if she had lost her mind. I didn't kill anyone. I told you to stop screaming. Whoa. Surprisingly, he covered his face and cried, as the chaos finally came to an end. Lindong couldn't help but clap his hands. For popping sound. What a small-time drama. Brilliant. That's quite brilliant. This can be more spontaneous and real than what is played out in the movie. Zhao Yufei hurriedly looked up at Lindong with a sudden flash of anger in her eyes. Lindong, it's all your fault. Yes, it's all your fault. You're the one who made me kill. You're the executioner. You're the one who should be shot. Lindong spread his hands. What did I do? I just lost a box of instant noodles and smoked a few cigarettes. Nothing else. How is it my fault? Zhao Yufei, I don't care. You have to do something to help me. I can't go to jail. Lindong snorted. What? You're a graduate student, but you've read all the books in your dog's head? How dare you do something you don't dare to do? Aren't you high and mighty? Aren't you not in the same world as me anymore? Don't you have a bright future ahead of you? Didn't you do it all by yourself? You keep carrying it. I believe in you. Zhao Yufei was dumbfounded by her dislike. These were all the words she had used to mercilessly abandon Lindong in the beginning, but now she was thrown back by the other party in an icy manner. Lindong is to pull down her lofty like a tower in the air, and then tell her, your so-called bright future and your bottom, are all provided to you by me. Without me, You are a despicable nature of the garbage. I give you all your food, clothing, and shelter, and you have the nerve to spend my money to ride a donkey and then kick me out of the way? A couple of the other women called you a, which is really not wrong. Winter wasn't angry, but Winter was upset. Zhao Yufei was crying. Well, even if I'm at fault, but facts aside, don't you have any responsibility at all? Lindong was laughed at on the spot and raised his hand to slap her on the face. I'll throw in the nifty facts. I was about to continue to disgust her when suddenly there was a sound in the distance. Woof woof woof. Lindong frowned. Barking dogs? Is there even a dog alive these days? And it was different from the normal pet dog barking. Instead it was a bit similar to the roar of a wild animal too. What kind of dog is this? Lindong came over to the window to look in the direction of the source of the sound, and just in front of his eyes was a red light that cut through the sky and then instantly disappeared. What's this? Why is it kind of like a laser? Lindong, who came to be interested, took a closer look and realized that the laser and the barking of the dog were both coming from the same direction, and the distance was not far from the appearance that it should still be within the school. That direction. That's the teacher's dormitory. He was going to go over there and take a look. Seeing that Lindong was going to leave, Zhao Yufei were happy and immediately stopped. Lindong, you can't leave me behind. Leaving her behind with 3 corpses was worse than killing her. Lindong hadn't intended to let her off so easily. Okay, then you're coming with me. Seeing that Lindong did not leave himself behind, Zhao Yufei was overjoyed, and even the blood on her face could not be scrubbed. She hurriedly put away her phone and followed Lindong's ass, furtively blocking her face for fear that others would not know what she had just done. As for the 3 bodies in the dormitory, she couldn't care less anymore. Panicked, all she wanted to do was run away. No sooner had she entered the RV than chaos erupted in the dormitory building. Murder, Zhao Yufei is killing people. Zhao Yufei was scared out of her wits and urged Lindong with a sobbing voice. Go, don't let them see me. Lindong skillfully drove the RV away until the dormitory building was out of sight, and only then did Zhao Yufei slowly come back to her senses. No, Lindong, this RV of yours is so big, it can fit 4 people. It doesn't just seat 4 people, it seats 10, and the caravan also comes with its own bed. Warm, it is simply a mobile living fortress. Zhao Yufei, who had been distracted by the caravan, began to take a closer look, and soon, her attention was on the bed. It was a bit messy and there was a woman's underwear scattered at the foot of the bed, that size, bigger than her face. Lindong, are you cheating on me? Zhao Yufei was furious, although she didn't like Lindong anymore. The thought that the other party had found someone new was worse than cutting her into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 43. To kill or not to kill? That is the question. Lindong snorted. I don't have a girlfriend. I can find in whoever I want. Cheating my ass off. Zhao Yufei was dumbfounded. Her face flushed red with anger. In her perception, Lindong was her own dog. Even if she had used up his value, then she should continue to lick herself. And without her permission, he should never go to another woman. No way. Lindong, I won't allow you to have contact with other women. I want to get back together with you, and you're not allowed to find another woman in the future. Lindong sneered. Getting back together with me? You first consider how to clear yourself of the suspicion of murder. I don't want to find a murderer as a girlfriend. Zhao Yufei was stunned, and from her anger, she finally recalled the fact that she had killed someone, and her entire body instantly wilted. Half an hour ago, Homing finally dug through the tunnel after unremitting efforts. Feng Yi hurriedly brought Chen Yunshi to follow, and the 3 of them finally changed to a new map. Marred, if I find food later, I'll have to take the first bite. Homing's golden hands slowly dimmed to a flesh color, patting the dirt on his body with a look of bad luck. The passage from the library to here is all opened by him alone. There is no such thing as using someone like this. Feng Yi pulled his girlfriend up and carefully helped her pat away the dust. It's really slow enough. Feng Yi, hurry up and go find food. I want to eat something hot. The young girl was still quite satisfied with her new environment. I don't know which teacher's house this is. It looks neat and clean and no one lives here yet. Waiting Ming rushed into the kitchen to rummage through the cupboards first, and really let him find a lot of food, and wolfed it down on the spot. Chen Yunshi was angry when she saw that Ho Ming was eating heavily and Feng Yi was taking his time instead. Feng Yi, what are you dawdling for? If you don't find food, he's going to finish it. Feng Yi, on the other hand, was not in the slightest hurry and stared dead at Ho Ming. He was considering whether or not to kill Ho Ming now. This teacher's apartment was basically a one-room structure. Each household had a kitchen and ice and snow. In total there were about 100 households. As long as he kept all the supplies in this building for himself, it was already enough for him and Chen Yunshi to live for a very long time. But he couldn't pinpoint the fact that if he really killed Ho Ming, he would still need his opponent's hole-punching ability in the subsequent event that the amount of supplies was not ideal. After all, it's freezing out there. and his ability to make holes is a necessary aid in going out and finding supplies. Kill? Or not? Feng Yi was caught in a heavenly battle. Unlike him, Homing was wary of Feng Yi while wolfing down his food and was thinking about how to secretly shade the other party. The current situation was that Feng Yi might need him, but he didn't need Feng Yi at all. You can't beat them head-on. You have to think of a good way to do it. Thinking of Chen Yunshi's innocent appearance being pressed underneath him, Homing's heart was on fire. In the end, Feng Yi still chose to take a look first and wait until he first felt out the situation of the building. Monkey, save some for me. 10 minutes later, the three of them finally had a full meal. Although Chen Yunshi disliked that it was not hot food, cursing and grumbling, but the food was really fragrant. Monkey, let's eat and go door to door to look. There are supplies, we have to get all of them. In case there is a living person. Feng Yi made a neck-wiping gesture. They had killed a lot of people a long time ago, and it was clear in their minds that the only thing living people were good for was wasting supplies. Unless there was an extremely beautiful woman like Chen Yunshi, there was a need to live. Homing nodded, and the three of them just walked out with big grins. He and Feng Yi were both awakened. There was no need to cover up. Kicking open the next door, the loud noise spread throughout the building. Soon, someone was awakened. What's the commotion? What's happening? Is someone coming to save us? Great, we're finally saved. No rescue trucks or airplanes at all. Where's the rescue team coming from? Although there were over 100 households in the entire building, only a dozen or so were occupied, and they opened their doors to poke their heads out. Homing and Feng Yi were like two relentless door-kicking machines, seemingly opening up the entire first floor in just half a minute. Seeing that it was 3 students, many of the teachers among them recognized Feng Yi and were overjoyed on the spot. Among them, a bald old man rushed over. Great. Feng Yi, how did you get here? Worthy of being my favorite student council president. Did you bring a rescue team over? Feng Yi's face was odd. This bald old man he knew was the dean of a certain faculty, and he was also familiar with him, called Zhang Feng. Dean Young? Great, you're still alive. Feng Yi eagerly walked up and climbed into the conversation. Homing instantly understood what Feng Yi wanted to do and followed behind without saying a word. Zhang Feng had a snotty nose and tears. Yes, this natural disaster is really too horrible. The rescue team never came, and we've almost run out of food in several families. By the way, how did you guys get here? Did the rescue team come? Feng Yi maintained his excited smile and looked over behind him, where a dozen people stood behind him one after another. Yes, Dean Zhang, the rescue team is already here, but they still need to consume time to drive here, so I'll be their vanguard. Wanting to see how many people are left in our teacher's building. The words were so loud that Zhang Feng, including the teachers behind him, were overjoyed. Really? That's great. There really is a rescue team? I knew it. Trust the authorities. We are finally going to be saved. At the very back of the crowd, a woman wrapped in a bulky down coat and wearing large glasses, silent and not saying a word, quietly retreated with a cute snow-white puppy in her arms. Feng Yi said smilingly, Dean Zhang, you are a respected elder in the school. Why don't you work hard and gather all the teachers to converge here? And there's no need to bring anything with you. After all, the rescue team will be here soon as possible. Zhang Feng nodded. Well, you have a point. After all, there are still a lot of people who need to be rescued. As teachers, we must not waste the rescue team's time. When he finished speaking, he immediately turned his head and shouted, Teachers, the rescue team will be here soon. So pack up, don't bring too much stuff, and come meet me here. He was indeed a prestigious presence in the school, and as soon as this was said, the teachers ran home, simply packed up, and brought what they considered to be the more important things with them, and in less than 10 minutes they had already converged on the first floor. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction. His words were still very effective. Counting the number of people, Zhang Feng frowned. Strange, why don't we see Ms. Qin Shuyao? Feng Yi and Homing's eyes flashed brightly on the spot. In this university, if the school flower belonged to Chen Yunshi without a doubt, then the most beautiful flower of the entire university was, without a doubt, attributed to Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao, 1938, Taiwanese writer. Chapter 44. Come stand in a line. Zip. It wasn't that Qin Shuyao was much prettier than Chen Yunshi, but it was the temperament. Half a year ago, when Qin Shuyao parachuted over, she caused quite a stir. Some people have found out the news. This new beautiful teacher was previously a returnee from a prestigious foreign school, but also from a famous family. It is said that the family and the principal of the family has some relations in addition to her mysterious life, Qin Shuyao carries with her a cool, seductive and elegant temperament. It was hard to imagine a woman who could actually combine many temperaments in one, but she did, and soon attracted the affection of countless men and women within the school. Often a number of well-off male students in various sports cars try to get the attention of this female teacher. the students were still like that, and the male teachers were even crazier, both married and unmarried, trying to find ways to ask her out. It's reasonable to say that a beauty of this caliber would be more or less scandalous, but Qin Shuyao protects herself very well, or distance control is very in place, has never rumored with any male, belongs to as the dream lover of all men. Although Chen Yunshi hadn't let a man touch her, it was an indisputable fact that boyfriends changed too often. So in comparison, Qin Shuyao is naturally more popular than Broken Shoes Chen Yunshi. Chen Yunshi pouted in dissatisfaction once she heard that Qin Shuyao was still alive and was in this building. Humph, where is this stinking woman prettier than me? What makes her name above me? She was already prepared to let Feng Yi find the other party and tear Qin Shuyao's face apart to see if she was still beautiful. Feng Yi and Ho Ming were already excited, especially Ho Ming. Why can Feng Yi play with the schoolgirl and Laozi can only jerk off to the photo? God has treated me well, and actually left me with a superbly beautiful teacher. He had even begun to consider that after getting Ms. Xin into his hands, he would secretly take her away so that Feng Yi would not miss her. As the president of the student union, Feng Yi forced himself to resist the urge of joy and asked, Dean Zhang, is it true that Ms. Xin is still in this building? She's still alive? Zheng Feng didn't think too much about it and replied, yeah, I saw her out walking her dog yesterday, she must be alive. I'll go get her. Feng Yi's eyes rolled as he hurriedly pulled him back. Dean Zhang, forget it, let's line up first. Maybe Mr. Xin will be down soon. It's okay. Zheng Feng was old, plus it was freezing cold. He really didn't want to move, or else he would have said anything to knock on the door of Mr. Xin's room. It would be good to be able to strike up a conversation with the other party. Gentlemen, the rescue team will be here soon. Let's form a line and leave in an orderly fashion. Excited, the teachers stood quickly and whispered to each other, their words filled with excitement and anticipation of their impending rescue. Feng Yi always smiled coldly, and the fierce light in his eyes became more and more intense. These old stubborn people with solidified minds. I've killed dozens of people out there, and you're still expecting some kind of rescue team? Really taught yourselves to be stupid by teaching. Zheng Feng was the most excited and stood at the front, looking at Feng Yi with an expectant face. Suddenly, he realized that there was something wrong with Feng Yi. Hey, Feng Yi, why are your eyes glowing? Isn't it? Zip! In an instant, Feng Yi's eyes shot out two red pillars of light, and the head of Zheng Feng, who bore the brunt of the attack, was pierced through on the spot, searing two large holes as his head instantly exploded. Zheng Feng's head was more brittle than paper in front of the red light, and after piercing through, it instantly shot to the second person, followed by a third and fourth. In just less than half a second, the teachers standing in a row were zapped by two lasers and even blasted two holes in the wall. Those teachers who were taller looked dumbfounded at the body in front of them whose head had exploded, and then at the two large holes in their chests. Pffffffffffffff. The bodies of all the teachers fell to the ground with a loud crash, unable to even utter a single scream or plea for mercy. Feng Yi closed his eyes in contentment, the red light in his eyes gradually dissipating. Ho Ming clenched his teeth and looked a little envious. This superpower of Feng Yi was really stepping on the horse, and handsome and powerful. Feng Yi had done this before when they were trapped in the library, calling all the students to stand in a line as the student body president, and then with a zip, a large number of deaths and injuries. Save yourself the trouble and simplicity of having to go to the door one by one. Upstairs, the bloatedly dressed Qin Shuyao hid in the shadows and watched, and when she saw Feng Yi mercilessly kill all the teachers, she hurriedly covered her mouth in fear on the spot. Her eyes were red, and she was trembling, because she lived on the top floor. She could see farther, and when Feng Yi was saying that a rescue team was coming, her first reaction was disbelief. That's why she snuck away just now, hiding in the distance to see what happened before she said anything. Didn't realize. The most favorite student council president of each teacher, Feng Yi, who treats people generously and courteously, is actually such a cold and merciless god of killing that he killed them all without the slightest defense. This is a demon. The searing heat of the laser even burned out some of the roasted and charred meat, and Ho Ming fanned the flavor. Feng Yi, let me say this first. You already have Chen Yunshi. Ms. Xin has to be mine. Feng Yi slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Okay. His superpowers needed a break after being activated once, or else he would have killed Ho Ming on the spot, but it wasn't a big problem. As soon as the cooldown CD ended later, the first thing to do was to finish off Ho Ming. From now on, both Chen Yunshi and Qin Shuyao will be mine. When he thought of Qin Shuyao's perfect face and body, even he was equally hot and powerful. Ho Ming was happy beyond belief and rushed upstairs in a flash. Chen Yunshi said in a cold voice, Feng Yi, tell me clearly first, in case you see Qin Shuyao later. You won't want her to not want me, right? The jealousy in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Feng Yi smiled with a sincere face and said, fool, I only want you. It's the little kids that make the choices. In Feng Yi's heart, although he loved Chen Yunshi miserably, it didn't stop him from wanting to make out with Ms. Jean as well. If this pair of teacher and student flowers all submit to his crotch, that kind of scene, it's exciting to think about. Only then did Chen Yunxue reveal a hint of a smug smile. That's fine. Later on, you'll scrape Qin Shuyao's face for me. Who let her steal my name? Well, let's talk about it later. Feng Yi was vague and hurriedly followed with his girlfriend. Upstairs, Qin Shuyao had already hurriedly ducked back to her own home when she saw Homing going upstairs, her room door locked tightly. Scared out of her wits, feeling the softness around her feet, Qin Shuyao looked down and hurriedly picked up the snow-white puppy. Nua, they're coming for me. What should I do? Aren't they students? How can they be so bad? Even dare to kill teachers? Ooh, I'm so scared. The harmless and cute-looking little white dog seemed to understand its owner's words and reached out its head to rub against her face. Chapter 45, The Mutant Great White Dog. Homing took 3 steps and excitedly came to the top floor. Just now he had already spotted Qin Shuyao's trail, although the other party was wrapped up in a very bloated manner, but that was definitely her. Mr. Qin, where are you? I've come to ask you a question. Homing's image at the moment didn't have the appearance of a student from a prestigious school, but instead looked like a delinquent young man who was a member of the society. The rooms were easy to find as the names were posted on each door. The 3 of them stood at the door of Qin Shuyao's room. Homing resisted the urge to kick open the door, couldn't help but straighten his hair, licked his dry lips, and reached out to gently knock on the door. There was no way. In front of Qin Shuyao, any student couldn't help but play the gentleman. Thud. Mr. Qin, open the door. The students are here to see you. Qin Shuyao inside the door of the room had her lips almost biting blood. She didn't dare to say anything and curled up on the side of the bed holding Nuonuo. Still not open? Mr. Qin, open the door. Don't hide in there. I know you're home. Still no sound. Homing's patience faded as the knocking on the door became more and more intense. Hey, playing hide and seek with me, huh? I'll go. Homing kicked open the door of the room and Monkey rushed in. Sure enough, I saw Qin Shuyao. Although the other party wrapped herself like a dumpling, Homing knew what a slender figure was wrapped underneath the layer of down jacket. Qin Shuyao lost her color and couldn't help but shout. Don't you come in, get out, get out. The beautiful teacher at this moment was as helpless as a little white lamb. Homing licked his lips excitedly. I will love you well. Hearing the other party's flirtatious words, Qin Shuyao was on the verge of crying in fear, her body filled with resistance. No, who wants to follow you? You're all bad and evil. Homing slowly approached with an evil smile. Demon? It's okay to call me a demon. I'll let you see a more powerful demon later. Suddenly, Qin Shuyao felt that her arms were loose, and Nua jumped out of her arms, opening her small mouth and biting towards Homing. Oh, there's a dog here. Let's eat dog meat hot pot at night. Homing was unimpressed and raised his hand to slap Nua to fly away. It's amazing that a dog of this size knows how to save its master. For the sake of being so understanding, add more chili at night. But the next second, something horrible happened. The sticky that was only the size of 2 palms unexpectedly instantly became bigger. The small mouth that struggled to swallow a ham sausage turned into a bloody mouth, and the cute little milk teeth turned into sharp teeth. A little puppy turned into a big tiger. Hello. The height went from 12 centimeters to a big guy at 6 feet 2 inches. Asterisk. Homing scared the piss out of himself and reflexively retracted his hand, but Sticky's big mouth had already bitten down. Pust. Homing's arm was bitten off on the spot, and blood sprayed on the snow-white dog's fur. Homing cried out in pain, covering his broken arm as he hurriedly backed away. This sudden scene not only scared him, but also Feng Yi Chen Yunxue, as well as the dumbfounded Qin Shuyao. Is this my gnome? Feng Yi's face changed drastically. Retreat. This is a mutated dog. He reacted quickly and instantly realized that the dog might have been exposed to poisonous snow and gained superpowers just like him and Homing. Saying that, he immediately pulled Chen Yunxue to run. Homing's tears came out. The pain of the broken arm caused adrenaline to spike, and he spilled out and started to run wildly. Nua chewed on the severed arm, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, looking very scary, swallowing the broken arm in one gulp. The enlightened Nua drew his legs and chased after them. Nua Qin Shuyao, mindful of her beloved pet's safety, also struggled to catch up. In the hallway, 3 people and a dog started a chase, looking at the big white dog with a mouth full of blood red showing its teeth to him. Homing's guts were scared. Feng Yi, Yuya Jiada. Although Feng Yi was equally terrified, his head didn't turn back and shouted, "This dog is too fast. I can't shoot it. You hold him back first. As long as you hold him back a bit I can hit it. I believe you." Homing wasn't stupid. He was crippled. What was he going to hold this big dog, running faster all the time? In the middle of running, Chen Yunxue stumbled and fell. She was just an ordinary person who couldn't keep up with the speed of an awakened person. Feng Yi braked sharply to try to save his girlfriend. But Homing had already taken advantage of this opening to overtake them, and the big white dog behind them was rapidly approaching, just struggling less than 0.1 seconds. Feng Yi decisively gave up the rescue, pulling his legs and continued to run. No matter how much you like your girlfriend, it's not as important as your own little life. Chen Yunshi cried in fear, looking at the hideous maw of Nua getting closer and closer. Don't eat me. Feng Yi, save me. In the nick of time, Qin Shuyao shouted from the back. Nua, no biting. Her command was very useful. The glutinous sharp teeth stopped right above Chen Yunshi's head, reaching out its nose to sniff an arch over the other party. Surprisingly well behaved. Chen Yunshi was too frightened to open her eyes, and Qin Shuyao was relieved to see that Nua obeyed. Nua, come back. Don't hurt anyone. Nua was really obedient and ran back to her feet, circling around her straight away. I don't understand why my pet dog has gotten so big, but as long as it's my own glutinous, it's fine. And with that body type, security is pulled full circle. Feng Yi and Homing also realized that the big white dog didn't eat Chen Yunshi and also Mr. Qin didn't allow it to bite anyone. They stopped and hid in the distance to watch. It took Qin Shuyao a long time to digest the situation at hand and walked over to help Chen Yunshi up. Are you okay, classmate? Chen Yunshi looked at the big white dog beside her and timidly shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Alas. Qin Shuyao looked at Feng Yi's duo again. Don't make the same mistake again, both of you. As long as you don't intend to hurt me, I can keep Nua from hurting you. And that student's arm is broken. It needs to be treated soon or there will be trouble. As a teacher, after all, she couldn't lay a harsh hand on her own students. And Qin Shuyao, who was kind by nature, planned to spare them. Feng Yi and the two of them looked at each other, excited and bad. Okay, teacher, it was all the students' fault before. Don't worry. We will never hurt you in the future. Feng Yi rubbed his eyes as if he was wiping his tears as he approached. When he was less than 5 meters away from them, he suddenly removed his hands and scarlet lasers erupted from his eyes. This scene happened too suddenly, and Nua reacted quickly, but she was still caught by the laser and had one of her legs broken on the spot. Woof woof woof. Nua roared in pain and rushed forward with his mouth wide open, his voice loud and clear. Feng Yi hastily averted his gaze and charged straight at Nua. Chapter 46, letting you stop reading novels. At such a close distance, even a mutant dog couldn't block the laser and was instantly shot in half, and the laser shot through the wall and out into the outside world. Only then did Qin Shuyao react, but she could only stare blankly at her beloved dog being shot through by the laser. Glutinous, but Nua is not for nothing. Before dying, he still used his claws to slat Feng Yi's chest. The fierce force immediately scratched out a few deep blood traces, and Feng Yi was blasted backwards and flew out, hitting cracks on the wall, and fainted when his head was tilted. Both lose. The situation reversed so quickly that Homing looked dumbfounded, and then his heart was overjoyed. Good chance, now that the big white dog is dead, and Feng Yi's life and death are unknown. These two great beauties are their own, but we still have to get Feng Yi killed first. Even the wailing and bleeding broken arm could not be dealt with in time. The pale Homing walked over with difficulty. Qin Shuyao cried and mourned to Nua, and Chen Yunshi stood by the side not knowing what to do. Feng Yi, how are you? Homing carefully patted the other party's cheek. Looking at Feng Yi's chest injury, Homing sucked in a breath of cool air. This dog, it's fierce. These paw prints are touching the guts. Since you've been seriously injured, then go to hell. Homing was practically jumping up and down with excitement, finally letting him wait for the chance to get his opponent killed. One hand turned into a golden color and stabbed straight at Feng Yi. However, Feng Yi suddenly opened his eyes. The scarlet laser was much faster than Homing's movements. Homing only felt a pain in his eyes and completely lost consciousness. His eyes were shot alive by his opponent with 2 holes through the back of his head and out. The situation is once again reversed. Ahem, you want to shade me to death? No way. Feng Yi covered his chest and coughed a few times, this time disregarding the skill CD and forcing the laser to fire, making him dizzy and adding to his already heavily injured body. Pushing down Homing's body, Feng Yi struggled to get up. Luckily, the Awaken's physique was awesome, or else they would have had to go to the ICU this time. Seeing that her boyfriend was still alive, Chen Yunshi was overjoyed and rushed over. Great Feng Yi, you didn't die. Now that everyone else is dead, go and shave Qin Shuyao's face. Qin Shuyao, who was crying for Nua, stopped crying on the spot and looked at Chen Yunshi with unbelievable eyes. She couldn't imagine in any way how such vicious words could come out of such a pretty girl's mouth. Obviously she saved her life just now, even if she doesn't say she knows how to return the favor. She actually wants to scratch my face? The kind-hearted Qin Shuyao was sad and angry. All of these students are not human, they are evil. She now regretted beyond measure that she should have let Nua bite these scum to death. Feng Yi smiled bitterly. Baby, I'm too badly injured. can you help me find some medicine for my trauma first? No matter how arrogant Chen Yunshi was, she knew that Feng Yi was her pillar of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, and with a face full of reluctance, she went to look for medicine. Fine, it's annoying as hell, and I'll get you later for leaving me alone just now. In the corridor, Qin Shuyao stared resentfully at Feng Yi. You all deserve to die, and when this snow passes, you'll wait to be arrested and shot. Ha ha ha. Feng Yi leaned against the pillar and couldn't help but laugh, but this laugh pulled the wound again, and he grimaced in pain. Mr. Qin, are you sure you're a seafaring master and not a brain-damaged person? And you're expecting the snow to pass? Don't even think about it. Even I, a student, know better than you do. This snow is unlikely to pass. All the departments and institutions have been paralyzed long ago. This is the time of chaos. There is no order or rules. There is only the weak and the strong. And I'm not afraid to tell you, Ho Ming and I came from the library through the tunnels. We've already teamed up to kill over 100 students. What's a dozen more teachers plus a dog? Qin Shuyao was listening to the icy cold all over her body. Her cell phone had long been dead. Plus the teachers in this building were quite cultured. The order hadn't been messed up yet. Therefore, she had no idea what had become of the outside world. And now that she heard that Feng Yi had already killed so many people, she felt that her worldview was shattered. Feng Yi Jie sneered, at a glance. You just don't read novels. We old bookworms know that in this kind of post-apocalyptic stage, there are only two downfalls for a beautiful woman like you. Either you get played by a bunch of people, or follow a powerful man. Teacher Qin, I advise you to follow me obediently. You've seen that I have superpowers. Only I have the ability to keep you safe. Qin Shuyao's lips were almost biting blood. Although she didn't read novels, she had seen some foreign post-apocalyptic movies that revealed human nature, and she knew that Feng Yi was telling the truth. Under the end times, human nature is more terrifying than natural disasters. It's just that she didn't quite believe it before, until today, when she kind of saw it for real. Don't you dare. I won't follow scum like you even if I die. But having said that, she now belongs to the dilemma. Who wants to die when you can live? He had the intention to get Feng Yi killed while he was injured, but he was afraid of the other party's laser eyes. As for following Feng Yi, it was completely out of the question. It's embarrassing to run and have no place to run. Not long after, Chen Yunshi ran back with the medicine box and pointed outside. Feng Yi, I saw a car outside. Got a car? Qin Shuyao was ecstatic. Humph. It must be the real rescue team that's arrived. You're just waiting to be sanctioned. Feng Yi panicked inwardly for a moment, but quickly calmed down again. Humph. So what if it's a rescue team? I have superpowers. I'm the chosen one. I'm the student council president. Who has the ability to arrest me? He had already made up his mind that if it was a rescue team that was coming, then he would just kill it. Anyway, having killed so many people already, there's no way he'll be taken back. The vehicle slowly approached, and soon, down came a man and a woman. Qin Shuyao couldn't wait to wave from upstairs. Excuse me, are you a rescue team? The ones who came down were naturally Lindong and Zhao Yufei. Hearing the commotion, both of them looked up at the same time. Lindong's eyes lit up. Another extremely beautiful woman. It's not a bad wave. No. Hearing that it was not a rescue team, the bright light in Qin Shuyao's eyes immediately dimmed, and she had the intention to rush down and beg to be taken away. But the passage downstairs was blocked by Feng Yi. That's a lot of trouble. Chen Yunshi and Feng Yi stared at the caravan outside the house with feverish eyes. This thing is a good thing. Hey, Feng Yi, I'll trick them into coming up here. You kill them, and we'll rob his car so we can go anywhere. Feng Yi nodded his head as he hid behind the wall. No more monkeys, but someone sent me an RV. What a help. Chen Yunshi poked her head out. Handsome, my boyfriend is injured. Can you come up and help us? Lindong twisted his head. Sound of a laugh. The target appeared. This little beauty's alive. This is a big score. Chapter 47. I'm afraid this is a bit painful. As soon as Qin Shuyao heard this, she hurriedly shouted, Don't come up here. Her boyfriend is a murderer. Chen Yunshi looked at her angrily. What are you talking about? You're the murderer. My boyfriend was injured by your dog. You. Qin Shuyao was furious. Why was this person being disruptive? As soon as Zhao Yufei heard about the murderer, she was as stressed as she was, and hurriedly pulled Lindong. Let's go. What are you afraid of? You're not also a murderer. Go up and meet. Maybe you can be a cellmate in the future. Lindong heatedly laughed, glanced at the scattered corpses in the dark, and went up the stairs on his own. Hey! Seeing that she couldn't pull Lindong, Zhao Yufei could only follow with her head. Coming upstairs, the light was slightly stronger, and Zhao Yufei was surprised beyond belief. Mr. Qin, Chen Yunshi? This is Feng Yi? All three were considered popular figures in the school, and most people knew them. Then he saw the tragic situation of Ho Ming on the ground, and was scared on the spot, shrinking behind Lindong and shivering straight. Qin Shuyao was in a hurry. Why are you guys coming up? Quickly go. It's dangerous here. This woman was polite and nice, giving Lindong a whole lot of embarrassment. Chen Yunshi took the lead in stopping in front of Lindong, her sweet smile very confusing. Handsome, don't listen to that old woman. She's psychotic and kills people indiscriminately. Why don't you help me see my boyfriend first? Lindong followed her finger to Feng Yi and revealed an inexplicable smile. LV4. It can be. This is the same level as one's maids. The combat power must not be bad. The hole in the boy's face next to him looks just like the laser that shot into the sky earlier. So this Feng Yi's superpower is to shoot lasers. And judging by the location, it's likely to be an eye launch. Awesome. Superman this is. At this time, Feng Yi's face is pale and scary, but it is not pretending. It is really losing too much blood. Even if the awakened person's physique is strong, it can't withstand so Maid. Hello, can you stop my bleeding? Lindong immediately came over like a hothead. Well, you're kind of lucky to have stumbled upon me. I'll tell you how. I used to study medicine. I've got a knack for bandaging wounds. Feng Yi smiled and nodded. Since the other side has experience in dressing wounds, let's wait until it's done before getting killed. Yeah. Lindong withdrew her hand shyly. I'm sorry, I accidentally pressed on the aorta. The blood went down my hand. Are you okay? Feng Yi shivered in pain and smiled bitterly. No, it's fine, just be careful. Lindong withdrew his hand again. Don't move. It's bleeding again. Fine, I won't move. Okay? Well, that's right, you can't just stop the bleeding. You have to sterilize it first, otherwise the wound will get infected. Lindong twisted his head to look inside the jar. Feng Yi nodded his head repeatedly as he listened. This person was quite professional and knew to sterilize first. Found it. Lindong took out a glass bottle of liquid. Without a label, not knowing what was inside, Feng Yi hastily reached out to stop it. What's this? Don't get it wrong? Oh, it's iodophor. Trust me, I'm a professional. I can't be mistaken. Then this. I'm afraid it doesn't hurt a bit. Yo, don't worry, it doesn't hurt. So, well then. Feng Yi gritted his teeth and closed his eyes with a look of death. Lindong sharply unscrewed the cap of the bottle and poured it all over the wound with a crooked hand. Feng Yi's eyes burst out on the spot, his forehead instantly sprouting bean-sized beads of sweat, his body convulsing violently, gasping for air and rolling on the ground. Pain. It hurts too much. This is more painful than a death by hanging. Oops. Sorry, I misread. This seems to be safflower oil. Lindong looked embarrassed. Zhao Yufei. Qin Shuyao? Chen Yunshi. No wonder Feng Yi was about to draw over in pain. Safflower oil with wounds. That did hurt a bit. Hee. Feng Yi, I'll just %@%you and at#. He was in so much pain he couldn't speak anymore. The maids who were eating at the hotel, on the other hand, shivered in unison. Master definitely did it on purpose. He still has such bad taste? Lindong turned his head to rummage through the medicine chest again and took out another bottle. Class, this is the iodophor. I was wrong just now. You have to believe me. I'll just. Feng Yi showed his teeth and shouted angrily. I believe in mud horses. The eyes were instantly scarlet, and the terrifying laser reappeared. If I want to blow you into a slag, I want to be called Feng Yi. Zip. But Lindong has long been prepared. Just a slight tilt of the head to avoid the laser. By the way, one-handed pinch his chin surprised. Wow, you actually can shoot lasers, yeah? Are you Superman? Feng Yi, I'm Super Muddy Man. He wanted to turn his head and shoot Lindong, but Lindong's big hand was like a hydraulic clamp, deadlocking his head, so he couldn't turn his head at all. How is that possible? Your own strength can be several times greater than a normal person. What's this guy's deal? Lindong didn't rush to kill him, but asked questions like a curious baby. Hey student, can you fire this laser indefinitely? Where does the energy come from? Say, how's your laser penetration? Can it shoot through a walnut? Wow, that laser of yours looks hot. Can you cook me a fondue later? Feng Yi went numb and hurriedly closed his eyes to collect his divine power. He wasn't a cutie. The fact that this guy could easily restrain himself meant that he must be an awakened. Facing an awakened person and not knowing the other party's ability, one has to meet out a wave first. Brother, big brother, I'm wrong. You give me a break. I'm really wrong. Lindong was a bit surprised. Young man, you are very up to it. Begging for mercy so skillfully? Feng Yi said there is no way. Girlfriend, to practice out. Apologize and admit mistakes into the habit. Chen Yunshi was astonished beyond measure. It was the first time she had seen Feng Yi being restrained by someone else. Zhao Yufei had been scared into hiding. This world was beyond her comprehension. Lindong patted Feng Yi's head and turned his head to look at Chen Yunshi. Does your family live in the Lord neighborhood? Chen Yunshi was stunned. How did you know? You followed me? Lindong, this troper is another narcissistic monster. But the face, which looks better in person than in photos, does have narcissistic capital. Pulling the photo out of his arms, he tossed it to the other man. I'm in the same neighborhood as you. I ran into your mom before I came out, and your mom said she wanted me to save you, so here I am. Chen Yunxue took the photo and instantly recognized it as a photo from her own home album, and in her heart she believed the other party's words. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, there was nothing to fear. So, what about my mom? And my dad? Why don't they pick me up themselves? Oh, your dad got killed trying to protect your mom, and your mom got played by them. Chapter 48 Foundation. Chen Yunxue stayed on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Truly, the bad news about the parents was too explosive. What makes this guy capable of saying something so irritating in such a flat tone? Shouldn't you be a little heavier in tone? A little more rhetorical? Her first thought was, no way. No, it can't be. You must be lying to me, right? Chen Yunxue cried. Lindong spread his hands. Why would I lie to you? You'll know if you go back with me to take a look. Your mom and dad's bodies are still lying at home. Don't worry. No one should have moved them. What? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chen Yunxue covered her face and cried bitterly. Even though she was so bratty and vicious on the outside, she was still attached to her parents, and this sudden news was truly too much to digest. Lindong turned his gaze to Qin Shuyao. That big white dog of yours is a good breeder. What kind of feed does it eat to grow so big? After saying this, he slapped Feng Yi on his head. Are you still a human being? Are you actually abusing the dog? Be careful of being cyber-violated. Feng Yi, have you ever seen a dog that can break an awaken's arm with one bite? At the mention of Nua, Qin Shuyao's eyes reddened again. I don't know. Glutinous didn't used to be this big. Before it was only as big as my two hands. Just now when they tried to hurt me, Glutinous suddenly became bigger in order to save me. Oh, and get bigger? Lindong's eyes lit up. So has your dog been exposed to poisonous snow before? Qin Shuyao was stunned. How do you know? Before Nua drilled into the snow and then fell into a coma for a few days. I thought Nua was dead, but I didn't expect to be alive and kicking again. Lindong nodded. So that was right. Sure enough, besides humans, animals also have the possibility of awakening. What about plants? Just as Lindong was thinking about how to move to take down Chen Yunxue and Qin Shuyao, suddenly, a whirring sound came from outside the building. The other few people also heard the commotion and couldn't help but look outside the house in confusion. Looking out through the window, I noticed a small black dot appearing in the air. As the small black dot got closer, the crowd got a good look at it. It's a helicopter. Qin Shuyao was overjoyed. Great! It's a helicopter. Is it from the rescue team? Feng Yi was instantly shivering. Bad. Now there's a guy around who's better than he is. If he's in league with the rescue team and takes him back, he'll go to jail. I can't. I'm the president of the student council and the chosen one. I'll definitely be a big shot in the rest of my life with my hands on the sun, moon and stars. How can I stay in jail? Zhao Yufei was even worse, her entire body shaking into a sieve. She's afraid that she'll be counted out by the rescue team for her murder. How can you go to jail for murder when you just got into graduate school? No way. Lindong grabbed the back of Feng Yi's neck with one hand and stared at the helicopter with his eyes slightly narrowed. It's not quite right. There are millions of people trapped in Jiangchang. How can we save them with just this one helicopter in the sky? And the helicopter was clearly aimed at his own building. So either there's someone important in this building worth rescuing. Either that, or they were attracted by Feng Yi's laser just now. The helicopter hovered in the air. The hatch opened, and a man in a suit, with a straight figure and gold-rimmed glasses, stood at the hatch, ignoring the extremely low temperatures and icy cold wind, and was curiously surveying the caravan under the building. This car is kind of interesting. The man in the suit waved his hand, and 4 fully armed men appeared behind him, shooting steel cables at the wall and skillfully sliding down them to break the windows and enter the building. Instead, he himself lets the blustery wind blow the hem of his coat and leaps off, spinning in the air a few times just over the window, ending with a superheroic landing, referencing Widow's landing pose. So, the crowd's first impression was that the man was a riot. In Lindong's eyes, the Thai suit man's head showed LV5, and the other 4 armed men were all ordinary people. Seeing that several other people were staring blankly, Lindong took the initiative to applaud. Good. The difficulty of this routine starts at 3, 2 or higher, with a resounding body jump, starting with backwater swagger, holding the knees in the air and flipping 3.5 times to end up with a smooth landing. Bah! Landing. Although there was no splash, this routine is a great test for any competitor, and I think this competitor's confidence must have come from hard training on a regular basis. I give you a 10. Crowd. A slap on Feng Yi's head. What are you waiting for? It's your turn to score. Feng Yi? The man in the suit rose slowly, middle finger pushing the frame of his nose, one hand on his left breast bowing slightly. The gentleman is mistaken. I am a diving enthusiast, and I am very grateful to receive 10 points from the gentleman. Lindong smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome. We're on the 4th floor now. You can still jump inside the snow. Change the action this time? Like that what? 250 SB? Men in suits. Ahem. That's better. This time I'm here for business. So let's start with business first. Introduce yourself. My name is Huang Fei. From the Foundation. Saying that, he looked around and surveyed his surroundings, and couldn't help but let his eyes light up at the sight of Qin Shuyao and Chen Yunshi's perfect facial features. I'm sure you haven't heard of our foundation, so let me briefly explain. Our foundation is an international organization with large funds and a wide range of contacts, and is committed to world peace. After the big snow apocalypse came, our foundation discovered that the toxins in the snow have a very low probability of causing people or animals to mutate and gain superpowers. Among those present, only Zhao Yufei had never seen superpowers and couldn't help but cautiously poke her head out. Our foundation is leading the world in research on superpowers and is interested in recruiting all the awakened talents to join our foundation. Just now we observed lasers shooting up into the sky here, and thought it should be the superpower of whichever one it is. So, Lindong slapped Fomi on the head again. Looking for you. Fomi scrunched his neck. He did become interested in the foundation. What does your foundation need so many awakened people for? Huang Fei cleared his throat and laughed. This matter will be discussed after you join the foundation. You only need to tell me if you wish to join or not. Fomi raised his eyebrows. What are the benefits of joining? There are many benefits if you join. Huang Fei showed patience, such as sufficient supplies, a comfortable existence and ways in which power can be enhanced. Fomi asked, what about not joining? It's the end of the world. Who's happy to be governed? Definitely the lawless days were more fun. Huang Fei's smile turned cold. If you don't join, then you can only die. After saying that, the 4-armed men immediately turned their guns to point at him. Chapter 49, Why don't you ask me? AI. Not later. Later. Fomi was frightened and hastily raised his hand. He hadn't expected it at all. The man in the suit looked courteous. How could he point a gun at someone at the drop of a hat? Not polite at all. Despite his superpowers, he still couldn't carry the truth. Fomi's eyes rolled around several times and immediately softened. Okay, I'll join the foundation, but I have one condition. Saying that, he pointed at Chen Yunshi on the side. This is my girlfriend. Can I bring her in with me? Huang Fei let out an slight sound and looked at Chen Yunshi and asked, May I ask if this young lady is also an awakened? Chen Yunshi shook her head. That's a shame. Huang Fei sighed. Our foundation only admits awakened people, not ordinary people. Fomi was anxious. Then is there no other way? My girlfriend and I are like glue. I can't live without her. Huang Fei laughed. Actually, it's not completely helpless. For example, let this young lady touch the snow, and if she's lucky enough not to be poisoned, then there's a chance she'll awaken and naturally join the foundation. Chen Yunshi was stunned as she thought of the miserable state of those students who came into contact with the poisonous snow when she was in the library. It's covered in ruptured pus and pus, and its face is twisted and disgusting. No, I'm not touching those things, not even to die. Fomi grimaced bitterly. Isn't there any other way? This is just too dangerous. There is indeed no way out. Huang Fei bowed slightly with a mortified face. I'm very envious of your love for your girlfriend, but I'm sorry for my duties. When anyone thought he was sincerely apologizing, suddenly, Huang Fei flung his long arm and a cold light appeared. A flying knife flew out from his hand and shot out at a speed comparable to a bullet. Fomi could not react at all. Pust! The flying knife was inserted straight into Fomi's head. Fomi looked cockeyed at the flying dagger that had not entered flush on his head, and blood quickly flowed all over his face. Don't! I'm the president of the student council, the pride of the world. How did? Dead? Plop! Fomi's body fell heavily to the ground, dying. The two girls, Qin Shuyao and Zhao Yufei, covered their mouths and exclaimed in shock. Chen Yunshi froze as she looked at her boyfriend's corpse without knowing what to do, and the scene was suddenly chaotic. Huang Fei straightened the folds on his suit and slowly extended his index finger to his lips. Shoo! The gunmen behind them raised their guns and pointed them at the 4 Lindongs. Sure enough, with the deterrent of the gun, the terrified women hurriedly silenced their voices and did not dare to move, looking at Huang Fei in silence. It's a demon of grace and violence. Huang Fei looked at Chen Yunshi and Qin Shuyao with his hands behind his back. Two beauties. I have a suggestion for you to hear. 1. The two of you to be my pet. In the future, if there is a need to befriend the big man, the two can also be used as a bargaining chip for me to befriend. Rest assured, at least the food and clothing without worry. Secondly, as I said earlier, you can either die or jump into the snow to gamble on whether you will be awakened or not, and if you succeed in awakening, I will treat you both with the highest level of courtesy. What do you think? Simple, direct and polite. Lindong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This man is so sophisticated. Compared to him, he looks like a bandit. No, it has to be changed. Chen Yunshi wiped her tears and shouted angrily, "No way. Chen Yunshi, will not serve you stinking men even if I die." As for jumping into the snow to awaken, it was completely out of her mind. Qin Shuya clenched her lips. "I won't agree either. I won't die as a tool or chip for you to play with." Huang Fei revealed a regretful expression. "Is that so? That's really a pity." Zhao Yufei's eyes rolled straight up and she couldn't help but ask, "What about me?" Crowd? Huang Fei was not going to be holed by this question. His smile stiffened for a moment, but he still bowed and asked, "Dare I ask this young lady, what do you mean? I mean, why don't you ask me? I'm willing to be your pets." Zhao Yufei glanced at Lindong in a complicated manner, or she gritted her teeth and stood out. Although there was too much going on and too much information in the meantime, she was slowly seeing that it looked like the killing. It wasn't that big. So many people died here, and just now Feng Yi also turned his head and was killed, showing that the internet is right. People are dying every day. In that case, what is one afraid of? As the saying goes, the law is not responsible for all. Everyone is killing people, so no one should be held accountable for their killings. Without the worries in her heart, Zhao Yufei then began to consider the subsequent problem of survival. It was obvious to her that although Lindong was obedient and good, the supplies in Lindong's caravan car were actually not a lot, and could not eat for a few days at all. On the contrary, Huang Fei has a helicopter. In comparison, Lindong is still a beggar. Although being Huang Fei's pet sounded bad to say the least, it was still a higher status than being Lindong's girlfriend. And in the future, in case it was given to any big shot, with his own posture and ability, he would definitely be able to rise to the top and be a man of honor. Thinking of this, Zhao Yufei was confident. After all, you don't watch that many palace dramas for nothing. Lindong looked at her in dismay, his eyes full of disbelief. "No, big sister, where do you get your confidence from? Do you really think everyone else is as blind as I used to be?" A trace of apology surfaced on Zhao Yufei's face, but then immediately said firmly, "I'm sorry, Lindong, I know you still love me, but I still can't get back together with you. We're not in the same world anymore." The words were spoken as if the matter had been finalized. "No, Lindong didn't even know whether to be angry or laugh. He couldn't speak well. "The last time I was this breathless was last time, in the hotel." Ling Xue huffed and stood up. "It's so infuriating. I'd never seen such a woman in all my life. No, I'm going to the master's side to help support him." Xinhuan Yu's three girls couldn't help but agree. Although they were in awe of Lindong, the thought of Lindong being toyed with like this by Zhao Yufei's woman still made their teeth itch with anger. With a rare unity of opinion, the four maids immediately went out of the hotel and followed the road opened up by the caravan to find Lindong. Detected maid Liang Jihan poisoned. Is it a one-click antidote? Detected maid ginger bamboo poisoning. Lindong was stunned. No, what do these maids want? Why are they collectively poisoned? Run away? After thinking about it, it's better to detoxify them first and see what happens when this is over. Huang Fei stared at Zhao Yufei for a long time before he slowly came back to his senses and revealed a rather awkward smile. I'm sorry ma'am, you're not in my program. Zhao Yufei hurriedly said. How is it not in the plan? My looks aren't any worse than theirs? And I'll be blunt. You ugly bastard. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? How can you be my pet when you look like this? Don't disgust me. Huang Fei couldn't help but roar. Chapter 50, within 10 meters. The gun is fast and accurate. Zhao Yufei was scolded and couldn't speak on the spot. In all her life, no one has ever called her ugly. Reasonably she is not ugly. 70 points of the middle of the upper posture at least is the class flower level. Otherwise it will not be the previous Lindong fascinated by the 5. But the question is with whom to compare. In front of Chen Yunshi and Qin Shuyao, she really couldn't compare. Noticing that he had lost his temper, Huang Fei immediately changed back to that gentle and elegant look. I'm sorry ma'am, I was a little loud earlier and gave you a fright. I regret to inform you that you are unable to be my pet, and you are still advised to reach out to Poison Snows if you want to live. Zhao Yufei gas cried. On sister have you so insulting Lindong, I'm getting back together with you. Help me beat him to death. Lindong, you're just sitting here with me repeatedly jumping across the street. After locking eyes with Huang Fei, Lindong rubbed his nose and laughed. Then what should I do? How about, I'll give you a pet too? Huang Fei straight away felt the sky rolling with thunder and goosebumps rose on his body. This gentleman is joking. I don't accept male pets. That's quite similar to me. Lindong gave a thumbs-up nod. Huang Fei smiled and said, although with you in the matter of diving sports, but my duty, can only ask you to contact the poisonous snow? If the awakening is successful, you are my guest of honor. He was just too polite, and Lindong felt that he should be more polite to such a polite person than he was. Oh so? But I succeeded in awakening a long time ago. Why don't you ask me? Huang Fei was stunned, then ecstatic. You've succeeded in awakening? That's great. Join our foundation. Lindong waved his hand. But I'm scared. Your foundation won't take me in as some kind of guinea pig, right? Huang Fei was a bit embarrassed. How could this be? The foundation is a great organization that works to ensure a healthy future for mankind. Don't slander us. Oh, didn't deny it? Lindong slowly revealed a cold smile. Then it seems I guessed right. In that case, I'd better not go. There is no need to dwell on the fact that in the midst of the end times, any organization with such slogans as for peace and the future of mankind is a cult. And it was obvious from the way Huang Fei acted that this was not a good bird. Huang Fei laughed non-committally. But you don't have a choice? Lindong flipped his wrist and the golden sand eagle appeared in his hand. I have the truth in my hand. So of course I have a choice. Swish swish swish. The gunman immediately turned his gun and pointed it at Lindong. Huang Fei laughed out loud and stretched out his right hand. A delicate and small flying dagger appeared in his hand. Do you think that your gun will be faster than my knife? I admit, 10 meters away. It's definitely your gun that's faster. But within 10 meters. Bang! A gunshot interrupted his speech, and a bloody hole appeared in the center of Huang Fei's forehead. Lindong blew the muzzle nitrous smoke. Sorry, within 10 meters. The gun is fast and accurate. What are you pretending to be? A level 5 scum? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You, don't talk about martial arts. Huang Fei felt a rapid loss of strength in his body and collapsed as his eyes went white. This scene happened so fast that Huang Fei didn't react. The 4 gunmen didn't react. Including the several women present, all didn't react. Huang Fei, who appeared to be extremely tawdry and powerful, was just seconded by Lindong with a single shot. Team leader, the gunmen roared, immediately raising their guns to fire. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of the gunfire, Lindong put away his gun and dodged around to approach quickly, and a few women were scared and fled in all directions with their heads in their hands. The first gunman only felt a flash in front of his eyes as Lindong quickly drew the dagger on his leg and slashed his neck, blood instantly spurting out. Over here. The other gunmen immediately turned their guns and continued to shoot without the slightest regard for their companions, who were soon sifted by the automatic rifles. But Lindong disappeared in front of their eyes once again. Where is it? The gunman's combat savvy was on point, forming a triangle back-to-back to look for signs of Lindong. Suddenly, Lindong's voice came from overhead. Look up there. The gunman raised his gun and shot, and didn't even see anyone when the ceiling smashed. Pust. Suddenly another man was touched on the neck and fell to the ground, covering his throat unwillingly. 2 left. These 2 were terrified. Although they were ordinary people, they were also internationally renowned mercenaries before the end of the world. When had they ever seen such a ghostly fight? How could there be such a powerful awakened? They spun in place with their backs to each other in a cold sweat. Boring. You guys are too weak. Suddenly, Lindong appeared in the middle of the 2 men, and with a flash of cold light, the arms of the 2 men holding guns were chopped off in unison. Ah! The 2 men screamed in pain as they tore their hearts out. In an instant, Lindong was the only one present standing, not even a single drop of blood on his body, and the cold wind blew into the building, ruffling the hem of his coat with a deliberate sneer that sent shivers down one's spine. The helicopter pilot, seeing how terrifying Lindong was, didn't even think twice about immediately disconnecting the ropes, turning the airplane around and connecting to the radio. Headquarters, headquarters. This is Bobcat Squad. We have an emergency. Emergency. This is headquarters. Bobcat speaking. Before the driver could open his mouth, suddenly a dagger was already across his neck. Lindong's head slowly came to his shoulder and asked with a smile, "What's the emergency? Can't you tell me?" The driver's eyes bugged out and his body winced. Wow. When did he get on the helicopter? Asking you? How rude. Lindong slightly skimmed his mouth as the dagger slashed through, the driver's head separating and blood staining the cab. Without a pilot at the controls, the helicopter began to lose its balance and circled at low altitude a few times before crashing into the deep snow. I do not know when to return to the building of Lindong. Some regret. He actually quite want to fly the plane, but he will not. The 2 remaining gunmen with broken arms completely panicked when they saw how easily this guy could even up a helicopter, dropping their guns far away and falling to their knees begging for mercy. Lindong ignored them and shouted to the building, "Alright, don't hide. It's safe now." Only then did Zhao Yufei's 3 girls cautiously poke their heads out, looking at the dead bodies on the ground and sighing in relief. "You're too good." Chen Yunxue bounced and ran, completely losing the sad look she had just had. "Handsome, you have a car. I'll go with you." Anyway, she never liked Fengyi in the first place. She was just enjoying how good Fengyi was to her. So if she died, she died. And now that there was a new and more powerful man, the big deal was that she had to put in a little bit of effort to tame him a little bit. Lindong, who was still unaware of Chen Yunxue's nature, raised his eyebrows and said, "You do know what you're doing, but if you want to follow me, are you aware of what you'll pay?" Chen Yunxue nodded. "I know. That's all a man thinks about, isn't it? Let's see how this lady takes you." Chapter 51, I'm a joke. Lindong looked at her with a smirk. No, you don't know what it will cost, but now that I've taken it, I'll let the other maids teach it well, like the moon maid is very good at it. When Zhao Yufei heard that Chen Yunshi had just become Lindong's girlfriend, her heart was so full of tastes and hard feelings that she immediately rushed over to him and pulled his arm with a deep look of love. Winter, you must have killed that man to get back together with me, right? I'm willing to get back together with you, Lindon. I'll be damned. Before he could say anything, four women rushed in from the first floor. I've never seen such a shameless like you. Ling Xue raised her head and cursed out angrily. Lindong was a bit surprised. Together you guys ran here. This suddenly appeared four stunning beauty geniuses really shocked off everyone's jaw, and they all wear quite beautiful frozen. Not afraid of cold? Ling Xue took the lead and came to the fourth floor in a rage, pointing at Zhao Yufei and cursing. Do you have any more face? What? As a woman, you're unpredictable and erratic. I really want to slap you to death me. Shenwanyu holding her arms coldly grunted. When you need people, I love you so much. When you don't need people, we are not people in the same world. We Blue Star World really don't have your kind of shameless. Ginger Bamboo said blandly. After knowing more people, I still think dogs are cute, because some people are not as good as dogs. Liang Jihan gasped. So many creatures disappeared from the blue planet. Why are you still around? All four maids were cursing, one after the other like a solitaire. Zhao Yufei was dazed and red-faced by the scolding and shouted angrily. Who are you guys? This is between me and my boyfriend. What does it have to do with you guys? Your boyfriend? Shenwanyu sneered and braced herself to hug Lindong's left arm. Humph, now he's mine. Ling Xue followed suit and hugged her right arm. Humph, now he's mine too. Zhang Zhu sighed and burrowed into Lindong's arms. He's mine too. Liang Jihan scratched her hair a little awkwardly. She wasn't that close to Lindong yet, and there was no place for that. Ling Xue looked at her with round eyes. What are you pretending to be? You've been slept with by your master. Don't pretend to be a chaste woman. Stay in line. He's mine too. Liang Jihan was in a hurry and wrapped her arms around Lindong from behind, her chin resting on Lindong's shoulder. Lindong laughed bitterly. You guys are here with my armor to merge? But it's nice to be surrounded by mountains. You guys. Zhao Yufei incredulously pointed her finger at them. The pupils contracted sharply and dilated rapidly. The lips trembled. The breathing was disordered, and the face was red for a while and white for a while. It was as if his head had been hit hard by a heavy hammer and went blank. All his thoughts instantly drained away, leaving only chaos. Well, three views shattered. In her perception, Lindong is just a stinking beggar. If not for the fact that he is quite considerate and is a local of Jiangchang, he would not even look at him. But this is such a beggar. Actually, at the same time there are four big beautiful women to throw themselves? Oh, plus one Chen Yunshi. That makes 5. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're all lying to me, aren't you? Must be lying to me. Zhao Yufei had never felt this bad about herself before, and she hadn't even panicked this much about killing her roommate just now. Shenwanyu coldly grunted. Lying to you? You're also worthy of letting us cheat? She could be said to hate Zhao Yufei to the bone. If Zhao Yufei hadn't abandoned Lindong, how would Lindong have become this cold-blooded and heartless? If Lindong still had the same kind character as before, he wouldn't have to suffer at all by following her. So, it's all this as fault. Impossible. Impossible. Zhao Yufei cried and looked at Lindong. Winter, they're all fake, right? I'm the one who's your girlfriend. You're mine. You're mine. Lindong snorted. You say you're my girlfriend one moment, and then you kick me away the next. Do you really treat me like a dog? No, I treat you as my favorite person. Zhao Yufei hurriedly testified herself. I said that before. Just wanted to test you. Yeah, I was wrong about you? Lindong revealed a cold smile. Since you said I'm your favorite person, I'll ask you a simple one. What day is my birthday? It's... Zhao Yufei was stunned. Horror. Can't answer. I remember it was this month. Well, it must be right. Lindong sighed. It was yesterday. You can't even remember. Yes, it was yesterday. I was just in a bit of a hurry and didn't think of it. It was yesterday. But, I just remembered that my birthday is tomorrow. You. Zhao Yufei was confused. He tricked me? Lindong waved his hand. Okay, you don't have to pretend. You don't love me at all. And thank you for making me see how stupid I was before. We're done. Zhao Yufei asked undeterred. Then why did you still come to the school to save me? Lindong hemmed and hawed. Because I want to see you laugh. You're kidding me? Joke. The word joke was like a sharp arrow that stabbed her hard in the gut. Lindong's words were simply more hurtful than the four maids. A joke? I'm a joke? Zhao Yufei was struck by lightning and looked at him dumbfounded. Before long, it was actually a demented, maniacal laugh. I'm a joke. Ha 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 ha, I'm a joke. Ha 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 ha, I'm the joke. Ha 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 ha, I'm the joke. Laughing and actually spreading out and running wild. Lindong covered his face. Lean, It's giving her a mad rush of excitement. Jiang Zhu was slightly lost in thought as he looked at the crazy Zhao Yufei. If he was like this, he shouldn't be so upset. Lindong pointed at Chen Yunshi. This is the new one. You guys bring her along and teach her the rules by the way. The four maids bowed at the same time. Yes, master. Chen Yunshi frowned. Master? Is this some kind of fresh play? It's still the sociopaths who will have fun. Letting them make themselves at home. Lindong walked towards the beautiful teacher who was hiding in the hallway eating melon. Qin Shuyao hurriedly made a guarded gesture. You don't come over, or else I. There was nothing that could threaten Lindon after half a day's thought. Lindong lost his smile. Don't be so nervous, I won't hurt you. Since arriving here, this beautiful teacher had acted very kind and polite, and Lindong's perception of her was quite good. I just wanted to say that it's over here and I'm going to take them away. Do you want to come with us? Leave? Qin Shuyao's eyes lit up. Then she timidly pointed at the four maids and said, Then will I become like them? Lindong replied dryly. Yes. Qin Shuyao. Chapter 52, It's fun to keep a little mystery. After all, she had studied abroad and had never eaten pork and had always seen a pig run. For this title of maid master gave her a bad premonition. There must be some kind of unhealthy male/female relationship between these four women and this man. Qin Shuyao was in deep entanglement, and Lindong thought that she would be entangled for a long time, but she didn't expect that it was only half a minute later. Good. I'll go with you. Lindong was a bit stunned. Oh, have you thought about it? Qin Shuyao nodded seriously. I've thought about it. Looking at Nua's corpse on the ground with a sad face, Qin Shuyao explained. I used to hope that there would be a rescue team, but after today I can kind of see that we can't wait. Survival in the future will become more and more difficult. People's hearts are treacherous, and I don't have glutinous to protect me anymore. I'm a weak woman with no hands and no ability to defend myself, and sooner or later I'll be sought out by the other awakened to insult or kill them in the future. I'm young. I don't want to die. I want to live. Qin Shuyao's eyes were slightly red as she looked straight at Lindong and said loudly, I want to live. The sound traveled throughout the building and everyone was startled. Lindong laughed. Good. Seeing as you're so understanding, I'll take you in. But first things first, I'm not going to give you extra treats just because you know what you're doing. You're like them. You'll be my maid. I'll give you the power to defend yourself, give you the capital to settle down in the post-apocalyptic world, so that you won't be bullied by anyone but me in the future. Qin Shuyao nodded heavily. Aha! Lindong walked forward, his large hand stroking her long hair, and his two faces slowly approached. Qin Shuyao reflexively wanted to hide, but she was held still by Lindong's big hand. Her face suddenly blushed scarlet, and her heart was about to jump into her throat. No, he can't be that pushy, can he? People aren't ready yet. However, Lindong didn't kiss her. His tone gradually turned cold. To be my maid, you have to learn to kill people. Those two alive. You pick 1 inch, said pointing at the two gunmen. Qin Shuyao's pretty face instantly turned white. Want me to kill someone? Lindong nodded. Otherwise, do you think that being my maid, you only need to serve me? No. Qin Shuyao was full of resistance. Lindong was stunned, then laughed. Yes, that's true, but their face value and body are not worse than yours, and the way they serve me is also lower and more fancy than yours. So why should it be your turn to serve me? Prove your worth to me. I don't keep losers. Saying that, he looked at Chen Yunshi again. At this time, the young girl was being shocked by the maid code. You too, pick one and slaughter it. Qin Shuyao and Chen Yunshi looked at the two pistols handed over. Resistance written from head to toe. Take it. Lindong let out a furious shout, frightening the two women to hastily take it. Qin Shuyao trembled her hands, the muzzle of her gun shivering and pointing at one of the gunmen. The intense fear made her unable to pull the trigger at all. The air fell silent, leaving only the weak pleas for mercy from the two bloodied and pale gunmen. I just need to kill someone to survive. Qin Shuyao, you can do it. The students are capable of murder. How can you be so cowardly as a teacher? Everyone's killing people anyway. You can kill people too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Qin Shuyao had been cheering herself up. Next to her, Chen Yunshi wasn't much better. Her pretty face white as if she had been dead for days, whiter than the face of the gunman she was pointing at. It wasn't until Lindong's face was completely gloomy that Qin Shuyao finally closed her eyes. Ah! Bang! 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 Only after the magazine was emptied did Qin Shuyao open her eyes with great difficulty. Then her almond eyes rounded up and her body went limp as she collapsed to the side and vomited. Although he had already seen a lot of killing scenes, it was the first time he had killed someone on his own. It's also beating people to a pulp. The psychological impact is just too much. Chen Yunshi was startled by the sound of gunfire, and reflexively closed her eyes and pulled the trigger. Surprisingly, she also completed the task. Only then did Lindong nod in satisfaction. Good job. A few of you put away all the guns on the ground. Turn around and find an opportunity for you to practice your accuracy. One by one. Your shooting skills simply suck. Liang Zhihan timidly walked up and asked, Lin, Master, these people are all from the Foundation. From what they say it seems to be a very mysterious and powerful organization. Why don't we leave someone alive to ask for information? Lindong waved his hand. There is nothing to ask. It is not good to keep a little mystery. I can't drive a caravan every day to play in the mountains and collect maids, so the days will soon get tired of it. Leave them slowly, give me a surprise. Ling Xue squirmed. A master is tired of people? But the new dance I learned hasn't been danced for master yet. The maids, slutty hooves will fight you. It was over and the women got into the RV. It's so warm here. Qin Shuyao's eyes were glazed over, and Shen Yunshi was also like a curious baby. Why is it so warm in here? This RV is so oddly constructed. But before they could ask anything, they saw that the 4 maids of Shenwanyu had already skillfully taken off their trench coats, revealing a costume that made people blush. The maids' code had begun to sink deep into their heads. Moon made to drive. Today will not go anywhere. You find an upscale neighborhood, preferably with a private pool. Today received 2 new maids. The master is happy. Let's afternoon. Open a barbecue pool party. Hearing that there was a pool party, Ling Xue was the first to cheer, and a few other women also showed excitement. Liang Zhihan proposed, go to Mirror Lake Spring. It's not far from here. It's all a luxury villa area. Every house has a private pool. With a destination in mind, the RV began to slowly leave. I'm a joke. Hey, I'm a joke. In the building, the demented Zhao Yufei saw the caravan leaving and actually ran downstairs to chase it. Big wagon. Hey, nice big wagon. Don't run. Her feet stepped into the snow, and before long, snowflakes fell all over her head and body. Big car. Wait for me. The chase went out a long way until the young girl suddenly collapsed in the snow. Couldn't get up again. Ginger Bamboo stared blankly and muttered, so what is the end of love? Lindong rolled up his eyes. The end of love is poetry and a faraway place. Or it could be corpses and the police. If you have that kind of spare time to lament about others, why don't you just take the 2 of them to get cleaned up? Inside the caravan, Ling Xue was enthusiastically showing off her newly learned dance. Shen Wanyu was driving, and Liang Zhihan was counting the guns that had been collected. Master, a total of 4 M16 automatic rifles were recovered, with about 370 bullets. 4 M1911 semi-automatic rifles with about 106 bullets are here. These guns are all non-common models used in the Dragon Kingdom, indicating that this foundation comes from a great source and is indeed a foreign organization. Lindong took it and played with it briefly before tossing it back to her. Whatever. You can keep these guns for now, except for the 2 new ones. The 4 of you are each equipped with an M16, and the bullets are shared equally. Liang Zhihan now completely lost the idea of defection and nodded deeply. Yes, master. By the way, what happened just now when you almost died? Lindong suddenly asked. Chapter 53, Nie Xiaoqian dancing in front of Rudra? Liang Zhihan's face was a bit embarrassed, but she still obediently recounted what had happened to her. Boring virgin mother, on account of you being a first offender, I won't do anything to punish you first, and the next time, you can ask them about my means of punishment, Lindong said with a cold snort. Ling Xue, who was dancing hotly, instantly shivered, remembering her miserable encounter when she was tied up in the bathroom. Master. Liang Zhihan hurriedly bowed her head. The RV was moving slowly and it was full of color. In the spacious car bathroom, Zhang Zhu looked at the cleaned-up Qin Shuyao and Chen Yunshi with satisfaction. It should be said or not, Lindong's luck was indeed good. These 2 were superb beauties. In addition to their flawless faces, their bodies were also quite powerful, and both of them were virgins. The master has made a fortune. Chen Yunshi is the youngest one among them. Her body is full of innocence and youthfulness, and her budding body is like a green apple. Qin Shuyao, on the other hand, was a mishmash of many styles, and if she let loose, she could definitely break her head a bit with that burnt hoof of Ling Xue. The 2 women were immersed in the relief of a good hot bath when Zhang Zhu handed over 2 sets of clothes. This is our daily dress code for following our master. You 2 change. Looking at the provocative clothes, the 2 women blushed at the same time. Qin Shuyao bit her red lips tightly, and without a word, she silently took over and changed into it. Chen Yunshi was hesitant to take it over. Sister, do we have to change? It's too shameful, isn't it? And I'm so hungry. Is there any food here? Looking at the sweetly smiling Chen Yunshi, Zhang Zhu sighed. I suggest you change it. He is not a kind man. Once you anger him, I'm afraid the end will be miserable. Very bleak. And we can only eat what's left of our master's food. And if he's in a good mood, he'll reward us extra. As long as you behave yourself. Chen Yunshi interrupted and asked, will he hit women? Zhang Zhu was stunned and shook his head after a slight recollection. No fight. Putting aside the stage of playing with each other, Lindong had never really beaten them. Then no, I really don't know what you guys have to be afraid of. I'm not going to wear these clothes. Chen Yunshi's heart was greatly settled, pushed aside the clothes in Jiangju's hands, and put on her own old clothes. Do not hit women. That he is still afraid of women in his bones. Really do not understand these women to him, so reverence for what? One is older than me, and they all live to be dogs. This kind of male is good to hold. Hey no, don't be a death wish. Jiangju was alarmed. He doesn't hit women, but when he gets physical, you'll know what it means to beg for your life. Might as well get beat up. Chen Yunshi waved her hand without fear. You don't care. I have a measure. With that said, he dressed in one piece, pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. Lindong was enjoying the marvelous dance when he saw Chen Yunshi come out in her own clothes and frowned. A few other women also noticed, and immediately revealed gloating expressions. Jiangju chased after him, his face full of apprehension. Chen Yunshi smiled and came to Lindong's side. Her petite body intentionally or unintentionally leaned against his arm and pampered. Brother, do you have any other clothes here? The ones you picked out don't look good. I don't want to wear them. She was so confident in herself that she once just called out to her brother and let Fomi get his butt in gear to snatch the limited edition LV bag for her. Men have the hardest time resisting the pampering strategies of a beautiful schoolgirl like this young lady. Lindong revealed an inexplicable smile. Oh, then what kind do you want to wear? Chen Yunshi pretended to think and laughed nervously. I want to wear a skirt. Is there one here? Lindong gave Ling Xue a look. The latter will start to rummage. Before in the mall 0 yuan purchase a lot of clothes. Really find out a set of white dress. Here, this set should match your figure. Receiving the dress, Chen Yunshi became even more complacent. Sure enough, it was just as I suspected. You women have such pretty faces for nothing. Don't you know that pampered women are the best? Thank you, brother. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lindong was stunned, and his smile became even weirder. Yes, what would you like to eat? Really? I want a burger and some fried chicken. Chen Yunshi, who had finished her request, immediately pretended to be terrified. Oh sorry, I forgot that the conditions are hard now, and those things are definitely not eatable. I'm sorry brother. Yunshi was wrong, but Yunshi doesn't mind. As long as I'm with my brother, I won't care if I eat some scraps. I'm sure my brother will be able to get them later. The other few maids, including Qin Shuyao who had just stepped out of the bathroom, immediately shivered. No, you play PUA, and PUA master? This is simply Nie Xiaoqian doing a lap dance in front of Rudra? Sister, have you so looking for death? Jiangju's face was white with fear. Had I known that she was so urbane, I should have properly tempered her just now before letting her out. It's not finished, it's implicated itself. The hearts of the maids jumped into their throats, as if they could already foresee Lindong's anger. Ha 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 ha. Lindong laughed up to the sky and reached out his big hand to stroke her hair. Good girl, go change your clothes, you'll have something to eat when you're done. Really? Thank you brother. I'll go change now. Chen Yunshi was overjoyed and immediately rushed into the bathroom, happily even humming a song. Look at that. My lady stepped in and took it easy. The maids looked at each other like they'd seen a ghost, making eyes at each other. Lan chat. Ling Xue, bad. Master has changed his nature? Starting to eat the pampering thing? Xin Wanyu, thinking of farts to eat? I bet 50 cents that the master will definitely be furious. Angela Liang, I'm not sure. I'm new here too, but I'm inexplicably panicking right now. Ginger Bamboo, help, help. Qin Shuyao? Lindong was oblivious to their winks, and set up a Kentucky family bucket set on the table, as well as a bottle of ice Q-Olu, which made Qin Shuyao swallow her mouth. But she wasn't as bold as Chen Yunshi and stood timidly watching. Lindong looked at her and nodded in satisfaction. Beautiful teacher deserves to be a beautiful teacher. Before wrapped in a thick did not find. This is actually a 9-headed beauty, especially that a pair of long legs, long and straight. The body is very great. And I do not know how many students will be unveiled for her in the past when she was in class. Chen Yunshi spun around triumphantly once she came out. Brother, am I pretty? Lindong nodded his head with a smile. The schoolgirl with a white dress was extremely lethal to any male, and one could not help but fall in love. Chen Yunshi became even more excited. Seeing the fried chicken burgers and other food on the table, she squealed with excitement. Wow, there's really wow. Brother, you're too good. Are you Superman? After saying that, he nonchalantly sat down on his butt, picked it up and nibbled on it, not caring about being a lady. She feasted on it. Lindong propped up his chin and looked at her with a doting face, picking up a paper towel and gently wiping away the oil stains at the corners of her mouth. Good boy. Eat slowly. Finish. Good to be on your way. Chapter 54. Of course I'm going to the Western Paradise, but I'm not going to my home. Chen Yunshi's sweet and satisfied smile was stunned. On the road? Where to? Lindong returned the sweet smile. Of course it's up to the west. Is it up to my house? Chen Yunshi. No, you're gonna send me to hell for what I did. I just had a little bit of your KFC family bucket, right? What's the big deal, brother? You're kidding me, right? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Chen Yunshi cried. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you doing this to me? Oh. Jiang Zhu took the opportunity to educate in order to make up for his mistakes. I told you that you must address your master respectfully. You called your brothers right from the start. What do you take your master for? Those dog-licking college students in school that you fooled around with? Master's orders are absolute. We wear whatever master wants us to wear. Don't make up your own mind. And you have the face to PUA master? After saying that, he immediately rushed Lindong and knelt down. Master, it's because I didn't educate myself properly. Please punish master. What a move to retreat. Lindong grunted coldly. It's time for chastisement. Tie yourself up in the bathroom for a day first. Jiang Zhu's face suddenly turned pale and white, and Ling Xue revealed a gloating smile. Bitch, let you feel my pain too. Chen Yunshi's tears stopped, and the painful crying she had just done was faked. The sweet smile was gone, replaced by a resentful and icy expression. Nervous? You are all nervous in a car. Not just bullying women because you have some skills. Who do you think you are? I'm not going to play this raunchy, ungodly game with you guys. Stop the car. I want to get off. The women exclaimed in their hearts. Wonderful. She still wants to get off? Lindong's smile grew colder. As you wish. Stop the car. The caravan slowly stopped. The door opened. Chen Yunshi pouted and came to the door in a huff, but suddenly stopped. It's snowing outside. Where are we going? Go down and die. What are you doing here? Have you no sense of humor? Drive the car back. I want to go back to school. Chen Yunshi twisted her head and roared. Lindong laughed out loud and picked up a piece of crispy chicken nuggets and placed it on Qin Shuya's lips. The beautiful teacher trembled and opened her cherry mouth to eat it. You know what? What time is it? Picking up another quoll and feeding it to Qin Shuya, the latter obediently swallowed a mouthful, instantly revealing a contented look. It's true. Fried chicken goes better with kwaku. Lindong slowly got up and stared at her grimly. This is the last days of the world. Do you understand? With just my box of chicken nuggets, I can get the hostess to kneel down and lick my feet. And a family bucket. I can get the hegemon's petite wife to obediently serve me plainly. What are you? You ate my food, used my hot water, drank my cola, called me crazy, and now you tell me you want to leave? I'll make you whole. Now, get out of the car and don't delay my trip. Get out. Chen Yunshi trembled and stretched her neck. What's wrong with eating something from you? I don't know how many men outside want to invite me to dinner. Do you know? I've never seen a man with such an eye for detail. It's just that I ate something from you. What's the big deal? I just changed out of some clothes. Take them and jerk them off. Consider it payback for your burger. Stinking beggar. I'm not getting out of the car. Kill me if you can. I'm not afraid of you. Auntie. All the women. Maru spice. Lindong was indeed infuriated. Anyhow he did not expect. This looks like a white lotus flower of the same school flower. Actually is so spiteful and capricious character. Well, woman. You've succeeded in getting my attention. Well, it seems that you do have a lot of spirit, so I've decided that I won't take you. Chen Yunshi's nervousness suddenly loosened, and she couldn't help but coldly grunt inwardly. It's true that men are just cheap. Just scold them a few times and they'll give in. Ginger bamboo. Tie her to the back of the car and don't let her touch the snow or freeze to death. If she dies, your punishment is doubled tenfold. Jiang Zhu immediately responded. What are you doing? How dare you tie me up? Are you still a human being? It's so cold outside. You want to freeze me to death. Chen Yunshi was numb. This guy is a big pervert. Hello? Compared to him, Feng Yi was as pure as a lamb. Let go. You let go of me. Lindong, you're an asshole. Looking at Jiang Zhu who came over with a rope, Chen Yunshi struggled violently. But she was an ordinary person. How could she possibly resist Jiang Zhu's power? Tackling the joints easily, he tied her up nimbly. There was a small fender at the back of the caravan, and ginger bamboo bundled it under the fender to prevent her from coming into contact with the snowflakes. From the warm carriages into the -30 to 40 degree outdoors, the icy cold stream instantly made Chen Yunshi shiver. Let me go. I want to get inside the car. It's too cold in here. You're not human beings. You're abusing me. Oh, help. Someone. Chen Yunshi cried out. Jiang Zhu snorted coldly and tied the ropes tightly, closing the back door leaving a hole for easy observation of her. It's bad luck to run into such a stubborn girl. After fixing Chen Yunshi, Lindong saw that the atmosphere in the car was a bit tense and couldn't help but laugh. Then play the music and then dance. The caravan started up again while Lindong cupped the chin of the beautiful teacher and surveyed her perfect features with a bad smile. Mr. Qin, may I ask what course you taught before? French. Really? I don't know French yet. Why don't you teach me? I can, but I don't have my textbook with me. How am I going to teach it? Easy. You read the words out loud and I listen. In the Xia family, A man with a hawkish nose, shady eyes, and a slim figure was leaning back in his chair, propping up his chin and looking at the report in his hands. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man was short, only about 1.5 meters, with a sharp mouth and a lewd smile. The woman was quite pretty, standing at about 1.7 meters, which was enough for 80 points according to Lindong's standards, with red lips and white teeth, willow eyebrows and thin waist. Every move carries a flavorful and seductive taste. The man in the seat said slowly, "It's been 3 days, and the experimental subjects brought back by the groups are just less than 10 people. The efficiency of these group leaders, it's just too slow. At this rate, when will we be able to accomplish the tasks that have been assigned to us from above?" The short man hemmed and hawed and laughed. "Lord Deacon, these mercenaries are all wastes who take things and grind them down. It would be better to use them than to use us as a couple. Why don't you send us as a couple, and we'll help you catch a few hundred experimental subjects back in minutes?" The pretty woman demolished the stage and said, "Come on hubby, although there are many survivors in the entire Jiangqing city, there are not many awakened people. The deacon's consideration can be more considerate than you. Don't you think so, Lord Deacon?" said stretching out delicate fingers, caressing the seat man's back, full of spring. Strangely enough, the woman's husband, the short man, didn't have a jealous rage when he saw this scene, but instead showed a look of excitement and thrill. Chapter 55, The Golden Girls. The man codenamed Deacon frowned. "Jade Maiden, remove your hand." The pretty woman withdrew her hand with a lost face, and the short man was equally full of regret. Jade Maiden resumed her serious demeanor and said, "You don't have to worry too much, Lord Deacon. Now that our foundation is cooperating with the Xia family, we are injecting them with the serum, and they are responsible for contributing their efforts. The efficiency of our subsequent search for awakened experimenters will surely be greatly increased, and the slow progress at this stage is only temporary. I naturally know this, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen the Xia family to cooperate with. The fear is..." The deacon frowned, then let out a long sigh. "Never mind, Golden Girls, got something for you too." The short man was Golden Boy. Bobcat Group had an accident, now can't contact. Before the accident sent back a message that there is an emergency, but what exactly is the situation has not been said and lost contact. "You two go to Jiangqing University of Science and Technology to take a trip." The golden couple looked at each other with intense shock. "Where's Huang Fei? Not a word from him?" Deacon shook his head inside. "No, I suspect it was a tricky awakening that ran into a tricky awakening that was taken out. The foundation is in a high growth phase right now and I don't have many people on hand that I can use. You guys be careful." According to the foundation's ratings, Golden Boy, Jade Maiden, and the Bobcats group leader Huang Fei were all A-ranked in strength, and belonged to being the top masters among the awakened. If the opponent could take out Huang Fei, there was a high probability that he could also take out either Golden Boy or Jade Maiden. But the deacon had faith in them, for the couple were not regular people, and both their appearance and their powers were very disorienting. Golden Boy hemmed and hawed and patted his chest. "Don't worry, Lord Deacon. We husband and wife are invincible under the heavens. We're not afraid of anyone." Jade Maiden smiled evilly. "Except for Lord Deacon." Golden Boy smiled sarcastically. "Ahem, yes, except for Lord Deacon." The deacon shook his head and laughed bitterly. The couple's urbane nature was clear to him. "All right, you guys move out, and keep in touch in case of emergency." "Yes." After exiting the deacon's room, the Golden Girls looked at each other, both of them very excited. Golden Boy grabbed his wife's clothes and said excitedly, "Great wife, we can find new toys again. Let's go." The Jade Maiden smiled delicately and suddenly thought of something. "Don't be in a hurry, hubby. There's still a nice and handsome Xiaobeichen in this Xia family. People want to have fun with him." Golden Boy frowned. "But we are in a cooperative relationship with the Xia family. It's not appropriate for you to play with someone's son, right? It could be a problem if it affects Lord Deacon's plans. Besides, we're pressed for time, so let's play when we get back, okay?" The Jade woman pulled her husband's arm and pouted. It's not easy for me to meet such a handsome one. I can't bear it anymore." "Don't worry, I've got it under control and it'll be over soon." "Well, okay." Golden Boy couldn't resist his wife after all. Xia Beichen's room. Without the busy work and brain-burning business wars, the idle Beiji was staring at the picture of his fiancée. "Xiaozhu, my love for you is higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. Do you know that? Xiaozhu, I'm so sorry that I didn't stay by your side all the time, letting me be tormented by the pain of lovesickness now. But don't worry, I'll come to pick you up soon." Bamboo. Knock knock. The knock on the door interrupted his self-talk, and Xia Beichen frowned as he got up to open the door. You are." Chief Bao was stunned. Wasn't this the person from the mysterious organization that worked with the family? The Jade Maiden let out a chirpy laugh, and with a twist of her body, she burrowed into the room. "Ah, Brother Beichen is so warm here? Unlike other people's places, it's cold and dry. Your Xia family's hospitality isn't on point enough. Yo! Xia Beichen recalled that this woman appeared to be called Jade Lady. MS. Jade Lady, what do you want to see me about? The Jade Lady fiddled with her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and fanning herself. Why is Brother Northchin so outgoing? You can call me Little Jade. I'm just too bored to stay. I want to chat with Brother North Star. Xia Beichen grunted a bit of saliva. Since the love at first sight for Jiang Zhu, he has been guarding his body like a jade, living like a monk, suddenly by the Jade girl to provoke so a little bit still a little excited it. Ahem, what did MS. Jade woman want to talk to me about? Brother Beichen, am I some kind of flooding beast? What are you doing so far away from me? Well, please sit down. I want to make it clear to you that I have a fiancé, and if we're alone in a room together, it's fine for me, but it's not going to do your reputation any good. Cluck 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 cluck. Brother North Star is so funny. What era is this? I'm not afraid of a woman. What are you afraid of? Afraid of being known by your sister-in-law? The Jade Maiden was slightly jealous as she surveyed the picture of Jiang Zhu, worthy of being Xia Beichen's fiancé. She was really pretty, but not as Thai as my mom. The two of them sat down, and Xia Beichen very genteelly offered tea to the other party. The Jade Maiden played with the teacup and didn't drink it, smilingly saying, Brother Beichen, I've been living in the Xia family for a few days and I feel a bit uncomfortable. Xia Beichen was stunned. Uncomfortable? You've awakened and you're still uncomfortable? Why don't I ask the family doctor to come over and take a look? No need. The Jade Maiden made like she was having trouble breathing. I'm just a bit stuffy in my chest and my head hurts a bit. Can you take a look for me? Chest tightness? Headache? Xia Beichen pondered for a moment, got up and walked to his desk to press the landline. Someone, bring over the X-ray fluoroscope from home. Oh, and the MRI carries over too. In 5 minutes. I want to see them. After saying that, he looked at Jade seriously. Jade, don't worry. Our family's medical equipment is very complete. Later on we will give you a chest X-ray and then an MRI to know where the problem is. Jade Lady? No? I'm getting the feeling it's not me that's wrong. It's you, isn't it? What the hell are you lifting? An X-ray machine? MRI? Can these two things be described by the word lift? The world of Mr. Bully is really beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Jade Maiden laughed awkwardly. No, don't bother. It's all old. Just need to press it. Really? Xia Beichen didn't doubt it and sat back down again. Of course it's true, seeing that he was such a straight man. Jade Maiden decided not to beat around the bush and grabbed Xia Beichen's hand and placed it on her chest. Brother Beichen, my chest is hard again right now. Can you help me relieve it? Xia Beichen, old virgin A, where has seen this kind of scene? The old face then read. Ah, that's not good. It's okay, it'll be over soon. You can't take advantage of people. Well, I'm the most honorable person. Don't worry, I'll never take advantage of you. What he didn't notice was that outside the window of the room, Golden Boy was watching all of this excitedly through the gap, and seeing that Xia Beichen had made a move on his wife, Golden Boy clenched his fists in excitement. Chapter 56, This Awakened One is an Old Sex Maniac. What are you doing? Suddenly, an icy cold and incomparable dainty voice rang out. The Golden Boy, who was in the middle of his excitement, was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look, and after seeing that the person coming was Xia Qingyu, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Nothing. Then I wandered off. I'm an awakened person. I'm afraid of her, an ordinary person. What's wrong with her? And it's your brother in there molesting my wife. You should be the one who deserves it. But after facing Xia Qingyu's powerful aura, Golden Boy actually wimped out. Forget it, don't bother with her. For a woman like this, with such a strong aura of coldness, sooner or later a man will be given a head-stomping charge. Xia Qingyu frowned slightly and opened the window, just in time to see Xia Beichen, who had hurriedly gotten up on his hands and knees, his eyes fluttering, as well as the slowly dressed Jade Lady with a regretful look on her face. What are you doing? Xia Qingyu's face changed slightly. Xia Beichen faced his sister, who was naturally suppressed by her bloodline, and his entire body shivered in fear. No, nothing. Jade said she's not feeling well. I'm treating her. The Jade Lady jumped out of the window with a light leap, tightened her shirt, and with a contemptuous glance at her, she left with a flourish. Honey, let's go. Xia Qingyu glared deathly at the backs of the Golden Girls and turned her head to her younger brother and said in a cold voice, Stay away from them in the future. This group of people are not good. If you dare to have a next time, I'll break your legs, said he, left in a huff. Hey no, sis, you've got it all wrong. Let me explain. Xia Beichen wanted to explain, but didn't know how to explain, and sat down with a bitter face. Sis has changed since she got engaged to Big Brother Yun. Thinking about the fragrant scene just now, Mr. Ba lost his mind again. Snap. Xia Beichen, how could you do this? Can you still afford Xiaozhu? Mr. Ba heavily slapped himself. Looking at the picture of his fiancée, Xia Beichen's eyes firm up. Never get entangled with another woman again. The sense of guilt and thoughts about Jiang Zhu grew stronger, and Xia Beichen once again pulled out his cell phone and directly made a video call to his fiancée. It took a long time for the phone to connect. Great Takashi, you finally answered my video. You're on the toilet? Ginger Bamboo on the other side of the phone nodded. Xia Beichen laughed. That's quite a coincidence. By the way, how have you been lately? Did anyone bully you? No, I'm fine. That's good. Kote, did you miss me? What the hell are you trying to say? Xia Beichen choked, noticing that her tone was a bit heavy. Jiang Zhu smiled bitterly. I'm sorry Beichen, my stomach isn't feeling well. Can you tell me what's going on? Xia Beichen then said with a smile. Xiao Zhu, let me tell you, a woman came to me just now, and she actually tried to seduce me. Don't worry, I pushed it away in a second and didn't let her get away with it. My heart is yours, and so is my person. Jiang Zhu was speechless and could only show an awkward smile. The longer I spend with Lindong, the more I realize that my fiancé is really childish, so tired. Only after another wave of love was expressed did Xia Beichen reluctantly hang up the phone. The Golden Girls left the Xia household with a face full of displeasure. Hubby, you're too much of a loser. You can't even look out well. Golden Boy apologized. I'm sorry, my wife. We'll find another opportunity when we go back after we've finished the task explained by the deacon. He's in the Xia family, he can't get away. Humph, I don't care. The Jade Maiden arrogantly clasped her arms. This time it's so hard to come out. I'm going to find 10. No, 100 men to cuckold you hard. Fine, I'll do whatever you say, Golden Boy said with a doting smile. The helicopter slowly pulled into the Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, and what met his eyes was a huge gully in the ground. The couple looked at each other. Both of them put on their special antivirus snow tights and masks, explained that the helicopter was returning on its own, and leapt from the helicopter in a single bound, landing firmly on the ground opened up by the RV. The tracks. Who drove the tank out? Jade Maiden was a little surprised. Golden Boy looked around and shook his head. No, this passageway can be bigger than a tank. It should be a modified special vehicle. This is a bit interesting. Let's go to the front and take a look. After advancing a little farther, the two men came upon the ground, sprawled over the body of a woman. How really ugly. I would rather be played to death by a man. I don't want to die so ugly. Jade Lady was full of disgust as she looked at the ruptured pustules on the female corpse. Golden Boy hemmed and hawed and laughed evilly. You're thinking beautifully. I can't afford to let my wife die. Arriving at the teacher's apartment building, the two see the helicopter that crashed in the deep snow and meet the bodies of the Bobcat crew in the building. It seems that this awakened person's special ability is related to firearm shooting. To be able to be the first to blow Huang Fei's head off under his flying dagger, his strength is not weak. Golden Boy analyzed seriously. And this alien is not alone. He even has the leisure to teach newbies to use the Bobcat group as shooting training objects. Hey, tough enough. I like it. Jade Maiden's fingers gently stroked Huang Fei's already frozen corpse with a face full of sadness. Alas, Huang Fei brother, your death is also too sudden. Xiao, you will always remember last night's spring moment. Don't worry, my husband will help you take revenge. Golden Boy lay on the ground and sniffed deeply, and said in surprise, many different women's odors and a man's odor all disappeared in the doorway. This awakened person is an old colorful bacha. Jade Maiden's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. As long as he's horny, I can easily take him down. There's no Jade girl that can't be taken by a target as long as their lustful attributes are confirmed. Anymore, there's the Golden Boy. After obtaining a clue, the two left, following the passageway opened up by Lindon's RV straight to Mirror Lake Spring. Mirror Lake Spring, Jiangcheng Rare High-Grade Manor Style District. Each family manor covers an area ranging from 3,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet. Can live here non-wealthy, that is, belonging to the end of the world before the Lindong delivery courier cannot get into the existence of. Nearly an hour after leaving the Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, the caravan was finally arriving here. At this moment, Lindong was learning a foreign language from Mr. Qin and explained to the rest of the maids, you guys go inside and pack up. I'll need another half hour. And remember to bring that college girl on the ass of the car. I'm going to focus on my studies and I don't have time for her. The maids agreed, and Jiang Zhu walked out of the bathroom and relieved Chen Yunshi, who was about to freeze to death. This college girl's arrogance lasted less than 3 minutes before she was nearly frozen into an ice sculpture. It was only with the help of Liang Jihan, who took out the thermostat every few minutes to warm her up, that she was able to avoid the end of freezing to death. But the continuous alternation of hot and cold had caused Chen Yunshi to start a high fever and was now unconscious. Chapter 57, Rich People Still Form Cults? Most of the buildings throughout the neighborhood were buried in snow, with only a few roofs showing. Xinwan Yu took the maids off the bus, and the alloy burglar-proof door, which was 10 centimeters thick, was hammered open alive by her 3 punches. Jiang Zhu and Jihan are in charge of the first floor and the first floor. Ling Xue and I are in charge of the second and third floors. Make sure that every corner is checked and that there are no missing living creatures. And if the master's pleasure is disturbed, you know what will happen. The whole house because of being buried by snow. There is not a bit of light. Dark. Through the flashlight light, Ling Xue cannot help but marvel. This is the life of the rich. This decoration is also too luxurious, right? Not only was the decoration luxurious, all kinds of valuable antiques were placed all over the house. Xin Wanyu even doubted that cash would fall out if she opened the refrigerator. There wasn't a single living person in the whole building, not even a corpse. Perhaps the owner had left the country before the end of the world, and the house was cleaned up very well, which saved a lot of work. Unsurprisingly, there was a private pool on the first floor, and in the tool room next door to the pool, they also found the fuel generator as well as several tanks of fuel. After much effort, the house was electrified and the lights were instantly on. With electricity, the heated pool began to work and the deep ice began to slowly melt, so it was thought that we would soon be able to get in the water and swim. Liang Jihan carefully examined every inch of the corner and stumbled upon the passageway leading to the -2 underground floors. Underground garage? Prudence dictated that she choose to go down and take a look. Carefully entering the underground garage, it was still pitch black to her eyes, but she noticed with a sharp eye that there was a bright light in the distance and what appeared to be a number of people talking. As it slowly approached, a very bizarre scene came into view. In the central location of the underground garage, countless candles were placed in several circles, and there were more than 100 people sitting in a circle, sitting on their knees, with their eyes closed, listening attentively to a middle-aged man with white hair in the very center of the crowd, who was chanting something. It is all because of the foolishness of mortals that they have offended the gods and caused the punishment of heaven to fall. We are rich and innocent, so don't be alarmed. I am a servant of the gods, and I will certainly follow the oracles of the gods and guide you to ascend to the heavenly realm. But there are still those in my congregation who are disrespectful to the gods and rebel against the other congregations. Gentlemen, what is the penalty for this offense? The crowd glared angrily, raising their fists in unison and shouting, God's servant Tong Tong teaching, God's servant Tong Tong teaching, God's servant Tong Tong teaching. Liang Jihan looked at the scalp-numb. This group of rich people who are not rich or noble and have extraordinary temperament. At this moment it is like being brainwashed. The eyes glared out red blood. The group is very scary. The man who called himself the servant of God made a Western gesture of honoring God and slowly turned his gaze to a beautiful young girl in the crowd. Feeling the gaze of the divine servant, the girl instantly turned pale. The divine servant said faintly, Miss Jiangshi, you don't believe in the gods. The gods have already been angered, but the gods are magnanimous and are willing to give you a chance to reform yourself. Are you willing to accept my punishment for the Tongjiao? The girl named Jiangshi shook her head in horror. No, I didn't disrespect the divine servant. You've misunderstood me. The divine servant revealed a smile like a high wind. The gods have long signaled to me. You don't need to be sophomoric anymore. While the gods are still not furious, receive my tones at an early date, and you can still avoid a greater divine punishment. You're lying. My faith in the gods is unwavering. My heart is devout. I've never had any disrespectful words or actions. Jiangshi looked at the unkind eyes of the people around him and hurriedly testified himself, and pulling up the arm of a middle-aged man beside him. Godfather, I've been with you all along. You can testify for me. Her godfather's face was torn, and he had the presence of mind to explain to the divine servant, but when he just met the divine servant's eyes, a flash of white light flashed in the latter's eyes. Godfather's expression instantly changed from torn to serious. Goddaughter, I believe in Lord God's servant. He won't lie. You'd better obediently accept Lord God's servant's punishment from the Tomodachi, or else you can't afford the consequences if the gods blame you. Jiangshi was completely muggle. Let her explain in 100 ways. Godfather bit down on the fact that the divine servant didn't lie. God's servant Tong Tong teaching, God's servant Tong Tong teaching, God's servant Tong Tong teaching. The men around them spontaneously tackled Jiangshi, pinning her down at the feet of the divine servant and controlling both hands and feet. Poor Jiang, she struggled violently, but her strength was simply child's play in front of a group of men. Liang Jihan was curious about what was the divine servant's passage teaching, but she saw the divine servant blandly taking off his pants. So that's what Tong cult means. Liang Jihan covered her face as she watched. It's a ing cult. Are these rich people brainwashed? They actually believe in this and send their goddaughters out to be played with? Oh, seems like that's what rich people's goddaughters do. Just as Liang Jihan was struggling with what to do with this group of people, the divine servant had already gotten up and organized his clothes. Couldn't help but be surprised. So soon? The voice was loud and thick with shock. The divine servant immediately turned his head to look at him and shouted angrily, What kind of person? What do you want to do sneaking around there? A group of religious people got up in a hurry. protecting the divine servant behind them and looking over with ruthless expressions. Since she was discovered, Liang Jihan didn't bother to hide and walked out with a big smile. This sudden great beauty was truly out of everyone's expectation, and the divine servant's eyes flickered as he watched, his heart almost jumping out of his chest with excitement. How come I didn't realize there was such a superb beauty in this neighborhood before? A hostage asked. New face. Who are you? How did you get in? Liang Jihan was fearless, striding forward to all of them. I just came over to have a party. I didn't expect to find any surprises. Then he shifted his gaze to the divine servant. You're somewhat capable of fooling so many people. If it wasn't the end of the world right now, I'd have to arrest you. The divine servant straightened his clothes and resumed his posture as an immortal, walking up through the crowd. This lady, don't be ridiculous. I am a divine servant of the divine spirit sect. The gods have sent down heavenly punishment and all beings are suffering. My duty is to guide those who are pious in their hearts to get rid of their misery and ascend into the heavenly realm together. Liang Jihan laughed playfully. Really? Then it's been snowing for days. Why haven't you guys ascended yet? What? Is it worth it on earth? The divine servant smiled lightly and said, it is not that easy for mortals to ascend. We are here to glorify the greatness of the gods, but we also have to be sincere to the gods and go through the 79 days of questioning the heart stage before we can ascend. Liang Jihan snorted with laughter. You godly man, the words you prepared are quite complete. You seem to be a recidivist. Don't talk nonsense. Someone stepped forward and pointed at her, shouting angrily, how dare you disrespect Lord God's servant? The crowd once again shouted, God's servant, Tom Teach, XN. Bang! Liang Jihan lost her patience and pulled out her gun and fired a shot into the sky, and the crowd went out. At his 3-second level, he's worthy of teaching me through? Chapter 58, Brainwashing? Liang Jihan is trapped. The crowd was taken aback. Yet surprisingly, these people did not scatter in all directions despite their fear. Still with wild eyes, he stood behind the divine servant. The god servant's legs and stomach began to shiver as he forced himself to hold back his fear and asked, You, why do you have a gun? Who the hell are you? Humph. Liang Jihan pulled out her safety officer's license from her pocket and swung it in his face. This girl is from the 3rd Safety Officer Brigade of the ancient mountainous region of Jiangchang. See clearly? By the light of the candle. The servant of God saw the steel seal on the papers and his face went white. In the end, he is a hobo. One day inadvertently found. It seems that the rich people are quite believe in feng shui look, so they diligently study some knowledge, packaged himself as a feng shui masters, around to cheat, and really let him scam a lot of money. This time when the poisonous snow fell, it happened to help a rich merchant to look at the feng shui, and stayed at the rich merchant's house at night when he got drunk. After waking up the next day, I realized that it was snowing outside. Later, he came into contact with poison snow by mistake, and has since become the only awakened in the neighborhood. So the feng shui master transformed himself into a servant of God, relying on his supernatural powers to become the emperor of the neighborhood. But at the end of the day, he's a crook, and the one thing crooks fear the most is a safety. But he was also considered mentally tough, and secretly swallowed and asked, So you are here to rescue? Liang Jihan shook her head in confusion. No, I've said it all. Come over for a party. The divine servant's spirit was shaken. That means, you're the only safety? Well, that's true. Why do you ask? Liang Jihan frowned and stared at him, but when she saw the expression of the divine servant change from horrified to sinister, a bad feeling flashed through her heart. I'm telling you, don't think. Suddenly, the divine servant's eyes glowed with white light, and Liang Jihan lost her concentration. A wonderful feeling suddenly arose, as if the liar in front of him turned into the person he trusted and feared the most. The hand holding the gun dropped slowly, and the papers fell to the floor. Bitch, how dare you scare me? I'll have to tie you up and play with you. The divine servant cursed in his heart, but his face still had a godly expression. This beautiful lady, I see that you are also a suffering person. Join the divine spirit sect. As long as you are devout to God, I will not take into account your offense, and we will ascend to the celestial realm together. Liang Jihan nodded dumbly. Good, thanks. The crowd burst into a frenzy. God's servant has great mercy. The divine servant was going to be thrilled in his heart, stretching out his big rough hand and was about to hold Liang Jihan's hand when another voice suddenly came from the distance. Shihan, where are you? The master is coming back. Ginger Bamboo is here. Seeing Liang Jihan standing in front of a group of people with her back to herself, Jiang Zhu reflexively sensed that something was wrong, and her body violently exploded and stomped out, instantly coming to her side. Jihan? What are you doing? Liang Jihan turned her head dully and gave her a strange smile. Jiang, Bamboo, join the divine spirit sect with me. We can soar to the heaven realm. Jiang Zhu's face changed drastically. What are you talking about? What did they do to you? With that, he grabbed the divine servant by the collar and shouted angrily. What have you done? The divine servant was simply thrilled in his heart when he saw another beautiful woman delivered to his door. "This lady, why don't you join us too?" White light flashed in his eyes again. Jiang Zhu immediately felt dizzy and his thoughts had a strong feeling of being out of control, but she wasn't awakened after all, and hastily shook her head. Appalled, pushed the divine servant away, carried Liang Jihan and ran. "Something's not right here. We need to get out of here." The feeling of the spirit forcibly returning to its place was unpleasant. Jiang Zhu stumbled as he ran, and Liang Jihan on his shoulder was still struggling violently. "Put me down. I want to soar to the heavenly realm." The crowd caught the divine servant who almost fell, and immediately someone roared, "Don't let them escape. These people have offended the divine servant and deserve to be killed." The divine servant hurriedly shouted, "There's no need to chase after them." The crowd obeyed and stopped, continuously exerting his powers. The divine servant was likewise a bit dizzy. "There's no need to chase after them. I'll ask the gods to impose divine punishment on these people for their offense afterward." The reality was naturally that he was getting tired as and desperately needed a good rest, and the other guy had a gun, so it was easy to lose people by going after him. These wealthy merchants could be a source of resources for him that could not be easily compromised. Anyway, it's just these two women. Let's see where they can go when I'm rested. Let's keep praying to God. Maid 5, Xin Shuyao. Circumference, 36D-16-35. System rating, 86. Current strength, level 1. Maid set, none. Lindong got out of the car and looked at the beautiful teacher's data with immense satisfaction. "It's very moist. It's very refreshing." After entering the house, looking at the brightly lit clean and tidy houses, Lindong nodded. The environment is not bad. Well, it is possible to live a few days. Xinhuan Yu and Ling Xue were already greeting him. Lindong threw the unconscious Qin Shuyao on his shoulder onto the sofa and queried, "Where are the other two? What are they busy with?" The two women glanced at each other and were about to say something when Jiang Zhu stumbled and rushed back carrying Liang Jihan. Lord! Xinhuan Yu's face changed when she saw this, and she hurriedly went up to meet him. "What's going on? Reckless?" Ginger Bamboo's heart palpitated. "Master, in the second basement garage, there are awakened ones." "Awakened?" Lindong looked at his maid with a psychotic look on her face and was a little weirded out. Jiang Zhu nodded. "That person seems to have hypnosis and other supernormal abilities. After locking eyes with him, it feels like the mind is being controlled." Jihan has already been hit. Liang Jihan was still making a scene and wanted to go back. Her eyes did not see Lindong in the slightest, as if she was blind. "I'm going back. I'm going to ascend to the celestial realm. You put me down. I'm going to join the divine spirit cult." Lindong didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. Lousy didn't look at you guys for only half an hour, and he was brainwashed? Coming in front of Liang Jihan, he cupped her chin in his big hand and looked straight at her. "Know who I am?" Liang Jihan revealed a demented smile. He. "Master, why don't you join the divine spirit sect with me as well? We'll ascend to the celestial realm together." Lindong smiled and suddenly raised his hand. Snap! A heavy slap on her face made her pretty face red and swollen. "Now, still want to soar? I have another way for you to ascend to the celestial realm." Suffering a heavy blow, Liang Jihan's eyes immediately flashed with confusion. Her pupils refocused once again, and when she met Lindong's cold face, she was scared out of her wits. "Kneel on the spot." Lord, I'm sorry." The heart is terrified. Maru spicy. He himself was actually given an illusion and tried to get his master to join a cult? That's not a good idea, is it? Seeing that she had returned to normal, Lindong didn't pursue the matter and got up and sneered. "Go, follow me down to meet this person." Chapter 59, Lindong eliminates the three evils. At this time, the divine servant was leading the crowd to pray to God, taking the opportunity to rest while also figuring out what to do next. The second woman was actually able to force her way out of his brainwashing control, which was a bit unexpected, but he thought it must be due to his lack of mental power caused by continuous casting, and when he had rested, he would never let her escape. "Yoo-hoo, that's a lot of people." At that moment, a teasing voice came. Lindong scanned the circle, and finally turned his gaze to the divine servant, on whose head was displayed that LV3. "It can be. A level 3 little scum put down 2 of my maids." The divine servant turned his head to look, his expression slightly choked. What's with all the people? One man with 4 women, in addition to the 2 beauties he had just seen. The other 2 were all extremely beautiful. Where did all these beautiful women come from? Sent. The divine servant locked his gaze dead center on Lindong. Judging from the standing position, this man was their man of words. As long as this man was taken care of, then these 4 women would not be able to run away. "Welcome to our divine spirit cult. Just now the gods have already sent a message with me that his old man doesn't care about the offense of a few ladies just now. Thanks to the gods for their kindness." As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Lindong and the others. Lindong pulled out his ears and frowned. "There really is a god? Where is it? Why don't I see it?" The divine servant laughed. Gods only exist in the heavenly realm, and naturally, we mortals can't easily see them. Yeah? Then how can you nag his old man? I am a divine messenger on earth, so I naturally have the ability to communicate with the gods. Lindong scratched the back of his head. Really? I'd kinda like to join you guys. I heard from my maids that your position allows you to casually play with other people's goddaughters. I'm quite envious. Can you give me your position? The divine servant's smile faltered. Sir, your joke isn't funny. I'm not playing with women, but I'm taking the place of the gods in chastising those who don't honor him. Lindong couldn't help but laugh out loud and looked at Xinhuanyu and the girls. This person is a bit interesting. Hey, playing with women is playing with women, and you can actually come up with this kind of reason. For your cheek, I, Lindong, am willing to call you the strongest. There was some hidden anger on the divine servant's face. Sir, if you offend the divine servant in such a way, as if you offend the gods, aren't you afraid of the gods' chastisement? Lindong shrugged. What am I afraid of? You have a god, and so does I. Want to call out your god and let's compare our two gods? The divine servant was stunned. You also have a deity? Dare I ask which god, lord of the heaven realm? In his heart, he was speculating. Is this kid a fellow traveler? Since we're all just fooling around, why are you tearing me down? Lindong pulled out his golden sandhawk like lightning and pointed the gun straight at the god servant's head. Here, my god is this, the ancient Greek god in charge of headshots. Pull your god out of the skids and see if his old man can bail you out. Meanwhile, the four maids each had an M16 loaded, with their guns all pointed at him. Divine servant. I'll hashtag % at hashtag Yuan. How come they all have guns? Sisters, have you so play did you guys rob the security bureau? Ahem. That's not very friendly. Gentlemen, I'm being friendly enough by not crashing you right off the bat, so why don't you call out your god? This gentleman, you must know that people do what people do. Haven't you considered the consequences of what you're doing? Pussyfooting around in 3, 2. The divine servant was in a hurry and cried out hastily. Faithful congregation of the gods, this man with a gun in his hand is lawless and offends the gods, and will surely anger the gods to send down a greater heavenly punishment. For the sake of the well-being of all living beings, let's call out to the gods together, and ask his elder to sanction the wicked thief. The congregation rose instantly, crossed their arms in prayer, and chanted with their eyes closed. Evil thieves should be put to death, and I implore the gods to come down. Evil thieves should be put to death, and I implore the gods to come down. Evil thieves should be put to death, and I implore the gods to come down. The purpose of the God's servant is very simple. There are many of us. Even if you have a gun, what can you do? As the saying goes, the law is not against the people. Besides, there is a safety officer in here, so they are bound to not go on a killing spree. However, Lindong just snorted and loaded his pistol. I asked the god of headshots and it gave me 9 holy grails, and if the next 9 rounds in my gun jam, then I just changed the M16. Finger on the trigger. Click. Lindong was slightly surprised. Yay, it's really stuck. That's rather rare. The divine servant was so nervous that he was about to pee. His face was pale and incomparably pale, and he immediately unleashed his supernatural powers. There was a flash of white light in his eyes, and Lindong straightaway felt that he had been gently tapped on the head. It tickles. And then there was no more. The other party's brainwashing interference couldn't have a greater impact on Lindong. The divine servant was suddenly sweating profusely, and his pale face was even more bloodless. How is that possible? Why are you unaffected? What the hell are you? Bang! Second shot. The gun went off. A bloody hole appeared in the divine servant's forehead as he stared at Lindong with wide, unbelieving eyes. The body slowly and feebly collapsed. The congregation's chanting was interrupted by the sound of gunfire, and the people stared blankly at the corpse of the servant of God, not knowing what to do. The atmosphere was quiet. Evil thieves should be executed. I implore the gods to come down. Whoever it was, seemingly to boost morale, continued to chant loudly. With that, the crowd held back their fear and chanted again, even more frenzied than before. Lord God's servant isn't dead, he's just been picked up by the gods. Lindong smiled coldly, his gun pointed at the corpse of the divine servant. Evil thieves should be put to death, and I implore the gods to come down. Bang! Evil thieves should be put to death. I implore. Bang! Evil thieves. Bang! Wicked. Bang! 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 The magazine emptied. Lindong smiled sarcastically and put away his pistol, yanking over the M16 in Xinhuanyu's hand as he pointed the gun at the crowd. Go on! The crowd completely lost their voices, and an unspeakably great fear swept through their bodies. Run! Some people pulled out their legs and ran, and then the scene was instantly chaotic. I'm going to the out of the gods. Don't kill me! After the shock of the gunshots, the crowd began to wake up from their brainwashed state. Before long, the garage was quiet. Lindong sneered and threw the gun to Xinhuanyu. Bunch of little hot chicks. Turned my head and went home. The maids quickly followed, and Ling Xue was puzzled. Master, why don't you kill them all? Lindong rolled his eyes. Why would you think that? Do I look like someone who likes to kill innocents indiscriminately? Isn't it? Master is the kindest-hearted D in the whole world. That's more like it. Let's go home and party. Yay! In the basement, only the hideous bodies of God's servants that had been beaten into sieves were left behind. Chapter 60, The Jade Lady comes to the door. The vast expanse of the sky is my drop of love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. 857. 857. In the private pool on the negative floor, colorful lights were shining, and several maids were each wearing sexy swimsuits to play in the heated pool, dancing in the heat, making for quite an eye-pleasing scene. Lindong was wearing beach pants and sunglasses, leaning on a beach chair with a wazoo in one hand and a cold beer in the other. This is the life of a human being. Next to him was Qin Shuyao, who had awakened and still didn't dare to go into the water because of the pain, sitting in front of the barbecue grill and grilling meat skewers. Master, the skewers are ready. Qin Shuyao blushed in shame, somewhat not daring to look directly into Lindong's eyes. Lindong looked at the strings of black charcoal in front of him in a cold sweat. You want to poison me? No, don't dare. I'll rebake it. Forget it. Look at you. I think we're going to be hungry all night. Go play by yourself. I'll grill it. Taking out the kebabs again, Lindong skillfully sprinkled them with cumin seasoning and just grilled them. In the past, in order to earn more money, he had been to the barbecue restaurant to work as a helper, and his movements were quite skillful. Although the system has long had ready-made kebabs, it's fun to grill your own. Since the end of the world, except for Lindong, everyone's spirit was incredibly tight, and now that there was a chance to relax, the maids were very cheerful. Even Jiang Zhu, who had a heavy heart, chose to forget her worries and competed with Liang Jihan in holding her breath. Ha ha ha, you lost. I used to be our team's diving record holder. Even if you're an awakened, you're no match for me. Liang Jihan was very proud. Jiang Zhu was unconvinced. Then let's compete to see who can swim faster? Who's afraid of who? By the pool, Xinwan Yu and Ling Xue were chatting with a cocktail each. How the hell did you grow this? It's all floating. Is it really purely natural? Xinwan Yu cast an envious look at some of Ling Xue's specialties. Ling Xue heatedly smiled and patted his chest. The package is purely natural. The master personally identified can still be false? Xinwan Yu sighed long and hard, her face sad. Ling Xue was puzzled. What's wrong? It's nothing. It's just, my one hasn't come yet. I don't know if it's delayed or if I. Ling Xue's eyes widened and she exclaimed in a low voice. No way? You're pregnant? Whose? Xinwan Yu smiled bitterly. It's still uncertain if she's pregnant. If she's really pregnant, whose do you think it can be? The beautiful eyes glanced complexly at Lindong, who was indulging in kebabs. Her mood was so tangled. If she was really pregnant with Lindong's child, then with this improper relationship between her and Lindong at this stage, what should she do behind her? What if Lindong doesn't want it? Should I abort it myself? What if Lindong wanted it? Would he then be able to upgrade himself from maid to mistress? What if Lindong thinks she wants to mother her son and punish herself? In case, too many ideas anyway. Ling Xue's head was much simpler, looking at her with an envious face. That's so nice. I also want to be pregnant with my master's child, so I don't have to worry about being tied up in the bathroom. Xinwan Yu, is that all you're after? In fact, several women didn't know that Lindong had long ago turned off the option of maid conception, and they couldn't get pregnant anyway. Qin Shuyao holding legs sitting at the poolside in a daze. A moment to look at Lindong's shy red face. A moment and then lowered his head full of complexity. Apparently also in the heavenly war, the aroma of kebabs came, and Lindong shouted, "Eat kebabs." The maids converged over and looked at the colorful and fragrant kebabs, their eyes bubbling up. Wow, master still has this technique? Yummy, master putty. Lindong tasted it himself. It was good. The craftsmanship hadn't been lost. Jiang Zhu suddenly asked apprehensively, Master, it's so comfortable to live here. Can we stay for a few more days? Several other maids nodded. It has electricity, lots of space and cleanliness, and it's just a great place to stay. Lindong gave her a look with an inexplicable smile and instantly understood what Jiang Zhu meant. She was afraid that she wouldn't know how to face her fiancé when she went to the Xia family's house at the next stop, right? There was no good way to do it, so I just put it off for as long as I could. Fine. Then stay for 2 more days and help you guys practice your leveling. Liang Jihan's rollover had alerted him to the fact that the level of the maids varied and it was easy to roll over. To eliminate that possibility, one can only work one's old back and help lift them up again. The women cheered at once. Qin Shuya was still unclear about all this, and queried, Practicing? Do you guys still play games? Ling Xue hemmed and hawed and whispered a few words into her ear, and the beautiful teacher's face instantly turned red. Letting them get high first, Lindong went out alone to put the caravan away in the system space. He was about to close the door and go back to his struggles when suddenly a figure appeared in the passageway opened by the caravan, stumbling and running this way. It's a woman. The woman was slim and tall, with rather thin clothes that outlined a pretty figure and a face that looked a little miserable. Lindong narrowed his eyes slightly. LV5. Yoo-hoo, here comes the awakened one. Did you come here by accident, or from the Foundation? The woman was overjoyed at the sight of Lindong and rushed over. Handsome, can you let me in to hide? Looking at the woman's pitiful appearance, Lindong revealed an evil smile and stepped aside. Come in. The woman thanked him profusely and burrowed past Lindong, her eyes glancing imperceptibly at the fist print on the door of the room. It took several punches to break down the door, so it doesn't seem very strong. The woman was calculating in her mind. The person who came was, naturally, the Jade Maiden who had tracked her down. After all, the RV opened up right there and it was just too easy to find. The woman passed by with a pungent scented breeze, and Lindong closed the door to the room with a sneer. It's not easy to get out of my house. Jade woman was shocked when she entered the room. Why is it so warm in here? And there's electricity? There was even a DJ sound coming from underground. This little hottie's having a party? It's a good game. Lindong touched his nose. Oh, there's a generator in the house and the air conditioner is pumped full. By the way, where did you come from? Why are you out here alone at night? The Jade woman bowed deeply to Lindong, revealing her proud career line. Thank you, handsome. I'm from the next neighborhood. The men in our neighborhood were killing people indiscriminately. My husband was killed by them. Even they tried to insult me. I was so scared that I took the opportunity to escape, and I found out that there is a way out here. That's why. That's how. Said eyes reddened. Lindong thoughtfully patted her back. Don't worry. You'll be safe when you get to me. No one will hurt you. Thanks. Thank you. The Jade Maiden thanked her repeatedly, and in the process, her feet softened and she leaned into Lindong's arms. Handsome, I'm out of energy. Can I rest here with you for the night? Chapter 61. Why is your knife glowing green? Lindong acted like a complete sex maniac, immediately holding the Jade girl tightly in his arms. Of course, you can rest here as long as you like. Are you cold? I'll take you to a bowl of hot soup. The Jade Maiden struggled slightly. Her pretty face was incredibly red. Then, thank you, handsome. Hooked. Outside the manor, Golden Boy arrived quietly and tiptoed up to the window to peer in, his eyes full of excitement. Lindong frowned slightly, as if he hadn't noticed, and brought the Jade girl to the dining room, going into the kitchen to take out a bowl of hot soup. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lindong. What do you call yourself, beautiful? The Jade lady took the hot soup and smiled coyly. I am not a beautiful woman. I am just a human wife with a dead husband. Brother Lindong, just call me Xiao Yu. That said, Brother Lindong, you didn't put anything bad in the soup, did you? She's a weak woman. You can't bully her. Lindong laughed loudly. I put aphrodisiac in it. Do you dare to drink it? The Jade Maiden was stunned, and then revealed a bright smile as she gulped down the hot soup in one gulp. Brother Lindong, don't scare people. Little Jade believes in you. Subsequently, the two people just chatted up the day. The Jade woman showed no cracks, both the wife's reserve, but also the young woman's style. If it is not the top of the head of the bright top of the LV5, Lindong is afraid to have committed the Chow Thief syndrome, but since he knows that the other side is not good, Lindong still guilty of the Chow Thief syndrome. It's getting late. See how hard you've been working. Let me take you to rest. That's too much trouble. I'll just make do with a couch. How is this going to work? I'll take you to the bedroom and have a nice hot bath to get some rest. Well, thanks a lot then. Ling Xue, who was splashing around in the pool, was puzzled. Why hasn't Master come back after being gone for so long? What happened? Just in time, Jiang Zhu received a text message. Master says he's met a new toy and told us not to go up there. Ling Xue bristled. What's the matter? Why is there a new toy? I want to join too. All women. This is brother's master bedroom. How can Jade sleep here? Jade Maiden looked at the spacious bedroom and was shocked on the spot. Lindong didn't mind waving his hand. It's fine. Just sleep here. What about you, Brother Lindong? You must be scared being a weak woman in my strange surroundings. I'll sleep on the bedroom couch. Okay. Alright. Then Xiao Yu is going to take a bath. Brother Lindong is not allowed to be mean to me. Go on. I'm decent. In the bathroom, Jade quietly opened the window, and Golden Boy was already excited as hell. Wife, you're too good. That Lindong will soon be taken down by you. That's right. There's nothing I can't take when I'm on the job. Husband, hide it. I reckon he'll break in. As expected, she guessed right. Golden Boy lay on his back on the window inwardly. He knew his wife's skills all too well. No man could resist her charms, and even the Lord Deacon would not dare to allow the Jade Maiden to flirt with him. Now that Lindong has taken the bait, he's bound to have a weak hand in less than 5 minutes. When the time comes, We'll be able to bring Lindong back to deliver the goods. After 5 minutes, Golden Boy showed a cold smile. This guy is going down. After 10 minutes, Golden Boy frowned. It seemed he had some real skills. After 30 minutes, Golden Boy is a little panicked as to how he hasn't taken it yet. An hour later, Golden Boy's face changed dramatically. Tai, let go of my wife. Golden Boy roared, and with his sword, he broke through the window and killed. Lindong smiled coldly and jumped back, dodging the attack, hurriedly assisting the unconscious Jade Lady in his arms. Golden Boy was heartbroken and stared at Lindong dead in the face. Kid, what did you do to my wife? Another LV5. Lindong revealed a bad smile. You've been lying on the window for an hour looking at it. Is this really your wife? You two are pretty fancy. Look at you. You're so short and poor. You can't be weak there, can you? No wonder she burns so much. Maid 6, Jade Lady, circumference, 38C-19-32, system rating, 80, current strength, 5, maid set, none. That said, her name is Jade Lady? That's one hell of a woman, isn't it? There's no need to record this kind of cargo for me. System, kick her out. Lindong recited silently. Sure enough, the Jade Lady's message disappeared. Golden Boy's face turned green as he gently placed the Jade Lady on the floor, his twin knives twirling up in a knife twist, his face grim. Kid, I'll tell you about me and my wife when I cut off your head. After saying that, his figure spun up sharply, forming a small blade tornado that stabbed straight at Lindong. However, his speed was too slow for Lindong, and he dodged it with a slight jump. Golden Boy failed to kill again with a single blow, and Lindong just dodged and didn't return the favor, hitting the mouthpiece in the process. You're so excited. You seem to be a perfect match for your wife. Hey, are you from the Foundation? Golden Boy's figure lurched, and his attack became even more violent. Looks like I guessed right. Your Foundation is quite a lot of weird people. The last Huang Fei was weird, and you two are even weirder. I'm really getting interested in you guys. So, how many forked horse bugs like your wife are there in the Foundation? If there are, tell me where you're hiding, and I'll come over and sit down sometime. Ha, why is your sword glowing green? Wow, it matches your hat perfectly. Golden Boy was furious. What are you hiding for? Dare to catch my sword? Lindong smiled. Good, then I won't hide. Deceitful. Golden Boy's face was twisted and his body was covered in green light. Kid, you'll pay for your arrogance. Look at my pure love strike. Both knives crossed, and Golden Boy's figure fiercely stomped out, aiming to cut the other party at the waist. Lindong slowly stretched out his index finger, stood still to find the right moment, and fiercely poked down. Click. The twin swords were cut off by a single finger. How? Possible? Golden Boy was horrified. This move of my own could not even be taken so easily by Lord Deacon, and he even broke it for me with a single finger? So what's his rank? S-class? Or SS? Or maybe the Foundation is documenting SSS class masters that will never appear? Nothing is impossible. Lindong made a lightning strike to strangle his neck and grabbed the broken knife with his other hand. Ah! Golden Boy fell to the ground and cried out in pain, his body twisting and convulsing rapidly. Jade Maiden was woken up by the screams, opened her eyes in a daze, and into her eyes she saw her husband whose arms were spraying blood furiously, and was horrified. Husband? Then he stared at Lindong dead in the face. It's you! You knew from the start that I would go after you, didn't you? Lindong dropped the knife and squatted in front of her, smilingly stretching out his big hand to stroke her hair. Don't look at me like that. Weren't we quite happy just now? You're making me feel bad for changing your face like this, ha. Chapter 62, you two are actually quite in love. The Jade Lady completely lost her seductive look just now, and said coldly and sternly, Kid, I'm not afraid to tell you that we are from the Foundation, and I'm afraid that you're not clear about how huge the energy of our Foundation is. I advise you that you'd better help my husband to be treated as soon as possible, and perhaps I can even introduce you to join the Foundation. Otherwise, you can't afford the wrath of the Foundation. You, and everyone you care about, will suffer the Foundation's unending vengeance. Lindong was surprised. Wonderful. How dare you threaten me? The large hand gripped the Jade Maiden's snow-white wrist, and the palm slowly began to exert force. Ah! The Jade Maiden immediately screamed miserably. Golden Boy yelled, Kid, let go of my wife. If you have any moves, come at me. The Jade Maiden's eyes reddened with pain, but she hurriedly shook her head. It's okay, hubby, I can bear it. Kid, let go. What's the point of bullying a woman? Honey, don't get angry. First try to stop the bleeding. Yaha! Click. The bones of the Jade Maiden's right hand were pinched raw, and Lindong couldn't help but be shocked. You two are actually quite in love? No, if you two are so in love, why do you play such a show? Golden Boy grunted coldly. Our couple's love is stronger than gold. Kid, you know nothing. Lindong sighed deeply. The world is a big place. I don't really understand it at all. The world of the Minotaur is truly beyond the understanding of the average person. After saying that, lightning struck out and kicked out the Jade Lady's left hand, and both legs were all crushed and fractured. Jade Girl suddenly apricot eyes, round eyes, white face, forehead fine sweat, straight flow, body twitching. Ah, wife. Golden Boy's heart was aching with tears, his mouth full of yellow teeth gnashing as he glared sinisterly at Lindong. Kid, kill us if you can. Our couple will wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Lindong heatedly sneered. Want to die? Yes, I'll fulfill you, but only if you die on my terms. Golden Boy's face changed dramatically. At the poolside, Xin Wanyu, who was dancing passionately to the music, received the message and hurriedly turned off the stereo. Master has given orders for us to quickly gather the entire neighborhood into the underground garage. Ginger Bamboo was puzzled. What is this for? Xin Wanyu shook her head. I'm not sure. Ling Xue gushed. Are we going to take them all out? Good lord. I'll go change now. The maids looked at each other, all puzzled, but it didn't stop them from dressing up and going down to the underground garage, each carrying a gun. Even Qin Shuyao distributed a pistol. In an instant, the whole neighborhood was in disarray. Why are you guys up here? What are you doing? Don't. I'm not going to the garage. You guys let go of me. Let go. Do you know who I am? I'm the general manager of the Tianya Group. Let me go back and I'll give you $5 million. Hey pretty girl, is this gun real? Don't shoot. I'll shut up. Aren't you a safety officer? How can you be in cahoots with these bad guys? After all the taxes I pay, I'm raising people like you? Ooh, Godfather, I'm scared. That man won't pass teach me again, will he? Don't worry, goddaughter. Besides, you didn't feel anything when the divine servant Tong taught you before? The maids were very efficient in their work, and in just under 10 minutes, they had gathered the entire living population of Mirror Lake Spring. Jiang Zhu couldn't help but nod his head. It seems everyone is very cooperative. Qin Shuyao covered her face, pointing a gun at her. How can she not cooperate? The group of wealthy businessmen were trembling at gunpoint, and some were whispering and speculating about the purpose for which they had been summoned. Soon, Lindong came over. The maids were just about to greet them, and when they looked at Lindong carrying a beautiful woman who was tied up in 5 directions on his shoulder, and dragging a short man with a broken arm in his hand, dragging out a long bloody trail, they were all a bit unsure. What's going on here? Xin Wanyu bowed and said, Master, there are a total of 174 people in the entire neighborhood. All of them are already here. Lindong asked, how many men are in here? Xin Wanyu replied, back to Master, 103 males, 71 females, not to be outdone by society's elite class. Look at the work people are doing. It's just spot on. Lindong nodded in satisfaction and shouted, that, the women will go back, and all the men will stay. The crowd was stunned, but no one dared to leave. Someone couldn't help but ask, please, do you really let us go? You won't shoot us in the back? Lindong laughed and waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Hurry up. The women in the crowd looked at each other, and after a moment, one woman left with a brave apprehension and disappeared into the hallway. When the others saw that Lindong really didn't shoot, they scattered in all directions as birds and beasts. It was the men's turn to panic. This kid isn't planning to kill all the men, is he? That way, all the women in the neighborhood were his alone. Some men tried to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak away, but they were held at gunpoint by a couple of maids, so they could only fold back in tears. Soon there were only 103 shivering males left in the room. The golden boy, who had lost a lot of blood, seemed to have guessed what was going on, and his face flashed a flush, and he had the intention of cursing, but then he paused. Lindong tossed Golden Boy aside. Everyone, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm a person who never kills innocents indiscriminately. That what's-his-name God's servant from before was obviously a cult leader. I'm rescuing you all by taking him out. When the crowd heard it, it seemed to make sense. But you're pointing a gun at us. So unconvincing. I don't have any other hobbies as a person. I'm just happy to help. What about this gathering of everyone here? It's to give you a benefit. With that, he dropped the terrified and vaguely agitated-looking Jade Lady at their feet. When the crowd was unsure, they heard Lindong say, I see that all of you are bloodthirsty old men. This girl will be sent to you. Don't thank me. Oh. Someone looked at the soft and weak Jade Maiden and couldn't help but ask, she's the only one? Isn't there a few more? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was shot in the head by Lindong. Some people, don't give a damn. The crowd looked at me and you and could only obey. The maids were called back to rest by Lindong, who stared at Golden Boy and couldn't help but marvel. I've sort of realized that the more people there are, the more excited you get. 5 hours later, Jade is dead. The Golden Boy died from blood loss, but when he died, he clearly had an excited smile on his face, making Lindong cry out that he couldn't understand it. Foundation, I'm getting more and more excited about you. Lindong went back to help the maid practice. At midnight, the system once again distributes rewards. Tick-tock, today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. Magical electromagnetic gloves. 2. Strength level plus 10. 3. Binoculars, unaffected by snow, wind and water spray. 4. A USB flash drive with DJ songs that make you want to dance. No need to agonize over this. Pick 2. Chapter 63, The Xia Family Awakens. The Xia Family. Deacon's brow furrowed as he held the phone, showing a hint of apprehension. It's been more than 10 hours and the Golden Girls can't be contacted at the same time. Has something happened? Reason told him that the Golden Girls were very strong and were rare A-class experts of the Foundation, and it was simply impossible for the awakened in the outside world to have a stronger strength than them. And this couple is very weird, especially Golden Boy, who belongs to the existence that the harder he is green, the stronger he fights. Did these two go out and have a crazy time again and actually not answer my calls? At this time, a subordinate came to report. Lord Deacon, the equipment and the Xia family members are ready, just waiting for you. The Deacon nodded, picking up a small suitcase at hand, which contained the awakening serum developed by the Foundation's Scientific Research Department, extracted from the poisonous snow. Although the lethality rate was just as high, the success rate was likewise much higher than relying on the poisonous snow to awaken. The underground square of the Xia family manor was brightly lit at this time, and it was filled with the first family of the Xia family, and on the other side of the square, there were 20 oddly shaped devices parked. Xia Junfeng, the Xia family head, was currently lecturing the family's more than 30 direct descendants with his hands behind his back. I'm sure it's clear why I called you all here tonight. Now that the snow has sealed the sky and the end times are upon us, our Xia family's past wealth and connections have gone up in smoke with the snow. Now, it's a new era. You should have seen from the internet that awakened people, or psychics, are now appearing all over the world. I believe that the world in the future is bound to be the world of the alien. Fortunately, our Xia family is fortunate enough to be able to enter into a partnership with the Foundation organization, which gives priority to allowing our Xia family members to awaken their psychic abilities in a relatively safer manner. Moreover, the awakening serum developed by the Foundation is very targeted, and the one provided to our Xia family is of the ice attribute. That is to say, as long as the awakening is successful, all of us Xia family members will have ice-based psychic abilities, and then we won't have to be afraid of the ice and snow outside anymore. When these words came out, the Xia family members got excited. That's a superpower. No one can stay calm under the lure of superpowers. Xia Junfeng coughed. Now, the ones whose names I call step forward. Xia Qingyu, the eldest Miss Xia family, calmly stepped forward. Cool and arrogant temperament attracted frequent sideways glances. The young girl's eyes do not bring the slightest ripple, only full of confidence. Xia Beichen. Xia Beichen went up and stood beside his sister. The excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Takashi, for your sake, I'll make it. You wait for me. Xia Jian, Xia Fengyun, Xia. A whopping 20 names were called. Most of these people were young adults, who according to the Deacon have a somewhat higher success rate. Among them, Xia Junfeng himself was also included. Xia Qingyu frowned slightly. Dad, you are the backbone of the Xia family. Why would you want to follow the risk? Xia Junfeng laughed. What are you afraid of? My daughter and son are on it. How can I, as an old man, back down? As the head of the family, you should lead the way. The Deacon came over and looked at the 20 people in front of him and said indifferently, let me state up front that the success rate of the serum's awakening is not 100%. It will make you all suffer from a high fever and accompanied by a great deal of pain. In order to be successful, you must have a strong faith and willpower. If anyone wants to quit before it's too late, I don't want to waste the serum on a greedy person. The people who were excited just a moment ago were splashed with cold water on the spot, but none of them quit. Xia Junfeng arched his hand and said, Deacon, please rest assured. For the sake of the family's future, we are all prepared to make sacrifices and there will never be anyone who backs down. The Deacon nodded indifferently. Then let's begin. Soon the men were placed under the awakening equipment and were quickly strapped with locking straps on their bodies and breathing masks on their faces. Deacon carefully opened the suitcase, in which lay 20 tubes of ethereal blue unidentified liquid. After it is distributed, the injection begins. As with the symptoms of exposure to poisonous snow, for the first 5 minutes after the injection, the crowd did not feel the slightest discomfort, only an icy cold sensation. Once the 5 minutes were up, there was instantly a Xia family member screaming in agony. Ah, ouch, it hurts, let go of me. The veins on his forehead rose, bean-sized grains of sweat fell, and his body jerked up sharply. Xia Beichen's eyes flickered. Here it comes. As expected, intense pain went from the soles of the feet straight to the sky, sweeping through every inch of the body. The body felt like it had been penetrated by countless red-hot braziers. Every inch of muscle trembled, and every breath felt like it was tearing through the internal organs. The always fearless chief bully hated to bite his lips at this moment. It was not that he didn't want to scream, it was that he couldn't scream at all, or screaming it out will aggravate the pain. Blood oozed between his teeth, his fists clenched, his knuckles white, a raspy and broken whisper emanated from his throat. The entire underground square was filled with screams. I can't, this hurts too much, I can't take it anymore, help, mom, tell them to put me down, I'm not playing, I'm a ing #% and it hashtag. Those Xia family members who weren't chosen were horrified and sucked in a breath of cool air. Finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer and his body convulsed violently. His skin flushed with a large greenish color. Then his body suddenly sank into silence, staring at his blood-filled eyes, and he didn't move. Xia Li! A woman cried out mournfully and tried to rush up to rescue her son, but she was pulled back by someone, as if Xia Li's failure was a fuse. More and more of the Xia family began to run out of steam. In the blink of an eye, 8 people had died. The entire Xia family wailed, and some even tried to make a move against the Foundation's people, but they didn't dare to move under the intimidation of the gun. The deacon watched silently with his hands behind his back. The fact that the remaining 12 people didn't die right away meant that they had already passed the most dangerous stage. The success rate of the awakening had greatly increased, and it was up to them to hold on for as long as possible behind them. After all, the longer you hold on, the more powerful your powers will be after awakening. One of the most noteworthy is the Xia Junfeng family of 3. At this time, the family head, Xia Junfeng, also lost his poise, his old face twisted beyond recognition, and on his machine, the serum fusion progress was displayed, 21%. The deacon secretly nodded. This old guy should be fine. More than 20% meant that he had succeeded and was guaranteed to be a C-rank expert. His fusion progress finally stopped at 26%. The pain in his body instantly disappeared. Xia Junfeng's heart palpitated as he panted violently, and after resting for a few moments, the horrifying and majestic feeling of power in his body struck him. I made it? The locking straps, which had been impossible to break free just a moment ago, were easily broken. The deacon nodded with a smile. Congratulations! According to the Foundation's rating, you are already a B-class expert. Grade B? Xia Junfeng clenched his fist, his gaze imperceptibly glancing at the deacon. This serum is so unbelievable. If we take him out, can we? Xia Beichen felt like his soul was about to shatter. His eyes were full of red blood, and his mouth full of steel teeth were about to be clenched. Xiaozhu, wait for me. I'm going to make it. Chapter 64, The Absolute Talent of Xiaoqingyu. Xia Junfeng pressed down the random thoughts in his mind and hurriedly looked at his son. Integration progress, 29%. The deacon whispered, Mr. Xia's perseverance is quite good. As long as you survive this node, your Xia family will give birth to an A-ranked expert, which is quite rare even in the Foundation. Xia Junfeng was delighted. Really? That's great. One after another, the Xia family succeeded, and likewise, others failed. Time passed slowly, leaving only the Xiaoqingyu siblings still holding on. Xia Junfeng counted the number of people and let out a long sigh. Other than me, Xiao Yao and Beichen, out of the remaining 17 people, only 5 of them have succeeded. And even if we are added, ideally, there are only 8 of us. It's only a 40% success rate. Mr. Deacon, that's just, the deacon said indifferently. Be content. What you are given to use is already an improved serum. The success rate of the initial version of the serum was less than 10%. Do you know how many people we died in order to experiment? If you're still not satisfied, I don't mind draining your serum and finding someone else to work with. Feeling the threat in the deacon's words, Xia Junfeng shrunk his neck and smiled sarcastically. Mr. Deacon misunderstood. I am just heartbroken for my clan members. Nothing else. From the other party's words, Xia Junfeng also understood that the Foundation's strength was still not something that the Xia family could shake, and the small plans in his heart could only be pressed for the time being. It better be. The deacon grunted coldly and explained lightly. The improved serum, even if it is lethal, is not so bad that it will turn your clan into zombie monsters, and those who die you can safely bury without worrying about. What? Xia Junfeng thought something had happened to his son and hurriedly turned his head to look. Progress of integration, 31%. It's fine, isn't it? Xia Beichen appeared to have ended his painful journey as well and was breathing heavily. It seems that the son will be an A-class master at the very least. Only then did he notice that the deacon was staring at Xiaoqingyu with wide, unbelieving eyes. At this time, the big star, tightly closed eyes frowning slightly, body sweating, biting the red lips are still struggling to support. Even after suffering great pain, the beauty of the young girl was still not affected in the slightest, but instead, she looked as if she was in love with me. Xia Junfeng's pupils instantly dilated, his voice steeply rising. 35% fusion progress? Xiao Yu Shi. The deacon marveled. Congratulations, This daughter of yours has extraordinary natural talent and amazing perseverance. Your Xia family, I'm afraid you'll produce an A+ level awakened person. Really? Xia Junfeng was excited. Although he himself is only B grade, but his son is a grade and his daughter is A+ grade. The future of the Xia family, stable. Xia Beichen broke free of the locking straps, feeling the strength of his body that was so strong that it exploded. His eyes flashed with excitement. Xiaozhu, I made it. Wait for me. I'll pick you up and take you home right away. Seeing everyone's gazes, all of which were dead set on Xia Qingyu, Xia Beichen turned his head to look, and his excitement instantly turned into bitterness. Progress of integration, 36%. It's over. I thought I was doing great by relying on my thoughts and love for Kotek and slogging it out to 31%. I didn't realize my sister was still so fierce. I'm afraid that my sister's status in the clan will rocket now, and she can't look at Xiaozhu. Now that's trouble. Xia Qingyu is still holding out. 37%. 38%. All the Xia family members forgot about the pain and all looked at her nervously. Eventually, the fusion progress stopped at 39%, and Xia Qingyu snapped her eyes open. Everyone felt as if they were being watched by a fierce beast, and their hearts stopped halfway. Still haven't broken through 40%? Pity. Breaking the locking straps, the young girl gently wiped the fragrant sweat from her head. Xia Junfeng said excitedly, Xiao Yu, congratulations, worthy of being my daughter. Mr. Deacon said that you have a strength rating of A+, which is very rare even within the foundation. Xia Beichen apprehensively congratulated. Sister, you're awesome. Listening to the crowd's congratulatory voices, Xia Qingyu did not have a single bit of excitement in her expression, and her gloomy gaze stared the deacon dead in the face. I would like to ask Mr. Deacon, what is the rating of your strength? This is intended to be a flip-flop. The deacon forced himself to hold back his inner throbbing and smiled coldly. Just like you, A+ grade. What is Miss Xia's instruction? Is it also A+? Xia Qingyu sighed. I don't dare to be instructed. I'm just asking. Just now, she did prepare to make a move. This serum was really good. If she got the deacon killed and snatched it, her strength should be able to go to another level. Unfortunately, the other party was also A+ rank, and she wasn't entirely sure she could take them down, and is not completely acclimatized to great power today, the deacon said indifferently. Congratulations to the Xia family head. Miss Xia is a natural talent and will definitely be able to lead the Xia family to continue to be brilliant in the end times. I hope that Housemaster Xia will fulfill his promise and help us capture more awakened as experimental fodder. After all, the Foundation needs this material in order to develop a solid alien enhancement serum. Xia Qingyu was stunned. The deacon was telling her, it's useless for you to make a move on me. I only have the awakening serum here, and even if you snatch it away, it won't have any boosting effect on you itself. Might as well be good and cooperate with each other. It's better for everyone. Should I say no? Xia Qingyu's powerful aura made the condescending deacon couldn't help but export some explanation. Xia Junfeng naturally heard and understood, smilingly arching his hand. He said, that's natural. When I arrange for the clansmen who have successfully awakened tomorrow, I will definitely not let Mr. Deacon down. When the awakening was over, the deacon left with his people. The Foundation had its own stronghold in Zhangchang, and the loss of the Golden Girls made him more and more uneasy. And, one thing he didn't say, serum injections have side effects that amplify the dark side of a person's psyche without them being aware of it. Just now, both Xia Juanfeng's father and daughter had shown killing intent towards him, and now without an expert by his side, it was very insecure to stay in the Xia family. Xia Qingyu squinted at her brother. Beichen, how much did you last? Xia Beichen was like a frosted eggplant and gathered his head. 31%. Dad said I'm a grade. Waste. Xia Qingyu was not polite at all. If you're only A ranked, then you won't be able to pick up that. Sis, why? Even if I'm not as good as you, I at least have. Xia Beichen still wanted to argue, but when he met his sister's icy cold eyes, he didn't dare to say anything. For some reason, he felt as if his sister had become colder and her aura more powerful after her successful awakening. Xia Junfeng was very happy, smilingly patted his daughter's shoulder. Xiao Yua, you are really Dad's pride. Before, when Dad forced you to get engaged to the Yun family's son despite your objections, now that I think about it, it was Dad who was too lacking in consideration. Who says women are inferior to men? My daughter can hold her own. If you really don't like Mr. Yun, then Dad will make a trip to the Yun family. And the marriage. Let's call it off. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the depths of Xia Qingyu's eyes, revealing a faint smile. Then thank you Dad. Chapter 65, Chen Yunshi runs away? The Xia family now has mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. The joy is that the Xia family has produced several awakened people, of which Xia Qingyu's A+ level strength is even more inspiring. Secondly, the A grade of North Star Summer, Xia Junfeng B. The remaining 5, on the other hand, are C rated. Such strength gave them the capital to survive long in the end times, and those who had succeeded in awakening couldn't wait to run out and test their powers. The roar was constant. Naturally, the mourners are the 12 clansmen who have died and are being laid to rest in a gruesome manner. Xia Qingyu returned to the bedroom alone. A small crystal-clear snowflake floated in the palm of his right hand. The snowflake was very beautiful and rotated around the palm non-stop. Snap! The right hand clenched violently and the snowflake was crushed. Ice flashed in Xia Qingyu's eyes. From today onwards, my Xia Qingyu's destiny can only be controlled by myself. And it's time to change this old traditional thinking of the Xia family that favors sons over daughters. Xia Beichen's bedroom. At this time, the boss was excited even though he was struck by his sister. Now I'm the second strongest in the family. Even if my sister doesn't agree, I'll bring Xiaozhu back. By the way, I have to check in with Takeshi. She must be worried about me. The phone dialed and rang for a long time but no one answered. Look at my brain. It's so late Kotake must be asleep. Send her a message. Mirror Lake Spring. After Lindong's efforts, Jiangzhu's level came to level 5, and the ringing of her cell phone was covered by the noisy music, so she didn't hear it at all, or heard it and couldn't do anything about it, because now she was sprinting towards level 6. In the bedroom, Chen Yunshi, who had a high fever, slowly woke up and looked into the bright lights and clean and tidy bedroom. It's where? The young girl struggled to get up from the bed, her head instantly shivering as it recalled being tied to the ass of the RV, freezing to death. Am I being rescued? Dragging his weak body out of bed, the sky outside was already flooding with a slight light, and it was a new day. The house was huge. Chen Yunshi walked for a while without seeing half a person, but luckily found cold medicine in the house, as well as hot soup in the kitchen. After taking the medicine, she finally snuck to the negative floor through the sound of music, saw Lindong and the others practicing obliviously, and quietly retreated again. A bunch of cheap ES and dead perverts. No, I have to find a way to escape. Strange, where's that big RV? Chen Yunshi was dumbfounded, looking at the pure white but deadly threatening snow outside. She shrunk back and found her way to the underground garage. Gritting her teeth, Chen Yunshi walked in. Lindong narrowed his eyes slightly and squinted outward before leaving her alone. This is a big neighborhood. Where else can you go? Escaping from the devil's den. Chen Yunshi began to run wildly, her nervous heart jumping into her throat. By means of a handheld nightlight, she ran aimlessly. Suddenly, she saw several bodies. One was shot through a sieve, one had his head blown off, and a short male corpse had no arms and was bleeding all over the place, and a female body. Chen Yunshi just glanced at it and immediately averted her eyes. How many people was she tortured by in her lifetime? Misery. It's really too bad. She was already not afraid of corpses when she was with Feng Yi, but now that she was alone and the garage was dark, she was still scared. Bypassing the scene of the tragedy, Chen Yunshi found an upward stairway and boldly walked up. Inside a house at that moment, a dozen men were sitting in a circle, looking worried. That Jiangshi, who had been taken advantage of by the divine servant for nothing, respectfully poured hot tea for them and retreated behind his godfather. A half-bald man said to the first godfather, Mr. Qian, it's not a solution to go on like this. These foreigners are arrogant and domineering, temperamental, and have guns in their hands, so our life safety can't be guaranteed at all. Your business is the biggest, and your brain is definitely the best, so think of a solution. Mr. Qian smiled bitterly. What can I do? I don't even know the identities of those people, so I can't prescribe the right medicine at all. They are all well known in the community as wealthy businessmen with huge pockets, and are objects of admiration and worship wherever they go. However, facing Lindong and the others, it was completely a showman meeting a soldier, and it was not possible to reason with them. Although Lindong had no intention of killing them, he had a gun in his hand, and staying in the neighborhood was a time bomb. So, Lindong must die. A deputy director of a certain company glanced at Jiangshi and suddenly said, Xiao you're tired even after accompanying us to work for so long. Why don't you go and make up some sleep and take a rest? Don't let your young age stop you from taking care of your body. This was a sign that there were words that she couldn't be allowed to hear. Jiangshi looked at her godfather. The latter nodded and she left. Dong Zhou, what's your brilliant idea? Zhou Dong crossed his arms, pondered for a moment and said, Everyone, I think we should reveal our cards. Otherwise even if we sit until dark, but also cannot discuss a solution. Dong Zhou, I don't understand what you mean. What bottom card? Zhou Dong smiled, suddenly fished out a pistol from his arms and laid it on the table, and the other's pupils immediately contracted. He's got a gun? We are all smart people. I won't beat around the bush. We are all in business. There are not many clean hands and feet. For the sake of your own and your family's safety, don't tell me that you all don't have this. If you all say you don't have it, then there is no need for this meeting to be held. The others were completely surprised that Zhou Dong was so blunt, and their faces were a little unnatural. The Dragon Kingdom's control of firearms that is very strict. They don't dare to put this kind of thing in the open. Mr. Qian laughed loudly, Zhou still see-through, but it is us old things confused. Anyway, now is the end of the world. Still afraid of security officers to catch me not? In the early years, I got a pistol from abroad. Bullets. I still have 17 rounds. With Mr. Qian taking the lead, the rest of the people then opened up their cards. I've got one, too. It was a hell of a lot of work for this thing. Pistol. 9 rounds. Mr. Qian is right. And safety officers? All the safety officers in the treadmill have gone to work as dogs for people. What are we afraid of? I have. My old man used to be a hunter and had an old shotgun with bullets. I also have. Taking an inventory of each, they realized that their side had 10 different types of guns. Someone said excitedly, then what are we afraid of? There are only 5 of them, and we have 10 guns, so it's easy to kill them. However, Mr. Qian shook his head. Where is it so easy? Have you forgotten that we were brainwashed and controlled by that godly man before? This Lindong should also be an awakened. He has superpowers. Just counting on the gun is hopeless. Zhou Dong nodded his head. Mr. Qian is right. The gun is just the bottom card for us to turn the tables. But as for how to turn the tables, we still need to plan a bit. While this was happening, there was a knock on the security door leading to the garage. Knock knock. Anybody? Help. Chapter 66, Little Sister's heart is quite poisonous. The crowd was taken aback and their faces turned white. Zhou Dong hurriedly put the gun into his pocket, and even dropped it on the floor in his hands and feet. It's Lindong coming? What to do? Did he hear our meeting? My voice is already low. Let's run. It was still Mr. Qian who had some city spirit and said in a low voice, what's all the chaos? Do you guys think that if it's Lindong coming, he needs to knock on the door to say hello? The crowd thought about it, but yesterday, when those women rushed up, they all just kicked with their feet. Zhou Dong put the gun away and awkwardly tightened his coat and said, Mr. Qian is right. Anyway, if it's really Lindong coming, there's no point in us locking the door. It's better to open it. The crowd looked at me and at you. And finally a young man with the smallest business went and opened the door. Who are you? How did you get here? The sudden appearance of a raw face put the crowd on alert. Chen Yunshi looked at them in amazement. You are the general manager of Golden Leaf Media? And you are the bosses of Far Valley? You're the president of Minford Technologies? You are. The crowd really didn't expect that this young girl who suddenly appeared would know everything about them as if she were a family friend. Mr. Qian coughed. Little girl, who are you? Do you recognize us? Oh, I'm a student of the Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. My name is Chen Yunshi. The young girl looked a bit rushed in front of the crowd of bigwigs, but then her heart was greatly settled. These people are celebrities. It's easy to protect yourself from a college student. The reason why she knew them, the reason was simple. Because they were all Chen Yunshi's future targets. Marrying into a rich family was her dream, so naturally she had done her homework. Though many of these men were older than her father, and some could even be her grandfather. But does it matter? It doesn't matter. What was lacking before was nothing more than a channel to meet the big boys. Now that the big brothers had been accidentally bumped into by her, and were all gathered together, Chen Yunshi was thrilled. You're all well-known rich. You're all rich and famous in Jiangcheng. That's why I know you. The crowd nodded as they watched the young girl's delicate appearance. As expected of a cultivated college student? Just talk honestly, haha. Mr. Money asked, so how did you get to us? A trace of panic surfaced on Chen Yunshi's face. I was in school, but I suddenly ran into a demon who was very lustful and has already captured several women, including my teacher. Even he was going to do it to me, and when I didn't agree, he tied me up in the car to freeze and starve. I escaped just now when he wasn't looking. Big brothers and uncles, you must save me, he said and cried. It should be said or not. Chen Yunshi's appearance was very deceptive. Her pure temperament coupled with her pitiful tears gave people the urge to wrap their arms around her and protect her. Mr. Qian frowned. The demon you're talking about, isn't his name Lindong? Yes, that's him. Brother Qian, you've seen him? Mr. Qian lost his smile. I'm old enough to be your father. You call me big brother? I wouldn't mind being your godfather. The little girl is a bit of a Sema. Which one of those present was not a human savant, and saw through her true colors in an instant? Well, he is indeed a demon as you see him. Do you know what Lindong's superpower is? And what are the powers of the other few women? What are their identities? Chen Yunshi snapped her fingers. Lindong is a courier. I'm not sure about his abilities. It seems like he shoots exceptionally accurately and has exceptionally strong physical qualities. I haven't seen any other abilities. Among them, my teacher, Qin Shuyao, is an ordinary person. There's a female anchor called Ling Xue, one called Shinwanyu who works in a bank, a security officer called Liang Jihan, and the last one is called Zhang Zhu. who seems to be a yoga instructor, and it seems they all have psychic abilities. Mr. Qian's eyes flinched. This intelligence is very important. Really? Well, then we'll have to plan how we're going to deal with this demon and free a few women. Chen Yunshi waved her hand. My suggestion is that you don't need to save them. It's best to kill them all. Those women, including my teacher, have been brainwashed by Lindong. I'm afraid that if you save them you'll still harm you. The crowd choked. The little sister's heart was quite poisonous. Mr. Qian nodded. Thanks to Xiao Yunshi's intelligence, you go upstairs to rest and relax. Don't worry, Lindong is in our hands. This demon will surely be put to death. Well, then I'm welcome, the young girl said with a big smile on her face, bouncing up the stairs. A bright light flashed in Mr. Qian's eyes. Everyone, you all heard it, right? Someone worriedly asked. Mr. Qian, is this girl's information trustworthy? What if she was sent by Lindong to work as an undercover agent? Zhou Dong snorted. Undercover? Do you think that with Lindong's ability, he still needs an undercover to kill us? He could have killed us all last night. Mr. Qian nodded his head in agreement. I agree with Zhou Dong. This girl should indeed have escaped, and the intelligence can't be wrong. Zhou Dong asked. Mr. Qian, you have a plan? Well, there's an idea. Lindong's line of people are all working class. Even if it's a special time now, there are some things in their bones that still can't be changed. We can just take advantage of that. Mr. Qian was confident. At sunrise, the Xia family began to respond to the promise. In addition to Xia Junfeng sitting in his old home, the other 7 awakened, each leading a line of security, went out to capture the awakened. Xia Beichen originally wanted to go to the ancient mountainous region, but was forcibly arranged to go to other regions. Xia Jian, this is your sister-in-law's photo, put it away. She lives in Jiayuan neighborhood. Don't hurt her, bring it back to me safely. Hear me, Xia Beichen explained to his cousin. Xia Jian, a young man in his early 20s, took the photo, glanced at it, and put it away in his arms. Don't worry, brother. If I meet my sister-in-law, I'll definitely bring her back. Of course, I'll say this up front. Don't blame your brother if you don't come across it. After all, the mission is important. Xia Beichen sighed deeply and patted Xia Jian's shoulder. She is very important to me. More important than my life. Brother is counting on you. At this time, put on a white power suit. Xia Qingyu walked out. No thick down jacket cover. Bumpy and perfect body revealed undoubtedly. Tied a high ponytail. All show valiant. Coldly glancing at Xia Beichen, he waved his hand and said in a cold voice, Depart. Various Xia family children like off the reins of the wild horse general. Joyful clamor long jumped to the snow surface, under the feet of a layer of ice. The security guards are wearing a good ski equipment as well as the golden boys and girls with the same tights. Set off. Xia Jian stepped on the ice and raised his hands in the air. Ha ha ha, I finally came out. I've been suffocating myself. The rear security asked. Young master, where are we going to go first? Xia Jian slowly revealed a cold smile. Jiayuan neighborhood. After all, dumplings are only as good as they taste, and sister-in-laws are only as fun as they are. Brother, sister-in-law is so pretty. Don't blame brother. Chapter 67, Woman, you've got my attention. A certain neighborhood. Xia Qingyu, one hand behind her back, the cold wind blew hair fluttering, like a fairy in the snow. Behind your back, I don't want to waste my strength on you. The young girl's icy cold words made the strong man on the opposite side couldn't help but feel a jolt. And then the strong man sneered. What a hot big star. Since I awakened, I have played with all the women in the neighborhood, but I haven't played with a big star yet. Just with you want to arrest me too? You don't want to waste your strength on the old man, but the old man is very eager to waste his strength on the body. Seek death. A cold aura flashed in Xia Qingyu's eyes, and with a wave of one hand, a small snowflake flew out at great speed, instantly piercing through the burly man's chest. The burly man reacted completely, staring at her in shock as his body fell heavily to the ground. The security guard at the back was bitter. Missy, the Foundation's request was to capture a living person. Why did you kill him? Xia Qingyu glanced at him coldly, frightening him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. She didn't need to explain anything to anyone. Seeing that the burly man who had been oppressing them was killed, the women who had been in his captivity were overjoyed and thanked Xia Qingyu. Great. Thank you, Ms. Xia. This guy killed my husband and dominated me. Thank you. Others choose to call for help. Xia Qingyu, I'm your fan. I especially like listening to your songs. Can you take me away? There's nothing to eat here anymore. When this was said, the women followed suit and asked for help. Xia Qingyu looked at them coldly and turned around without a word. Hey, don't go. Big star, are you going to leave us behind? Xia Qingyu, that's right. I used to go after the premieres of her movies. I didn't expect my idol to be this kind of person. It pisses me off. However, Xia Qingyu folded back. The cursing women shrank their necks. not daring to look at each other. Want me to save you guys? Xia Qingyu slowly raised her hand with a look of indifference. Okay, I'll save you. The slender hand pressed downward, and a powerful and icy cold air swept across the entire field. And these women were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, a move that took the entire screen in seconds. The security guards swallowed wide-eyed. Missy, so strong, and the killing is so heavy. No one will bully you guys anymore in the future. This is also considered saving. Xia Qingyu did not have the slightest sense of guilt for killing, and turned to leave with a cold smile. In another neighborhood underground garage, Xia Beichen was confronting an obese middle-aged woman with his security. The smell here is awful. Someone come and change the air here for me. Xia Beichen fanned his nose in disgust. In addition to the security, his team also included the Xia family's butler, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang said with a bitter face, "Young master, please bear with me a little longer. Take this woman down and we'll retreat. Chief Bully is good at everything, except for his strange brain circuits at times. You're teaching me things?" Xia Beichen was cold and arrogant. Uncle Wang grimaced bitterly and gestured at the security, and a group of security guards immediately pulled out their fans and fanned themselves around. Xia Beichen was wearing a high-class customized suit and looked at the woman with his hands in his pockets. "Woman, I don't like nonsense. Come with me." The woman laughed daintily. "Yo, what a handsome little brother. Where are you taking people? Why don't you stay with me?" Xia Beichen frowned. "Are you Lady Shurji? Why do you speak like this?" The woman was stunned. Her head turned half a day before she realized that the other party was scolding herself for being fat, and she angrily said on the spot, "Little handsome, you're a bit too much. You really think you can make my heart soft just because you are dressed like a man? I'm not afraid to tell you. I've killed every male in this neighborhood, and you can't get away." Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow. "Ha, you want to kill me? Humph, I'll drain you before I kill you. Oh, you think you can scare me like that? A clumsy little trick. But woman, you did get my attention. Women, Uncle Wang." Xia Beichen adjusted his tie, unbuttoned his suit, and reached out his hand and hooked it. "Then I'll give you this chance for now. Woman, you only have one chance." A group of security guards want to laugh, do not dare to laugh. This ba general than fat women are still greasy, ah hey. The woman laughed harshly, her fists clenched, her obese body rapidly expanding. This was an ability similar to the art of multiplication, and the obese body quickly turned round and rolled like a meatball chariot rushing towards him. Xia Beichen slowly stretched out his right hand, a layer of frost covering his palm with a chilling aura. Bang, click, click, click. The mass of flesh swiftly slammed into his hand, and the forward momentum stopped. The women were surprised and spun faster. However, Xia Beichen remained unmoved, as if his ice palm was a piece of wall. Feeling the friction coming from his palms, Xia Beichen laughed coldly. "Is that all you can do? You abrasive little goblin. Don't even think about resisting me." With a slight push of his arm, the mass of flesh instantly bounced off, and the woman rolled out on the ground, knocking over a large swath of vehicles and fainting. "Ha! Unbearable." Xia Beichen stretched his hand out in front of Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang sighed and immediately took out paper towels and hot water from his pocket, pouring water to rinse and dry, all in one go. Only then was Mr. Ba satisfied and withdrew his hand. The security guards quickly rushed up and bundled the women up and took them away. The other women in the neighborhood cheered when they saw how easily he had subdued the fat woman. "Wayawa, he's so handsome. I love it. OMG. Strong and handsome. I feel, my heart is about to jump out of my chest. Handsome, will you take me?" Xia Beichen just bashfully buttoned up his suit. "Sorry, in my heart, I have long been unable to tolerate other women. Goodbye." After saying that, he left with his people in style, leaving only a field of nymphomaniacs and drool behind. Xia Jian was dumbfounded when he arrived at the Jiyuan neighborhood. What in the treadmill drove out? Looking at the passageway opened up by the RV, the crowd sked. "Go, call all the living." Soon, security stormed the floors and herded all the living into the underground garage. Looking at the less than 100 people in front of him, Xia Jian frowned. "Strange, why don't I see my sister-in-law? Didn't that idiot Xia Beichen say she was still alive?" "Everyone, I'm a civilized person and don't want to use force." Xia Jian took out the photo and asked, "Have any of you seen this woman? Where is she?" The survivors of the Jiayuan neighborhood looked at each other in dismay, and one of them, a young man, was surprised. "This is Sister Jiang? You guys came to find her? Oh, looks like you recognize it." Xia Jian beckoned and ordered someone to bring him over. "Tell me, where is she?" That young man is the same one whose cat could backflip in the house before. The one who likes Jiang Zhu but doesn't dare to confess his love. "Sister Jiang, she left yesterday. She should be in Lindong's caravan." Xia Jian frowned. "Lindong? Where did he go?" Chapter 68. You must come to the Hongmen banquet. The young man scrunched his neck. "Lindong he left in a caravan. He wouldn't even stop when we asked him to. I don't know where he went." "Caravan?" Xia Jian frowned, remembering the huge passageway outside. Thanks for letting me know. Do you have any wishes? The young man's spirits shot up. I want food. No, can you get me out of here? Xia Jian slowly revealed a sardonic smile. His palms merged into knives, and a 30-centimeter long ice blade appeared. Swish! The man's head flew high in the air and blood gushed out all over his face, licking the warm blood at the corner of his mouth. Xia Jian laughed coldly. I just said that. And you really made a wish? Pariahs just don't know how to be polite. The remaining survivors of the Jiayuan neighborhood were horrified, and the scene was chaotic. Kill them all. Instead of living in pain, experience the joy of death. These well-trained and armed security guards are like wolves entering a flock of sheep, and the Jiayuan neighborhood is a sea of blood. After settling the living people in the entire neighborhood, Xia Jian left with his men. Sister-in-law. Ah, sister-in-law, don't get wasted by someone playing with you. My big brother is still waiting for you. As night fell, Master Lin, who had been busy all day, leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the massages and fruit feedings from the maids. After their own hard work, the maids are making pleasing progress. Xin Wanyu, Ling Xue, and Zhang Zhu's levels came to level 10, and their combat power increased geometrically. Meanwhile, in the system's battle Maid interface, new features appear. Grade control. Lindong could regulate the level of the maids at will within their maximum level. At this moment, Ling Xue was arm wrestling with Zhang Zhu, competing in terms of strength. I'm afraid that only they themselves know what terrifying power is hidden in their slender lotus root-like snow-white jade arms. The two of them were not equal in strength, and the marble dining table was already cracking from their tops. Burnt goods. If it weren't for the master granting you power, what makes you think you can compete with me? Humph. Speak as if you didn't get your power from your master. Someone who has a fiancé and is more active than me. Ling Xue had lost to Zhang Zhu before, causing herself to be punished, and was so resentful that she was riveted to win. And Zhang Zhu, who had managed to get out of being tied up in the bathroom with great difficulty, said he couldn't let this ride on his head. Suddenly, Zhang Zhu felt a rapid loss of his powerful strength within his body, and in just the blink of an eye, he turned into an ordinary person. Click! Ling Xue still did not know what had happened, and with a smooth and violent force, Zhang Zhu's arm was broken hard, and the marble tabletop was smashed, and it was a bloody mess. Ah! Zhang Zhu's face was white with pain. Yay! I won! Ling Xue cheered and rippled. Zhang Zhu couldn't care about the pain, and her pretty face looked at Lindong with a pale, white face. Master, it wasn't so much that Lindong wanted to punish her, but she, rather, had no more power. Now I feel like a normal person, weak and frail. It scared her more than being tied up in the bathroom. In the end of the world, without power, there is a complete lack of self-preservation. She is not sure what is happening to her, and is very afraid of being abandoned by Lindong. After all, in the team now, even the newest additions, Liang Jihan and Qin Shuyao, had already reached level 7. Lindong doesn't raise trash. It's nothing, I'm just doing an experiment. Lindong laughed and pulled her level back to 10 again and healed her broken arm. This scene happened so suddenly that Zhang Zhu froze for a long time, then looked at Lindong in shock. So the sudden loss of power just now was his doing? He can not only give power, but take it from us at will? This, Ling Xue, still dumbfounded and not quite understanding, cocked her head in confusion. What experiment? A couple of the other maids were already on their knees. Lindong looked at the shivering crowd of maids and touched his nose with a bitter smile. It's bad. It's scaring them again. In fact, it was understandable when you thought about it. After enjoying the pleasure brought by their power, they naturally did not want to go back to being ordinary people. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. That's how it works. Who would be happy to be a scum when they can be an Azusa? Get up. Let's eat. Tonight. Before the words were finished, Lindong was suddenly stunned. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, coming from the hallway leading to the underground garage. The maids were instantly dressed to kill. Is Mr. Lindong in? A sweet voice came. Xinwanyu opened the door and saw a beautiful young woman, wearing exquisite light makeup, standing apprehensively at the door. Who are you? What can I do for you? Liang Jihan came to Lindong's ear and whispered. Master, this is the woman who was taken advantage of by that godly man yesterday. Zhang Shi felt the heat wave that hit his face and nervously surveyed the woman in front of him. 100,000 reasons flashed through his mind, but he still braced himself for a smile. Hello sister, my name is Zhang Shi. May I ask if Mr. Lindong is in? Xinwanyu coldly said. Let go if you have a fart. Zhang Shi was startled by her aura. Her pretty face turned white. Yes, it's like this. My godfather would like to invite Mr. Lindong and all of you sisters to have a casual dinner together. Please show your face. Dinner? Lindong curiously said. Oh, a casual dinner? Your godfathers are all rich, so they can't even afford a full banquet? No. I only have one godfather, Jiang Shi hurriedly testified herself, not daring to look directly at Lindong at all. Mr. Lindong is joking. My godfather and the others have taken out all the food we have stored at home. It's a big table. You must appreciate it. Shen Wanyu frowned, confused as to what kind of drugs these people were selling. Could it be to pull in the master? Lindong laughed and got up. Okay, it's no fun to always eat your own. Now that someone is invited to dinner, let's go to this Hongmen banquet. Jiangxi nodded his head hurriedly. Yes, you must come. Hongmen banquet is a lot of delicious. The maids. This girl's not big enough to have a good brain, is she? At this time in the home of Mr. Qian, the warbler in the large dining room sat in the room. A group of extraordinary temperament of women and girls, full of displeasure to sit. Really? Who do you think I am? An escort? That's right. Isn't it just a pariah with a gun? You have so many men, and we still have guns in our hands. We can kill him with a single blow. Why do we have to go through all this trouble? Dad, I don't want to stay here. Like what? I want to go home. These women were either the new young wives of wealthy businessmen, or their own daughters or goddaughters, and none of them were of poor quality. Mr. Chen grunted coldly. Don't underestimate this Lindong. If we weren't unsure, why would we have to go out on this limb? Zhou Dong responded. This time your mission is very important. Whether we can live peacefully in the future depends on your performance, but don't poke a basket for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. A middle-aged beauty laughed lightly. Don't worry, it's easy to deal with just a brat who hasn't seen the world. Not long after, Lindong arrived. Chapter 69. What? The end times are going away? As soon as I entered the house, I was treated with the warmth of a house full of people. That stance was as if Lindong was some kind of leader. Brother Lindong finally came. Welcome, can be considered to make us wait. Quickly please sit. Mr. Qian came up and enthusiastically pulled Lindong's hand. Lindong slightly raised an eyebrow. What kind of whole thing was this? This boss is polite. What are you guys trying to do by inviting me to dinner? Open the door. Mr. Qian laughed. What's the point of being so formal? Brother Lindong? Just call me Brother Qian. This time there is no other meaning. I see Brother Lindong jade tree. Elegant instrument. Must be a dragon and phoenix among men. Plus yesterday Brother Lindong helped us to free from that old god's clerk. I am worried about how to thank you. No, a few of our neighbors have discussed this, and there is really nothing to thank you for, so we can only invite you to a meal. Please don't take offense. Brother Lindong. Lindong nonchalantly took the main seat. Really? Then I'll make myself at home. Oh, really a pariah who gained power once General Qian sneered in his heart and warmly invited a group of women to sit beside Lindong, while the maids were placed at the end of the table. I don't know what Brother Lindong loves to eat, so I've taken the initiative to have some home-cooked food made. So if Brother Lindong isn't accustomed to eating it, you must tell me. With that, he clapped his hands and served the food. Lindong had a strange expression. You call this a home-cooked meal? Orchid bear's paw, Chinese cabbage in open water, cassoulet chicken wings, Tai Shi 5 snake soup. Set up. None of them are synonymous with the famous luxury goods before the end of the world. Just the raw materials and the complexity of the process. Ordinary people can only look forward to the point. Looks like this group of wealthy businessmen are well stocked with supplies, but the house is so big that there must be a special storage for ingredients. Which makes sense. When Mr. Qian saw that Lindong was shocked, he was very pleased in his heart. It's to make you look like a bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Lindong nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks and savored it. Well, it's still a bit less flavorful than the system output, but it's pretty good. Zhou Dong made a wink to the beautiful woman to the right of Lindong, and the beautiful woman took out a bottle of red wine. Xiaodong, you must be thirsty just eating the food. Come and taste the 82 Lafite. This isn't the kind that produces 10 million bottles a year in China. It's the real thing. Tastes good. Better than Kwaku. Ha. You're so funny. Winter. The women of the rich merchant looked at the maids with amusement. A bunch of beggar women. Even if you wear luxury coats, you can't hide the poor smell of your body. The maids were looking at them with itching teeth. These demonic ES actually seduced their master? You're mocking us? Lanai's private chat. Open for me. Ling Xue, I'm going to tear the faces of these ugly women apart. Just now that old woman actually touched her master's hand? Isn't that indirectly touching my thunder? So infuriating. Shen Wanyu, don't act rashly. The master is chatting happily with them. Don't venture out. Be careful of being chastised. Ginger bamboo, what then? Liang Jihan, yummy. Really delicious. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Ling Xue Shen Wanyu Jiangzhu. Qin Shuyao, the flavor is really good. but this soup of boiling water cabbage is not enough time to simmer. There is also this orchid bear paw, the frozen tofu used as a substitute. The taste is so much worse and inside these dishes, there is a strange smell. Angela Liang, what's that weird smell? I can't taste it. Ling Xue freaked out. It's already time. You're still thinking about eating. Liang Jihan, I'm sorry. Xin Shuyao, really not right. This flavor. A few maids were still chatting privately, and Mr. Qian raised his wine glass. Come on, brother Lindong. Since you're living in Mirror Lake Spring now, you're our neighbor. As the saying goes, a distant relative is better than a close neighbor. We'll be family from now on. Let me introduce you. This, the chairman of the Golden Leaf Group, Jin Dong. He is the leader of the IT leading industry in central China. This is the general manager of NetCloud, Mr. Fei. This is, the Ocean introduced a number of people, all of whom were wealthy businessmen and celebrities from before the end of the world. Lindong was even more puzzled. What did he want? Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Mr. Qian laughed and said, Lindong brother oh, this is called too raw. I fooled a few years older than you, so I will call you Xiaodong. Do you see any interest in joining our company when the disaster passes? With your ability, the position of vice general manager is yours. Jin Dong waved his hand and said, Hey, Mr. Qian, you're going too far. Xiaodong is a young talent I'm optimistic about. Must come to my company. Zhou Dong slapped the table and stood up. Don't even try to grab it from me. Xiaodong's ability is outstanding. I think it's most suitable to be my successor. No? The disaster passed? Lindong showed a confused expression. Where did that come from? Mr. Qian and the others were slightly stunned, then laughed out loud. Oh sorry, it seems like you haven't received the news yet. Xiaodong. Lindong was even more puzzled. What news? Mr. Qian coughed and the atmosphere of the restaurant quieted down. Xiaodong, we're telling you this because we consider you family. You can't tell anyone else. And you know that if we can make a business this big, there's bound to be someone at the top. Lyndon nodded dumbly. We have all recently received news from above that the scientific research department has developed a vaccine against the poisonous snow, which is being mass-produced, and that a large number of drones will be arranged to be dropped shortly, so that all citizens can be rescued. Think about it. Once the snow poison no longer has an effect on people, can a mere snowstorm be called a disaster? In the presence of the state apparatus, the restoration of the old order will only be a matter of necessity. Lindong was shocked. Really? Don't you lie to me. Mr. Qian looked mysterious. What's the point of lying to you? Otherwise, why do you think we are still living in harmony here when the outside world is in chaos? It's because we get the news first, so we just have to wait in peace. And, once order has been restored, there will inevitably be a reckoning from above for the criminals who went on a rampage of indiscriminate murder. After saying that, he gave Lindong a you-know-what look. You damned well got your hands on a gun while there was disorder and killed innocents indiscriminately. Just wait to be liquidated. Lyndon was so flustered that he didn't even smell the wine. So, what should we do? A few big brothers. You can't report me. I'm a good person. I haven't done anything bad. Right. By the way, you guys also teamed up to play dead women. You can't get away with it either. General Qian looked aghast. But, Xiaodong, you should be clear. We are all in high positions, and there is a protective umbrella behind us. It is impossible to be liquidated. After all, in the end, it took more than 100 of us to get one person killed. And you, how many people have you killed? Yes, Mr. Money is right, so what should I do? Mr. Qian walked over and patted Lindong's shoulder. Xiaodong, my suggestion is that as long as you can work for us, then we will definitely do our best to keep you. What do you think? Chapter 70, your circle is really messed up. Lindong looked seriously at Mr. Qian, who met his gaze with a caring face. Put, I'm so, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lindong laughed out loud. Mr. Qian's expression tightened. What are you laughing at? Xiaodong? Lindong waved his hand. How can I put it? I used to watch TV and think that you people were high and mighty and had a forward-looking vision. But now that I've come into contact with you, I realize that it's just a so-so. You are similar to the group of elders in my hometown who point out the mountains after drinking a little bit of wine, full of the future direction of the family and the country. Simply laughable, ha 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 ha. Mr. Qian's brow furrowed as an unruffled aura erupted. You think I'm kidding you? Be confident. Take away the feeling that you're just kidding. That's a good joke. I can do 3 bowls. Humph. Lindong, we are sincerely trying to help you. Don't be ungrateful. Lindong laughed maniacally once again and looked at the several women who were drowsy around him, picking up Lafite and taking a sip. Really? So what are you guys trying to do for me by putting sleeping pills in my meals? Help me get to the west? Mr. Qian and the others had a huge change in color. What are you talking about? What sleeping pills? We invited you to dinner with all our heart. Why are you bloodthirsty? At the same time, several of the maids began to show shriveled looks. Master, I'm so sleepy. Then they all leaned back in their chairs, breathing steadily, apparently asleep. Lindong spread his hands. We've shown our cards, why don't you admit it? I and my mates have been given sleeping pills in advance in the first few dishes. You guys are willing to give it up. The amount of pills you put down is really big, hee hee. With that, he reached out and caressed the beautiful woman's face. Zhou Dong, this is your wife, right? You rich people play with flowers. And Mr. Fei, is this your daughter? Oh, this is Jin Dong's niece, isn't it? Wonderful. You don't even spare your niece. Your circle is a mess. Don't they know that sleeping pills can kill you if you overdose on them? Or do they just not care about their wives and daughters? Zhou Dong hurriedly reached into his arms, but was blocked by Mr. Chen. Chief Qian's obese face still did not see the slightest panic, pushed his glasses and laughed. Lindong, we have no choice but to do this. You have superpowers and a gun. We are very insecure. I hope you can understand. If you promise to give us the gun, I can assure you that these women are yours to play with as much as you want. From now on we're family. You can stay here without worry. Even if there's not enough food, we can provide it. Mr. Fei's face changed drastically. Mr. Qian, that's not what he said before. Shut up, Mr. Qian coldly swept back. Mud, what kind of teammates are these? Can't you see I'm stalling? In addition to the meal in front of him, the wine in Lindong's hand was also drugged. Just now he rashly gave it to finish. Just need to drag a little longer. He was bound to be hit. Lindong couldn't help but give a thumbs up, worthy of being a businessman. It's true that he's thunderous. His wife and daughter are given away when he says so? In that case, then I'll laugh it off, said the man who tore the beautiful woman's clothes on the spot. Zhou Dong's face turned green, but he was hastily held down by the people around him and could only watch as Lindong was unceremonious. MMP, this is my wife. You guys let me go. If eyes could kill, Chao would have cleared the screen. Mr. Xian's heart was already in his throat. Nervous. What's going on? Why isn't he down yet? After another hour, the eyes of many of the wealthy businessmen present were green. Now they were no longer trying to kill Lindong. They were trying to kill Mr. Chen. What kind of bad idea is this, Qian's? My wife/daughter/niece/goddaughter has been all over him and he's still so refreshed. Comfortable. Thanks to the gift of nature. Lindong sat back in his chair with a satisfied face and lit a cigarette to gulp it down. Mr. Qian laughed dryly. Lindong, you've had your fun. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Lindong looked at him seriously, then lost his smile. Okay, I have no other qualities as a person. I just like to keep my promises. And since you guys are so understanding, here, the golden sandhawk was thrown out. And Mr. Qian hastily took it. The eyes under the lenses instantly became cold, and the gun was aimed at Lindong. Kid, finally let me wait for my chance. Right. The rest of the wealthy businessmen pulled out their guns, pistols, shotguns, rifles and so on and so forth, being pointed at by more than a dozen gun muzzles at the same time. Lindong still smoked blandly. What? Is Mr. Qian turning his back so soon? Didn't we work together quite happily just now? Shucks. How do you deserve to work with me? If it wasn't for the end times now, I would have made your family die in minutes. Mr. Qian was furious, although he wasn't sure why the sleeping pills never worked, but if he didn't kill Lindong, he was going to be slaughtered by Zhou Dong and the others. Lindong shrugged his shoulders and lightning grabbed the unconscious beauty woman to block her body. Wife! Mr. Fei immediately exclaimed, horrified. Lindong, are you still a man? Let go of my wife. Lindong laughed out loud. The matter of whether I am a man or not, hasn't it been proven just now? You! Bang! Mr. Qian gritted his teeth and instantly pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the body of the beautiful woman and blood bloomed. Mr. Fei was shocked. Surname Qian. You, don't talk nonsense. Your wife has already been played by Lindong. Dead is dead. If we don't kill Lindong, we will all die. Mr. Qian angrily shouted, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd rushed to fire, and the beautiful woman was instantly shot to pieces. But Lindong's figure had already disappeared from sight. Where are the people? At this moment, Lindong, who had appeared behind the maids at some point, kicked the chair. Still pretending to be asleep? Get up and work. The maids turned instantly awake. Ling Xue delicately stretched. Master, what are these people going to do? Lindong sneered. Naturally, I'll kill them all. Don't spare anyone. These rich people are interesting. Set up the hangmen banquet. First use the beauty trick to let him off guard. And then use the false news of the end of the world will pass to fool. And then use the sleeping pills. After driving in such a big circle in the end you take out a dozen guns? What's the point of going through all that trouble? He still prefers to be straightforward. The rich merchants were horrified and immediately turned their guns to shoot. But what kind of strength were the maids? It's like a hungry pack of wolves charging into a flock of sheep, easily dodging bullets while shooting one little friend at a time. Mr. Money freaked out and ran as he fought. Don't hide, all of you. Come out and kill them all. As soon as the words fell, the entire neighborhood rushed in with kitchen knives, but in the next second, after seeing the scene of the maid's killing spree, they fled in fear. They were all a bunch of pampered ones. When had they ever seen such a hellish scene? Chapter 71, The Beautiful Teacher Shark is Crazy. It was a massacre. Ling Xue and the girls even felt that using guns was not enjoyable and picked up kitchen knives. Don't run, uncles. Let me chop a bit. The maids' voices were sweet and cloying, but their smiles were horrifyingly scary. Only Qin Shuya was cowering under the dining table, holding the gun and not daring to show her head. Lindong covered her face and walked up to slap her on her arse. What are you wimpy about? Qin Shuyao's face was bitter. Master, I'm afraid. It took a lot of effort to make up my mind the last time I killed someone. If you keep being such a wimp, I don't want you anymore. Lindong threatened her, then arranged to the maids. You guys, go clean up the neighborhood, and leave this building for her. Ling Xue was full of reluctance. People haven't had the pleasure of killing yet. After all, most of them were hiding in Mr. Qian's house, and not many of them ran out. But the master had given the word, and they could only obey. Lindong looked at Qin Shuyao. Go! People are killing you with guns. How long are you going to be a wimp? Qin Shuyao still wanted to say something, but Lindong's eyes were already getting more and more gloomy, and she immediately shivered. Good, I'll go. At this time in the house of Mr. Qian, I do not know how many people are hiding. They also know that now they have all become a turtle in a jar, but none of them dared to rush out, and deceive themselves and others to hide. Soon, Qin Shuyao kicked open the door of a room, and the person inside was instantly frightened and begged for mercy on his knees. Please don't kill me. It was all Mr. Qian's idea. I was forced to do it. Qin Shuyao raised his gun and struggled for a long time before he finally shot him in the head. Next room. Don't kill me. I'll be a cow for you. Bang. Next room. Have mercy. Bang. Next room. Bang. Lindong watched with immense satisfaction. The beautiful teacher was already getting better and more skillful. And it is true. Killing, it's addictive. Even at the back. After the bullets ran out, Qin Shuyao took the initiative to pick up the fruit knife on the ground and chose to physically fight. Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Qin Shuyao pinched the man's neck with one hand and stabbed the other party's heart one after another. It wasn't until the man's heart was all stabbed out that she dropped the body and reached out with her veiny hand again, stroking the hair of the terrified, crazed woman next to her. Don't scream. Shoo. With a swish, the fruit knife cut across the woman's neck. Not knowing how many people she had killed, Qin Shuyao looked like she was possessed, her eyes scarlet incomparably coming to the last room. Knock knock. The knock on the door was like a death knell. Hey, 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 I know you're hiding in there. Open the door. If you don't open the door, I'll come in myself. Yo. With a bang, the door to the room was kicked open hard, and there were 3 people inside. Mr. Qian, his goddaughter Jiangshi, and Chen Yunshi. The 3 of them shivered as they looked at Qin Shuyao, who was drenched in blood, and Chen Yunshi was even more terrified. This is Mr. Qian. How did she get like this? Mr. Qian's legs shook like chaff from the shock, raising his gun to shoot at Qin Shuyao. Bang! This shot. Qin Shuyao didn't dodge and let the bullet hit her shoulder, but she didn't look like she was in pain at all. Instead she revealed a hideous smile. You hit me. It hurts so much. Chen Yunshi had been scared into a trance and her pants were wet. Mom, is Mr. Qian crazy? Mr. Qian's obese body was sweating like a pig. Even the hand holding the gun was shivering, so he couldn't aim at all. Seeing Qin Shuyao step forward, Mr. Qian closed his eyes and continuously pulled the trigger. The magazine was quickly emptied. When he opened his eyes again, he lost Qin Shuyao's trace. People, where are the people? Turning his head, he saw, however, that Chen Yunshi and Jiangshi were trembling and looking at his back with horrified faces. Go to hell. Mr. Chen flew and slammed his gun backward. Qin Shuyao lightning raised her hand to catch it, wiping it clean and tucking it into her bosom. This is the master's gun. And at the same time, Mr. Chen grabbed the fruit knife in Jiangshi's hand and put it on Chen Yunshi's neck, shouting, Don't come over again. I'll kill her. As expected, this scene was quite effective, and Qin Shuyao did not continue to move forward. Chen, brother Qian, what are you doing? How could she not expect that Chief Qian, who looked both gentlemanly and majestic, would actually take her as a hostage? Mr. Qian shouted angrily, What are you doing? Be good and don't move. I don't want to die. Bitch, it's all because of your false information that I made an error in judgment, and now all the people are dead. Do you know that? You know what? Chen Yunshi was roared into the clouds, revealing a pitiful expression. It's not my fault. I don't even know how you guys are going to deal with Lindong. It's not like it has anything to do with me. Snap. Mr. Qian raised his hand and slapped her heavily on the face, and her pretty face immediately became red and swollen. And it has nothing to do with you? It's useless to say anything now. If I die, you'll have to die with me. Chen Yunxue is numb. She went through a lot of trouble to escape from the devil's den, met Mr. Qian and others, and thought she had found a new backer. She was even thinking about how she could enjoy each other's supplies as a matter of course without letting Mr. Qian touch her. But he didn't expect that just one day had passed, and his own backing had been completely dismantled by Lindong. No, even Lindong didn't show up. One Mr. Qian was enough. That's not true. Isn't Mr. Qian an ordinary man? Chen Yunxue was jolted, and only then did she understand why General Manager Qian said that her intelligence was wrong. Previously, she had personally said that Liang Jihan and Qin Shuyao were ordinary people. Now, she's taken out so many people by herself, and she calls this a normal person? Shocked beyond measure, she looked at Qin Shuyao and asked, Teacher Qin, when did you acquire your supernatural ability? Qin Shuyao revealed a flirtatious smile. Naturally, my master gave it to me. It's only been a day and I'm so good. Chen Yunxue looked at her in shock. It's that simple? She was well aware that when her boyfriend Fomi was exposed to the poisonous snow, he was in a hard fever and coma for 3 days before he gained his supernatural powers. She's good for 1 day? Lindong has this kind of skill? Snap. Mr. Qian slapped her in the face again. Chatter, your paralyzed chatter. Is this your teacher? You hurry up and tell her to leave me alone. Hurry up. Chen Yunxue looked at her pitifully. Teacher Qin, I'm your student. Before it's all my fault for being capricious. As a teacher, it's your duty to protect the safety of your students. Can you get out of here and let us go? However, Qin Shuyao slowly shook her head. But, you even tried to scratch my face before? And, Qin Shuyao suddenly grabbed Jiangxi, who was trembling at the side, and the knife was placed across her neck. Master said to kill everyone here. Not a single one. Chapter 72, the high school flower finally bows down. The blood-stained blade rested gently on the snow-white jade neck, and Jiangxi was shocked into tears. Godfather, save me. With his goddaughter held hostage, the struggle flickered across Mr. Qian's face. Are you still a teacher? How dare you have the face to take my goddaughter as a hostage? Qin Shuyao shrugged her shoulders. You're still a public figure. I remember that you seem to still be the vice chairman of the Jiangcheng Business Alliance. Don't you also take students as hostages? Either we both let them go, or you watch your goddaughter die in front of you. Mr. Qian was so disliked that he was speechless. Mud, you make so much sense. I'm actually speechless. Mad. Mr. Qian shouted angrily. If Laozi lets go, neither of us will be able to escape. Xiao sure, Godfather has treated you well, and has spent a lot of money on you over the years, so consider it a sacrifice for Godfather. Jiangxi looked at him in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. How could he be so heartless? Fatty Qian, are you still not a man? This girl dropped out of school to have an abortion for you, and was even given to someone else to play with as a means of business. How can you do this to me? Mr. Money snorted. Isn't that what goddaughters are supposed to do? Do you really think I spent my money for nothing? Qin Shuyao slowly said. It seems that your godfather doesn't love you. Then I can only apologize. The blade slowly cut through the neck. Jiangxi's body struggled violently, his eyes glaring at Mr. Qian in death, as if he wanted to swallow this man. With his goddaughter dying in front of his eyes, a trace of intolerance flashed in Mr. Qian's eyes, but he quickly firmed up. Nothing is as important as your own life. If your goddaughter dies, she dies. As long as the old man doesn't die, he can find it again. At that moment, Lindong walked in. It's not over yet? What's the point of dawdling? Chen Yunxue looked like she had seen a savior. Lindong, quickly save me. Lindong, Mud is sick. Seeing that Lindong was unmoved, Chen Yunxue really panicked. Now that Ms. Qian has hatred for herself, and Qian always takes herself as a hostage. If Lindong refuses to save her, she will surely die. Lindong, no, master. Yunxue is wrong. Yunxue is really wrong. I shouldn't have done that to you. I shouldn't have run away. I am truly willing to be your maid, and you can do anything you want to me. Mr. Qian also hurriedly said. Lindong, I didn't touch this. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will never hurt her. Lindong looked at Qin Shuyao. What's the point of dilly-dallying? Settle it all together. Both of them were appalled at the same time. Lindong was determined to kill them. Stinking trash. Seeing that Qin Shuyao was already ready to make a move, Mr. Qian immediately pushed Chen Yunxue out and ran towards the window with his legs drawn. Pust! Qin Shuyao threw out the fruit knife with force, instantly giving him a penetrating heart fly. Chief Qian stared blankly at the tip of the knife that came out through his chest, and collapsed to the ground with eyes full of resignation. Now, it's down to Chen Yunshi. By now the young girl was crying, truly frightened. Done. It's all over. She kind of completely realized that when the end times were at hand, no one could be relied on. He thought that Feng Yi would be able to take himself flying after possessing superpowers, but it turned out that when he actually encountered danger, he decisively left himself behind. When he meets Lindong, he wants to take Lindong in the same way that Feng Yi was conditioned, but he is treated violently by the other party. It was so hard to escape from the devil's den and meet Mr. Qian, and I was counting on Mr. Qian to bring a new life to myself. I didn't realize that I was nothing more than a joke delivered to my door. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. Looking at the murderous Qin Shuyao, Chen Yunshi was envious. Obviously, the beautiful teacher before was so weak and bullying, but now, she possessed great power and could control her own life and death, and even more so, she could control the life and death of others, and that was only because she was willing to submit to Lindong. Thinking of this, Chen Yunshi's heart crossed and her silver teeth clenched. Wow! Tearing off the thick down jacket on her body, she let the cold, biting cold temperatures assault her snow-white skin. Master, Yunshi is wrong. Yunshi is willing to do anything for you. To be an ox, to be a horse, just do whatever you want to me. Don't kill me, please, don't kill me. At this moment, Chen Yunshi put down all her pride and self-respect and only sought to live. Qin Shuyao stood aside and sighed deeply. This stupid kid, has he finally come to his senses only now? At moments like this, all small wits are floating clouds, and the only capital to live is a strong man in power. Lindong leaned on the doorframe and revealed an inexplicable smile. Oh, but who said before that even if you die, you can't be a dog for me? I still like it when you're untamed and you recover. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yunshi is considered to be completely out. Heavy kowtow. Forehead hit crack. Blood flowed all over the face. Pure and lovely face looks hideous and horrible. Yunshi was wrong. Yunshi will never dare again. Lindong sneered and reached out to pinch her chin. I sense your sincerity, so I've decided that I'll give you a chance to be a trainee maid, and your duties, in addition to serving me, will be to serve several other maids as well. If you don't agree, I am willing. Master, you can arrange Yunshi as you wish, then you should make the most of your opportunity. Yo, don't go down the same path as the first trainee maid. Chen Yunshi was stunned and asked apprehensively, what did she do? Lindong laughed. Against the rules, was exploded head. That blood brain matter mess, flowed all over the place. Chen Yunshi hurriedly kowtowed again with a shiver. Don't worry master, I'll be obedient. Well good girl. Xinhuan Yu and the other maids returned to the initial building after purging the entire neighborhood. Ling Xue jumped up and down very happily. Yay, I killed the most this time. Xinhuan Yu smiled bitterly. This burnt hoof was so lucky. The master hasn't returned yet. He must still be in Mr. Qian's building. Let's wash and clean ourselves first. Looking at the somewhat absent-minded Jiang Zhu, Liang Jihan was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Injured? No. No. Jiang Zhu hastily shook his head. The reason why she was distracted was because she saw a message from her fiancé. Northstar awakened successfully and became a shifter. All day long she was in a state of apprehension, afraid that Xia Beichen would suddenly come to her door and realize that she had taken the shape of Lindong. With Mr. Ba's character, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to accept it at all. Well, it seems like any man can't take it. Being caught in the middle yourself can be very difficult, but there was nothing she could do. She had always been in a state of avoidance before, but how long could she avoid it? Subconsciously, Jiang Zhu was actually enjoying this exciting feeling of backing virtue, but she was also aware that this state wouldn't last long. Once North Star and Lindong met, it was bound to be a fight to the death. Just after reading this, the maids looked up at the door at the same time. Someone's coming. Chapter 73, Sister-in-law so strong? Mud, running quite far, but let me a good meal to find Xia Jian arrived at Mirror Lake Spring. Most of the day had been spent following the trail of the caravan, except for the lucky catch of two awakened. Where's the car? Xia Jian was confused for a moment. Never mind, since the trail disappeared here, it means the other party must be hiding here. Just go in and look for it. Get the whole neighborhood. The security guards were just about to make their move when the door to the room opened. Xia Jian's pupils immediately shrunk. So many beautiful women. The appearance of one of the women looked very familiar, and Xia Jian pulled out a photo and compared it. Well, sister-in-law found it. Sure enough, the real thing is even more energizing than the photos. This sister-in-law. Yuck, I'm going to eat this dumpling. Xinhuan Yu said coldly. I don't care who you are and what your purpose is. I advise you to leave. What an arrogant woman. Xia Jian couldn't help but snort. Leave? I, Xia Jian, have grown up so much that this is the first time someone has dared to talk to me like this. Don't you think so, sister-in-law? Then he turned his gaze to Jiang Zhu. Jiang Zhu's pretty face immediately turned white. Summer family, here we go. Shen Wanyu frowned. She's your sister-in-law? Your Xia Beichen's brother? Yeah, before I left the house this morning, my dear brother had explained to me properly, saying that no matter what, I have to bring my sister-in-law back. Xia Jian's gaze greedily stared at Jiang Zhu. Sister-in-law, I'm here to pick you up. Come with me? Shen Wanyu sneered. Since it's your in-laws, deal with it yourself. After saying that, he took Ling Xue and the girls back to the house to eat their melons, leaving behind Jiang Zhu who was at a loss for words. Xia Jian slowly stepped forward and smiled as he sized up Jiang Zhu. Should I say no? That stupid big brother has no IQ, but his aesthetics are truly unmatched. This face value, this body, comparable to play a lot of female celebrities, just a little bit worse than the big sister at home. But the difference is not much. Come back with me, sister-in-law. Big brother is waiting so hard for you. Xia Jian nonchalantly reached for Jiang Zhu. Jiang Zhu lightning retracted her hand and took a step back. Xia Jian, you go back. Please tell Beichen that I'm not going back. From the moment she met Lindong, she completely lost the chance to return to Xia Beichen. Not going back? Xia Jian frowned, then laughed coldly. Sister-in-law, I can't deliver if you're like this. Jiang Zhu clenched her red lips and her eyes were red. You should leave. It's very dangerous here. If you're still willing to recognize me as your sister-in-law, just trust me for once. It's not safe here. You should go back. North Star's side. I will personally give him an explanation when I have the chance. Xia Jian coldly grunted. Stinking, really stepping on the horse to give you face not face. Lousy, not only do not go. You, and those few chicks, lousy all except. Jiang Zhu was stunned and instantly became so angry that he was shivering. Xia Jian, what are you babbling about? This stupid kid, don't be a deadbeat. Ling Xue poked her head out from behind the door. He wants to eat dumplings. Not only is his name Xia Jian, but he's a lowly enough person. Xia Jian laughed out loud, not ashamed but honored. Shake, you know me well. Oh, I'll go easy on you later. Ling Xue retracted her head with a sneer. He's dead. Xia Jian, this is the last chance. If you turn around and go back now, there is still room for everything. Jiang Zhu was also able to see that this Xia Jian was simply not harboring any good intentions, and that he could not listen to good words at all. So we're just gonna have to get rough? Swish, an ice blade surfaced in Xia Jian's hand. That's a lot of nonsense. I hope your mouth is still this sharp later. He knew that Jiang Zhu was also an awakened, so he had no problem taking the lead in attacking. Jiang Zhu's body leaned back to dodge it, and her pretty face turned icy cold. Since the other party was looking for death over and over again, she wasn't polite either. You who? Not bad at all. Xia Jian laughed, and another ice blade appeared. Both knives cut in unison. Jiang Zhu clenched his fist and slammed it down heavily against the ice blade. Looking for death. Xia Jian laughed coldly. His ice blade could be sharper than an ordinary steel blade. It was a pity that his sister-in-law's beautiful hand. Click. The meat fist collided with the ice blade, and the latter instantly exploded, sending countless pieces of ice ballast flying about. What? Xia Jian's pupils contracted violently, but Jiang Zhu's fist still continued to punch forward. In the nick of time, Xia Jian's chest condensed into a layer of ice armor, and with a boom, the meat fist heavily bombarded above his chest. The fierce and huge force came. Xia Jian's eyes instantly bulged out, and his body flew out backwards, plowing a long furrow in the ground. The crowd of security was stunned on the spot. Young Master Xia Jian, knocked away? Cough. Xia Jian struggled to get up from the ground. The ice armor on his chest had shattered, and his expression was hideous. If it wasn't for the ice armor blocking him just now, the other party's punch would have been enough to blow him through the roof. What the hell are you waiting for? Kill her. The security guards hurriedly pulled out their guns to shoot. Jiang Zhu's face was icy cold, and his figure leaped high into the air, then slammed down heavily. Snap! A security guard was blown to mush by it on the spot. These were ordinary people who didn't have the slightest power to stop them. Liang Jihan staggered. Jiang Zhu Shark has gone crazy, hitting her in-laws so hard. Shen Wanyue coldly grunted. Have you ever seen an in-law whose body was missed by his brother-in-law? It's just right to kill them. Ling Xue heatedly laughed. I've seen it inside an island movie. Oh, that plot. It's so exciting. Do you think that if Xia Jian really took Jiang Zhu down, will we be able to see the live drama? Shen Wanyu rolled up her eyes. You want to see the master being cuckolded? Ling Xue hurriedly shook her head. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I withdraw. Angela Liang. Inwardly, he was secretly wary. In addition to their thirst for killing, this group of women were also unkind to each other, so they had to be extra careful. In just a few moments, Jiang Zhu had already taken out a dozen or so security guards, leaving only the stunned brother-in-law. I said, if you had left earlier, maybe you wouldn't have died. Jiang Zhu was saddened in her heart, so much so that she was equivalent to a complete break with the Xia family. Shen Wanyu, You're so vicious, but why is there still a sense of relief in my heart? Perhaps the nagging apprehension disappeared after the choice was finally made. Xia Jian's entire body shivered and said incredulously, Why are you so strong? In the Foundation's intelligence, most of the awakened out there were C-ranked, and none of them had any special abilities. Although he himself was also a C-rank, he possessed ice-typed psychic abilities and had a very strong fighting ability. But damn it, sister-in-law is a bit too strong, isn't she? Previously, he had planned to capture Jiang Zhu, and after having a good time himself first, he would then bring Jiang Zhu and Lindong back to the Xia family together. In this way, Xia Beichen would be completely disgraced. The fiancé of the family's future heir was hanging out with pariahs, and there was no way the family head would tolerate that. But I didn't realize that sister-in-law is so strong. Chapter 74, Xia Family Misery. Big Star Angry. Xia Jian cursed the Foundation in his heart, and at the same time, he urged his supernatural energy to form an ice sled under his feet. Can't beat it. Ready to slip. Seeing his intentions, Jiang Zhu sighed with a complicated expression and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Asterisk. Xia Jian was shocked and turned his head to run, but that blood-stained little pink fist, with a terrifying might, heavily bombarded towards his head. Snap! The watermelon shattered as blood and brains splattered away. Jiang Zhu stared blankly at the sky, letting the blood droplets fall on his body. His eyes reddened and he covered his face and cried, not for Xia Jian's sorrow, but for the self that was once in love with Xia Beichen. There's no going back at all. The last trace of extravagance and fluke hidden in the depths of the heart also completely disappeared. In the future, she would no longer be Xia Beichen's fiancé. It will only be Lindon's dog. The master is all that is left of himself. Ha! What's she crying about there? Lindong suddenly came back and was a bit curious when he saw that several maids were cowering in the doorway looking at the crying Jiang Zhu outside. The maids turned around in a hurry, and then all of their pupils contracted violently as they sucked in a breath of cool air. Let's not talk about Qin Shuya who was drenched in blood on the side. What was the master carrying on his shoulder? Looks like a human being, doesn't it? But that's too bad. Is the master a mad cow? So buildable. Shen Wanyu hurriedly gathered her mind and said, Master, just now the Xia family's people have found their way up here. After listening to the maid's narration, Lindong revealed a bad smile and looked at her. Maid of the moon, you know your stuff. He naturally understood that Shen Wanyu was forcing Jiang Zhu to make a complete break with the Xia family and not to serve his master all day while still thinking of his fiancée. Ling Xue asked in a low voice, Master, who is this you're carrying? Oh, that college student chanting Lindong threw Chen Yunshi on his shoulder to her. From now on, she's a probationary maid, so take her to wash and rest, and if she dares to act like she did before, kill her. Ling Xue took it and couldn't help but spit out her tongue. Originally, I thought I had a good feel for my master's abilities. In hindsight, I was still too young. Maid 6, Shen Yunshi. Circumference, 36C-14-32. System score, 84. Current strength, level 3. Maid set, none. Overall, the schoolgirl is still moist, but unfortunately, her physique is too poor. In order to pull a wave of leveling progress, Lindong worked quite hard. The result was that Chen Yunshi almost followed her mother's old path. But today's surprise is still a beautiful teacher. I did not expect. Female teachers actually have two faces. In its normal state soft and gentle, it looks pure and good. Who would have guessed that killing someone is so crazy and sickly? It's very personalized. The night was a sad one for the Xia family. Xia Beichen paced back and forth in the hall, looking anxious. Why hasn't Xia Jian returned? Did something happen to Xiaozhu? In the morning, the 7 members of the Xia family led the way, setting off with high aspirations. In the evening, only 3 returned. Xia Qingyu, Xia Beichen, and 1 lucky Xia cousin. As for the others, they are completely out of contact. Xia Junfeng had an old face that was about to drip with gloom, and if it wasn't for the fact that as the head of the family he needed to be calm and quiet, he was already about to smash something. Is the Treadmill Foundation intentionally trying to screw over my Xia family? Didn't the deacon say that the awakened in the outside world are at most C-rank strength? Why is it that my C-level clan with a bunch of gun-toting security is mostly lost? The result, needless to say, must have been death out there. It was not easy for the Xia family to be about to take off. It was only a day before they suffered such a heavy blow. Who could stand it? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Xia Junfeng dialed the deacon with 1 phone call. 2 minutes later, Xia Junfeng smashed his cell phone with a single grip, his face turning blue. Dad, what did the foundation say? Xia Qingyu asked coolly. What else can we say? Xia Junfeng roared. The foundation is a bunch of hungry wolves that eat people without spitting bones. They had wrong intelligence and blamed us for not doing our job properly, and only captured less than 10 experimental subjects in 1 day. The deacon is also planning to cut down on the amount of serum provided for the next collaboration. Treadmill. You're a bunch of losers, wasting so much serum for nothing, and actually not even able to beat those dirt dogs outside. Had I known you guys were such losers, I might as well pick a new batch of people. The crowd of Xia clan's children were sprayed and didn't dare to risk their heads. This time, it's a very heavy loss. Those who obtained the qualification for awakening yesterday were all the mainstays of the Xia family. A large number of awakening died, and another batch died today capturing the experimental subjects. This is no longer a wounding. This is like the sky is about to fall. If the Xia clan did not have a sufficient number of awakened beings as their underpinnings, sooner or later they would be eliminated by the large number of awakened beings in the outside world. Xia Qingyu comforted. Dad, you rest your anger. I'm not angry? How can I rest my anger? Xia Junfeng aimed his spear at his daughter. Don't think I don't know how many experimental subjects you've accidentally killed on the basis of your strength? If you hadn't captured too few experimental subjects, would I have to be so passive in my negotiations with the Foundation? Xia Qingyu bitterly said. Dad, but those experimental subjects. Don't say it. I can kind of see that you only think about yourself. You haven't even considered the future of the Xia family. Xia Junfeng interrupted. I decided that it's better to continue the marriage contract between the Xia and Yun families. Xia Qingyu's face instantly turned white. Dad, you personally told me yesterday that the marriage contract was cancelled. How can you go back on your words? Xia Junfeng coldly grunted. I thought that with an A+ rank like you in the Xia family, our Xia family's heritage would skyrocket. But you have failed me. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. As it happens, the Yun family's son has already contacted me today, and tomorrow he will pay a visit to the door with the serum he collaborated with from the Foundation as a gift. This batch of serum is very important to the Xia family. Say whatever you have to eat it. Xia Qingyu's petite body trembled violently as she stared at her father with eyes full of unbelief. By this moment, she was considered to completely understand that her father didn't see her as a daughter at all. Think of yourself as nothing more than a tool to keep your family stable and growing. The family is weak, and he himself is a tool of the union. The family rises, and he himself is the leader. Failure to rise to the top would eventually reduce himself to a tool of the union once again. He wouldn't even give himself time. He just hammered away at denying himself everything. Xia Qingyu's fists were clenched. The anger and resentment in her eyes were hidden deep in her heart. Since you call me heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. Ignoring his daughter's anger, Xia Junfeng stood up and said aloud, although we have the Yun family's serum, we can't tear our faces off with the Foundation yet. Tomorrow, you three, keep going out and catching experiments for me. Certain people, hope you rat-tail juice. Chapter 75, Hell's Devil Suit. In the boudoir, Xia Qingyu's eyes were sinister and she was thinking about something. Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching. Thud. Sis, are you asleep? The person who came was Xia Beichen. Xia Qingyu opened the door expressionlessly. What is it? Seeing his sister in a bad mood, Xia Beichen revealed a naive smile and squeezed in. Sis, I know you're in a bad mood and I came over specifically to comfort you. Dad did go too far today, but he's also thinking about the future of the family, so don't be mad at him. If he didn't mention it, Xia Qingyu instantly became furious. For the future of the family? For the future of the family can so easily sacrifice me? Am I his daughter or a tool? How do you think the Xia family got to be as big as they are now? How do you think you got to be the president of the Xia group? It's all because of me. I was the one who fought to the death in the entertainment industry, who weighed in between the capitals of all parties, who went to laugh and drink to pull in investments for the family. I used all the money I earned to build up the industry for the family, and in the end, my stake was hollowed out. The whole Xia family is sucking my blood alone, you know? Now that the money is useless, I'm a tool of the union again. Do you think I should hate him? Xia Beichen looked at his sister in a daze, dumbfounded. I'm afraid that if I were in my sister's shoes, I would be more upset than she is. Since you can't console, change the subject. Sis, things can't be changed anymore. We can only look forward. I just secretly asked Dad. Big brother Yun is also a plus rank now. His strength isn't weaker than yours. When you two get married, you'll definitely be the most envied fairy couple in Dragon Kingdom in the future. Saying that, he thought of Jiang Zhu again and lost his expression. All day today Xiaozhu didn't reply to his messages and didn't answer his phone calls, making him apprehensive. How is she doing? Xiaozhu? Xia Qingyu coldly grunted. So what if it's A+ grade? I, Xia Qingyu, have never been weaker than any man, nor will I submit to any man. Noticing her brother's abnormal mood, she instantly realized that this kid was thinking about women, with a twinkle in her eye. Not knowing what came to her mind, Xia Qingyu revealed a bright smile. Beichen, do you love Jiang Zhu very much? Xia Beichen's face straightened. Sister, I will not marry her in my life. If that's the case, Xia Qing said leisurely, then sister will do you this favor. Really? Xia Beichen's eyes lit up. You agree that I should go to the ancient mountainous region to look for Xiaozhu tomorrow? Xia Qingyu shook her head. You can't go. I'll go. Xia Beichen was puzzled. Why? Alas, my silly brother, Xia Qingyu sighed. Aren't you afraid that she won't see you? Xia Beichen was speechless. Today, Xiao Zhu hadn't contacted him all day, so he must be angry. It was clear that he had agreed to pick her up once he had succeeded in his awakening. Xia Qingyu faintly said, before it was me who stopped you from going to him. I, as a sister, was at fault. In order to solve the misunderstanding between you, it has to be me who personally goes to the door to apologize and go to fetch her back. Besides, if Dad doesn't trust me, then why would I go to all that trouble to catch an experiment? Apart from me, you are the strongest in this family. For the sake of the family, we can't leave this matter of catching experimental subjects behind. Do you understand? Xia Beichen frowned, although he always felt that the reason was a bit far-fetched. He couldn't pick a fault. Most importantly, he trusted his sister. Sis, then I'm counting on you. Make sure you bring Xiaozhu back for me. Don't worry. The boss left with a smile on his face. Looking at her brother's back, Xia Qingyu's face slowly darkened. Why should you be able to pursue happiness while I'm stuck as a tool of family sacrifice? That's not fair. My good brother, don't blame your sister. Mirror Lake Spring. Inside the wide and bright bedroom, Lindong was lying alone on the big bed resting. Even now, he never keeps any maid to sleep with him. Helping the maids to practice is a physical job. From yesterday to today, in addition to eating and killing people is practicing, but also have to supervise them to cut each other against each other. Also have to rest properly. Tick-tock. Today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. A post-apocalyptic door-opening artifact that can blast away all obstacles. 2. Unlimited cigarettes. 3. Hell's Demon Suit. 4. A ballpoint pen that won't fall out no matter how you turn it. Lindong instantly made a carp and his eyes shone brightly. Lean. Set coming up? Ever since unlocking the Battle Maid feature, Lindong always had his heart set on hoping when the set would be swiped. It's not easy. It's finally brushed out. Pick 3. Inside the system space, a deck of cards appeared. On the card, it was a lifelike image of a demon, with a double-horned head, a hideous face, and demonic wings on its back, looking very powerful and domineering. Hell Devil Suit can be worn and uninstalled by the host or any maid, and can be reworn after uninstallation. Set effect: after wearing it, you can readily use it to transform into a hellish demon, with no time limit, and will gain demonic power according to the wearer's own supernatural strength. P.S. Maids wearing the suit will not be able to attack the host. The introduction is rather simple. It doesn't say exactly what effect this demonic power has. Try it and you won't know. Lindong took the card out and licked his lips in excitement. Use. In an instant, a thick and viscous black aura enveloped his entire body, and black light erupted from Lindong's body, intertwining and blending with the black mist. Breathing began to become heavy. Lindong's eyes became scarlet, and twin horns grew out of his forehead. Hula! 2 huge demonic wings that were 3 meters long stretched out. The black mist began to slowly collect into his body, and the demonic transformation was complete. Growing taller? Lindong opened his eyes and his first thought was that he had gotten taller from the ground. The original height of 1.8 meters or so was now well over 2 meters, covered in a black and red color scheme armor. The skin underneath the armor turned extremely thick and dark, full of power. Not bad, not ugly, commented Lindong as he looked into the mirror. Although his eyes had turned red and horns had grown on his head, his face was still his original handsome face, only darkened a bit. The 2 large wings on his back flapped gently, and a gale of wind instantly blew through the room, as if he were a part of his own body, moving as much as he wanted. Boom! The demon Linden crashed through the window and took off into the sky. Oh ho 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 ho! Exclaimed Linden excitedly. I can fly! With a flip of his wrist, a huge 3-meter-long demonic scythe appeared, and when he waved it casually, slashes of light flew out. Lindong felt carefully. This devil's suit, in addition to being able to fly and bring its own weapon, had also greatly strengthened his physical quality, increasing his combat power by a full 10 times. Wonderful! Wonderful! The only drawback is that the thing is unlimited, but it drains power. It wasn't a big problem though. With his rank, it was enough to use for half an hour. Chapter 76: The Devil's Suit. A favorite of Maid's. After experiencing the power of the demon suit properly, Lindong went back. The group of maids were going crazy with fear, thinking that Lindong had encountered an enemy attack, and if he didn't come back for so long, what kind of terrifying existence would the enemy be? Ah, where have you been, master? Chen Yunshi rushed over first, her face full of concern. All the maids, martyr, this new one is also a green tea. So good at acting. Ling Xue's nose went askew on the spot. She actually took my job. Lindong was in a good mood and didn't blame them for rushing into his bedroom. Nothing. Went out and tested a good one. Eyes flicked back and forth between a few of the maids, contemplating on whom to test the suit on. Judging from the character of these maids, it was undoubtedly Chen Yunshi who was the most suitable, which was a little devil. probationary maids, though, don't deserve suits yet, and he thought it would be most appropriate to have a hand of contrast. Ling Xue immediately pushed Chen Yunshi out of the way, puffed out her chest, gave her a provocative look, and asked daintily, "Master, what's so good about it? Can people use it?" The corner of Chen Yunshi's mouth was slightly skewed. "Stinking." Lindong stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment before finally locking his gaze on Qin Shuyao. At this time, the beautiful teacher was sleepy and looked dumbfounded. Tap on the system interface and put the hell demon suit on her. Qin Shuyao was immediately stunned, looking at her hands suspiciously, her pretty face exclaiming in horror, "Master, I feel like there's something extra inside me." Xin Wanyu was shocked. "What? This is impossible. Only 2 days Today her relatives were here, and her earlier worries were a complete false alarm, leaving her in a sensitive and complicated mood. "I'm not pregnant, but is Qin Shuyao pregnant?" Lindong rolled his eyes. "What's all the fuss about? Close your eyes and feel it. Drive it with your mind." Qin Shuyao obediently closed her eyes, and then just as Lindong had done before, a thick black mist surfaced, and the demonic suit began to load. Not long after, in the eyes of the dazed maids, the demon Qin Shuyao was born. Lindong was also surprised beyond measure, because the beautiful teacher's demonic image was so different from his own. So different. The twin horns on his forehead and the black and red color-coordinated demonic wings on his back did not differ much, but Qin Shuyao's skin did not darken as he did. Instead, it became even fairer, even white. A head of hair flowed without wind, and her scarlet eyes looked very seductive. The body, while growing taller, did not bulge with exploding muscles and had very soft lines. The armor on her body also didn't cover her entire body like Lindong's. Qin Shuyao's armor fit her perfect figure very well, revealing her snow-white lotus root arms and jade shoulders, and a layer of black and red fishing net stockings automatically appeared on her long legs. It even has a cute little tail growing out of the back. It looks very sexy. Qin Shuyao Devil Edition. The maid's eyes glazed over. What is this? Ling Xue looked at the mouth watering. "This one is also too good-looking blah. If they put on, that shall not be sexually explosive?" Qin Shuyao cried in fear. "Master, what is this?" In the heat of the moment his wings flapped and his body suddenly flew out upwards, his demonic horns plunging into the ceiling and his long legs flopping backwards and forwards. "Help!" Lindong secretly muttered. "This suit is also divided into male and female versions. I wear it and it's overbearing. The maid wears it and it's sexy. Theirs, meaning ow." Unloading the demon card, Qin Shuyao instantly changed back to her original form and fell to the floor. "This is my new toy. I just tested it out a while ago and it seems to be working. What are you guys doing?" Before the words fell, the maids had already come over with their eyes glazed over. "Master, I want it too. Master, I want it. I want it. I'll do anything. Master, I can give you cost safeties. Yo, bitch, you were supposed to be a safety officer. Master, I can wear a wedding dress." They could naturally see that the suit on Qin Shuyao just now definitely wouldn't be as simple as just changing her outfit. There must be other abilities. That's the kind of good stuff that can be more attractive than a designer bag. Lindong laughed, thinking pretty. "At the moment I only have one set of this. As for who I'm going to give it to, I'll think about it again." When the maids heard this, they even tried their best to please Lindong. The sky was overcast, already gray and cloudy, shrouded in thick dark clouds that seemed to be brewing an even bigger storm. Jiangcheng Foundation headquarters. The deacon had his hands behind his back, and looked at the lab with a grim expression as he watched the crying awakened in the lab. "Let go of me. You are illegal human experiments. Against human morality. Let go of me." The fat woman who had previously been knocked out by Xia Beicheng yelled at the top of her voice. Her hands and feet were handcuffed with chains made of special material and she couldn't move at all. The technician, dressed in white, carefully removed the syringe, which was filled with an unknown red liquid. "Don't struggle. Your contribution will provide a great help to the evolution of mankind. You should be grateful." When he finished, he stuck a needle into the woman's neck and the liquid was injected into her body. Don't wow. The fat woman struggled violently, her chains clanking as they were pulled. Suddenly, the fat woman's body stopped moving and she stared up at the ceiling with wide eyes that began to blanch. Deacon's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the last experiment on hand. It had to be a success. Soon, the fat woman's skin began to swell rapidly. The bloody tissue beneath the epidermis was clearly visible, and strands of crimson liquid flowed under the skin. The body grew larger and larger, and the woman's expression began to become hideous and twisted. A mouthful of yellow teeth clenched and squeaked, and her eyes filled with red blood. Alas, still failed. Deacon shook his head sadly. As soon as the words left her mouth, the woman's body suddenly exploded, her flesh and blood tissues turning into small flying pieces. The technician dodged and was sprayed in the face, vomiting on the spot. "Marred. All of you are a bunch of losers. Under the end of the world, Any change can occur. Within 3 days, if you guys can't make a breakthrough, then inject me with the awakening serum yourselves and go up as experimental subjects yourselves. The deacon thought of the missing golden girls and couldn't help but curse. A bunch of technicians shivered and didn't dare to squeak. The technical supervisor stepped forward and said, "Don't be angry, Lord Deacon. In fact, our research has already made a breakthrough. Now it's just that the physical quality of the experimental subjects is too poor to withstand the raging medicinal power of our latest version of the alien enhancement serum. After our precise calculations, if we have an A-class, no, a plus-class experimental body, we believe we can succeed in the experiment and obtain successful experimental data." The deacon glared at him with a deadly glare and said in a cold voice, "So, what you're saying is that you're asking me to go and be an experimental subject for you?" The technical supervisor shook his head in horror. "No, Lord Deacon, that's not what I meant. I mean..." The words were barely out of his mouth when suddenly a small winged ant crawled on the tip of his nose. It's... Little ants suddenly burrowed into the nostrils. Chapter 77. The enmity of killing your wife is uncommon. The tech executive was horrified and tried everything he could to get the little ants out of his nostrils. Slap and blow hard again. "Ah, come out, come out." In just under 5 seconds, the tech supervisor's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Then the eye socket burst out and blood gushed out with the eyeball. Even more frightening, his ears, nose and mouth began to bleed rapidly, and his head quickly dried up. The crowd of technicians cowered in the corner with pale faces, watching the scene in horror. Deacon frowned. "Wormy brother, stop playing around." Seemingly understanding him, the little ant crawled bloodily out of the technical supervisor's eye socket, shaking sharply to shake the blood dry, and resumed the dark little ant. At the same time, the door to the research room was opened and a short figure walked in. "Hey, Uncle 2, isn't my little cutie great?" The person who came was a little over 1 meter 2 in height, and from the looks of it, he was a cute, drop-dead gorgeous little man. His face was fair and clean, with a pod head, large glasses hanging from the bridge of his nose, and a lollipop in his mouth. He looked harmless. Masa waved at the little ant, which obeyed its master's call, and its figure shot out like a bullet, then landed steadily on Masa's finger. Good boy, have you had enough this time, little cutie? What? You still want to eat? You're so small, your brain is not big enough for you to eat. Well, then I'll pick another one for you and see whose brain is more delicious." Masa flashed a goofy, cute smile and picked out his target. The group of technicians all looked at the young Masamune with pleading and desperation, hoping to escape. The deacon said coldly, "All right, these people are still useful. If you want to feed your pets, go to the garbage room. There are quite a few ruined experiments in there. Eat whatever you want, and call me deacon around here." Wormy is his own nephew and is 20 years old. Before the end of the world, Bugsy had this positive look for the rest of his life because he had a special rare disease. Years of illness led to Bugsy's psyche becoming extremely twisted, and after obtaining psychic abilities in the end times, it became even worse. And now he even lets his little ants specialize in sucking people's brain marrow. A living little pervert. If not for the fact that he was his elder, I'm afraid that the lawless Bug brother would have already scourged the Foundation's headquarters. Buggy brother pouted with a reluctant face. "Second uncle, those ruined experimental subjects are dead. Even some of their heads have exploded. My little cutie can't eat cold. It'll give me diarrhea." Deacon couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You've got all those little mutant ants that look like monsters, and they still have diarrhea? All right, do as you're told, or I'll take away your console." "Ah well." Wormy brother seemed to have been taken to his soft spot, and pitifully tucked the little ant into his sleeve. Just as he was about to leave, Bug D suddenly asked, "Right Uncle 2, Xiao Yu, how many times have I told you to call me Deacon?" "Okay, second uncle. Second uncle, do you know where Auntie Xiaoyu is? People want to play the game of adults in the cave with her." The deacon sighed deeply. The jade maiden has disappeared, along with the golden boy. Wormy brother's face changed. "Ha, even Uncle Bullhead is missing? Were they killed?" "It should be, otherwise they wouldn't have gone so long without sending back word." Deacon's eyes became deep. "What in the world exists in the ancient mountainous region that caused me to lose 3 generals in a row?" Wormy brother instantly turned murderous. "I made a promise with Auntie Xiaoyu that I would marry her as my wife when I grow up." "Second uncle, who killed them? I want to avenge my wife." "Deacon, Mud has so many slots, it's hard to know where to start spitting. Stay out of this. I'll keep sending people to track them down." "No way. I want to avenge my wife." "Stop it, or I'll take away your video game. Take it or leave it. The revenge of killing my wife is not shared." "Second uncle, if you don't tell me who killed them, I'll let Cutie eat everyone here." Wormy's expression was incredibly serious. "You can't stop me." "Second uncle." The deacon felt a headache. Once his great-nephew started to go crazy, he really couldn't stop him, unless he could bear to kill his great-nephew. Because Wormy Brother is also A+ and has special abilities, it is best suited for invasions in swarms. Bugsy was extremely sensitive and irritable because of his size and had been taunted by I don't know how many people since he was a child. Coincidentally, it happened that the two golden girls, who were also perverts, had taken advantage of his inattention and rifled his great-nephew. That's why Wormy has an extraordinarily good relationship with the couple. This is a big deal. I don't know who they were killed by. After Huang Fei discovered that Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology had lasers, the deacon agonized for a long time, but finally chose to tell the truth. Bugdy's eyes were filled with hatred. Ancient mountainous region? Then I'd like to see what kind of cowards are hiding there. After saying that, he pulled out his legs and ran away. The deacon tried to reach out to stop him, but his hand crossed in mid-air, and he finally sighed heavily and shouted, "Be careful, and keep me informed of any situation." Still, he couldn't stop Wormy from doing what he wanted to do. Although Wormy Brother had the personality and appearance of a child, he was clear that this great-nephew of his possessed an adult mind, and was not afraid that he would be abducted. And with Bugsy's glasses modified and fitted with a camera, Deacon can see Bugsy's condition in real time. Wormy put on his snowproof gear, picked up his little backpack, and walked out of the foundation with a killer two-handed wave. "Let's go, cooties!" In a flash, countless buzzing sounds rang out. A wisp of black mist began to appear in the air, and then more and more black mist began to converge towards Bugdy's side. Deacon couldn't help but stagger as he watched. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When did he raise so many bugs? The entire entrance of the foundation was haunted by black mist that was filled with densely packed bugs. I'm afraid there were hundreds of millions of them. How many people has this kid eaten with worms? I'm afraid all the living people in the vicinity for miles around have been eaten. Countless small insects began to attach themselves to Bugdy's back, quickly forming two large black wings. Bugdy's body began to slowly lift up into the air, then shot up into the sky. Deacon's pupils flared. Such a huge amount of bugs, and they were actually able to control it so finely. Bug Brother's strength was really strong. At the same time, Xiaqingyu also led a team to the ancient mountainous region. "Missy, the family master has explained that you have to catch at least 10 experimental subjects today. The task is more burdensome. The ancient mountainous region is more remote. It is not very suitable for you to complete the task. You see." A security guard saw that she was determined to run towards the ancient mountainous region, and couldn't help but speak out to remind her. Xiaqingyu's aura became even colder and stopped to look at them coldly. "I need you to tell me what to do." Chapter 78, Xiaqingyu vs. Bug Brother. The security guard hurriedly bowed his head. "Subordinate wouldn't dare. It's just that the family master gave us a deadly order to complete the mission today no matter what. Missy, will you please excuse me?" Xiaqingyu's beautiful eyes were gloomy as she slowly raised her right hand. Small snowflakes flowing around her fingertips. Compassionate? Swish. Small snowflakes flew out in lightning and instantly pierced through the man's head. "I sympathize with you? Then who will sympathize with me?" Xiaqingyu revealed a sardonic smile. The other security guards were stunned. "Missy kills people. Eldest miss. What are you doing?" "Xiao Zhou. He's just..." Swish. Before the words left his mouth, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead as well. "I've had enough of being dominated. Since you don't treat me as a human being, then all of you will die for me." Xiaqingyu's already sensitive and fragile heart was once again scarred by the security's words. With a wave of her veiled hand, the security guards who had scattered and fled were instantly swept away by the raging storm. When the wind and snow cleared, an ice sculpture stood on the snow surface. After resolving all the security, Xiaqingyu let out a cold snort and turned her head to continue advancing towards the ancient mountainous region. An hour later, the big star's beautiful eyes stared deeply up at the huge gully on the ground, the channel that Lindong's caravan had opened up earlier. "What the hell is it?" Xiaqingyu looked up and watched, spotting the buildings of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology in the distance. After entering the passageway, Xiaqingyu's pupils immediately shrank. She saw a little pink and jade boy, carrying a small school bag, standing in the passage at the moment, holding his arms and cocking his head to think about something. "Why is there a child here?" Xiaqingyu secretly rose in alarm. Bugdy's first stop target was Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. Went in to explore, failed to find any trace of Jade Maiden, and just came out not long after. Xiaqingyu arrived. Seeing the stranger appear, Bugsy's eyes lit up and he raised his right hand high in greeting. "Hello sister, do you know what kind of car made this road?" Xiaqingyu vaguely sensed that something was wrong and turned her head away without a word. "Hey, sister, where are you going?" Bug Brother pulled his legs up and followed, his little short legs pouring out extremely fast. "Whose sister you run what ah? Little Bug is not a bad guy." Buggy was panting and his eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaqingyu. "What a beautiful sister. I don't know if she's willing to play grown ups in a cave with me." "Wow sister, you are so beautiful. Can I marry you when I grow up?" "Xiaqingyu, what do you do?" "Little brother, why are you here?" Xia Qingyu carefully surveyed the bug brother, feeling from the beginning to the end that this was just an ordinary child, but who dares to go outside in the freezing cold? Wormy brother showed a pitiful expression. My wife died. I came out to avenge her, but I don't know who the enemy is. Xia Qingyu? The more Bug D looked at Xia Qingyu, the more he liked her, and excitedly said, Sister, you're even prettier than my wife. Why don't you be my wife? Not interested. You find someone else. Xia Qingyu turned her head and left. That's right. This kid is a psycho. Wormy started spilling in place. I don't care. I want you to be my wife. But Xia Qingyu was already far away. Way off. My ex-wife died and my new wife doesn't want me. I'm so pathetic. Wormy started bawling. Xia Qingyu immediately stumbled, her eyes turning grim. Why is everyone bullying me? His mood was getting more and more irritated, and in a fit of rage, a long, thin ice pick surfaced in his hand and threw it at the bug brother with all his might. The ice pick was extremely fast and shot straight at Buggy's head, but in the next second, Xia Qingyu's angry expression froze violently, because it was as if the ice cone was dissolved as it flew through the air. By the time it was shot in front of Bug D, there were only tiny pieces of broken ice left. This kid is not right. Wormy brother wiped his crying red eyes and stood up. His expression began to become hideous. Sister doesn't want to be my wife even if she doesn't. But she also wants to kill me. Cuties, eat her for me. In an instant, countless small bugs surged out of the bug brother's body, and Xia Qingyu's scalp went numb. So disgusting. Xia Qingyu's pupils shrunk as she raised her hands and countless small snowflakes began to surround them. Go! A small ice wind tornado formed by the little snowflakes rushed towards the black mist made up of the little bugs. Crackle! Countless small insects were split up by the sharp little snowflakes, and their corpses fell all over the ground. But there were just too many of the little bugs, and they easily flew over the wind scrolls towards her. Xia Qingyu's face changed, and her hand gestures quickly changed. Ice prison. 4 walls of ice instantly rose from the surface of the snow, and the tops of the walls came together to form an ice prison to protect themselves securely. The bugs quickly surrounded the ice prison and their sharp claws and teeth began to chisel at it. Wormy D danced with excitement. You're so good, sis. Your brain must be delicious. Xia Qingyu looked at the precarious ice prison. Her silver teeth clenched, her eyes began to turn white, and a head of hair began to become snow white from the root to the end, fluttering without wind. A terrifying might began to brew. Wormtongue blushed and hastily held out his hand. Come back, cuties. Boom! The ice prison instantly shattered. Extremely cold ice mist burst out from Xia Qingyu's body, and countless bugs were frozen into ice sculptures, falling to the ground and being crushed by her foot. This strike directly caused Bug Brother to lose a small half of his swarm. Ah, damn you, my little darlings. Buggy's eyes were red with heartache. The swarm dispersed once again, buzzing and rushing towards Xia Qingyu, and at this moment, Xia Qingyu surfaced with a cold smile. Ice armor. In an instant, a layer of crystalline and gorgeous ice armor covered his entire body, and the swarm of insects quickly tore at it, but they couldn't bite at all. Now, it's my turn. Xia Qingyu laughed fiercely, and with a flip of his wrist, an ice lance quickly took shape. Relying on the strong defensive power of the ice armor, he broke through the swarm's obstacles to kill the Bug Brother. Damn it, her ability is just the right thing to restrain my little cutie. Bug Brother gritted his teeth in anger and hurriedly recalled the swarm to try to block it again, and Xia Qingyu was like a female god of war at the moment, wielding an ice gun to tear through the insect swarm's defenses and approaching the insect brother step by step. I can't beat it, Buggy wailed inwardly. His special ability was to control those bugs that were mutated by the poisonous snow, and he himself had little fighting ability except for his physical strength. Being close is a death sentence. Run away. Wow! With a big wave of his hand, a swarm of insects once again surged within his body, attaching themselves to his back to form wings, spreading their wings and rushing up into the sky. Don't try to escape. Xia Qingyu was clearly determined to kill Bug D to vent her anger, and the ice spear was thrown violently, shooting straight at Bug D's wings. But his wings were made up of countless bugs, and this strike only crashed a small number of bugs, and the Bug Brother fled further and further away. Xia Qingyu pressed both hands to the ground. An ice slide quickly molded, feet forcefully stomped out, followed the slide to catch up. The two chased and fled, intentionally or unintentionally following the direction of that passage on the snowy surface, and within a short time, they arrived at the Mirror Lake Spring. Chapter 79, 2-level SAXS at your doorstep. It's not like it's going to snow heavily again, is it? Lindong stretched and opened the door, looking at the thick dark clouds in the air and muttering. Last night, ever since Xiao Xiao displayed a wave of demonic suits, the maids were cheering and joining the ranks of the practicing brigade, and froze until the morning before they all went to sleep. It was noon, and Lindong just barely got up after catching up on his sleep, and the result was that apart from the trial maid Chen Yunshi who had just risen to level 7, all the other maids were level 10. Now that he was at level 21, He could only help the maids practice up to level 10 at the most, and Chen Yunshi profoundly demonstrated what it means to rectify the workplace after 00, and fully utilize the advantages of their own young involution. The maids eat what's left of Lindong, and she eats what's left of the maids. Washing and mopping the floor and other kinds of chores were grabbed and done, making the other few maids furious, but they couldn't say anything. The first question was the sisters are right. Yunshi is willing to change. The crowd of maids had already labeled the beautiful schoolgirl as a dead green tea. How arrogant you were in front. How humble you are now. They could even anticipate that once they let Chen Yunshi turn the tables, their own advantages would be wiped out. This is so good at acting, but none of this mattered to Lindong. Roll it, roll it. The only one who would benefit would be himself anyway. I was just about to go back to the house for lunch when suddenly, there was a cracking sound in the distance. A short figure stumbled in at the passageway at the entrance to the neighborhood. After seeing Lindong, before the bug brother had the chance to open his mouth to ask for help, an ice pick exploded at his feet, blowing him away on the spot, rolling numerous times on the ground, and finally collapsing pitifully at Lindong's feet. Big brother, help nah, cried Bugsy. What's wrong with that crazy woman? What's the matter with you and me? Staring at me? Originally thought that I could fly. Crazy woman certainly cannot catch up. Who knew that she will also create a slide? Ah hey, slipping can be fast, hard with an ice pick to blast themselves from the sky down. If it weren't for the cuties selling their lives to save the day, they would have mailed themselves. Lindong looked at the LV6 on top of Bugdy's head and slowly narrowed his eyes. Yo, you rolled well, kid. Too bad I don't have a ball bottle or you would have slammed this one. Wormy, you think I'm a bowling ball? The commotion of the explosion just now was so loud that the maids in the house ran out, and were instantly adorable after seeing a small, powdered, positively beautiful man with red, pitiful eyes. Wow, what a cute little brother. Come on, let your sisters squeeze your face. Why are you here? Little brother? Where are your mom and dad? Who is so cruel as to beat even a child? Look at the child's broken face. The maids couldn't wait to hold Bugdy in their arms Rua on the spot, but Xinwanyu hurriedly pulled them all back after noticing Lindong's smirking eyes. Danger! Don't be a dick. Bugsy's eyes were blinded. So many pretty sisters. Beautiful sisters. Will you be my wife? Bugsy's face turned red with shyness. Lindong revealed an inexplicable smile. Little thing, you're really bold. Ling Xue was stunned and smiled. I'm afraid that won't work, yo little brother. You're still small now. When you grow up a bit. Bugsy showed a look of anticipation. There's no way that sister would be your wife then. Bugsy's face instantly fell. Xia Qingyu appeared in the doorway, and seeing that the bug brother didn't run away, she coalesced ice picks in her hands and violently shot them out. Buggy boy exclaimed. Ah, help me. Lindong frowned slightly, and when the ice cone was about to shoot the insect disciple, he suddenly stretched out his finger and flexed it, and the ice cone instantly crumbled. Bugsy stiffened. This dude is kind of fierce. Seeing that her attack was easily destroyed, Xia Qingyu's forward body immediately braked to a halt, her beautiful eyes staring up deeply and sizing up. As she scanned over to Jiangzhu, her beautiful eyes suddenly glared. Why is she here? Jiangzhu also flashed panic violently in his eyes after seeing Xia Qingyu's face, but he quickly calmed down. She's finally here. Lindong touched his chin and squinted his eyes to seriously measure up Xia Qingyu. Beauty, a bit familiar. Ah, we slept together? This beauty is also a LV6. New money. Xia Qingyu. You, damn it, Chen Yunshi said excitedly. It's Xia Qingyu? You're Xia Qingyu, right? Xinwanyu and the girls glanced at each other, and some inexplicable meaning flashed by. Oh ho, a beautiful woman has come forward. Looks like our team is growing again. Lindong revealed a dawning expression. Oh, so it's you. It's really the same as what you see on TV. Beautiful and valiant. I almost all heart. Patting Buggy's head, he asked. Kid, are you impressed? Bugsy shook his head hastily. Joke. Old me was almost killed by her just now. Xia Qingyu ignored Lindong and stared straight at Jiangzhu and asked, why are you here? Lindong and the others froze, looking at Jiangzhu and then at Xia Qingyu. You two know each other? Lindong immediately became angry. You know Xia Qingyu did not say earlier? Do you owe me a beating? Nope. Jiangzhu's fiance's surname is Xia Qingyu. Xia Beichen. Lindong felt like he had guessed something. Jiangzhu pursed her lips and blandly walked forward. Ms. Xia. Long time no see. What did you call me? Answer my question. Xia Qingyu was a bit angry. The first second she saw Jiangzhu standing behind Lindong she guessed that they had greened her brother. But shouldn't you panic when you see me? Shouldn't you be afraid? Shouldn't you explain? Why are you so calm? Jiangzhu sighed and laughed. In the past, you weren't happy when I called you sis. I'm calling you Miss Xia now. What? You're not happy about it again? As to why I'm here, I don't have to explain anything to you. Xia Qingyu's chest heaved violently with anger. So you won't even act now, right? Can you afford to wait for Beichen? Do you know how much pressure he's been under and how hard he's worked for you? You, how dare you green my brother? Lindong clapped his hands. Solved the case. This is the fiancé and aunt against Ah. A trace of pain flashed in Jiangju's eyes, and after taking a few deep breaths, her expression turned calm. I know I'm sorry for Beichin, but things have already happened, and I won't make any excuses for myself to weasel out of it. Please ask Ms. Xia to tell Beichin when she goes back. Just say, Xiaozhu is dead. Chen Yunshi secretly bristled. Cut. Compared to you, what kind of scum is this lady? Now that's a real scumbag. An unspeakable anger swept through her entire body. Xia Qingyu forced herself to calm down. Her tone was icy cold. I won't let you die. I will let you kneel in front of Beichin, so that he can see with his own eyes what kind of a silver eunuch his heartfelt wife is, sharing the same husband with other women. If before she just wanted to kill Jiangju to make Xia Beichin suffer, now, then, she was even more eager to catch the cheating Jiangju and throw him in front of Xia Beichin, making this good brother completely desperate. Chapter 80, Xia Qingyu vs Jiangju. Jiangju was stunned, her pretty brows deeply furrowed. Ms. Xia, are you doing this to ruin North Star? Xia Qingyu coldly grunted. It wasn't me who really ruined him. It was you. Alas, Miss Xia, there's no point in talking more. You're not my opponent, so please return. Jiangju sighed deeply. How come all the Xia family are stubborn? Yesterday's Xia Jian, today's Xia Qingyu, one by one have to jump inside the devil's den? He had risked the danger of being punished by his master, and had repeatedly persuaded her to leave. He had already done his best to be kind. If she still insisted, I'm afraid that the end would be quite miserable. As if she had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, Xia Qingyu couldn't help but snort. It seems that your good fortune in obtaining supernormal abilities has made you blind. And I'm not your opponent? She's really had enough. One by one, they belittled themselves, and their fragile and sensitive self-esteem was hit hard again. Xia Qingyu's hands stretched out. Countless snow and ice entwined around her. Her long snow-white hair fluttered, and her body began to slowly rise into the air. I'll break both your hands and feet, and then throw you into a pile of men, so that Northstar can get a good look at how bad the woman he loves looks. Alas, master. Jiangju looked towards Lindong. Don't beat it to death, Lindong said indifferently. Chen Yunshi took the lead in propping up the stool. Ling Xue was furious and hurriedly pulled out cigarettes from her chest. Xinwan Yu lit the fire, Liang Jihan brought hot tea, and Qin Shuyao brought snacks. It was called a 1-2 punch. Bugsy looked envious and timidly asked, where do I sit? Lindong squinted. Sit on the floor. This kid, he's got a bad heart. Do you think I didn't notice that you put a little something in the house just now? But right now, I'm busy watching pretty girls fight, so I'll clean you up later. Jiangju took a deep breath. In fact, she didn't want to make a move with Xia Qingyu, but Lindong had already spoken. The meaning was obvious. The new maid candidate is none other than her. Ice Spike. Xia Qingyu was the first to attack. Dozens of ice cones condensed around him, and with a finger of his small hand, the ice cones shot out violently. Jiangju's eyes narrowed slightly. The opponent's strength was quite strong. If it wasn't for her master's hard work in helping her practice leveling over the past few days, she wouldn't have been able to beat them herself. But now, with a swish, Jiangju's figure disappeared, and the ice pick smashed down into thin air. What a fast speed! Xia Qingyu's pupils shrunk, and without even thinking about it her hands quickly opened, and the extremely cold and icy breath began to flow. Ice blade cyclone. A frost tornado with a radius of 2 meters thick took shape, with countless small snowflakes interspersed in it, flashing with cutting cold light. Jiangju's forward-charging figure braked violently, thrusting one hand into the ground, gouging the floor hard, and tossing it out viciously. The dragon scroll was destroyed, and Xia Qingyu's figure fell back as Jiangju followed. Ring of frost. Xia Qingyu's hand gestures changed in succession, and an ice ring shot straight out. Fancy. Jiangju coldly grunted and slammed straight into the ice ring without dodging. Oomph. You're too naive. Xia Qingyu returned the cold smile and elegantly snapped her fingers. The ice ring instantly exploded. The terrifyingly violent extreme cold breath spread, and Jiangju was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Bug D spat out his tongue. Big brother, this white-haired sister is so powerful. The black-haired sister is frozen. Aren't you going to save her? Lindong spat the melon shells in Liang Jihan's hand, and the latter savored them as if they were treasures. Looking at the corners of Bug Brother's mouth twitching, I thought I was sick enough, but I didn't realize there were masters? What does a little kid know? Take a good look. Wormy brother, you call me a brat again and I'll get really mad. Xia Qingyu slowly landed. I said, your good fortune will only make you become blind. You lose. Boom. Before the words fell, Jiangju broke the ice and killed like a cannonball. How is it possible? Xia Qingyu was shocked. It took less than half a second to break free? I just don't believe how many times you can break free. Ice prison. A wall of ice once again stood on the ground. Bang! Ice prison shattered. Frostbind. Bang. Bound to break. It's you who are blind. Jiang Zhu let out a cry and killed in front of her. Xia Qingyu's face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly crossed her arms. Ice armor. The gorgeous and splendid ice armor covered his entire body once again. Boom! Jiang Zhu slammed his heavy fist on the ice armor, and Xia Qingyu's petite body flew out backwards. Click! What a terrifying force! Blood began to spill from the corner of Xia Qingyu's mouth, and even with the ice armor protecting his body, he was still hard pummeled by Jiang Zhu and suffered internal injuries. In fact, this was still the case when Jiang Zhu let the water out. Jiang Zhu took advantage of the situation to pursue. The small pink fist swung up and smashed non-stop. Xia Qingyu completely fell into a passive situation. Wormy brother looked staggered. This sister is so powerful. The sister who had chased him down and killed him was now being blasted and whacked on the ground by another sister. And he felt like the world was completely unreadable. He wasn't the only one who couldn't read it, but the deacon hiding in the Foundation's base and watching the video was also dumbfounded. The oldest nephew was beaten up on his way out the door, and now an extremely scary woman has popped up. And there's even a man who can't see past the depths. When did the awakened out there get so fierce? Xia Qingyu was now being completely rubbed against the ground. Literally. Being close, Jiang Zhu showed very scary close combat skills. Xia Qingyu, although early years have acted in martial arts theater, but for every day to cut to the arms and legs flying Jiang Zhu, that are flowery. Simply unbearable. Snap. Jiang Zhu very relentlessly pressed down on Xia Qingyu's head and ran wildly, plowing a long furrow in the ground. Ah, Jiang Zhu, I'm going to kill you. Xia Qingyu went completely berserk. Her eyes turned snow white. The temperature around her began to plummet. Her breath began to riot. Obviously she was about to amplify her moves. The wind and snow of boom. Cold aura flashed in Jiang Zhu's eyes. Immediately a whip leg ruthlessly pumped down. The ice armor shattered. The rigid force heavily bombarded on Xia Qingyu's head. The big star's eyes went white, his head lolled, smashed a big pit on the ground and fainted. K.O. Duly dubbed Ling Xue. Xinhuanyu asked in a low voice. Master, I actually wanted to ask you before. Are you trying to say why our powers are only body enhancement, but why others can have fancy attacks? Lindong interrupted. Xinhuanyu pursed her lips and nodded. It had been so many days since the end of the world. They'd seen eyes that could shoot lasers. They'd seen flying daggers thrown. They'd seen people brainwashed. And now there was an ice elemental attack. The only thing was that several of their maids, including Lindong herself, were physically strong to the point of explosion with just one hand, and had no other abilities beyond that. That's pretty much no advantage in front of other aliens in the future. Lindong spread his hands. Don't ask. Asking is going back to basics. Only when one is strong in oneself is one truly strong. And all those fancy means are just floating clouds. The reality is, naturally, he doesn't know wow. The abilities of himself and his maids were all given by the system, and the final right of interpretation belonged to the system. Chapter 81, A Gift for Bugsy. Admittedly, the enhanced physical qualities given by the system were not just as simple as they appeared. In addition to attack, defense, and sensitivity, the mental strength and endurance aspects seem to be boosted in tandem. The most obvious is the previous brainwashing technique of the God's Servant. To be able to brainwash so many rich businessmen at the same time is enough to show that the God's Servant's brainwashing technique is quite powerful, yet it fails to brainwash Jiang Zhu, and even more so, it has no effect at all on Lindong. As for Liang Jihan getting hit, it was because she was only level 1 at that moment and hadn't practiced much yet, including the current Jiang Zhu, who dealt with the ice and snow elemental attacks and was unharmed. In addition to the level advantage, there also existed a reason for the superb endurance in all aspects. No attribute suppression? Lindong probably figured out the reason why the system strengthening body was so basic. In other words, after relying on the system to raise the power level, there was no possibility of flipping. As long as I have a higher level than you, you must not be able to do anything to me. Looks like the end times are still too dangerous. I have to be careful. Lindong felt a huge sense of oppression. See, he's only level 21 and he's already met a level 6 opponent. Doesn't that tell you something? End times? It's horrible. Frightened Lindong hurriedly drew a bottle of AD calcium milk from Qin Shuyao's collar and violently shivered a few mouthfuls to suppress the shock. Xia Qingyu, now hair disheveled, eyes wide open, mouth fainted on the ground, the whole a black face state. Jiang Zhu grabbed a handful of her hair and dragged it along to Lindong. Master. Lindong nodded. Take it back and wash it. I like it clean. Yes, master. Xia Qingyu was dragged back to the house. The battle ended. Bugdy's heart was in his throat, and he immediately revealed a harmless smile. Ahem. Big sister is awesome. Thanks for saving my life. My mom is still waiting for me to go home for dinner. I'll leave first. Bye. After saying that, he pulled out his legs and ran. Hey, don't rush away, wild little kid. Stay and chat with your brother? Lindong grabbed him by the back of the neck, as if lifting a small chicken. Bugsy immediately covered his chest in a horrified gesture. What are you doing, big brother? I'm still a child. It's illegal for you to do that. Snap. Lindong slapped him on the back of his head. What are you thinking, little brat? Seeing as you're so cute, when brother decided to give you a gift. Bug brother was stunned and said bitterly. Can you not? What do you think? Bugsy wailed inwardly. It's over. It's over. I'm sure he's going to send me to heaven. Bringing Bugsy inside, Lindong excitedly brought a cardboard box. Here, you're welcome. Bugsy was apprehensive and hesitant to open it. Open it. It's my brother's intention. If you don't take it, I'll be angry. I'll open it then. Buggy took a sharp deep breath and opened the cardboard box shakily. Inside is homework, a box full of homework. Wormy's forehead broke out in a sweat. Are you sick? Why did you give me so much homework? Lindong came over excitedly. How is it? Are you satisfied with this gift? Bug D laughed stiffly. Full. Satisfied. Thank you, big brother. I'll take it back then. Don't worry. I'll finish it. Cut. Little kids like you are the most playful. Just stay here and do it, then go home when you're done. Lindong pressed a hand on Buggy brother's head. Here, this sister is a teacher. I'll leave her here to tutor you, okay? Saying that, he pointed at Qin Shuyao. The beautiful teacher immediately straightened her expression. Don't worry, master. I will definitely supervise my little brother to finish it, and I won't be allowed to eat until it's done. Wormy brother. Well, I'll do it. Well, good boy. Stay for dinner tonight. Brother has some things to do. I'll come back to see you later. Lindong revealed a satisfied smile and left with the other maids. Wormy turned over his homework with a bitter look on his face. First question. Xiaoming had 60 yuan on him and went to the supermarket to buy snacks and spent 20 yuan. How much money should the cashier fine for Xiaoming? It's just elementary school homework. What's so difficult about it? Buggy wrote down 40 with a confident face. Snap. Qin Shuyao slapped her hand on the table and said with a cold face. Wrong answer. Review the question again. Wormy, where did I go wrong? Doesn't 60 minus 20 equal 40? Qin Shuyao pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose to faintly explain. This question is a classic trap question with multiple solutions. First, Ming brought 3 20s with him, so he can pay directly without change. Second, Ming brought 6 10s, which can be. Third, Bugsy was dumbfounded. Nima, when did elementary school homework get so outrageous? Suddenly, Wormy D looked startled as a tiny worm crept back to his feet. This is the scout bug. Just finished exploring the entire neighborhood. By the way, the bodies of the Golden Girls, long cold, were found in the basement. Wormy brother was instantly furious. Sure enough, Uncle Bullhead and his future wife are dead here. Surely that man did it. And judging from the news sent back by the scout bugs, the future wife's death was quite miserable, and she must have suffered unparalleled torture during her lifetime. MMP. This is my future wife. You brought it to the reunion? Bug D's chest rose and fell violently with anger, and his gaze towards Qin Shuyao was tinged with ferocity. Snap. Qin Shuyao slapped him on the head again. Why are you looking at me? Read the question. Do I have the answer on my face? Wormy brother. I'm a horse. Okay. Good teacher. I don't know why I'm still so afraid of teachers when I've obviously graduated a long time ago. Mud is not scientific. Master, you're so devilish, yo. Actually letting little brother write so much homework. Ling Xue covered her mouth and laughed softly, thinking of Bug Brother's pitiful little expression. It was simply adorable. Yu shook her head. You're wrong. The master must have a purpose for doing this. This child is not simple. Lindong laughed. Yu is good. Smart. Liang Jihan was stunned. What do you mean? What's wrong with that kid? It's not that there's a problem. It's that there's a big problem. Lindong walked into the bedroom, where Xia Qingyu, who had already been washed and cleaned up, was lying down, her eyes slightly closed, looking like she was asleep. Jiang Zhu had long ago changed her into a snug white lace nightgown, her good figure visible. There's insecticide in the utility room. You guys go and sweep every corner of the house, and note that those aren't just any bugs. Yue was stunned. What master means is that those bugs are related to the little bugs? Then will Shu Yao be alone there? Go. Lindong started to rush people. Things would only get really interesting if the brat really dared to make a move on the beautiful teacher. The maids hurriedly ran to kill the bugs. Lindong did not color sharply, but blandly lit a cigarette and sat on the chair. Don't pretend to be asleep. You may be a good actor, but you can't fool me. As expected, Xia Qingyu instantly opened her eyes and leapt up with a carp, not caring about getting naked. She condensed an ice gun in her hand and stabbed Lindong straight in the face. Chapter 82, The Witty Xia Qingyu. Lindong didn't move a muscle as if he hadn't reacted. The tip of the ice gun stopped 2 centimeters from Lindong's eyes. Why don't you stab down? Lindong smiled bashfully and exhaled smoke rings. Xia Qingyu retrieved the ice gun and deeply exhaled a cloudy breath. I can't kill you. It's pointless to stab down. You're smart, Lindon said. nodding at the big star's wit. If she did dare to stab, she would be greeted by a frozen fish. Xia Qingyu looked incomparably forlorn and sat back on the bed, not knowing what she was thinking. Can you tell me what strength you are? S rank? Or an SS class? In that instant just now, she felt a strong confidence and a flash of killing intent on this man, which was never a pretense, but rather this man possessed a strength that was enough to easily kill himself in seconds. Combine that with the fact that the ginger bamboo who had popped and whacked himself was listening to this man so much, and it wasn't hard to guess. This man, overpowering. Lindong raised an eyebrow. Looks like you have your own rating division. What level are you? Xia Qingyu answered honestly. I'm A+. There was a deep self-deprecation in his tone. He had suffered so much and had managed to break the limits to gain A+ level strength, but today he had suffered a major blow. Being easily defeated by Jiang Zhu made her realize that she had been sitting on the fence before. A+? And what lowlife? How much is he? Xia Jian? Looks like he died at your hands. He's rated C. So, Lindong realized, a C grade equals 3, so B equals 4, A equals 5, and A+ equals 6. So it is. My words. You can understand it as above SSS. Right? Lindong gave a vague answer. Xia Qingyu's pupils shrunk, her heart shook tremendously, and her first reaction was, no way. Even for an organization as powerful as the Foundation, the deacon of the first city was only at the A+ level. How could there be such a powerful man in this world? But when he thought that even Jiang Zhu could easily defeat himself, it made sense that this man was even stronger. Did I really, after all, not have the chance to control my own destiny? Having just gained power, he needs an even greater power. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyu suddenly looked up. Did Jiang Zhu obtain his power from you? Lindong nodded. Yes. Pursing her lips, Xia Qingyu got up and said, can you share some of your power with me as well? I can do whatever I'm asked to do. What Jiang Zhu can do, I can do too. Oh, are you sure? Lindong slowly revealed a cold smile as he walked forward and grabbed the snow white and pink chin, greedily sniffing deeply at the other party's body's aroma. It's not perfume, it's the unique body odor of a woman's body. You don't think that you can gain power just by becoming my woman, do you? Suddenly being leaned so close by a strange man, Xia Qingyu reflexively resisted wanting to break free, but simply could not do so. Isn't it? Ginger Bamboo is not your woman? Lindong sneered and shook his head. Of course not. She's just the maid. Do you know what maid means? It's... The last sentence was whispered close to his ear. Xia Qingyu's pupils shrunk. No? What's so sick about it? The fiancé of the CEO of the Xia Group is in such a low position with you? In an instant, Xia Qingyu was caught in a celestial battle. She'd had enough of her father's cold, mean eyes, enough of being sucked mercilessly out of the Xia family, enough of being used as a pawn to be manipulated at will. She'd had enough. She'd really had enough. She just wants to be in control of her own destiny. How is it? Like, so hard? Even if you submit to the man in front of you, your own fate, can it change? It's just that the person in control has changed from his father to him. Lindong was very patient, playing with Xia Qingyu's hair and letting her take her time to consider. This woman is smart and I believe she will make a wise choice. After a long time, Xia Qingyu closed her eyes with red eyes and opened them a moment later, full of viciousness. I will, but on one condition. Oh, you still dare to negotiate with me? But who made me in a good mood today? Let's hear it. Give me the power. Grant me. Destroy the Xia family. Lindong raised his eyebrows. Big star, you, this hand is really out of my expectation. Other people get the power is to guard their families. You come up and want to destroy their own family? Well, bad enough. I like it. Xia Qingyu resigned herself to her fate. She understood that from the moment she was defeated by Jiang Zhu, she had no choice but to submit to him. It's its own destiny. She knew Jiang Zhu, who was quite attached to her brother Xiaobeichen, and had been unsuccessful in her own efforts to stop her. But now she was dead set on following this man, which meant that this man must have used unconventional means to force her to submit. Why suffer an additional sin when the result is all about submission? Since the choice was made, the Xia family couldn't stay. After all, the hall of the Xia family could never allow the Xia family's eldest miss to be someone else's dog. Their face would not allow it, and the end result would inevitably be that the Xia family would be destroyed in the hands of this man. He hated the Xia family anyway, so he might as well destroy it himself and have a good time. Show that headstrong father how bad he is. Congratulations on joining me as a maid. Now, I'll work a little harder to grant you power. Lindong laughed evilly. Xia Qingyu was stunned and surprised. In what way? In the most primitive way. This question is too hard. Too hard. Bug D held his head and roared to the sky, his eyes filled with red blood, his expression hideous. He's had enough. He's really had enough. Previously, he felt that he was perverted, but now he felt that these question teachers were the real perverts. For example, a math problem. How many people sit at one square table for 8 people and 3 square tables for 3 people? Answer 24. Disliked by a beautiful teacher. For example, language questions, white, small, me, yes, eat form sentences. In reply to I'm a little white to eat. Mocked by a beautiful teacher. For example, there's just too much of that going on. None of them are normal questions. This is not an elementary school question. It's a question for life. Qin Shuyao tilted her head. Well, I don't blame you. These questions are really a bit biased. Very much testing logical thinking. It's normal that you can't do it for a while. Don't be anxious. Just finished 2 books and now have, 19. Let's keep going. I'm doing Nima. Wormy completely broke his defense. Are you calling me stupid? A finger pointed out and the little ant instantly rushed towards Qin Shuyao's jade neck. Damn woman. My little cutie will bite through your neck. Get inside your head and eat your brains. Let you abuse children. But the next second, he was doubly dumbfounded. The little ants that shot out like bullets crashed into each other's necks. And then there was no more. The snow white and pink neck was as hard as a bronze wall. And the little ants riveted on it didn't manage to break through the defense. How is this possible? Insect disciple's small face turned white. Snap. Qin Shuyao felt some itching on her neck and slapped down. A circle of blood on her palm. Ha! There are mosquitoes in this cold? Chapter 83, Torture of Ling Xue. My little cutie. Buggy cried out mournfully when he saw his favorite little ant die like that. Qin Shuyao frowned. Little brother, you can't call your teacher like that. You have to learn to respect your teacher, no? I honored a hammer. Who stepped on the horse and called you? Wormy brother completely stopped pretending and stretched his arms out. 10,000 insects devour the bones. In an instant, countless small bugs began to crawl out of the various corners of the house, rapidly converging towards Qin Shuyao's side. The beautiful teacher was instantly scared and turned pale. That's too disgusting. Jia jia jia. My little darlings have long been all over the house. They will burrow into your nostrils, your ears, and devour your insides, every inch of your flesh and blood, and even your bones. I'll let you abuse children. Wormy's brother no longer had the cute look he had before, and his face was full of scorn. Don't come over. Quickly make these bugs go away. Qin Shuyao copied the book and hid it, looking for a place to hide. Buggy sneered. Give it up. I can't kill all my cuties. I told you, it's not just this one. The whole house is full of my bugs. Where are my bugs? Wormy brother is double dumbfounded again. Just now, he had secretly put all the bugs into every corner of the house to hide, and it was reasonable to say that once summoned, they would quickly gnaw away at everything around them, including this building. How come the bugs in the other houses haven't moved at all except for the ones inside this room? Inside the other houses, the maids have been crazy busy. Geez, that's a lot of bugs too. Looks like we're going to have to clean up again today. Cut the crap. Luckily the insecticide worked or it would have been a bigger problem. All out of the way, all out of the way. Watch me burn them with fire. Hey, don't do that, or you'll light the house on fire. Wormy's heart sank as he waited in vain. Something wasn't right. We had to take this woman down in a hurry and go back out to see what was going on. Eat her, cooties. The swarm of insects quickly darted closer, surrounding Qin Shuyao in a ball. Don't come over. Help. Qin Shuyao was on the verge of crying in fear, yelling at the top of her voice. Soon there were bugs crawling on her body, scaring her and making her jump and flap around. Bug brother laughed excitedly. Although this female teacher has a strong defense, but it can't help that I have a lot of bugs. As long as she drills into her body, she will die for sure. More and more bugs crawled around her body. Qin Shuyao's spirit was close to breaking down, and her eyes were getting redder and redder. Is it a death wish? The pleading tone suddenly became cold and incomparably cold, and the bug brothers immediately shivered at the sound of it. What's the situation? At this time, Qin Shuyao was no longer the panicked look she had just had, but was looking straight at him with a bloodthirsty sardonic smile. Countless bugs crawled on her snow-white skin, but she was unmoved. Sensing that something was wrong, Bugdy hurriedly commanded the swarm to head for the mouth and nose. Snap! Qin Shuyao slapped her palms vigorously, and countless insect corpses and blood slowly flowed down her palms. Disgusting smell! Get out of my way! With a boom, his body's aura suddenly rioted, and the swarms of insects crawling on his body were all shaken to the ground, even killing quite a few of them. Bug brother had been shocked and confused. This soft and sticky female teacher had suddenly changed her temperament and was equally powerful and amazing. Hey, teacher, let's continue with the questions, shall we? Bug brother hurriedly put away his bugs and revealed a harmless smile. Damn, I can't beat this woman either. What the hell is this place? Little brother, purposely scaring the teacher with bugs. You'll be punished for your mischief. Qin Shuyao pulled out the dagger on her thigh and walked slowly with a cat-like step. Wormy brother, danger! Inside the villa, Bug brother's mournful screams resounded at once. The maids rushed over after exterminating the bugs. Shu Yao, how did you air? Looking at the scene inside the house, the maids froze in their tracks. They thought Qin Shuyao was being bullied, but they didn't expect the situation to be reversed. Buggy was pinned to the ground in a death grip, his face already scraped and covered in blood. Are you going to say it or not? Qin Shuyao's tone was petulant and cold. Bugsy's eyes are full of red blood. What the hell am I talking about? Don't think you can scare me with a knife, when I used to kill people. You still. There was another bloodstain on his face, running from the corner of his mouth right up to his ear. Chen Yuncher's legs and stomach went weak on the spot and embraced Shenwan Yu and the girls in front of her. It's over. It's over. Mr. Qin is mad again. Last time, Qin Shuyao violently killed General Qian's house in front of her, and the crazy critic was old and scary. Refusing to say it? Qin Shuyao's eyes flowed as the dagger slowly moved down from his face and aimed at the crotch. Bugdy's little face turned white, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I have lived for more than 20 years. Don't think that this can scare me. Anyway, this body old me has had enough of ridicule. If you have the ability to kill me, the big deal is that after 20 years, I will be a good man again. Little brother is tough enough. I'll give you a hard time. Qin Shuyao raised her knife and stabbed. Slow down. Liang Zhihan rushed forward and out, grabbing her wrist and patting her chest. I'm the best at things like interrogating criminals. Leave it to me. My lady's a safety officer. She's got her hands full with this kind of thing. Qin Shuyao looked at her with a squinted smile. Good. Liang Zhihan let out a long breath. How come she was still a bit scared when confronting her? Obviously usually so dorky and soft and writable. As soon as she lifted her bug brother onto the chair, Liang Zhihan waved her hand. Wan Yu, Ling Xue, keep him still. With his hands bound, bug brother revealed a cold smile. Don't even try. I'm not even afraid of death. I'm still afraid of your interrogation? I endured so much pain during the awakening, but I'm still afraid of a mere torture? However, Liang Zhihan didn't care and walked out for a while and came back in. Here, eat, said, dropping a plate of sauced chicken thighs. The maids. Wormy? What does that mean? Poisoning? Ha, humph. I'm not afraid of poison. With one hand freed, Buggy brother grabbed the chicken leg and was about to stuff it into his mouth when he was about to do so. Don't let him eat it. Liang Zhihan immediately yelled, and Shenwan Yu immediately grabbed the bug brother's arm. Buggy, what? Can't let me die? If you won't let me eat, I'm going to. Before the words left his mouth, the sauce on the chicken thigh began to slowly run down his wrist. Liang Zhihan laughed. The sauce slipped through the fingertips, wrists, and arms, and flowed down. You can't wipe it, and you can't lick it, so how's that sticky feeling? The maids instantly got a jolt. So cruel. Wormy brother's expression was hideous. Let go of me if you're capable of it. What's the point of playing the buried one? Let me lick it. Lick it, yeah. Chapter 84, Wormwood's Death. What a ruthless foundation. Too mean. I won't say anything except the beauty trick. Buggy was close to madness, letting go of his hand and dropping the chicken leg. Bugsy plays with bugs but is a bit of a neat freak himself, but the sauce sticks to your arms, and that slippery, greasy feeling that creates a discomfort that goes from the soles of your feet straight to the sky is really not something that the average person endures anymore. Humph. You're also worthy of using the beauty trick? Liang Zhihan coldly laughed and waited. As more time passes, the sauce begins to slowly dry out and get stickier. Buggy's expression grew more and more hideous, his eyes bloodshot, and that slimy, disgusting feeling when he moved his fingers was a real turn-on. It's hard to bear. It's too much. Chen Yuncher hid far away, her heart celebrating. Luckily, Lindong didn't let this stinky torture himself in the first place, or he really couldn't carry it. It's not so bad to be tied to the butt of a car in the cold instead of being disgusted. The bug brother's body struggled violently, but was held down and unable to move. That's disgusting. It's not over yet. Ling Xue, help him wipe. Liang Zhihan pulled out another pack of tissues. Ling Xue was unsure. He hadn't confessed anything yet. How could he let him off so easily? But do as you're told. Just after wiping it up, Ling Xue realized something was wrong. The sauce doesn't even wipe off after it dries. And the paper towels. It's so tight. One rub and it breaks. Soon enough, the paper towel crumbs had gotten all over his hands. What are you doing? Can you wipe it or not? I can't, I'll do it myself. Buggy broke down. This hand was covered in sticky brown sauce and stained with white confetti. It's even more disgusting, yikes. Liang Zhihan sneered, pulled out the switch from her Buggy brother's pocket, and threw it upwards in front of him. My game console. Terrified, Buggy exploded with a strength he had never seen before, breaking free and catching the console. But then the hand froze. Sauce-covered hand on the console screen. Slippery. Disgust is instantly drawn out. The maids looked on with sore teeth. Good. What a sick torture. A mouthful of Buggy's steel teeth gritted as great anger and sadness swept over him. Poof. Wormy brother fell to his knees and kowtowed, crying out in pain. Don't torture me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Humph. Dun. Liang Jihan clapped her hands, deep in her heart. Go ahead, be honest. If you lie, I've got another trick up my sleeve. Thumbs up from the maids. It's still you. Buggy looked up dumbfounded. What did I say? Why don't you ask me? Angela Liang. Qin Shuyao had already returned to her usual state at this moment, and dully touched her head. Hey? It seems like I forgot to ask. Yikes. Why is there so much blood on my hands? It's disgusting. Rushed out to wash his hands and hair. The maids. Wormy brother. Xinwan Yu asked. Where do you come from? What are your abilities? At the foundation base, Deacon watched the video with eyes wide open. He'd been watching since Bugsy had left the foundation. From Wormy brother meeting Xia Qingyu being undefeated, to meeting Lindong, to crashing and writing homework, to being countered by Qin Shuyao, to the torture stage just now. He saw it all. Brutality. It's just too atrocious. It would be understandable to say that they were not defeated by Xia Qingyu. This woman was extremely gifted and possessed the ice ability that did not fear the swarm of insects. But what was going on with this group of women and that mysterious and unpredictable man? How come? So strong? Strong and sick. Xia Qingyu was easily knocked out by Jiang Zhu, and Bug Brother was easily subdued by the female teacher. The sequence of events that had occurred was completely beyond one's comprehension. There's no way the autonomous awakenings out there are this strong. Lord Deacon, the Foundation's secrets must not be allowed to be leaked. Please activate Bug Brother's self-destruct program. At this moment, someone spoke out. The Deacon instantly twisted his head and glared at him with a deadly stare that wanted to eat him. With his aura surging, the atmosphere in the monitoring room was instantly heavy. Wormy is not only his own henchman, but also his nephew, treated like his own son since childhood. How dare he let me kill Wormy? The henchman was glared at and his legs were weak, but he still insisted. Lord Deacon, you know the rules of the Foundation. Once someone leaks, the consequences are unimaginable. Lord Deacon, you three. Enough. The Deacon snapped. Bug Brother is my own nephew, I believe. He wanted to say that he trusted Bugsy not to divulge the Foundation's secrets so easily, but the next second, a voice came over the video that made him despair. I'm nicknamed Buggy, from the Foundation, and my power is to control mutant bugs. The Deacon's old face instantly turned white. Done. Shenwan Yu frowned. Is it really from a Foundation? Tell us about the Foundation, including the size of the organization, the composition of the personnel, and who the main perpetrator is? Although her master wasn't interested in the specifics of the Foundation, she, as a maid, still had to find out beforehand. Bugsy lapsed into silence. Uncle Tu had explained countless times that no matter what, the Foundation's situation could not be revealed to the public, or else the consequences would be severe. But he was afraid of being subjected to that inhuman torture again. My lord, there can be no more delay, the henchman urged sharply. The Deacon clenched his hands with a clanking sound, and a mouthful of steel teeth were gritted. There was a tablet in front of him, where it displayed information about Wormy's brother as well as self-destruct program switch. My lord, Bugdy took a deep breath. The Foundation is a very large organization. I don't know much about it. There is a branch of the Foundation in Zhengchang, located in. Boom! Without warning, Buggy's head suddenly exploded, spraying blood, flesh and brains all over the room. The petite, headless body slowly fell to the ground. Xinwan Yu was stunned, then instantly became furious. Damn it, the Foundation actually installed a bomb in his head? What a ruthless tactic. In her mind, the Foundation's danger level instantly went up several notches. Ling Xue stared. How is it done? Could it be that triggering the keyword would explode? Liang Jihan shook his head. Not so mysterious. I guess this kid with what monitoring equipment? Someone remote in watching his every move. Found wrong. Immediately detonated. Chen Yunshir sucked in a breath of cool air. This is too ruthless. The Foundation is not to be underestimated. When the master is finished, we'd better report truthfully and clean up this place first. Xinwan Yu sighed deeply. Ling Xue wailed. I just finished killing bugs and have to clean my room again. I've really become a maid. In the Foundation's monitoring room, the Deacon's eyes filled with tears, his fingers slipping feebly from the tablet. In the end, he killed his nephew with his own hands. Now there is no need to guess how Huang Fei and the Golden Girls they disappeared. No need to think. It must be the man and his women who did it. Men, gather all mercenary captains, suspend the current mission, and within an hour, be sure to assemble. I want revenge. Deacon's death glare at the large screen where the signal was lost was filled with murderous rage. Chapter 85. Yes. I'm sick. Maid 7, Xia Qingyu. Circumference, 40E-16-31. System score, 88. Current strength, level 7. Maid set, none. After Lindong's persistence and unremitting efforts, the new maid, Xia Qingyu, finally broke through the A+ limit and came to the S rank, which was level 7. Well, it's on the same level as a probationary maid. feeling the even stronger power within her body. Xia Qingyu struggled to get up and kneel down. Thank you master for the power. At this moment, her body and mind completely submitted to Lindong. It's awesome. She couldn't forget the immense pain that she had suffered when she awakened so that she could gain more power. A pain that trembled from her body to her soul. Even had to do the Foundation's work for that nebulous opportunity in order to continue to gain power. But in Lindong's case, well, it was also accompanied by initial intense pain. But compared to the Foundation's pathetically low success rate with the serum, it was simply not too easy. Lindong laughed with his cigarette in his mouth. Right now, your rank is the lowest among the maids. I look forward to your performance. Not bad for an actress from a rich family. I'm surprised she hasn't been subbed. It's very moist. Master. Xia Qingyu lowered her head even more. Sure enough, that Kong Chuk's limits weren't here. You wait, I'll surpass you. Looking at the darkening sky outside, Xia Qingyu mused. Master, can I return to the Xia family now? Tonight, the young master of the Yun family is coming, so let's just destroy them together. Lindong nodded. Yes, take Jiang Zhu with you. Let her make a break with your brother. Yes. At this time, the Xia family was decorated with lights and colors, and the people were busy. It was only because today, the son of the southern Yun family, Yun Zhe, would be coming over as a guest. Even before the end of the world, the Yun family was stronger than the Xia family in terms of both wealth and power. This is still true after the end times. Xia Juanfeng's face sank into a stony expression as he asked the apprehensive Xia Beichen, what is your sister doing? Why isn't she back yet? She wouldn't have escaped, would she? It would be a joke to run away. I'm afraid, their Xia family, for the rest of their lives, will not be able to raise their heads. Where did Xia Beichen know how his sister was doing? He could only comfort. Don't worry dad, my sister is not that kind of person. In fact, he was more anxious. After all, his sister had gone to pick up Xiaozhu, and he was more worried than anyone else when she hadn't come back after so long. My little bamboo, I miss you so much. Pit-a-pat. Suddenly, there was a sound of propellers in the sky, and a helicopter was flying in. Xia Junfeng hurriedly got up, cleaned up his expression, and led his men to prepare for the welcome. The plane slowly landed on the Xia family tarmac. The hatch opened, and a handsome man in a black suit walked out. Yunze, ha ha ha, nephew Yunze is still such a phenom. Welcome welcome welcome. Xia Junfeng took the lead in welcoming him. Yunze revealed a warm smile. Uncle Xia is polite. Now that I've taken the liberty of disturbing you, please forgive me. Xia Junfeng waved his hand. Hey, we will be a family from now on. Calling me uncle will seem to be too much of a burden. What kind of interruption is there for a family to talk about? If you continue to be so formal, I will be angry. Yunze smiled and nodded, then glanced behind him and couldn't help but wonder. Where's Xiaoyu? A trace of embarrassment surfaced on Xia Juanfeng's face, inwardly cursing his daughter for not knowing her manners. Yo was sent out on a mission by me and is on her way back now. Follow me in to rest first. She'll be here soon. Yunze continued to nod his head and looked at Xia Beichen. Beichen, it's been a long time, how have you been lately? Xia Beichen was lost in thought, and hurriedly returned to his senses, and before he could answer, a figure came bouncing down from the helicopter. Brother Beichen. The one who came down was a girl, probably around 20 years old, with an air of youthfulness about her. Yun Mingli, 1962, Taiwanese novelist. The features are extremely beautiful, with soft contours that make them appear extraordinarily dynamic. The young girl's skin was fair and translucent, delicate and smooth, with a slight healthy blush on her cheeks, wearing a simple strapless sweater on top and denim shorts on the bottom half, revealing her long snow-white legs, and her height was 1 meter 7. Apparently, she's also a shifter. You are? Xia Beichen was stunned, vaguely feeling somewhat familiar, but not thinking about it. Yun Mangli pouted her tiny red lips, her face full of unhappiness. Humph, people are missing Brother Beichen. You actually can't remember them? Yunze laughed angrily. Mangli, there are elders around. Why are you still so ill-mannered? I forgot. Yun Mangli made to cover her mouth in horror and hurriedly bowed to Xia Junfeng. Uncle Xia is good. Yun Mangli? Xia Beichen finally remembered and looked at the little beauty in front of him in shock. No? All grown up? Obviously. It was a little Lolita a few years ago. Xia Junfeng laughed loudly. Mangli niece a few years do not see. Already a big beauty. Uncle cannot recognize. I do not know in the future will be cheap which family boy. Ha ha ha, come on in. Yun Mangli was shy and her beautiful eyes stole a glance at Xia Beichen. In the parlor, Yunze chatted with Xia Junfeng. Uncle, this is the 10 serums that my Yin family obtained in cooperation with the foundation. Although it's not a large amount, but also please don't mind uncle. Looking at the serum, Xia Juanfeng's heart surged. Great. With this, my Xia family will be able to give birth to a few more awakened. And with the marriage with the Yun family, it will be more able to stabilize the family, and there will be no worries in the end times. On the other hand, Yun Mengli pestered Xiao Beichen. Brother Beichen, look, this is a sapphire that my brother brought me back from abroad. It's called Love in a Fallen City. How about giving it to you, Brother North Star? I remember you used to have a Chennai. I also have one, yo. But unfortunately this time my brother won't let me take it with me. Will you go to my house to see it sometime? Brother North Star. Brother North Star. I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Are you not feeling well? Let me tell you. I have a different ability from the rest of the family. My ability is healing. You can tell me where you are not feeling well. Xia Beichen, who was staring at the entrance of the Xia family, returned to his senses and looked straight into the young girl's eyes. Yes, I have a disease. Can you cure it? Yun Mengli nervously asked. Really? What disease? Acacia. Xia Beichen's tone was deep with intense affection. Yun Mengli's pretty face was instantly flushed. Then how long has this illness been going on? 7 years. 7 years. Yun Mengli's heart was about to jump out of her throat. Ma Beichen brother, he's so good at it. 7 years ago, it was the time when Xia Beichen went abroad to study, and he, himself, had thought about him for 7 years. It turns out that Brother Northstar has always. Yeah. Yun Mengli covered her face and felt her cheeks burning straight away. Chapter 86, Misunderstandings and Young Heartbreaks. Brother Beichen. This disease, it can't be cured. Yun Mengli's heart was beating violently. Xia Beichen sighed. Sure enough, it can't be cured. Xiaozhu, maybe I'll only get better the moment I see you. Yun Mengli asked apprehensively. It's not that it can't be cured. Brother Beichen, you can tell me about this disease of yours. What are the symptoms? Symptoms? Xia Beichen mused for a moment. Every second I think about her, I get a headache, sore shoulders, and tightness in my chest. Yun Mengli was puzzled. I can understand everything else. Why are my shoulders sore? Xia Beichen stroked his shoulder and said softly, because of carrying a heavy but fiery love. The marriage with Xiaozhu suffered a great deal of pressure, as not only his sister, but even his father was strongly opposed to it. These are the things that he is afraid to say. Yun Mengli's eyes were almost red. It turns out that Brother Northstar likes me so much. Yes, 7 years ago, he was still a yellow girl. Northstar brother liked himself at that time. Surely he didn't dare to say it. You'll be treated like a pervert if you tell anyone. When she thought of Brother Beichen bearing his love for her alone and holding on for so many years, Yun Mengli felt her heart clogged. Brother Beichen. Yun Mengli wanted to say something. She was tempted to say, I'm grown up now, you don't have to hide your likes anymore. But when he thought that Brother Beichen's sister would soon become his sister-in-law, a heart sank again. How's this? I'll give you a massage that will ease your sore shoulders. Xia Beichen nodded in a daze. Yun Mengli timidly stretched out her small hand and placed it on Xia Beichen's shoulder. Her excited heart-trembling hand, slowly surfacing a touch of green energy. Xia Beichen instantly felt his heart relax. So cozy. It's like the way Kotek had once massaged himself for relief when he had stayed up all night fighting over a bloody business battle. For a while, Yun Mengli's figure actually slowly overlapped with Jiang Zhu's appearance. Xiaozhu, I miss you so much, whispered Xia Beichen, slowly reaching out his large hand to tightly grasp the young girl's small hand. Yun Mengli was practically exploding with excitement and didn't hear the others whisper. Brother Northstar. Brother Northstar. He grabbed my hand. Brother Northstar. You don't have to suppress this feeling in your heart anymore. I do. 4 eyes met, and the two faces came closer and closer together. Just in time, Xia Qingyu and Jiang Zhu came back. Seeing Xia Beichen grabbing a stunningly beautiful young girl and soon about to kiss her, Jiang Zhu was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. This way, it's good. For some reason, the heart suddenly felt much better. When Xia Junfeng saw his daughter return, he immediately shouted angrily, You still know to come back? The loud sound immediately startled the two who were about to kiss. Yun Mengli's pretty face flushed red, and Xia Beichen was stunned and lost in thought, turning his gaze to the doorway, then glaring violently. Kotek, my little bamboo. Xia Beichen's heart was about to explode. Staring blankly at his heartfelt fiancée, he actually forgot to get up for a moment. Xia Qingyu slowly walked into the parlor with a cold hum. Then I'll go? Xia Junfeng was enraged. You still dare to talk back? Come on people. Family law. Yunzhe hurriedly interrupted. Uncle Xiao, rest his anger. Xiaoyu has been busy for a day of hard work. What can you do if you come back later? What's more, now that Xiaoyu is my wife, how can you punish her at will? As a husband, I won't agree to that. The tone of the joke was unquestionable. The meaning is very simple. This is my daughter-in-law. Even if you are her father, you can't just scold her. Xia Junfeng was stunned and somewhat embarrassed. Xiaozhe is right. Xiaoyu, it's not that I'm talking about you. Today Xiaozhe came to our Xia family. Why didn't you go back earlier as well? The tone was instantly much milder. Xia Qingyu sneered. Her father was really a typical bully. Yun Zhe came in front of her and smiled gently. Xiao, you worked hard. You didn't run into any accidents today, did you? None of your business. Xia Qingyu's face was expressionless, nonchalantly sitting down on her butt. She'd seen all kinds of people in the entertainment industry, and the first thing this Yun Zhe gave her was that hypocrisy. On the contrary, the owner is straightforward. I'll you when I say I will, without a hint of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Daughter actually said dirty words. Xia Junfeng just wanted to get angry again, but met Yun Zhe's icy cold eyes. The words reached his mouth and swallowed. It seems that Xiaoyu's mission execution today didn't go too well, but it's okay, as long as you want to talk about it. I've always been there. Yun Zhe reveals a smile like a spring breeze. After all, the marriage of the two families was initiated by him. Both parents directly did not go through Xia Qingyu's consent. The beauty of the heart have resentment is normal. Xia Qingyu sneered and propped up her chin without saying a word. Watch the play first. Xia Junfeng was on the verge of suffocating and exploding, looking towards Jiang Zhu, who stood in the doorway holding his arms without saying a word. Martyr, I cannot scold my daughter, but also cannot scold you? Who allowed you to enter my house? Someone come, drive this out of my house. This is the woman who hooked her handsome and mature son into a warped mouth. A proper vixen. Jiang Zhu looked coldly at the security that rushed over. Stop. Xia Beichen got up on the spot and shouted angrily. Brother Beichen. She is. Yun Mengli keenly realized that something was wrong. Brother Beichen had let go of his hand since this woman had appeared, and had not even shifted his gaze. The young girl's sensitive and fragile heart slowly became heavy. Xia Beichen ignored everyone and rushed towards Jiang Zhu, unable to help but open his hands, wanting to embrace the person his heart longed for into his arms. Ko take, I miss so much. Duong. Ginger Bamboo dodged out of the way, and Bully pounced, hitting the doorframe with a red nose. Crowd. Can't laugh. Ginger Bamboo said faintly. Don't you touch me, Xiaozhu. You. The cold attitude of his fiancée made Xia Beichen's heart sting. Xiaozhu, she must be blaming me for not picking her up first time. Men give promises but don't keep them. Xia Beichen, you deserve to die. Mr. Ba gave himself a slap. Yun Mengli's pretty face turned white. This woman, who is she? Xia Junfeng got up and grunted coldly. Beichen, even if you are the future successor of my Xia family, but how can a marriage matter be a child's play? This woman is not worthy of you, no matter her birth or her education, and I will never allow her to appear in our Xia family. Don't think that just because the two of you secretly got a license behind my back that you can make me back down. As long as I'm still alive, she'll never be able to marry into my Xia family. You didn't know any better. Now I'm giving you a chance. Kill this woman. I will immediately announce that you are the future head of the Xia family. Yun Mengli was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. Getting a license? So, this woman is Brother Northstar's wife? The young girl's heart was breaking. Xia Beichen looked at Jiang Zhu with a hot gaze. Xiao Zhu, you must be blaming me, right? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Junfeng Xia, what are you doing? I'm talking to you. Chapter 87, The sisters and brothers are crazy. Jiang Zhu coldly looked at Xia Junfeng. Don't need you to worry about it. I don't care to come to your Xia family. Then she looked at Xia Beichen, who had a deep look on his face. Her beautiful eyes flashed a trace of complexity, and she said in a firm tone, Xia Beichen, we've broken up. In the future, you take care. Boom. Xia Beichen froze on the spot, straight feeling like he was hit by heavenly thunder, his eyes full of unbelief. Ko-chan, little Bamboo, you must be joking with me, right? I admit I was wrong. You can't. I have another man. Ginger Bamboo drops another heavy bomb. Men? Xia Beichen instantly felt his breath catch. Both hands began to tremble slightly. His eyes were empty as he looked at Jiang Zhu. His throat felt like it was blocked by something. His breathing became rapid and hard, and his heart felt like it was being viciously torn. Men? Xiaozhu Shi. There's another man? In an instant, countless emotions surged wildly. Sad, angry, sour? No. Xia Beichen let out a low roar like that of a wild beast, slamming his heavy fist on the doorframe, and the Xia family's gate collapsed. I won't allow it. I won't allow it. How could you? How could you? Looking at Brother Beichen in such a difficult situation, Yun Mengli's heart broke and she quickly rushed up to grab his arm tightly. Brother Beichen, don't be sad. You still have Mengli. However, Xia Beichen couldn't listen at all, and his arm threw him away with force. The young girl lost her balance and stumbled to the ground. Filled with sadness, Yun Zhe was furious and hurriedly helped his sister up, glaring angrily at Xia Beichen. Beichen, what are you doing? Xia Junfeng followed suit. Beichen, why are you so mad? I told you that this is not good enough for you. Now you finally believe me, don't you? Kill her with your own hands while you can, lest she disgrace my Xia family. Xia Beichen couldn't listen to anyone at all and stared straight at Jiang Zhu. Who is he? Tell me. He is who? Chief Ba's body was rippling with a murderous intent. Jiang Zhu sighed deeply. Beichen. You. Who is he? I can't tell you. You might as well. Take care. With Xia Beichen's current state of rage, if he really went to find Lindong, he would absolutely die. You. Xia Beichen raised his hand and swung it down heavily, and Jiang Zhu didn't dodge, but there was no slap in the face. The large hand rested near Jiang Zhu's snow-white cheeks, but failed to actually strike down. Ho ho ho. Ha ha ha. Xia Beichen staggered back and sat on his butt. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up within his body, and Ba always felt that at this moment, the world collapsed. Always have a cleanliness fetish of the boss. At this moment cannot care a lot, sitting on the ground and crying and laughing, as if crazy. Brother Beichen Yun Mingli was heartbroken and wanted to go and comfort but was tugged by Yunzhe to death. Shameless bastard. Xia Junfeng exploded with anger. Men, take this down. Jiang Zhu allowed the security to surround herself and looked at Xia Beichen in a complicated manner. North Star, I'm sorry. After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. Where are the people? Xia Junfeng and the others were stunned. What kind of speed was this? What are you looking at me for? Go after her. Kill this at the ends of the earth. The honor of my Xia family will never be allowed to be destroyed. Xia Junfeng roared at the security. Suddenly, a petulant laugh came. Ha ha ha, the honor of the Xia family? I really? Ha 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 ha. The crowd turned their heads in unison to look at the laughing Xia Qingyu. What? Are you crazy too? Xia Junfeng frowned deeply. What are you mad about at this moment? Crazy at this moment? Xia Qingyu completely lost the gentle appearance of a lady of the world. Stood up and yelled hysterically. As early as the moment my mom died, I had already gone crazy. Although she was the daughter of the head of the family, she had suffered a lot because of the serious patriarchal mentality of the Xia family up and down the line. Originally, when my mother was still alive, there was someone who loved her, but the home, after the death of her mother, was cold and unkempt. His father only had interests and his brother in his eyes, and never refused to look himself in the eye. Obviously he is better than Xia Beichen in every aspect, but just because of the gender female, he has to be used as a tool, as a bargaining chip. A demonic seed was planted in her heart long ago. Xia Junfeng still didn't understand this and said coldly, there are guests here. Why are you talking about this now? Is this what I taught you? But unexpectedly, Xia Qingyu laughed even more maniacally. You taught me? Yes, Father Sama taught me well. Teach me to put my family's interests first. Teach me to be selfless and let you suck my blood. Teach me to give up my own happiness and be a tool? Teach me to be ruthless like the ancient royals? Teach me to be a bully like you? To be a bully? Xia Junfeng was angry again. Anyone who was scolded by his daughter in this way is not good. The old face is gloomy and incomparable. Humph, what do you know? Everything I did was for the sake of the Xia family's survival. As my Xia Junfeng's daughter, this is what you should do. I should do Nima. Xia Qingyu cursed, completely disregarding her image. The most important thing I should do is to clean all the top and bottom of this hated Xia family. As soon as the words fell, Xia Qingyu's eyes and hair turned white and her chi surged. Xia Junfeng choked and immediately looked around and asked, where are Xiao Zhou and the others? Where's the security team you brought out? Only now realize it? You're really stupid enough. Xia Qingyu Jejia sneered. Naturally. It's dead. Dead? Xia Junfeng finally panicked. My daughter is determined to rebel. She was an A+ rank, and no one in the current Xia family was really a match for her. The only one who can barely fight off Xia Beichen. Count on not being on. Xiao Zhe, you're Xiao Yu's husband. It's inconvenient for me as a father to discipline, so you'll do it. Xia Junfeng wisely threw the dilemma to Yunzhe. Old undead. Yunzhe cursed, but still nodded his head to look at Xia Qingyu. Xiao Yu, I know you must have suffered. If this place makes you uncomfortable, come back to the Yun family with me. I promise you that no one will dare to bully you in the Yun family, including me. Humph, no need. Xia Qingyu completely blackened, and with a blast from both palms, an extremely cold and violent aura gushed out. Ugh, Xiao Yu, don't blame me. Yunzhe similarly moved his hands forward, blazing bursts of flame spreading out. Xia Qingyu and him are both a plus and must be dealt with carefully. The collision of ice and fire instantly created a large amount of fog, and vision was obscured. The ring of fire retreats and dissipates. Yunzhe waved his hand, and a ring of flames around his body swept in all directions, and the mist was vaporized and dissipated. Where are the people? At this time, in the parlor, the Xia family members had already tumbled over, and had taken cover, but Xia Qingyu's figure was not visible, and above the roof of the parlor building, there was a large hole. In the air, Xia Qingyu's hand gestures changed, and a huge ice cone with a diameter of 10 meters quickly took shape. If it was smashed, the entire Xia family manor would become a lollipop. Go! The ice cone began to slowly descend. Chapter 88, Naze vs Aou. Asterisk. Looking at the huge ice cone that was slowly falling, Yunze's eyes were glazed over. Once he really let this thing fall, not to mention the Xia family, his sister Yun Mengli would also have to die. Say what you have to block. With flames rippling all over his body, Yunze completely transformed into a living being, and his legs began to spew fire as he rushed out of the roof like a jet, arms outstretched, dead center against the ice pick. As soon as he touched the ice pick, Yunze was horrified. It's not right. Ice picks are so heavy. Wasn't she a plus rank like herself? How come she's so strong? But now he couldn't care too much anymore. He was the only one present who was the strongest and had to hold on. Xiao Yao, don't make one mistake after another. I'll take you away from the Xia family. Yunze's steel teeth clenched as he deadlifted the ice pick. But the ice cone was too terrifying, and his best efforts only slowed down his descent. Xia Qingyu gazed coldly. I'm right. What kind of good bird do you think you are? Relying on the power of your family. You pressurized my Xia family and forced me to marry you. When have you ever considered my feelings? Yunze is numb. What can I do this for? Because I like you. Our families have been friends for generations, and I've loved you since I was a child, and I swore that I would marry you as my wife. But growing up, you changed. Become cold. Become distant. I have no choice to do this. Xia Qingyu coldly grunted. So, you never considered my feelings either. You only care about yourself. Yunze, I'm the heir to the Yun family, the best genius of the family's younger generation. What's wrong with being selfish? Just ask you, how spicy? Nothing to say? Since you all only care about yourselves, what's a little selfishness on my part? Xia Qingyu's heart grew colder and colder. Her prime hand slowly pressed down. Put. Yunze was pressed down and spat out blood from his mouth, his face grimacing. No, I can't carry it at all by myself. What are you all running for? Come over and help. Yunze hurriedly yelled at Xia Junfeng and the others below. I'm trying to help you guys out, but you're all hiding and watching the show. However, Xia Junfeng shouted loudly, Xiao Zhe, you will definitely be able to do it. Today is also a good opportunity for you to revitalize your husband. As long as you take her down, she will definitely not dare to be disobedient to you in the future. Are you kidding? I'm only AB class. Going up there is a death sentence. When the other Xia family exalts saw that the family head was not going to go on, it was even more unlikely that they themselves would go on. Yunze, I'm a trample #at. #*. I haven't seen such a shameless thing in almost 30 years of living. Forget it, I don't resist. So long, Mengli should hide. Mud, why is Mengli still in the same place? At this time in the parlor, Yun Mengli did not care about the danger above her head and looked at Xia Beichen in a daze. Brother Beichen, don't be sad. That bad woman isn't worth caring about so much. You still have Mengli. Brother Beichen, do you know? The first time Mengli saw you from a young age, she had already imprinted you deeply in her heart and never changed. Brother Beichen, will you look at Mengli? Brother North Star. However, Xia Beichen seemed as if he had completely lost his mind, completely unable to hear, still sitting dumbly on the ground. Yunze, Mengli, take Xia Beichen away. It's dangerous here. However, Yun Mengli was equally deaf, with only her brother Beichen in her eyes. Yunze was going to cry. Family, who understands? What if my sister is a love brain? Wait online. Xia Qingyu laughed coldly. See, such a Xia family is not worth fighting for your life. They only care about their own interests and will only drain everything out of you. And from the moment you proposed the union to the Xia family, it was doomed. You're just a pawn of Xia Junfeng. The ice pick pressed down again. Yunze was bent over with anger in his heart. Since neither will help me, I'll beat you. Your bird life. My life oils me, not the sky. It's a man or a chess piece. It's up to me to say. Yikes. With a loud roar, Yunze completely erupted, his body flames churning even more violently, his bent waist slowly straightening up, his hair flying. Under his unremitting efforts, the ice cone actually did stop its descent and was slowly rising. Xia Junfeng and the others revealed excited looks. That's great. Not bad for my son-in-law. That's awesome. Terrifying and incomparable flames began to burst out, burning the ice cones and melting them into water. Sensing that success was in sight, Yunze worked even harder, with full power, the burst of flames completely wrapping around the ice cone. Give me, break! Yunze let out a roar and stomped his feet hard. Boom! The ice cone exploded into pieces, creating a large amount of mist. Xia Qingyu sneered, her index finger extended. Binding of ice. In a flash, several ice rings flew out. On the ground, all of the Xia family members were eagerly waiting for the fog to disperse and for Xia Qingyu to be defeated. But as the fog truly dispersed, all of the Xia family members were dumbfounded, only to see that Yunze, who was on fire just now, was now bound by several ice rings to death and unable to move. Before his eyeballs rested a spear of ice, perhaps only 2 centimeters further in, and the tip of the spear would be lodged in his eyeballs. Yunze's handsome face was white as he looked at her. You, more than A+, right? Obviously. Xia Qingyu didn't even use her full strength. Xia Qingyu did not answer. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked at the scene below that turned from joy to tears. Her heart was suddenly soothed. Xia Junfeng was indeed numb and angrily cursed Yunze in his heart. Aren't you an A+? Why did you lose so easily? What a waste. Just, I today, is a complete defeat. Our marriage contract, cancel it. Yunze bitter. The heart of the hard yuppie. Since the Xia family was so bad, there was no need to support them. Xiaoyu she never liked herself from the beginning to the end. Why should she have to put a cold face on someone else's cold ass? He's not North Star Xia. Let go of me. I promise you that in the future. The Yun family. Pust. Xia Qingyu suddenly stabbed the ice lance forward, piercing Yunze's eyeball and piercing out from the back of his head, blood staining the ice lance red. This sudden scene scared everyone. Xia Juanfeng's legs and stomach began to shiver. How dare she? She is so crazy. Crazy. Only then did Jun Mengli notice her brother, and suddenly her pretty face turned white and her eyes rounded. Brother. The voice was mournful. Xia Qingyu coldly grunted, and with a fling of his lance, Yunze's body heavily smashed to the ground. Yun Mengli cried and rushed up, the green energy in his hands injected like it was no money. Brother, wake up, don't scare Mengli. Oh, brother, I don't want you to die. The young girl felt like the sky was falling. Before she left, she had pestered her brother with all kinds of pampering before she was allowed to come along to the Xia family. But what happened? The beloved North Star's brother has gone mad, and his loving elder brother has been killed by his sister-in-law. The young girl had never felt the world so dark. Chapter 89, It's all for your own good. Yunze was dead and Yun Mengli's healing powers couldn't bring anyone back to life. With a fling of the ice spear, Xia Qingyu slowly landed on the ground and looked at the horrified Xia Junfeng with a sardonic smile. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? If you kill Yunze, it will bring about the end of the Xia family, you know? Xia Qingyu coldly grunted. In that case, won't it be fine if I take the first step to kill the Xia family cleanly? Junfeng Xia? Seems to make sense. Bull asterisk. Xia Qingyu, I think you've hardened your wings after awakening, right? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch any member of the Xia family? Lists, pust. Xia Qingyu lifted her hand and was a small ice pick, piercing through his calf as blood gushed out. Ah! Xia Junfeng fell to the ground with a cry of pain. When had he ever suffered such a crime after years of pampering himself? You! How dare you? I'm your father. Are you going to bully your teacher? Xia Junfeng is afraid and angry. The little cotton jacket leaks even if the wind, but also stepped on the horse to tie people. The Xia family's group of elders jumped out to accuse. Xia Qingyu, how dare you disrespect the family head? In the 5,000 years of the Dragon Kingdom, there's no one as ruthless as you. Do you really think you have no honor because you have power? Without our hard work, where would you be now? Kill us all if you can. I'd like to see just how far you can lose your heart. They knew that they couldn't run away, but begging Xia Qingyu for mercy? Does the Xia family still want to lose face? So, moral abduction should work well. Xia Qingyu at the moment, but the inner heart is icy cold, slowly raised his hand and violently pressed down. Noisy. In an instant, a terrifying extreme cold aura erupted, and the crowd of Xia family elders and juniors simply couldn't dodge, and were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. It's the same old bunch that PUA'd themselves all kinds of times before the end times, forcing their young, beautiful selves to go out and make money and fight, while they enjoyed a rich life at home. Everyone took it for granted, and everyone didn't feel any sense of gratitude towards themselves. They even get yelled at once they make less money and pull in less investment. It's outrageous. They were like leeches attached to Xia Qingyu's body in death, sucking blood with nothing to lose. Xia Juanfeng's eyes were glazed over. She's so bold. Now, it's your turn. Xia Qingyu laughed sardonically and looked at Xia Junfeng. No, don't daughter, Xiaoyu, I'm Dad. Xia Junfeng was so shocked that he cried out in pain. It was Dad's fault before. Dad was too hard on you. It was Dad's incompetence. You're not satisfied with the Xia family. How about you become the head of the Xia family? You can do whatever you want to do, and Dad is at ease to assist you. It's not that he thinks he's wrong, he's just scared. Xia Qingyu smiled coldly, but I think that the Xia family is useless to me. What's the point of being the family head? In such a post-apocalyptic world, money, connections, and resources are all useless. Power, alone, is the only thing. Swish, another ice pick shot the other leg. That. Then what do you want? Xia Juanfeng's old face had twisted into a twist. I said, I just want to kill you all. Xia Qingyu was full of killing intent, followed by 2 more ice picks. Xia Juanfeng's limbs were broken. No, you can't kill me. I'm your father. You'll go to hell if you kill me. Xia Juanfeng's pants were wet with sweat. Xia Qingyu was full of dislike, the guts of the head of the family. That's it? Oh, I've been in hell for a long time. With a lift of his small hand, countless small ice cones once again condensed around his body, a quantity that was enough to zap Xia Junfeng into a hedgehog. Suddenly, the hollow-eyed Xia Beichen turned back to his senses and looked around despondently. His pupils then dilated. Sister wants to kill father? Sis, don't! Xia Beichen angrily shouted and rushed out. Humph, you go die too. Xia Qingyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of complexity, but she still raised her hand to strike an ice cone. Of the whole family, perhaps this blood brother was the only one who was genuinely kind to himself. But he's so stupid enough not to put herself in her shoes and consider her pain, taking for granted that her sister is happy. Since we're going to kill, we'll kill them all. The ice cones instantly attacked, and Xia Beichen, in shock, hurriedly condensed several layers of ice armor on his chest. Bang! Although the ice armor blocked the sharp ice cone, it was also blown away by the tremendous force. Xia Beichen's body flew heavily backwards, smashing cracks in the wall. Brother Beichen! Yun Mengli cried as she ran over to treat him. Brother is already dead. We can't let Brother Northstar die too. Xia Beichen spat out blood and struggled to get up. Sis, don't you make the same mistake again. He's a father. Everything he does is for your own good. There's that line again. Xia Qingyu's eyes instantly reddened as countless ice picks shot at Xia Junfeng on the ground with full force. In just an instant, the Xia clan's family head, Xia Junfeng, who was known in the central region of the Dragon Kingdom, was hardened into a hedgehog. Ice picks shot through heads, through torsos, destroying everything. All that was left was a puddle of rotting flesh and warm blood on the floor. Maybe before death, he didn't think he was wrong about anything, he would just think it was his daughter who was crazy. Everything is for my benefit? I'm so fed up. Xia Qingyu was once again furious. In the past, those elders used to PUA her with the same phrase. The ice spear in his hand condensed, and his figure stomped out explosively, stabbing straight at Xia Beichen. Don't hurt Brother Beichen. Yun Mengli didn't even think about it and closed her eyes to stop in front of Xia Beichen. Xia Qingyu's killing momentum was unceasing. Humph, then let's make you a dead couple. When it looked like the ice gun was about to zap the two men into strings, suddenly, a snow-white vegan hand appeared and gripped the gun's shaft. The tip of the gun stayed in front of Yun Mengli's chest, no longer able to stab in. Alas, after all, he is your own brother, and the only relative you have left in the world. Let him go, Jiangju said faintly. When she came before the master only said that she should come along. She thought that it was for her to make a clean break with Xia Beichen. So she came. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingyu was so crazy that she directly wanted to exterminate her own family. Seeing that Xia Beichen was about to die, she could no longer sit still. Xia Beichen looked at Jiangju dumbfounded. Xiaozhu, you're back. Xia Qingyu coldly grunted. No need for you to be hypocritical here. How much better do you think you are than me? Ginger Bamboo was silent. At this time, Xia Beichen must have had a hard time. His fiancée hurt his heart, and his sister hurt him. The negativity is pulled right up to the point where it can feed 6 evil sword fairies. I don't care about the rest of the Xia family. Let him go. Jiangju snapped, his grip shattering the ice gun. Humph. I will tell my master about this matter. Xia Qingyu withdrew her hand. Jiangju was stronger than her and she could only give up. After that, he turned around and went to kill the others. In addition to the Xia family name, there are servants, security, and cousin families, amounting to more than 230 people. She won't keep any of them. Whatever you want. Jiangju was not the least bit afraid. She was clear that Lindong didn't care if they, the maids, had someone in their hearts. The master is rather shallow and only cares if the body is his. As for whether or not he was harboring someone in his heart, the owner said it didn't matter. They're just maids anyway. Chapter 90, Bombed in the Face. Jiangju sighed and turned to look at Yun Mengli. The young girl's face was alert, defending Xia Beichen behind her. What are you going to do? It was this bad woman who had injured Brother Northstar like this. If she had the ability to fight, she would have fought her to the death. You are beautiful and lovely. Jiangju looked at the fearless look for love and envied from the bottom of his heart. I used to be like that myself. Why did I change later? Take him away. Leave Jiangchang, the farther away the better. Jiangju said and was about to leave. Little Bamboo. Xia Beichen's eyes were filled with complexity. Yet Jiangju had already leaped and disappeared. Yun Mengli helped Xia Beichen up. Brother Beichen, this bad woman doesn't deserve you. Let me take you away. Xia Beichen smiled miserably. The sister, who trusted immensely, was going to kill herself. Ko Take, who had hurt himself, had saved himself. It's really the creation of the world. 0:00 p.m. At night, Mirror Lake Spring. Today, Lindong did not give his maids any practice, and in a rare move, he let them rest early and sat alone by the bedroom window, looking at the dark sky. If it snows again, we'll have to go out in a hole in the ground, won't we? A handful of peanut milk and a handful of royal salute. Together, you don't know, it's a different kind of flavor. Tick-tock, today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. Gliding, can ignore extreme weather. 2. 1 heavy tank. 3. Color bomb, detonated by the host's mind. 4. A frozen fish that never breaks down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lindong got up in surprise, his eyes glaring dead at the fourth option. What tanks? What bombs? What gliders? I just want frozen fish. Old man, as he got stronger and stronger, ordinary frozen fish couldn't satisfy him at all. They broke when pinched and crumbled when touched, so he couldn't have a good time at all. I choose 4. This was the first time Lindong chose the fourth reward. Inside the system space, a frozen fish about 50 long and 30 centimeters wide appeared. It was cold to the touch and there was some frost clinging to the fish. From the outside, it really looks just like a frozen fish in a freezer. Bang bang bang. Nice touch. Hey, Lindon was very pleased with the new frozen fish. Suddenly, in the night sky, a light lit up, and it was rapidly flying this way. What the hell? Lindon's pupils contracted violently as he gazed at it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rocket. Boom. The rocket hit the villa and instantly created a huge explosion. Flames rose to the sky, and the exploding fireball and blazing heat instantly engulfed the entire villa. The still sleeping maids were engulfed by the blast shockwave and flames. The villa began to collapse and smoke billowed out. Not only that, dozens of points of light reappeared in the air, crashing straight into the Mirror Lake Spring. Boom boom boom. In a matter of moments, the affluent neighborhood, buried under snow, was completely razed to the ground. Someone was awakened by the sound of an explosion and climbed to their feet to stare in disbelief at the distant flames. Katyusha shuffle attack? What the hell is this? The snow was melted by the flames, and the neighborhood was transformed into a large pit of rubble. Soon there were 6 helicopters slowly approaching. On one of the helicopters at the head of the group, the deacon looked at the large pit with a face full of hatred. Tengu, Rattlesnake, Bloodwolf, White Eagle, and Thunderbolt. Each of you take your squads to rope down and surround this place in battle formation, closing the circle and making sure there can't be any living souls. A questioning voice came from the headset. Huh? No way. Mr. Deacon, why go down there after all the rockets? Even Superman would die in there. Execute the order. The deacon's tone carried no room for doubt. Okay. Soon, 5 other helicopters with heavily armed figures landed one after the other, forming an encircling circle, very military in nature. Deacon stared coldly, waiting for news. This is what happens when you offend my foundation. You'd better not be alive. Otherwise, I have more brutal tactics. In the midst of the ruins, a floorboard was kicked away, revealing a 2-meter-tall black shadow. Tramp the next door. How dare you bomb me with a bomb? Demon Lindong was furious. The moment the bomb exploded just now, he quickly used the demon suit to protect himself from the bomb flames with his demonic wings. I don't know if I can carry the explosion in my normal state, but what if I can't? Luckily, the demon suit was very powerful and came out unscathed. It's just that the tan skin is a little darker now. Maid Xinhuan Yu's death has been detected. Is it a one-click resurrection? Maid Ling Xue detected. Testing. This bomb wash attack was very powerful, except for Jiang Zhu and Xia Qingyu who hadn't come back yet. The others were all blown up. Mad. Revive them all for me. Lindong let out a low roar. He was really angry. In the ruins, countless pitch-black pieces of flesh began to shine with a golden light, and before long, 5 figures coalesced into shape. Xinhuan Yu snapped awake. What's going on? Ling Xue covered her chest. It's like we died again. Liang Jihan's pretty face looked around angrily. Someone took a bomb to blow us up. It's too much. Qin Shuyao's eyes had begun to turn scarlet. Lindong suddenly appeared and threw them a few sets of thermal underwear. Put them on and let these dog bastards taste your power. Master. The maids came out of the rubble and rushed out in 5 directions. Lindong coldly looked at the last remaining helicopter in the air, disarmed his demon suit, and began to slowly build up his strength by pressing his body down. The body leapt high into the air with a loud bang. It's too much of a bully to use a kit. I'm going to crush you one by one with my own hands. Deacon was waiting when suddenly the pilot yelled, "Pull up, there's an unidentified attack coming." The deacon was stunned and immediately looked out. A dark shadow came at such a speed that the helicopter's slow pull-up was too late to avoid it. Jump the plane. The deacon made an instant decision, kicked open the hatch, and leaped down. Behind him, 2 burly men jumped down in synchronization. Lindong's figure rushed straight to the tail of the helicopter and slammed down hard with the frozen fish held high. Boom! The tail of the helicopter broke off and the fuselage began to rock from side to side. Sister Day! Sister Day! the driver rushed to take control of his balance. Lindong grabbed the fuselage and squeezed into the cabin, lifting the frozen fish and slamming it down hard on the pilot's head. Snap! His head exploded like a watermelon that had been hit by a heavy hammer, and blood sprayed all over his face as Lindong laughed and took a swing at the other driver as well. The helicopter lost its balance completely, and Lindong jumped with a long leap and landed smoothly. The helicopter then crashed to the ground behind him, and with a loud bang, there was a large explosion, sending up a plume of smoke. Under the illumination of the firelight, Lindong sneered and slowly got up, the shockwave blowing the hem of his coat, carrying the frozen fish and slowly advancing. It's unnerving. The deacon's pupils immediately shrunk violently. He really wasn't dead. Chapter 91, The Maids Are All Powerful. 1. The 5 squads were alarmed to see the sudden crash of the helicopter the deacon was in. What's the situation? Should we go over and check it out? Watch it my ass. Deacon doesn't die that easily. Let's get on with the mission. Tengu squad. The captain, codenamed Tengu, was a lean, middle-aged man, and behind him were 10 people, his team members. Suddenly, the Tengu clenched his fist to signal a halt to his advance, his eyes dead ahead. Something's wrong. I sense something unusual. Be careful. A response from the team came over the headset. Captain. Yes. Tengu frowned and hurriedly turned his head to look, his pupils shrinking. Behind the hound at the end of the line stood an extremely beautiful woman, who was at that moment pulling her dagger out of the hound's neck with a sardonic smile. The blood wailed and a bunch of the team members were dumbfounded. When did she kill behind us? The hound looked at the captain with vacant eyes, and his body fell helplessly to his knees and plopped to the ground. Xinhuanyu sneered. This is the first one. You, fire! Tengu roared, bringing up his gun and firing furiously. The rest of the team raised their guns and fired. However, Xinhuanyu's figure had long since disappeared in the same place, going nowhere. Quickly, assemble! Tengu bellowed. The team members spaced 5 meters apart quickly rushed over. However, the Tengu was eyeballing it. The woman's figure reappeared behind the golden dog. Look out! Tengu bellowed, just raising his gun. The golden dog's head had flown high in the air while his body retained its forward inertia, eventually sliding heavily on the ground as his headless body slid down at his feet. When she looked up again, the woman's figure had disappeared again. Malagobi, if you have the ability, don't do a sneak attack. Come out and fight head-on. Tengu roared at pitch black, but there was never any sign of him. Xinhuanyu in the dark sneered. You guys take missiles to wash our faces and it's not a sneak attack? Rattlesnake squad. Captain Rattlesnake heard the commotion and hurriedly shouted. Gather. The squad assembled quickly and didn't lose anyone. Rattlesnake looked at the building next to him and whispered. Tengu squad has been ambushed. Let's go through this building to help. Entering the building, the squad lined up in a staggered column formation and advanced slowly. The hallway was dark, with only a faint glimmer of light coming in from a distant fire. It's shaky, like a haunted house. Suddenly, behind them, an extremely well-built woman appeared. The woman had a single ponytail and was holding 2 butterfly knives. Seeing that they hadn't found themselves yet, Ling Xue smiled petulantly. Hey, who are you guys looking for? The Rattlesnake squad instantly turned their guns around and saw Ling Xue playing with a butterfly knife and looking at them with a smile on her face. Her heart tightened violently, pulling a beautiful blade flower. Ling Xue laughed. Are you guys trying to kill me? I'm here yo. No orders were needed. The Rattlesnake squad all opened fire, bullets pouring out. Ling Xue dodged left and right, instantly killing into the nearest person. The butterfly knife violently hit his neck. Blood instantly sprayed out. Using this team member as a shield, Ling Xue smiled sarcastically and drew her sword, grabbing him and leaping high to smash down into the crowd. Swish! The body jabbed sharply from side to side, and 2 more members of the team were pierced through the stomach. Before the others could react, they drew their daggers again and stabbed them in the eyes left and right. Retreat while fighting. Rattlesnake instantly decided that even though he himself was also a shifter, there was absolutely no way he could be a match for this woman. A hot weapon in your hand is the only chance. Looking at the retreating remaining people, Ling Xue made a split-second decision and threw out her butterfly knife to stab one person in the forehead, sliding the ground sharply forward, using him as a shield and pulling out her butterfly knife, one after another on the head until the head was rotted. This was followed by the butterfly knife being thrown and stabbing the cobra in the leg, which stumbled and fell to the ground. Leave me alone and retreat, Cobra yelled, leaning against the wall and shooting non-stop. Rattlesnake tearfully retreated into the second floor with the few remaining members of his team, his heart sinking to the bottom. What's the difference between being killed from the first floor to the second? On the first floor, the Cobra magazines emptied and hands fumbled to return them. Ling Xue smiled as she dropped her human shield, the tip of her blade slowly advancing against the wall. Come on, hurry up! Cobra was trembling, finally changing magazines and just hanging the chamber. Ling Xue's figure accelerated violently, The butterfly knife cut a trace on the wall and easily swept past his neck, blood splattering a beautiful pattern on the wall. Cobra froze and his head rolled to the ground. Ling Xue looked towards the building and winks. None of you will escape. Blood Wolf Squad, the first to gather their members to find cover. Mud, what's the deal with Tengu and Rattlesnake? They don't answer back when I ask them. Are they both dead? The Blood Wolf's heart was heavy. In the darkness, Liang Jihan was carrying a shotgun that she had picked up from the ruins, with only one round of ammunition in her hand. But enough of that. Noticing that they were all hiding behind different bunkers, Liang Jihan sneered, her figure violently stomping out and arriving in front of the first person. Lone Wolf stared dumbfounded at the woman who suddenly appeared in the gun that disliked the muzzle of his head, and froze in fear on the spot. Bang! Lone Wolf's head was blown off on the spot. As the body fell, Liang Jihan sharply touched the pistol from the Lone Wolf's body and ducked in the process. Blood Wolf and the others immediately turned their guns to shoot, but they all shot blanks. There's only 5 rounds left, and there's still 10 men across the street, but that's enough. Liang Jihan skillfully loaded her pistol and came to the second man with a leap and roll. The evil wolf immediately pressed down the muzzle of the gun to shoot. Liang Jihan head tilted to avoid. The bullet knocked down a few hair. With the pistol directly to his head, the bad wolf instantly didn't dare to move. Bang! Bad wolf, dead. The Blood Wolf's eyes turned red as he immediately yelled, charge up together. The rest of the Blood Wolf squad members rushed up, and Liang Jihan rolled close again and shot the hyena in the calf. Coyote cried out in pain and fell to the ground, while Liang Jihan shot her head in the process. Kill another person. But the others had already rushed up, and Liang Jihan grinned and found cover to hide once again. Sprouting hot baking. Blood Wolf was just about to pull out a grenade and throw it out when suddenly, a black object appeared in the air and was accompanied by the other party's petulant cry. Get down! Blood Wolf yelled on reflex. Plop! The black object landed on the ground and was just a rock. When Blood Wolf saw it clearly, he was instantly enraged. Treadmill is screwed. Liang Jihan once again leapt into the air, flipping her body gracefully and flinging out a bullet. Bang! Just in time. Skywolf, Flying Wolf, and Lightning Wolf rose from the ground and stood in a straight line. The bullets pierced through 3 heads in an instant, and the 3 men just got up and fell down again. The Blood Wolf was in a rage, and just as he wanted to raise his gun to shoot, Liang Jihan's figure disappeared again. Hey, sure enough, I still like to play with guns. Liang Jihan looked at the fact that there were only 2 bullets left in her hand, while there were still 5 people left on the opposite side. The safety officer carefully calculated. What exactly does it take to kill 5 people with 2 shots? Chapter 92, the maids are all powerful, too. The White Eagle squad is made up entirely of white men, with a minimal number of 6. Captain Whitehawk looked blonde with sapphire-like pupils that looked very attractive. Captain, I still think that Oriental women are not as good as our Western women. They are not open enough at all. It's no fun to twist and turn. Eagle joked in his headset while advancing vigilantly. White Eagle snorted. What do you know, you big old man? Oriental women are so weak, so different in size from us, and it's the way they beg for mercy when they play that makes them the most desirable. Falcon Eagle conformed. The captain is right. Among the Oriental women, I prefer Dragon Kingdom women to island women. The more reserved they are, the more excited I am. Air Eagle revealed an evil smile, said I'm all energized. These days are always busy catching experimental subjects. They do not have time to have a good time to play with the women here. Captain, when things are done today, let's stop by and find a few dozen dragon women in this nearby neighborhood for a quickie. White Eagle pondered for a moment. Some intention, now the Lord Deacon is angry. When things are over tonight, all alert. Before the words fell, the entire squad was instantly silenced and looked ahead vigilantly. In the darkness, a figure stumbled and ran. A crowd of eyes lit up. What a beautiful dragon girl. The young girl's hair was wet. A torn blanket wrapped around her slender torso. The pants on her legs were torn and tattered, revealing her snow-white calves, and her feet were wearing a pair of very large shoes, obviously found at random. Quickly save me. The young girl was freezing and shivering, running very staggeringly, revealing a look of surprise when she saw the White Eagle squad. White Eagle pointed his gun and immediately yelled, "Don't move! Where did you come from?" Chen Yuncher immediately braked, and her surprised expression immediately turned ice cold. You are the rescue team? What the hell is going on? How come you're only coming to rescue people now? Whitehawk froze and broke into a bad smile. Yes, pretty lady, we're from the rescue team. Really? Coming so slowly? What are you men for? Chen Yuncher wrapped the blanket around her body tightly and took big strides to walk among them. Seeing that everyone was staring blankly at themselves, Chen Yuncher chirped. What are you waiting for? Strip off your clothes for me to wear. Do you want to freeze to death? No, you're not. On the basis of, oops, what a bunch of crooked people. Forget it, I don't understand even if I tell you. Don't I hear you when you speak properly? There's nothing to say. You won't understand if you say it. Those who have a heart don't need to be taught. Those who don't have a heart can't be taught. I don't know what's going on. But they were angry at the same time. A feeling of I was wrong arose. Male Eagle was furious and pointed his gun at Chen Yunshi. Do you want to die? Chen Yunshi said impatiently. How do you talk? What attitude? The White Eagle squad was numb. Why was this different from what was expected? In the past, as soon as they showed their white faces, a bunch of dragon women would stick themselves up and deliver them. And then again, no one ever dared to talk to them like that. Now what's with the little thrill of suddenly being stomped on by a teenage girl? White Eagle smiled and said, Ahem. I'm sorry ma'am. I'm sorry if my men's ignorance rushed you. Please forgive me. Chen Yunshi coldly grunted. Really? Forget it. Who asked me to be beautiful and kind-hearted? In the future, if you talk to me like this again, you guys will silently lose points in my heart. White Eagle, unaware of the guilt he was being PD out of, glared angrily at Stallion. Take off your combat suit and give it to the lady. Now, Eagle was reluctant, but after meeting the captain's cold eyes, he could only take off his combat uniform with a face full of displeasure. Don't stare at me. This is something you volunteered for. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Yunshi took it and put it on, feeling for the grenade on her body. What's this mess and you don't know how to take these toys down before you give them to me? The young girl was disconcerted and silently pulled off the pull tab. White Eagle was stunned and his face changed dramatically. Lady, be careful. This thing. Give it back. Chen Yunshi threw the grenade back, and seeing that the time had come, her body violently leapt up high. Meanwhile, the eagle confusedly received the grenade. He was still in the red temperature. The other hand, this hand completely did not react. White Eagle snapped. Crouch. Boom. The grenade exploded and countless steel balls crashed out, and the White Eagle squad was instantly shot into a sieve. Chen Yunshi steadily landed on the ground, skimming his lips. Actually still want me to take the initiative to come over to kill you guys? You guys don't know how to kill yourselves? Isn't that what you men are supposed to do? I was wrong about you. Without any intention of hiding, Qin Shuyao found a white dress from somewhere and put it on, suddenly appearing in front of the 12 people of the Thunderbolt squad, cloaked and crooked head, eyes scarlet and sinister looking at them, living out of the TV, crawling out of Sadako vestiges, asterisk. Scared the hell out of me. Purple Lightning walked at the front of the group and couldn't help but curse. Chick, what are you doing? Qin Shuyao did not reply. Raiden's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly noticing the dagger in the other party's hand, he bellowed and shouted, be careful, she has a knife in her hand, she might be an alien. Zidian skimmed his lips, this woman seems to be mentally incorrect. Pust. Before the words fell, Qin Shuyao had already suddenly flashed in front of him, picking up the dagger and violently stabbing Purple Lightning's eye socket, blood dripping out through the bone. Does it hurt? With only one eye left, Purple Power stared at her blankly. Ho, don't you feel any pain? Qin Shuyao pulled out the dagger and stabbed the only remaining eye again, blood staining the dress with dots of plum blossoms. But you guys just blew me up so much it hurts. Raiden bellowed. Purple Lightning, what the hell are you waiting for? Shoot. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets all poured out, hitting Purple Lightning's back and instantly turning it into a hornet's nest. Qin Shuyao didn't dodge, still drawing his sword and stabbing the Purple Lightning over and over again. Are you in pain? Why don't you say something? Purple Power Corpse. Guess why I didn't say anything? Soon, the bullet shot through Zidian's body and hit Qin Shuyao. Raiden's pupils shrank. What kind of physical fitness did this woman have? Bullets can't penetrate? Ah, you guys are hitting me so hard. Qin Shuyao ate the pain and reached out to pull out the bullet embedded in her flesh. Crimson blood staining her palm. Ah, blood, what a delicious flavor. The eyes of Thunderbolt Squad and the others were glazed over. This woman was actually licking her own blood? Nima! What kind of pervert is this? The current Qin Shuyao. Her body was densely covered with bullet holes, but none of them were able to penetrate the internal bones. Her white dress and mouth were covered with blood, and she was wearing a hideous smile, which was very eerie and terrifying. You've hurt me, and I'm going to hurt you. Qin Shuyao dashed out like lightning. Chapter 93, Lindong vs Ishiyama/Ishmael. Miserable cries for help from the various mercenary squads came from the headset, and the deacon ripped off the headset and looked at Lindong with a scowl on his face. Sure enough, none of the group had died. What level of strength were they? Foundation, right? I was thinking of keeping you guys to give me some fun, but I didn't realize that I almost turned into fun myself. Lindong glanced at the exploded and burnt helicopter corpse with the Foundation's logo printed on it. What do you say? How do I have to torture you all to take the edge off? Without turning his head, the deacon whispered, Stone Mill, Stone Mountain, help me stall for time. The two burly men behind him, who were towers of iron, nodded their heads and stepped forward in silence. The deacon struggled for a moment and pulled out a syringe with a red liquid inside, an unfinished version of the allomantic boost serum with unknown boosting effects and unknown side effects. Because of previous experiments, it never worked. According to the technical supervisor, perhaps an A+ class experimental body would be able to succeed and obtain precious experimental data. This man was clearly more than A+ rank, and the two of them, himself plus Ishiyama Ishmael, were bound to be no match. So for revenge, this serum was the only chance. After taking a deep breath, Deacon injected the serum into his body. In less than a moment, wild and chaotic power began to erupt, pounding the limbs and bones. The Deacon's eyes instantly turned bloodshot and he grimaced in pain. Lindong dug into his pocket to light a cigarette, but realized he didn't have any on him. It's really hard to get used to not having a maid to serve. Looking towards the two burly men with LV5 on their heads, he asked, "Since I told you to stall for time, let's wait. Do either of you have a cigarette on you? Give me one of those, and I'll give you a good beating." Ishiyama Shimo looked at each other, have shaken their heads. Their eyes are surprised. This man, so confident. Hubris. The two are twins, very similar in appearance. As if they have a heart of gold. Legs began to crouch at the same time, followed by a boom. Just like two cannonballs rushed out. The rigid force even blasted away the snow on the ground. Since there isn't any, then I'll abuse you guys a little heavier. Lindong stood with his body staggered, just passing through the middle of the two men. With that, lightning struck out and grabbed Ishiyama's calf, yanking it back violently. Shan's huge, mountainous body was as light as a bubble, and was swung in a semicircle by Lindong, falling heavily to the ground. In the nick of time, Shan's body was instantly covered with a layer of yellow rock. Body of rock. Boom! The ground was instantly blasted out of a large crater, and Shan grimaced in pain. "You who? Defense Department?" Lindong was slightly stunned as he grabbed Shan's leg and continued to swing. Smash forward. Boom! Smash back. Boom! Smash to the left. Boom! It was as if Loki had grabbed Hulk and was swinging him around, and the ground was quickly smashed into several large craters. Ishmael hastily braked sharply, turned his head to look at Lindong with a wide-eyed expression, his body similarly covered with a layer of rock, and rushed back. Lindong obediently took Ishiyama as a humanoid wolfsbane and swung it up to slam into the stone mill. Duong! The two men's heads came into close contact, immediately foaming at the mouth with white eyes, and the stone mill was blasted out a long way. Ishiyama's head had cracked from the collision. "It hurts like this and you still don't say anything. You're a man." Lindong couldn't help but give a thumbs up, pulling out the frozen fish and aiming it between Shan's legs. "I'm smashed." Bang! Worthy of being an unbreakable artifact, Shan's abdomen and thigh roots were smashed by the frozen fish until they cracked, and small stones flew about. And then, Lindong was confused. Why does it feel like something is missing? Shan's eyes instantly red. Straight to the soul of the strong deeply stimulate the nerves. Since childhood so many years, when has it ever hurt so much? Yikes! A dainty cry that went straight to the sky came, and Lindong let go of her little legs in shock. "Female? No wonder you didn't say anything. Are you a woman?" "No. These two look like men to me. Almost 2 meters tall, with short hair, a bushy beard, angular muscles and throat knots. True to the foundation. The weirdo is Doha." Ishmael saw his sister being smashed and rushed forward with his eyes wide open. "Sis, how are you?" "It's a woman, too, and she has a pretty good voice." "Sis, I'm in pain." Shan's tears came out from the pain. Lindong covered his face. Anyone who looked at two brown men hugging each other affectionately and opening their mouths to their sisters and sisters would feel their worldview collapsing. "Right? You rest. Sis will deal with him." Sherma glared hatefully at Lindong. "I can't believe I hit my sister in that place. The injury looks serious. Maybe my sister won't even be able to have children in the future." However, Shan still struggled to stand up. "Sister, let's stay together. He's strong." "Your injury? I'm fine. I'll take him out even if I die." "Well, we're sisters in arms." Before the words fell, Lindong suddenly appeared behind them. "Its profit cuts off a small life?" Meanwhile, the frozen fish slammed down hard. "Watch out." Ishmael hurriedly pushed his sister out of the way and met the frozen fish with his back. Bang! The rocks crumbled and cracked, and with just this one hit, Ishmael's rocky body could no longer be maintained and turned back into a flesh body. His eyes dulled and his huge body fell straight down. However, Lindon grabs the dying Ishmael by the hair. "Wanna die? I told you I was going to focus on abusing you." The frozen fish slammed its pestle into the wound in his back, shattering the spine and reaching right down to his guts. Thanks to the alien's massive life force, Ishmael didn't die and felt like he had an extra fish inside his chest. That feeling, weird as hell. The severely injured Shan watched, torn apart, as his sister was slammed in the stomach with a frozen fish by Lindong, shattering her internal organs. "It's like pounding garlic." "Sis." Ishmael was spitting out blood in large gulps, the blood laced with broken pieces of internal organs. Her body was convulsing violently. Her pupils slowly dilated, and the intense pain was stimulating her nerves over and over again. It was not until the innards were thoroughly churned out that Lindong was so intent on pulling out the frozen fish that he discarded the corpse of the stone mill. Countless pieces of internal organs interspersed with broken bones flowed out of the large hole in his back. The scene was very tragic. Don't worry, you'll be able to go with her in no time. Lindong shook off the blood on the frozen fish and looked at Shan. I'll fight you. Shan struggled to stand up. Lindong instantly appeared in front of her eyes and kicked her over, then braced her legs and raised the frozen fish high, slamming it down. Click. A crack appeared in Ishiyama's rocky torso that ran from his abdomen right up to his head. Ah. Lindon raises the fish and smashes it again. Click. Smashed 3 times in a row. The frozen fish split the rock. Hard to split her in half, and her organs and lungs flowed all over the place. After resolving the two, Lindong knocked on the frozen fish with immense satisfaction. It was worthy of being a divine weapon, and it was very competent in splitting 2 stones in a row, and it only dropped a bit of ice shavings. At the same time, the deacon's violently struggling expression began to slowly calm down, and his eyes lit up with a reddish glow. He naturally saw the death of the 2 Ishiyama Ishmael sisters and felt the pain in his heart, but it couldn't be helped. He needed time to break through, but their sacrifice wasn't in vain, because he succeeded. Feeling the huge power in his body that he had never felt before, a strong sense of self-confidence arose. I'll abuse you any way you abuse my people. Chapter 94. Last words. Don't speak in tongues. Inside the Foundation's base, a group of researchers cheered excitedly. Excellent! The experiment has succeeded. Worthy of Lord Deacon. As expected, our calculations were good. Only A+ class aliens can withstand this version of the serum's power. Has the experimental data been captured yet? Report, Supervisor. All have been collected. I believe it won't take 3 days for us to develop an improved version of the elevation serum, which can be used even below the A+ level. Good. Worthy of being a Lord Deacon. This kind of guts and ability to cooperate is really a blessing in disguise. How are the various data now? Report, Lord Deacon is now in a stable vital state, with a 50% increase in chakra vitality, a heart rate of 120 beats per second, body temperature up to 42 degrees, and muscle activity. Lindong looked at the top of the deacon's head with a speechless expression. You've gone to all this trouble, and you've only gone from level 6 to level 7? Catching up with the weakest maid, Chan Yunshir. I was looking forward to it. Come. Begging for abuse. Lindong carried the frozen fish and hooked his finger at the deacon. The expression was arrogant. The deacon's expression was cold and stern. Arrogant. I will make you beg for your life and death by means you never expected. Where's all this nonsense? Lindong pulled out his ears. Are you still abusing me or not? The deacon was stunned. His expression instantly livid, rampant. A golden light erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the deacon became a metal man, his body turning golden. Yo, your ability, I am very envious. Lindong looked at the 2 eyes glowing. If I had this ability before the end of the world, why would I need to suffer delivery to earn 5,000 a month? Hey, by the way, will the shang you pull be gold too? Then you wouldn't have to worry about food or drink at all. The deacon had already killed, and his metal wasn't only for defense like the Ishiyama Ishmael sisters, it also had the ability to take shape. The arms spread out and turned into 2 golden lances, stabbing straight at Lindong's face. With a casual lift of Lindong's hand, the frozen fish easily crashed through the lance, and the deacon's figure stumbled backward. How is that possible? The deacon's golden pupils were filled with surprise. What kind of frozen fish is this? Can you crack mountains and rocks as well as break bones and gold? In this ing river? Go on. Lindong continued to hook his hand. The deacon was then cautious, and his golden arm slowly liquefied. The golden droplets dripped to the ground and then floated violently into the air. Go! Countless drops of golden water shot out like bullets. Clattering sound. Lindong leapt to avoid it while violently throwing the frozen fish. Golden shield. A circular golden shield appeared in front of the deacon. Boo! The violent and rigid force knocked the deacon hard, as if he had been hit by a fast-moving train. The golden shield shattered and spat out golden juice furiously. Picking up the frozen fish, Lindong slightly grimaced. Forget it, you can't abuse me either. It's better for me to abuse you. The figure accelerated with a bang, cutting a meteor on the ground and killing in front of him. The deacon's soul was in danger, and the confidence he had just gained was smashed out of him by the 2 strokes of the frozen fish. Liquefy the metal. As the frozen fish smashed down, the deacon's body exploded, and the golden water droplets scattered in the sky before coalescing in the back. Damn! What kind of speed is this? The deacon's golden cheeks turned pale. This was considered his life-preserving trick, and it was forced out so quickly. One's strength has reached S-class and still can't resist this man. So, he's SS? Or is it SSS? Hopefully the research department will get this back to HQ soon. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, Lindong's voice sounded behind him with a strong cracking sound. Without even thinking about it, the deacon's body once again exploded into drops of golden water, and when he wanted to pool again, he was shocked to find that Lindong was staring at him with a cold smile as he carried the frozen fish. Mud. Cheated. The attack just now was a fake. Deacon would love to continue in this state of dispersed droplets, but couldn't do that either. Dispersing for long periods of time was extraordinarily draining of alien energy. The figure had just finished coalescing when Lindong smashed in again. Snap. Decentralized again. Continue. I want to see. How many times can you change? Lindong showed a lot of patience. Deacon numb. Liquefied metal is a bit of a rascal, but there is nothing to attack. He is here to take revenge, not to hide and seek. Fight. The deacon gritted his teeth and his figure coalesced again, this time solid. When he heard the sound of breaking wind again, he immediately manifested the golden shield again. Bang! The golden shield shattered and cracks began to appear in the metal body. Couldn't beat it at all. His own gold system supernormal ability is already considered a very existence among the supernaturals, but in front of this man, there is no power to fight back. Just as he was about to change his stance, suddenly, there was a pain in both arms. Lindong did not know when he had already swung twice in a row, and his arms were hard smashed and swung away. Ah! The deacon was in pain, and the shock in his heart grew stronger. This time there wasn't even a cracking sound, and he couldn't detect it at all? So he wasn't at full speed just now and was just slipping himself in for fun? An unspeakable fear and anger swept through his entire body, but his body's alien energy was exhausted, and he could no longer maintain his golden body state and transformed back into his human body. That's not good enough? It's no fun. Lindong skimmed his lips. You can't carry it off after only slightly using one more point of strength. Humph. You killed my nephew. Even if I die, the foundation will not be as. Before the words were out of his mouth, Deacon had a fishtail shoved into his mouth. The deacons are confused. What does he want? In the next second, Lindong slid from side to side, and the sharp fish tail instantly cut the corner of his mouth, turning the deacon into a clown. The crack goes from the corner of the mouth to the root of the ear, so I guess I can eat durian directly raw in the future. Any last words? If you don't, I'll send you down to meet with the twins, and with two extremely talented people accompanying you. I don't think you'll be lonely, Lindong said indifferently. The deacon glared at him sinisterly, which eventually turned into a full-blown despair. In the face of such a strong man, all the harsh words are just a waste of energy. No Gao Su hungry. Muds. What's a private school? What is it? He had a particle communicator embedded in his body. If he could find out the strength level of this man, the research department could also send it back to the headquarters for response. Lindong frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Don't speak in tongues at this time, okay? Deacon. I've got a cracked mouth. Seemed to want to shiver. Mud of. Never mind. Can't understand. Let's pretend you don't have any last words. Boom. The frozen fish slammed down so hard that Deacon's head exploded in a shower of tiny nuggets. Deacon. Inside the Foundation's base, all the researchers were like being poured a pot of cold water, and they all stared blankly at the horizontal line on the big screen. Supervisor, Lord Deacon's heartbeat, zeroed out. Body temperature is plummeting. Muscle activity. I'm not ing blind. I saw it. The newly appointed supervisor roared, looking at the big screen marking the message of the Deacon's death, somewhat at a loss for words. The sky. It's falling. After closing his eyes and taking a few deep breaths, the technical supervisor then coldly said, Attention everyone. Transmit all the current experimental data back to the headquarters and inform the headquarters of the news of the death of the Lord Deacon in battle. And this man and his women. Send back pictures and videos as well. Destroy all hard drives, equipment and paperwork and initiate the Foundation self-destruct program. 30 minutes to countdown. Everyone. Remove. A technician asked. Supervisor, what about those things at the bottom? They're not under our control. The new supervisor gritted his teeth. Whatever. Just keep it and wait for headquarters to make follow-up arrangements. Chapter 95. A tea is greener than a tea. Somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom, in the middle of a deep mountain, stood a luxurious European-style castle. There wasn't a speck of snow within a 1,000-meter radius of the castle. Inside the conference room, a middle-aged man in a suit sat at the head of a large round table, and on each of the chairs below it, a VR projection floated. The man spoke faintly. Mr. Deacons, the experimental data of the alien ability enhancement serum that came from the Jiangcheng branch this time has been shared to your scientific research room, and the Lord Supervisor has asked you to develop a full-level evolution serum with a success rate of more than 50% and mass-produce it within half a month at the most, or else, you know the consequences. The group of projections hastily nodded their heads in agreement. Man, now, report on the progress of your respective scientific research. Projection 1, the Yangcheng Foundation branch experiments have made a breakthrough. We have control of a special band of sound that can control a C-class strength zombie horde, capable of executing simple commands. Projection 2, Do City Foundation Branch. The exoskeleton armor has completed the development of the lower half of the body, allowing ordinary people to easily have a speed close to that of a C-class alien. The upper half of the body fire equipment is expected to take another week. Projection 3, Peak City Foundation Weapons Depot. New technological weapons such as energy-charged sniper rifles, particle cannons, lightning grenades, energy-suppressing handcuffs and other weapons have been formally put into mass production, and the production line is now being increased. Projection 4, Tianyao City Foundation's Biochemical Research Institute. The transformation of mutant zombies is 20% complete, and those that can be activated today are lightning zombie dogs, devourers, and tyrannical eaters, but there are not many of them. Projection 5, spread out over a dozen or so people, each foundation branch specializing in a different direction, highlighting the power and mystery of the foundation. After Projection 17 finished his report, he suddenly asked, Secretary Zhen, I'd like to ask, how is the Jiangcheng Foundation doing? Bug Brother and Deacon they. The man in the suit said tersely, they're dead. Projection 17 snapped to his feet, his eyes full of disbelief and mourning. Dead? How? The other projections were also shocked. Secretary Yan indifferently said, this is the second topic of today's Deacon's meeting. Then clicking on the desktop display, a projection of Lindong and a group of maids appeared on the table. Everyone, the reason why the Jiangcheng branch was able to obtain the successful experimental data of the evolutionary serum this time was because Deacon Jiangcheng traded his life for it, and this is his outstanding contribution to our foundation. This person, the autonomous awakener that appeared in Jiangcheng, conservatively assesses his strength at SSS grade. The moment these words came out, the crowd of projections sucked in a breath of cool air. Secretary Jin continued, more than that, this man called Lindong has very peculiar abilities. With that the faces of the maids were magnified. These women, whose strength is now assessed to be above S-class, they easily took out the mercenary force of the Jiangcheng Foundation branch. The crowd sucked in their breath again. Projection 3 was surprised. What Secretary Jin means is that these women possessing such strong strength should be related to this Lindong? Secretary Jin shook his head. Not should. Must. Projection 4, the ability to help others enhance their powers. This ability is even ahead of our foundation? Now their foundation has taken a deacon's life so that they can develop a successful experimental data. The importance of Lindong to the foundation, then, cannot be overstated. As long as we capture him and figure out the secrets he carries, we will definitely be able to speed up the research process and improve the overall strength of the foundation. But it's just SSS level. It's kind of hard to do. Projection 17 said aggressively, Secretary Jin, please let me go to Jiangcheng. I will definitely bring him back. Secretary Jin sneered. Could it be that you are stronger than Deacon Jiangcheng? Projection 17 was speechless. Secretary Yan slowly got up. The purpose of telling you about this is to speed up your research process. Previously, we were wrong in our assessment of the autonomous awakened people in the outside world, and the appearance of this Lindong is a good warning. Although our foundation is strong, all variables are possible in the era of alien energy, so please don't slack off in order to achieve our great goal. The projections nodded hastily. Projection 17 asked undeterred, then what is this Lindong going to do? Just let him get away with it? Secretary Jin sneered. That naturally won't be the case. Lord Supervisor had already arranged for a backhanded move the first time he got the news. Dealing with an SSS-class alien doesn't necessarily require a frontal fight. Our foundation's methods are not something a small courier can stop. In Jiangcheng, after Lindong settled the deacon, the maids returned in droves. Liang Jihan puffed her little mouth, her face full of unhappiness. Alas, ended up not being able to kill the last 5 people with 2 shots. That captain of theirs was pretty good. Actually forced me to switch guns before I could finish him off. The white dress on her body was completely dyed red, and her face was covered in blood, which looked strangely oozy when paired with her stunningly beautiful face. In addition to the two of them, Shen Wanyue and Ling Xue were also similarly covered in blood, and the only one with a clean body was surprisingly Chen Yunshi. A wave of sprouting hot baking by the beautiful schoolgirls directly corpses the other side. Not long after, Xia Qingyu and Jiang Zhu also came back, looking at the mirror lake spring that had turned into a big pit, full of confusion. Master, are you alright? Xia Qingyu instantly rushed over, her face full of worry. All the maids, lean, this new is even better at acting. Look at that worried look, the teardrops hanging in her eyes, the quivering little lips and nervous limbs. No less. Professional. It's fine. Lindong shook his head. Only then did Xia Qingyu let out a long breath and whispered in Lindong's ear, Master, this Jiang Zhu let his fiancée go. Lindong glanced lightly at Jiang Zhu, and the maids instantly felt like their hearts were going to stop beating. Ginger Bamboo hastily knelt down. Master, This is the awakening serum brought by the Yun family. It's all here already. Xia Qingyu gritted her teeth, actually letting this find a chance to make up for her mistakes. Lindong took it and curiously surveyed the serum. This thing was a good thing. Master, what do we do next? Xinhuanyu couldn't help but spit out her tongue as she looked at the messy corpses on the ground. One was smashed in half, one stabbed through the back, and one had his head smashed in, showing that the owner was indeed angry today. Lindong looked at the increasingly depressing sky, and with a big move of his hand, the caravan appeared. You guys go to the Foundation's lair to the end. Martyr actually dared to bomb me. The Foundation's people will not be spared, and the eggs have to be shaken loose for me. Ling Xue was bitter. Ah, then won't you come with us, master? Lindong rolled his eyes. Old man's bed is all blown up. Find a place to sleep first. The maids drove the caravan slowly away, and Lindong looked around and chose a random direction to go forward. Chapter 96, the second phase of the end times. Strange rain. Inside the caravan, Qin Shuyao rushed into the bathroom first. There was no way around it. There was just too much blood on her, and as soon as she entered the warmth of the compartment, the blood, which had already frozen, dripped slowly down her clothes, and she couldn't stay in the compartment if she didn't wash it. Ling Xue smiled and came over to Jiang Zhu. Hey Jiang Zhu, did you see your fiancé this time? Any red faces or red eyes? Xia Qingyu snorted, neither red-faced nor red-eyed. Bland it. Broke my brother's heart the minute he opened his mouth. Jiang Zhu laughed coldly. At least I let him live. Unlike some people who are so heartless that they won't even spare their own clansmen. Over 100 people up and down the Xia family, all turned into ice sculptures. Aren't you more bland than I am? The maids all looked at each other in disbelief. The big star hit so hard? It's just a bunch of blood-sucking leeches. Just kill them. Xia Qingyu didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Humph, you'll go to hell after you die. Jiang Zhu expressed his disdain for such behavior. Xia Qingyu was silent for a long time and slowly said, aren't we already in hell? The maids. Tramp, you make it sound like you have a point. Ling Xue bristled. What do you mean? Following the master is clearly heaven, right? Xinhuanyu snickered. It's still not the master who can make you go to heaven. Chen Yunshi rounded up the situation amongst them. Okay. Sisters don't argue anymore. Jiang Zhu, sister, you too. You did go too far this time. Sister Seo merely made your fiancé lose his family. But what about you? You're making your fiancé lose his love. Xia Qingyu. Ginger bamboo. It's a little, too. Liang Jihan finally found a chance to interject, shrinking her neck and raising her hand. That said, the master told us to go and exterminate the Foundation. The problem is, do either of you know where the Foundation is? Maids of honor. Xinhuanyu looked at Xia Qingyu with her arms wrapped around her. Your Xia family has cooperation with the Foundation, so you should know the location, right? Xia Qingyu nodded in silence for a moment. No, this woman is smart and is her own worst enemy, but fortunately not as pretty as myself. Advantage me. Qin Shuyao finally washed up and walked out in a droll manner. It seems to be raining outside, yay. Xinhuanyu was stunned and immediately turned her head to look out the window. Sure enough, a few raindrops had dripped off the car window. Liang Jihan pointed outside in shock and shouted, look guys, this rain is not right. The maids rushed to the car window, and all of them had their pupils shrunken by the light of the caravan. In the darkness of the night, bean-sized raindrops fell into the snow, and the snow around them quickly smoked as if it were melting. Not only that, but the streetlights that sprouted spikes on both sides of the street were showing signs of corrosion. The rain was getting heavier and hitting the RV with a thud, and what would have been a sound that would have put people well into sleep was at the moment unsettling. Xia Qingyu opened the car door, condensed out the ice gun to reach out and catch a few drops of rain, her beautiful eyes deeply wrinkled. It's acid rain? Ling Xue's expression paled a little, praying that the caravan would be able to block it. Xinhuanyu shook her head. Acid rain won't corrode the snow. Let's find a place to hide while the caravan can still move forward. The RV was in a hurry. On the snowy surface, Lindong was still thinking about where to go to deal with the night, when suddenly, rain dripped down on his forehead. Lindong frowned and raised his hand to touch the rainwater, and after only a short while, a tingling sensation appeared on his forehead and fingers. Holy, what kind of rain is this? With that, the rain became heavier and heavier, and Lindong, who sensed something bad, immediately rushed towards the nearest building. The yard had long been buried in snow, but fortunately there was a second story, and Lindon broke the window. It was a dark room. Boom, click. Thunder rang outside, and in the light of the thunder, the house was quite cluttered with dusty and worn-out stuffed animals, age-old bunk beds, and tattered children's clothing scattered on the floor. It looks very eerie. After gazing at his brow and recalling for a moment, Lindong knew where this was. Tenshin Orphanage. Before the end of the world, this orphanage would often receive gifts from all walks of life, and Zhao Yufei had even pitifully sympathized with those orphans that no one wanted. and then forced Lindong to donate $500 to the place. Sending love to Lindong that month silently, not a month of steamed bread. Mud. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Why doesn't she use her own money? Well, she gets all her own money. It's been so long since the end of the world. I think the orphans here are afraid that they will have trouble surviving the cold winter here. Casually removing a board to block the broken window, Lindong fell into deep thought. This rain had already displayed a very strong corrosiveness. Even his own poison immune constitution had a feeling. If an ordinary person was drenched in it, I'm afraid that the corpse would be gone in an instant. The second stage of the end times? Lindong clasped his arms and observed carefully. The rain was quite strange. It could corrode metal, but it couldn't corrode concrete or wooden boards, so it wasn't acid rain. It seemed to be another supernatural force beyond understanding. However, this will make access to water more difficult for survivors. Prior to this it was just snow and accompanying cold temperatures, and the groundwater would not be affected for a while until the snow melted. But now that it rained and penetrated into the ground, the groundwater was bound to be contaminated, and it was hard to say what would become of Blue Star in the future. But since you can't corrode a building, there's nothing to panic about. The maids have a caravan, so as long as they don't die, there's nothing to worry about. So deal with it here for the night. Without rushing to explore the other rooms, Lindong simply swept out of bed, set up a thermostat beside it, and just lay down with his clothes on. The rain was interspersed with occasional thunder, and Lindong closed his eyes, breathing steadily. You can't tell. The sound of rain has a hypnotic effect. I don't know how long it took, but a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the darkened doorway. Lightning appeared and disappeared, stretching its shadow. The black shadow did not make any sound, as if there were no footsteps, slowly drifting, like a ghost, getting closer and closer to Lindong. The black shadow stopped at the bedside and did nothing, just staring straight at Lindong. Inside the room, apart from the sound of rain and thunder, there was only the sound of Lindong's steady breathing, which seemed particularly eerie. Suddenly, Lindong snapped his eyes open and copied his fist to slam into the black shadow, bringing with him a furious fist wind as well as an unrivaled might. If this punch were to hit solidly, even a boulder would have to be shattered into slag. Click! With another thunderbolt, Lindong violently withdrew his force, and his fist stopped steadily in front of the black shadow. Tramp! Don't pretend to be a ghost here if you're alive, okay? Who are you trying to scare? Through the light of the thunder, Lindong could see the black shadow's face. That's a kid, about 1 meter 3 in height. His body was wrapped in a bloated, colorful sweater flared out from under his tattered jacket, looking extremely ill-fitting, a dirty hat on his head, and a pair of adult cotton shoes on his feet, which were stuffed with ragged clothes. The weird thing was that the little boy was still staring straight at Lindong. Not a word. Chapter 97, Tianxin Orphanage. No. 3. Lindong raised an eyebrow. You're a kid here? What? Can't talk? Just now was covered by the sound of thunderstorm, so completely did not hear each other's footsteps. Now woke up to feel carefully. You can hear the little boy's breathing. The little boy's big, godless eyes moved slightly this time, and his dry, cracked lips slowly opened. Here, it's not cold. The voice, which should be crisp and light, was hoarse. When he finished, the little boy curled up on the floor, his big eyes slowly closing. Even the floor was warm because of the thermostat, and the boy, who hadn't known how long he had been frozen, greedily enjoyed the warmth of the place. What a weird kid. Lindong frowned slightly. What's your name? The little boy slowly opened his eyes. I didn't scream. Lindong, I asked you what your name was. The little boy thought hard for a moment. My name is 3. No names, just numbers. At that moment, footsteps came from outside the room. Number 3? Where have you been hiding? You came here at night. Who are you? At the door of the room, a stooped old man appeared, carrying a kerosene lamp. The same dress as No. 3. I do not know where to find the clothes haphazardly put on the body to protect from the cold. The old man, wearing thick old-fashioned glasses, looks kindly. As soon as the old man saw Lindong, he revealed a wary look, looked around, and immediately picked up a wooden board from the ground. Who are you? How did you get in here? There's no food here, so get out of here. Lindong lost his smile and rubbed his nose. This was treating himself like a thug. Number 3 climbed up and whispered, Grandpa Dean, it's not cold. Dean was then stunned. Yeah, why is it so warm in here? Just for a little while, my body was sweating. Lindong laughed. Don't be nervous, it's raining outside. I came here to borrow the night. Don't worry, I'm not a good person. Ugh, I'm not a bad person. President. The old man dropped his guard when he saw that number 3 was not harmed. Number 3, go back to sleep. 49, they're looking for you. Number 3 gave a look of dismay. It was so warm here, he really didn't want to leave, but he couldn't let go of his partners just the same. Lindong laughed and pulled out another palm-sized thermostat from his arms. Junior. I'm not called Gangzi either. Take this back and sleep well at night. No. 3 received it in a daze, and his eyes instantly revealed a look of surprise. Not a moment after leaving the room, there was a cheer from downstairs. The old man smiled bitterly and sat down on the opposite bed. This, sir, I've made you laugh. My name is Chen Tianxin. I'm the director of this orphanage. Lindong. Mr. Lindong, may I ask, how did you get here? Oh, just now the place where I live was lost to a couple rounds of rockets. I had no place to sleep, and it happened to be raining, so I made an impromptu run over here. Chen Tianxin didn't know how to take it for a moment. Were the brain circuits of young people nowadays already so strange? But he had heard the commotion from that previous round of rocket bombardment. Chen Tianxin smiled bitterly. Mr. Lin, please forgive me for saying the ugly words in front of you. It's been snowing for so long. Our orphanage has already frozen to death a lot of children. And now there are only 7 children left, including number 3. The remaining supplies in the orphanage are really limited. It's fine for you to stay here, but please also don't rob us of our food. Otherwise these poor children. Alas. Lindong raised his eyebrows slightly. This old man was an open-minded person. No problem. I'll take care of my own food. Then thank you, Mr. Lin. Thinking of number 3, Lindong suddenly asked, Dean Chen, why don't the children here have names? Only numbers? Ugh. Chen Tianxin sighed deeply, his face sad. I did it on purpose. They are children who were basically abandoned in infancy and sent to me with either a congenital disease or a disability. Without parents, they are destined to live their lives on their own. That's why I don't name them or let outsiders hold them, because I'm worried that once I let them feel a tiny bit of love, they'll pursue it. Without love, they might be able to live as an indifferent person, but if they feel love for a short time, but can't catch up with it, it's, for them, too cruel. Lindong was silent. Chen Tianxin was right. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. If I hadn't felt love, I wouldn't have chased it and longed for it. It's a bunch of poor kids. Chen Tianxin, I had thought that in the future, when they have the ability to support themselves, I would let them decide for themselves what they should be called. I'm old and can't control them for the rest of their lives. Mr. Lin, get some rest. I'll go check on the kids. After saying that, Chen Tianxin hunched over and left. Inside the dormitory on the first floor, a group of children lost their sleep and excitedly surrounded the thermostat furnace to watch. Brother no. 3, what's this called? It's so warm. Hey, I know. This is called a Rubik's Cube. It contains great power. That's how it's shown in the movie. Great. Finally my feet aren't afraid of freezing and rotting. Well, they've been rotting for a long time. 9. That's how kids are. When one cries, everyone cries together. Even the ancient and unruffled number 3 reddened her eyes. Chen Tianxin walked in, revealing a kind smile. Children, hurry up and go to sleep. The children immediately wiped their tears and hid under the covers, but the quivering covers were making it clear that they were just hiding and crying. Ugh. Chen Tianxin sighed deeply, helped them cover their blankets, and carried the kerosene lamp back to the house to sleep. In the dark, Lindong returned upstairs and continued to sleep with his arms wrapped around him, mumbling, there's actually such a kind old man in the end times? It's rare. It rains. It keeps raining. It's not a very pleasant atmosphere. It was already light outside, and Lindong stretched and got up to look out the window. The snow surface, it's starting to fall. Before there are 2-story high snow, now has gone down about a meter like, if so down. I'm afraid that the snow-covered scene will not be able to see it, but how the weather will change back there, who can say? Nose sniffing. The aroma of food came from downstairs. Since we can't leave, we'll go down and take a look. Chen Tianxin burned the firewood, and the 7 children of various ages, sitting around the fire, each hugged a broken bowl and ate with gusto. Seeing Lindong come down, a nervous look flashed across Chen Tianxin's face. Lindong smiled and waved his hand. Don't be nervous, I just came over to take a look. The kids turned their heads and looked, the same nervous look surfacing, except for number 3. No. 3 bit her lip and handed over the bowl in her hand. Uncle, you eat. Chapter 98, Chen Tianxin's true face? Looking at the bowl that had broken a few corners and contained a small half bowl of stewed potatoes with turnips, Lindong smiled and shook his head no. Only then did number 3 eat again. Lindong sized up the group of kids. Number 3 looked to be about 10 years old and was surprisingly the oldest of them. 4 men and 3 women in all. The other several are quite small. The smallest one looks only 4 years old, is a very cute little girl, tied a messy twisted braid, round big eyes timidly staring at Lindong, will be held in the arms of the bowl, for fear of being snatched away like. Chen Tianxin walked over with a smile. Thanks to Mr. Lin's Pokemon last night, for as long as it's been snowing, last night was the most comfortable night the children have slept. Children, why don't you hurry up and thank Uncle Lin? No. 3 took the lead and said, thank you, Uncle Lin. The other kids have learned to say thank you. Lindong acted without any bravado and slowly familiarized himself with them, quickly memorizing the numbers of these children. After breakfast, the children were busy with themselves, some sweeping the floor, some folding the quilts, and No. 3 was in charge of teaching the youngest, No. 49, to read and recognize words, and all of them were frighteningly well behaved. Chen Tianxin sat down next to Lindong and laughed. I'll let Mr. Lin see what I'm talking about. It's raining and snowing outside, so the children must do something to pass the time. It was also fortunate that before the snowfall, caring people donated a large amount of rice, flour, grain, oil and vegetables, so we were able to hold out for so long. The only trouble now is that the water supply is about to run out. Lindong did not intend to make it clear that he had unlimited supplies and changed the topic. By the way, President Chen, of the children who died here before, were any of them exposed to the poisonous snow? Where are their corpses? Chen Tianxin was puzzled. There were those who were poisoned to death by the poisonous snow. What is Mr. Lin asking for? Oh, it's just a reminder that if it's soaked in poisonous snow, it's best to destroy the body, or there'll be trouble one day when the temperature returns. Really? What trouble? Chen Tianxin rubbed himself up, his old eyes full of disbelief. Lindong touched his nose. Zombies. Morning. Zombie? Chen Tianxin's old face instantly turned pale. I'm not going to lie to you, Mr. Lin. The frozen and poisoned corpses these days have been placed on the negative floor. I'm going to take care of them now. Alas, poor children nah. Lindong narrowed his eyes. Do you need help? Chen Tianxin shook his head. No need. I'm their dean and their grandfather. It's better for me to personally send them off. After that, the old man left in tears, and the door to the negative floor was locked tightly, with a no-entry note taped to it. Lindong, on the other hand, had nothing better to do than fool around with the kids. Little sister 49, who is your favorite person? No. 49 cocked her head and thought, her eyes reddening. My favorite sister is No. 9. But she froze to death. No. 3 sighed from the side. Before, in the orphanage, besides me, it was No. 9 who was the biggest. She was very nice to her siblings and slept with her arms around No. 49 at night. No. 49 wailed. I woke up the morning before last and I didn't see Sister 9, and the dean said that she had frozen to death, and that it must have been because I grabbed my sister's quilt at night. So woo-woo, that she froze to death? Lindong's eyes narrowed slightly. So you didn't see her body? Number 3 cocked his head. I didn't see it. Several other kids have said they have never seen the body of number 9. Like this? Lindong stroked his chin and gave one of them a lollipop. The children cheered and opened and tasted them with bright smiles. The only one who didn't eat it was number 3, who carefully tucked the lollipop into his pocket. Chen Tianxin, who entered the building, and his frowning expression instantly became alarmed, and his hunched waist straightened up as he hurriedly rushed to the negative floor. Here, a dozen cold corpses were piled up, both children's and adults, without exception. All of these bodies were victimized by poisonous snow. Ignoring these corpses, Chen Tianxin went straight to one of the walls and looked backward to make sure no one was there before carefully pushing open the dark door. Underneath the dark door, there was a passageway that went deep underground. Carrying a kerosene lamp, Chen Tianxin walked for a long time before reaching the bottom straight away. Here, unlike on the ground, it is still cold but only around 0 degrees, making the temperature seem very pleasant in comparison. At the bottom of the dark tunnel, there was an iron cage, in which a mysterious dark figure was kept. The sudden appearance of the light source awakened the black shadow, snapping open its light eyes to look at Chen Tianxin. Roar! The sound was loud, but it was blocked by the deep earth. Chen Tianxin was shocked and sat on her butt, letting out a long breath. Luckily, I thought you had escaped. Under the light of the kerosene lamp, the full extent of the iron cage was slowly revealed. It was a person, except that this person's eyes were glowing with an eerie green light. His face was hideous and he was grimacing, and there was not a single piece of skin on his body that was intact, revealing rotting flesh and blood. Huge chains locked him in place, pulling the chains clanking when he moved. White bones were scattered around in the cage, and the blood had long since drowned into a pool of blood up to the ankles, and from the white bones exposed by the exposed pool of blood, it could be seen that the owner of the bones when they were alive was not very old. On the periphery of the iron cage, there were 5 copper stoves, in the shape of 5 pointed stars, with incense lit inside. Now at the bottom, above the walls, a circle of blood-red inscriptions had been painted, with no idea of their meaning. Pulling out a new sandalwood incense from her bosom, Chen Tianxin carefully renewed the incense all over, and then looked at the cage with a soft gaze. Son, hold on a little longer. One more day, and you'll be able to rise from the dead. Roar! Chen Tianxin wiped the tears from her eyes, revealing a doting smile. Good son, are you hungry? Alas, I could have brought number 3 for you to eat today. but a young man suddenly arrived last night, and I'm afraid he would have thwarted your resurrection ceremony if he had noticed. Don't be afraid. Dad still has some pork here. You pat it first." After saying that, he took out 2 tails of frozen pork from his arms and threw it in. The black-shadowed monster immediately grabbed the pork and stuffed it into his mouth, but he spat it out after 2 mouthfuls and once again raised his head to roar at Chen Tianxin. Apparently, he only wants to eat the living. Chen Tianxin made a difficult task. "Alas, then I will think of another way. Son, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Dad will never let you go hungry." After that, wiping tears from his eyes, he left. The underground cul-de-sac was once again plunged into darkness, leaving only the scattered sparks of sandalwood. Meanwhile, outside the orphanage, a man and a woman unexpectedly appear. The man was very handsome and the young girl was very beautiful. It should have been an enviable pair, except that at this moment the state of the two of them was a bit off. The young girl was sweating profusely with one hand against the boards, and the man's eyes were vacant as he lay on her back as if he had lost his mind. "Hoo brother North Star, there's a house up ahead. Let's go in and rest." The man did not answer, and the young girl, who seemed to know that the man would not respond, carried him with difficulty, and went in. Chapter 99, I'm a real soulless person. This man and woman were naturally Xia Beichen and Yun Mingli, who had escaped from the Xia family. Xia Qingyu went on a killing spree in the Xia household, destroying all the vehicles and helicopters, and with nothing else to do, Yun Mingli could only leave on foot with Xia Beichen. Fortunately, the snow surface was frozen hard, and Yun Mingli brought her own healing powers, so the two of them walked through the night unharmed. Only after going out of the Xia family range, Xia Beichen once again reverted to this lost in thought look. Poor Yun Mingli could only carry him on his back, and fortunately, being an alien, his physical quality was strengthened a lot. Spare a thought, the young girl had suffered quite a bit, as only she knew. Yun Mingli looked around and found a window blocked by a wooden board, gritted her teeth and leapt in with Xia Beichen on her back. The two had just entered the upstairs when they were detected by Lindong. "You guys continue to play. I'll go up and take a look first." Lindong looked subtle as he went upstairs. The kids looked at each other. They had heard the commotion upstairs earlier. Number 3 gritted his teeth, rushed into the kitchen and grabbed the kitchen knife and followed. "Don't you guys come up here. I'll go help Uncle Lindong." Yun Mingli scanned the dirty and messy dormitory. Her nose wrinkled slightly. This place was so messy. "Brother Beichen, Mingli really can't walk anymore, so I'll entrust you to rest here for a while," wiping the bedboard carefully clean. Xia Beichen was put down. The latter lay with his eyes lifeless, like a dead body. Just as Yun Mingli was about to rest, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. "What do you do? Where did you come from?" Yun Mingli was startled and turned around in a hurry. Lindong was stunned on the spot. "You just sent the maids away to try to abstain from sex for 2 days, and then you send up another superb one? How's this?" Yun Mingli was equally alarmed. She didn't notice a single movement at all. When did he come in? Also, the man's eyes were very aggressive and made her quite uncomfortable, but he himself was an alien and wasn't afraid of him. "And who are you? What are you doing here?" Lindong laughed. "You are the ones who broke into my place and still have the face to ask me? Give an honest account, or else." Jia. No harming Uncle Lindong." Before the words fell, No. 3 had already killed in with his sword, taking the lead and blocking in front of Lindong, his little face alertly looking at Yun Mingli. "Yun Mingli, Lindong," slapping him on the back of the head. Lindong laughed and scolded. "Do I still need you to protect me? Go play on the side." "No." 3 scratched his head and obediently stood behind Lindong, though his little face remained vigilant. Yun Mingli was full of apologies. "I'm sorry, I forgot. Our home was destroyed and we were preparing to go south. It was raining on the road and the road was not easy to travel, so we came over to take a temporary break. But don't worry, we mean no harm, and we'll be leaving soon." "Like this?" Lindong frowned. This girl rather looked harmless. Would she be in the same urine as Chen Yunshi? Moreover, this girl is actually a LV6. It can't be from the Foundation. And this LV5 man. Lindong's face suddenly looked odd. "Yeah, this dude looks a little familiar. Why does it look so much like some maid's fiancé?" Seeing Lindong staring at Xia Beichen unkindly, Yun Mingli hurriedly blocked in front of her and smiled. "This, Mr. Lindong, right? My name is Yun Mingli. If you don't mind, can you let us rest here for half an hour? I assure you, we will leave immediately after half an hour. Don't ask me, I'm here to escape the rain too." Lindong shrugged. "This is an orphanage. I just happened to stop by. You can ask the director later if he comes back from his work." Yun Mingli looked towards No. 3 behind Lindong, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of intolerance, because number 3's little face and hands, full of frostbite, looked very poor. "Little brother, my sister has superpowers. Would you like to be treated?" No. 3 immediately cowered behind Lindong and didn't say anything. Healing ability? Lindong revealed an unexpected look. This was quite a good ability. No? You just admit to being a shifter so easily? This kid. He's got a big heart. Go on. Let this sister try to heal you. Lindong patted him on the back. Only then did number 3 come to her timidly. Yun Mingli took a deep breath. A flash of green light appeared on her hand and slowly touched No. 3's small hand. And in just the blink of an eye, the frostbite on No. 3's body had all recovered. Your heart? Yun Mingli was just about to withdraw her hand when she suddenly frowned. Oh, it's nothing. Congenital heart disease, said number 3, who was marveling at being cured of his frostbite. Indifferently, Yun Mingli immediately felt a pain in her heart. Such a young child. Congenital heart disease. He must have suffered a lot. In that case, let's help people to the end. Yun Mingli clenched her silver teeth as her pretty face began to turn pale, but still held on for 3 minutes before she finally retracted her hand with a gasp. Okay, little brother. Your heart condition. Cured. Oh, thank you, sister. Number 3, apparently unaware of what a rare miracle this was, showed a look of anticipation. Sister, my siblings are sick with frostbite. Can you treat them too? Yun Mingli immediately looked bitter. She was already exhausted, and just now she even overdrafted her supernatural ability, and now she was powerless. Okay, let people rest for a while. Wait until sister recovers. Lindong rounded up. Yun Mingli immediately nodded. Yes, let sister rest. I will definitely help you cure, but let me first ask, how many children are here? Add me 7. Oh, that's no problem. Lindong wanted to laugh a little. How could this girl be witty at times and naive at others? Alright, go down and have fun. Lindong supported No. 3 and looked at Xia Beichen. What happened to him? Yun Mingli revealed a poignant look. My brother Beichen, he suffered the heaviest blow of his life yesterday. The whole person was in great pain. His body automatically triggered the escape mechanism, and he became like this. Being green by your fiancé and having your entire family killed by your sister is something that the average person can't handle. Feeding 3 evil sword immortals is not a problem. Lindong smacked his lips. Old man is really a soul. Can you tell me about it? Yun Mingli pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Last night, her heart is equally bitter and incomparable. North Star brother cannot communicate. Now there can be a few opportunities to confide. The young girl put down her guard to tell. On the first floor, Chen Tianxin returned with reddened eyes, locked the door, and saw the children marveling around No. 3, and couldn't help but wonder. What are you guys doing? No. 3 you. No. 3 rushed over excitedly. Grandpa Dean. Just now another brother and sister came upstairs. That sister helped me cure frostbite and heart disease, and now Uncle Lindong is upstairs chatting with them. Another one? Chen Tianxin froze, and his eyes under the old-fashioned glasses suddenly flashed with a cold aura. Good chance. Then don't bother them. No. 3, you go down with me and do me a favor. And you guys, go ahead and have some fun. Okay, Grandpa Dean. Chapter 100, Heartlessness. Just like that, I escaped with Brother Beichen and traveled all the way here. Yun Mingli finished her narration. Her beautiful eyes reddened as she looked at Xia Beichen on the bed. Brother Northstar is so pitiful. Lindong touched his nose. Martyr maids were really a bit too immoral. So, do you hate them? Hate. Of course I hate. Yun Mingli's beautiful eyes flashed with hatred. If it weren't for them, how would Brother Northstar have become like this? But what I hate the most is that master they talk about. Lindong. I thought about it all the way through and probably guessed that it must have been Jiang Zhu who ran into a scummy man who brainwashed and possessed her, and then happened to run into Xia Qingyu, who didn't manage to escape that man's clutches either. The scumbag forced the two of them, one to break Brother Northstar's heart and the other to break Brother Northstar's body, and he was the culprit. Brother Lindong, do you think this scumbag deserves to die? This. Lindong nodded his head with a bitter smile. He, indeed, deserves to die. This chick, why is she so smart again? Yun Mingli clenched her silver teeth. I don't have the ability to fight. When I get home, I must tell my father the truth, so that he can send out all the forces in the family to avenge Brother Beichen. To avenge my brother. Lindong sighed. This whole thing, you'd better not tell your father. How can you be so stupid? Wouldn't he be dead if he came? By the way, Brother Lindong, how did you get here? Lindong touched his nose. Oh, my house was bombed. I had no place to stay and happened to come here. Yun Mingli sighed. Alas, it seems you are also a pitiful person. Lindong, this chick is still a brainiac. Yun Mingli stood up and stretched beautifully. Her beautiful figure was visible. It feels so good to get things off my chest. It just so happens that I'm rested. So get those kids up here. I'll heal them and rest for a while before I can leave. Lindong nodded, tilted his head and shouted at the building. Junior, let the younger siblings come up. No one responded. Number 3? From the hallway came No. 49's timid voice. Uncle Lindong. Brother No. 3 went to give Grandpa Dean a hand and hasn't come back yet. Letting a 10-year-old help dispose of a body? Lindon frowned as he went downstairs. How long has he been down there? 49 cocked his head and propped his small hands apart. It's been so long. Lindong. Number 14 came over. Uncle Lindong. Should be down there in 30 minutes. So long? Lindong snapped, sensing that something was wrong, and kicked over the underground passage door and rushed in. Yun Mengli hesitantly got up when she heard the commotion. Brother Beichen. You rest here. Mengli will go down and take a look. With the help of the cell phone light, Lindong got a good look at the first floor and couldn't help but frown deeply. The place was piled high with dead bodies. The scene was horrifying, but there was no figure of Chen Tianxin or no. 3. This old thing. There really is something odd. Yun Mengli chased down, her pretty face instantly turning white. Brother Lindong. Here. Lindong's nose sniffs deeply. It smells like blood. After glancing around for a moment, his eyes eventually locked on a wall. Click. The dark passageway opens up, and the strong smell of blood that hits you makes you want to vomit, revealing a dark underground passage that leads to nowhere. Brother Lindong. What's in here? Yun Mengli was a little scared, as if there was some great terror in here. Lindong grimaced, a bad feeling flashing through his heart, and rushed down without a word. Yun Mengli gritted her teeth and eventually followed. The passage traveled downward very deep, the two men one behind the other. Why is there such a deep passage here? Where would it lead to? Yun Mengli looked around while shivering. Looking at the traces, it should be a fallout shelter left behind from the war a long time ago. Lindong's heart sank more and more as the smell of blood became stronger the further down he went. It had been going on for quite a while when the two finally saw a bit of light at the end and quickly rushed over. This is. Yun Mengli's apricot eyes rounded. Her small face was white as a sheet, and she immediately twisted her head and vomited furiously. Chen Tianxin revealed a look of panic. You guys, why are you guys here? Lindong looked at the iron cage below in a daze, his face gloomy. The bottom of the iron cage was filled with the white bones and blood of children, and pieces of blood-stained clothing were strewn about. The pool of blood was several centimeters deep, so you can imagine how many people died here. The monster in the cage was currently gnawing on something with its head down, cloaked and unreadable. The figure of number 3 was gone, and only a severed hand was seen at the edge of the cage. This hand, no frostbite and a lollipop clutched tightly in his hand. It was something he couldn't afford to eat, perhaps to save for comforting his siblings, or perhaps to use the lollipop as hope for the future in a difficult post-apocalyptic world. Unfortunately, he didn't get to eat it. Obviously cured of heart disease, obviously has hope of living. Yun Mengli also saw it and her eyes instantly turned red. This is the child from just now? Suddenly, the surrounding temperature began to plummet, as if the air was going to be frozen, and Lindong straight away felt as if his chest was blocked by something unbearable. You, to the bottom, in, doing what? Chen Tianxin staggered and sat on the ground. Lindong's eyes were terrifyingly frightening, and when he locked eyes with him, it was as if his heart was being pinched. But now that he had been discovered, he wasn't going to hide it anymore. I'm just trying to resurrect my son. Resurrecting your son? Lindong's voice was like thunder, carrying a strong sense of incredulity and anger. So, you fed number 3 to this monster? He's not a monster. Chen Tianxin stood up and looked straight at Lindong. He's my son. He's just sick from the poisonous snow infection. I can save him. You're right about one thing. I do feed number 3 to my son. In fact, it's not just number 3. I've fed 8 kids since the snow started. Boom! Lindong felt like his head was going to explode. What the hell kind of crazy is this? Yun Mengli cried and questioned. What did those children do wrong? Are you still human? It was a mistake for them to be born. Chen Tianxin's tone grew more and more morose. Otherwise, why would they have been abandoned? I'm the one who gave them a chance to live. I'm the one who's raising them, and it's all because of me that they're alive. Now, it's just a matter of playing up their value. Yun Mengli's breath shook cold. You've gone crazy. Chen Tianxin grunted coldly. I'm not crazy. I'm calmer than anyone else. I've read in an ancient book that by following an ancient ritual, one can bring the dead back to life. It only takes half a day at the most, and my son will be transformed back to his original form. Lindong, whose entire aura was already very eerie, said indifferently, You've got the stove set up wrong. Chapter 101 not only to kill, but also to kill the heart. Chen Tianxin? No? What are you babbling about in such a tense and passionate atmosphere? Lindong, have you seen the 86 version of Journey to the West? People's alchemy furnaces of Lord Taishan are set up in a row. If you swing like that, not only will you not be able to save your son, he'll go to hell. 18 layers of hell, enduring unimaginable pain at every level, and then having to be reincarnated as a pig in your next life. He doesn't just want to kill people, he wants to put them to death. Chen Tianxin, the old face instantly turned white and glared angrily. No way. That's just a TV show. That's all fake. Cut. Could it be that you can know more than an expert? Lindong sneered nonchalantly. Pust. Chen Tianxin spewed out a mouthful of old blood on the spot, his straightened waist instantly bending down, the old age clearly visible on his face. It can't be. I can't possibly be mistaken. It's clearly written in the book. I mustn't have made a mistake. He was also a man of great erudition and knew all the medical sciences immensely. But since the end of the world, his son's death has left him helpless, and all means have been used to reverse his son's death. So he had a slow change of heart, and since science was useless, he believed in metaphysics. After rummaging through ancient books, it also finally allowed him to find a way to raise the dead, finally rekindling hope. But my son, who has been zombified, hisses every day and refuses to eat any meal. As a father, he was worried when his son refused to eat. Finally, the turnaround was discovered by him. It was a kid named Five, naughty by nature, who snuck into the basement when he wasn't looking, got spooked by the corpses in the basement, accidentally stumbled and opened the trapdoor, and tumbled down the cul-de-sac into the cage. By the time he rushed down, number 5 had been eaten. Up to this point, Chen Tianxin had been bent on her son's sake, coaxing or taking a child away from them every day or two while they slept. Anyway, these children were favored by myself, and giving them to my son to eat was a way of repaying myself. Although he knew it was a little hurtful, he was a father. He would do anything for his son. But now, all of a sudden, a man said that he had even set up the incense burner wrongly, and the blow to him was tantamount to the death of his son on the spot. Lindong closed his eyes, the look of number 3 still floating in his head. He is well behaved, loves his siblings, knows how to return the favor, will share his food, will stand up for himself at a young age, and is truly a young adult in his own right. Unfortunately, he's dead. Under the end times, what's more terrifying is the human heart. You're just wrong. Even I can't do it to bring back the dead. The so-called rituals in the book are all fabricated by the Jianghu liars. Yun Mengli was equally very angry and added fuel to the fire on the sidelines. What she saw and heard today had truly refreshed her 3 views. No, I'm right. Chen Tianxin's emotions had begun to break down. Without even thinking about it, he jumped down in a single leap, stumbling to open the cage and unlock the chains. Chen Tianxin stretched out his withered old hand and stroked his son with old tears. Son, Dad was right, wasn't he? Aren't you almost done? Suddenly, the monster concentrating on its meal is disturbed, revealing a frighteningly bloody mouth. Roar! Son, are you going to wake up? Dad misses. Put. The large caliber bit straight into Chen Tianxin's shoulder, and blood immediately rose to the sky, staining the walls red and dousing the sandalwood incense. This sudden scene frightened Yun Mengli, and the young girl hurriedly covered her eyes, revealing a look of intolerance. Son, Dad doesn't hurt. You must live. At the end of his life, Chen Tianxin had no fear in his eyes, no mourning, and only infinite love for his son. He won't survive. Even if he does, I'll still kill him. Lindong added one last stab. Chen Tianxin was stunned and looked at Lindong pleadingly. Can. No. Can. Pust. On the second bite, the monster bit into the throat. Chen Tianxin spat out blood. His pupils began to dilate, and he still looked pleadingly at Lindong. Can't. Lindong's reply was decisive. Chen Tianxin is dead. Even though his original intention was for his son and had a deep fatherly love, Lindong still wouldn't give him a false explanation just because of this bottomless behavior. Chen Tianxin deserves to go to hell just like himself. Only, Lindong himself, is hell. Yun Mengli's face was miserable as she watched the monster devouring her father one bite after another, and looked at Lindong. Brother Lindong, this monster must find a way to destroy it, or else the children outside. Roar! Suddenly, the monster roared up to the sky and struggled violently, pulling the chains to click, squeak, rattle. A sound that made one's teeth sink came, and Yun Mengli's pretty face turned snowy white. The monster appeared to have gotten much stronger and was on the verge of breaking the chains. Clenching her silver teeth, she took the lead and blocked in front of Lindong. Brother Lindong, you should go. I have superpowers. Leave this monster to me. I say that, but both legs are wobbling. Although her body had been strengthened a lot, she really didn't have much fighting ability, and the Yun family was training her as a nurse. But the young girl still stood up. Fear is a biological instinct, but courage is the hymn of mankind. For some reason, Lindong's anger was suddenly washed away a lot by Yun Mengli's actions. Never mind. I'll do it. Brother Lindong, you. Before the words left his mouth, in the eyes of the young girl's horror, Lindong had already jumped off the cage. You want to run away? I'll help you. Lindong slowly stretched out his hand and easily ripped off the huge chain. Without restraints, the zombie excitedly roared up to the sky, shaking the underground chamber. Bang! In the next second, Lindong struck out with lightning, grabbing the zombie's head and pressing it into the pool of blood afterwards. Grab it! Smash it down! Bang! Grab it! Smash it down! Bang! So on and so forth. Yun Mengli, who was just about to come down to help, froze and couldn't help but spit out her fragrant tongue. Brother Lindong, so fierce, the monster that he was not sure he could handle was actually rubbing his head in his grip. Roar! The zombie was furious, its green pupils glaring deathly at Lindong, wanting to fight back, but every time it was just about to make a move, it was pressed down on its head and slammed into the ground. Lindong grabbed the fence iron bar and broke it hard. Pust! A stick was plunged into the zombie's chest, pinning it in a pool of blood. Another one plunged into the walker's left arm, followed by the right arm, left leg, and right leg, pinning the walker alive and immobile in the pool of blood. Spare a thought, the zombie is still roaring and struggling. At this time, Lindong's body has also long been dyed red with blood. Walked to the corner, broke the little hand, tore the lollipop soaked in blood to the sugar coating, and just held it in his mouth. Blood flowed down the corners of her mouth, and Yun Mengli was momentarily confused as to who was the monster. Breaking an iron bar again, Lindong stared at the zombie indifferently. Go keep that old man of yours company. Pust! This stick stabbed through the walker's head. Chapter 102, The Great Evil Lindong. The zombie is dead. Lindong lit a cigarette, picked up the small severed arm, and hopped back up the steps, casually smashing a hole in the wall. He shoved the uneaten lollipop back into his hand and simply buried it. Looking at the blood-drenched and cold Lindong, Yun Mengli felt an inexplicable throbbing pain in her heart. Brother Lindong, what are you going to tell the children later? Lindong pondered for a moment and pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to her. Later, you'll have to cooperate. Yun Mengli took it in a daze, and after seeing what was in her hand, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. This is, on the first floor, the children were shrinking the stairway and waiting apprehensively. Terrifying noises came vaguely from the dark underground, and they didn't dare to go in. It wasn't long before the two returned. Uncle Lindong, uncle, the youngest, no, 49, wanted to rush up, but after seeing Lindong, who was covered in blood, his entire body was shocked. No, 13, the oldest of these remaining children, timidly asked, Uncle Lindong, where's Grandpa Dean, and where's Brother No? 3, glancing at the ice-cold Lindong, Yun Mengli tightened her lips and stepped forward to carry them into her arms. Just now, a monster appeared in the ground, and your Grandpa Dean and Brother Number 3 were killed by the monster. These were the words that she and Lindong had been so kind to each other, and although Chen Tianxin's heart could be punished, if they were to know that the beloved grandfather Dean had taken their older siblings and fed them to the monsters, I'm afraid that none of them would be able to withstand it. Though, the results are just as ripping now. 49 snapped, red-eyed. Monsters. Monster? Woo-woo, I don't believe it. I want Brother Number 3 to come back. Oh, within 2 days, she had lost her sister Number 9, who loved her the most, and now she had lost her brother Number 3, and the little girl's heart was broken. The other children cried and wailed in pain. Yun Mengli's lips were about to be bitten as teardrops fell. What's all the crying about? Be quiet for me. Suddenly, Lindong snapped. There was a lull in the children's cries, then they cried even louder. It's because you're too weak to defend yourselves that they had to go and fight the monsters, and without you, they could have totally escaped. No, 25 held back his red face. But, Uncle Lindong, you're so powerful and have so many magical treasures. Why didn't you guys manage to get Grandpa Dean back? Yun Mengli's heart sank. It was just as Brother Lindong had said. Children, while not bad by nature, can take it for granted that adults should be the ones to deal with trouble, even if they are orphans. Lindong snorted. Why should I save them? They aren't my father or my son. What do I care if they live or die? All the children were stunned and looked at Lindong as if they were strangers. Obviously Uncle Lindong was so gentle with them before. What are you looking at? Lindong's demeanor was always cold. Disobedience? Hate me? Well then, do it to me if you can. Kill me and avenge your Dean and Number 3. Ha! The children are crying again. Where are they capable of taking on an adult? However, Yun Mengli sensed that the sadness of these children had gone for the most part and had gradually turned into hatred and anger. This was the way Lindong came up with to divert their attention. Instead of leaving an indelible trauma in their hearts, it was better to set a goal for them. Make them hate this target so that there is still motivation and hope to live. And that target is Lindong. There were enough people who hated him anyway. It didn't matter if they had these extra kids. Children, when the rain stops, come with me. Yun Mengli wiped her tears and stepped forward at the right time. Sister's home is big enough to support you, and she will cure all the diseases in your body for you when you grow up. If you want to seek revenge on Brother Lindong, Sister will also provide you with support. When she said this, Yun Mengli's heart was about to break. She understood the truth of the matter, and naturally, she knew what a sacrifice Lindong had made. Obviously, he was a savior, but he had to do the role of a devil. And getting the Yun family to be willing to take in a group of orphans wasn't that simple. After all, their family wasn't in the business of charity either. Therefore, Lindong had taken out the awakening serum, which was equivalent to a bargaining chip to allow these children to live in the Yun family. Speaking of the world, the serum that the Yun family took out eventually circled around and returned to the hands of the Yun family, and Yun Mengli still didn't know that it was her own family's serum. This wave Lindong pure white earnings. No. 13 wiped her tears and looked at Yun Mengli. Sister, are you telling the truth? Yun Mengli nodded heavily. Trust me. In fact, a touch of powerlessness surfaced in his heart. This time he went out. His brother was killed, and the family did not know what kind of turmoil he would go through. But since he had promised Lindong that he would take care of the children, he must do so. Good. No. 13 took the initiative to assume the role of the big brother, holding his younger siblings in his arms as he looked at Lindong with a deadly gaze. Uncle Lindong, when I grow up, I will definitely seek revenge on you. Lindong snorted. Okay, I'll wait for you. With him taking the lead, the other children also looked at Lindong angrily, determined to take revenge. So far, Lindong's plan was perfectly executed. Except for 49. The little girl doesn't understand this nowadays. She can't hate Lindong. She just keeps crying. Lindong then went upstairs alone, while Yun Mengli acted as a caring big sister, doing psychological counseling and helping them cook. In the end it was 13 who did it himself. Missy can't cook at all. This was followed by treating them one after the other, and it wasn't until an hour later that Yun Mengli went upstairs out of breath. Brother Lindong, the young girl wanted to speak. However, Lindong was not as uncomfortable as she thought, but smoked a cigarette and laughed. There is no need to comfort me. I've done a lot of bad things, and it's fun to do good things once in a while. Even if I'm misunderstood, so what? Not to mention that it's my own intention. Thank you, Brother Lindong. You are the best and finest person I've ever met since the end of the world. Yun Mengli bowed deeply. Lindong, I'm afraid you wouldn't think so if you knew your brother died indirectly at my hands. The young woman gave a sweet smile. I'm going to stay put for a while and take the kids away when it stops raining here. But, if only Brother Bachin had come to his senses. Yun Mengli's small face was miserable again. It was very difficult for her, a girl, to take care of both Xia Bachin and a bunch of children, and the journey home was long and treacherous. It would have been nice if Brother Lindong had been willing to come along, but unfortunately, things were too tense with the kids right now. Even 13 almost came at me with a cleaver when he was cutting up the vegetables just now, so it would be best if Brother Northstar returned to normal, and the two of them would be less stressed out taking care of this group of kids. Lindong stomped out his cigarette and laughed. That's easy too. Watch me. Chapter 103, Lindong's Hardcore Fans. Yun Mengli was stunned. What are you going to do? She herself was studying medicine and was a healing psychic, and she was completely helpless to do anything about Xia Beichen's state. Lindong came to the bedside. At this time, Xia Beichen's eyes were still godless and empty. Snap! Suddenly, Lindong raised his hand and slapped him. Yun Mengli shouted angrily on the spot. What are you doing, Brother Lindong? Brother Northstar is so poor. Why did you hit him? I take back what I just said about you. However, Lindong gave her a look that signaled her to keep quiet. As expected, the beaten Xia Beichen's eyes glowed with a faintly bright light. Lindong grabbed Xia Beichen's collar and said coldly, Xia Beichen, is it? To tell you a cruel truth, I am the owner of Jiangzhou and Xiaqingyu. Both of them, one is your fiancée and the other is your own sister. And now you've fallen into my hands again. Do you think it's unexpected? Yun Mengli's beautiful eyes snapped wide. Then she thought that just now Lindong had deliberately made the children misunderstand him. So, Brother Lindong is doing the same old trick to make Brother Beichen hate him? As expected, Xia Beichen slowly returned to his senses and stared at Lindong in a daze. Lindong continued, do you know how moist your fiancé is? Do you know how fragrant your sister is? They are my dogs. They do whatever I tell them to do. They can only eat what I have left over every day, and they have to wait on me to bathe and sleep and even go to the bathroom. I'm the one who sent your sister to destroy the Xia family. I'm the one who sent Jiangzhou to break up with you and hurt you from the inside out. My name is Lindong. The enemy is standing right in front of you, but you are so muddled. It makes me feel very unfulfilled. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Xia Beichen's aura rippled, and it was as if the air around him was about to be frozen. Rin! Dawn! At this moment, Xia Beichen had a murderous aura. Yun Mengli face a happy. Brother Lindong, this method really works. Lindong retreated and shook off the ice shavings on his hand with a cold smile. Yo! Finally woke up? I thought you were going to continue sleeping. I'll kill you. Xia Beichen's eyes were red as he rushed towards Lindong. Brother Beichen, don't. Yun Mengli shrieked out in shock, but in the next second, she froze, only to see Xia Beichen's big hand wave. Lindong was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, but just less than 0.01 seconds. Lindong broke through the ice and came out, clamped down on Xia Beichen's neck, and blasted a heavy fist on his stomach, spitting acid violently on the spot. Weak, Too weak, Lindong mocked nonchalantly. Besides your fiancé and sister, do you have a sister or something at home? If you can't, your mom can too. Yikes, I'm going to kill. Click. Both legs were easily broken by Lindong's kicks. Lindong, I'll fight you. Click. The arm was broken hard. Lindong, mud. Click. The jaw was broken. Throwing Xia Beichen on the ground, Lindong clapped his hands. Alas, it seems that you have no chance to take revenge. Forget it, killing you is too much for me to dirty my hands. I'd better go back to play with your sister. Anyway, with Yun Mengli around, this injury was nothing. After saying that, he kicked away the wooden boards and was just about to leave when he was straightened out by Yun Mengli's eyes. The young girl's gaze at that moment was tinged with heartache, excitement, guilt, and gratitude. Brother Lindong turned out to be such a righteous person, and in order to wake up Brother Beichen, he went so far as to pretend to be that demonic scum, just so that Brother Beichen could get back on his feet. Enter the game with your body and win half a sun in heaven. Sacrifice yourself to make others whole. Brother Lindong, I'm crying my eyes out. I'll send back the words I just took back. Brother Lindong is the best and finest person in the whole world. Even if the whole world hates Brother Lindong in the future, Mengli, I will still be your staunch supporter. Lindong rubbed the back of his head, somewhat puzzled. What do you mean, girl? She doesn't think I'm faking it again this time, does she? Well, I'm telling the truth this time. I'm not faking a bit. Why are you so naive now? Forget it. Get out of here. Retardation is contagious. Lindong left with an inexplicable smile on his face. Hey Lin. Yun Mengli hastily stopped her mouth. She wanted to say thank you, but it was obvious that she couldn't wear the help now. Hurriedly assisting Xia Beichen to the bed, Yun Mengli was heartbroken. Although Brother Lindong is a good man, but the hand is also really hard. Look at the North Star brother hit, all swollen. Well, Brother Lindong must have hit him so hard for the sake of acting out his role. It must be so right. Mengli, how can you misunderstand Brother Lindong like an outsider? How are you, Brother North Star? Does your body hurt? Xia Beichen's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the window, and Lindong's figure had already disappeared. Brother Beichen, you speak. Don't turn into what you were before again. Mengli is so scared. Xia Beichen? Oh, I forgot you have a broken jaw. Monique will heal you now. 10 minutes later, the healed Xia Beichen got up and rushed to the window. Yun Mengli hurriedly pulled him back. Brother Beichen, don't go. Xia Beichen struggled for his life. Mengli, you let go of me. I'm going to kill him. Brother Beichen, you can't beat him, Yun Mengli shouted as she closed her eyes. When these words came out, Xia Beichen violently paused. Yun Mengli quietly opened one eye and found Xia Beichen's face full of dishevelment. Yeah, my enemy is right in front of me, and I don't even have the ability to take revenge. Xia Beichen, you, snap. Raising his hand, he slapped himself. You're such a loser. Yun Mengli sneaked a sigh of relief, hurriedly consoled. Brother Beichen, don't be sad. Brother Lindong, Demon Lindong, since he let you off the hook, you must pull yourself together and improve your strength. Mengli believes in you and believes that you will definitely be able to surpass him one day. It's not too late to take revenge then. The heart wailed. Brother Lindong is sorry. You have one more enemy. Xia Beichen finally listened this time, and his disheveled gaze turned firm. You're right, Dream Lily. His failure to kill me this time will be the worst decision he's ever made in his life. I'm not as good as him now, but that doesn't mean I'll be as good as him in the future. I'll do everything I can to become stronger, to become countless times stronger than him, and then find him again, humiliate him hard, not only him, but also Jiang Zhu and Xiaoqingyu. I will likewise not let you go. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. Aha, I believe that Brother Northstar can definitely do it. The young girl revealed a happy smile. She liked the North Star brother who was confident in putting out light the most. The guilt in his heart towards Lindong but deepened. Xia Beichen briefly patted the dust on his body and proudly said, Someone, contact the foundation for me. Yun Mengli looked around and wondered, who is Brother Beichen calling? Oh, I forgot that no one is left in the Xia family. Xia Beichen sighed deeply, took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number. A female voice came from the microphone. Hello, you are not in the service area and cannot be reached at this time. Xia Beichen frowned. I don't care who you are. I'll give you 5 minutes to move the service area over. Otherwise, I want your whole family to be buried with you. Chapter 104, Dispute over Maids. Competition for first place. Zhangcheng Foundation Stronghold. After some twists and turns, the maids finally arrived. The entire stronghold was built in the middle of a mountain, all of which was hidden underground and had several layers. Kicking open the hidden door, the maids entered warily. It's empty. Bright lights. Empty space. Alas, it seems that they really did evacuate a long time ago. Liang Jihan put away her gun. In fact, think about it can be understood. Even now the highest position of the deacon died in the hands of the master. Here the rest of the people, as long as it is not a little cute. If it's not a cutie pie, they'll run for it, or else they'll be liquidated. It was a little too fast though. They actually slipped away before it rained. Can't let your guard down. Shinwanyu looked at the floor distribution map next to her. There are exactly 7 floors here and there is still electricity. So there are 7 of us on 1 floor each, checking all the clues about the foundation and not missing anything. I'm going to go -7 floors. Ling Xue -6, Jiangzhu -5, Jihan -4, Xia Qingyu -3, Yun Shi negative. By what right are you calling the shots? Suddenly, Xia Qingyu interrupted in a cold voice. The maids choked at the same time. Shenwanyu frowned. You don't want to go? Then pick a floor yourself. Xia Qingyu shook her head and smiled coldly. I don't care which floor. What I'm puzzled about is, by what right are you the one to arrange us? You are the head of the master's hand-picked maids? She, Xia Qingyu, had never been willing to be subordinate in her life. Even if she was pressed down by Lindong, why should she have to listen to the other maids? Chen Yunshi's big eyes lit up. Great, great, great. Fight. Ling Xue gasped. What do you mean? Sister Wanyu was the first to join and does things meticulously. We are willing to listen to her. What do you have to say in the open? What is the meaning of being gloomy? Xia Qingyu coldly grunted. In that case, let's put it out in the open. I don't think you're worthy of being the head of the maids. I'd like to choose a new 1-inch. You are so ambitious. Talking about reselecting a new one, don't you just want to be the head of the maids? Just you deserve it? Jiangzhu sneered. Jiangzhu, you don't need to pretend to speak for her here. I've already heard that it was she who forced you to break with my Xia family, and you've long been dissatisfied with her in your heart. Xia Qingyu opened her mouth to provoke. Jiangzhu's eyes slowly clouded over. Ling Xue wanted to continue to help, but Shinwanyu stepped in to stop her. You don't need to sow discord. After all, we are subservient to our masters. We only need to serve them well. Xia Qingyu laughed out loud. You are putting yourself in a noble position. Words notwithstanding, but I think that there must be a head of maids between maids. If several of us can't be in step, how can we serve our masters well? Shinwanyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. So you want to be the head of this maid? You think you're qualified to rule over us? Ling Xue nodded. That's right, don't forget. You're the weakest of the few of us. Weakest? Xia Qingyu's eyes grew dangerous. You guys just met your master earlier than me. What's there to be proud of? If it was the same time, I'd be rubbing you on the ground. Ling Xue hugged her arms. I'm really sorry then. We're just ahead of you. You're just weaker than us. Humph. You're nothing but a woman with big boobs and no brain. Can't you see that Shinwanyu is taking advantage of you? Thanks for the compliment. Whether or not I'm being used first. Anyway, I'm just big. Unlike some people can park an airplane. You. Xia Qingyu's wave had really hit Ling Xue's area of expertise. The atmosphere was instantly tense. Liang Jihan hurriedly rounded up the scene. You guys don't argue. We are all serving the master. Who will ultimately be the head of this maid should be decided by the master. Chen Yunshi, however, whispered, I think the master may not care about this. After all, with the master's ability, in the future, the number of newly added maids will definitely be increasing. Let's set it down in advance. It's also a way to share the master's worries. Liang Jihan was furious. This little green tea was really adding to the chaos. Chen Yunshi revealed an innocent face and was happy in her heart. Go ahead and fight. It's best if you all die. Xia Qingyu gave Chen Yunshi a nod in her heart and hummed coldly. Yunshi is right. Our abilities are frankly given by the master. Who is high and who is low is all based on the master's will. So according to the strength of the row would not have been fair. Then what do you want? Shinwanyu already had anger in her eyes. Before the big star came out, there were gaps between the maids, but they still maintained harmony on the surface. And Ling Xue and the girls were relatively simple-minded. So they established a certain status at the beginning themselves, but the big star challenged her position as soon as she arrived, and said she couldn't let her get away with it. Since the conflict has been laid out in the open, let's do a thorough job of understanding it today, so as not to add to the trouble later. It's simple. Doesn't the master like beautiful women? Let's rank them by their face value. Whoever comes first is the head of the maids. Xia Qingyu said with an impish smile. I wouldn't dare say first, but you must be the ugliest. That sentence. Killer. As a matter of fact, Shinwanyu had a sense of crisis in her heart after Ling Xue had joined the maids, although she herself was quite famous for her flamboyance in the neighborhood. The few women who had joined behind her were all vaguely above her in terms of their face value, body shape and temperament. After Xia Qingyu joined, this sense of crisis became more and more intense. After all, the big star is countless otaku goddesses, but not compared. But being called ugly with a straight face tends to break any woman's defenses. You looking for death? Xia Qingyu is even more smug. What? Have you been poked and prodded? Do you want to take action against me? It's okay, I'm no match for you now anyway. Big deal. You killed me. You. Ling raised her hand and was about to blast out with a punch when Jiang Zhu hurriedly blocked it. She's just deliberately trying to get you to do it, and then she'll tell her master about it afterward, and give you a reputation for being impulsive and irritable, and it'll really get to her. Yu's chest rose and fell violently, but she had to admit that Jiang Zhu was right. From the beginning, Yu was deliberately luring herself to do it. Since you said I'm the ugliest, I'll withdraw from the competition for the top maid. After all, you're a big star, the dream girl of countless people. In terms of face value, none of us can compare to you, and the head of this maid is none other than you. Yu's eyes once again went cold, cursing in her heart. Bitch, what a way to back out of a fight. Although she did want to be the head of the maids, Yu undoubtedly put herself on the opposite side of all the maids when she said that. None of the maids would admit to being prettier than them. You think you can scare me like that? So naive. Yu said with a smiling face. Thanks for the compliment, but I still consider myself inferior to Ms. Xu Yao. I think she's the one who's suitable to be the head of the maids. You take a step backward to take a step forward. Woe to me. Chapter 105, The Salted Fish Among the Maids. The conflict suddenly changed winds. Xu Yao, who stood by the side and didn't say anything and ate melon silently, was dumbfounded on the spot. Ha, me? The beautiful teacher hastily waved her head. No way, can't. I can't do it, and I don't want to. Joking, she is not stupid. This time even the nerd can see. This head of the maid's position is not good to sit. Yu smilingly said. Why not? In terms of temperament, in terms of looks, in terms of figure, you are the most outstanding between us. I think you are suitable. Ha, like this? Thank you. Xu Yao smiled nervously and scratched her head at the compliment. I'm flattered by a big star, but I don't want to be the head of this maid. It's better if you guys fight. Yu, you'll have to be the head of this maid today if you don't. She can see that among these women, it seems that the ones with the lowest IQ are Ling Xue and this naive-looking Xu Yao. Ling Xue is firmly on Yu's side, so she has to get Xu Yao on her side and support to the top, so that she can be the woman behind the head maid. However, she had ultimately joined too soon to know much about the other maids, especially nerdy Xu Yao. Yu and the girls glanced at each other. Surprisingly, they silently took a step back and held their arms without saying a word. Yu, who didn't understand the situation, was still continuing to persuade. Xu Yao, I know you are a university teacher. Those who can be teachers are bound to have both high EQ and IQ. Plus you're the prettiest amongst us, and I believe no one will have an opinion if you're the head of the maids. Xu Yao's face was bitter. I don't want to do it. Don't force me. Most of the time, she still just wanted to be a quiet beauty queen. Eat snacks, drink tea and read books. Nothing to teach the master foreign language. Although the master always liked to interrupt during the teaching of oral pronunciation. But overall, the teaching process is very pleasant. It would be nice to have another puppy. No, you're the best for it. You have to do it. I'm not doing it. Don't make me. Why don't you want to do it? Why would I want to do that? Yu was furious. This woman was actually a salted fish? Can't you have some ideals? That is the top of the maid. In the future, Lindong would inevitably be the top strongest man in the world, and the head of the maids would be the woman with the highest status beside him. Truly one person under 10,000 people. You're not impressed? Xu Yao, listen to me. Now that times have changed, the human situation will be unpredictable in the future. You're the teacher with the highest education. We all need you to lead us. Xu Yao, I just look dull. I'm not really dull. Oops, I'm not doing it. Changes in the human situation can't be analyzed with a degree. If you want to do it, you can do it yourself. This big star is unsuspecting. People just want to eat their melon quietly. They have to drag others into the water. Yu was even more furious. If I can't even handle you, how can I handle the other maids? I'm going to be stubborn with you today. You believe me. I'll be the first to embrace you if you'll do it. I'm not doing it. Are you doing it or not? If you don't do it, I'll get angry. I'll hit you, believe it or not. You, why are you like this? Xu Yao's eyes reddened. She just wanted to be a salted fish, and she had to be beaten? Yu's heart suddenly missed a beat as she was glared at by Xu Yao. Something's wrong. In the next moment, a horrifyingly eerie killing intent erupted, and Xu Yao's eyes were bloodshot. Bitch, do you want to die? The sudden shift in temperament caused Yu to immediately freeze. A little girl with two faces? I'm not. Yu was just about to open her mouth to explain, when Xu Yao's small pink fist had already smashed over. Boom! This punch was extremely fast, smashing Yu into a prawn on the spot, and the ice armor that had been rapidly condensing on his chest instantly shattered. Boom boom boom! Berserk force struck, and Yu's petite body crashed through the floor, followed by one strike after another, right up to the -7 floor. Chen Yunshi spat out her fragrant tongue and once again embraced Shen Wanyu and the others in front of her. It's over. The teacher's gone crazy again. Ling Xue laughed coldly. Let this stinking make a fool of herself. Who wouldn't it be good to mess with? But mess with Xu Yao? Let her have a good meal. Liang Jihan smiled bitterly for a moment and hurriedly shouted. Xu Yao, don't hit too hard. Qin Shuyao was just about to jump into the hole to make up for it when she immediately looked up at the words. A wave of horror floated through the maids. At the bottom of the ground, Xia Qingyu's face was full of worry and she spat out blood. ******ing. Actually acting me? Looking up and around, he was stunned on the spot. This is the bottom floor, the largest, almost the size of 2 soccer fields, brightly lit with a dark green shimmer at this moment. Countless petri dishes held a variety of experimental subjects. These experimental subjects are invariably all animals and oddly shaped. There are large huskies with wings, boa constrictors covered in spikes, and large spiders with eyes. Disturbed by the loud noise, these sleeping mutant species began to show signs of awakening. It was eerie and chilling. Xia Qingyu was slightly alarmed. This was one of those mutated animal bodies that had been captured by the Foundation to do so much research? That's a lot of quantities. That's a lot of Foundation handwriting. Slow down. There are, here. Before the words fell, Qin Shuyao had already killed over. Damn! The ice spear in his hand condensed and killed out with a boom. A great battle between the two was instantly fought. Hit from -7 to -5 and then from -5 to -1. The base, which had been quite large, soon became precarious. Ling Xue sighed. Hey, now all the clues are going to be lost to them. Chen Yunshi said indifferently. What are you afraid of? Anyway, the master's order to bloodwash this place once and tear it down if no one is there is considered to have accomplished the master's task. What the maids hadn't noticed was that here on the -7th floor, more and more mutant species were awakening, with all sorts of glints in their eyes, breaking free of the wiring tubes on their bodies and easily breaking through the petri dishes and landing on the ground. Click, click, the flying husky bared its grimy, sharp teeth and its blood-colored wings stretched out with difficulty. The spikes on the python's body retracted and stabbed out at times, spitting out the snake's letters, and its vertical pupils stared at the battle above in death. The mutant spider's head rotated 360 degrees, spitting green juice from its mouth and falling to the ground. The floor instantly corroded and smoked. More and more mutant species were displayed in an extremely bizarre manner. Another hill 10 kilometers away from the stronghold. This is the second stronghold of the Foundation. The technicians who had escaped earlier all stood respectfully behind a young man in a suit. The man was very slender, but had long hair and a rather handsome appearance. But no one dared to look at him, because men's eyes, too, have vertical pupils. In front of them, a large screen played Xia Qingyu's battle against Qin Shuyao and the awakening of the mutant species on the -7th floor respectively. The technical supervisor stepped forward and bowed. Lord Deputy Deacon, of the 103 mutant species we captured previously, apart from the ones that were crushed to death by the floorboards, there are still 94 left. Do you think that these mutant species can finish off this group of women? The man with vertical pupils slowly twisted his head, and his gaze became very dangerous. You asked me? No, I mean. The technical director's body suddenly stiffened before the words left his mouth. In less than a moment, it was reduced to a stone sculpture. Chapter 106. Who said the logistics post was safe? The man with vertical pupils smiled grimly and looked over at the crowd of shivering researchers, casually pointing his finger at a short-haired man with glasses. From now on, you're the new technical supervisor. Congratulations. The man with the glasses had a constipated look on his face. Work in the Foundation although the treatment is good. 5 insurance and gold are paid at the maximum amount. But, Treadmill's technical supervisor position is easy to die off. The previous incumbent had his brain marrow drained by the bugs of the Bug Brother. And less than 2 days later, the previous incumbent was stared at as a stone statue by the new subdeacon. It's a position that's easier to die in than out in the field. Who the hell said the logistics post was safe? The vertical pupil man's gaze was once again dangerous when he saw the reluctant look on the glasses man's face. You're not happy about it? No, thank you, Lord Deacon, for mentioning me. I will do a good job. The man with glasses was terrified. Only then did the vertical pupil man reveal a satisfied smile. Remember, I'm only the deputy deacon. The real Lord Deacon is trying to get in touch with the mission target. Don't call me the wrong 1 inch. Yes, the original stronghold. Xia Qingyu was bitter. This beautiful teacher is a lunatic. Even if you're stronger than you are, you're still such a crazy critic. All attacks were not flickered or avoided, and all relied on the body to carry them hard. Carry even. Screaming about how much it hurts while showing an expression of soothing excitement. That's AM for meow. In just less than 10 rounds, Xia Qingyu was already seriously injured and had broken bones all over her body. Qin Shuyao roughly grabbed Xia Qingyu's hair. The latter's face was covered in blood. Her body was weak, but she still carried a fierce gaze. When this is over, I'm going to make sure my master upgrades me and rub you stinking ass hard on the ground. Why are you forcing me? Qin Shuyao wore a wry smile. In this world, no one can force me to do anything except my master. And if there's a next time, I'll kill you for sure. After saying that, he dropped Xia Qingyu's head heavily on the ground and let out a cold snort as the redness in his eyes faded away. The other maids walked over. Xin Wanyu held her arms and grunted coldly, "You can be ambitious, and you can disobey my arrangements, but you took the initiative to stir up trouble, causing the clues of the entire foundation to be cut off. I will report this matter to the master, and the rest will depend on the master's mood." "Humph, you're the only one who can snitch and play dirty tricks? So will the old lady." Ling Xue stretched out beautifully. Her huge peaks were visually appealing. "Aya this time didn't come out for nothing, and even watched a good show. Let's go back. We haven't seen our master all night. I miss him to death." Chen Yunshi smiled and said, "Does Sister Ling Xue miss her master? Or does she miss her little master? What do you say, little green tea?" Ling Xue winks. Liang Jihan was speechless. "Didn't you guys realize? Our cell phones are all out of signal?" Jiang Zhu frowned and nodded. "Since this morning, my cell phone has no signal. It seems that this rain has destroyed all the communication base stations. The master doesn't have a satellite cell phone. I'm afraid we can't contact." Qin Shuyao's pretty face instantly turned white. "Then how are we going to find the master?" "There is no hurry. Let's first head back towards Mirror Lake Spring. After all, with the master's nature, he will often make a big noise. We will know when we go back." Xin Wanyu was still considered to be more composed. Chen Yunshi pointed at Xia Qingyu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. "What about her?" Xin Wanyu faintly shouted. "Don't play dead, if you want to keep lying here." The words suddenly lurched, and Xin Wanyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Not only her, Jiang Zhu, Liang Jihan and the others also similarly noticed that something was wrong. From the lowest level, there appeared to be a grimy breath with a strong, pungent, disgusting odor. Hiss! A huge snake's head emerged from below, spitting out letters, its pupils staring at them in death. "Ma!" Chen Yunshi's pretty face immediately turned pale and she pulled her legs out to run. Little girls are most afraid of snakes. A few of the other women looked equally uncomfortable as more and more oddly shaped mutants crawled out from around them and surrounded them. In addition to large snakes, there are also monstrous spiders that make people suffer from intense phobia. Large toads covered with pus, huskies with wings, 3-meter-long centipedes, and large rats with steel claws. Without exception, it's disgusting to look at and make you want to vomit. At that moment, golden light suddenly flashed across Xia Qingyu's body, and all her injuries instantly recovered as before. "It's Lindong teletherapy now." Hastily bouncing up from the ground, he flung his ice gun and coldly said, "These are mutant species captured by the Foundation. Not strong individually but in large numbers." Ling Xue rubbed the goosebumps on her body. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xia Qingyu glanced at Qin Shuyao, who covered her eyes out of fear. "Do I get a chance to talk?" Just opened her mouth and she was beaten on the ground by this woman. Liang Jihan pulled out 2 pistols and beautifully spun a gunflint. "How do we do it?" Xin Wanyu took a deep breath. "Kill them all. The big battle is on again." Xin Wanyu rushed towards the giant snake first. The dagger in her hand flashed with a cold aura and stabbed straight. The giant snake was covered in spikes that suddenly emerged, and its entire body looked like a long sea urchin. Ling Xue skimmed her lips, drew a tang knife from under her skirt and rushed towards the large centipede. A sweep of the knife left the centipede with half of its legs missing. Xia Qingyu rushed straight at the big spider and threw his lance, instantly stabbing through the eye. However, the spider unexpectedly spat out a piece of spider web with poison before dying. Jiang Zhu clenched her pink fist and her body exploded, blowing off the big rat's steel claws, along with its body. Liang Jihan's dexterous figure, shooting and dodging, easily disposed of the big toad. Chen Yunshi was eventually scared back by the disgusting crawlers all over the floor, and was forced to remove the elevator door to whirl around. Qin Shuyao shivered and stood in place covering her eyes. So scary, so many monsters. Woof! Suddenly, a familiar sound came, and Qin Shuyao felt something rubbing against her feet. It was the winged husky, with white fur and big round eyes, and the whole look was still adorable, except for the fact that it was built like a tiger. "Ah, Nuwa. Qin Shuyao's eyes instantly rose with love. The dog looks like his own dead gnome. As soon as he took the husky into his arms, his pretty face rubbed against it. "Come back with me, okay? From now on, you'll be called Nuwa. The drawing style is extraordinarily different from others." The husky enjoyed the feeling of being jerked off, sticking his tongue out and licking her face, before opening his mouth wide and swallowing Qin Shuyao's entire head in one gulp. "Qin Shuyao, you're not my Nuwa. My Nuwa wouldn't hurt me." The husky was just about to savor the deliciousness when he suddenly realized that the food had reached out with both hands, propped up on each of his upper and lower jaws, and easily wrenched open his bloody mouth. Qin Shuyao went crazy again. A hard grip on the husky's mouth ripped it in half. Chapter 107. Is that you, Shower? Looking at the scene of the beauty fighting the beast in the screen, the vertical pupil man waved his hand. Turn it off. Needless to say, these mutant species were at best B ranked in strength, and most of them were C ranked, which should have been quite a formidable lineup, but they were not much of a threat to these women, and it was only a matter of time before they were slaughtered to death. However, it also showed side by side that this group of women were very strong, and with their current combat power, unless they were fitted with the Foundation's newly developed technological weapons and genetic zombie fighters, there was no chance of winning against them head-on, and even with weapons and zombie fighters, it's a toss-up at best. The gains don't pay for the losses, but what do people grow brains for? The vertical-pupiled man looked to a figure in the shadows of the corner. Idol. They're all yours. This figure has been standing here since a while ago, and many female technicians have been attracted by the gaze from time to time, and then retracted with a flushed face before peeking at. The man codenamed Idol, who was never seen in full, was holding his arms and head down as he posed. No problem, leave it to me. After Lindong left the orphanage, he ran furiously all the way on top of the wooden boards. The rain was extremely corrosive and had already ruined his sleeves and pants legs. The whole person looked miserable like a refugee. There was a crunchy sensation coming from his body that had no other effect, but was always uncomfortable. Marred. Really good people have no good karma, and then later on be a good person lousy is. Lindong cursed. The neighborhood was remote, and aside from some old factory buildings, there was a village not far away. Said to be a village, in fact, more like the construction of urban villages. Houses are densely packed, at most 2 or 3 meters between buildings, driving in and out of the effort. I vaguely remember this place being called Isamu Village, right? The village used to be renamed Brave Village after an act of bravery. Now that the snow surface had dropped to less than a meter, Lindong casually found a building and rolled over to jump in. Randomly found an empty room, about 50 square feet. No one inside, but quite clean and tidy. Look at the decoration, should be a woman's room. After a brief hot shower, it was always a relief to lie down. With no cell phone reception, it's kind of goodbye to the information age for good. The rain pattered, and I soon fell asleep. At night, the door to the room is suddenly opened and Lindong wakes up just in time to catch eyes with a woman. The visitor looked to be in his 30s, with a passable posture, wrapped in a very bloated wrap, except for those eyes, which appeared to be very indifferent and empty. When she saw someone in the room, the woman, completely unafraid, blandly said, "A glass of water or half a loaf of bread, Linden?" When the woman saw Lindong froze and walked into the house, she immediately felt a warm current, and her eyes finally had some light in them, so she started to undress. It's quite a struggle to get it off when you're overdressed. Lindong was speechless. This was treating himself like a John? I'm not interested in you. No need to take it off. The woman looked at him suspiciously, but still said, "You don't see me? Then go to the center area. There are a few women there who are prettier than me." When he finished, he took the quilt out of the cupboard and spread it on the floor and began to sleep. The most intuitive feeling the woman gave Lindong was that there was no soul. It was thought that the end times had been so long ago that she had long been baptized by the cruelty of humanity and had only a numb desire for life. "You guys don't have an underground garage here and you actually walk around each other?" The woman's eyes were still closed. "Build a ladder." Lindong nodded indistinctly. After all, the spacing between the buildings is too narrow. It is normal to take a ladder to be able to cross each other's doors. "Tell me about this place?" The woman doesn't answer. Lindong laughed, flipping his hand and pulling out a bowl of self-heating pot. "Tell me about it, and this one's yours." The woman frowned and opened her eyes, then they snapped open and she couldn't help but swallow. "It's like hot food." After so many days, she relied on selling her body and finally managed to survive, but all she ate was nothing more than frozen bani, hard bread, half a bag of instant noodles or choked, cooked potatoes. "It's been like days since I've had a hot meal." Without even thinking about it, the woman grabbed the self-heated pot and forced her excitement to heat up as she watched with an expectant look on her face. It's called Yong Village, and there are more than 200 buildings, basically self-built, and there are about 100 people. If they're alive now, others either froze and starved to death, or were smashed to death when the snow overwhelmed the building. This is Master Jin's territory. He is responsible for maintaining order here. The night it first snowed, Master Jin led the men to loot all the kiosks and supermarkets in the village. He controls a lot of supplies. The men do hard labor every day in exchange for food. The women, the ones like me who were decent looking, got to trade their bodies for a little food from the men. The ugly ones were killed. Lindong raised an eyebrow. This Master Jin is a character. On the first day of snow many people will not realize that this is the end of the world. The rules will not collapse so quickly. But this Master Jin is very decisive to rob the supermarket kiosk, which means that this is also a ruthless person. What is this, Master Jean? What kind of hard labor do men need to do when it's this kind of weather? A trace of fear surfaced on the woman's face. Master Jean used to be the local snake boss of this area. I don't know much about him. I only know that he has a big background. Sooner or later, Master Kim said, the food would run out. So the men were called upon to all venture out to hit the snow caves and dig in the dirt. And a dozen houses in the center area were converted into indoor farms and planted with crops. Hey, this Master Jean actually knows how to farm? The woman can't wait to eat the self-high pot after the speech. Miserable Whiteface is hot red, but the woman is really gluttonous, hooting and hollering until she finished the hot pot soup. Thanks, I'm Jong Soo. You can call me Sue. Lindong skimmed his mouth. Being over 30 years old and still called sure, it was a bit of a show indeed. Go to bed, he said, not intending to stay here long. The rain outside diminished, and the woman soon fell asleep. At midnight, the rewards are refreshed again. Tick-tock, today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. Unlimited toilet paper, to solve your trouble of wiping your ass in the toilet. 2. Unlimited gas masks, can only block airborne viruses. 3. Beauty serum. 4. A gaming chair that never hurts when you sit on it. Lindong, today's reward. What's with all the pulling? I'm invincible now, and I need to worry about running out of paper when I go to the bathroom to wipe my ass? The gas mask is pure and simple useless. He's already toxin immune and doesn't need a mask. As for the gaming chair, much less use. Made model leather seated does not smell? So in comparison, it's only 3. It's okay to be idle and become handsome anyway. To Lindong's surprise, what appeared in the system space was not a bottle of skincare products, but a card. Beauty serum, a magical prop to continuously enhance the charm of face value. Can be applied externally or taken internally. P.S. After the host uses it, it can be used by the host to beautify and nourish her person. Ah, this. What does it mean? Lindong scratched his head and used the card. A white stream of light was injected into his abdomen, and then there was no more. What the hell? How do you make someone beautiful? There's no specific instructions. Lindong rubbed his chin in careful thought. Can be applied externally, and take it internally? So it must be a specifically existing substance. Essence. Oh, I see. Chapter 108, Master Jean. The 4 Great Diamonds. The next day, the rain stopped, the sky remained overcast and the temperature was still low. All the survivors walked out of the door frozen in silence, looking at the snow that was just under 10 centimeters thick. The snow melted away? I don't know who it was, but it came out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, everyone's revealed a look of excitement, and many had even shed tears of excitement. Snow melts. Ah, great. This damn natural disaster. Is it really going to pass? Ooh, honey, did you see that? The snow is melting and we can live. Great. That's great. I told you I was doomed. We're saved. Although the poisonous snow was still there, it was no longer lethal at this depth. So as long as you wore boots and didn't slip and hit the snow, it wasn't much of a problem. The crowd had already excitedly changed into their gear and stormed out, partying wildly and enjoying their new life. Lindong leaned against the window and watched indifferently, grinning coldly. You guys think the freshmen are here? No, the killing begins. Yang Laoshi, now that the disaster is over, you killed so many people. Just wait to be liquidated by the rescue team. You'll be shot. Someone angrily pointed at the former murderer. However, Yang Laoshi just laughed hideously, drew his knife, and cut him over with a slash. The blade embedded in his skull, and it took him a long time to pull it out. Mud, scaring me? So many people have killed. Can the rescue team catch them? The others were momentarily stunned. What's the point of being complacent? Old Four spat and blocked the entrance to the village, carrying his blood-soaked sword. Master Jean said that anyone who dares to escape will be killed on sight. Someone held back his fear and said loudly, with just you alone, can you hold back so many of us? Folks, fight him. As long as we escape from this devil's cave, we'll be able to survive in the big sky outside. The crowd's emotions were instantly ignited. That's right, martyr doesn't just have a knife. My shovel's no slouch either. Yang Laoshi, you killed my wife and child. I'm going to kill you. Nai. I can't stand being hungry. Yang Laoshi, you're sensible, don't get in the way. I'm going out to find food. Yang Laoshi's face was slightly white, although he was a fierce fighter. In the end, he was only an ordinary person with more strength. Facing so many people, he would still be scared. Yoo-hoo, what about a rebellion? At that moment, a group of people, maybe a dozen or so, walked out from the depths of the village. The voice is the leader of a young boy. Yellow hair, inch head. Expression is incomparably arrogant. Hands in the pockets, walking up the road hangs. As soon as this team appeared, the others shrunk their necks, obviously somewhat afraid of this young man. Zhong Xiu came to the window and at the sight of the young man immediately shrunk back and whispered, his name is Zhang Wei. He is one of Master Jin's 4 great Vijay. He is very powerful. He used to be especially arrogant, and people in the village were afraid of him. Lindong snickered. For big Kongs? Not bad for a triad. Left blue dragon, right white tiger? But this kid, LV2 ah. So this Master Jean actually has 4 Xenos in his hands? Zhang Wei cocked his head and looked around, coming to Yang Lao's side, who nodded his head even though he was about 10 years older than him. Brother Wei, you're here? Disgruntled, Zhang Wei slapped him on the side of the head, calling Nemo Weigua? Call me Wei God. Alright Brother Wei, this group of people are going to rebel. How dare they disobey Master Jin's order? Please show your great power and kill them all. You know how to kill and kill and kill all day long? Zhang Wei slapped again. These people are still useful, so what's the point of killing them? Then he looked at the crowd and shouted, Folks, Master Jin has ordered that I, Zhan Wei of Xuanwu Hall, will lead you to conquer the city and establish a supreme dynasty for Master Jin. Lindong was dumbfounded. What does he mean by that? Jiangsu whispered. It's to rob the neighborhood as their territory. 6. Someone couldn't help but advise. Zhang Wei, the disaster is going to pass. Why are we still going out to rob? Aren't you afraid of? Suddenly, Zhang Wei yanked over Yang Lao's large sword and threw it violently. Pust! The man fell to the ground in shock as the large blade penetrated his body. The sight startled the others. If they could still rely on the number of people to scare Yang Lao, then Zhang Wei could not be scared by the number of people. This guy, he can fight. Zhang Wei crooked his mouth and pulled out his ears. Does anyone else have a comment? The crowd hastily shook their heads, not daring to have the slightest comment. That's more like it. Then pack up your things. The men take all the kitchen knives and sickles and stuff from home. Quick! The crowd instantly swarmed and dispersed, and within a short time, the team was integrated. A total of more than 30 people, led by Zhang Wei, marched out in great numbers. Lindong looked at Zhongxiu and queried, Why don't you run away? There's no one guarding the village entrance now. Zhongxiu smiled bitterly. Where can I escape to? I'm a woman. Even if I leave Yang Village, can I rob those men? Makes sense. Lindong nodded and sat back at the table, taking out a bowl of Cantonese morning tea and slowly savoring it. Jiangsu licked his lips and timidly asked, Can I eat? Lindong laughed and threw her a bun. After all, if you live in someone's house, consider it rent. Zhongxiu took it in surprise and swallowed it in one gulp, then looked at Lindong again, with a gaze that seemed to say, I want more. But Lindong didn't bother with her. Biting his lip, Zhongxiu left forlornly. Not all the men in the village had gone out. There should still be quite a few left behind by Master Jin, and he himself had to continue to earn food. Fast forward to the center area, where an unpleasant odor permeates the area. There was a burly middle-aged man who walked over and wrapped his arms around Jiangsu upon seeing him arrive. Sister-in-law, why are you so late today? Let me have a good time first. Don't worry, I'll give you half a loaf of bread. Zhongxiu said bitterly. Lu Gang, there are so many prettier than me in the village. Why are you looking for me? Lu Gang laughed. Because you're my sister-in-law. Why do you think I hacked my brother to death? Jiangsu, Lu Gang, can you contact Master Jin for me? I have something important to find him. Lu Gang's big hands did not feel at ease. What important things can you have? Tell me? Zhongxiu pondered for a moment, looked around and whispered. Last night a man suddenly came to my house. He's not from our young village. I don't know where he came from, but he can do magic tricks and can change food. Really? Lu Gang's eyes glazed over. He was one of the 4 great Vajra and also a shifter. So his first reaction was that the man must be a shifter as well. Really? Why would I lie to you? Jiangsu was sure of himself. Wait for me here. Lu Gang thought about it and walked away quickly. 2 minutes later, Lu Gang came back. Master Jin summoned you over. Remember to give a full account of what happened including the man's information. Chapter 109, Only the dead don't have to take customers. Zhongxiu apprehensively went upstairs. She had only seen Master Jin from afar once before. This was the first time she was face to face. The center of the wide living room. The main seat sits a man with white hair, wearing a relatively light, a Zhongshan suit as noble as possible. But the neck is wearing a large gold chain, a few green triggers on the finger. Is the old spirit of smoking a large cigarette? Even then, it carried an air of nonchalance. Besides Master Kim in the living room, the only woman left was the woman behind him. The woman was very beautiful, with a soft silhouette but with a cold and lonely temperament. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she looked a bit like Quan Ji Hyun, the universal goddess of the stick country, nearly 1 meter 8 in height, with a curvy front and back. She wore a black dress and carried a tanged sword on her waist. It's like a blooming black rose. Yuqin/Mooning Night. Lu Gang's eyes flashed with a flash of amazement and lust when he saw this woman, but he hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare to look again. Though roses are beautiful, they are thorny. Jin, Master Jin. Zhongxiu couldn't help but kneel down as soon as he saw Master Jin. Even his tone trembled. Master Jin looked indifferent. Well, tell me about that man. And don't talk nonsense. Yes, last night, when I went back to, after listening to Zhong Xiu's account, Master Jean slowly frowned. Lindong, being able to change food is an interesting ability. This news is important to me, so tell me, what reward do you want? Zhong Xiu's back was sweating as he gritted his teeth and asked tentatively, Master Jean, can I not take on any more customers, just be able to get enough to eat every day? So simple? Master Jean slowly revealed a smile. I promise, Lu Gang, from now on, she won't have to pick up customers. And don't let her go hungry. Remember Lindong's ability. Don't let anyone else know about it. A cold aura flashed in Lu Gang's eyes. Alright Master Jean. With that, he left with Jiansu. Great. Master Jean is such a good man. Jiansu left, excited beyond belief. Lu Gang smiled wryly. Yeah, but, Suddenly, Lu Gang's hands transformed into metallic black. His fingers merged into knives and pierced through Zhong Xiu's chest. Ho! Why? Jiansu's eyes were full of disbelief. Obviously you don't need to pick up the slack. You can eat every day, and have the hope of living. She didn't understand why Lu Gang wanted to kill himself. Lu Gang drew out his hand and shook the blood on his hand and said lightly, only the dead don't have to pick up customers, much less go hungry. The reason why I came out before killing was because I was afraid of dirtying Master Jin's eyes. Zhong Xiu fell to the ground unwillingly, glaring at Lu Gang in death. Someone come and clean this place. Master Jin loves cleanliness, Lu Gang ordered and then folded back. Master Jin shook his smoking gun and narrowed his eyes. Lu Gang, leave this matter to you. This kind of person, either for my use or... I understand. Lu Gang retreated again. In the living room, only one old man and one young man remained. Shiner, what do you think? What is this Lindong's supernatural ability? To be able to change food out of thin air. This kind of ability is too unbelievable in a post-apocalyptic world. Yu Qin's entire person was cold and icy. Even to his own righteous father he looked like this. Not really, but there's no way it came out of nowhere. Oh, what do you mean? Master Jin was slightly surprised. Yu Qin looked out of the window. His eyes lowered. This person should possess the ability to store up supplies to be used at his fingertips. After breakfast, Lindong was ready to leave. It's a pain in the ass not having a maid to wait on. Suddenly, there was a flurry of footsteps in the hallway. The door was violently kicked in, and a dozen men with menacing faces fishtailed into the building. Lu Gang walked at the end, with a stout figure and arrogant expression. LV3, seeing the various leftovers on the table, he couldn't help but swallow. Holy, is the food that good? Even though he was honored as one of the big four, he could only eat some boiled noodles every day. You're Lindong? I'm one of the four major Vajra under Master Jin, Lu Gang, and I'm looking for you today. Lindong's eyes narrowed slightly, interrupting. Where's Jiansu? Was she the one who sold me out? Lu Gang. Then where is she now? Lindong continued to ask. For some reason, listening to Lindong's flat tone, Lu Gang felt a little panicked in his heart. The little brother next to him couldn't stand it anymore and drew his machete and went forward to point at Lindong. Kid, how can you talk to my big brother? Beware of my old man chopping you to death. As soon as the words fell, Lindong suddenly gripped the blade and violently ripped it over, spinning the blade in his hand and violently chopping it down. The knife was extremely swift, and before he could react, the blade had already gone straight from his head to his crotch. The little brother's eyes went wide, then cracked in place, literally cracking open. The surface of the blade was incredibly flat, and all the internal organs and bones were sharply cut in half. The body cracked into two halves, and blood mixed with internal organs fell all over the place. A group of juniors were shocked. This kid was so fast with his sword. Lindon frowned and dropped the machete. Not as good as my fish. Lu Gang's legs and stomach were shivering. That knife just now had made him realize that he was no match for this man. Ahem. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't mind. Lindong smiled. Where's Jiansu? Lu Gang instantly became bitter. Killed by me. Oh, then thanks a lot. Lindong nodded and crossed over to the corpse to leave. The crowd couldn't help but get out of the way of a dragon, completely losing the arrogance of a moment ago. Seeing that Lindong was about to leave, Lu Gang anxiously said, Brother Lindong, that, Lindon stopped squinting. Lu Gang instantly shivered again, but remembering Master Jin's instructions, he still gritted his teeth and said, Our Master Jin would like to recruit you into his old man's command. Not interested. Lindong skimmed his lips to leave. It was at this time that a wave of people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village. Zhang Wei led the way, and at this moment is scattering and running wildly. His face is terrified, and behind him, he is bringing a group of minions, running all over the place. Behind them, another wave of people were carrying large swords and furiously slashing the minions and villagers. Why? Help me. Zhang Wei didn't look back. I'll save Nima. Then he saw Lu Gang upstairs and hurriedly shouted, Brother Gang, save Lousy. Lu Gang's face changed. Brothers, go down and meet me. Leaping down the stairs. The minions can be ordinary people. They can only rush to the building, but the building is too narrow. Lindong is alone and slowing down the stairs. They are blocked. Just now, Lindong had shown a small wave of hands, so how could they dare to rush? One could only follow with a face full of urgency. Lu Gang rushed towards the village entrance, pulling the staggering Zhang Wei by the hand and glaring angrily. What's going on? Only then did Zhang Wei reveal a ferocious expression. Tetra Lie drop. Lao Zi led people to the nearby shopping mall to rob something, and just happened to bump into another wave of people. And there was a person in their midst who was a little bit more powerful than Lao Zi, and he didn't beat them, and he was still being chased and chopped up. Gang, help me get his ass. Chapter 110. Do you know how Osamu got its name? Lu Gang instantly became furious. Ger Lao Zi, dare to bully the old Ziyong village people? Brothers, give me on. A big wave of the hand, but no one responded. What are you stepping horse doing? Lu Gang turned back angrily, but saw that the minions were trembling behind Lindong. None of them dared to cross him. Zhang Wei glared angrily at the pursuing wave. He had brought more than 30 people with him before he went out, and now less than 10 had been killed by the other side. It's downright deceptive. Finally, Lindong came down, and the minions finally found an opening to rush to the village entrance. In the open space at the entrance of the village, an extremely obese but agile man slashed the fleeing villagers and stared at Zhang Wei with a sardonic smile. Kid, aren't you brave? What are you running for? Behind him, more than 30 minions, all bloodstained, stood aggressively behind the fat man. Lu Gang gave a look to his little brother and someone quickly ran back to the village to call for help. With his big brother present, Zhang Wei revealed a hideous smile. Fatty Wang, if you're capable of killing your way in, let's see if I don't shave your fat off to make oil. The minions behind Fatty Wang were all furious, but he stopped them. Don't be impulsive. Figure out the situation. Then he looked at Zhang Wei. Kid, you Yong village actually dared to rob the supermarket of our Tianhu district. You're really tired of living. Now I'll give you two choices. Either we'll kill in and slaughter your Yong village, or contribute 20 cases of mineral water to the old men, and this matter will be settled. 20 cases? Why don't you go grab it? Zhang Wei was furious. Fatty Wang spread his hands. What else do you think I'm doing right now? He's kinda funny. Being able to go out now is secondary to food, but water is extremely important. Freshwater resources are infested with poisonous snow and rain, and people can only rely on bottled water if they want to survive. At that moment, more than 40 people came out of the village, each armed with agricultural tools, and the two sides were immediately outnumbered. But Fatty Wang remained unperturbed. What's the point of having too many people? Blasses! In the crowd behind him, a path automatically gave way. A thin, fair-skinned, well-mannered-looking man with glasses walked out. The man with glasses wore a coy smile. Brother Wang, I'm still not good at fighting. I for one like arithmetic. Fatty Wang smiled and said, then you help them Yong village to calculate what will be the result if they don't take out 20 cases of water? Oh, this I'm good at. Glasses man pushed his glasses, raised his hand even, although we are small in number, but one big brother you to 1 against 2 is not a problem, plus me and this group of little brothers. Yong village, obviously really intends to do the math. Zhang Wei sneered, do I need you to count? The glasses guy was confused. What? Zhang Wei kicked the snow on the ground and said arrogantly with a crooked mouth. I said, do I need you to count? I know you, the second son of the Gao family, a college student, looking like a dog. Don't think you can fool around in front of me just because you've read a few books. I'm telling you, your family is a stinking fish seller. Pussy, do you know how we got the name Yong from Yong village? If you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of wasting Kiba's words? Lindong leaned against a distant pole to watch the show and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Does this plot look familiar? Should I lend the frozen fish to the glasses guy myself? The expression of the man with glasses was instantly gloomy, and when Fatty Wang saw that the glasses were angry, he looked at Zhang Wei with a sardonic smile. Yellow hair, you're dead. Give it to me. With a big wave of his hand, the crowd swarmed. Brave villages, slaughter them for me. Lu Gang similarly waved his hand, and the two sides instantly battled to a standstill. Surprisingly, the Sky Lakes neighborhood is extraordinarily beatable. In fact, think about it is also understandable. Can survive in the neighborhood, basically kill out. On the contrary, Yong village, in addition to the minions, other than the villagers, snow for so long is either farming or playing with women. The day is quite comfortable, is not a rival. There was a flurry of people and arms and legs. Ah, don't kill me. I'm not his little brother. I'm just a villager. It's over. It's over. I've hit snow. I'm dying. MMP, you killed my brother? I'll fight you. Lu Gang carried a large knife and rushed straight at Fatty Wang, and as soon as the two sides' large knives came into contact, Lu Gang's heart sank. So strong. This fat guy's got a lot of strength. Zhang Wei, come and help. Zhang Wei was chopping happily, and when he heard that, he immediately went over to surround Fatty Wang. 2 hot chickens, 2 against 1. I'm not afraid. Fatty Wang licked his lips and launched a fierce attack, instantly suppressing the 2. For his part, the spectacled man stood his ground and watched grimly, and soon there were men from the brave village coming to kill with axes in hand. Easily twisting and dodging, he snatched up the axe and chopped him violently on the side of the head, blood splattering and embedding itself dead center into his brain. Dropping the axe, Glasses had the decency to remove his glasses, pull a glasses cloth from his pocket, and carefully wipe the blood. Then with a sardonic smile, he walked towards Zhang Wei with his bare hands, and the people who appeared on his body from time to time in Yang village were all easily pinched by him to break their necks. Of these people, the glasses man, Lu Gang, and Fatty Wang were all level 3, and Zhang Wei was level 2, but at the same level, there is already a gap in strength, and the strength of Fatty Wang and the man with glasses is obviously much stronger. The battle was fierce. The entrance to the village quickly turned into a large purgatory field. Fatty Wang kicked Zhang Wei and slashed Lu Gang, who was struggling to hold on. Zhang Wei covered his stomach and spit out acid, and was just about to continue helping when he saw the man with the glasses slowly walking towards him with eerie killing intent in his eyes. Zhang Wei, martyr, come over and help. Lu Gang was in agony, his legs trembling violently as he was pressed by Fatty Wang. Zhang Wei's pupils contracted violently. This Gao Lao seemed to be very strong as well. Run! Pulling his leg, he ran wildly towards the village, leaving behind the pitiful Lu Gang. Zhang Wei, I'll step on the dollar at percent and star. Fatty Wang laughed sardonically. Don't call yourselves Brave Village, call yourselves Goon Village instead. Me. Lu Gang could no longer speak. Suddenly, Lindong's eyes narrowed slightly, and at the back of his head, a tang knife spun and flew out, skimming the corner of his coat, flying through the chaotic crowd, and stabbing straight at Fatty Wang. Pust! The tang knife appeared too suddenly. Fatty Wang could not react at all and was stabbed squarely. The tip of the knife went through the head and blood dripped straight onto Lu Gang's brain. Lu Gang's spirit perked up, pushing away Fatty Wang's corpse with force, turning back excitedly. Miss Qin? The man with the glasses scowled. At the passageway within the village, a stream of shadows suddenly killed and swept past Lindong, heading straight for the entrance of the village. So fragrant. Lindong moved his nose, finally coming to a point of interest. When Yu Qin's figure reappeared, he was already in front of Fatty Wang's corpse, slowly drawing out his tang sword and coldly gazing at everyone. The glasses man removed his glasses, wiped them off with a slow huff and put them back on, his smile growing sickly. It seems that you are the strongest person in Isamura, and it's surprising that you are such a beautiful woman, but I forgot to tell you, I started helping my brother kill fish at 3, chickens at 5, and the first time I killed a man at 17. The knife got stuck in my neck and wouldn't come out, splattering me with blood. Yu Qin shook off the blood on the knife and faintly said, "Are you saying this in the hope that I'll sympathize with you?" No. An incredibly confident smile appeared on the glasses man's face. "I'm telling you all this to show you that I can fight too." Chapter 111, Frozen Fish is his final destiny. The crowd couldn't help but all move out of the way and allow the two of them to duel. The battle between these two would directly determine the winner of this chaotic battle. "This brother, who do you think will win?" Suddenly, a voice with a thick sound rang out from behind Lindong. "It's Master Jean coming." Lindong turned his head and narrowed his eyes. "I'm a face control. I'm betting on the pretty girl to win." "Crap, this chick is level 4. Master Jean was stunned, then laughed out loud. "You're straightforward enough. I like it." The spectacled man's grin grew more and more hideous, and a flush of excitement flashed across his face. His eyes began to turn scarlet, his hands unfolded, and blood began to surge from countless dead bodies, pooling towards him. "Other than my brother, you're the first opponent worthy of my full power. I hope you can hold out for 3 seconds. Otherwise, I'll be bored." The crowd backed away in a great deal of shock. This spectacled man was not only able to control the blood of the dead, but even they, the living, felt the blood in their bodies churning, with a tendency to break out of their bodies. Yu Qin gazed at the tang sword in his hand, his fingers caressing the blade as he spoke faintly. 1. The man with the glasses was stunned. What does she want? 2. Only then did Yu Qin raise her beautiful eyes and look at him indifferently. Afterwards, the figure suddenly disappeared into place, transforming into a stream of shadows at an extremely fast speed. By the time the figure reappeared, it was already standing behind the man with glasses. 3. Vermilion lips lightly opened. Yu Qin shook off the blood on her knife, and sheathed her tang knife in a dashing manner. It was only then that the man with the glasses reacted and tried to twist his head with wide eyes, only to realize that he had lost control of his neck. Then a bloody scar appeared on the neck, and the head, no longer supported, tumbled to the ground. The crowd was horrified and filled with horror. "What a fast knife! What a scary body!" Lu Gang jumped out at the right time and waved his hand. "What are you waiting for? Kill them all for me. The people of Yong village then reacted and immediately charged with their weapons. Those people from the Tianhu district ran away. Without the two main combatants, Fatty Wang and the man with glasses, they couldn't defeat Lu Gang's supernormal abilities. Under Lu Gang's heroic leadership, the people in the Tianhu neighborhood were quickly cut down, with only 2 or 3 escaping. Yu Qin walked back, glanced faintly at Lindong, and walked behind Master Jean without a word. Dad, it's all taken care of. Aha! Master Jean nodded and looked at Lindong. Little brother is Lindong, right? Lindong laughed. I don't like being called little. Do you want to die? Master Jean froze again. The young man is so angry? Yu Qin looked aghast and was about to draw his sword, but Master Jean hastily pressed it down. But Zhang Wei behind him was not happy, glaring and pointing at Lindong and cursing. Kid, Master Jean calling you a little brother is to give you face. Don't give face to face. Do you know how we got the name Yong from Yong village? Now that Master Jean is in a good mood, hurry up and kneel down for Master Jean, or else, I'll waste you. Only stopping beautiful women, not stopping yellow hair. It seems that Master Jean is interested in letting yellow hair to try his hands, but Lindong didn't care about that. The frozen fish suddenly appeared in his hand and flung it violently. Snap! Zhang Wei's head exploded. He eventually died under the frozen fish. The speed was so fast that even Yu Qin was shocked. The blood and flesh exploded, gluing Master Jin's face on the spot, completely losing his big brother demeanor. Has he always been this brave? Lindong frowned at Master Jean. Lu Gang and the others were shocked and hurriedly brought the men back with a turnaround to surround Lindong. What are you going to do? Let go of Master Jean. The crowd was just clamoring, but they didn't dare to come forward and actually make a move. Lindong's previous violent killings had long since shocked them. Yu Qin drew his sword and was about to go, but Master Jean hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Ha ha ha! Little, brother Lindong really has extraordinary skills. It's my offense. You guys back off." Master Jin's old face stiffened as he pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the blood on his face. The crowd felt their hearts jumping into their throats. When had Master Jean been insulted by someone jumping on his face like that for so many years? The point is that he's even composed? Those juniors who hadn't met Lindong yet speculated in their hearts. Yu Qin glared furiously at Lindong, with a tendency to draw his sword at the command. Master Jean smiled. "Brother Lindong, may I borrow a step to talk?" Lindong stared straight at him and suddenly laughed. "Seeing as your daughter is so beautiful, let's talk then. You add your daughter 2 level 4s and see what you can make of it." All the way to the center area, Master Jean greeted Lindong to the living room rather politely and waved away the others, leaving only Yu Qin as his companion. He personally boiled a pot of hot water over a wood fire and made tea for Lindong. "Brother Lindong, this is my treasured Westlake Longjing. Try it." Lindong crossed his legs and swallowed it in one gulp, spitting out the tea leaves. "If the old man has something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush." "Good. Straight enough." Master Jin's forehead was green with veins, but he still held up a smile and gave a thumbs up. "Then I won't beat around the bush. I want Brother Lindong to work under me." Lindong bristled. "Not interested." With that, he got up and was about to leave. Wait. Master Jean smiled and said, "Why doesn't Brother Lindong hear me out? What do you have to offer me besides this daughter?" "Master Kim, can't you be more obvious about your perverted ass? Perhaps Brother Lindong thinks that I can be a local snake in this tiny Yong village, and that doing things under my command can count for something? Actually, you misunderstand me. I just come from Yong village and my old house is here, so I always like to come back and stay, and my real power can be said to be spread over half of Jiangcheng." Lindong looked bored. "So," Master Jean murmured, "now that the end times are at hand and the order is collapsing, it is the time for us to open up the frontier and occupy Jiangcheng." Stop. Lindong interrupted. "You're not trying to say that you want to take advantage of the situation to be the landlord of Jiangcheng, are you?" Master Jean was stunned. You could say that. Look at your little talent." Lindong's face was full of contempt. "The triad is the triad. The vision is just like that. If you keep telling me this meaningless nonsense, then your grandiose endeavor will be dead before it's ready." After saying that, the frozen fish reappeared in his hand. Yu Qin instantly exploded in sweat and drew his sword to stop in front of Master Jean. Looking at him with a wary face, Master Jin's face began to grow somber. "Then what will it take for you to agree?" Simple. Lindong pointed at Yu Qin. "Make her my dog." Master Jean immediately shook his head. "Impossible. Although China is my adopted daughter, I treat her as if she were my own, and there's no way I'd ever force her on someone she doesn't like." Lindong got up and stretched. "Then there's nothing to talk about." Seeing how lax he was, a cold aura flashed in Yu Qin's eyes, breaking the bloom, turning into a stream of shadows. The Tang sword stabbed straight ahead. Snap! However, the tip of the knife stopped 2 centimeters from the tip of Lindong's nose, and the Tang knife was tightly grasped by Lindong's large hand. "Yo, that's a nice knife you got there. After saying that, he yanked over the tang blade stiffly and stabbed it back with lightning. Pust! The tip of the knife pierced through his chest, and Yuqin was stunned beyond belief. What a terrifying speed. One's strength is speed, and one is actually powerless to fight back. Chapter 112, The Woman with the Secret. Shi-ner. Master Jin's face changed drastically and immediately rushed over to assist Yuqin, who was about to fall. Lindong, I have no grudge against you. If we can't get along, we can get along. Why do you have to be so cruel? Although this knife didn't stab the heart, and with the strong physique of the alien it wasn't so bad that he would die soon, but it was still a rather serious injury. Lindong pursed his fingers, the warm touch of blood coming from them. There was no grudge before, but now there isn't? The moment she stabbed Yuqin just now, the level above her head changed from LV4 to LV6 in an instant, and then quickly changed back again. It's kind of funny. This woman has secrets. As it happens, I love to explore other people's secrets, both in the heart and in the garden. Master Jin, do you really think I have no one in Yang Village? Come on people. No one responded. Master Jin's face turned white and he raised the decibel level and shouted angrily, come on, someone, where is everyone? Finally, a junior brother ran in trembling, after seeing Yuqin's tragic situation, immediately froze, and then immediately said in a hurry, Master Jin, the gang from Tianhu district, killed back again. Boss Lu Gang and the others have already led their men to meet the attack. What? Master Jin's face changed dramatically. How did all the bad things rush together? Who's leading the charge? It's a middle-aged man. According to him, it's the brother of the man with the glasses just now. Gao Chang? Master Jin instantly hesitated. Gao Chang is definitely avenging his brother, and now that Chiner is seriously injured, then he has to take the top. But there is still a Lindong in the house. What to do? Lindong laughed lightly. Master Jin is still not going over? Be careful of your men being killed off. With that, he stomped on Yuqin's right leg, and the latter's pretty face turned white with pain. The meaning is clear. You can go out and leave this woman to me. Master Jin's teeth were almost gritted, but he eventually struggled. Lindong, there's something to discuss. Let's talk when I've finished with Gao Chang and the others and we'll come back. After saying that, he went out with a confused little brother. Lindong squatted down, surveying Yuqin's perfect features up close, and reached out to pinch her chin. Yuqin dodged away with a cold face. Take away your dirty hands. Hey, you still have thorns. Lindong laughed evilly and suddenly reached out and grabbed a soft mass. Yuqin was ashamed and annoyed, clenching her silver teeth, itching to glare Lindong to death. Let's go. Watch the show. Lindong pulled Yuqin's hair and jumped out of the window with a long leap. Eventually it was back to Jiangsu's house, which was closest to the village entrance, with a relatively secluded window and a good view. Lindong laughingly pressed Yuqin onto the windowsill and stabbed him in the shoulder blade, nailing him alive to the windowsill. Before and after being pierced 2 holes, Yuqin grimaced in pain, but very backbone clenched silver teeth without saying a word. Looking at the violently trembling back, Lindong slowly leaned up and whispered in her ear. This way to watch the drama is more feeling. Yuqin, this is a devil. Hiss. Yuqin's eyes were instantly about to glaze over. At the entrance of Yang Village, a middle-aged man with a small stature and an ordinary face, with bloodshot eyes, squatted on the ground, his hand slowly stroking the head of the man with glasses. Shang, no matter who killed you, I'll make their entire village bury you with them. This time he brought over 100 black-clothed minions with him, of which the 2 in the lead were twin brothers, born in a powerful and majestic manner. Moreover, these 2 brothers were both level 3 adepts. Their strength was even stronger than the previous Fatty Wang, beating Lu Gang and the other King Kong back and forth, with colors hanging on their bodies. Master Jin finally rushed over and looked at the heavy deaths and injuries of his own people. Stop it all. However, the people in the Sky Lake neighborhood didn't listen to him and killed even more vigorously. I said, stop. Master Jin let out a furious shout. His powerful aura burst out, and the crowd was instantly blasted back 2 steps. The chaotic battle was then suspended. With tears streaming down his face, Gao Chang helped his brother close his eyes and looked up to stare at Master Jin in death. He is likewise LV4, being watched by Gao Chang's hateful gaze. Even Master Jin, who had seen a lot of wind and waves, had his heart skip a beat. Gao Chang, it's true that your brother's death was the work of my men, but people can't be brought back from the dead, and you're a man of honor. So if you want to bring people to bloodbath my Yang Village, be careful of losing both. In this case, let's each take a step back. I'll make a compensation of 20 cases of mineral water and 20 cases of instant noodles, and you take someone to return them. How about we keep our wells clean from now on? The minions showed salivating looks. Before the end of the world. These things are definitely not worth mentioning, but this is the end of the world. Half a packet of instant noodles can play with a woman with good posture. A bottle of mineral water, for a female celebrity is not a big problem, right? However, Gao Chang stared at him deadpan without saying a word. Master Jean frowned, still not satisfied? Then I'll do the honors and add 2 more packs of ham sausage. This is already the compensation with the biggest concession I can make. If you're still not satisfied, then let the fish die. Compensation? Gao Chang's voice trailed off as a breeze began to pick up at the entrance to the village. You old bastard just know about compensation. My brother is dead, and I no longer care about right and wrong. Today, either I slaughter Yong village, or I die. With that, his hands opened up and the wind surged, blowing up the snow on the ground. The people of Isamura were scared and scattered in all directions, but there were still quite a few people who were touched by the blowing snow and were frightened and panicked. Lindong's body shuddered as he nodded. Wind alien? The bigger the wind in waves, the more expensive the fish? Master Jin's face changed and he violently folded his hands. The dead wood around them that had long been frozen to death by the low temperature suddenly took on a new life, growing vine branches extending out and attacking Gao Chang. The Great War resumes. Gao Chang raised his hand and launched several wind blades to cut off the vine branches. Both sides went back and forth, winning and losing for a while, and a lot of firewood fell on the ground. But the people of Yong village suffered, especially Lu Gang and another Jin Gang. Not only did those twin brothers look alike, but their abilities were just as strong, with dragon scales growing on their brother's body and their hands transforming into dragon claws. The younger brother has tiger stripes growing on his face, and his meaty paws are equally strong. Little tiger, hurry up and finish them off and go help Brother Chang. Little dragon opened his mouth wide and burst into a dragon roar. Lu Gang was instantly shaken and dizzy. A single mistake is enough to be fatal in an alien duel. As Xiao Long quickly bursts in, his dragon claws slashing through Lu Gang's head, opening him up into 4 cuts on the spot. Little tiger similarly let out a tiger's roar and slapped his palm, and the other Vajra's body exploded. At this point, the 4 big Kong under the Master of Gold, but also only the current pain in the neck of the Yuqin left. The situation was lopsided, and Master Jean was mad with anxiety in his heart, attacking all kinds of Tingji non-stop, but Gao Chang was crazier than him. Roar! The dragon's roar and tiger's whistle erupted at the same time. Master Jean was shocked and briefly lost his concentration, while Gao Chang took advantage of this to swiftly kill in. The wind blade battled towards Master Jin's arm. Pus, blood splattered, and Master Jean retreated with a cry of pain. Chapter 113, You Don't Have a Pretty Sister? Master Jean turned back with great difficulty, and the corpses had long been strewn about, and there was no one behind him, trembling and covering his broken arm as he backed away. Master Jean said bitterly, Gao Chang, you won. All the supplies in here are yours. Let me go. Gao Chang casually raised his hand and another wind blade cut off his right leg. Losing his balance, Master Jean hastily leaned against a pole, his whole body miserable. I told you I would slaughter all of you in Isamura. What you did to my brother, I will return it tenfold. Master Jin's forehead was sweating directly, and he cursed Jiang Wei in his heart. This kid used to be a troublemaker, and today he's kicked the bucket and got himself involved. For a moment, the heart was as good as dead. Swish! Another wind blade that cut through the chest and blood flowed out. Gao Chang did not intend to kill Master Jean so easily. The wind blades were getting smaller and smaller. He intended to slice off the flesh of Master Jin's body, piece by piece. Yuqin's eyes turned red and she struggled violently. Lindong tugged at her hair and leaned into her ear with a sneer. What? Want to save your righteous father? Yuqin's lips were bitten through, shedding clear tears as she nodded. Easy, beg me, please, please. Yuqin's voice carried a plea. However, Lindong shook his head. You know, I want more than that. You've already done that to me. What else do you want? Yuqin stared at him dead in the face. Lindong slowly laughed, his tone low. Be my dog, and if you perform well, I can consider upgrading you to be my maid. Yuqin. There was a temptation to spray back, but downstairs, his righteous father already had few good pieces of flesh left on him, tortured beyond recognition. Eventually, Yuqin slowly closed his eyes. Okay, I'll be your dog. As long as you save my righteous father, I'll do anything. Lindong drew back and drew his tang sword and nodded in satisfaction. Clean up the blood on the floor yourself. I'm a clean freak. At the entrance of the village, Master Jean was miserable and miserable. His body was cut and drenched in blood, and even the little Master Jean was gone. But how to say is also a mixed road boss. After realizing that begging for mercy is useless, then did not say a word. Even if the pain is dead and alive also clenched his teeth. It was just a death glare at Gao Chang. A hint of pleasure flashed in Gao Chang's eyes. Master Jean is quite a character. Then Gao will no longer torture you. Raising his hand, a huge wind blade took shape. Master Jean spat blood and laughed. Slaughter my Yong village. I'll be waiting for you down there. Just as Gao Chang was about to completely knot over Master Jean, suddenly, a white object flew downstairs. Gao Chang frowned and attacked the wind blade upwards. However, unexpectedly, The wind blade was hardened and dissipated after hitting the white object. "Brother Chang, be careful!" Xiaohu roared and leapt forward, his tiger claws grabbing at the white object. It was a frozen fish. Snap! Although the frozen fish was not fast, it carried a fierce force, and little tiger's tiger claws exploded on the spot. Ah ha ha ha! Little tiger! Little dragon was horrified and rushed to catch his brother, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at his already smashed arm. Gao Chang's eyes flinched slightly as he looked at the frozen fish that was plunged into the snow. His heart was greatly shocked. What the hell kind of frozen fish is this? I can't believe that a fish seller, can't tell what species this is. No, what variety of frozen fish could possibly be this tough? Lindong leapt and landed next to the frozen fish, picking it up and patting the snowflakes on it. Once again, the crowd's eyes bugged out. He actually touched the snow with his hand? Isn't he afraid to die? Lindong, you came to save. Master Jin's face was delighted. Then he was violently stunned and turned his head to look upstairs incredulously. Yu Qin, with only one head left exposed at the window, nodded with tears in her eyes. Master Jin's old face instantly turned pale. Gao Chang held down Xiaolong, who was about to kill him up, and gazed at Lindong dead in the face. Friend, you're not from Yong village, are you? Fu acknowledged Lindong with a nod as he blew off the last of the snowflakes. Gao Chang, since that's the case, then I'd like to ask my friend to stay out of this matter. It's a grudge between me, Gao, and Yong village. Lindong shrugged. But, Master Jin gave me a favor I couldn't refuse. Gao Chang snorted. What can a small Yong village have to offer? I'll double whatever Master Jin gives you. Please stay out of it. Really? Lindong's eyes lit up. Master Jin gave me his thief's beautiful daughter as a dog. You have 2 daughters? Or maybe your thief's pretty sister? High intensity. I'm sorry, I don't have a daughter or a sister. Lindong put away his smile. You actually don't have a pretty sister? Then I'm sorry. Gao Chang's eyes lowered. My friend, Master Jin will have to die today no matter what. Do you want to make an ironclad enemy of my Gao? What's wrong with being the enemy? Where did you get that honeyed confidence? Lindong was holding a frozen fish, his expression incomparably arrogant. This is Zhangchang. You think it's Jinghai? Swish! Gao Chang raised his hand and threw out a wind blade, but Lindong waved his hand in a big way, and the frozen fish crashed and dispersed the wind blade. Roar! The little dragon let out a dragon roar. Lindong frowned. What's with the loud voice? The figure flickered and disappeared into place, and Xiaolong was still looking for someone when he suddenly saw frozen fish appearing from nowhere and attacking his neck. Click! The frozen fish struck straight to his neck, and the little dragon sprayed out a large amount of blood and broken bones on the spot. His eyes glazed over. Brother! Little tiger cried out mournfully, watching his brother's corpse slowly fall, and instantly his anger transformed into a tiger-like state as he rushed over. Lindong cocked his head to avoid the sneaky wind blade and kicked little tiger, flying 30 meters out and plowing a furrow in the ground. This time it was Gao Chang's turn to change his face drastically. His hand gestures changed continuously and a wind blade tornado formed in place. The range of this move was quite wide, and the entire head of the village was enveloped in it, swirling up countless winds and snow. The minions of the Sky Lake neighborhood were instantly scared and fled, yet there were still many people who were blown by the snowflakes with horrified expressions. Gao Chang launched into a frenzy, not caring if it was one of his own. The wind blade tornado was quite powerful, and the surrounding branches and poles were easily chopped off. Lindong's clothes were blowing and hunting, carrying the frozen fish and looking at the dragon roll, suddenly smiled. Isn't this a living target? With that, the frozen fish in his hand suddenly disappeared and the golden sand eagle appeared. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed throughout the village of Isamu. The tornado's momentum gradually diminished, eventually revealing Gao Chang in the middle of the eye of the wind. At this moment, Gao Chang was looking at him in shock, with a huge bloody hole in his forehead. Peanuts are where he belongs too. Plop! Gao Chang's body fell to the ground unwillingly. Chang! Chang said Xiaohu as he struggled to get up from the snow. He touched the snow and was bound to die within 5 minutes. I'll fight you. I stumbled towards you. Lindong stretched out his big hand and clamped down on the tiger's paw, the muzzle of the gun going straight to the little tiger's forehead. Kid, kill me if you can. Me, my brother, and Kung, will be down there. Bang! Tiger fell to the ground. What kind of harsh words are you putting out when you have the chance to say your last words? Lindong skimmed his lips and put away his gun to look at Master Jin. Chapter 114, Growing Bigger and Stronger, Creating Brilliance Again. Master Jin's face was that white with a sour, bitter smile. Sheener is the child I picked up. She has been well behaved since she was a child. Since she has followed you, please, treat her well, but if I find out that you have failed her, even if I spell out this old life, I won't want you to live well. Lindong coldly grunted. Then you can find me to fight for your life now, Master Kim? I'll just put in a stern word. No ow. Can you still walk by yourself? Go back and talk about it. Lindong stretched his back and stepped back. Master Jean is angry, teeth itchy. How to say that I am now also counted as your old man, right? I am on the horses dying, also refused to help support a little? Eventually, he braced himself on a stick and limped back. At Zhong Xiu's house, Yuqin trembled her legs and cleaned the house with difficulty, and after seeing Lindong return, her complexion was that. For his part, Lindong didn't say a word, stroking his chin and surveying her with a wry smile. Maid 8, Mooning Night. Circumference, 40F-18-32. System rating, 86. Current strength, level 6. Maid set, none. That's interesting. Isn't her name Yuqin? How come the system registers her name as Mu Ningwan? Is it a pseudonym? Or is there another reason? Moreover, the system showed Yuqin as level 4, but registered to the Maid interface as level 6, so it shouldn't be a fake name. Lindong felt as if he had fallen into a trap, originally wanting to go back to the other maids, but now it seemed as if there was a lot of good drama waiting for him. Then there's no rush to find it. Have some fun with them. It took Master Jean a lot of effort to finally climb up the stairs. Old Jean, didn't you say that you have more forces than just Yong Village? Let's call all your other men over to skate. Master Jean was stunned. What do you mean? You're not. Lindong slapped him heavily on the shoulder. And on the spot, Master Jean grimaced in pain. I've decided. From now on, I'll be your strongest fighter. The two of us will join forces and be the head of the triad in Jiangcheng. What do you think? This. Master Jean felt completely puzzled by Lindong's thoughts. If Lindong was just a punk kid with a lot of strength, Master Jean would have a way to hold him. But the thing is, you're a little too strong. A hitman who is completely out of his control is not necessarily a hitman, but probably a knife that can stab him at any time. What? Wasn't that your dream earlier? Well, since that's the case, then the two of us will definitely be able to grow bigger and stronger and create another glory when we join forces. Are you going to get me a whole rifle and get yourself an AK? No problem. Master Jin's face showed a look of excitement. Not afraid to tell you. My hands, in addition to the 4 big diamonds, there are 12 Zodiac Hall Masters, each prim and proper, and they are all still alive. You wait for me to issue a summoning order, and then what do I care about you? Call whoever you like and get the hell out of here. Lindong interrupted with a wave of his hand. Master Jean held back his anger and propped up his smile. Well then, you take an early rest. Shiner, why don't you send Dad back? Yuqin was just about to agree. Lindong, go back by yourself. She stays. Yuqin opened his mouth and swallowed back. Master Jean had a bitter face. It's just to send me back. It's not so urgent for a while, is it? It took me a lot of effort to climb up here just now. Lindong hemmed and hawed. Why don't I send you back? Master Jean, no. I'll walk by myself. After saying that, he fled. Lindong looked at Yuqin with an evil smile. Chick, come on. Let's continue the unfinished business from earlier. Yuqin/Mooning Night. The maids drove off in the RV after clearing the foundation of all the mutant species. The snow surface is dropping and many survivors are coming out. Will the disaster be passing? Chen Yunshi revealed an excited look. Xin Wanyu sneered and pointed to a spot outside the window. You look again? Chen Yunshi shifted her gaze, her pretty eyebrows instantly frowning. There, 2 groups were gathered outside a convenience store, facing each other. MP, this convenience store was discovered by me first. How dare you come and rob it? Joke, you found it and it's yours? If I say it's ours, then it's ours. Not cool? Then die for me. For a while, the chopping and slashing went on and on. These were ordinary people, yet they showed considerable pugnacity for supplies, hacking and slashing their arms and legs about. Within moments, blood stained the entire convenience store. As the RV traveled, more and more scenes like this occurred. After experiencing the poisonous snow disaster for such a long time, many people actually know in their hearts that, counting on the restoration of order and rescue teams, they are afraid that they would have starved to death a long time ago. It's still important to have food on hand, and the rest, it's all just clouds. The huge caravan naturally attracted a lot of attention, and many of the bold ones rushed to the front of the caravan with knives and screamed, "This car belongs to the old man. Stop the car! Stop the car!" However, he was greeted by a relentless crushing of tracks. Liang Jihan sneered, "Stupid, maybe she used to be the one who wanted the disaster to be over, but now, she's seeing it for what it is. Disasters that won't pass." More and more people are spotting the RV and are trying to find ways to stop it. After all, the lure of the RV is just too great. Some people were on either side slamming windows with sharp objects, while others brought in heavy objects to try to block the RV's progress. But invariably, it's all useless until the end of the world RV until, "Yoo-hoo, that's a nice big toy. It's mine. Watch me vomit attack." A fat, burly man was leading his minions on a killing spree, and when he saw the RV, He didn't even think twice about opening his mouth and spitting out disgusting green juice. The minions immediately covered their noses and looked miserable. Shen Wanyu suddenly blanched, and the windshield was invisible. It was full of unnameable vomit attached to it that made your stomach react straight away. Damn! I can't believe I soiled the master's caravan. I'm going to kill him. Ling Xue went out in a huff. Shen Wanyu also exasperatedly said, all of you go out and let these fools outside see how powerful we are. We've been blocked again and again. Do you really think we're soft? The maids had dressed and exited the caravan. Ha ha ha, you can't make this car stop. You still have to look at the old man. The burly man was being smug when he suddenly stared blankly. Not only him, but the minions behind him, as well as the people around them who had come out to look for supplies, were stunned. Beautiful women. So many beauties. Each of them has a unique style that makes you want to rise up. The strong man's mouth watered. 1, 2, 7, ha ha ha, I'm so lucky, all 7 of these go to me. Ling Xue's pretty face was ironic as she covered her nose and drew out her knife, instantly killing her. Meanwhile, in a building next to the street, there were 2 figures, quietly watching all this. Chapter 115 The Way to Conquer a Woman. A man who was so handsome that he could charm thousands of girls was currently playing with a handful of bangs with an evil smile. The mission given by the vice-deacon is not bad. This group of targets are all very pretty. There is even a big star. Apart from Lord Overseer, this is still the second prettiest woman I've ever seen. Next to him, an ordinary-looking man heatedly wondered. Second? And who's first? The idol gave a wry, bright smile. The ordinary man couldn't help but shiver. Then why do you still use me? Directly turn into that Lindong's appearance. Wouldn't all these women be yours? The idol shook his head. We don't know much about the relationship between them. It's easy for us to become Lindong's appearance and it will affect Lord Deacon's plan. The common man nodded. That's true. These women are incredibly strong in combat. Once they wear out, you'll be in trouble. Speaking, Ling Xue has a knife stabbed through the heart of the vomiting man. This is not satisfied. Froze with high heels stepping on the corpse of a knife after a knife stabbing non-stop. Mouth cursing. Other survivors who had blocked the RV had been chased and cut down by other women. And the street had become hell on earth. A cold glint flashed in the idol's eyes and he slapped the average man on the head. Sweetheart, cut the crap and get started. Ordinary men are not idolized sweethearts, but codenamed sweethearts. The beloved shrugged and looked right as his eyes began to turn snowy white. His powers aren't strong, but they're special, and he can see with his eyes what's deepest in other people's hearts. It can be a person, an animal, or an object. Chicken asterisk 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 asterisk, but great to pair with idols. The beloved was the first to turn his gaze to Shen Wanyu, and in his perspective, the silhouette of a man emerged behind Shen Wanyu. The man is 1.8 or so tall, very young. The face can be considered handsome, but cannot be compared with the idol, wearing take-out clothes. This woman actually loves Lindong deeply? The sweetheart was somewhat speechless. He then looked at Ling Xue, and the silhouette of Lindong also appeared behind him. Then look at Liang Jihan, also Lindong. Disbelievingly, he turned his gaze to Jiang Zhu, and likewise to Lindong. Who isn't this woman Xia Beichen's fiancé? Actually doesn't love her fiancé anymore? The foundation has cooperation with the Xia family, and the sweetheart naturally knows Xia Beichen. Didn't she secretly let her fiancé go? Why is the heart not in love again? The beloved expressed his disbelief. The idol obviously knew the woman's mind extremely well, and faintly said, if I guessed correctly, this Jiangzhu still had feelings for Xia Beichen before, but was rifled by Lindong with special means, letting go of her fiancé, and it was considered that the two of them were completely too clear, so she could love Lindong with all her heart and soul, and it was a scummy girl. The sweetheart cocked her head. What special means? This Lindong can brainwash? The idol shook his head. Lindong doesn't have that ability in his profile, and besides, do you know how to conquer a man? Beloved, conquer his stomach? Idol, exactly. The same thing for conquering women? The sweetheart was puzzled. You mean, Lindong conquered them with food? That's too easy, isn't it? Who said anything about the food used? Idol grinned badly. And how else can one conquer a woman's? The sweetheart wore an expression of dawning understanding. What do you mean? Lindong, so fierce? And he has a step-to-stomach strength? The idol nodded with a bad smile. What did you expect? To be able to have so many women at the same time. Lindong is actually still alive and kicking. Doesn't that tell you something? The sweetheart marveled. Damn wow. If only I had the power of such a new Tai. The idol hammed and hawed. I'd like to spar with him sometime. The sweetheart instantly broke out in a sweat and couldn't help but move a few meters away. Looking at Qin Shuyao again, his sweetheart went numb on the spot. A figure of Lindong and a little white dog? This chick loves Lindong along with a dog? The idol frowned. Next, the task is a bit tricky. These women are deeply in love with Lindong. How should I raid them? Ha! this woman is somewhat interesting. The sweetheart turned her gaze to Xiaoqingyu. The shadowy figure behind this woman was actually herself? So this woman is an extreme narcissist? You're afraid that this mission will be quite difficult for you, the beloved snickered, and finally looked at Chen Yunshi, her gaze snapping to a halt. It doesn't seem too hard. Your target has appeared, only to see that behind Chen Yunshi's back, a handsome man's silhouette appeared. Not Lindong. It seemed to be whichever Oba from the country of the stick came. The idol's eyes lit up. Put it into my head. The beloved nodded and locked eyes with the idol, and the figure of a handsome man with a decidedly thin frame was projected into the idol's mind. Is it YY Boy's Li Mingho? The idol stroked his chin, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Targeting. The idol's face began to wriggle, and in no time, it turned into Li Mingho's likeness. Even his body and temperament were exactly the same. You hide first. Leave this place to me. The idol gazed at Chen Yunshi with a confident smile. Outside the streets, Chen Yunshi was excitedly killing people. Auntie, you look so pretty. Chen Yunshi grasped the dagger with both hands and looked at a middle-aged woman shivering in the corner with a sardonic smile. The women had superior posture and were originally out looking for food, but they didn't expect to run into such a murderous little witch. You, don't come over. My son had his leg broken by them. I managed to grab a bit of food with great difficulty. Will you let me go? The woman was frightened and cried. This girl is just a little bit older than her son. She looks innocent and cute. Why is she so bad? Chen Yunshi tilted her head. Don't be afraid, Auntie. I only want to scratch your face, not rob your food. Women, why don't you just take my food? The women were blocked in the corner, with no place to escape, crying and wailing as they looked at Chen Yunshi, who was slowly approaching. Suddenly, above Chen Yunshi's head, a flower pot fell, just as Chen Yunshi sneered and prepared to slash away. Watch out! A figure suddenly appeared, leapt and raised his long legs, kicking away the flower pot, then landed on one foot and spun around in place twice to stop. Tawdry beyond belief. After seeing the face of the visitor, Chen Yunshi's eyes glazed over. Li Mingho? The pretty face instantly turned red beyond recognition. Ah, this is your favorite Oba. Why is he here? The idol turned Li Mingho can be said to be handsome and exudes a charming aura. The middle-aged woman who was trembling just now even forgot her fear. Her eyes blossomed with peach blossoms, and she handed over the 2 packages of instant noodles in her hand. Handsome. You must be tired from jumping over just now. Eat something to make up for it. The idol shook his head with a bright smile. No need. This beautiful sister. You should hurry home. The woman then reacted and glanced at Chen Yunshi in fear, realizing that she wasn't paying attention to her, and hurriedly fled, unable to stop herself from turning around and shouting as she ran to the entrance of the alley. Handsome, we'll meet again later, right? Chapter 116, Little Kunzi. Showing your chicken feet? The idol's powers have 2 effects. One is to change appearance, and the other is to exude a special charm that can deaden the charm of the opposite sex of the transformed person. Other than the Foundation executives, not many people knew the idol's true gender and appearance, and the previous manly appearance was part of TA's disguise. Look at Chen Yunshi with peachy eyes now. Easily hit. The idol put on a gentle smile. This, beautiful lady, I didn't scare you just now, did I? Since the disguise is from the stick country, it's only natural to speak with a staccato accent. Chen Yunshi shook her head excitedly. No, you are Li Mingho, right? Yes. Yikes, it's really you. You know, I'm your idol. Shucks, I'm your fan. I know every one of your songs. I've bought so many of your peripherals. I used to want to marry the coal boss the most, followed by you. Idol? Ahem. Ma'am, you shouldn't get excited. If you don't have anything to do, I'll leave first. You go home early. It's dangerous out there. Chen Yunshi bobbed her head and hurriedly went up to pull the sleeve of the idol. Don't you go. Let's add AV. Oh, now the cell phone communication is broken. So how can I see you? The idol gave a bitter smile. Ma'am, I'm from the stick country. I just want to go home. I don't know what happened to my parents and family yet. Chen Yunshi waved her hand. Oops, go back for what? My parents are dead, I didn't go back. Your family must be dead too. There are no international flights now. You'd better stay in Longhua honestly. Icon. This little girl is so comforting. Li Mingho, don't go. Just stay here. Idol looked up at the overcast sky. But what's the point of staying here? My teammates are dead, and I'm left alone, with no friends and no family. Chen Yunshi's face changed. All dead. Even Kim Jae-un? Kim Jae-un, the vice captain of YY Boys, is also a handsome guy. The idol's mind flashed back and it seemed that Kim Jae-un and Lee Myung-ho, who were the captain and vice captain, were very active on screen and had a pretty good relationship coming up. Yeah, Jae-un was my best buddy and I had to watch him die in my arms. The idol gave a miserable look. He didn't notice that Chen Yunshi's eyes were momentarily austere, then flickered and switched to a sympathetic expression. Yeah, I like him a lot too. The bromance between the two of you used to be the most talked about by us fans. The idol didn't notice the difference in the slightest and nodded with red eyes. If I didn't happen to gain my powers by touching poison snow, maybe my brother. Alas, Chen Yuncher sneered in her heart. Quincy, you're showing your chicken feet, aren't you? While others may not be aware of it. A veteran brainwashed fan like her is clear that the relationship between Captain Lee Myung-ho and co-captain Kim Jae-un is not amicable. It wasn't a big deal outside, but it was clear in fan circles, with evidence from various paparazzi sneak peeks suggesting that these two were extraordinarily at odds in private. So, this guy is faking it. Goba, I'm sorry for your loss. You don't have anywhere to go right now anyway. Why don't you come with me? The idol shook his head hastily. Are you kidding? You girls are all capable of fighting. Wouldn't I be looking for death if I went there? Forget it. I'll just wander alone anyway. Where I die, where I'm buried. It's all the same in the Dragon Kingdom and the Stick Kingdom. Looking at Chen Yuncher's struggling and sympathetic expression, the idol was relieved in his heart. Hooked. No one could escape her charm, even if her power level was higher than her own. Chen Yuncher seemed to be really entangled. And finally with a straight face, Lee Ming-ho, why don't you take me to elope? Idol, huh? Is my psychic effect that strong? You're going to run away with me after just a few words? Chen Yuncher's eyes were peach blossom. In the future, you're not alone. I'll accompany you to live on. The idol wanted to tug a little more, but then he suddenly heard the movement of the battle die down in the distance and guessed that the women were afraid they were done. That was fast. Well then, if I can meet a beautiful love in a foreign country, maybe I'll have the motivation to continue living together. Aha! Chen Yuncher nodded heavily. Little Kunzi, I'd like to see what you're up to. If it's someone from the Foundation, this lady will be able to follow your line to catch the Foundation's horse's foot, and when the time comes to claim the credit in front of the master, maybe the head of the maidservants will be this lady's, and those few demonic all of them are going to be stepped on by me. Little green tea. Chen Yuncher also has a heart that is not willing to be subordinate. If the guy isn't from the Foundation, big deal, turn around and slaughter him. The idol had not anticipated at all that his charm powers would be completely useless against Chen Yuncher, or that the maids who had been given power by Lindong all possessed a very strong immune resistance to all types of powers. That's something that wasn't in the Foundation's intelligence. In the building, the sweetheart saw that the idol had successfully abducted Chen Yuncher and sneaked out from the shadows. Not bad for an idol, took it right out of the gate. And it's time for me to get ready for the next place. But just as he turned his head, he suddenly saw a beautiful and unlikable woman, who had appeared behind him at some point, a snow-white ice lance in his hand, the tip of the lance aimed at his throat. How did she find me? The sweetheart's eyes snapped open. Xia Qingyu naturally watched the whole process of Chen Yuncher being abducted, and looked at her sweetheart coldly. The Foundation? The sweetheart's eyes showed a struggling look as she turned her head and pulled her legs out. Pust! With a throw of her ice spear, Xia Qingyu easily pierced through her sweetheart's chest and nailed him to the ground. Looks like it's really the Foundation's. Isn't this little afraid of being punished by her master? Xia Qingyu drew her ice gun, her eyes looking towards Chen Yuncher who had already walked away. After thinking about it, his figure instantly disappeared in place and secretly followed him. The sweetheart then fell to the ground in shock. In addition to the large hole in the chest, the extremely cold icy breath is also ravaging the organs and lungs. The eye is not alive. Got to notice. Even with great difficulty, the sweetheart took out the Foundation's special communicator and tried to report the news, but her fingers were forever stuck on the buttons. Xinhuan Yu and a few other maids converged. Strange, why haven't Xia Qingyu and Yuncher returned? What happened? Ling Xue coldly grunted. I guess they found a chance to escape. Ha! After we rendezvous with our master, we will definitely make them look good. A gloating smile filled his face. Can't wait for these two disturbed individuals to be punished. The women waited another half hour and finally had to admit it. Chen Yuncher and Xia Qingyu ran away. Xinhuan Yu's eyes revealed a dangerous light. If they just escaped, then count them lucky. But if they dare to cuckold their master, I will personally break them into pieces. When he finished speaking, his eyes stared straight at Jiang Zhu. Chapter 117, The Maiden Dispute Revisited. Splits. Ginger Bamboo's pretty eyebrows furrowed deeply. Wan Yu, what are you trying to say? Xinhuan Yu held her arms and stared straight at her. Jiang Zhu, before you let your fiancé go, although Master didn't say anything, I still want to caution you. Since you're with Master, don't have any second thoughts. Jiang Zhu closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he slowly spoke. The reason I let him go was with the idea of returning the favor. I am loyal to my master. I hope you don't misunderstand anything. One thing I'm curious about though, in what capacity position are you accusing me? Although that stupid woman Xia Qingyu had been pressed into the seedling by Xu Yao, she was right about one thing. You're not the head of the master's handmaidens, and you're in no position to tell me what to do. Previously, Xinhuan Yu had forced her to break with the Xia family in front of Lindong, and although this was an outcome that had been predetermined for a long time, Jiang Zhu held dissatisfaction with this kind of overstepping of the boundaries by Xin Wanyu. Seeing that the dispute at the head of the maids resurfaced, Xin Shuyao grimaced bitterly. How did it start again? Can't we all just get along? Xin Wanyu coldly grunted. Yes, I am not the head of the maids, but I can't see any of the maids having second thoughts. Jiang Zhu, I told you, I'm loyal to my master. Letting Xia Beichen go is just to return the favor. Xin Wanyu, how to prove it? Ginger Bamboo, I don't need to prove anything to you. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more unpleasant, Liang Jihan stepped forward. Alright, let's stop arguing. Wanyu, I believe in Jiang Zhu, and since master is so smart, he must have sensed what Jiang Zhu meant. That's why he didn't punish her. Ling Xue held her arms and skimmed her lips. What if she's a good actress and master misunderstands? She was definitely on Xin Wanyu's side. Liang Jihan was furious. Ling Xue, you're just making things worse. The glances between the four women were already starting to spark. Xin Shuyao couldn't help but raise her hand. Let's not argue. Finding the master is the priority now. Xin Wanyu smiled faintly. Shuyao has a point. Then how about this? Let's make a bet. Ginger Bamboo, what do you want to bet? Anyway, all of us don't know where the master is right now. Xin Wanyu licked her lips. Then let's bet and see who can find the master first. I'll put the words out in the open. If I find my master first, I will beg her to grant me the position of head maid, and conversely, any of you who find your master may do the same. This time, it was necessary to choose the person who would be the head of the maids, or else such disputes would only increase in the future. Jiang Zhu was stoked. Good. Ling Xue was the first to state her position. I definitely want to help Wanyu. I'll join her. Liang Jihan gritted her teeth. Then I'll follow Jiang Zhu. In the initial encounter with Lindong, it was Jiang Zhu who was calming her down and transforming her thinking. She didn't want to be the head of the maids herself, so she would help Jiang Zhu out. Moreover, Xin Wanyu's such an aggressive attitude made her very upset. As the two teams stood still, Xin Wanyu and Jiang Zhu simultaneously turned their gazes to Qin Shuyao on the side. The beautiful teacher deflated. She didn't want to help either one or get involved. I don't want to be the head of the maids, and I don't want to watch you fight anymore. I'll find my own master. After saying that, he left without looking back. Where are you, master? The harem is on fire. Now it's just 2 against 2. Jiang Zhu turned around first. Leave the caravan to you. Jihan, let's go. Liang Jihan hurriedly caught up with her, with an anxious look on her face. Why don't you fight for the caravan? With a target as big as a caravan, it's easy to be discovered by the owner. Jiang Zhu sighed deeply. After being stimulated by Xia Qingyu in terms of her appearance earlier, Wanyu became extraordinarily anxious and had completely lost her composure. Since she wants to be the head of this maid, let her grab it. What about you? Liang Jihan was helpless. In case she really lets her be the first to find her master, after becoming the head of the maids, she will definitely target you in the future. However, Jiang Zhu laughed sagely. Do you think our master is really that stupid? His mind is something that no one can guess. This so-called head of the maids is only a product of the competition between us. If the master is unwilling, then it's meaningless for us to compete anymore. Liang Jihan nodded her head indistinctly. That makes sense. So what do we do now? Jiang Zhu, naturally, I'm going to find the master. What if we really find him in advance? I'll recommend you to be the head of the maids? Liang Jihan skimmed her lips. Come on, I'm not interested. You all are disobedient. Xin Wanyu coldly gazed at Jiang Zhu's back and suddenly sighed deeply. Ling Xue was puzzled. What's wrong, Wanyu? With the caravan around, it's convenient for us to find the master. How can it be that easy? Xin Wanyu laughed bitterly. Although the caravan is indeed an obvious target, but in the huge Jiangchang, who knows where the owner is hiding? It might even be hiding in the shadows watching us? I'm still too eager. I was actually irritated by that Xia Qingyu to lose my cool. Ling Xue's face changed. Then what do we do? Few deeply exhaling a cloudy breath. Xin Wanyu turned her head to look at the caravan. Keep looking for the master. Let's consider this time as an experience given to us by the master. Ling Xue scratched his head. So we're just going to drive the RV to find it? No, it's too inefficient to look for them this way. Xin Wanyu shook her head. Let's form a force first. Ling Xue was confused. What kind of operation was this? Meanwhile, Jiang Zhu made the same decision. Liang Jihan's eyes lit up. You mean, after we form a force, we'll borrow other people's power to find the master? Not bad. That's much easier than the two of us finding it ourselves. After all, Jiangchang was too big. There was no way to know how many survivors were left. And unless Lindong took the initiative to expose himself, it would be too difficult for them to find someone. Jiang Zhu nodded and looked towards a group of people who rushed over with evil smiles not far away. Let's start with these guys. A few blocks away, Xia Qingyu hid in the shadows holding up her cell phone to record. As long as you dare to have the slightest physical contact with this man, I will film it and let my master get your ass. However, having already followed for most of an hour. Xia Qingyu was numb. Was this little afraid of Lindong? Or did she realize the other guy was from the Foundation? I can't believe I didn't let this Oba touch me for a second. The idol also found that something was wrong. This Chen Yunshi always maintained the appearance of being charmed by herself. A mouthful of an Oba boasted sweetly, but every time she wanted to hold a hand and take a shoulder, she was always able to avoid it. Am I not acting masculine enough? Throughout, the idol never suspected that his powers were failing. Chapter 118 Existence Beyond Version T0. The idol revealed a gentle smile. Yun Shi, can I be your boyfriend? You're the most beautiful dragon country girl I've ever seen. You've warmed up my whole world. Without you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to live through these tough times. Chen Yunshi's pretty face turned red. Ah, is it so fast? But to be a boyfriend, I still don't know if you're sweet enough. The idol flashed a confident smile and patted himself on the chest. Don't worry Yunshi, I will be sweet to you. Don't believe me? Test me? Are you kidding? Who else in the world knows more about women's hearts than I do? Because I would have. It's just a boring love game. Look at me with my hands in the air. Chen Yunshi revealed a wry smile. Well then, if you can pass my test, then I'll be your girlfriend. Let the horses come. Chen Yunshi's big eyes dribbled around and opened her mouth. Ming Hao, people are a bit uncomfortable. Oh, what's wrong? The idol showed a nervous look. It's time to say no to this perfect face with no signs of acting nervousness. A proper boyfriend template ceiling. Chen Yunshi's heart is bitter. If only master could treat me like this. It just doesn't feel good anywhere. The idol cocked his head and thought for a moment. If you're not feeling well, why don't I take you to my place? I've hoarded quite a bit of water, so I'll boil some hot water for you to drink and apply to your stomach. Chen Yunshi pouted. Well, but I don't want to waste water. Pure water is so hard to come by nowadays. What's to be afraid of then? The idol acted rather grandiose. Isn't what's mine yours? Chen Yunshi's mouth pouted even more. But I don't want to use the water resources that you've hoarded with great difficulty. The more you let me use it, the harder it is on my heart. Hey, you like it? The idol was already gritting her teeth. But it's harder on my heart when you don't use my water. Chen Yunshi laughed coldly in her heart, and her face showed a resentful look. Aren't you coaxing me? As a result, you are now saying that you feel uncomfortable, so you didn't care about me at all. Idol, is it so hard to get a girl to do that nowadays? Am I out of step with the times? The idol's competitive spirit is aroused. Can't I take you down today? Why didn't I care about you? I'm just worried that you're not feeling well, that's why. Then does my makeup look good today? Chen Yunshi interrupted straight away. The idol looked carefully for a moment with a straight face. It's pretty. Chen Yunshi, where does it look good? Icon. No, this girl is sick. Must be sick, right? The idol had sort of figured out a bit of a pattern. This little psychopath's questions all carried a pitfall, and the answers had to be airtight. Where? Everywhere looks good. Chen Yunshi asked with anticipation. So what's different from last time? The idol laughed awkwardly. The eyebrows are more furrowed than the last. Ahem, didn't we just meet today? We haven't met before. That was close. Almost wore it out. What about then half an hour ago? Well, it's even more beautiful than just now. And, also, the idol is numb. You haven't done anything in half an hour. What's going to happen? But don't make it hard on me. Thinner than just now. Heck, little girls like to be complimented on their thinness, so that's the right answer. However, unexpectedly, Chen Yunshi's face changed drastically and she was furious on the spot. Not at all. I just hitched up my bangs while I was on the road. Left bangs earlier, right bangs now. And the earrings? Half an hour ago my left earring was 2 pearls and I just lost one. The Hello Kitty dress from my haircard is faded. I've changed so much and you've completely missed it, said the man who had started to redden his eyes. Idol, I see. It's out. No, you didn't. You didn't just say it in the first place. I'm treading water. Idol gritted his teeth. The old lady is helpless as a man now. What is the composition of this little girl? This little head in the end how to grow? Stepping horse version of T0 are not your opponent. Right, this is too difficult to serve. The idol wore a lifeless expression. And if it weren't for the task at hand, she would have wanted to do it. Not only the idol, even Xia Qingyu in the shadows almost couldn't hold back from carrying a gun and rushing up to stab Chen Yunshi to death. This little green tea. What a... But from here she could sort of see that Chen Yunshi should have recognized the identity of the Foundation, which was looking for an opportunity to approach the Foundation. He had to follow it himself, and said that he couldn't let the little green tea take the credit alone. Chen Yunshi revealed a sweet smile. He. Looks like Ming Hao Oba couldn't pass my test. I can't be your girlfriend for now. The idol looked up at the sky, forcing herself to keep the tears from flowing. Well, then wait a little longer. I'm the one who didn't do enough. At the Foundation stronghold, the vertical pupiled man rested his index finger on the bridge of his nose. Looking at the report in front of him, the beloved's vital stats have gone to 0. Obviously dead. Was she found by these women? Or was she killed by chance by some other alien? But the idol side was in pleasant contact with Chen Yunshi. Did Chen Yunshi have a deliberate disguise? Wouldn't the idol be in danger then? The sudden death of his beloved caused a feeling of things being out of control to well up in the heart of the vertical pupil man. In his original plan, Lord Deacon acted alone and secretly made contact with Lindong, while he was responsible for arranging for people to make contact with these women. The two-pronged approach is imperative to figure out the secret of why Lindong can help people enhance their psychic abilities. But now that the plan had proceeded to the first step, the vertical pupil man sensed that something was wrong. Pulling a bunch of folders out of a drawer, he flipped them open and the first page revealed information and a picture of a woman. In the photo, the woman was extremely ugly, with a face full of freckles and even a scar at the corner of her mouth. This is the original face of the idol before he acquired his powers. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. A bearded man with a rather lewd look, codenamed Sonic. Lord Deputy Deacon. Lord Deacon got a sample of Lindong's DNA. The vertical pupil man's eyes lit up. Bring it here for me to see? It was a small glass vial with a small glob of thick white liquid in it. The vertical pupiled man stared, scrutinizing the sample. Soundwave came over and queried, Lord Deputy Deacon, which part of the organization is this? How come I've never seen it before? The vertical pupil man stared at him with evil eyes. Sonic, you're not small anymore. It's time to find a woman. There are quite a few good-looking women in this base. You pick one? Sonic skimmed his lips. I do not see them. My heart. Only the Deacon Lord A. So what does this organization have to do with me looking for a woman? Vertical pupil man. Take it to the research department. I want to see all the results within an hour. After Sonic left, the vertical pupiled man once again turned his attention to the idol's profile, and after a moment of struggling with his snake eyes, he eventually took out a seal and snapped it heavily onto the idol's picture. Abandonment. Chapter 119 New Deacon's Ability? An hour later, Sonic rushed in with a scowl on his face and a huff. Lord Deputy Deacon, just now I asked. This DNA sample, it is the treadmill Lindong's. I know. The vertical pupil man interrupted blandly. Sonic stormed. Lord Deacon went alone to make contact with Lindong and even retrieved this kind of thing. Doesn't that mean that Lord Deacon pissed me off? Even though the Lord Deacon can't see me, he can't be spoiled by a piece of trash like Lindong. I can't take it anymore. Lord Deputy Deacon, I'm going to kill Lindong. With that, he walked out the door in a huff. Stop. The man with vertical pupils droned coldly. If you dare to sabotage Lord Deacon's plan, I'll get you killed right now. Sonic was on his feet, looking at the vertical pupil man with a red face and tears in his eyes. At the thought of the goddess he couldn't lick, being stomped by Lindon standing up, Soundwave felt his heart break. The vertical pupil man propped up his chin and flipped open the DNA report, saying indifferently, have you forgotten Lord Deacon's ability? To do this kind of thing, there's no need for her to show up at all. Controlling a random puppet is enough. Sonic gritted his teeth. But, this kind of thing also requires Lord Deacon to use mental control. Isn't this an insult to Lord Deacon's soul? Soul? The vertical pupil man put down his report and stared grimly at Soundwave, spitting snake letters out of the corner of his mouth. Have you forgotten why we joined the Foundation? Without the Foundation, you'd be a rotting corpse in a pile of dead people right now. Instead of having the face to stand in front of me right now and talk about souls, all you need to know is that everything we do is for the evolution of mankind and to usher in a new era for Blue Star. What's a little sacrifice? The fact that the Deaconess has done this means that she has long since come to her senses, including mine. For the Foundation, soul, body, I'll give it all. Soundwave, if you dare to mess around with the big picture again, I'll kill you right now. Sonic stayed on the spot, his eyes bloodshot, skimming his lips not knowing how to retort. How come the management is so goddamned crazy? All I know is that my goddess is being slept with, and I'm having a hard time. Wow. The man with vertical pupils threw the idol's information over to him, his tone cold. The idol has been given up. Go take care of it. Give up? Sonic froze again. What's this about? Didn't the mission go well on the idol side? Anger appeared in the eyes of the man with vertical pupils. Do I have to explain any decision I make to you? But the idol is our partner. Is it? Go for it. Soundwave was eventually cursed out. The vertical pupil man was so exasperated that he sat in his chair and rubbed his brow. He wasn't sure if the idol had actually been discovered, but there was no room for error in the plan. And if his suspicions were true, then the idol had to die. Another file was rummaged through the drawer. This time, it's Sonic's profile. Bang! The photo of Sonic is similarly stamped abandoned. The vertical pupil man casually threw the document on the ground in the shadows. And strangely enough, the document actually disappeared into the shadows, going nowhere. Soundwave is disobedient and sooner or later he's going to get into big trouble. So you should know what to do when he's done with his idol. No one responded. Only the shadows on the ground dimmed a bit. The vertical pupil man then had time to look at Lindong's DNA report. Density, 17 million/ml, normal range 15 to 2 million/ml. Vitality, 99%, normal range greater than 32%. pH. The sample was so comprehensively analyzed that even the vertical pupil man couldn't help but be staggered. What an awesome physical condition. But there were two items that puzzled the vertical pupil man. Tylosin, 0%. This is strange. Taihuangxin is a special substance extracted from poisonous snow by their foundation. And after research, it is Taihuangxin that changes and strengthens the genetic sequence, resulting in the awakening of psychic abilities. The Foundation's awakening serum and enhancing serum, both of which are lesser known as Tylenol. But this Lindong's body actually didn't have a single bit of Taihuangxin in it. So what was it that made him have such a strong strength? The vertical pupil man's first thought was the report wrong? Another item that was reported in the sample was the amount of collagen, multivitamins, and T-polyphenol, very over the top. And these overloaded substances, without exception, have a common effect: beauty and skin care. In other words, as long as you follow Lindong, becoming beautiful and white is a breeze, better than any skincare products. This trampling, the man with vertical pupils was in a rare moment of dumbfoundedness. In the end, they still couldn't figure out why Lindong possessed the secret that allowed people to gain psychic abilities. Instead, the mystery on his body, however, grew. The Rainleaf neighborhood is now a scene of massive chaos. Because it was the closest to the farmer's market, the survivors here were the first to rush into the farmer's market to grab a lot of supplies after the rain stopped. Accordingly, those survivors who came late targeted the area, wave after wave of people, charging towards this place. You step in and hand over the supplies. Don't make me kill your wife. I'll go to hell, right? Wife, don't be afraid. People can die but supplies can't be lost. Big deal. After 18 years, I'll keep marrying you. At #UN%. Don't you just want to find a younger one when I'm dead? I'm telling you, no way. Don't kill me. I'll give you my stuff. Let me go. Son, you killed my son. I'll fight you. Daughter, run. Live. Leave me alone. Chaotic battles erupted. Broken limbs and blood splattered everywhere, and the entire neighborhood was soon devastated. A tall, pock-marked-faced man, standing in the middle of a neighborhood flower bed, carrying a knife and containing a lollipop, was full of arrogance. Pocky Chin, great. I wasn't wrong. It's really you. Suddenly, a half-bald, obese man stumbled and escaped, overjoyed to see Pocky Chen. Chen Bao cocked his head. You who? If it isn't my dear supervisor. You live here? The bald man ran over excitedly. Pocky Chen, quickly take me out of here. This place is a complete mess. Hurry up and take me away. Take you away? Pocky Chen grunted coldly. On what grounds? The bald man pushed the glasses face. I'm your supervisor. Before I treat you not thin. You forget the past when you were sick. I also carried you a fruit basket. Hey, it's okay if you don't say it. The moment you say it, I get angry. Pocky Chen became furious on the spot, picking up his large knife and chopping off the bald man's head in his stunned eyes. I was hospitalized for a work-related injury. You son of a deducted my allowance and only gave me a fruit basket. I'm going to hell. Cursing while breaking up the body to vent his anger. It was at this moment that a rumbling sound came from the entrance to the neighborhood, and a huge object appeared. Chapter 120, Submit or Die. Wan Yu, there should be quite a lot of people here yet. Let's pick this place. Ling Xue looked out the window. Wan Yu briefly observed that although the entire Rainleaf neighborhood was in chaos, there were at least close to 200 more people in the neighborhood open space, and there should be even more people in the building. Here it is then. The RV slowed to a stop. Inside the small area, the big battle was nearing its end. Brother Pocky, we're rich. There's so much material in this neighborhood. Enough for more than 400 people to eat for a long time. Please take a look. The clearing had been filled with all kinds of supplies, and they were even still being moved out. The appearance of the caravan attracted everyone's attention, and Chen Bao's eyes shone brightly. What's so good about this Tama? A yellow-haired little brother ran over with gusto. Brother Pocky, I know. This is called the End Times Caravan. I've seen it before when I read novels. Snap. Chen Bao slapped him on the head. Tramp. Are you trying to say that I'm uneducated? But this thing looks so charged up. It's mine from now on. The car door opened and the appearance of Wan Yu and Ling Xue caused the crowd to once again suck in a breath of cool air. So beautiful. Chen Bao's lust cannot hide. Licked his lips full of arrogance to go forward. Hey, chick, you, this car is good. Now it belongs to me. Including the two of you. Also belong to. Before the words fell, Wan Yu suddenly drew her dagger and violently threw it. Pust. The dagger pierced through Chen Bao's head without even finishing his sentence. Then Wan Yu suddenly accelerated. Her powerful aura exploded a 2-meter diameter circle on the ground. Her figure quickly approached Chen Bao, and her long legs violently slashed downward. kicking at the back of the dagger blade. Hiss. This kick with a dagger. On the spot, Chen Bao from head to tail vertebrae, cut in half. Blood and viscera flowed all over the place, and the whole decapitation process was just a second. The crowd's jaws clattered to the ground. Crouch. Brother Asako is a psychic, but he was so simply seconded by a knife and a kick? Shinwanyu had displayed overwhelming strength and ruthlessness, and both men and women present were so stunned and frozen that they forgot to even run away. All of you, submit to me, or else, die. Shinwanyu spoke coldly. The voice was not loud, but it was shocking. These people brought by Chen Bao looked at each other and pulled out their legs to run. Bang! Suddenly, another gunshot came, and the crowd was once again frozen in fear. Holding a pistol in one hand, Ling Xue appeared on the other side of the crowd at an unknown time with a sweet smile. Whoever dares to take another step, beware of me blowing my head off yo. This time, the crowd no longer dared to move. Although they were outnumbered, one of the two women was super strong and the other had a gun, so they didn't dare to gamble. The yellow hair from earlier looked at Shinwanyu. Beautiful sister, don't be impulsive. We'll listen to you. Someone led the way, and the others showed their submission. Who is not submissive to them? How to say that this new female boss is also stronger than Chenpaki? Long and beautiful, follow her, in case you are looked. There are a lot of people who think that way. Shinwanyu jumped onto the flower bed and said coldly, I'll give you 3 days to do 2 things for me. 1. Pull people in. The more people you pull in, the better. Men, women, children, young and old. If you can pull people in, I'll give you a share of the supplies and food. 2. Find someone, and while you're pulling people in, help me find someone. At that moment, Ling Xue pulled out a photo and handed it to the crowd to pass around. Anyone who can help me find this man will have all the supplies here. The crowd's spirit violently shook. These days, in addition to a very few supernaturals, who mastered the supplies is equivalent to mastering the power of life and death. No one is not moved. Yellow Hair took Lindong's photo and after looking at it, he skimmed his mouth. This is not as handsome as himself. That, pretty sister, may I ask what this man is to you? In his heart, he had already made up his mind that if this man was the man of the beautiful sister, then he must take the opportunity to kill him secretly. If it is an enemy, it is even more important to kill, to help the beautiful sister to relieve the hatred, so that he or she is not. Shinwanyu looked at him indifferently. None of your business? Anyone who finds him should never be allowed to make a move on him. Just let me know the news at the first opportunity. She wasn't the least bit worried about the group just running off, because all these commoners had to do to stay alive was to fight the others head to head in addition to the supplies they had here. Comparing the two, it's much less difficult to just have them pull people and find them yourself. Yellow Hair nodded darkly. Then there's no escape. It must be her man. So let's get it over with. While Shinwanyu is setting up the Winter Moon Society, on the other side of the city, Jiang Zhu and Liang Jihan are doing the same thing, showing force, forcing the survivors to submit, setting up the Winter Bamboo Society, and then searching for someone. What's the name of these two forces? The layman can't understand it, and the insider looks at it and calls it amateurish. But one man stood out. Within the city's small alleys, Qin Shuyao wandered aimlessly. Where is the master? The beautiful teacher looked up to the sky and sighed. In order to avoid unnecessary strife, she always headed for the deserted alleys, but the city was so big, it was hard to find. At that moment, the sound of disorganized footsteps suddenly came from the mouth of the alley. About a dozen young people, men and women, were rushing down the alley in a panic, seemingly fleeing from something. Qin Shuyao frowned slightly and stepped aside, allowing them to rush in. Bad. This is a dead end. Zhou Yu, how did you lead the way? It's true, I should have known better than to run with you. The crowd, seeing that there was no way out, blamed the tall boy who had taken the lead. Zhou Yu's face was pale and he looked around anxiously. Boops, you guys stop screaming and find a way out. Then she spotted Qin Shuyao, who was preparing to leave the alley, and her eyes lit up. Sister, do you know where there is a way out? Someone is chasing us. Qin Shuyao pointed at the entrance of the alley. You can get out here. Zhou Yu, I sure as hell know that it's not someone who's after. As soon as the words fell, 4 young men rushed in at the mouth of the alley, each with yellow hair and tattoos, the classic delinquent look. Seeing this group of people running into a dead end, the leader of the yellow hair could not help but laugh. You continue to run? Why do not you run? Are you not born to run? Ha 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 ha. On the other hand, Huang Mao'er's eyes suddenly lit up. Asterisk. There's even an extremely beautiful woman here. Are you their teacher? Qin Shuyao was puzzled. Hey, how do you know I'm a teacher? She's really a teacher. Zhou Yu instantly shouted. Teacher, save us. We're students of the Commerce and Trade Academy. I've even listened to your class. Beside him, a fat girl wondered. Really? Why haven't I seen it before? She's not from our school, is she? Zhou Yu, are you? Can't you see that I'm trying to attract trouble? What a piggy bank. The yellow hairs didn't care if she was the teacher of this group of students. All they cared about was that they would soon be able to play with an extremely beautiful woman. The four of them glanced at each other, each walking towards Qin Shuya with no bad intentions. The beautiful teacher sighed bitterly. Ugh, you guys go. I don't want to kill anyone else. She disliked the state of her crazy batches. The yellow hairs looked at each other and laughed, getting closer and closer. Chapter 121, Throwing Dirty Water. Qin Shuyao's anger. Qin Shuya sighed and looked down at the iron bucket by her feet. Bang! A kick in the pants. The iron barrel slammed straight into Yellow Hair One's head, sending him flying on the spot, flying 5 meters backwards. The other 3 yellow-haired eyes bugged out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Those aren't empty buckets. They're filled with snow and frozen rainwater. 12 pounds of it. At this moment, Yellow Hairy One was collapsing in the snow, both eyes rolling white and spitting bubbles. Face contact with snow. The downside is predictable. Still not rolling? Qin Shuya's tone was icy cold as she looked at another brick. The remaining 3 yellow hairs looked at each other and twisted their heads to run. Zhou Yu and the others looked at Qin Shuya with glowing eyes, trembling with excitement. It's 2 New Zealand dollar. Seeing that Qin Shuya was about to leave, a girl in the group hurriedly shouted, "Teacher, take us with you." When this was said, the crowd responded, "Yeah, teacher, you're so good, take us with you." Ooh-hoo, the school was overrun by many sociopaths and killed many people. Don't you ever leave us behind. Teacher, you're a teacher. You wouldn't give up on us students, would you? Qin Shuya sighed. I'm not your teacher, and I don't deserve to be a teacher anymore. While they're running away now, you guys should hurry and run for your lives too. Where was the crowd happy to hear that? Zhou Yu was first. Teacher, if you don't take us with you, we'll just crash and die here. They naturally saw that this beautiful teacher seemed to have a pretty good heart, so they had to morally kidnap her. It was at this moment that a dozen more silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the alley. The burly man at the head of the group, displaying a chest with a large python tattooed on it and a huge scar on his face, held a cigarette. Who dares to beat up my men? Don't you want to die? A ferocious aura erupted, and a group of students fell back in fear. This man is not to be messed with at first glance. Huang Maoer hurriedly stood out and pointed at Qin Shuyao. Master Snake. She did it. Snake's eyes instantly shine. Yo, what a beautiful girl. These days the female teachers are so beautiful. It will not be the principle of the subterfuge, right? The minions behind him burst into lewd laughter. Ha ha ha, how come I didn't have such a pretty female teacher when I was studying? Otherwise I'd definitely pay attention to the lessons. Come on, you're such a horny bastard. You're probably having a good time in class. How do you know? Ha 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 ha. Qin Shuyao's face was gloomy. You guys looking for death? Yo yo yo. The beauty is angry. Snake Master was even more dejected, moving his arms and legs to take a step forward. Listening to what my little brother just said, you kicked away the iron barrel, so it seems that you're also a shifter, aren't you? But I'm not afraid of you. Hey, yikes. After saying that, the body muscles suddenly surged a few rounds. The upper half of the clothes were bulging. Even the height was also pulled up to 2 meters. Looked quite formidable. Zhou Yu and the others had been scared into the alleyway, cowering and shivering. Holy, this guy's a Hulk coming. Master Snake was very satisfied with his deterrent effect, and smiled coldly at Qin Shuyao. When I catch you, I'll definitely have a good time. And those few students of yours, my minions will surely enjoy it very much too. The minions were overjoyed. Ha ha ha, worthy of being Master Snake. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. I want that woman. Wasn't she scolding me quite fiercely before? I have to let her have a taste of my power. Oh, I'll let you have the girl. I want the guy. Zhou Yu and the others were about to cry. This group of people were too perverted. Even the men? The reddish aura in Qin Shuyao's eyes had become more and more intense, clearly going crazy. Zhou Yu's mind was racing. This female teacher didn't say anything. She must have been scared. Plus the Snake Master looked scary. The female teacher definitely couldn't fight. No, can't count on her. Immediately, he shouted, Master Snake, we surrender. Just now it was all this teacher who beat up your little brother. It has nothing to do with us. You can play her any way you want. Please leave us alone. While saying this and hastily giving a wink to the students around her, the reddish aura in Qin Shuyao's eyes suddenly gave a lurch as she looked at them in consternation. The people will understand and speak immediately. Yeah, she's the one who told us to go into this alley. We didn't intend to hurt your little brother. It's all her plot. We were forced to do it too. Oh, Master Snake, please spare us. She's so powerful. She can take you and your little brother all by herself. Yeah. She's been to a hotel with several teachers and principals before, and I've seen her leave the hotel the next day glowing. So she must be pretty capable of carrying it off. I've even seen her on the website before. She's exceptionally fancy. she'll definitely be able to serve Master Snake and you guys. Us guys who can't do anything will only disturb your nature. The more the crowd talked, the more outrageous it became. Qin Shuyao's eyes went from stunned to angry to grim. Obviously he was just passing by chance. Obviously they were begging for their protection just now. So how can he be content to throw dirty water now? The eyes were instantly bloodshot. Master Snake and a group of juniors were confused. This female teacher played so flowery? The more Zhou Yu spoke, the more he became energized, as if it was just like the real thing. Snake Master, you do not know. This female teacher is the school prostitute of our school. I also point. Boom! Qin Shuyao blasted out to kill, a ring of chi exploding behind her, splattering the ground with wind and snow as she instantly killed in front of Zhou Yu. Before he could react, he pressed a hand to his head and slammed it against the wall. Bang! Zhou Yu's head exploded into pieces on the spot. Blood, flesh and brain matter crashing all over the students' faces. The headless corpse slowly ended up in the bottom. The blood-covered Qin Shuyao lifted her long legs and stomped down heavily, her high heels stabbing into Zhou Yu's heart. Stepping on the corpse, her heels slowly rotating. The students were terrified, their bodies shaking like spaghetti. Teacher, you! Qin Shuyao suddenly raised her head and drew her dagger from the root of her thigh, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and slashed a little friend, with a maniacal grin on his face. You're misbehaving, and your teacher is going to punish you. Right. I'm sorry, it was all Zhou Yu's idea. We're innocent. Yes, it's all Zhou Yu's fault. You're a teacher, how could you? Pust. In just under 20 seconds, there were already corpses all over the place. The current Qin Shuyao was as if she had crawled out from inside a pool of blood. Her entire body was drenched in blood. Her snow-white face and hair was stained with a lot of shredded flesh, and with only one eye left, she slowly raised her head to look at the entrance of the alley. Master Snake and the others couldn't help but be jolted. Mud, this woman is crazy. Snake, Master Snake, you can beat her, right? Don't worry, the package, it's a win-win situation. Master Snake couldn't help but swallow. 9ID, Lao Zi is a triad society. Under the Golden Master's 12 Zodiac Hall Master. Back in the day, a fruit knife cut from East Street to West Street, killing people without blinking an eye. How can I still be intimidated by a woman today? The minions are watching themselves now, so they mustn't fall off the wagon. Master Snake stabilized his mind, and his body was just about to build up his strength, but he was shocked to find that Qin Shuyao, who was 20 meters away from each other just a moment ago, suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 122, Qin Shuyao's new weapon. Snake Master eyes slammed wide. Qin Shuyao's speed is so fast that he cannot react at all. At this time, the beautiful teacher, covered in blood not to mention, but also with a sinister smile looking at their own, not a word. The people are scared to pee, okay? But Snake Master, how to say, is also the road to mix. Forced to endure the fear, shouted, go to hell. A fist comparable to the size of the female teacher's head slammed into it. Qin Shuyao raised her small hand and effortlessly blocked the punch. How? Possible? Master Snake was horrified. This punch of his could easily whack a person's head, and it was just simply taken? He just wanted to draw his fist, but found that Qin Shuyao unexpectedly clamped down on his big hand, stretched out his right leg and raised it high, violently pressing against his cackling nest. What are you doing? Let go. Aha! Only to see Qin Shuyao begin to exert force, actually trying to directly pull out his entire arm. Master Snake immediately screamed miserably. The minions were stunned, all with their mouths wide open, not daring to move. Spare my life, please, I was wrong. Aha! I'm sorry, get off your ass. Snake Master's tears were coming out from the pain, but Qin Shuyao was still tugging hard. What are you guys waiting for? Beat her up, cut it out. Before the minions could return to their senses, Qin Shuyao had already ripped off his arm hard, and Master Snake's right arm was uprooted from his shoulder. His shoulder blade was broken, and his blood was like a spray of blood. At the same time, Master Snake's body was stomped off, knocking down a large swath of his minions as his figure disappeared into the alley across the street. This weapon is good. Qin Shuyao played with Master Snake's thick arm and licked his lips as he gazed at a group of minions. Holding the other end of the broken arm in his small hand, he swung it up and slammed it into the nearest yellow-haired two. This time, Master Snake's iron fist finally exerted its proper power, and Yellow-Hair 2's head exploded on the spot. The rest of the little brothers just staggered from the snow to get up, have not had time to worry about their own encounter with the poisonous snow. They saw, like from hell to kill out of the beautiful teacher. At this time is whirling Snake Master's arm, like a gopher general, up a whack to explode. The scene was very comical and scary. Run! The minions pulled out and dispersed. Don't run, oh! You're all delinquents. The teacher can't just ignore it. Qin Shuyao laughed sarcastically and chased after them. The rest of the survivors were alarmed as to how a long-haired bloody man was running after Yellow Hair. What's this? Asterisk. Look at her hand. That's a trample arm, isn't it? No, No way. Where do you get an arm that big? Hulks? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell are you looking at? Just this moment whacked 3 dead. If you don't run, it's too late. The whole street quickly ran clear. Even though these juniors were scattered to escape, they were simply useless in front of Qin Shuyao. None could run out of the neighborhood, and even those who hid and shivered were likewise found and whacked on the head. 2 minutes later, Qin Shuyao, who had finished resolving everyone, carried her broken arm into the opposite alley. Ha! This student isn't good. He even ran away? Only to see the depths of the alley. Large puddles of blood flowed down, and the blood went up the walls, apparently escaping upwards. Qin Shuyao smiled and leapt after him. On the roof of the building, Master Snake's face was pale, covering the break in his right shoulder, looking terrified as he died. Blood sprayed non-stop. His left hand could only do his best to stop the internal organs from flowing out of the severed mouth. But even though the alien's vitality was very strong, he felt his consciousness begin to blur, seemingly seeing too much milk. Master Snake bit his tongue hard, forcing himself not to collapse. The will to survive surged madly at this moment. That's scary. What kind of crazy is this? Tactics so cruel. I have been in the road for so many years, have not seen such a play. Now Master Snake has only one goal, to go to Yong Village and find Master Jean. There are 11 other Zodiac Hall Masters there, as well as the 4 Great Vajra, so if we can make it to Isamura's place, we might still be able to save them. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud roar from the back, and a blood-colored figure jumped onto the stairway. Master Snake turned his head and looked away, his soul flying. OMG! This crazy lady is catching up. Yong Village. Night falls, although Master Jin's men have been killed, but there are still a few left. At this time, they are busy disposing of the corpses at the entrance of the village. Despite the huge losses suffered, life had to go on. And at this time the women who specialized in picking up customers got busy, because today, it was the day that the 12 major effective hall masters under Master Jin gathered. Although Master Jin's injuries during the day were tragic, but after all, it was a wood system ability, and he could still stop the bleeding and heal by himself. Only now his body was covered with straps, and he looked pathetic. At this time, Master Jin was facing the candlelight, carefully studying the map of Jiangchang, apparently planning some grandiose endeavor. Yo, busy? Lindong suddenly appeared in the doorway, followed by Yuqin, who had changed into new clothes. At this time Yuqin's body wounds have long been healed. Low-hanging head followed behind Lindong, but the hatred in his eyes cannot hide. Master Jin's heart throbbed when he saw his daughter in such a state, but he still had to put on a smile on his face. Brother Lindong is here. Please sit down. Lindong nonchalantly sat down on his butt. See, a generous table set a dozen packs of cigarettes, a brain all into Yuqin pocket. The maids took all the cigarettes away, and there was always a feed. Although Yuqin hated to kill him on the spot, he only thought about it, and silently pulled out one to help Lindong light it up before handing it to his mouth. Master Jin looked at the corners of his eyes, and laid the map in front of Lindong and laughed. Brother Lindong, look, these are the ranges of our world society's properties before it snowed. The places I have circled basically have my shares, especially these entertainment venues. Although the situation is very chaotic now, I think they can still continue to operate. The currency of the past definitely can't be used. I'm going to redefine a currency to exchange supplies for currency to come and spend in these entertainment places of mine. Lindong pulled out his ears and listened absent-mindedly. This Master Jin was indeed a character, worthy of being a bearer in the mixed road. Even in the end times, he had organized a set of plans to survive in the end times. Includes farming, growing clubs, restructuring personnel, monopolizing consumption methods, and even women's trafficking is considered in place. You don't say. If we really let him do it, then the Golden Dragon Society will be the biggest industrial center within Jiangcheng. When the survivors outside have consumed all the supplies stored inside Jiangcheng, the World Association can then step in to guide them, working and farming to obtain supplies, then exchanging the supplies for currency, and then through the currency they can consume even more expensive entertainment items. A one-stop shop for yuppies in place. In Master Jin's head, the millions of survivors in Jiangcheng will all be his wage earners, and he will create an underground kingdom in Jiangcheng. No, not underground. Now that there is no state apparatus to regulate it, he could be the real emperor. Chapter 123, Gathering of the Masters of the Zodiac. At the entrance of Yong Village, a vast group of people slowly appeared. Yo, Black Dragon Hall Master, still alive? You're alive and well as a pig, so why should I die? Mud, who are you calling a pig? Do you want to touch it? Alright. Master Jin must have summoned us for something important. Why are you guys arguing here? Che Master Kim? He still thinks he's a master? My lord, times have changed. What do you mean? Dare to disrespect Master Jin? Speaking of which, where is the Water Snake Hall Master? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The atmosphere was tense with saber rattling. Some of these hall masters have gained psychic abilities or feel that when the end times are at hand, the past is no longer important, such as Master Jin's assets. Eyes naturally do not look down on the Golden Master. Today came over, naturally with a heart. Of course, there were also those among these people who had great faith in Master Jin, and the struggle between the two factions was already taking shape. Dressed in a suit, the Green Ox Hallmaster pushed up his glasses and swept his gaze grimly around the room as he stepped forward. I know that there are some amongst you who think that because they have gained power, they can be disrespectful to Master Jin, but I'm not afraid to tell you that there are bound to be quite a few psychics in this world. So if you think you can use this as a way to make a name for yourself here at Master Jin's place, then don't blame me for being impolite. The Golden Monkey Hall Master coldly grunted. It's the end of the treadmill. You still want to lick that? Lousy today. Suddenly, the Green Ox, who was 2 meters away, stretched out his arm, which violently grew longer, and choked the Golden Monkey Hall Master's neck to death. You, the Golden Monkey's eyes rounded. Click. Qingyo's fingers exerted force and easily snapped his neck, and the group of juniors under the Golden Monkey Hall were all stunned. I said, whoever dares to disrespect Master Jin again, I won't be polite. When he finished speaking, he dropped the body, shrugged off the hem of his coat, and took the lead into the brave village. The remaining few hall masters glanced at each other and followed in muffled voices. But what kind of thoughts each had in their hearts, I'm afraid only they themselves knew. In the large living room in the center area, the 10 hall masters entered the room in a row, and all of the juniors stood outside in a neat and tidy manner. Master Jin? What are you? Qingyo was instantly horrified after seeing Master Jin's miserable condition covered in bandages. Master Jin waved his hand and laughed. It's fine. I met a strong enemy during the day and was injured a bit, but it's not a big problem. Where this was not much of a problem, the Green Ox saw that Master Jin had lost one of his legs. His eyes were bloodshot and murderous. The other hall masters greeted each other, unable to tell if they were sincere or not. When the White Mouse Hall Master saw an unrecognizable young man sitting in the first position below Master Jin, and even Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 great Vajra, was standing behind him, he couldn't help but wonder, who is this? Master Jin laughed. This is our new friend of the World Society, Brother Lindong. Today can still be the strong enemy that Brother Lindong helped me repel. You shall not be rude. Qingyo's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? Then I'd like to thank Brother Lindong. Hey, are you being polite to me, Nima? Lindong threw his cigarette to Yuqin, who pursed his lips and silently took the cigarette and pressed it out with a clenched fist. The crowd watched this scene in awe. What was this kid's situation? Of the 10 people that came here, there were 4 Xenos, with a minimum of level 2 and a maximum of level 3, and the rest were ordinary people. If Zhang Wei hadn't been a deadbeat, Master Jin would have had at least 9 Xenos in this world society. New Zealand dollars. You really don't say. Such a force, and then mastered countless ferocious minions. In the absence of himself and the Foundation, there is really a chance to dominate Jiangcheng. The crowd took their seats. The Tengu Hallmaster is a young man. Seeing Yuqin always standing, his eyes lit up and he quietly moved his position. Doesn't Miss Qin have a place to sit? You can sit here. The moment these words came out, several other hall masters also moved their positions. You dead dog, get in the back row. MS. Qin, sit with me. Do you still want to order billion? You could be MS. Qin's grandfather. I'm young. MS. Qin should sit with me. Mud, don't even take it from me. I just killed my wife. I'm single. I have to sit next to me. After all, she was the #1 beauty of the world society and the righteous daughter of Master Jin. There were many people who coveted Yuqin's beauty before the end of the world. Yuqin, cold like a muffled gourd, did not say a word. Originally her position above these hall masters. Naturally she can sit. But now, Lindong smiled. Oh, she doesn't like to sit, so let her stand. At these words, the crowd went silent. The Green Ox Hallmaster asked coldly, oh, I dare to ask, Brother Lindong is Miss Qin's husband? No. Lindong shook his head. Boyfriend? Neither. The Tengu Hallmaster was instantly furious. You're not her boyfriend, let alone her husband. So who are you to decide whether MS Qin sits or not? Lindong shrugged his shoulders and didn't bother to explain. Or Master Jin hurriedly rounded up the situation. Well, this is between Qiner and Lindong's brother. Where are the Water Snake and Golden Monkey? Still not here? The crowd was once again silent. Qingyo got up and said, Master Jin, the Water Snake is nowhere to be found. And the Golden Monkey Hallmaster was disrespectful to you and even spoke out of turn. So I took care of it on your behalf, and I ask for your chastisement. Oh, like this? Master Jin was stunned and looked at them with a grim smile. It seems that quite a few of you feel that times have changed and that I, an old man, am no longer qualified to sit in this position, right? The eyes of many hall masters flickered, and even those alien powers with a heart of gold actually had palpitations. Master Jean slowly got up, the cane in his hand suddenly stomping heavily on the ground. In the next second, countless vines and thorns and branches began to sprout and grow from beneath his feet, wrapping the entire living room in just the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless tree spikes grew out, right in front of the conference table. This scene truly shocked everyone. Master Jean was actually a shifter as well. Qingyo arched his hand in excitement. Congratulations to Master Jean for obtaining supreme greatness. We, the world society, will surely dominate Jiangchen. No, the whole country. Under Master Jin's leadership, the rest of the hall masters responded. Those who believed in Master Jin's ecstasy and harbored thoughts were terrified in their hearts. Master Jean grunted coldly, retrieved his thorns and sat down, starting the meeting. Lindong, on the other hand, propped up his chin and cocked his head, sizing up Yuqin without a care in the world. It seemed that she was indeed Yuqin, but why did the system register her as Mooning Night? Does the system even screen her people's real names? For example, Yuqin was called Mooning Evening before she was picked up by Master Jean, and the name Yuqin was given by Master Jean. But isn't Master Kim's last name Kim? Why didn't he name his daughter after himself? Or, the woman also had a special psychic ability that she hadn't seen for a while. Oops, there are so many mysteries. I'm done exploring the secrets of your body. Next, it's time to explore the secrets of your heart. Yuqin's heart tightened. He's not going to see anything, is he? It shouldn't be. I even have the same mental activities as Yuqin. There can't be a breakage. The meeting was in progress when there was a sudden clamor outside. Chapter 124. Big snake arms can't hold long legs. Master Snake stumbled and finally saw Young Village not far away, and immediately shouted at the top of his voice. Help! This crazy woman is sick. Obviously can easily catch up with their own, but she preferred to hang themselves to play. A moment to catch up with their right arm to give themselves a punch. A moment and you run so fast I cannot catch up with it. What the hell is this if not psychotic? Typical cat slips in rat's play. But on the contrary, Master Snake is still afraid to stop. Adrenaline do not know how many times to burst. Froze to hold up to now. The dowager had come several times, looking at him with a face full of displeasure. Good grandson, why don't you follow me? Master Snake is on the verge of crying. I don't want to die at all. Master Snake's loud shout spread through the village, and some of his juniors saw it and rushed over. Water Snake Hall Master, you're finally here. Master Jean and the other hall masters are already in. Hiss. The junior brother sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw Master Snake's miserable state. Don't be a horse's ass about it. There's a crazy woman outside. Stop her. Master Snake rushed into the village without stopping. The little brother froze and turned his head to see a woman covered in blood, looking at him with a sneer. Startled on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where are the psychos from? This is the world. Snap. Qin Shuyao picked up the broken arm and whacked his head. Bad student. Where can you escape to? Licking her lips, Qin Shuyao carried her broken arm and strided forward. Master Snake staggered to the center area, and when he saw so many minions there, the stone in his heart finally landed. Where is Master Jean? Where are the other hall masters? At that moment, the door was opened, and Master Jean limped out on his crutches with a sullen face, and was similarly stunned upon seeing Master Snake's miserable condition. Water Snake? How did you get into this mess? Master Snake burst into tears. Master Jean, I'm too hard. There's a crazy woman outside, chasing me all the way. As soon as the words left their mouths, the minions also spotted the slowly approaching bloody man, and immediately shouted, Who is it? Bang! Qin Shuyao swung his broken arm and dry humped him. Master Snake immediately hid behind Master Jean and shivered. Master Jean, it's her. She's provoking the majesty of our world society. We must kill her. Only to see Qin Shuyao like a wolf into a small flock of sheep. More than 100 little brothers in front of her just like toys. None of them could touch the corner of the clothes. But instead, she was whacked one after another to explode the head. The white sheep hall master sked. This woman is so fierce. By the way, what kind of weapon did she use? So powerful. Master Snake, that's my old man's arm. Can it not be awesome? Green Ox craned his neck. No, the men can't stop her. Master Jean, I'll go meet her? Master Kim nodded. The Green Ox leapt. His arms violently lengthened. His arms that were more than a dozen meters long resembling a giant python encircling Qin Shuyao, ready to bind him. Tisk, how disgusting. Qin Shuyao jumped up in disgust, dodging the bindings while swinging her broken arm and slamming it down. However, the long hand was actually as elastic as rubber, and the punch only flattened it, not smashing it. Sparingly, the Green Ox's eyes bulged out in pain all the same. What kind of horrible force is this? All scatter. The Green Ox dropped into the field to retrieve his arms, his thighs raised high and 10 meters long. Rubber tomahawk. Violent smashes ensued. Qin Shuyao didn't dodge and braced her broken arm to block. Click. The broken arm was split hard by the battle axe. Master Jean, old man's arm. Qin Shuyao grabbed the long legs, and her lotus root arm began to exert force, actually wanting to tear it off. Green Ox's eyes reddened. What are you doing? Spread out for me. Cluck 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 cluck. Qin Shuyao grinned and snapped, ripping it off. It was known that ripping a long object could be much more difficult than breaking it, so one could imagine how violent Qin Shuyao was at this moment. The blood spurted and the broken bones were so bloody it was scary. Snake Master sweat hairs rise. Stepping horse, this crazy woman again, this trick. I was so torn off the arm. Ah! Green Ox staggered back, clutching his thigh, crying out in pain. Qin Shuyao played with the 3-meter-long thigh in her hand and hemmed and hawed. This one seems to work better than the one just now. Apparently, it was ready to use the broken leg as a weapon. The crowd was horrified and their legs and stomachs went weak. This woman, she's a little too fierce. Lindong didn't come out of the conference room, and had been propping his chin up to think about things, only to turn back in shock when he heard the voice. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I look up and, well, if it isn't the female teacher, how did she know I was here? Yuqin at the back was similarly shaken in her heart. Wasn't this one of Lindong's women? Why did she come here? What the hell is Poison Fury doing? How it's not what was planned. Master Jean and the others were completely unaware of Qin Shuyao's relationship with Lindong, and seeing that Qingyo was defeated so easily, they immediately shouted, "All Hall Masters, follow me to meet the enemy." The Xianhu Hall Master let out a roar and drew out his greatsword to leap and slash. The Tengdu Hall Master's body was covered with black hair, and his entire body transformed into a brown bear. The Heavenly Dragon Hall Master spat flames from his mouth. Master Jean waved his big hand and countless branches and wooden thorns flew out. The other Hall Masters drew their guns. These bigwigs who were mixed up in the underground were naturally armed. For a moment, countless attacks came. Qin Shuyao giggled, picking up her long legs and sweeping them across the room, and as her eyes caught sight of Master Jean, her blood-red gaze violently cleared down, letting the countless attacks hit her body. It wasn't that he saw Master Jean, but he saw Lindong behind Master Jean. Bang, bang, bang. The various attacks hit Qin Shuyao, staggering back, her eyes red again. Only, this time it wasn't demonic, it was aggravating. Master Jean and others were horrified. We have so many attacks, even a stone must be broken for you. This woman hard to carry down, but only a few steps back? Even the bullets are merely set in the skin. Sitting in the house, Linden flashed a smile. Qin Shuyao leaped forward and rushed over. Qingyo was in a rage. Protect Master Jean, because Master Kim was standing in the doorway. Anyone thought she was going to attack him. Even Master Jean himself thought that she was going to kill himself, and hurriedly made a big move with his hands, and countless would vanish blocked in front of his body. Rumble! The kitsune was easily smashed. Seeing the crazy woman getting closer and closer to herself, dropping the big long legs in her hand and reaching out, even Master Jean thought he was bound to die and couldn't help but close his eyes. However, the expected pain was not there, and Master Jean froze and opened his eyes. I'm not dead? Behind him, Qin Shuyao was crying and kneeling at Lindong's feet, covered in blood, wanting to touch but not daring to do so. Weiwa Master, I finally found you, Ohu. The crowd's eyes glazed over. Ha? No? This crazy woman is Lindong's man? And master? What kind of sick name is that? Lindong smiled and reached out his big hand to stroke the hair. Well, good boy. Don't cry. How did you know I was here? At this question, Qin Shuyao cried even harder. Chapter 125, Head of the Maids, the Demon Squad. Qin Shuyao wailed. Master, your maids are fighting. They, after hearing her story, Lindong's head was filled with black lines. No way. I'm only gone for 2 days and the maids are making a scene like this? Shen Wanyue and Xia Qingyu imploded and broke with Jiang Zhu, and Xia Qingyu and Chen Yunshi disappeared, suspected of defecting. What's going on here? Cocking his head in thought for a moment, Lindong laughed. Since you were lucky enough to find me first, then you will be the head of this maid from now on. Qin Shuyao stared. Ha? Me? No, I can't do it. I just want to be a salty fish, and I can't control them. Lindong secretly put the hell demon suit on Qin Shuyao, and the latter immediately noticed that the thing had appeared inside her again. Now, you manage. Qin Shuyao was bitter, but, it's settled. In addition to Xia Qingyu and Chen Yunshi, Shen Wanyue, 4 of them will be your group members. In addition to me, your orders if they dare not listen. You can feel free to punish on behalf of me. This 5 of you, well, just call it the Devil Group, Lindong announced. He hadn't been minding the infighting of these maids, and he didn't expect to have a falling out behind his back, or was he negligent in his management? This matter is also considered to give Lindong a wake-up call. In the future there will definitely be more and more maids, or must form a system, otherwise what kind of chaos? It just so happened that Qin Shuyao's neutral performance and good fortune this time was very suitable to be the leader of the demon group. I'm afraid that Shen Wanyu and Xia Qingyu couldn't have dreamt that the head of the maid that they were longing for was just picked up by the salty beauty teacher. It shows that if salty luck comes your way, you can turn it around. Listening to her master's undeniable tone, Qin Shuyao huffed. Alright, I'll listen to my master. Then what about Xiao Yu and Yunshi? They don't dare to escape, and if they do, I'm looking forward to what will happen if they betray me. Lindong's smile was tinged with grimness and madness. Qin Shuyao couldn't help but have a jolt, and in her heart, she silently prayed for the two women. You guys mustn't get killed. By then, I'm afraid death will be a luxury. Then do you need me to pick up you and the girls now? Qin Shuyao asked. Lindong pondered for a moment and then shook his head. There's no rush to pick it up first. Isn't she betting against Jiangzhu? Then let's see how much noise they can make. You'll just follow me around and watch the show. You Qin, take Shuyao to wash up. The floor is dirty. Yes, master. Yu Qin lowered his head and led Qin Shuyao away. Lindong, on the other hand, was staring intently at Yu Qin's back with a wry smile. This chick, she's really not right. Before, he had gone out of his way to be his own dog in order to get himself to save Master Jin. But this time when Qin Shuyao rushed over, when everyone thought that she was going to kill Master Jin, she stood aside and didn't even move. This shows that everything Yu Qin did before was an act. Or rather, Yu Qin guessed that Qin Shuyao was rushing at him, so he didn't panic at all. There's a lot of suspicion. You've got something to show for it, don't you? As the farce came to an end, Master Jin and the others looked at the two women's backs in shock. Brother Lindong. Master Jin went numb and found that he could not see through Lindong more and more, although it would have been impervious. Lindong smiled and waved his hand. Oh, it's fine, just the maid of the house. I've made you all laugh. The meeting continues. Crowd. Maid? Who's the maid who's so pretty and can fight so well? Lam Qingying's family? Among them, Master Snake stayed far away from Lindong after being briefly rescued. He was considered to be the one who had most deeply experienced Qin Shuyao's terror, and naturally knew clearly what kind of person would have to be powerful to be able to subdue such a crazy woman. At Zhong Xiu's house, Qin Shuyao curiously sized up Yu Qin. With her extraordinary posture and cold temperament, even among the maids, she was second only to Xia Qingyu, and was on par with herself. It's worthy of the master to meet extremely beautiful women wherever he goes. Are you the master's new maid? Seeing Yu Qin putting on the hot water, Qin Shuyao initiated small talk. Why don't you say something? Oh sorry, I thought you could talk. Yu Qin. Silence took out a new set of clothes. These are my clothes, you should be able to wear them. Qin Shuyao was surprised. You can talk? I thought you. Go wash it. Yu Qin dropped her clothes and sat alone in the living room. Weirdo. Qin Shuyao grunted, but still honestly went in to wash. Yu Qin sat on the chair. Her cold beautiful eyes suddenly dimmed, as if she had no breath of life, and she crooked down on the chair. At the same time, a black shadow on the ground, like an unobtrusive hair, slowly approached the bathroom through the color of the night. Being beautifully bathed, Qin Shuyao suddenly looked at the ground with a frown, but found nothing, shook his head and continued to wash. The lurking black shadow slowly revealed its trail once again, crawling up the snow-white ankles and burrowing into Qin Shuyao's body. Qin Shuyao was violently stunned. Her eyes flickered uncertainly, and the aura of her body changed again and again. Not long after, the beautiful teacher's pupils took on a darker color, revealing an excited smile. Oh, this body is not bad. Lindong, I'm afraid you. Before the words left her mouth, her petite body jerked upright. What is it? Only to see Qin Shuyao's body suddenly covered in cuckoo bubbling with black qi. The black qi surrounded him, and the power in his body rapidly skyrocketed. Detected that Maid Mu Ningyan's soul has suffered heavy damage. Is it a one-click cure? Lindong, who was propping up his chin in boredom, felt the powerful demonic aura and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Oh, making a move? But this chick actually made a move on Qin Shuyao, so let's not treat her first and let her suffer a bit. Inside the bathroom, Qin Shuyao's demonic version was once again online. The majestic surging demonic qi streaked across the room. The wisp of black shadow was suddenly extruded out of his body, twisted on the ground for a moment, and quickly drilled back into Yu Qin's body. Put! Yu Qin's pretty face instantly turned pale as she sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, looking towards the bathroom in shock. What's this? How could you squeeze out the soul possession so hard? What kind of terrifying power must that be? Qin Shuyao looked at her big wings confused. How did this thing grow out? Wasn't I just in the shower? In her perspective, she had suddenly felt a little sleepy in the shower just now, and when she closed her eyes and opened them again, the transformation was complete. Hearing the commotion outside, Qin Shuyao poked her head out. Why are you vomiting blood? Are you alright? Yu Qin, ahem. No, nothing. Oh, Yu Qin forced himself to hold back the horror in his heart and gasped for air. Mu Ning Evening, the new deacon of the foundation. After the death of the previous deacon at the hands of Lindong, he had rushed to Jiangcheng quickly, and with the help of the special nature of his own special ability, he had always followed Lindong in the dark. In order to be able to figure out the secrets on Lindong, He obliterated Yuqin's soul, occupied her body, and read her memories, commonly known as taking over. The plan went well, and she was even able to endure Lindon's unparalleled onslaught to obtain a DNA sample. But she wasn't satisfied. Lindong had displayed super strength and weird abilities. She wanted to find a chance to occupy Lindong's body before she could do so. Mooning Yen was very cautious and didn't make a move on Lindong rashly, so she took the opportunity to try to start with Qin Shuyao. But who would have thought that when he had already squeezed the control of Qin Shuyao's body and was ready to obliterate his soul, Qin Shuyao's body actually automatically erupted with an overwhelming force, instantly squeezing himself out. What secrets do you have on you? Chapter 126, This girl is bad in nature. Tick-tock, today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. Strength level plus 10. 2. 10, 000 serums for alien awakening, 100% success rate. 3. 10, 000 pairs of super speed running shoes. 4. A realistic AI robot girlfriend, no compatibility. Lindong. Option 1. In front of raising his power level, the other options were a bit tempting, but they couldn't shake his heart. 1064. None of my business. Running shoes that is really not necessary. Yuqin, that is the speed of the department. In front of the 21 level of their own or not have the power to fight back? Not to mention it's level 31 now. Skills are all over the place. Values are king. Realistic robot girlfriend. Well, even less useful. Oba Ming Hao. Is this where you live? It looks so clean. Chen Yunshi was brought to a remote villa and looked around. The idol replied absent-mindedly. Ahem. Yeah, why don't you take a break and I'll go get you something to eat? Bad. You've already lured people here yourself. Where are all the people who set it up? According to the Lord Deputy Deacon, he was responsible for seducing a woman and bringing her here. At that time, in addition to the Foundation's alien ambush, there are also troops loaded with energy-suppressing bullets, as well as all kinds of high-tech weapons, to take down Chen Yunshi properly. On the way back, it's already strange that the sweetheart can't be contacted, and having just returned here, the idol code is going crazy, but there's no movement at all? The idols are in a hurry. What exactly did Lord Poison Fury arrange? Indeed, the vertical pupil man's caution is not unreasonable. The sudden death of his sweetheart leads him to speculate that the idol's plan to seduce him has been detected by other women. If you really follow the plan, the Foundation spends a lot of means. Even if you can capture Chen Yunshi, the secret can still follow us watching you. If they were exposed, the Foundation's people wouldn't be able to stop the two women from joining forces. Inside the kitchen, there was a sudden dense fluctuation in the air, and Sonic's figure was revealed. Idol's eyes lit up. Great. Sonic, you actually came in person. Where are the people we set up? Sonic was silent. He didn't really understand why he had to give up the idol. The plan seemed to be working, but there were orders from above, and he could only carry them out. The idol said sharply, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Suddenly, Sonic's right hand trembled so violently that it all shook out of the phantom. Pust! Sonic lightning struck, piercing the idol's stomach with a bloody palm through his back. Why? The idol's eyes were wide with disbelief. A complicated look appeared on Sonic's face. "I'm sorry, Lord Poison Fury ordered me." Thump, thump. There were footsteps outside. "Myung Ho, how's your preparation going?" "I'm hungry." Sonic's heart was racing, and he drew out his arm and his body fluctuated and just disappeared. "Myung Ho Appa? You?" Chen Yunshi walked in and saw that the idol had a large bloody hole in his stomach and was on the ground spitting blood. "Myung Ho Appa." Chen Yunshi's eyes instantly reddened as she rushed up to help him up. "Myung Ho Appa, how are you doing? Who did this to you?" The idol looked at Chen Yunshi bitterly. His mouth opened, but he said nothing. "Oba Ming Hao, don't scare me." Chen Yunshi was on the verge of crying. The idol looked at Chen Yunshi's crying pearly appearance, and a trace of softness flashed through his heart. "It's just that, since the Foundation has abandoned me, I have nothing to worry about." "It's Foundation." "Foundation?" Chen Yunshi was stunned. "Oba Ming Ho, how do you know about the Foundation?" The idol smiled bitterly. "Because I'm the Foundation's, and I approached you deliberately this time." "What?" Chen Yunshi was shocked and sat paralyzed on the ground with shocked eyes. The idol's heart ached. "I'm sorry I lied to you. You're a good girl, although you're a bit bratty and willful, but you're not bad in nature. Yunshi, promise me, this world is dangerous. Make sure you don't leave Lindong. Don't make an enemy of the Foundation." Chen Yunshi hurriedly said, "Don't talk such nonsense. Where is the Foundation stronghold?" The idol laughed miserably, not realizing that in the last moments of his life, there were still girls who would rage for him. "This life, no loss. It's just a shame. I wish I was a man. I don't know. The Foundation will definitely move as soon as it decides to abandon me. Even I don't know where it is, so go away and go back to Lindon." Before the words were even finished, he saw Chen Yunshi's face gradually become gloomy. With a look of disgust, "Then you are really a waste. I thought I could get a bit of information out of you, so you don't know anything? I've been acting with you for so long, but it's not a loss when you get to see your favorite bean's face up close and personal." Idol? Chen Yunshi was a bit caught off guard by her sudden change of face. You're not by me. Che, you don't think I'm so charmed by you that I can't walk? Don't be pretty. Why do you think this lady wants to marry the coal boss the most? Do you come in second? Because in my eyes, having money is more important than having a face. Only now money is useless and strength becomes the only thing. One thing the idol wasn't wrong about was that Chen Yunshi wouldn't say anything to leave Lindong after experiencing the thrill of power. The master is my Prince Charming. Sound of escaping laughter. The idol spat out another large mouthful of blood. This time it could hurt him even more than the sound wave one earlier. No? So I'm the only one who's in the dark? No wonder how he couldn't get Lindong's secret out of her mouth. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, this little green tea hadn't been charmed by himself. This world. Destroy it. Chen Yunshi squinted at him and suddenly pulled out her dagger with gusto. Let me give you a few cuts since your face is so perfect. I love to cut people's faces. Idol, I take it back. This girl is intrinsically bad. Oh, whatever. I'm dying anyway. My face. Ha ha ha. The idol changed back. The likeness appears to be a woman in her 30s, with a blonde, ugly figure and a hideous scar on her face. My face. It's been ruined for a long time. What's a few more scars? Chen Yunshi instantly wanted to vomit. Is this what you were supposed to look like? Yeah. Aren't you disappointed? Idol laughed miserably. The idol who can look like anyone in the world turned out to be an ugly woman. You know what? When I was young like you, I was also very beautiful, and there were a lot of people who liked me. And then pust. The idol's eyes were suddenly pierced and popped as the dagger came out through the back of his head. Chen Yunshi waved her hand and skimmed her lips. Who cares what you've experienced? What a waste of time. It was at this moment that a roar sounded not far from the villa. Rumbling. Chapter 127 The Difficult Shadow. 2 minutes ago, after taking care of his idol, Soundwave spilled out into the jungle, but as he passed a large tree, his body stopped violently. On the ground, the shadow with some illusion slowly became solid. He couldn't move. Shadow, is that you? What are you doing? Sonic exclaimed. No one responded. Let me go now, or that will catch up with me. Sonic was in a hurry, only to see the solidified black shadow on the ground violently grow several black spikes. Sonic bellowed. Vibrating wave. Although he was called Sonic, it wasn't as if his output would only be based on yelling. His body began to vibrate violently and broke free, his body leaping high to avoid the spikes, but he was still pierced through his calf. Treadlers, Shadow, what the hell are you doing? Soundwave yelled at the ground, but the black shadow moved up quickly, hiding here and there, and was approaching fast. Marred, have I been abandoned as well? Sonic gritted his teeth. Shadow was Poisonous Fury's right-hand man, and now he suddenly made a move against himself, indicating that he had been abandoned as well. Just as one is here to clean up after one's idols, the shadow is here to clean up after itself. MP, if you want to kill me, I'll get you first. Sonic struggled to get up, arms outstretched, mouth wide open. Ha! Huge sonic vibrations spread out, and the surrounding trees and snow were shattered and sent flying. Even the rapidly approaching black shadow could only retreat. Given this opportunity, Soundwave pulled out his legs and ran. But just as he took 2 steps, another section of black shadow sprang out of the shadows and landed at Sonic's feet, and he couldn't move again. Mud, 2 shadows? Sonic was horrified. Once again, he relied on the vibrational wave to break free of the restraints and jolt it back. 2 dark shadows were chasing after them, and Sonic was just about to move when he couldn't move himself again? Are there 3 shadows? No, more than that. Only to see that in the jungle, densely packed black shadows were like black snakes lurking underground, rapidly approaching over. How many shadows are there? Sonic despaired. Countless black shadows surrounded the ground and trees around them, encircling the Soundwave, and black spikes stabbed like rain. Soundwave hurriedly took a good stance, his fists clenched and closed in front of his chest in a defensive position. Shock the airspace. In an instant, all of the spikes within a 10-meter radius around them were shattered into pieces, but the spikes were too many, and they were still in succession. And Soundwave could only work hard to maintain the shocking airspace, and all the attacks that entered the shocking airspace were shattered. Shadow, you can't kill me. Let me see Lord Poison Fury. Is there anything you can't say in person? Sonic's voice traveled through the woods. However, the shadow was silent and just attacked. Asterisk. Since you're determined to kill me, I'll kill. First, pust. Suddenly, 2 black boa constrictors rushed up under Sonic's feet, breaking through them and going straight through his chest. Sonic looked at the bloody hole in his chest in shock. There were actually shadows lurking underground? Shocking the airspace could no longer be maintained. Those spikes quickly attacked. Just a moment. The sound wave of countless spikes were shot into pieces of flesh and bones. Only then did all the black shadows slowly begin to converge into one large black shadow, in which a figure covered in black robes slowly rose up, its face invisible. "I'm sorry, my lord's orders. I have to do it." The voice was hoarse and low. With that, the shadow's figure sank into blackness once more, disappearing down the ground and winding its way through the jungle. Bang! Suddenly, a huge wall of ice stood in front of the black shadow, blocking the way. The black shadow lurched and reversed its direction, only for another wall of ice to stand and surround him in the blink of an eye. Not only that, even an ice floor had formed beneath the ground at some point, creating a confined space. Bad! The black shadow instantly split into countless small black shadows, trying to drill out through the gaps in the ice prison. In the dense forest, a cold and melodious female voice rang out. "You won't get away with it." One could only see that under the night sky. Above the tree branches, a clear figure stood above, holding an ice spear in her hand with a cold gaze. Xia Qingyu. Seeing that escape would not be possible, the black shadows gathered again, and the figure of the shadow rose slowly. "When did you get here?" With a grip of Xia Qingyu's small hand, the ice prison quickly shrunk, forming a narrow space that could only accommodate one person. "Get your facts straight. Right now. You're in my hands. I ask, you answer." Hee, the shadow let out a sinister smile. "You relied on our Foundation's resources to become an alien. Do you still dare to make a move against me?" Xia Qingyu's eyes flinched, her small hands clenched again, and the ice prison instantly closed, completely flattening the shadow into the size of a watermelon. Spare a thought. The shadow seemed as if it wouldn't hurt. "Xia Qingyu, I'll remember you." As soon as the words fell, Xia Qingyu snapped her fingers, and the ice prison instantly exploded. The dark shadows inside were crushed by the ice and snow. Xia Qingyu raised her eyes and looked out. Deep in the dense forest, a tiny black shadow followed the shadows under the trees and fled rapidly. "Damn it!" Xia Qingyu's shell teeth clenched as she leapt after him. This person was also too cautious, actually leaving a wisp of black shadow elsewhere in advance, while he himself could take the opportunity to move between the various black shadows. Just now, only a portion of his power had been worn down, and his main body had still allowed him to escape. What a slippery skill! Go! Xia Qingyu leaped high and violently through the ice gun, the terrifying speed exploding a ring of air. Not only that, the ice lance grew larger as it flew, chasing the black shadow straight after it. Boom! The ice lance exploded, quickly freezing a portion of the objects around it. A part of the black shadow was frozen, surprisingly decisive enough to cut off that part, and the rest of the black shadow continued to flee, only to spit out a mouthful of blood on the way out. Damn! This woman is so strong. Shadow knew from the start that he was no match for Xia Qingyu. This woman should be S rank now, but just because you can't fight, doesn't mean you can't escape. Give up. The night is my best cover. You can't catch me. The shadow, besides being able to lurk in the shadows, was also able to split into doppelgangers with the help of the shadows. In just a short while, countless tiny black shadows scattered and fled, like countless small snakes in the jungle. Ice World. Xia Qingyu was in a hurry. Her hair once again dyed white, and an extremely cold aura erupted. A small hand pushed forward, and a 100-meter radius was quickly enveloped by extreme cold as countless ice sculptures formed. The blow wore down most of the black shadows, but it still couldn't catch him completely. Chen Yunchi rushed over in a hurry and was a bit confused when she saw that Xia Qingyu was blasting away at the open space. "Don't daze, grab this shadow. He's a foundation," Xia Qingyu shouted, her attacks blasting like no money. Chen Yunchi looked at the serpentine black shadows on the ground and couldn't help but feel numbness in her scalp. Most afraid of these snakes, insects and rats, but not it anyway. Yes, after all, this act is to catch the foundation to build a career. The idle side has no clues. This must not be let go, otherwise it will be a waste of time. The figure violently exploded and stomped out, rushing at the black shadow on the ground and punching it indiscriminately. Chapter 128, The New Situation in Jiangcheng. 2 days passed in a flash. The situation in River City is changing abruptly every day. Initially, the first order of business for survivors who were able to get out of the house was to loot major supermarkets, convenience stores, farmers' markets, etc. And there was fighting everywhere. There are countless examples of big fights over a little food. The neighborhoods were overrun, the streets were littered with corpses, and the entire River City was covered in the color of blood. But by this point, all the survivors had noticed a phenomenon. That is, the emergence of the alien. Although the overall number of them was scarce, all of the exalts that appeared were not of strong physique, and even had a wide variety of exotic abilities, and their combat power was quite terrifying. People are gradually realizing that the new era will be dominated by these aliens. As a result, forces, large and small, began to form and hold together. After all, the power of a single person could not compete with a psychic. and only by grouping together could an ordinary person have a chance of survival. The leaders of these forces, large and small, were either aliens or ordinary people with guns, or, failing that, very capable of fighting. By now, the chaotic battle that had formed in order to grab the supplies had been slightly calmed down in part. The two forces with the loudest reputation were the Winter Moon Society and the Winter Bamboo Society. These two forces were thought to be one and the same from their names, and the two forces had exactly the same line of development. Pull someone and get a man named Lindong. The two forces have now grown to a mega size of nearly 5,000 people each. But strangely enough, there was constant friction between these two forces. At first, when the people of the Winter Bamboo Society met the people of the Winter Moon Society, everyone thought that they were their own people, and in the spirit of the principle of well water not offending the river water, they didn't bother each other. But with more contact, friction naturally came, and the Winter Bamboo Society was the first to back down. But one after another, the conflicts grew, while the Tajukai began to fight back at the chief's behest. It grew into a large firefight. Two forces, as long as they identify each other, there's no point in chopping them up. In today's situation, even the two women, Xinhuanyu and Jiang Zhu, could not stop it. After all, their purpose was only to find their master. But they don't want to be found first by the other side, and a firefight is already inevitable. These two forces, one from the south and one from the north, occupied half of Zhongchang. On top of that, the World Society also grabbed land and people from the east, occupying a small portion of the plot. For the first time, the name of Master Jean, an underground giant, entered within the world's sight. In contrast to the Winter Moon Society and the Winter Bamboo Society, the development of the World Society is quite reasonable, because they have a clear goal. That's catching people and getting productive. The whole of the east, I don't know how much land has been reclaimed. At first people thought it was pure bull to go farming in such cold, low temperatures. But Master Jean used his wood system powers to tell everyone that there was no such thing as impossible. Seeds launching green shoots in the hills give people hope. Not only that, Master Jean had even prepared a trade fair, and business was doing well. Of course, the development of the World Society wasn't entirely smooth. After all, most of the people in the organizational structure were still triad heads from before the end of the world. Now that there was no order, they were even more arrogant and domineering in what they did, inevitably inviting the Winter Moon Society and the Winter Bamboo Society. The result is that there are now only 6 of the once 12 major Zodiac Hall Masters left. The other few heard that the heads of these two forces were actually extremely beautiful women, and made a death-defying group to flirt with them. Unsurprisingly, it was hardened and broken into pieces. By now, the World Council knew that these two forces were not to be messed with and tightened their defenses. In the West, on the other hand, an emerging power is rising, Saffron Society. The chief is quite mysterious and no one knows his true identity. In addition to these 4 major forces in Jiangchang, there were countless smaller forces that were trying to survive in the cracks. New base for the Foundation. Poisonous Fury, vertical pupil male, looked at the Jiangchang power analysis report in front of him and threw it away with a snort. It's all just a child's game in his eyes. It was just the two leaders of the Tukikai and Tojikai, Xinhuanyu and Jiang Zhu. These two women deserved his extra attention. After all, they were Lindong's women. As for the rest, they can be destroyed at the drop of a hat in front of the Foundation. Hasn't there been any news from the Lord Deacon lately? Poison Fury asked. Behind him, a long-haired man respectfully said, "Back to Lord Vice Deacon." "No." Poisonous Fury frowned. "Lord Deacon acted alone. Even I don't know where she is, and now she is even more out of contact. Is it?" The bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. It seemed that it wasn't a good choice to let Lord Deacon reach out to Lindong alone. Because of the special nature of the powers, it was impossible to record even the physiological data to detect whether a deacon was dead or not. Shaking his head, Poison Fury continued. "Where's Shadow?" The long-haired man continued. "No news either." Poisonous Fury's heart sank even harder. In the past 2 days, after he had moved with his men, he had done nothing, staying in the base and not coming out. On the one hand, research on fortified serums is at a critical juncture. On the one hand, it was also because they didn't want to waste any more manpower to send cannon fodder to Lindong and the others. It was at this point that the door was pushed open and the new technical director came running in with gusto. "It worked, Lord Poison Fiend. Our fortification serum worked." Poison Fury turned his head in surprise. "Oh, show me?" "There's been so much bad news lately that there's finally a piece of good news." The tech supervisor carefully pulled out a tube of red serum. "My lord, this is a serum that we have researched based on the successful data of the previous deacon. And in addition to not restricting the level of psychic ability, it also drastically gets rid of the side effects, except for the human." Before the words were out of his mouth, Poison Fury had zapped the serum onto himself, injecting it all. "I don't care about that. How much can this serum boost?" feeling a wave of strong power begin to surge within his body one after another. Poisonous fiend asked. The technical supervisor swallowed. Depending on the original strength level of the injector, this is version 1.0, which can raise 1 or 2 levels for you, that is, S or SS level, with a success rate of 50%. But, fizzle, the poisonous fiend's body suddenly skyrocketed, with blood vessels protruding all over his body, seemingly about to break through his skin. Not only that, but his head began to twist up mechanically, his green vertical pupils filled with blood, and he looked hideous. The technical director shrunk his neck. This is still just developed. Have not even found the experimental body test on the body to stab? It does seem that Lord Poison Fury couldn't wait. In the next second, countless serpentine scales grew on the poisonous fiend's body, his arms began to retract into his body, and his legs merged into a serpentine tail. The whole thing turned into a big snake. Ha! The serpent opened its bloody mouth and bit into the upper half of the technical supervisor's body, the snake's teeth biting into it and snapping it in two on the spot. The upper half of his body was swallowed whole. Technical director. I knew it. It's an easy post to die in, isn't it? The long-haired man, on the other hand, watched stoically, rubbing his chin and muttering, beastification-type powers will just morph and amplify the beastly nature, obviously losing their minds. Well, good to try. Will it have any effect on me? Chapter 129 Mutant Eagle. Serum lost. It was only after a long time that the poisonous fiend slowly transformed into its human form, the scales on its body fading away. Hiss, it's really good. Poisonous Fury spat out his snake letters full of excitement. This vigorous and furious sense of power was simply overwhelming. The only drawback, though, is that it tends to make people delirious. The awakening serum itself would already amplify the dark side of a person's heart, and the reinforced serum injection was a direct detonation of it. And if it wasn't for his own amazing willpower, I'm afraid that he would have completely turned into a big snake monster. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Poison Fury called for someone. Clean up his body, and from now on, you're the new head tech. A short-haired man instantly turned his old face pale. I shouldn't have come in the first place. Poison Fury, how many of the enhanced serum 1.0 have you gotten out? Short-haired guy, there are currently 3 left besides the one you injected. Well, after a moment of contemplation, Poison Fury waved his hand. Leave 2 as spares. Send additional helicopters to transport 1 back to headquarters for analysis of samples. Roll out the production line for me in large quantities and step up the manufacturing of the enhanced serum. Quick! Before long, the entire Foundation was busy, and Poison Fury stood at the window, watching a helicopter slowly fade into the air. As long as the serum was sent back to the headquarters, the Foundation branches could obtain the samples, and combined with the shared scientific research data, it was completely self-sufficient, and the Foundation's road to power had taken another big step forward. Altitude 700 meters. Continuing to climb. Winds normal. Barometric pressure normal. Continue to climb. Activate noise-reducing propellers. Activate reflectors. Turn on stealth mode. Inside the helicopter, an enhanced serum, protected by a perilous box, just lay inside. The 2 pilots were chatting away when, suddenly, a radar alarm sounded. Attention! Attention! Unidentified object ahead approaching at high speed. The 2 froze and looked sharply at the radar. What is it? Is it some other helicopter? No, this unidentified object is fast. Let's avoid it. The helicopter began to turn around. However, as if the red dot on the radar recognized them, it actually flew off course as well. At the same time, quite a few people in Jiangcheng heard the loud shouts and looked up. In the next moment, only a behemoth was seen revealing itself in the thick dark clouds. A mutant eagle with wings spread out nearly 100 meters wide appeared, its eyes staring at one spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? Big bird. What a big bird. Holy, this size, it's comparable to a Boeing, isn't it? The 2 pilots in the helicopter winced in unison. Didn't they turn on stealth mode and noise reduction? Why did it feel like they were being targeted by a mutant eagle? The mutant eagle was so fast and close that the helicopter couldn't dodge. The massive eagle's talons cut through the fuselage with ease and crushed the cockpit with one hand. Boom! The crowd watched in disbelief as a large explosion ignited in the sky and the wreckage of the helicopter began to fall along with the flames. Poison Fury's eyes bulged. Lean, where did this mutant eagle come from and why did it happen to crash through the helicopter? That's got reinforcing serum in it. Lord Poison Fury, our helicopter. I saw it. The serum was locked up in a special safe. It can't be destroyed by an explosion like that. Mobilize all station personnel. Go find me the wreckage of the plane. Never let the serum fall into the hands of others. Yes, the Foundation, which had been shrinking for a long time, was forced to show its tracks because of this accident. The mutant eagle that had done this, on the other hand, shook its claws and shook its wings to rise into the clouds, completely disappearing from sight. For a while, Half of Jiangcheng was in chaos. The conversation was accompanied by mutant eagles and big bangs. Times have really changed. An eagle that big can't be stewed in one pot. Come on, that thing's so big and it can fly. We're not even big enough to give it a run for its money. Say, what did it up and explode? That blast came out of nowhere. Drones? Bull asterisk 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 drone. Whose drone can create such a big explosion? I'm guessing it's a stealthy helicopter. Didn't you guys see the propellers? Invisible, and you can't hear a thing. What an advanced helicopter. Because the explosion landed on the west side of Jiangcheng, many people were keenly aware that a helicopter that could have such advanced technology might have something good inside. The crowd began to rush west. In the middle of a mountainside, Xia Qingyu was holding a small ice can in her hand, her face pale and panting. Chen Yunshi, who was beside her, wasn't much better. But the emperor is not a man. Ice irrigation head in the middle of the shadow is still caught. A small group of black fog in the inside of the rampage want to escape. Few chased you for 2 days. Let's see how you can still escape this time. Xia Qingyu showed a rare color of joy. This shadow wasn't strong, and either one of her and Chen Yunshi against each other would be able to easily beat the shadow. Nah, the supernatural ability was really weird. The two women chased him hard for 2 days and almost escaped by him many times. Honestly, where is your foundation stronghold? Chen Yunshi asked sternly. However, the shadow just banged the bottle over and over again, not saying a word. Just as Xia Qingyu was considering how to torture Shadow, suddenly there was a loud bang in the sky, followed by the wreckage of the helicopter landing just a hill away from the two women. The two women looked at each other and rushed over. It's the Foundation's helicopter. Xia Qingyu met the logo on the fuselage from the flames at a glance, and the shadow in the jar suddenly crashed violently, as if in a hurry. Chen Yunshi's eyes lit up. Let's go rummage around. Maybe we can find information on the Foundation too? Xia Qingyu smiled bitterly. It's all shattered into this. What information is also? The words suddenly lurched, for in her afterglow she saw a dark, square object. After pulling it out, I realized that it was a safe, worthy of a foundation. Chen Yunshi marveled. What kind of material is this made of? Surprisingly resistant to explosions and falls? Xia Qingyu stretched out her hand and slowly poured cold air into it. With one cold and one hot, the safe finally couldn't hold up and began to deform. When opened, a tube of red liquid was preserved in it. Intact, the shadow crashed more violently at the sight of this. Chen Yunshi, what is this thing? I don't know, but it's important to the Foundation. Xia Qingyu looked at the sharp-eyed shadow. With a small hand, the ice canister turned into a lump of ice, which was then crushed in one hand. The shadow was completely crushed into slush. Chen Yunshi was anxious. Hey, why did you kill him? We went through so much trouble to catch him. Now, we don't need to go to the Foundation anymore. Xia Qingyu revealed a confident smile and took the serum into her arms. You can tell by the way he's acting that this stuff is important to the Foundation. What you mean is, Chen Yunshi's eyes lit up. We don't need to bother looking for them. Just wait for them to deliver them to our door? Xia Qingyu nodded. She recognized it. It was the enhanced serum. If you use it yourself, can. Getting rid of Lindong? Chapter 130, Saffron Society. Lu Ou. At the headquarters of the Saffron Society, a woman with long pink hair was sitting in the first place. Rocky Yoga. The woman had a pretty face. Her face was moist as water, and her figure was very tall. Even when a crowd of men looked at it, they would have a feeling of being ashamed of themselves. The leader of the Saffron Society, Lu Ou. At this moment, Lu Ou, listening to the reports from his juniors, had a worried look on his face. Chief, just now our men went to check it out. The helicopter wreckage crashed on a mountain in our precinct. Everyone inside is dead. From the scene, only a suspected safe was brought back, but the contents were taken away. On the floor, a broken safe just lay there. Taken? It belongs to our Saffron Society's territory. Who can beat us? Old Zhou, don't you dare to steal from the guards. Asterisk 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 Yumua's ass. Who are you to say that I took it? That's all I'm guessing. Someone has a weak heart? Okay, I'll stop arguing. Now the whole Jiangcheng big and small forces are all drilling into our Saffron Society's territory. Friction is constant. Just this afternoon alone there were a dozen fights. What should we do? What should we do? Do you think the Saffron Society is a weakling? Just fight back. What a fart. Besides those small forces, people from the Winter Moon Society and Winter Bamboo Society are also here. If we once provoke the anger of these two families, we can't hold them back. Luo Yu frowned and shouted coldly. All stop arguing. The crowd was silent. Although Luo Yu looked temperate and gentle and everyone wanted to kiss Feng Sei, this was not one of those vases. The Saffron Society guaranteed about 10 or so exalts, but all of them submitted to this woman. After a moment of silence, Luo Yu spoke. The things on the helicopter are unknown. Even if we explain that we didn't pick it up, no one will believe us. Instead, it will only attract more people's interest. After all, no matter when, People in the Dragon Kingdom love to get together. It's better to block than to block. Notify everyone to try not to have conflicts with outsiders and spread the news that the Saffron Society's first trading and auctioning conference is about to open to divert their attention. Someone's eyes lit up below. Wonderful. Instead of spending a lot of energy to prevent friction, let's take a step back and show our innocence. After all, who knows what's on top of the helicopters? It won't be long before those people make a fool of themselves and leave. But we don't give in for nothing. We use the name of the trade fair to convert the excess manpower we have into materials and energy to grow our base strength. Hi, just hi. Luo, you nodded. This is still a reference to Master Jean of the Eastern District. He possesses wood-type psychic abilities and the trade fair is already in the works, so he will definitely be a dominant presence in the future. We must seize the opportunity to get a piece of the pie while we can. With the decision made, the Saffron Club was organized and busy, and in less than half a day, those who had been to that hill began to spread rumors. There are whispers that the helicopter was loaded with that big bird's eggs, and it's assumed that one of the forces stole someone else's eggs and that's why it was blown up. Why did I hear it was filled with that big bird's husband? You can't be bull ***** ting me. Big bird's husband? How big does that have to be? This helicopter obviously won't fit. I suspect some underground organization's high-tech weaponry, like a laser gun or a star annihilator cannon. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Why don't you say it's a mutant serum in there? Hey, I think you have a point. Hey, we're already too late. Even if there's something in there, it's been intercepted by the local Saffron Society. So we've come all this way for nothing? No way. I can't eat the melon. My heart is scratching. What's there to be afraid of? Haven't you heard? The Saffron Club is holding a trade fair at the West District Civic Center tonight. So let's go and ask. A trade fair? What could be traded now? Money is useless. This is what you don't understand. I've heard that the main body of this transaction is the exchange of supplies for people, and it's a beauty. Oh, beauty? Bear with me. I've only got 2 packs of noodles on hand. What can I get for them? It's hard to say. What if you get lucky and switch to Xiaoqingyu? *******. Let's go to the fair and take a look. Luo Yu's ploy worked successfully, and the crowd's goal was quickly drawn from the helicopter and the big explosion to the trade fair. Nearly 10,000 people had converged before nightfall. Compared to the survivors of Jiangchang, 10,000 people were just a drop in the ocean, but those who could come were all either bold or leaders of some force. The sound was quite overwhelming. Winter Moon Club. Xin Wanyu has already packed her things. Ling Xue was puzzled. Wanyu, you're also going to that trade fair? Isn't our first priority to find the master? Xin Wanyu smiled. Since the Saffron Club is putting out beautiful women for trade, I guess the master will definitely go to join in the fun. Besides, we have searched all over in the past few days, and have not been able to find any traces of the master, including on Jiangzhu's side as well. It means that the master is either in the Eastern District or the Western District, and there's a good chance that we'll run into the master when we go to the Western District this time. Is that so? Ling Xue nodded her head, then said with gusto, then let's go. It's been a long time since I've driven with my master. As soon as they went out the door, yellow-haired Li Xue saw them leaving and hurriedly greeted them. Chief, are you going over to the Saffron Club? Take me along. This caravan he really wanted to sit very much, and these days he often found the opportunity to talk to the 2 beautiful chiefs, trying to show his goodwill, but the 2 female chiefs were always cold to him, making Li Xue's heart very indignant. This time, say what you will to go further. Xin Wanyu was just full of displeasure when she saw him. Li Xue, you continue to lead people to search for the target. Li Xue smiled fawningly and said, I 2 chiefs. I've gone through Jiangchang all over. I think Lindong is in the Western District. Just take me there. Xin Wanyu still wanted to refuse, but Ling Xue urged, Wanyu, let's hurry up. If we go late, we will be robbed by Jiangzhu. That's fine. You can follow if you want to. Xin Wanyu said and entered the caravan. Li Xue's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. I did not work hard for nothing. The whole winter moon will who do not want to get on the chief's caravan. Today is finally let me get a head start. Put me on the RV today, not tomorrow. Hey. He just came to the door of the car, but was shocked to see that the door quickly closed and just roared off, leaving behind a dumbfounded Li Xue. I'm not in the car yet. Ling Xue opened the car window and poked her head out. Want to get on? Want to fart eat you? Follow at the back. If you dare to fall behind, I'll kill you. Humph. Little yellow hair's mind was written all over his face. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Xue did work harder to find someone, he would have gotten him killed long ago. Li Suk was in tears but could only follow. As for the side of the Winter Bamboo Association, Jiangzhu also simply brought 4 of his right-hand men, together with Liang Jihan, to the Western District. Chapter 131, The Chiefs Gather. In the Eastern District, Lindong brought Yuqin and Qin Shuyao and accompanied Master Jean. The leader of the Saffron Society is decisive enough, taking advantage of my world society's preparations for the trade fair period, even wanting to get a piece of the pie first. If this trade fair can go on today, I, Master Jean, will write my name upside down. Master Jean let out harsh words while stealing glances at Lindong. However, at this moment, Lindong didn't hear it at all. Qin Shuyao was red and glowing these days. Her complexion was extraordinarily good. Her small hand held the grapes and gently held them on her red lips. Come on, Master, eat grapes. Yummy. The finished grape seeds were spit in Yuqin's hand. He, Lindong, was not the kind of unqualified person who littered. Master Kim. Under Lindong's hard work, Qin Shuyao's level came to level 15, leaving behind the other maids by a large margin. Combined with the Hell Demon set, the battle power that Qin Shuyao could now exert at full strength was terrifyingly frightening. The treatment of the group leader is just not the same. Master Jean, that. Brother Lindong. Right now both the Winter Moon Society and the Winter Bamboo Society are looking for someone named Lindong. It should be you, right? Lindong turned back. I do not say The whole Jiangcheng called Lindong not 10,000, there are 8,000 it. Who knows whether Master Jean skimmed his lips. I believe you a hell of a lot. However, Lindong refused to expose himself, so he was even more afraid to overstep his bounds. During this time, Master Jean had to bother with the rebuilding of the club, in addition to a wave of quality education. Now that times had changed, there were no security guards to maintain order, so whoever was like Zhang Wei and messed with some existence that shouldn't be messed with was directly exterminated. But there is still no defense against these already lawless people, and that's why there are now 6 hall masters left. If it wasn't for the compensation of a large wave of supplies, it was estimated that the World Society would have been destroyed by the Winter Moon Winter Bamboo Society before it even started. Thinking of this, Master Jean stole a glance at Lindong and a sense of powerlessness surfaced. This kid is strong, but completely disobedient to discipline, abducting their own daughter even if, but also completely do not put themselves in the eyes. Every day just shrink in the house, do not know what to do. But my daughter does look a lot better, and quite a bit prettier. I'm tired of being tired. Muning Yuqin, followed behind Lindong, her eyes flickering. No one else knew, but she knew exactly what the stealth helicopter was, and it was definitely the Foundation's. And in the previous plan with Poison Fury, only after the enhanced serum was developed would helicopters be used to transport it. Now that the helicopter had blown up, the serum was nowhere to be found, and his own side's plan to raid Lindong had hit a snag. Previously, after the failure of seizing Qin Shuyao, Muning was undeterred and secretly tried a few more times, but the result was that she was squeezed out herself in the back before even the demonic form came out, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to do it again for fear of being detected. If a Qin Shuyao couldn't handle it, then it would be even more impossible to seize Lindong. What should I do? You can't keep doing this for nothing. Now he could only hope that Poisonous Fury's side would find a clue from Lindong's DNA sample, his own special ability. If he fused with a body for too long, it would be harder and harder to part with it until it was completely fused. At night, in the Civic Center Plaza, bonfires were lit everywhere, and the main stage had the luxury of being hooked up to an oil-fired generator for lighting. As soon as Master Jean and the others arrived, a staff member came up to receive them. Welcome Master Jean, the chief has prepared a VIP seat for you. This way please. Master Jean bristled. The Saffron Society was good at coming to terms with things, but reaching out, Master Jean chose to take a look first. Brother Lindong, let's air. Where is everyone? As soon as he turned his head, Lindong, Qin Shuyao, Yuqin and the 3 of them had already disappeared. That's all. The crowd moved aside and the work figures led Master Jean and a group of hall masters forward as whispers resounded around them. Hey, who's this little old man? Or is he handicapped? Shoo, don't you want to die? This is the boss of the Eastern District World Society, Master Jean. There's a rumor that this Master Jean is also a psychic with strong strength. Don't bring us along if you're an ordinary person who's going to die. This is going to be a good show. Master Jean is also preparing for a trade fair over there in the Eastern District. I didn't expect that the Saffron Club would get there first. There might be a good show today. Master Jin's face remained unchanged as he came to the VIP seat. Said to be VIP seats. In fact, it is also a labor simple room, but inside the air conditioning open enough. There are Ragged Lady prepared peanuts and melon seeds. 8 treasure porridge is also given enough face. The crowd outside looked on in envy, and even though it was just a simple room, the heat and the beautiful women coming from inside still made people drool. Not long after, the noisy murmurs suddenly quieted down, and the crowd turned their heads with clanking gazes. Only 2 extremely beautiful women, wearing a trench coat, revealing their snow-white jade necks and ankles, and wearing exquisite light makeup, looked bland, even in an era where beauty and makeup techniques were flying all over the place. These two women's face values were still very capable, not to mention the fact that it was the end of the world. Most of the women were so pudgy, their skin frozen until it cracked, and their faces so yellow, they were impossible to look at. A staff member soon came forward to receive them, and the crowd unconsciously made way. Gulp, who are these two chicks? Can you hold your tongue? Just now you scolded Master Jean for his disability, and now you're molesting the leader of the Winter Bamboo Society? If you want to die, can you stay away? Look at the way they're dressed. No need to think. They're all psychics. Hey, so who do you think is more powerful? These two women or Master Jean? Then who knows? Anyway, 2 days ago, the Zodiac Hall Masters under Master Jean made a fool of themselves and went to molest them, and were stiffed to death a few times, and even had their bodies split up. It was only when Master Jean took the initiative to contribute a large amount of supplies that the matter was settled. Otherwise, there would only be one of the World Society and the Winter Bamboo Society. Now, he's so fierce? Master Jean is the underground emperor of Zhengchang, but he was forced by two women to cut his flesh to pay for the damages? Oh, times have changed, my lord. The crowd all looked at Jiang Zhu and Liang Jihan with awe. In a building next to him, Yu Qin propped up a bench, and Lindong sat on his butt, letting Qin Shuyao throw grapes at him with a red face. Master, Jiang Zhu and the girls are here. I'll go get them? Lindong smoked his cigarette and shook his head. There's no rush. Keep watching the show. For in the distance, there had been a roar. The crowd's eyes were once again drawn to it. A large vehicle filled with technology and machinery was seen on the street. Asterisk. Don't even stop me. It's mine. You, tread. Ma, will you stop being a dick? This is the Winter Moon Society leader's RV. I'm staying away from you. See those two women getting out of the car? The one at the front is the leader of the Winter Moon Society, and a shifter. While Winter Moon Society and the leader of the Winter Moon Society are both beautiful women. This time it's not in vain. Even if we can't trade anything, we can still enjoy our eyes. Hey, it's rumored that both forces are looking for a man named Lindong. Lindong? I'm Lindong. They're all looking for me? Ha. Brothers, I'm going. Forget it. He's going to die and no one can stop him. Jiang Zhu and Liang Jihan heard the commotion and stopped to look back. The four women's gazes locked and sparks erupted in the air. Chapter 132. Do you deserve this name? Wan Yu, long time no see. Jiang Zhu was the first to greet. The crowd was stunned. The leaders of these two forces really knew each other. Xin Wan Yu sneered. It's only been 3 days since we've seen each other. There's no need to pretend to be sympathetic here. Jiang Zhu frowned. Wan Yu, I have no intention of stealing from you. Why are you so aggressive? Then what Winter Bamboo Club are you building? My people are going to your southern district to look for someone. Why are your people blocking it? Xin Wan Yu disliked back nonchalantly. Ginger Bamboo hadn't had time to speak. Suddenly, a thin man pushed his way out of the crowd. Several beauties. Are you looking for me? Lindong's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the delicate four great beauties and could not help but lick his tongue. Liang Jihan frowned. Who's looking for you? Who are you? Lindong. The person you are looking for is none other than me. Lindong confidently patted his chest. In the crowd, many people covered their faces and backed away. This kid, dead. As expected, Ling Xue coldly said. Just you are worthy of this name? Get lost if you don't want to die. Lindong said unhappily. How is it unworthy? My parents named me this. Before the words fell, Ling Xue had already struck out in lightning, her small hands choking Lindong's neck to death, and the latter's face quickly turned red. Go down and ask your parents if that name is random? Ling Xue finished her sentence with a forceful palm and straightaway pinched his neck off, his head tumbling helplessly to the ground. Crowd. Holy, this woman is so violent. Ling Xue shook off the blood on her hand and took out a tissue from her pocket to wipe it clean again, as if she had done something very normal. Liang Jihan, alright, it's pointless for you guys to argue anymore. Take your seats first. The atmosphere between the several women's swords was only slightly eased. There were only two possibilities when all four of them showed up and the master still hadn't come out. Either that, or the owner is no longer in Zhengchang. Either that, or the master is still hiding in the shadows watching them. Behind the caravan, Li Shua gasped and finally caught up. Luckily, the RV wasn't traveling fast, or we would have lost it. Seeing that the chief had already entered the VIP seats, Li Shua had the intention to go in and rub the air conditioning, but he stopped in his tracks. It's better not to die. Cars aren't even allowed in, let alone private rooms. Li Shua looked around. Now there are too many people in the square. I don't know how much effort it will take to squeeze in, so he found a nearby building and drilled in. Nice view from the 3rd floor, but there are still bodies here. Then go to the 4th floor? The 4th floor is too messy and there's no place to lay your head. Go to the 5th floor. Li Suk saw the door to the room on the 5th floor open, and it was still clean inside, so he couldn't help but rejoice that this was the place. but just as I entered, I saw two women and one man. Who are you guys? What do you want to hide here? Ling Xue asked nervously. It was so dark inside that only a tiny bit of afterglow from the plaza allowed him to see shadows. Otherwise he would have been taken by surprise. Qin Shuyao blushed scarlet as she fastened the last button and grunted coldly. What do you mean we're hiding here? Get lost if you don't want to die. Yo-ho? Other than my chief, I haven't seen any chick who dares to fool around in front of me. Ling Xue was furious and stepped forward. As he got closer and closer, he finally saw Qin Shuyao's face through the dim light. Holy, what a beautiful woman. It didn't lose out to the chief and deputy chief at all, and in terms of face value and temperament alone, it was even above them. Turning his head to look at the man again, his back was turned and he didn't see it, and the woman under his ass. Holy, another superb one. Ling Xue's heart immediately came to life. He didn't come for nothing this time. He even ran into two superb products at once. This wave earned him that what? This friend, which power are you from? In his heart, he had already made up his mind that as long as he wasn't one of the four major forces, he would immediately take out and snatch these two women. Trellis, to have such a beautiful woman as a stool is intolerable. Lindong didn't turn around, propping up his chin and looking out. Oh, I'll be in the world. Oh, the World Society. It seems, you're from the World Society? Ling Xue glared. This is a bad situation for the Tama. Although previously, the Zodiac Hall Master of the World Society had offended Shenwan Yu and was blown away by her, and even the World Society had to compensate a sum of supplies. It doesn't mean that the World Council is really weak. At least, to him, Ling Xue, he couldn't afford to mess with himself. May, how can you miss such a beautiful woman in front of you? Is that so? Dare I ask if you're a Hall Master level figure of the World Society? No, just a regular little brother. Qin Shuyao stifled her laughter. Is Master planning to play pig and eat tiger? You've used Master Jin's daughter as a stool. What kind of ordinary little brother are you? Ling Xue's eyes lit up. Then his smile slowly grimaced. Little brother then don't blame. Quiet. It's starting down there. Ling Xue was just about to lash out, but his eyes couldn't help but be drawn outside, only to see the night sky. A red flower petal suddenly floated down, brightly colored and beautiful. The crowd in the square looked up. What the hell is a lower petal? It's not poisonous, is it? The scene was chaotic. In the next second, the entire Saffron Club staff shouted in unison. The Saffron Club chief has arrived. The crowd was only slightly less disorganized, and then once again there was a silence. In the night sky, Luo Yu, who had long pink hair, stepped on the flowers with her feet, like an elf, and descended gently and slowly. Around her, countless red petals fluttered around. Gulp fairy. Hiss, this is the leader of the Saffron Society? Surprisingly, she's also an extreme beauty? This horse appearance is simply handsome. It is said that the alien's powers are all obtained from the poisonous snow. I am going to pile up the snowman now. Asterisk. Here comes another death-defying bastard. Shenwan Yu and Jiang Zhu couldn't help but skim their mouths as they watched Luo Yu make such a tawdry appearance. It's fine if you hide, but you have to make a scene. That's good. We'll have another member of the rip-off crew from now on. Lindong's eyes were slightly bright as he watched. This time it really wasn't in vain. This girl was not only pretty, her system score should be in the range of 86 to 87, and even her psychic abilities were so fancy. It was a bit interesting. Moreover, it was a rather rare level 5 alien, knowing that quite a few of the aberrations that he had met during this period of time, other than the Foundation's products, all the other autonomous awakened were basically at level 2 to 4. This chick was really powerful. Could it be that she is also from the Foundation? Lindong secretly guessed. As for Ling Xue, he was now drooling, completely forgetting to turn on Lindong. After Luo Yu landed on the ground, she elegantly did a bow. Welcome to all of you. Today is the first trading auction of our Saffron Club. I have prepared many goodies here for all of you, and I think it will surely make you all satisfied. At that moment, a cold grunt came from the VIP box. The Saffron Society has some guts. You want to steal business from me? Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by a tiger? Master Kim took the lead. Chapter 133, One man holding 10,000 people hostage. Luo Yu's might. The crowd went silent, eyes as wide as brass bells. Here we go. I didn't realize that Master Jean was so grumpy that he snapped when the leader of the Saffron Club first appeared. It's not in vain that we've come here for nothing. There's a lot of fun to be had. Luo Yu's face remained unchanged as he looked towards the VIP room in the center and bowed slightly. I believe you are the leader of the World Society. Master Jean. Master Jean grunted coldly. Knowing who I am, how dare you open a trade fair? Luo Yu laughed. It seems that Master Jean has some misunderstandings about our Saffron Society, so Luo Yu is here to clear up some confusion for you. Solve the puzzle? Master Jean became even more angry. Little girl, when I was in the Jiangchang Road, you were not yet weaned. What a big mouth. However, Luo Yu remained unchanged. Master Jean, you are a respected old-timer. It's only right that you teach me a lesson. But there's one thing I need to remind Master Jean. This time, it's not the same as before. Master Jean glared. So what? Could it be that you? Master Jean, hear me out first. Luo Yu interrupted nonchalantly. Lindong revealed a smile. This woman has some style. Master Jean was disliked just like that. I know that you plan to set up a trade fair, Master Jean, and even more than that, you've already established a chain of industry. My little lady admires that. But Master Jean, you've misunderstood me in one respect. I'm calling it a trade show this time, but it could actually be considered an auction. And your trade show is for all those survivors who can afford to go in and spend money. And my auction, although the words are a bit hard to hear, the fact is that my auction, which goes for a one-time sale, is relatively more high-end. The implication is that you take your civilian route and I take my high-end route, and we actually don't interfere with each other. Master Jin's face was grim. On what basis do you assert that we have no auctions in the world society? Luo Yu covered her mouth in mock surprise. Could it be that Master Jin means? Do you intend to grab both ends and not give the rest of us a single chance to drink the soup at all? I naturally. Master Jin was violently stunned. Then his face turned blue. This little girl has some tricks up her sleeve, if he dares to admit it. Do you think Winter Bamboo and Winter Moon next door will be vegetarians? Once the anger was aroused and Lindong was not around, then he would meet the joint strike of the three female chiefs, and even the joint targeting of all the big and small forces in Jiangchang. The end could be imagined. Lindong couldn't help but clap his hands. Wonderful. What a great move to steal the concept and turn the tables. There's something about this woman. Li Suk tilted his head in confusion. She's giving your boss a hard time. What are you so happy about? This time, after finally seeing Lindong's side face, he suddenly felt a bit familiar. After half a day of thinking about it, I couldn't remember who it was. Master Jean said grimly, little girl, it's a smooth talker, but it's a fact that you robbed my business. Do you want to argue? Luo Yu couldn't help but giggle at her words. Master Jean, this is again a joke. Now the order collapsed. There is no such thing as robbing business. I am just a little earlier than you. If you really have a complaint, you can call the Trade and Industry Bureau to complain about me, hahaha. This statement caused the crowd to roar with laughter. You! Master Jin's face turned red and white for a while in anger. In this encounter, he was considered to have completely lost to Luo Yu. Martyr! Why are all the young people nowadays so demonic? Okay, I'm old and my head can't keep up with you youngsters, but what if I have to make it impossible for you to drive? Master Jean was determined to turn the tables. He couldn't believe that Lindong wouldn't help himself. The atmosphere was instantly tense. Several hall masters were also rubbing their fists, and some even pulled out their guns, with a tendency to make a move at the drop of a hat. However, Luo Yu remained calm and collected. Master Jean, why are you forcing me to be a little girl? Luo Yu wore a wry smile as her slender index finger drew a circle and a brightly colored petal appeared on her fingertip. Just as the crowd wondered what she was going to do, they saw a finger lift and the petals snapped into the air. Boom! Over the square, an explosion ignited. The range, comparable to C4. The crowd's eyes bugged out. What kind of power is this? Bomberman possessed IUR. Master Jean frowned. What did this mean? You think showing off your powers will? The words lurched to a halt. Not only him, but many of the people in the room came back to their senses and looked in horror at the beautiful petals on the ground, on their shoulders, and on their heads. There were even people who carried a few petals in their pockets. These petals, they fry. When Luo Yu appeared, the entire square rained flower petals, the number of which must have been at least several 100,000. That means they're standing on countless C4 bombs right now? There were quite a few people on the spot who were planning to slip away. It's too damn scary here. I'm just watching the fun. It's not that bad, is it? Luo Yu laughed delicately. Everyone, since you're here, you're the guests of the Saffron Club, and it's a bit heartbreaking to have to leave before the auction even starts. But how could those people listen to them? On the spot, a number of people scattered and ran wildly. The fastest one running was about to run out of the street when, suddenly, an explosion went off. The man was instantly blown to pieces. The others who were preparing to flee immediately had their feet stomped and their faces turned pale. There's no escape, except for the square. The whole street was sprinkled with petals, and whoever escaped died. Master Jean snapped. What exactly do you want to do? Holding 10,000 of us hostage by yourself? Do you really think that the Winter Bamboo Society and Winter Moon Society leaders are just for show? The first order of business is to pull these two on board before we talk. However, the four Shinwanyu girls were silently propping up their chins with a look of complete disinterest. Although Luo Yu's exploding petals were tricky, it was easy and simple for them to leave or finish Luo Yu off. Luo Yu lightly laughed. Everyone doesn't need to be so excited. The purpose of Luo Yu inviting everyone here is still just an auction. Out of this, I just hope that the first auction won't be too cold. As long as everyone waits quietly for the auction to end, I will let everyone leave peacefully. Master Kim's fists were clenched, but he had to sit back down. It was also true that even if Luo Yu had the ability to kill everyone present, the reputation of the Saffron Society would be completely stigmatized, and it would also be boycotted by the other survivors, which was not worth it at all. The same number of people sensed this and retreated back with a strong sense of fear. Chief Luo, you must keep your word. Luo Yu smiled sweetly. Keeping my word. After all, I'm not a bad person, and my main purpose is still to do business with you all. Crowd, you're not a bad guy when you're stepping on a bomb. And now, the auction host. Satisfied, Luo Yu stepped aside as a young man took the stage. Ha ha ha, I think everyone has already felt Chief Luo Yu's enthusiasm, so without further ado, let's invite the first lot. The stage pulled down the curtain and the crowd watched with both fear and anticipation. Chapter 134, The Sky-Priced Huazi. The host shouted excitedly. The first lot, 10 strips of Huazi. Starting price, 1 packet of instant noodles. Each increase shall not be less than 1 packet. There's a lot of poverty everywhere. Ha! The curtain was drawn back, and the table was indeed set with 10 brand new Huazis. The crowd was stunned. Even Huazi could be put up for auction? Look at your excitement. You'd think it was 10 gold bricks if you didn't know. Even though this stuff was pretty expensive before and after the end times, it wasn't as important as having a full stomach. Not in the eyes of an old smoker. Of course, immediately, someone raised their hand. I'll give you 2 packs. Who are you looking down on? I'll take 3 packs. I'll add 3 packets and a ham sandwich. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So expensive? I'm giving up. I'll take 4 packs. With 1 bottle of mineral water. Hiss, even the water is out. How trenchant. The big man who called for mineral water couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth as he felt the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd. Quite a few people realized that for a real old smoker, spiritual food is more important than food. In the VIP box, Master Jean grunted out coldly. 6 packs. The crowd was once again silent, then let out a gasp of surprise. Master Kim made a move. How generous is that? The others instantly stopped bidding. The host was a bit embarrassed and was still selling the propaganda, but the crowd didn't dare to say anything else. Luo Yu, who was on the side, cursed in his heart. Old fox, you're really something. It was reasonable to say that Huazi's deal would definitely be higher, but when Master Jean shouted like that, where did the others dare to call? It's not worth offending Master Jean for Huazi. Judging from the conflict just now, Master Jean was somewhat vindictive. In the box, Master Jean laughed coldly. Little girl, don't you just want to earn more? The old man won't let me. Anyway, the old man's call is within the rules, so lift the table if you can. Besides, the last thing I need is supplies, and when all the crops in my field are ripe, I'll have you begging me on your knees in turn. The host was embarrassed. Is there anyone else to call? 6 packets of instant noodles at a time. 6 packets of instant noodles twice. 6 packs of instant noodles. 1 box. Suddenly, Shen Wanyu spoke out. Master Jean was stunned. What did this mean? Whose side are you on? Didn't you see Luo Yu threaten you? Women's brain circuits are so confusing. Just as Master Jean was still speculating, Jiang Zhu raised his hand. 2 boxes. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. These 2 women were at each other's throats, so he would not be polite. Shen Wanyu gazed coldly at Jiang Zhu. 3 boxes. Little. I do all the work of passing cigarettes to the master, and you say you don't want to grab it? Ginger bamboo, 5 boxes. It's true that I don't want to grab it, but you've been aggressive repeatedly, so I'm going to grab it. Shen Wanyu, 7 boxes. Ginger bamboo, 8 boxes. 9 boxes. Lindong was staggered for a moment and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Looks like the maids still care about themselves. However, Ling Xue was in a hurry. What is the chief doing? It's just a few strips of Huazi. Do you need to take out so many instant noodles? It's not like we don't have any at home. Lindong cocked his head. Oh, who's your alpha? Humph, that would naturally be Wanyu. Ling Xue was incredibly proud. Called so close? Lindong frowned slowly. Then what is your position in the Winter Moon Society? As soon as Ling Xue fooled around, he couldn't stop. Position? Who are you looking down on? Then he looked around and couldn't help but whisper. On the surface, I'm considered to be on the same level as your World Society's Zodiac Hall Master, but privately, my relationship with Wanyu. Hey, you know, said raised his eyebrows and gave Lindong an ambiguous look. Lindong revealed a wry smile. Really? That's right. The corners of Ling Xue's mouth were about to turn up to the sky. Not only Wanyu, even Ling Xue is with me. Ha. Do you understand? Qin Shuyao was furious. What are you talking about? How could Wanyu and the others possibly be with a commodity like you? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I, Li Xue said disdainfully. You're not them, how do you know? I think you're jealous. He. Qin Shuyao's breath shook cold as she looked at Lindong. Master, can I chop him into slags? However, Lindong was looking puzzled. There's no rush. Keep watching the show. He naturally knew that Li Xue was bragging. It's just a jumped-up clown. Let you kill him with her own hands. At the auction, the crowd had been numbed by the two women's mutual price increases. Can't live for 10 wazu? 20 boxes. Jiang Zhu, if you still want to continue this stalemate with me, then I will wage war on you. Xinhuan Yu's tone was icy cold. Jiang Zhu bit his lip and finally said nothing, not raising the price. Indeed, as Xinhuan Yu had said, they actually didn't mind the supplies at all, and they had established the club to make it easier to find the master. As long as they found their master, they would naturally leave with him, whereas his master was never short of supplies, which was why he raised the price so unconcernedly. But this move undoubtedly made Xinhuan Yu's relationship with herself even worse. If the owner doesn't show up, it took the host a long time to recover from the huge surprise of 20 boxes and excitedly shouted, "Congratulations to the leader of the Winter Moon Society for auctioning off 10 wawas for the huge sum of 20 boxes of instant noodles. That's 20 cases, a total of 480 packs. Enough to keep a person alive for a year if you save your money." Ling Xue moved the instant noodles from the RV and the deal was struck. Next is the second lot. The curtains were drawn back and there was a coolly dressed woman with a medium to high face, a nice figure and heavy makeup. Even though there was a campfire next to him for warmth, he was still freezing and his eyes were hollow. Xinhuan Yu and the girls lost interest after taking a look. This is the kind of stuff that the owner doesn't see and has been played with I don't know how many times before being put on the shelf. While they couldn't look away, the crowd of men at the bottom of the stage got excited. Even if the face value was not as good as those alpha females, they had been specially dressed up, so it was still pretty wow. Starting price, 2 packs of instant noodles, such a stunning color to take home. Each increase shall not be less than 1 pack. As soon as the moderator's words fell, the crowd called for bids. I'll take 3 packs, 4 pack, and at that moment, Master Kim spoke again. 5 packs. Sure enough, the crowd's excited expressions once again lurched and they didn't dare to shout anymore. Master Jean gritted his teeth. I don't believe this kind of goods you two are still willing to shoot home. Luo Yu looked at Xinhuan Yu and Jiang Zhu expectantly, waiting for them to quote another high price. However, the two women looked indifferent and didn't look away, with no intention of raising the price at all. Chief Wan Yu, Chief Jiang Zhu, you too, not interested, X2. In the end, Master Kim shot the woman back for the super low price of 5 packs of instant noodles. Master Kim was so proud of himself. A little girl is a little girl, although her heart is hard enough, she is still too young. A woman of this caliber can be considered top quality among ordinary people, and you're even putting it up for auction? When Laozi's 100 Flowers house is completed, they will be Laozi's money-making tool, earning back tenfold and 100-fold. The auction, which continues. No one noticed that hundreds of heavily armed men had slowly begun to surround the place. Chapter 135, Mutiny. Foundation debuts. Lindong watched with interest, and as he scanned the crowd, his gaze suddenly straightened. You who? You're hiding here. The auction still continues, with the next 3 lots in a row, all of which are women of great poise. Again, they were all auctioned off by Master Jean at a low price, infuriating Luo Yu's teeth. No, if this keeps up, this auction will be ruined. A gesture was made to the stage boy, who came quietly over. Change the back lot to Wazi, quick. The little brother understood and left quietly. What no one noticed was that in the crowd, 2 figures wrapped in very bulky wrappings, also quietly disappeared into the crowd. The little brother entered the storehouse and swallowed his saliva as he looked at the storehouse full of supplies, but he couldn't dare to move. He could only secretly take out 10 more wazi and arrange them into the tray and cover it with a red cloth. Turning his head to look at the mountain of supplies, he sighed. How many beauties do we have to replace this with? Alas! Suddenly, it felt like a cold wind was blowing behind her. The scared little brother turned back in a hurry, but it was empty. What's that? Wind up? The little brother scratched his head, picked up the tray and left, coming backstage before giving Luo Yu an okay sign. Only then did Luo Yu break into a smile. Congratulations to Master Jean for once again auctioning off a beautiful woman. The auction so far, Master Jean has already auctioned off 4 beautiful women. The other brothers should cheer up. The crowd bristled. Master Jean is determined to go against the Red Flower Society. We don't have the ability to get involved. The curtains were drawn again, and the hosts got a mental jolt as they caught Luo Yu's eyes. Ready's my streets. In view of the fact that just now there are a lot of brothers and sisters did not shoot the desired treasure, so we Saffron Club special hemorrhage. This auction, the host excitedly opens the red cloth first. Still 10 wazu. Starting bid, 1 box. What's this? What's this? When the crowd heard Hua Zi return to the stage, they came to stare with spirit and were equally stunned. Luo Yu's stretched brows suddenly furrowed and she stood up. Even Xinhuan Yu and the girls were puzzled. I saw on the tray, neatly arranged 9 wazi, and a tube of an unknown red liquid. 9, oh ho, the Saffron Club has made a mess. What the hell is that? I can't see it. A tube of red liquid? It can't be anyone's blood, can it? It should be a prank. I guess Master Jean is going to laugh at it. Lindong condensed his eyebrows, and just now, Mooning in under her buttocks couldn't help but tremble a little in her petite body when she heard the red liquid. Looks like she knows what it is. Master Jean got up and laughed. Ha ha ha, the Saffron Society can't come up with anything here? Who are you trying to fool with this tube of whatever? If you really can't get it out, Master Jean, I can finance you a few for free. Don't play stumpy on us. Luo Yu glared at her little brother with questioning eyes. What's this? The little brother shook his head in horror. I don't know. I did count 10 was and put them in. I don't know what this thing is. Waste. Why don't you hurry and bring another one over? Luo Yu was furious, but still put on a smile and got up. Oh, let everyone laugh. This time it's our Saffron Club's negligence. I promise. The words suddenly lurched, for in the sky, there came a roaring sound, beating of the heart. The crowd also looked up in confusion, only to see 4 military helicopter gunships, slowly appearing over the square. Huge illuminating lights were aimed at the stage. This sudden appearance of helicopters drew sideways glances from the crowd, and someone with a sharp eye noticed that the logos on these helicopters were the same as those on the helicopter that crashed during the day. For a while, many people smelled the flavor of conspiracy in their hearts. Meanwhile, all around the neighborhood, a number of heavily armed troops suddenly sprang up and surrounded the area. Holy, I just came over here to have a good time. What's with the bombs and being held at gunpoint? Damn, I'll never get together again. The helicopter blared an announcement. All of you, crouch down with your heads in your hands and do not resist, or you will be killed. Just below the helicopter, several gun barrels were aimed at the crowd on the ground. The scene was once again chaotic, and a number of people once again ventured out, trying to break through the defenses of these troops. Clattering sound, bullets poured out mercilessly, and a number of people were immediately shot in the head or shot through a sieve. Luo Yu's pretty face was icy cold. Damn it, where did these people come from? Are they sincerely trying to destroy my Saffron Society? The body spun gracefully, and a palm-sized rose sprang up in her hand, and with a gentle push, the rose flew into the air. Just as Rose was about to crash into the helicopter, out of nowhere, a feminine male voice rang out. Mirror shadow refraction. In Luo Yu's astonished eyes, the rose unexpectedly disappeared into the air, and then at the other end of the plaza, a skyward explosion ignited. The bomb rose had somehow managed to be moved 100 meters away. Seeing that the crowd was being mercilessly slaughtered, the Xenos hidden among them couldn't sit still. Tetrali drop. I'm an alien. I must not die here today. Let me do it. A burly man roared up to the sky. His figure violently grew in size, transforming into a black-furred gorilla nearly 3 meters tall. Roaring and slapping his chest, he leapt high into the air. The crowd watched expectantly. However, at the next moment, a bullet shot straight at him, and the chimpanzee in the air, surprisingly, quickly degraded into a human form and fell to the ground, his face full of horror. What's going on? Why aren't my powers working? The helicopter blared its announcement again. Everyone, no resistance. Hold your heads and crouch down. The crowd then obediently squatted down, terrified. Li Xue swallowed and stepped back trembling. Lindong seemed to be smiling. Ha, the show has just begun. Why are you leaving? Li Xue hurriedly signaled for silence and whispered. You don't want to die. This group of people have fierce firepower. I don't want to put my life on the line. What about your Wan Yu and Ling Xue? Leave them alone? I don't care if they die. If you lose your woman, you can find another. If you lose your life, you lose everything. So scummy. I like it. Don't worry. We're pretty well hidden here. As long as you don't make a sound, no one can find us. Li Suk pursed his lips and stayed. Lindong propped up his chin and looked at the strong man wailing on the ground. The LV3 on top of his head was still there, indicating that the supernatural ability was still there, but it couldn't be used. It looks like the weapon the Foundation assembled this time has the effect of temporarily suppressing psychic powers. That's not bad. After one of her attacks fell short, Luo Yu didn't continue to attack, clenching her pink fists as she stood in the center of the stage. After the crowd in the square had crouched down with their heads in their hands, the troops really didn't continue firing. The troops spread out in poison fury boarded with 5 men, 3 men and 2 women. The long-haired man among them was the one who had deflected Luo Yu's attack just now. Luo Yu stared and grabbed the serum. You guys want this thing, right? Let us go and I can give you the thing. As soon as these people appeared on the scene, she sensed that they were all above her strength and could not be beaten. Poisonous Fury raised an eyebrow, his smile gradually turning grim. Chapter 136, Crazy Luoyu, Martyrdom of 10,000 Flowers. Lindong was slightly surprised as he looked at their ranks. The vertical pupil man at the head was level 8, and of the 5 people behind him, 2 were level 7 and 3 were level 5. Further back, there were a dozen or so level 2 to 4 scum. Ah, new coin. When did the Foundation's power get so fierce? It was already more powerful than the weakest maid. Chan Yunshur. I worked my ass off to get to level 31. Should I go around the Foundation when I need it in the future? However, there was something wrong with the state of the vertical pupil man and the 2 level 7s. Their eyes were bloodshot and they looked emotionally unstable. A hideous smile appeared at the corner of Poisonous Fury's mouth. No one can negotiate terms with the fund. Mirror Xian? The long-haired man smiled grimly and extended his palm in a slow circle. Mirror and shadow reversal. A strange change of light appeared in his hand. Luoyu only felt an emptiness in her hand. And in the next second, the tube of red liquid had appeared in Mirror Xian's hand. Eyes snapped open. What kind of psychic ability was this? Poison Fury received the serum, and the smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly gave way. It's not an enhanced serum. Where did you put the stuff? It's not a serum. It's a tube of blood that's been replaced. Luoyu's brows furrowed as his mind raced. What's a fortified serum? But it doesn't seem to be something he needs, so can he take advantage of it? The serum is naturally kept in a safe place by me, and I still say, let us go and the stuff will be given to you again. How dare you? Mirror Han played with his long hair and walked out. Took our stuff and still want to leave? No one in the world would dare hack our Foundation's stuff. Yes? Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded. The VIP box door opened, and the 4 Shinwanyu women walked out at the same time. Poison Fiend's pupils shrank and his brows furrowed. Sure enough, all of Lindong's women are here. Ling Xue hugged her arms. The Foundation's breath is not small. Last time I looked for you, I let you escape early. This time, leave all your lives behind. Poisonous Fiend coldly said. Several of you. Your grudge with the previous deacon has dissipated with his death. I have no intention of feuding with you beauties. Let's keep our wells clean. How about it? At that moment, taunts resounded once again from the crowd of people holding their heads and crouching down. You sure know how to excuse yourself. 2 bloatedly dressed figures stood up, simultaneously ripping off their thick cotton suits to reveal their delicate faces. It was none other than Chen Yunshur and Xia Qingyu. Chen Yunshur snorted, deliberately sending people to approach me, turning around and clearing them out. And now saying that you have no intention of feuding with us? Why are you more teared up than I am? Qin Shuya was excited. Great, they're all here. Master, shall we go down? However, Lindong still shook his head. There's no rush. Keep looking. Poisonous Fury's face sank to the point of dripping. Of Lindong's several women, all of them had unexpectedly arrived except for that crazy batch of female teachers. Now that's trouble. Ling Xue skimmed her mouth. Little, you're good at grabbing credit. What are you doing jumping out at this time? Humph. It's you guys who robbed us of our credit, okay? Chen Yunshur crossed her arms. I was the one who took the risk of pretending to be taken away by the Foundation's people. And then I was the first to snatch the serum with Sister Xiaoyu. And all of this was us laying the groundwork. Okay, Ling Xue. Hey, this little still got it? Poisonous Fury stared at Chen Yunshur dead in the face. So the serum is still in your hands? You can't use it. Return it to me as soon as possible. Xia Qingyu pulled out the serum from her bosom and turned it upside down. If you want it, come and get it yourself. The atmosphere was instantly tense. Although Luoyu didn't understand the reason for these people's hatred, but as smart as she was, she could sort of see that she had accidentally become a pawn in the game between the two parties. The auction that she had worked so hard to organize was stirred up by Master Jean in the front and then interrupted by these two groups of people, making her furious. I'm the leader of a party, and I'm being toyed with like this? All give me death. Luoyu's pretty face was furious and her hands violently closed together. 10,000 flower martyrdom. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of flowers in the square erupted in a continuous big explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Flames shot up to the sky, and the terrifying heat and flames instantly engulfed the figures of everyone present. Ah, don't! Many people wailed and begged for mercy, only to be engulfed in flames. Whether it was the crowd, the Foundation, or Shinwanyu and the others, they were all enveloped within the explosion. Qin Shuyao pretty face turned white on the spot. Master, I'll go save. There's no need to save. It's fine. Lindong still smoked blandly. The system didn't indicate that the maid was injured or dead, indicating that it was all fine. After all, it was still hard for a level 5 alien to injure them. A huge explosion with a shockwave shattered the buildings and glass around them, and smoke billowed out, but no one wailed. Those troops brought by the Foundation had taken cover at the beginning of the explosion, so they suffered less damage. But those who were right in the middle of the square were either vaporized into slag, or their arms and legs were blown about, and they couldn't be more dead. Even the handful of shifters who had lurked in the crowd didn't escape the blast. The nearby sky was illuminated by this large explosion. The fire then went out, and rolling smoke ignited in the same place, and the originally leveled square was gone, leaving only a large pit. Luo Yu jumped back to the edge of the big pit, his face pale with a sardonic smile, not feeling the least bit guilty about blowing up 10,000 people. Next up were these gun-toting troops, but most of them were ordinary people who couldn't stop themselves. Those Foundation forces, on the other hand, seemed to have been ordered long ago and remained around the edge, neither retreating nor closing in. Ka-chow ka-chow. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out from the thick smoke, and Luo Yu's gaze was stunned. A large wooden sphere was seen slowly spreading out, with charred wooden branches strewn everywhere around it, and the sphere was covered in wreckage. The wooden balls slowly dispersed, revealing the miserable figures of Master Jean and several hall masters. That time just now, Master Jean quickly summoned countless trees to surround them with extreme reactions, which barely escaped the explosion, and this hand had already drained Master Jean dry. Who, Saffron Society, the World Society and you, will not rest in death. Master Jean gritted his teeth. This woman is a lunatic. However, Luo Yu was not the least bit afraid and smiled coldly. Master Jean, forgive me. Just now the situation was critical. I was also forced to. Bang! A sudden shot rang out in the smoke. Luo Yu only felt a pain in her thighs, and looked down dully, where, at some point, a bloody hole had appeared. Not only that, the alien energy that flowed freely in his body also suddenly became unusable. How is that possible? Luo Yu staggered to the ground, his eyes full of shock, only to see the smoke slowly disperse. A strange light refracted out, and Poison Fiend and the others stood unharmed in the pit. Mirror Xian held a massive transparency in his hand that pulsed like a Rubik's cube. It was he who had transferred those of his people away with his powers just now. Think you can destroy my foundation just like that? Too naive. Chapter 137, Chaos breaks out. On the other side of the thick smoke, a crystal-clear ice prison slowly revealed itself. In the ice prison, Chen Yunshi and Xia Qingyu were safe and sound, and at the same time, in the vicinity of the big pit, Xinhuan Yu's 4 women also jumped back. With their reaction speed, it was enough to jump away before they were engulfed in flames. Luo Yu's eyes flashed a trace of powerlessness. The one he wanted to kill didn't die, but the ones who accompanied him died out. Xinhuan Yue coldly said, "Foundations, not a single one left." The figure burst out, pointing directly at the poisonous fiend. Suddenly, a huge ice cone suddenly blocked the way, and Xia Qingyu flung her spear. "Why should I listen to you?" Taking the initiative to kill the poisonous fury, Chen Yunshi was not happy. "This is the fish I caught. It should be left to me." Pulling out 2 daggers, he also rushed towards Poison Fury. Just as Ling Xue was about to kill her way out, Liang Jihan skimmed her lips. "Since everyone is grabbing it, I'm not going to let you guys grab it. Jiang Zhu, go!" With that, he stopped Ling Xue's path. Jiang Zhu nodded his head and killed Poisonous Fury from the other side. Xinhuan Yu, however, stopped her. For a while, the scene was completely chaotic. Poisonous Fury's nose is all twisted. "Each one of them treats me like a weakling?" Giving Mirror Xian a wink. Mirror Xian understood, and the transparent Rubik's Cube in his hand turned again. Mirror and shadow separation. In an instant, the scene in front of everyone's eyes changed, and in front of Poisonous Fury's eyes, only Xia Qingyu remained. Everyone else was moved to another location. Now the situation became Xia Qingyu versus Poisonous Fury, Chen Yunshi versus Mirror Xian, Xinhuan Yu versus Jiang Zhu, Liang Jihan versus Ling Xue versus the others. Luo Yu was confused. Why were these people in such a mess? Your supernatural ability is troublesome enough, so let's take care of you first. Chen Yunshi picked up her dagger and stabbed. Mirror Hand moved with a confident smile. Swish! This strike, however, fell short and directly penetrated his body, as if what remained here was a shadow. Mirror's shadow cut. Chen Yunshi instantly felt a cold sweat running down her back and reflexively jumped away violently to the side. However, Mirror Xian's supernatural powers were unpredictable, and he still scratched his abdomen, crimson blood staining his clothes. Chen Yunshi's pretty face turned grim and solemn. "You've provoked me." Xinhuan Yue looked at Jiang Zhu coldly. "Since the opponents have been divided, I'll teach you a lesson first," Jiang Zhu said helplessly. "Wan Yu, why bother? Cut the crap. Since I intend to take the position of the head maid, I'll have to beat all of you into submission." Xinhuan Yu naturally knew that this was unnecessary, but she chose to walk down one path. Whether her master was watching in the shadows or not, she was going to push for the position. Jiang Zhu sighed and could only stand in a ball with Xinhuan Yu. Liang Jihan and Ling Xue were also arguing endlessly between them, but when they saw the people from the foundation surrounding the two of them, they instantly reversed direction back to back. After all, neither of the 2 women had any intention of competing for the position. They were just supporting different people, and there was not much conflict. Liang Jihan pulled out her twin guns. You take care of those few aberrations. I'll take out the troops. Ling Xue, no problem. But after the fight later, you're not allowed to help Jiang Zhu. Angela Liang. Qin Shuya was in a hurry. How did they mess up on their own in the face of a great enemy? Master. If the master was there, the few of them would have flushed out the foundation in minutes. And as a result, the conflict is now too chaotic and has turned into this situation. I guess I'll have to teach them a lesson later. Lindong, keep looking. His gaze rested on Xia Qingyu. Chen Yunshi and Mirror Xian were both level 7, and the latter's supernatural ability was very strange. So little green tea would need to work a bit harder if she wanted to win. Ling Xue was under little pressure against a bunch of 2s, 3s, 4s and 5s and a level 7. There was even less to say about Angela Liang. The two of them, Xinhuan Yu and Jiang Zhu, had practiced against each other countless times and were half a catty. The only place to look is here at Summer Qingyu. This vertical pupil man is a level 8. How is he going to fight a big star who is only level 7? Xia Qingyu felt a strong sense of danger in Poisonous Fury, just like the feeling she had when she first encountered Lindong. This man, better than himself. Why don't you attack anymore? Does your conscience hurt? Poisonous Fiend smiled sorrowfully. Xia Qingyu coldly snorted. Besides Lindong, no man can overpower me, even if he is stronger than me. So what? The ice lance was waved, throwing up dozens of ice picks to stab out. Poisonous Fury stayed put. His green pupils flickered slightly and shot out a faint gray dark light, instantly petrifying and shattering the ice cone and shooting it towards Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu's pupils shrunk so fast, the body shifted sharply to avoid it. The dark light chased after it, and in desperation, Xia Qingyu erected an ice wall and was instantly petrified. Ice World! Xia Qingyu changed her stance, and a powerful icy cold aura erupted. The Poisonous Fury spat out its snake letters and disappeared in a flash. Out of sight. Where are the people? Xia Qingyu observed vigilantly, suddenly feeling a fishy wind coming from behind. A huge snake's tail lashed out, and Xia Qingyu flew out 100 meters away on the spot, forcibly stabilizing her figure with the ice spear. Xia Qingyu spat out blood on the spot, looking at the large snake in shock. At this time, the Poisonous Fiend had been completely serpentinized, and his strength and speed were all upgraded by a notch as he laughed and rushed over. Too weak. Too weak. You think you can turn against us with the serum provided by our foundation? The petrified light and the serpent's tail cooperated in the attack, and Xia Qingyu could only resist bitterly, her pretty face icy cold. Weak. The word was like a bayonet, sticking deep into her heart. Ice snowstorm. Xia Qingyu gritted her teeth and summoned the ice snow tornado with an extremely cold aura, and the great snake's movements were suspended. Hiss! The Poisonous Fiend twisted its snake body, and a mouthful of intense poisonous mist was sprayed out. Xia Qingyu hurriedly propped up the ice wall to resist, but the toxin was too violent, and in the blink of an eye the ice wall had melted. Ha ha ha, I'm now full SS rank. You're no match for me. Poisonous Fiend laughed wildly, his body attacking furiously without stopping. Chen Yunshi, covered in blood, glanced at Xia Qingyu's miserable state and couldn't help but shrink her neck. The foundation's gotten so good? Jiang Zhu and Xinhuan Yu stopped at the same time and frowned at the large snake. The power of the foundation has been somewhat beyond their expectations. Just about to move, Xia Qingyu snapped. Don't come over. I'll take care of it myself. Bang! Just as she finished, her petite body was jerked off again, crashing into the cobwebs on the walls of the building. Poisonous Fury's green eyes were already filled with scarlet as he raised his head to the sky and laughed. The foundation leads the course of the times. No one can stop the foundation. Xia Qingyu, you go to hell. The eyes shot out petrifying rays as thick as arms, while the mouth spewed out a green poisonous mist that covered all escapable range. Xia Qingyu's eyes were filled with obstinacy and madness, and her hands violently blocked. Hexagonal ice prison. Swish swish swish. 6 layers of ice prison were violently erected on the ground, protecting it like a nesting doll. The first layer of the ice prison instantly broke, followed by the second and third layers. Xia Qingyu inside the ice prison clenched her silver teeth and took out that serum. Poison Fiend's pupils shrunk. How dare you? Pust. With a sardonic smile, Xia Qingyu stuck a needle into his chest and injected the serum. Chapter 138 Beautiful Poisonous Fury vs. Hai Qingyu. Click. The ice prison all shattered, and Xia Qingyu only had time to hold up a small ice wall in front of her body after injecting the serum, before her body was heavily blasted away, crashing through the earthen wall and revealing a large hole in which her figure disappeared. Poison Fury was about to rush in and make up for it when suddenly, plop plop, a powerful heartbeat came out, as strong as the beating of a drum, only to see the hole. Suddenly a small, bloodied hand stretched out and stood out as it grabbed the hole. Everyone in the room felt their heartbeat miss a beat. Xia Qingyu stood at the entrance of the cave drenched in blood, her forehead blood staining her small face, looking miserable. On her body, a glowing red liquid was running down her veins, clearly visible even through her skin. The aura on his body was surging crazily, his hair slowly turned white, and the style of snowflakes emerged in his pupils. Now, who exactly should die? Xia Qingyu laughed fiercely. The veins on his body were as obvious as gnarled dragons. His legs slightly bent and violently stomped out explosively. The violent force hardened and collapsed the entire building. In the next moment, the sinful shadow suddenly appeared in front of Poisonous Fury's eyes, and accompanied by the sharp and icy aura of the ice lance, rushed to zap his head. Poison Fury instantly twisted away, but was still cut on the scalp by the ice gun. Green blood splashed and sprayed Xia Qingyu's face. However, at this moment, Xia Qingyu was like Qin Shuya possessed, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her smile became more and more hideous, and she once again raised her gun and stabbed explosively. Lindong stroked his chin and his eyes lit up slightly. That red liquid was actually a serum that could enhance his psychic abilities. Good stuff. Big Star's level jumped to level 9 from level 7 just a moment ago. Well, it's almost time to catch up with Xinhuan Yu and the others. However, the current Xia Qingyu was in a state of madness, so it should be a side effect of the strengthening serum. It seems like it's safer and more secure to have your own gargoyle crash boosting method. At this time, Xia Qingyu, indeed crazy general, chased after the Poisonous Fury punched. Hard to Poisonous Fury to whack full of injuries. Green sprayed a place. Lord Poison Fiend. Mirror Xian was still slipping Chen Yunshi, and when he saw Poison Fiend's tragic state, he hurriedly displayed his large hand and the transparent magic cube turned. When the ice spear was about to pierce the Poison Fury's head, the tip of the spear pierced the air and landed elsewhere. Fighting me and still dare to be distracted? Chen Yunshi seized the opportunity and instantly killed in, stabbing Mirror Xian in the abdomen, the red blade penetrating the back, and then a flying kick. Mirror Xian also crashed down into the building. Poisonous Fury got a respite gap, hastily backed up to pull away. Vertical pupil sweeping a circle, instantly changed body icy cold. Ling Xue had already hardened several other alien henchmen to death. Liang Jihan killed the troops alone, dodging bullets while still being able to perform an occasional hand-tearing of ghosts. The anti-war drama was not so outrageous. Xinhuan Yu and Jiang Zhu each held their arms in pressure. Mirror Xian's life and death were unknown, and the Foundation was left with only one of themselves among those who came this time. A snake. An infinite sadness sprang up in his heart. This mission, it was a complete failure. Just because of a mutant eagle, it had disrupted all of his plans, and now it was providing power to this woman. Xia Qingyu, this wave is a total loss. As soon as he turned back, another ice lance struck, and the nearly 10-meter-long huge snake body was jerked away and landed in the snow. Xia Qingyu danced her ice lance and laughed hideously. This feeling of vigorous and exuberant power is just awesome. Poison Fury shook his snake's head and got up, his vertical pupils staring at her in death. Although I have been defeated, the Foundation's great goal will not be shaken. Today, even if I die, I will never let you have a good time. After saying that, the snake's body suddenly twisted violently and mechanically. The flesh on the snake's back wriggled as if something was about to break through the flesh. Cut it out. Two bloody fleshy wings unfolded, and Poisonous Fury was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. This is the evolution of mankind. The evolution of mankind. Ah ha 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 ha. The snake's body suddenly lifted into the air, and it was not clear how the wings, 50 centimeters long on one side, were able to drive such a large body. The serpent's mouth opened and greenish light gathered in its mouth. Obviously it was about to make a big move. Xia Qingyu frowned slightly and closed her eyes for a moment. The two crystalline, snow-white and gorgeous ice wings actually took shape. The ice wings gently flapped, and in the midst of everyone's astonishment, Xia Qingyu slowly rose into the air, leveling off with the Poison Fiend. At this moment, the red aura in Xia Qingyu's eyes faded, as if she had regained her peace. Perhaps it is true, as you say, that the Foundation will usher in a new era and help humanity evolve. But none of this has anything to do with me. Xia Qingyu's tone of voice changed. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her expression was quite calm, but there was a smell of a storm before it came. All I know is that I have never been more refreshed than I am right now. All I know is that I, Xia Qingyu, will be free from bondage from now on. The extremely cold aura on his body exploded without a care in the world, and crystal snowflakes rained down within a 100-meter radius. It wasn't poisonous snow falling from the sky, but rather, Xia Qingyu had changed the weather in a small area with her own power. And at this moment, the Poisonous Fiend could no longer listen to it. This was the last strike he could send out after gathering the last strength of his entire body. Snake Breath. A large gray-green ball of light with a diameter of more than a meter shot out in lightning. It contained not only snake venom, but also the power of petrifying light. Xia Qingyu snapped her eyes open. The ice gun in her hand dissipated. Her hand slid gracefully, and she shouted harshly, "Xian Ice Snake Soaring!" In an instant, behind it, 5 ice snakes 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket took shape. The ice snake snaked out and collided with the snake's breath. Boom! The air once again produced a large explosion. Gray-green mixed with white shockwaves spread out, and a powerful wind swept once again, blowing away the dense corpses on the ground. In the center of the explosion, snake breath instantly petrified one of the ice snakes, but there was no more to follow, and the remaining 4 ice snakes opened their mouths to bite at the poisonous fury. The poisonous fury snake body was instantly frozen, and was then crushed into slag by a hard impact. Jiang Cheng's new deputy deacon of the foundation had fallen. On the other hand, inside the broken hole, Mirror Xian was covered in blood and was carried out by Qin Yunshi and thrown on the side of the road like a dead dog. Looking at Xia Qingyu in the air, who looked like a fairy being independent despite her tattered sleeves, she couldn't help but spit out her tongue. It's broken. I'm the most vegetable again. Li Shua at this time has been shocked, jaws are going to drop. Today is considered to let him completely eye-opening. The battle between the alien, like the gods and goddesses fight the general powerful, but luckily, his own boss Wan Yu was still fine. Lindong got up and stretched his waist beautifully. Phew, the first half of the big show is over. We should go down. As soon as he turned his head, he just happened to lock eyes with Li Shua. No? How come the more I look at you, the more familiar you look? Li Shua tilted his head to recall carefully and finally remembered. Your name is Lindong, right? Lindong touched his nose and nodded. Li Shua was instantly surprised. Good, wow. I brought people all over the city to look for you. I didn't expect to have good luck today. I finally ran into you. Kid, let these 2 women come over. I'll leave you a whole body. He said that he even took out a pistol from his waist and pointed it straight at Lindong. Lindong, Chapter 139, Women Gathering, Reprimanding. For this kind of minor character, Lindong didn't even have the interest to make a move. Mud, just the way the 3 of us are dressed you can tell you're dealing with 3 shifters. Where did you get the nerve to use a gun on us? Let's go. Leave him alive and take him with us. Lindong walked out the door after saying that, and Qin Shuyao followed. Li Shua immediately felt that he was belittled, and angrily shouted, You step on the horse. Pust. The blade flashed. Li Shua's right hand was chopped off, with a flat break comparable to an industrial cut. Ah! Li Shua immediately covered his broken arm and let out a heartbreaking scream. Mooning Evening slowly withdrew her knife and picked up Li Shua's collar without a word, like carrying a small chicken. The beautiful eyes stared at Lindong's back in a complicated manner. His own class, this time, was completely blown out of the water. Now in the Jiangcheng Foundation branch, other than those researchers, the management was left with himself and the half-dead Mirror Xian. Although he had not been exposed for a while, what was next? Continue to stay with Lindong? Then one will be completely fused with Yu Qin's body. But if you leave, all your previous efforts will be in vain. What to do? Mooning Yen was caught in a heavenly battle. On the square, Shen Wanyue frowned. After fighting like this, the master hasn't even shown up yet. Could it be that he has already left Jiangcheng? Liang Jihan walked over and couldn't help but sneer. Now you've been working for nothing, haven't you? I really don't know what you're wringing your hands about. As soon as the words left his mouth, his gaze suddenly lurched and looked into the distance, his beautiful eyes snapping wide. An intense excitement involuntarily surged through his heart, and his face flushed red. Lord, the person who came was, naturally, Lindong. The other maids turned their heads. Shen Wanyu instantly reddened her eyes. Jiang Zhu aggrievedly bit her red lips, and Ling Xue had already excitedly rushed over with her arms raised high. Master! The voice was sweet and cloying. Chen Yunshi suddenly felt her heartbeat accelerate and her pretty face slightly reddened. What's going on? Why was she nervous when she clearly didn't like him? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Only Xia Qingyu stood in the distance without saying a word, her eyes filled with a complex light. Li Shua in the back had forgotten about the pain at this point, and his entire body froze. Master? Boss Ling Xue called him master? Before he thought that Lindong was Shen Wanyu's husband or boyfriend. How come look at this urine? These women are his? Maru Spice. Ling Xue was just about to prepare to give Lindong a spring experience, but she suddenly noticed that Lindong's smirking demeanor was already vaguely cold. Hurriedly breaking sharply, twisting the hem of her clothes, she said pitifully, Master, I miss you so much. Several other maids rushed up to form a circle. Master, where have you been all this time? We've searched all over the city but we can't find you. Yes, you've been away for a while. We're all. Woohoo. Master, you promise me that you'll take us with you wherever you go from now on, okay? At this moment, the maids could no longer control their hearts, and said their hearts. It wasn't until Lindong wasn't around that they realized that they couldn't leave this man for a moment. Although the man had used his tactics on each of them, he didn't care about anything now. They just want the master. Even Shen Yunshi was red-eyed and deflated at this time, timidly pulling on Lindong's sleeve, like an aggravated little daughter-in-law. Lindong looked around and announced, Shen Wanyu, Ling Xue, Jiang Zhu, Liang Jihan, Qin Shuyao, the 5 of you. Set up a group called the Demon Group. Group leader, Qin Shuyao. The maids were stunned in unison. Behind Lindong, Qin Shuyao poked her head out with a smile. Hi, It was only then that the women saw her and Yuqin, and instantly realized that the beautiful teacher who was the most reluctant to be the head of the maidservants was actually the first to find her master. Shenhuanyue said with some reluctance, "Master, kneel down." Lindong's tone was icy cold. Shenhuanyue was stunned, her expression pitiful. Ling Xue still wanted to plead for mercy, and just as she was about to open her mouth, Lindong indifferently said, "You kneel too." The two women knelt wistfully. Mooning evening threw Li Xue over at the right time. The two women were once again stunned. Why was he in the master's hand? At this moment, Li Xue, covering his broken arm, was pale. "Bosses, save me." Shenhuanyu's pretty face instantly turned white. "Li Xue, what did you do?" Li Suk's eyes reddened. "Didn't do anything, I just bragging about it." The voices are getting smaller and smaller. Qin Shuyao kicked him furiously. "Then how did you brag?" I am. Li Xue's body was shaking like a fascia gun. Where did he dare to say? Shenhuanyu's chest rose and fell violently with anger. Her tone sullen. "Tell me the truth, or else, I'll break you into pieces right now." Li Xue wailed in his heart. Bragging that you and boss Ling Xue and I are. It's that kind of relationship." Shenhuanyue and Ling Xue's eyes snapped wide open, and they straight away felt like something was about to explode in their heads. "You're bragging like that in front of the master? You're just. There is already a way to take death." The killing intent on the two women's bodies instantly blossomed. Qin Shuyao bristled. More than that, he even tried to kill his master. "I'll kill you." Ling Xue was furious and threw a heavy punch, blasting through Li Xue's chest. Shenhuanyue flashed her sword and cut off Li Xue's son with a single slash. The two women fought non-stop, and Li Xue didn't even have time to beg for mercy before he was completely beaten into a pile of rotten meat. "I'm sorry, master. Please punish master." Shenhuanyue kowtowed with tears. Lindong laughed. "You think I made you kneel because of that?" Shenhuanyue looked up in shock. "This kind of small character is not worth my anger at all." Lindong's tone was icy cold as he pulled up her hair and carried it to his eyes. "What I'm angry about is that you disappoint me so much. You're the first maid I've taken on. Smart, calm, and I did consider, previously, having you manage them, but as smart as you are, you're confused when it counts. Xiaqingyu's just pressed a little bit step by step, and you messed up and completely lost control, like a mad dog. It should be clear to all of you, not just you, everything you have, I gave you, and I'm happy to see you compete in a healthy way, but if there's any more of this mindless infighting, I'll take away everything you have." Shenhuanyue tearfully bowed her head. Her own haste was finally exchanged for her master's anger. Lindong looked at Jiang Zhu. "Before you let your fiancé go without authorization." Jiang Zhu decisively plopped down on his knees. "I can understand. That is what you owe him. In order to return the favor, so I will not pursue. But in the future, if you meet Xia Beichen again, don't kill him. Let him go crazy." "Ha?" Jiang Zhu looked up in confusion. "What kind of operation is this?" Lindong looked at Liang Jihan again, and the female security officer knelt down in an equally dumbfounded manner. You didn't do it wrong this time. Before, it was you and the girls who were too aggressive. You also had no choice but to help Jiang Zhu, although it's not much use, so you don't have to kneel." Chen Yunshi's eyes crystallized. "Master, then I." Lindong smiled. "You're not bad either. Turn you around and become a member of the second group." "Yay!" Chen Yunshi danced with excitement. As for Big Star, Xiaqingyu smiled coldly, and the ice gun emerged in her hand. Chapter 140, Xiaqingyu's Resistance. Xiaqingyu gazed at Lindong with a grim gaze. "Are you guys done with your house games?" The maids were stunned in unison. "She's crazy." Lindong pulled out his ears. "You're going to defy me? Humph. Resist?" Xiaqingyu danced her ice spear and her ice wings unfolded behind her. Only the weak deserve the word resistance. It's still not clear who's strong and who's weak now. Before, submitting to Lindong was to gain power. Now that she had power, and had even adapted to her current power after a great battle with the poisonous fiend just now, her battle power was bound to increase drastically. "Lindong, you are my Xiaqingyu's first man, and I'm not some thin-skinned person. Fight me with all your might. If I win, you have to submit to me. If I lose, I will be your maid from now on with all my heart and will never have second thoughts." "How?" Lindong was watching her squarely and suddenly laughed out loud. "Not how. You've wiped out your entire family and you have the nerve to say you're not thin-skinned?" Xiaqingyu stared. "Then I can only..." "Stop beeping," Lindong interrupted with a wave of his hand. "And I don't know who gave you the confidence. Just that one tube of serum? You can't win, and after you lose, I won't kill you and kick you off the maid team." The women were once again stunned. When did the master become so kind? Where's his sympathetic and heartless persona? But looking at Lindong's sorrowful smile, the women all shivered in unison. The master must be holding back something bad. Xiaqingyu's spirit was shaken. "This is what you said. If you lose, I can also be kind enough to spare your life. And from now on, our well water does not offend river water." After all, it was the man who took away his first time. Even if he didn't love it, his heart was always a little bit of a different emotion. Qin Shuyao thoughtfully pulled out a cigarette from her chest and helped Lindong light it up, and the maids took a step back in unison, letting their master go about his business. Alas, Sister Xiaoyu was truly crazy. I really don't know what she thinks. Chen Yinshi had a helpless look on her face. Shen Wanyu stroked her chin. It should be the problem with that reinforcing serum. It seems like that leader of the foundation is just as crazy as all of you. It seems like the serum affects people's minds. Ling Xue beautifully stretched a lazy waist, or master's way is good. Comfortably raised the level. Xia Qingyu, this really do not know good and bad. Mu Ningyan snapped. What comfortable way? Oh, aren't you the master's newest maid? Could it be that you don't know? Ling Xue burst into a bad joke. Qin Shuyao, master said she's considered a probationary maid, just like Yunshi before. That's still a maid. Ling Xue came over her head and whispered. Then you didn't talk to master. That? Mu Ning Evening's pretty face blushed. When? Of course there is. Ling Xue was surprised. That's strange. We're all. Ling Xue. Xin Wanyu droned on, her eyes suspiciously sizing up Mu Ningyan. Mu Ningyan withdrew her gaze, her eyes lowered. Cracking the case, it turned out that Lindong was using that kind of method to boost the strength of these women. It was really an unbelievable ability. Then why hadn't he been able to analyze the DNA samples he had secretly sent back to Poison Fury earlier, but instead had taken the risk of continuing to work on the reinforcing serum with its side effects? Moreover, several other women had been elevated in this way but not herself. Could it be that Lindong already guessed that he was from the Foundation? Thinking of this, Mu Ning Evening was icy cold all over her body, looking at Lindong's back, not knowing what she was thinking. Liang Jihan tilted her head and carefully measured Qin Shuyao, suddenly said, Hey Shuyao, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. Why do I feel that you've become so much prettier? At these words, the maids turned their heads. Yeah, have you been using any brand of skincare products lately? Skin is white as jade fat, yeah. Even the cheeks have slimmed down a bit, the contours are softer and the features appear more defined. And it feels a lot bigger there too. Yo, ha. Honestly, when did you find your master? It's not just the appearance. I feel as if Mr. Qin's temperament has improved a lot as well. Yo, being chased by the ladies. Qin Shuyao smiled daintily. This is all thanks to the master. Ling Xue came over. Master's credit? Fine shivering. That's. Qin Shuyao squirmed for a moment and whispered a few words into Ling Xue's ear. Really? Ling Xue's eyes lit up. It can be applied externally or internally? So amazing? I've had a lot of them before. Why don't I feel any change? Qin Shuyao's pretty face blushed slightly. Master said that he unlocked this ability only after his recent strength increase. For a moment, the women's eyes lit up. Xin Wanyu made up her mind on the spot. Go to the head of the team, who loves to be whoever. The old lady wants to become beautiful. At this time, Master Jin then brought his men far around. Shi-ner. Mu Ning Evening nodded and walked over. Dad, are you alright? The Xiaoqingyu in the air had a wild aura around her. Even the air seemed to be freezing up, and her small hands slowly danced. Xian ice snake soaring, a big move right out of the gate. 5 ice snakes snaked and flew towards Lindong on the ground. The ice snake that condensed this time was even thicker and more powerful than earlier. However, Lindong was always blandly holding a cigarette, slowly pulling out his right hand from his pocket and freezing the fish in his hand. As the ice serpent approached, the frozen fish swung violently and smashed down. Snap! The first ice snake was easily headbutted, and without its head, its carcass rushed to the ground with inertia and shattered into an ice slag. Followed by, Number 2, Article 3. Lindong just stood still and waved his hand in a phantom manner, easily taking care of all the ice snakes. Xiaoqingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly stared up. Lindong solved it a little too easily. Lindon smiled and withdrew his hand to shake the ashes of his cigarette. Go on. He didn't even put out his cigarette. Impossible. The power that I've worked so hard and fought so hard to gain. Why would it be inferior to you? I don't believe it. Xiaoqingyu broke her defense, starting to frantically mobilize the power within his body. His white hair was like snow. Xian Ice Snake Show. This time, it was 9 ice snakes. Ice snakes snaked and flew overhead, even faintly hissing as they rushed down from all directions. Lindong shook his head. What difference could there be between 5 bars and 9 bars? Master Jean looked straight staggered. Lindong brother really fierce Shiner you say. Before the words left his mouth, there was a sudden blur before his eyes. Mu Ning Evening transformed into a streaming shadow and stabbed Lindong's back straight in his hand with the tang sword. The scene appeared too suddenly, but the maids, who were always watching their masters, still reacted. How dare you? Qin Shuyao's eyes were instantly bloodshot. Her demonic suit came online, and her large scythe stabbed at the back of Mu Ningyan's head. Not only her, Xin Wanyue and the girls also copied their small pink fists respectively, and with the sound of breaking wind, they killed from all directions. At this time, Mu Ningyan, who was still some distance away from Lindong, was already in a situation of certain death. However, Mu Ningyan was not the least bit afraid, and her beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards Mirror Xian, who was like a dead dog not far away. At the same time, Mirror Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Mirror Shadow Replacement. Chapter 141, Mooning Night, Soul Split. This scene happened so suddenly that the crowd only felt a sudden trance before their eyes. Qin Shuyao was instantly horrified, because the object of her attack, at some point, had changed from Mu Ningyan to Lindong. Not only that, the targets of the other maids had similarly become Lindong. The situation now became that Lindong's head was covered with ice snakes, while the front and back were the iron fists of his own maids, and there was a death scythe at the back of his head. There's no way out anymore. Mu Ningyan was then moved to a remote location with a look of anticipation and excitement. This strike was the strongest attack that the strongest few people in Zhangcheng could currently erupt with, and Lindong would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Lindong, these women were trained by you, so let you personally taste their power. Qin Shuyao hurriedly withdrew her strength. Master, little. However, Lindong suddenly snorted and the frozen fish in his hand disappeared. Snapped his fingers. It was as if the pause button had been pressed and a gray filter had been added to everything in front of me. A mysterious fluctuation erupted from the body, an invisible ripple spreading, like a stone being thrown into a calm lake. The weird thing was that wherever the ripples went, space was distorted. The ones who bore the brunt were Qin Shuyao and the others, their delicate bodies suddenly being compulsively twisted after coming into contact with the ripples, spewing out large amounts of blood and severed limbs. The ice snake shattered into slag, and everything around it was obliterated by the ripple. Spatial oscillations. This was a new skill acquired the day before yesterday, and the layer of ripples, which was space distorted by vibrations, could tear apart three-dimensional things within a certain range. The filter faded, and only then did the vision of everyone present see that Qin Shuyao and the girls were all spewing blood, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Everything that just happened was in a flash. Maid Xinwan Yu's death detected. Is it? Maid Ling Xue detected. Lindong, resurrect them all. It was also the first time he used this skill, and he didn't realize that the first taste of power was actually his maids, which was a little embarrassing. Golden light instantly rose from several maids, and broken arms and limbs recovered. Mu Ning Evening's almond eyes were round and full of disbelief. That's okay? Suddenly, Mu Ning Evening felt the hairs of sweat rise straight up, and before she could come back to her senses, an ice lance had already attacked, piercing through her abdomen and pinning her to the ground on the spot. The other ice spear had already stabbed at Mirror Xian. That conversion just now was his last remaining strength, and he could only watch as the ice spear zoomed infinitely in his pupils. Lord, Xiaoqing Yu didn't even look at them, and reflexively wanted to go up to ask Lindong, but suddenly stopped in her tracks and bit her red lips tightly. What's wrong with me? I'm caring about him? Mu Ning Evening's forehead was sweating from the pain, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lindong with resentment and complexity. She had tried to kill Lindong countless times before, but Lindong was too cautious and never wanted her to stay with her at night. Poisoning has been tried many times, but again, to no avail. Unexpectedly, this time, she actually let her find an opportunity that wasn't considered a good opportunity, and Mirror Xian was also considered to be in place to cooperate, and the attacks of those few women were all diverted to Lindong. It was just a pity that Lindong's ability was just a bit beyond expectation and even a bit bizarre. The ability to mercilessly decapitate your own woman on the spot, as well as immediately bring her back to life? Qin Shuyao and the girls slowly stood up, looking at Lindong with some fear and afterthought. The master's ability is truly bizarre and unpredictable. Lindong came in front of Mu Ning Evening and cupped his chin. Is it because your foundation has absolutely no intelligence in this area? So it made you misjudge. Mu Ning Evening. Once these three words came out, Mu Ningyan was instantly horrified and her pretty face turned pale. Not only did he know I was from the foundation, he even knew my real name. Master Jean was confused. Who is Mu Ningyan? Isn't my daughter Yu Qin? Yu Qin is dead, Lindong said indifferently. It's just that this woman's psychic ability is rather special, occupying your daughter's body. What? Master Jin's old face went white. When? It should have started the moment I entered Isamura. When Mu Ning Evening's identity was revealed, she stopped pretending to be proud and indifferent, and her face was full of scorn and unwillingness. Looks like I underestimated you. No less. Foundation great goals. Snap. Lindong slapped away, and her pretty face instantly became red and swollen. Don't talk such nonsense. I ask. You answer. I was expecting a big setup, but all I got was a handful of backstabs? Foundation. You're a disappointment. He, you think that this is considered capturing me? Mu Ning Evening laughed miserably. Her pupils instantly hollowed out. A black shadow scurried into the ground. At the same time, the system made interface. Mu Ningyan's data automatically changed. Maid 8, Mu Ning Night, Circumference, 48J-20-36. System score, 89. Current strength, level 6. Maid set, none. Compared to before, it's just a change in the trim stats and system scores. Previously, the data recorded was Yu Qin's, but now it's Mu Ningyan's own data? Yoo-hoo! What kind of blow-up body stats are these? Even the ratings surpassed the big star Xiaoqingyu. Lindong was very much looking forward to seeing her in her true form. The maids instantly sensed that the dark shadow was leaving. There! Various attacks fell with a bang, smashing countless large holes in the ground. However, the wisp of shadow was not solid and could not be hit at all. Shuyao? Lindong got up, not in the least bit of a hurry. Qin Shuyao nodded her head as the demon's wings spread out. A ball of black and red flames burning in her hand as she smiled seductively. Hell's fire. The flames were thrown out, instantly imprisoning the black shadow in place, then forming a fire prison wrapping around it. What is this? How could the world possess this kind of power? The black shadow erupted into a miserable scream. This black and red flame can cauterize the soul. Lindong looked at her with a smile. There are many things you can't understand. Honestly explain where the Foundation's headquarters is, especially your main body. Never. The black shadow erupted with a determined aura and slammed headlong into the flames. In just a moment, the fire burned into nothingness. Qin Shuyao hastily dispersed the flames and spat out her tongue. How did it burn? Lindong rolled his eyes. Forget it. This should be considered a wisp of her soul split or something. The ability is strange enough. Anyway, we'll meet it later. Far away in the mountains, the Foundation's headquarters castle. Secretary Yan elegantly carried a tray of coffee to the door and knocked gently. Lord Inspector, I've come to bring you curry. Put. Suddenly, there was a sound of spitting blood in the room. Secretary Jin's face changed and he rushed in. Lord Inspector, what's wrong with you? Inside the ancient and fragrant room, an extremely beautiful and pretty woman was leaning against the bed and spitting out blood. Mu Ningyan's main body. The beautiful woman was 1.8 meters in height and was wearing a red lace nightgown, revealing her long, round, snow-white legs. And what's even more amazing is that the upper half of the body that is called a thin branch hanging fruit. Horrible. Melon face without powder, but with a natural seductive meaning. Without looking away, Secretary Yan carefully wiped the blood from the beautiful woman. After a long time, the beautiful woman slowed down. Only her face was still pale. Damn it, Jiang Chang's soul split has been obliterated. Secretary Jin immediately glared angrily. Obliterated? Even if your soul split is not strong in combat, at least no one can hurt you? Mu Ning closed her eyes for a moment to recuperate and faintly said, pull out everyone from the Jiangcheng Foundation branch. There will be no more branches in Jiangcheng in the future. Lindong, this time my foundation has suffered a heavy loss, and I will definitely get it back from you in the future. Chapter 142, Setting You Free. Master Jin looked at Yu Qin's body and burst into old tears. Qiner. Lindong sighed. Yu Qin had completely failed to even get on his maid's system, and he couldn't even resurrect him. What a waste of a beautiful girl. Lindong looked at Xin Wanyu and Zhang Zhu. You two leave whatever messy forces you have under you to Master Jin. We're leaving. The maids were stunned. Leave and go where? Lindong, of course I'm going to swim in the mountains and do a lot of evil. Bah! To be chivalrous. There was nothing left to play in Jiangcheng. It was time to go out for a stroll. And Lindong already had a mature idea in his head about the establishment of maids. Looking towards the complex-looking Xiaoqingyu. I'm a man of my word. I won't kill you. You can go on your own. We're done for now. Xiaoqingyu was stunned, and an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. He was already too much stronger than he was back then, and even if he faced the Foundation, he had enough power to defend himself, and Lindong was willing to let himself go. But why? What about a hidden pain in the heart? It's obvious that if you just leave her, you can control your own destiny. They teeth clenched. Xiaoqingyu lowered her head. Well then, you guys, take care. After saying that, he turned his head and left. Chen Yunshi came over and smiled with evil eyes. Master, when have you been so kind? What? You want to go too? Lindong looked at her. No, I'm not leaving. It's not easy for me to turn around. I'll be following my master for the rest of my life. Chen Yunshi hurriedly shook her head and hugged Lindong by the arm. Lindong lost his smile. Is he that kind? Wanted to fart, eat it. Calling up the maid system, he silently adjusted Xiaoqingyu's level back to level 1. A woman like Xiaoqingyu is bent on nothing but the pursuit of power. So fine, I'll take away your power. I'm looking forward to that look of panic and helplessness when you realize you become normal. Think it's going to be fantastic. Turning his head to look at Master Jin, he said, Master Jin, in the future, Jiangcheng will be handed over to you to take care of. Turn around and let all the people from the Winter Bamboo and Winter Moon clubs come under your command. I hope that when I come back someday, I will be able to see a brand new Jiangcheng. These several big forces, only the Golden Master is seriously planned. After all, people will planting. Jiangchang, all the survivors of the future survival of the hope, all in the golden masters ambitious within. It's still essentially a labor squeeze, though, and even has many inequities. But so what? Now, it is the end times. Even with Lindong's advance explanation, Master Jean had already disposed of all the corpses in the eastern district that were poisoned by the poisonous snow en masse and started to build a fence, in order to, just in case one day, the temperature rises and the city is full of zombies. Being hit by a huge surprise, Master Jean still couldn't be happy, miserably hugging Yuqin's corpse. Many thanks, brother Lindong. Then the western district sighed. Where is she? Lindong similarly turned his head in consternation. Just now he was busy dealing with Mu Ning evening Xiaqingyu, completely forgetting Luo Yu. All that was left in its original position was a bloody bullet that had been lost. Hey, this woman is tough enough. This is a direct snap out of the leg. Xin Shuyao, master. I'll go after them. No need. Lindong smiled, his gaze looking into the distance. She'll come to us. Go away. With that, he took the lead in boarding the caravan, waving his hand at Master Jean, and prepared to leave all the way west after skulking around the city and letting Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu finish their respective explanations of the aftermath. Looking at the caravan's taillights, Qingniu asked in a low voice, Master Jean, I'm sorry for your loss. With Lindong and the others gone, then there will be no one left in Jiangqing to stop your unification. Master Jean nodded softly and hugged his daughter's body tighter. Lindong, he is not destined to be trapped by a small Jiangcheng. Pass the order down. Fully receive the management of the Winter Bamboo Society, Winter Moon Society, and screen the talents. Speed up the progress of our facilities. I want all the survivors in Jiangqing to listen to our World Society within a month. You guys go do it. Looking down at his daughter's body with pity, Master Jean reddened his eyes again. Shi-ner, although you died long ago, Lindong is after all your man. Then he is even my son-in-law. I will do my best to consolidate Jiangcheng. When he comes back, it will definitely be a new scene. The night was quiet, and Xiaqingyu walked alone on the street, frustrated. Where do I go next? Lindong's sudden letting go was completely unexpected, and now that she was finally free, she was bewildered for a moment. The Xia family has been destroyed by itself. Lindong, I'm afraid, has also left. If before she had thought that she could build a force and be a small overlord, now, she had completely lost her mind in that regard. Xiaqingyu looked up and frowned furiously. Strange, why am I so cold? It wasn't until then that she noticed that something seemed to be wrong with her, only to see that on the street corner, two men were sneaking around and making their way. Brother, this chick is staring at the street all by herself? Hey, what are you waiting for then? If you don't find any food, it's not a bad idea to find a pretty girl. Hey, brother, look, this chick looks like that who? Let's see. His Xiaqingyu? It's Xiaqingyu? Oh my god, brother, we've made a fortune today. It's an actress. And we're sure to sell a lot of supplies after we're done with it. The two of them recklessly commented on Xiaqingyu, strongly holding back her trembling petite body. Xiaqingyu coldly said, do you want to die? The left Wang Gang yohoed, big star is so hot. You still think you're a star? Go with our brothers. Don't force me to do it. Wang Mang on the left smiled evilly. Brother, can I go first later? Wang Gang, on what grounds? I'm the older brother. I'll go first. Wang Mang, hey, why don't you respect the old and love the young? When my mom died, she told you to give me the benefit of the doubt. Wang Gang, I trampled a wall. You say not this okay? Once I say I come to anger. As the two argued, Xiaqingyu's eyes grew colder and colder. Go to hell. The right hand was held in a false grip and stabbed at Wang Gang. The air, quiet. Xiaqingyu's eyes snapped wide. Where's my ice gun? Wang Gang scratched his head and watched as Xiaqingyu pestled herself with her small hands and slapped back with a backhanded slap. Snap. I thought you stabbed me with a knife? Scared the hell out of me. This slap, on the spot, slapped Xiaqingyu's head, staggering back, barely leaning against the wall before she didn't fall. At this time, Xiaqingyu completely forgot about the pain on her face. Her heart was shocked beyond measure, and she looked at her hands dumbfounded. Where are my powers? Where's my power? Wang Gang frowned. This big star isn't acting in a movie and getting obsessed. Is he crazy? He said and was ready to keep kicking up. Wang Mang hurriedly blocked. Hey, brother, you do what? It is not easy to meet a beautiful woman. You do not give again killed. Also, Wang Gang looked around, casually recognized a house, and as he tugged Xiaqingyu's hair inside, Xiaqingyu struggled violently, but could not break free at all. No, let go of me. Master, help me. Chapter 143, there are those she'll give away herself. Wang Mang laughed out loud. Brother, look, she even called me master. Wang Gang raised his hand and slapped Xiaqingyu again. Marred, look carefully. I'm your master too. Xiaqingyu cried, Pear Blossom with rain, always tough and calm her. At this moment, Like a helpless lamb, his body trembled violently, his heartbeat accelerated, and he frantically mobilized the power that was originally like an arm's length, but there was no response at all. The pride and self-confidence that was once there instantly collapsed at this moment. As she thought about it, only Lindong had the ability to strip her of her powers. Now, without her powers, how could she talk about freedom? Even survival is a problem. Wang Gang threw her into the house, and Wang Mang skillfully grabbed a pile of waste to make a fire and looked at the panicked and helpless big star with a fierce smile. Brother, before me, after you? Wang Mang skimmed his mouth. How come I'm behind? Again? Before the words left his mouth, suddenly, a red petal floated down in front of him. What's this? Just as he was about to raise his hand to touch it, there was a loud boom. The petals exploded. Wang Mang's head was blown up on the spot, and Wang Gang's face was blurred. The brother's dream was not realized after all. Luo Yu limped in, her eyes staring straight at Xiaqingyu. I know you, big star Xiaqingyu. I really didn't expect that the big star, the little pride of Jiangchang, is actually a man's dog? Luo Yu frowned. You ruined my auction and the saffron club that I built up with my own hands. I'll kill you. Thinking you can get away with not speaking and acting pathetic? Luo Yu frowned. Her wrist rotated, and a gorgeous red rose appeared in her hand. However, it was as if Xiaqingyu had lost her soul. Even when the rose flowers flew in front of her, it was as if she couldn't see them. Luo Yu reflexively sensed that something was wrong and did not rush to detonate. Where's that spirited look you had just now? Where was your courage when you fought your master? The word master activated her violently. Xiaqingyu instantly raised her head. Master, I'm going to find master. Stumbling to his feet, he stumbled out the door. As Luo Yu pinched the jade neck, Xiaqingyu's eyes instantly filled with blood. Her face flushed red, but it was as if she didn't feel it, her mouth still muttering. Master, let go of me. I'm going to find master, before he goes far away now. You're crazy, aren't you? Luo Yu threw her back again. I overheard him just now. He let you go of his own accord. Why are you still going to him? At the moment, Luo Yu's desire to eat melon was running high. She also wondered how Xiaqingyu, who was so spirited just now and hated to destroy the sky and earth, was now weak like this. Xiaqingyu was trembling, her face filled with remorse. I was wrong from the start. I can't stay away from him. I can't stay away from him for the rest of my life. Xiaqingyu, who had always been lonely and proud and self-reliant, was helpless like a child at the moment. Luo Yu was even more curious. It's just a man, isn't it? Why can't you leave? Since you chose to leave, then stand on your own 2 feet? Xiaqingyu laughed miserably. You don't understand. The master's ability is very special. You've seen the other few women, right? Half a month ago, they were just ordinary people. But now, they all have fighting strength no weaker than what I just had. You mean? Luo Yu's pupils contracted violently, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. Naturally, she was well aware of how difficult it was to obtain psychic abilities, and she had struggled and hovered on the line of death countless times before she had survived the poisonous snow's toxins and obtained psychic abilities. And that man, to have the power to awaken people? Xiaqingyu lowered her head. More than that, the reason why the Foundation sabotaged your auction today was because of that serum. That serum has the power to enhance psychic abilities, but carries strong side effects. But the master has a much easier and more enjoyable way to help people improve. Luo Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. What way? Previously, Luo Yu still felt that she was invincible, but after tonight's incident, she also sort of understood that there was a sky beyond the sky, and there were people beyond the people. If yourself. Xiaqingyu looked at her squarely. A hint of inexplicable meaning flashed under her eyes. I can't tell you. I must now hurry to find my master and pray for his forgiveness. If he rushed up to his master so bluntly and begged for his forgiveness, he would surely not shake himself, but it would be promising to send this Luo Yu to his master. Luo Yu was oblivious to the fact that she was being set up, and in her mind she guessed over and over again what was the easy and pleasant way out. Thank you for saving me today. I, Xiaqingyu, will remember it in my heart, when I find my master and regain my strength. In the future, if you, Saffron Club, need any help, I will definitely be obliged to do so. Xiaqingyu struggled to get up, just took 2 steps, and stumbled and fell again. Luo Yu rolled up her eyes. My auction was disturbed by you guys. The backbones have all run away. The Saffron Club already exists in name only. Xiaqingyu, so what are you going to do? Originally, I wanted to kill you to vent my anger. A flower petal appeared in Luo Yu's hand and played with it on her fingertips. But now well, I'm interested in that master of yours method of ascension. I can send you to him, but only if he helps me ascend. Xiaqingyu laughed coldly in her heart and fell for it, but on his face was a hesitant look. But master he. No buts. Luo Yu waved her hand and said coldly, you only have 2 choices. Either, I kill you now, either that, or I'll send you after him. Okay, Xia Qingyu agreed with a bitter face. Bitch, you're the one who rushed to deliver. Don't blame me. The two men went out so far into the night, following the tracks pressed out by the caravan, all the way west. Inside the caravan, the maids were doing everything they could to please Lindong, with Xinhuanyue working extra hard. Ever since she was irritated by Xia Qingyu, she was very anxious about her appearance, and now was the perfect opportunity to make herself beautiful. Similarly, Chen Yunshi was also working hard to level up, and since she had passed her probationary period, she naturally wanted to even out the level difference with the other maids. The RV was on autopilot and staggered away from the river city. At midnight at night, the rewards are refreshed. Tick-tock, today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. Evil Spirit Rakshasa set. 2. Unlimited cigarettes, including all types of Blue Star. 3. 10,000 explosive collars, detonated by the host's will. 4. A novel that's been updated for 15 years and still hasn't been finished. Lindong. Pick one. The power of the set is self-evident, and naturally there is no reason to miss it since you have stumbled upon it. Within the system space, just like the previous Hell Demon set, the Evil Spirit Rakshasa set was also a card. It's just that the graphics on the cards are pretty different from the Hell Demon. The overall red tone is dominated by the red. Wings red, very demonic. Headborn slender double horns. Looks very bizarre and evil. Who should be rewarded for this one? Chapter 144, The Attacking Boar. The RV traveled until dawn. After a busy night, Master Lin went into sage mode. The maids went to sleep individually, and he sat in the driver's seat by himself in a refreshed state. This night, most of the maids' system ratings had increased by 1 point, while Xinhuanyue had increased by 3 points due to her selling performance, and her rating had now come to 85. In addition to fairer and more bouncy skin, the entire aura of the person has been drastically improved. The sense of being a human wife is simply pulled full circle. As for the levels, other than Chen Yunshi, who was pulled up to level 10, the other maids remained at the same level for the time being, still at level 10. Since Qin Shuyao was given the right to be the leader of the group, naturally, she should also be given a little bit of special treatment, 5 levels more than the other maids. As far as the eye could see out of the car window, a white-capped hill with tree trunks that had long since been crushed by the snow looked a bit tragic. At that moment, a small black dot in the distance attracted Lindong's attention. With that, the black dots got closer and closer. It's a human? Lindong lost interest after a glance and was just about to turn his head when his eyes were suddenly drawn to it. Behind that group of people, about 100 meters away, there was a mutated boar of enormous size. It was clear that the group was running for their lives. Boar eyes blood red, a pair of sharp tusks dripping with blood, the height of 5 meters to run up the speed of strange and incomparable. There's an old saying that when a bear is chasing you, you don't need to run faster than the bear, just faster than your companion. The truth is playing out in this moment. Running at the end of the pack was a middle-aged woman and young man. Mom, run quickly, that monster is coming after us. Who, son, Mom can't run anymore, can you carry me on your back? The young man struggled for a few moments, and with a stern look on his face, he shook off his mother's hand and ran wildly without looking back. The woman was stunned, and immediately stumbled and fell into the snow, looking at her son's back full of unbelief and shouting, "De Zhuang, save Mom, Mom doesn't want to die." Yet Big Strong, as his name suggests, was full of grimaces and sulking furiously, overtaking one after the other. And not surprisingly, the women ended up being torn in half on the spot by the mutated boar. As she was dying, the woman still stared blankly at her sons wildly running back. The boar ate one more person, finally slowing down its pursuit, but the remaining 7 people didn't dare to stop at all. The one in the lead was a skinny middle-aged man, and after seeing the huge caravan, his eyes immediately lit up. Hurry, it's the rescue team coming, run that way. He didn't need to be guided, but the crowd spotted the trail of the RV and ran this way. Open the door, you're the rescue team, right? Open the door. The group slapped the RV dead on. It wasn't long before the car finally stopped. The car door opened and Lindong stepped down expressionlessly. He didn't want to care about these people, but it couldn't be helped. The mutated boar had already eaten the woman's body and was boring its way over here. I'm afraid the RV won't be able to carry a LV3 pig surging forward. When Jiang Qing saw the car door open and felt the heat wave that hit his face, he was instantly overjoyed and peeled off Lindong to get on the car. Get out of the way and let me up. Lindong frowned and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up with one hand. Get out. This scene instantly stunned the others, shivering and not daring to come forward. Jiang Qing's face reddened. Right, I can't. Lindong indifferently glared at him, but did not kill him, but closed the door of the car and stopped the boar from going. Ahem. Jiang Qing got a respite and coughed violently, his eyes looking at Lindong's back in shock and with unbelief. A few others ducked behind their cars and poked their heads out. This guy's from out of town, isn't he? He's got a lot of nerve. He can handle a boar? FFS. It's better if he's dead. The car is ours. The car keys in his body. He died. This car how we go up? You guys? He's wearing so little. He's not even afraid of the cold. Could it be like what's on TV? With superpowers? After seeing the caravan, the mutant boar was as if it had seen a toy, and ran over furiously, directly invisible to Lindong. Lindong, on the other hand, stroked his chin. Such a big head of pig. How long will it take to finish eating na? With that, the frozen fish swung violently upwards. Bang! The boar's huge body jerked upward. Its limbs were brought off the ground, and then it fell heavily to the ground after reversing 360 degrees in the air in a circle. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood on the spot, and his piggy head lolled, never getting up again. Crowd. That solves it? They came out with at least 20 people. Now there were only 7 left. The rest were all made by the boar, and they didn't expect this young man to lift his hand and kill them in seconds? This is too fierce. Jiang Qing's eyes instantly brightened up, his eyes twittering, not knowing what he was thinking about, and Big Strong was red in the face, his chest heaving violently. While Lindong was considering whether the mutant pig could be eaten or not, De Zhuang ran over and sternly questioned, "Why didn't you make a move earlier just now? If you had made your move earlier, my mom wouldn't have died." Lindon, there's something wrong with you. Turning his head, he tried to go back to the RV. Da Zhuang was unforgiving and grabbed Lindong's arm. "It's all your fault. You obviously have the ability to save my mom. Why did you have to wait for her to die before you made your move? You're the murderer. You're the executioner. I'm not done with you on this unless you let the RV go. I can go to hell." Lindong got upset and slapped Big Strong's head to explode. "In all my years of living, I've never seen you so shameless." Jiang Qing hurriedly rushed over. Gong, calm your anger." Lindong rolled his eyes. "I have killed people, you just come out to let me rest my anger." Jiang Qing smiled bitterly. "You don't know, eunuch. Dajian's father was killed by a mutated mountain chicken, and now that his mother is also dead, the child's heart is bitter, so his words are a bit over the top. So you can forgive him." Lindong looked down at Big Strong's headless body and nodded silently. "Okay, I forgive you." Jiang Qing, seeing that Lindong was about to leave, Jiang Cheng hurriedly pulled Lindong back. Cough cough. "Eunuch, you saved the villagers of our Golo village today. You are our benefactor. We would like to invite you to be our guest in our Golo village. What do you think?" Lindong rolled his eyes. "Not interested." Eunuch, you must give me face." Jiang Qing sold his plea. "This person is so powerful. We must drag him back to the village no matter what. When there are mutated beasts attacking the village again, the safety will be guaranteed." Is your face worth a lot?" Lindong had a displeased face. He was still waiting to seal the city. Jiang Qing's face was bitter, but he didn't dare offend Lindong. Gung, our village is further down this road, so why don't you just stop by and have a seat? By the way, I have to tell Kong about the situation ahead. After all, the ancient forest mountain in front of us is very dangerous. Chapter 145, Entering Golo Village. Brother Daijuan? Lindong frowned at him. This guy seemed to want him to go to his village. Okay, then, go over and sit down. Jiang Qing was overjoyed. That's good. Then let us get on the car together and go to our village. You guys lead the way on foot. Lindong threw down a sentence and got into his own car. Jiang Qing was frozen in the snow. A few others came over and whispered, "Uncle Jiang, do you really want him to go to our village? He has a bad temper." "I'm afraid," Jiang Qing shouted in a low voice. "Pay attention to me. The benefactor has saved our lives. When did the villagers of Golo village become such ungrateful people?" The crowd bristled and scowled, not daring to say anything else. Jiang Qing looked to the windshield and immediately nodded and led the way in front. As he passed by the boar carcass, Lindong couldn't help but poke his head out and ask, "This boar is just left like this? What family? Even the boar do not want." Just now the pig's hooves running wild in the snow can be proved. This pig, even the snow toxins can be immune. Dragged back completely, not afraid of bad. If this is seen by the gang in Jiangcheng, if not 100 people die, they are sorry for these thousands of pounds of meat. Jiang Qing smiled awkwardly. Unkong, we have food in our village. Forget it. Really? Lindong then said no more, thinking that the stock of supplies in the countryside was indeed quite a bit better than in the city. The caravan traveled slowly for most of another hour, and finally a village came into view. Only, at this moment, the village looked dilapidated and broken, with corpses everywhere, and a white-haired old man, who was organizing the villagers to carry the corpses. Without exception, these corpses had all been chewed on by mutated beasts. The sudden appearance of the RV caught the eye of the crowd. Lindong, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at Golo village, always feeling a bit familiar. Jiang Qing gleefully ran towards the white-haired old man's ear and whispered a few words. Just as Lindong got out of the car, the white-haired old man came with a face full of respect and excitement. "Un Gong, thank you for saving our village," said he was going to shake hands. However, Lindong looked around as if he couldn't see. "What's going on here?" The white-haired old man sighed deeply and explained. It turned out that Gula village, because it was situated at the foot of Gulin Mountain, after most of the poisonous snow had melted, the mutated beasts in the mountain took this place as their first prey, and rushed to the village every now and then to eat people. The villagers were ordinary people, and were powerless against this mutated beast, so they could only hide. But every time the beasts attacked, a lot of people still died. The village of Gulu, which originally had a population of nearly 1,000, now has less than 100 living people. The white-haired old man was the village chief here, named Zhu Sanping. Xu Sanping's dim old eyes, his afterglow surveying the caravan from time to time, turned his head to Jiang Cheng and said, "Since Un Gong was invited back by you, then take Un Gong to your house. Make sure to entertain him with good wine and good food, and don't ever neglect Un Gong. The folklore of our Gulu village is to know what's good for you." Jiang Cheng nodded. "You can rest assured, village chief. Un Gong, this way please." Lindong looked back at the caravan and followed Jiang Cheng away. The maids were catching up on their sleep anyway, so let them continue to sleep. All the way to Jiang Cheng's home is a 2-story small building. It seems that before the end of the world, Jiang Cheng is also considered a little money. Enthusiastically inviting Lindong to his home, Jiang Cheng said smilingly, "Please sit down, Mr. Of." Lindong looked at the messy home and couldn't help but frown. "Let's get right to the point if there's anything. That Gu Linshan, what's the situation?" Jiang Cheng sighed and looked toward the looming mountain at the entrance. "I won't hide it from you, Mr. N. Before the snowfall, that Gulin mountain was the forbidden area of our Gula village, with all kinds of wildlife thieves in it, and all of them were fierce. As a result, after the snow, a lot of wildlife in the mountains have mutated. You are going west, right? The road, it can be quite treacherous. I insurance estimate that there are at least no less than 1,000 mutant beasts like that boar just now inside." Unkong you. Lyndon pulled out his ears. "So," Jiang Cheng laughed, "that's why I suggest that you, Un Gong, should not go west. It's too dangerous. How about you just stay in Gula village?" "No how." Lindong stood up. "If you're just scaring me a bit like that, then you can go to hell." The aura on his body suddenly erupted, and Jiang Cheng was so frightened that he knelt on the ground on the spot, trembling violently. Eunuch, spare my life. I won't dare to say such things again." He couldn't even understand how people were so violent nowadays. Killing at the drop of a hat? Lindong slowly withdrew his chi and sat down, suddenly smiled. "It's also considered that you have provided an intelligence. Then I won't kill you. Didn't the village head ask for good wine and food to entertain me? It just so happens that I am hungry. Serve the food." Jiang Cheng got up with a frightened heart and rushed into the kitchen. Not long after, he came out with a few bowls and soup pots, and smiled sarcastically. "That, Unkong, please sit down for a while. I'll go get some food and be right back." "Lindong, you don't have any food in the house, do you? Go on." Receiving the promise, Jiang Cheng ran out without looking back. He just left not long ago. A tiger-head child ran back, about 4 or 5 years old. Facial contours in Jiang Cheng has a few similarities. See strangers in their own homes. Jiang Chun is not afraid to be born to walk in. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" "Lindong, your father invited me." "Oh, and where is he?" "Off to get dinner." "Oh, so what are you doing in my house?" "Eat your family's food." "Oh, then you. Where's all the bull asterisk 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 asterisk?" "Kid, shut your mouth." "Oh." Jiang Chun shrunk his neck, but did not care, and ran back to his room, took out a rag doll, held a needle in his hand, and zapped at the rag doll. The rag doll's face was covered with a picture of a man. The man looked unassuming, belonging to a very plain and unassuming look, and appeared to be in his 40s. The photo has numerous pinholes in the forehead, obviously rotted from being stabbed. Lindong's attention was drawn to the man simply because his picture looked more and more familiar, but he didn't think of it for a moment. "Kid, who are you zapping?" Jiang Chun held up the rag doll. "Oh, Zhu Dajuan. He's a sinner in our village." "Zhu Dajuan?" Lindong thought. This seems to have gone viral from a previous vegetarian singing competition, and is also affectionately known as Big Army Brother because he always wears a military coat. No wonder it looks familiar, and I had previously seen a video of Zhu Dajuan returning to the village online, so I was vaguely impressed. Lindong came slightly interested. "Why is he a sinner in your village?" A hateful expression appeared on Jiang Chun's small face. "Because he owed our whole village money and killed my brother. My dad told me that he owes our family over $100,000, and my brother got sick and died last year because he never paid our family back." Lindong sked. Although this little guy was young, The hatred in his body could be real. At the same time, in Gulo village, two silhouettes appeared. Chapter 146, Gulo village, knowing and returning favor. Because she had no more supernatural abilities. At this time, Xia Qingyu wrapped herself up tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes. Seeing the caravan parked here, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Great, we finally caught up. This night, if Luo Yu hadn't brought her along, I'm afraid she would have died on the road long ago. She was really fed up with her weak self, and it was worse than killing her. Luo Yu was also relieved. Then what are we waiting for? Xia Qingyu rushed over impatiently and slapped the RV hard. Master, are you there? Master? I'm Chengyu. Master, I'm back. Please open the door. However, no matter how much she tapped, the RV showed no signs of opening. The system output of the post-apocalyptic caravan, perhaps to cater to Lindong's tastes, the soundproofing effect was exceptionally good, and the sleeping women inside did not hear it at all. Luo Yu glanced at the driver's seat and wondered, is the person not inside? Just at that moment, the villagers of Gulo village sparsely appeared, heading in the same direction. The two women glanced at each other and curiously followed, casually pulling a middle-aged woman and asking, hello, I would like to ask. Oops, don't pull me. If I'm late, I won't make it. The woman flung her arm away impatiently, her feet flying. Luo Yu, let's go. Follow and take a look. The two women trailed along, noticing that the women even appeared to be competing as they merged with the crowd. Auntie Lee, I'm ahead of you this time. Humph, so what if I let you go first? There are only 2 of you in your house, but there are 4 of us in mine. And I brought all the big pots. Hey, don't argue. I don't know if there are any fresh vegetables to eat today. I'm tired of eating pork stew with vermicelli all day long. Little Zheng. Third Master. I'm getting old. Why don't you just line up at the back? Ha? Third Master. Don't rely on your old age. Every time you're allowed to be in the front of the line. And when it's my turn there's just a little soup left. Both women were a little surprised that they were in line for food. This kind of scene is very rare in the end times. Could it be that the master has been generous? Xia Qingyu couldn't help but be curious. All the people are lined up in front of the door of a detached villa. Not long, the door was opened. Zhu Dajuan with a naive smile, with his wife to carry out 2 large pots. One pot is white rice and the other is pork stew with vermicelli. Folks, please line up in an orderly fashion. Watching Zhu Dajuan and his wife methodically playing one meal and serving the other, Xia Qingyu and Luo Yu simultaneously cocked their heads, their eyes full of disbelief. He seems to be Zhu Dajun? Xia Qingyu recognized it. Luo Yu also recognized it and marveled. Brother Dajuan is so nice? Look at the length of this line. At least dozens of families. His family to support so many people? An old man shivered and received the beaten rice, tasted it and said unhappily, Did you know? The rice is a bit hard. Don't you know that Third Master I have bad teeth? Zhu Dajuan smiled bitterly. Third Master, our village wells are all polluted by rainwater. Our family really doesn't have much water. So don't. What do I care? If dinner is made this hard again, I'll smash your stall. The old man left with a face full of displeasure. Zhu Dajuan looked forlorn, then braced himself for a smile and continued to fight for his food. The two women sort of realized that these villagers seemed to hold great malice towards Zhu Dajuan, and basically every one of them would make things difficult. Uncle Dajuan, can't you get some fresh pork? Aren't you afraid that my family will get a bad stomach if you get this dead pork? Tatsu, where can you get fresh pork in this world? Pigs are frozen to death. Then I don't care. If I get a bad stomach, you have to pay for it. Hey, give me some more. Who can eat with this little? Aunt Feng, you are the only one in your family. Look at this. What do you mean? You don't think I can eat? I'm just eating your family's rice? Do you have to say such things? Okay, I'm sorry Auntie Feng. I'll give you more. That's more like it. Dajuan na. This morning the mutant beasts have bitten quite a few villagers in our village. You're strong. Go back to the back of the mountain and dig a few pits for them to bury. I don't want you to bother with the corpses. I've already arranged for someone to pile them up there. Second uncle. I have to go out this afternoon to figure out how to get a water source. Can't you just let them dig for themselves? What are you talking about? Several of our families have died. Everyone is sad. Can't you make time to come out? Have you forgotten the Gula village's tradition of repaying favors? How do you think you got where you are now? It's all because of us folks. Okay, uncle too. Don't you say anything. I'll go. Well, get your hands dirty. And don't forget the water supply. And remember to make a soup for dinner. Xia Qingyu's pretty face was icy cold. It's too much. What gives these people the right to be able to enjoy what he's paid for with peace of mind? And they still don't know how to be satisfied? Even bad-mouthing them. They're a bunch of blood-sucking leeches. In Zhu Dajuan, Xia Qingyu saw her own shadow. Previously in the Xia clan, she was also sucked blood like this by a group of so-called clansmen, and forced her to drain all the value from her body. Luo Yu raised her eyebrows. What? You still want to see injustice? Let me make it clear. I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. Xia Qingyu. She didn't have the ability to intervene if she wanted to. That's when the team finally took its turn at Jiang Qing. I saw Jiang Qing set several pots and pans all over the table. Dajuan, hurry up. Besides these meals, fill me up with all the good wine and meat you have at home. Shu Dajuan had a dark face. Brother Chang, aren't you making things difficult for people? What for a difficult person? Jiang Qing looked ill at ease. You're to blame for the death of my family's boss? This is what you owe me. Hurry up. I have guests at home. Brother Chang, your words are a bit excessive. Zhu Dajuan's old face turned a little red. What do I owe you? Just because I don't have the money to lend you, you're blaming me for your son's death? Are you still being reasonable? Jiang Qing looked at him in shock, then instantly became furious. Kicked over the rice stall. Zhu Dajuan's wife could not dodge, was drenched in rice, a butt on the ground. However, as if Jiang Qing didn't see it, he pointed at Zhu Dajuan's nose and scolded, how do you talk to me? Why are you willing to lend money to others but not to me? If it wasn't for you, my son wouldn't be dead. I know, you've got your wings hardened. You think you're a celebrity now that you've become popular, and you look down on us folks. But Zhu Dajuan, you give me to remember, when your father died, I have come over to eat a banquet. That horse is a favor. For an ungrateful thing like you, I'll go back to your father's grave and talk to him to see what kind of a thing he taught. Chapter 147, Greedy Villagers. Sad Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan's chest rose and fell violently with anger, his tiger eyes glaring at Jiang Qing in death. Feng Hui, Zhu Dajuan's wife, stood up in tears, surnamed Jiang. You've gone too far. A few years ago, Dajuan came back after earning money, and helped the village to build roads and borrowed money to build your house. Jiang Qing, do you dare to say that your house wasn't built with money from Dejun? It's not enough that you borrowed money and didn't pay it back, but you borrowed and borrowed again and again, and borrowed all the money in our hands, and then you turn around and blame us for not borrowing money? When did Gulu Village become such an unreasonable place? Ah, said the man as he began to spill in place. However, those villagers didn't buy it. Don't you know to go out and earn money when you're broke? I checked on the internet, but Big June can get a few $1 million just by going out and singing. How much have we only borrowed? That's right, still saying we're unreasonable? Sisters, you really has long hair and short eyes. When Dajuan was poor in the past, my family helped you a lot, and now you're not even happy to lend you some money? I tell you Howl, I heard that the big army in the outside are Mercedes-Benz, BMW to come. I asked him to borrow money to buy a BYD. He cannot get out of the money. I am afraid that all the money spent on the outside of it. Between the words, there was not the slightest hint of guilt for being a vampire. There was just greed for not sucking enough blood. Zhu Dajuan's eyes reddened. Folks, Zhu Dajuan did not have any place to apologize to you. After the snow, I saw that you all did not eat, and took the initiative to share the food in the family's cellar. And then you are like this. I had to take my family and move. The moment these words came out, a group of villagers then panicked. After all, Zhu Dajuan was the only one in the entire village whose family was willing to bring out food to share. If he left, the rest of them would either starve to death or be bitten to death by the mutated beasts. Even Jiang Qing was embarrassed. Humph, what kind of asshole words are you saying? At this time, the village chief Zhu Sanping went and returned, leaning on his crutches and glaring angrily. Zhu Dajuan, I think you want to go to heaven? Do you want to deceive your teacher and destroy your ancestors? Have you forgotten me? The village chief, and your second uncle? Zhu Dajuan's anger instantly receded, bitterly, but second uncle, they're just too much. Zhu Sanping came trembling. They are indeed excessive, but you are even more so, actually trying to run? My Zhu family has lived in Gulu village for generations. Your father, your grandfather, your grandfather's grandfather, including me in the future, will all be buried here. You can go. You can go now. If you dare to leave Gulu village, I'll die right in front of your house. When it goes down, I'll tell your dad. I'll tell your grandpa. Let them see what has come out of our old Zhu family. Zhu Dajuan instantly couldn't speak. His old face reddened beyond recognition. Luo Yu marveled. What a powerful threat. If this was me turning my head and leaving. You don't understand, Xia Qingyu sighed. I've seen a lot of people like this when I used to shoot a movie. Their attachment to their homeland is engraved in their bones. Even when they encountered flash floods and earthquakes, they were unwilling to leave. Those mountains and waters are their roots. Without roots, just like rootless duckweed, the heart is always empty. Zhu Dajuan is being held to death, said, thinking of himself again. The Xia family was destroyed by his own hands. Where are his roots? When she thought of her stupidity in thinking that she could leave her master, Xia Qingyu's heart was hard and tight. As expected, Zhu Dajuan was silently angry for half a day, and finally had a bitter face. Second uncle, I am just a moment of anger. You don't get angry. Feng Hui was not happy and blurted out, Dajuan, You're just too nice, so they all bully you. If you ask me, let's just go and get the hell out of here. Shu Sanping raged for a moment. Asshole. Ahem. He was so angry on the spot that he was shivering, as if he was going to go to his death in the next second. Shu Dajuan hurriedly went up to assist. Second uncle, don't be angry. I won't leave. Feng Hui, just cut the crap and listen to me. The crowd had also been consoling in a variety of ways, with words that were nothing more than accusations against Feng Hui. Something about having long hair, being uneducated, not knowing what's best for you, and so on. Feng Hui ran home in a huff, crying and covering her face. Shu Sanping also got better at the right time, admonished, Dajuan na. Jiang Qing's family did come to an important guest. He did not mean to make things difficult for you. Your home, those good wine and good food, what? All to him it. At this point, the villagers who hadn't gotten their meals yet asked, then what are we going to eat? The rice is all for Jiang. Jiang Qing instantly a cold glare, got the army turned over, and now they're all hungry. At these words, the villagers at the back of the group responded. Shu Sanping pondered for a moment and shouted angrily, what are you all doing? Don't you have any arms or legs? Can't you cook for yourselves? All day long you just point to the army to feed you all by yourselves? The villagers shrank their necks as they were scolded, and Zhu Dajuan's heart rejoiced. My second uncle still understands me. However, the next second, Shu Sanping, you go to the cellar of Dajuan's house by yourselves, move what you want to eat by yourselves, and go back and do it by yourselves. Zhu Dajuan was instantly shocked. Second uncle, how can you? Before the words fell, the villagers, on the other hand, rushed into his house with a burst of cheers, turned over the cellar and began to rob it, and even those who had already hit the rice, also joined in. Holy, that's a lot of frozen pork. I'll take this half fan. I've been eating too much meat lately, so this jar of pickles is mine. Don't grab it. Didn't you just beat the food? So what? That little meal doesn't even fill you up. When Feng Hui saw her family's cellar being robbed, she sat on the ground and cried, don't rob it again. What are we going to eat after you've robbed it? Zhu Dajuan's 10-year-old son rushed into the cellar in tears. Aunts and uncles don't grab it, yet no one paid any attention to them at all. Jiang Qing, on the other hand, swaggered into Zhu Dajuan's house, looked at the meal on the table, and immediately became furious. Good wow, I told you that you only get us one dish all day long, combined with your family of 3 eating 3 dishes? Simply too much. Saying that, he took away all the meals that Zhu Dajuan had intended to give himself, and even took away a bottle of Red Star Erguotu. Zhu Dajuan's face was full of throbbing pain at this time. In just a moment, the cellar had been ransacked, leaving only a little trampled pickle. Shu Sanping, on the other hand, was unimpressed and said, Dajuan, the old doesn't go away and the new doesn't come. The townspeople are all doing this for your own good. You don't have to cook for us for the next 2 days, you get some rest. Oh, don't forget to look for water and dig graves this afternoon now. Saying that, he trembled and stopped Jiang Qing, looking at the meal in his hand and gulped. That, Jiang Qing, as the village chief, I should definitely go and accompany the guests. Let's go. Jiang Qing, you old Biden, you're just craving for my food, aren't you? But it can't be helped. Who made him the village chiefs? Luo Yu and Xia Qingyu looked at each other and secretly followed. Important guests are bound to be hosts na. Chapter 148, What are maids kept for? At Jiang Qing's home, Lindong had a chat, and he also roughly understood the situation. Shu Dajuan has been the first to build a small 2-story building in the village since he became popular and made money. The villagers of Gula village then became red-eyed. In various names to Zhu Dajuan borrowed money and did not pay back. And Zhu Dajuan, good-natured, but also because the village chief is its elders, can only silently bear the bitter fruit. The saying that the grace of the bucket of rice and the hatred of the rising rice is well reflected in Zhu Dajuan's body. The villagers who borrowed the money began to intensify their efforts, doing everything possible to suck blood from Zhu Dajuan, until the end of the world. These villagers who have long since developed the habit of idleness, are still looking up to Zhu Dajuan, and even accustomed to it. But in Jiang Chun's perspective, it becomes that Zhu Dajuan has become superior after he became famous, locking the door every time he visits his house and not being polite at all. Although their Jiang family's house was built with Zhu Dajuan's money, Jiang Chun still labeled Zhu Dajuan as ungrateful because the Jiang family had a great favor for the Shu family. As for what favor? Don't remember. Jiang Chun huffed. Uncle, do you think Zhu Dajuan deserves to die? He deserves to die. Lindong nodded. His biggest mistake was reincarnating in your Gula village. What do you mean? Chang Chun cocked his head. It's nothing, MDSB. Don't think too much. I'm praising you, said Lindong with a smile. Hey, thanks uncle. Although this matter sounded quite infuriating, Lindong obviously didn't intend to meddle in it, and the reason why he stayed here was to wait for the maids to wake up from their sleep. so that they could go and take care of the mutated beasts on the ancient forest mountain in front of them, though he could have stowed the RV and pushed it sideways to walk across. But is it necessary? What are the maids kept for? Yes. Not long after, Jiang Cheng and the village chief Xu Sanping returned. Ha ha ha, let your guests slow down. The dishes are almost cold. Xu Sanping nonchalantly sat down at the other end of the table and urged, Jiang Cheng, hurry up and serve the dishes. Your guests are hungry. I think it's because you're hungry. Jiang Cheng haunted in his mind, but still managed to hold up a smile and set out the meal. Jiang Chun was overjoyed. Wow, today's food can be ah. Xu Sanping laughed. Xiao Chun na, there are adults in it. You yourself casually clip some dishes to go inside and sit down. Jiang Chun deflated his mouth and left with full reluctance. Lindong looked at the dirty iron basin and his eyes twitched. Jiang Cheng opened the wine and poured it. Hey, Un Gong, let you wait for a long time. This cup of wine. I drive. I don't drink. Lindong directly refused. Yeah, it's true that you can't drink while driving. Xu Sanping had long been craving for wine, and as soon as he took the glass in front of Lindong, he smothered it. With that, the chopsticks all danced out of phantoms, and in just the blink of an eye, they finished off most of the dishes. Jiang Cheng took a look. We're happy. Also hurriedly clipped the food into the mouth and stuffed it vigorously. Lindong picked up his chopsticks and silently put them down again. Jiang Cheng was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say because he had been scared by Lindong. Xu Sanping, on the other hand, was only concerned about boring his head with dry rice and wine, and had forgotten about Lindong as a guest. The only sound left in the house was the sound of dry rice. At that moment, two figures appeared in the doorway. You guys are. While Jiang Cheng was still puzzled, Xia Qingyu's eyes lit up and she quickly trotted in, both knees directly kneeling on the ground. Master, I'm back. The tone had never been so gentle. Xu Sanping and Jiang Cheng froze on the spot, looking at Luo Yu, who stood in the doorway as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, and then at Xia Qingyu, who was wrapped up tightly, and their heads went down. Lindong laughed. Which one of you? These three words, like a thunderbolt, split Xia Qingyu froze in place. An excited heart instantly sunk to the bottom. Hurriedly removing the thick costume from her face, she revealed a stunningly beautiful face. Jiang Cheng instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and even the dying Xu Sanping had the feeling of being in love. Good. What a beautiful woman. Master, it's me, Qingyu. Lindong pulled out his ears. Oh, what is it? Xia Qingyu kowtowed with red eyes. Master, my supernatural ability. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed you. Please give Qingyu another chance. I promise that I will never leave my master again. Forget it. Not interested. Lindong lazily refused. Jiang Cheng would like to say, you're not interested, I'm interested. How can you refuse such a beautiful woman? Xia Qingyu's forehead knocked the floor. Master, I know that yesterday let you down. 1,000 mistakes are my fault. My power is all given by you. My future is all given by you. Without you, Qingyu alone cannot support it at all. You can chastise. I said. Not interested. Lindong said indifferently. How you live in the future, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. As for me, I've been a disgruntled bastard for a few years now, and I've had enough of it for a long time. You think I'm gonna be mad at you for betraying me? No, I actually don't even have the desire to be angry with you, because you, like them, are just maids in my eyes, not my woman. I even went the extra mile and had the kindness to let you live. You should be grateful instead of shamelessly coming to dirty my eyes. Looking at the meal that had long been cleared, Lindong asked, have you guys finished eating yet? Jiang Cheng and Xu Sanping nodded dumbly. Why don't you pack up and get the hell out of here when you're done eating? Oh, okay. They didn't dare to stay here to eat melon and hurriedly left with Jiang Chun. Xia Qingyu still wanted to stay, but saw Lindong change a table of meat skewers, and asked directly, I don't want to hear you say so much. You and ask your heart. You came to me because you ran out of power? Or did you come to me because you couldn't leave me from the bottom of your heart? Think before you answer. Naturally, Xia Qingyu was violently stunned. The words reached her mouth, but she couldn't say them. She wanted to say that it was in her heart that she felt she couldn't leave her master. But who would believe such words? One does come to pray for forgiveness in fear because one is out of power. But then, wouldn't he or she be using the master as a toolman? Pandering when you need the power and kicking it away when you don't? It's no longer a toolman. It's a grudge seed. But deep down, there was a vague feeling that this was not the case. A mix of conflicting and complex emotions left her at a loss for words. Proud and cold, the big star has never looked herself in the eye. Luo Yu frowned as she watched. This Xia Qingyu can't do it either? You can't even cheat? Answering questions honestly and then citing yourself to get a boost is the way to go. But looking at Xia Qingyu, whose eyes were silent and empty, Luo Yu knew that this person could not be counted on. Your name is Lindong, right? I want to trouble you with something. I hope you can help. Lindon, tell me about it. Can you Help me boost my powers too. I need the strength. Lindong raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Chapter 149. We're very good at talking here. Luo Yu walked in and sat across from Lindong and took a deep breath. I'm sure. I need the power. Lindong smiled. This should be Xiaoqing Yu's pitch. Big stars do have a lot of heart. Bad enough. Okay, come with me then. Luo Yu was puzzled, but still followed Lindong's pace towards the village entrance, leaving Xiaoqing Yu alone kneeling on the ground in a heavenly battle. Once in the RV, Lindong woke up the maids and dropped food on the table. Don't go to sleep. Eat something to pad your stomachs. There's an event this afternoon. However, the maids shook their heads in unison. No more food, master. My stomach is still full now. Lindong, tramp, you filthy girls. When Chen Yuncher saw Luo Yu, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, you're not that. Luo Yu grunted coldly. It's the one you screwed over. When I'm done raising my power, I'll settle the score with you. The maids all laughed badly in unison, and Luo Yu was dumbfounded. Xin Shuyao, master, what's the afternoon activity? Lindong pointed at the ancient forest mountain outside the car window. It is said that there are numerous mutated beasts on the mountain, so you guys go and clean it up. There's a reward for the most kills. The maids' eyes instantly lit up and they left with vigor. Luo Yu looked at the wreckage in the car and frowned slightly. Why does it have to be here? That said, what do you have to do to raise your power? Lindong closed the door of the caravan and turned on the do not disturb mode. Jibad smile. It's easy. After Qin Shuya took the lead and got off the car, she looked at the ancient forest mountain in the distance and stretched her waist beautifully. This mountain looks close, but the road is covered with snow. Let's go to the village and ask someone for directions. With the leader of the group taking the lead, the maids were extraordinarily harmonious. After all, they had all worked together for a single goal last night. Enter the village of Gulu together. Soon, a group of extremely good and beautiful maids created a big stir in the village, and the villagers came on the scent. When did so many fairies come into our Gulu village? If I had one, I'd be straight for life. Oh, come on, they're attracted to you? What's the point? That you're older, that you don't shower? These are all beautiful women that you can only see on TV. This is the first time I've seen them in reality. Mad. It's worth dying today. Good wow. Dead handsy. I said why did you run out halfway through your meal? So it's because you're looking at these demonic yes. So get back to me. Hurry up. Hey, daughter-in-law spread my ears. I'll just take a look. Just one look. Qin Shuyao casually found an old man and went up to him, asking, hello, may I ask how to get to that mountain in front? Upon seeing that the beauties were going to Gulin Mountain, the villagers were quiet. Old man, what are you doing there? There are a lot of mutated beasts in there that ate a lot of people in our village. The villagers responded. Yes, don't go there. You'd better stay in our Gulu village. We're super nice and well-spoken here. You're going to super love it here. Qin Shuyao smiled sweetly. I'm just asking for directions. Otherwise, shut your mouth. Once again, the crowd was silent. This was fierce. The old man sighed. The road to Gulin Mountain is not easy to walk, and we dug some traps along the way. If there is no one to lead the way, Qin Shuyao's brows were furrowed, contemplating whether or not she should just open her demonic form and fly them over. At this very moment, Zhu Dajuan went out with a despondent face carrying a hoe, and seeing that the villagers were all gathered here, his face was not worried as he walked around. The old man's eyes lit up. Hey, I have an idea. Big army, Dejun Na, come here. Zhu Dajuan came with a reluctant face, and was also violently stunned when he saw Qin Shuyao, a group of heavenly fairy-like beauties. The old man pulled Zhu Dajuan with gusto. This is Zhu Dajuan from our village. Let him show you the way. After all, he dug many of the traps. Seventh uncle, I still have things to do. Zhu Dajuan turned his head and wanted to leave. The old man was immediately furious. Asshole, these fairies are from the benefactor car down. That is the benefactor of our Gulu village. Did you forget again that our Gulu village knows the benefactor? Fine. I'll take them. Zhu Dajuan couldn't stand it anymore. The maids thanked and followed. After seeing Zhu Dajuan leave with his men, someone ran and asked in a low voice, Uncle Seven, there are so many wild beasts in Gulin Mountain. If you let Zhu Dajuan go, in case he is bitten to death by the wild beasts, what are we going to eat in the future? The old man blew his beard and grunted coldly. Are you all losers? Just pointing to the great army a man made? If he dies, he'll still have his wife. The villagers were offended by these words. Come on, that woman Feng Hui. Her hair is long and her heart is small. Count on her? Forget it. She wouldn't let us eat at lunch. It was outrageous. And Xu Xiaofeng the child is also. I took some pickles at noon. That kid actually pulled me. When I was a child I also hugged him low. Zhu Dajuan's family are ungrateful guys. In the midst of the discussion, Xu Sanping and Jiang Cheng also came over, and the crowd hurriedly greeted them. Village chief, you have to help talk to Feng Hui. If this goes on, the reputation of our Gula village will be tarnished by their family. Xu Sanping pondered for a moment. Well, it's time to go and talk about it. Folks, let's do it together. He was also disliked by Feng Hui at noon, and he still held a grudge in his heart. The crowd swarmed to Zhu Dajuan's house. At this moment, Feng Hui was packing up her things with a sad look on her face. Seeing that the villagers were coming over, she hurriedly protected her son behind her, with a wary look on her face. What are you guys coming over to do? Xu Sanping frowned. Feng Hui, what are you packing for? Feng Hui smiled miserably. Do what? Of course it's to leave this man-eating hellhole. The crowd was alarmed. No, your family can't leave. What are we going to do if you leave? Feng Hui was already dead at this point and said silently, what do I care if you all die? All of you are idle, and you only bully our family's army when you have hands and feet. My Dajuan, he's honest, and you guys just intensify your bullying. Anyway, I've had enough of this. I'm going to take Striker away and never come back. Xu Sanping's beard swung up in anger. Asshole, you are not allowed to go. Have you forgotten that when you and Dajuan got married, I was still your witness? How can you be so ungrateful? I'm ungrateful? Feng Hui instantly exploded. I'll give it all up today. Xu Sanping, I've never seen such a shameless old thing like you. You're still Dajuan's real uncle. How can you be like this? Specializing in helping outsiders bully your own nephew? Dajuan father died early. After making money back to the village, the first thing is to build you a house, buy healthcare products, take you to the medical examination to give you medical treatment. You're good. You brought the whole village with you to suck the blood of the army. It's not me who's ungrateful. It's you. It's all of you. Xu Sanping straight feel both ears like explosive thunder general buzzing. On the spot 2 legs stirred, fainted. Chapter 150 Morning and Blackening. On the countryside road, Zhu Dajuan was uncomfortable and led the way ahead. Although he had seen many beautiful women in the entertainment industry, he was still very uncomfortable being alone with so many beautiful women at the same time. The maids, on the other hand, recognized the former big internet star. Brother Dajuan, you've made a lot of money by becoming popular, but you're still willing to stay and live in your hometown. This character is quite rare, Ling Xue joked. Zhu Dajuan naively scratched his head and smiled. My roots are here, and I'm not used to living in the city, so I just came back to live. Besides, I also know that it was pure luck that I became famous. People can't be so lucky all their lives, and being grounded and rooted in the land is what I should do. My wife is also very supportive and has taught my son never to be fickle. Shen Wanyu nodded her head repeatedly. This realization of Brother Dajuan is really rare now, reminiscent of themselves, but also an ordinary family background. When they met their husbands Wang Shang, coupled with the work is not bad, they are self-conscious of the superiority of the people. The attitude of Lindong is very mean. Liang Jihan smiled and said, then Brother Dajuan and sister-in-law have quite a good relationship? A touch of gentleness surfaced on Zhu Dajuan's naive face, and he just smiled shyly and scratched his head. In a short time, the girls, who had bypassed the trap, arrived at the foot of the ancient forest. Listening to the cries of wild beasts coming from the mountains and forests from time to time, Zhu Dajuan's face turned slightly white. Fairies, I forgot to ask, what are you doing here? Qin Shuyao laughed. This doesn't need Brother Dajuan to worry about. You hurry back. Later on we'll catch a few beasts and send them to you, as a reward for helping us lead the way. Too late, a two-headed coyote came charging out of the mountains. Ah, run! Zhu Dajuan's face changed drastically, but before he could raise his leg, he only felt a flash before his eyes. Hey, I'll take care of this one. Chen Yunshi couldn't wait to try out her current abilities, and her figure flashed as she rushed towards the two-headed wolf. In Zhu Dajuan's stunned eyes, the innocent and lovely-looking young girl even leaped to the middle of the two heads of the two-headed wolf, and the small hand that looked weak and powerless clamped down on the two wolf heads, and then violently pulled out. 2 wolf heads were pulled out bloody. Zhu Dajuan's eyes were wide open. Was this a movie? So brutal. Qin Shuyao laughed. If Brother Dajuan has the strength, he should drag this corpse back. Maids, each of you choose your direction. I'll supervise and provide emergency support. For the master's reward, punch it. The figures of the maids instantly disappeared in place, leaving Zhu Dajuan frozen in place, looking at the wolf corpse without knowing what to do. Then with an excited face, he dragged the wolf carcass and sold it back. These fairies must have been sent down from the sky to kill those mutated beasts. Our Gula village is saved. At Zhu Dajuan's house, Xu Sanping is suddenly so angry that he faints, and the villagers are in disarray. Bad. Feng Hui, you actually made the village chief angry. I'll see how you'll explain it when Dejun comes back. Feng Hui also panicked and hurriedly shook her head. No, it can't be. You guys quickly save him, said the man rushing to check on the situation. Villagers are also very enthusiastic to check Xu Sanping's situation. The crowd was crowded. The villagers who couldn't get stuck in on the other hand, turned their attention to their homes with a wicked grin on their faces, seeing garlic and red peppers still hanging on the walls, and tiptoed to pick them. Seeing this, Xu Xiaofeng cried and blocked it. Don't grab it, that's all we have left in the house that's edible. Geez Pete, get away from me. Pushing with all his might, Xu Xiaofeng lost his balance and staggered back. The back of his head hit the corner of the table, and his head fell to the ground on the spot. The crowd, however, was still scavenging so vigorously that several people even stepped over him without realizing it. Panicked and sweating, Fang Hui suddenly looked up and spotted her son in a pool of blood. His eyes were instantly dull, his head was like a thunderbolt exploding, and his ears were buzzing. Little Peek, Fang Hui let out a mournful scream and soldiered through the crowd to pick up her son's body. Little Feng, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mommy. The voice was full of tension and trepidation. It was only then that the crowd realized Xiao Feng's body, and the villager who had pushed him down hurriedly stuffed the loot into his cotton clothes, feigning ignorance. Ahem, Sister Zhu, look at this. It's all Xiao Feng's own carelessness. I'm sorry for your loss. Fang Hui's eyes were red. I'm sorry for my condolences, Nima Gobi. You bunch of executioners, I'll fight you. Taking a rolling pin from the table, he charged at the crowd. A stick went down, the rolling pin snapped in response, and the smashed man's head instantly sprouted blood, but there was no serious harm done. But it didn't stop him from raging. Mud, dare to hit me? Go to hell. One pushed Fang Hui to the ground and choked her to death. The scene became even more chaotic as the villagers swarmed and scattered, and many even stepped on Zhu Sanping's body. The old man was woken up by a hard stomp. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhu Xiaofeng, who was collapsed in a pool of blood, and Fang Hui, whose eyes were white from being pinched, and his head was instantly confused. Go die. Let you hit my old man, villagers have been on the head. Hard to pinch Fang Hui to break the air. After killing Fang Hui, he slowly came back to his senses and fled in fear. Hey, take me away. Xu Sanping's leg was stepped on and he couldn't stand up at all. It was all you could do to sell the climb out. I don't know how long it took, but when I was finally about to climb out of the gate, Zhu Dajuan came back. Honey, look what I carried back. Zhu Dajuan's smiling face froze on the spot. Into the eye look, the second uncle Xu Sanping lying in front of their own home. His wife's hair disheveled lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. His son fell in a pool of blood. In an instant, Xu Dajuan felt like his entire body was going to explode. Obviously only left for an hour. How come now? Xu Sanping, Dajuan, you're back. Don't worry about your wife and child. Quickly help me up. 2. Uncle. Xu Dajuan's eyes were scarlet as he gritted his teeth and asked, what's going on with Fang Hui and little Feng? Xu Sanping's face was in disbelief. How are you talking to me? It wasn't that I brought the villagers to your house and told Fang Hui not to leave. She all but made me dizzy with anger. And when I woke up, they were like this. Oops, you hurry up and help me up. So many people died recently. If they die, they die. Boom. Zhu Dajuan's head was about to explode as unspeakable anger swept through his body. With a large hand, he grabbed Xu Sanping by the collar and shouted angrily. What do you mean dead is dead? They're your nephew-in-law and grandchildren. Do you have any humanity left? Say, who the hell did it? Xu Sanping returned the angry shout. What are you yelling at me for? Fang Hui is ungrateful and actually wanted to leave us behind and go on her own. She deserves to die. Dead. Deserved? Zhu Dajuan's veins were glazed over, his joints white with anger. It was a moment of complete insanity. Tugging Xu Sanping, he headed for the house. Hey, what are you dragging me for? I'm your elder. You asshole. Xu Sanping cursed, but was shocked to see that Zhu Dajuan picked up a kitchen knife. No, you don't. Pust. With a chop. The chopper was embedded dead center in Xu Sanping's neck, and blood gushed wildly. Zhu Dajuan had already lost his head and pulled out his kitchen knife, slashing one after another. Chapter 151, Zhu Dajuan, the shark who went crazy. It was not until Xu Sanping was chopped into pieces that Zhu Dajuan managed to stop. Looking at the bodies of his wife and son with tears streaming down his face, they all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. For a long time, because of his good heart, he was able to endure even how he was bullied and cheated by the villagers, simply because he felt that this was his roots. But now, this root, it's completely rotten. Nothing more than sucking blood from himself, and even killed his wife and Xiaofeng, always honest Zhu Dajuan. At this moment hated everyone in Gulu village. Carrying the kitchen knife that had been slashed until it curled around the edge and blood was pouring out, he rushed out. The first one. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the knock on the door, the owner opened the door in confusion, and seeing the bloody Zhu Dajuan couldn't help but say in confusion, Dajuan, what are you looking for me for? Why don't you hurry up and dig? I dig Nima. Zhu Dajuan was furious and raised the kitchen knife to chop. Second home. An old man was roasting a fire, crossing his legs and eating his meal slowly, tasting a sip of wine every now and then. Well, The food is cold, and we're out of firewood, so I'll ask Dajuan to get me some when he gets back. Full of reluctance, he dumped the uneaten meal, and just as he turned his head, he saw a bloody figure standing in front of his house. Without a word, Shu Dajuan raised his sword and slashed. Third home. Zhang Yulin feverishly sneaks the snatched chili and garlic to his wife. Hide it all. It's mine when I get my hands on it. My wife bristled. Why do you have to be so sneaky? This is what Zhu Dajuan owes our family. Zhang Yulin whispered. Keep your voice down. I just accidentally killed Zhu Xiaofeng. I'm afraid that Zhu Dajuan will get mad. So what? The wife didn't care. So many people have died in our village in the past few days. What's wrong with having one more son? My cousin was bitten to death by a mutant spider the day before yesterday, and I didn't freak out. Zhang Yulin thought about it. That's true. Oops, this world yo. Before the words fell, they saw Zhu Dajuan carrying a knife with a fierce expression, walking towards their house. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Grand Army? You're a. Shu Dejun rushed over, pouncing like a vicious wolf. Zhang Yulin hurriedly stumbled and dodged away, saying in shock, Dajuan, why are you so mad? I didn't just push your son, and he died. Don't you dare blame me. Shu Dajuan's hideous expression instantly became even more hideous. You're the one who killed him. Die for me. Raise your sword and slash wildly. Zhang Yulin was unable to dodge for a moment and was hit in the arm, bleeding, but it didn't split it because the chopper curled its blade. Zhang Yulin's soul to be scared out of it, pulled his legs and ran, shouting as he ran, folks help, Shu Dajuan crazy. But Zhang Yulin's wife was so lucky, legs trembling and shrinking in the corner. Zhu Dajuan twisted his head to look at her, on the spot was scared to cry, hurriedly rushed into the room and took out the chili and garlic hidden under the bedding. Zhu Dajuan dumbly received, a heart has long been broken. They're going to kill my wife and kids because of these things? Obviously. I was the one who raised you all before. Dajuan, I've returned the stuff to you. You let me go. Go to hell. Raising the chopper and chopping. Zhang Yulin's wife was cut over on the spot and the chopper was chipped away. Unexasperated Zhu Dajuan and rushed into her kitchen. Found the bone knife. Continue to cut non-stop. Before going out, continue to find the next family to settle accounts. Zhang Yulin covered his arm and screamed after leaving his wife to escape. Quickly come someone nah. Zhu Dajuan went crazy Soon, some other villagers came out of the door and were suddenly puzzled at the sight of his misery. What is it? More and more villagers converge over. Zhang Yulin this only a little sense of security, crying, Zhu Dajuan crazy. I do not know where to provoke him. Carrying a knife came to kill me. You see to me cut. The villagers were outraged. It's too much. Zhu Dajuan is ungrateful even if he's ungrateful. How dare he hurt people? Does he still deserve to be a member of our Golo village? Could it be because his son is dead? So what? His son fell to his death on his own. It's none of our business? What about his wife? That's Feng Hui's own fault. That's right. Xiao Zhang, don't be afraid. Let's join together and see what he dares to do to you. A crowd of villagers clamored for Zhu Dajuan to settle the score, and many of them even went home, took out various farming tools, and gathered. Has been cleared of snow on the cement road. Zhu Dajuan out of a bloody road. A cotton suit as if soaked in blood. Dripping. The blood and water quickly condensed, and Zhu Dajuan straight away felt so cold all over his body, but it was nowhere near as cold as the heart. This road, which was built with its own money, will today become the road of death for the villagers of Gulu. The villagers rushed over together, and when they saw Zhu Dejun, who looked like a demonic god, they were scared and stopped in their tracks. After all, his current state was a bit appalling. Zhang Yulin hid in the middle of the crowd and yelled, Zhu Dajuan, don't make the same mistake again. Hurry up and put down your sword and surrender. I was wrong? Zhu Dajuan smiled miserably. Yes, I was indeed wrong. I was wrong from the start. When the crowd saw that Zhu Dajuan was so aware, their nervousness eased. My biggest mistake was that I shouldn't have lent you guys the money in the first place, and I shouldn't have been so honest and kind in the first place. Let you suck blood from me and eat my flesh as a matter of course. And now, digging into my heart, you're making me inhuman. I'm going to make you all dead. With a furious shout, Zhu Dajuan charged out with his sword, rushing towards the nearest man. He stabbed him in the neck, blood spraying his face again. The scene scared a lot of people on the spot. The women covered their mouths and backed away. Zhang Yulin was horrified and hurriedly shouted, What are you still waiting for? Waiting for them to kill us one by one? Those villagers with hoes in their hands then snapped out of their surprise and picked up their tools and smashed them. However, Zhu Dajuan didn't know how to dodge at all, and just kept stabbing one after another. If your arm is broken, you kick it, and if your leg is broken, you bite it with your teeth. Zhu Dajuan profoundly interpreted what was called madness at this moment, completely disregarding his own safety. After tearing a piece of meat from the corpse, he bit into another person. But he was an ordinary man after all. and was quickly beaten up and unable to get up. Those villagers were treating him as if he was a mutated monster at the moment, beating him over the head without mercy. It's like a trend of not stopping until you're dead. And Zhu Dajuan was glaring at them with dead eyes. Awa, is the scene that intense? Suddenly, not far away, Lindong appeared, carrying Luo Yu, who had long since fainted. On her shoulder, her delicate body was wrapped in a blanket, revealing only her snow-white jade arms. Even in her unconscious state, Luo Yu's expression was still full of scorn. Chapter 152, The Awakening of Heretical Abilities. The Burning of Gulu Village. Maid 9, Luo Yu. Circumference, 36D-17-34. System rating, 86. Current strength, level 6. Maid set, none. As Luo Yu had wished, it was raised from level 5 to level 6 under Lindong's hard work. I just don't know why, but it's clear that she's helping her, and she's not happy about it, and she's desperate to kill herself. Luckily, he was strong enough to knock her out. The world is going to hell in a handbasket, doing good and being hated. A group of villagers at the moment also fought Red Eyes. See, Lindong suddenly appeared, a man carrying a hoe called, "This is our Golo village own business. Do not want to die to the old man to roll." Bang! Before the words left his mouth, a bloody hole suddenly appeared in his forehead and his body collapsed helplessly. The other villagers were shocked. He has a gun. Lindong blew the muzzle of the golden sandhawk and grunted, calling the old man in front of me. Tired of living? Jiang Qing hurriedly said, "Don't be impulsive. This is the benefactor of our Golo village. Our Golo village knows how to return the favor. We mustn't do anything to the benefactor." Then he came with a fawning smile. "Your Excellency, there's a scum in our Golo village. I'm sorry to make you laugh." Lindong pointed at Zhu Dajuan on the ground with his chin. "What is this for?" This, well, Jiang Qing stammered. "I don't know why, but Zhu Dajuan suddenly went crazy and chopped up everyone in sight. So we had to beat him up in order to protect ourselves." Zhu Dajuan sprawled on the ground and quenched a mouthful of blood and cursed, "Let go of your Muaz bull *********. Jiang Qing, you killed my wife and child." Woo woo. The man who had always been resolute and strong, at this moment even cried out in aggravation. He hated himself now. Why he was not even capable of taking revenge. Jiang Qing looked embarrassed. Gong, don't listen to him, he's crazy and delirious. Zhang Yulin, who was hiding in the crowd, was staring leisurely at the gun in Lindong's hand, whispering to the people around him, "Hey, this guy is an outsider. He has a gun in his hand. We don't feel safe or not." A few physically strong villagers looked at each other with a ferocious gleam in their eyes. They thought their voices were low enough, but to their surprise, they were all heard by Lindong. A playful smile appeared on his face. "Not bad for Golo village, knowing how to repay kindness?" Jiang Qing nodded his head hurriedly. Yes, knowing how to repay is the tradition of our Golo village, and our folks, they do the same." "That's great." Lindong nodded. "Then I saved many of you, so how will you repay me?" Jiang Qing was embarrassed on the spot. Didn't I invite you to dinner at my place?" At this time, a few strong men who had been abetted by Zhang Yulin surrounded them with hoeing tools. Jiang Qing was horrified on the spot and hurriedly pulled them back. "What are you doing? This is our benefactor." Not because of anything else, but he knew very well that Lindong was super capable of fighting. After all, a boar that fierce was easily killed by it. However, those people couldn't listen to them, and said sorrowfully, Gong, our Golo village sincerely invites you to be our guest, but you have a gun in your hand, and we don't have any idea in our hearts. Why don't you hand over the gun?" Lindon laughed and clapped. "What a nice village of Know Your Enemy Gulu. I think you can change the tradition a bit. Why don't you call it ungrateful, graceful, repaying grudges with virtue, and backstabbing Golo village? I've decided to make my payment with the lives of your entire village. Now, you can start running for your lives." Originally, he wasn't interested in meddling in Zhu Dajuan's affairs, but how dare they hit their heads? "That's wonderful." A couple of strong men looked at each other and picked up their hoes and smashed them. Boom! Lindong's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura that was like a gale, and those few strong men were blown over before they could even get close. You guys, oops, don't run away yet." Jiang Qing saw Lindong unleash his killing intent and turned his head to run in anger. The other villagers fled. However, Lindong did not rush to chase after him, but instead looked at Zhu Dajuan on the ground. At this moment, Zhu Dajuan's eyes, which were originally as if his heart was dead, suddenly lit up. "Benefactor, I beg you, help me to take revenge. My wife and children were all given by them. I'm not interested in helping others take revenge." Lindong said indifferently, then took out an awakening serum from his pocket. "I can give you a chance to inject this. There is a less than 50% chance that you will awaken your powers, but there is an equally greater than 50% chance that you will die. So, come." Zhu Dajuan's eyes were filled with hatred. Good. A man. Lindong smiled and injected the serum into him. In an instant, the majestic and violent power impacted all the limbs and bones, accompanied by great pain. Every inch of his body felt as if it was being repeatedly stabbed by needles, and his limp tiger body trembled violently. But Zhu Dajuan did not say a word. Tiger teeth clenched, eyes full of red blood. His head was filled with the tenderness of his wife and the sweetness of his son, but they died at the hands of these blood-sucking leeches. Take revenge yourself. Take revenge with your own hands. The aura on his body began to climb in pitch as a wisp of flame began to surround him. This serum was from the Yin family after all, with a unified flame attribute. After a few minutes, the pain faded, and Zhu Dajuan struggled to get up from the ground with LV6 on his head. His willpower was comparable to Xia Qingyu when he was awakened. The broken bones and injuries on his body were also slowly recovering due to the strong life force of the alien. Clenching his fists, Zhu Dajuan's eyes were ferocious as he felt the majestic power in his body. Many thanks to the benefactor. I'm going to take revenge. He jumped up, but because he had not yet adapted to the powerful force, he crashed headlong into a house. The villagers in the house were horrified, and before they had the chance to beg for mercy, they saw Zhu Dajuan's body erupt with wild flames that instantly swept over them. In just a few moments, they were completely carbonized away. Zhu Dajuan looked at the flames around him with a fierce smile and rushed out, going after the others. Lindong, on the other hand, carried Luoyu and followed without slowing down. A small number of villagers were frightened and hid in their homes, locking their doors tightly, and shivering as they heard the explosions outside and looked out through the cracks in the doors, only to see Zhu Dajuan covered in flames, choking the slowest runner, Zhang Yulin, with one hand. Dajuan, don't kill me. I'm wrong. You've already killed my wife. You can't kill me again. When your father died, I was still. Zhu Dajuan didn't listen at all and just pinched his hand, letting the flames sweep through Zhang Yulin. Zhang Yulin let out a heartbreaking scream as he was burned and struggled endlessly, but in just under half a minute, he was burned to ashes, with a one-stop shop in place straight away. You're not wrong. You're just scared, Zhu Dajuan whispered, the villager cowering behind the doorway, the flames in his pupils coming closer and closer. Chapter 153, Eating a Melon and Turning Yourself into a Melon. Lindong followed behind, watching with a straight grin. It's true, you can't bully honest people too hard. Zhu Dajuan's killing methods are very plain and simple. Catching one, incinerating the person hard into slag, then catching and burning again. Being able to abuse them one by one and never put up large AoEs is awesome to watch. By himself, he killed the villagers fleeing in all directions. Because of the terrain of Gulu village, the direction out of the village was blocked by Lindong, and many people could only flee in the direction of Gulin Mountain. Panicked, he fell into a trap. Who the hell dug this trap? Save me from this trap. Tatsu, don't leave me behind. Have you forgotten that when you were little, I even bought you candy? Daddy, I broke my leg. Don't leave me. Zhu Dajuan, I am your father's cousin's third aunt's own nephew. We are relatives. You can't kill me. In times of life and death crisis, the bad roots of the villagers of Gulu are shown to the fullest extent, and the neighbors, relatives and even loved ones around them become their tools to stall for time. This led to the fact that before Zhu Dajun could do much chasing, a large area fell in the snow, and one of them screamed and cursed. Some of these people hadn't been able to hold out until Zhu Dajuan came, and they died extremely twisted deaths because they touched the poisonous snow and died of poisoning. But the Jubilee army apparently didn't even spare the corpses and burned them all. Instead of fleeing with the army, Jiang Qing took a detour through the village and eventually returned to his home and hiding. At this time, Jiang Chun still didn't know what had happened, and was squatting next to Xia Qingyu to look around. This sister is so pretty, but why is she kneeling in our house? Dad, you're back. This sister, Xiaochun, hurry up and pack up. Let's run away. Your uncle Dajuan has gone crazy. Jiang Qing's face was pale. Jiang Chun immediately pouted. What's there to be afraid of? I've been zapping his little man all day. He's died hundreds of times with me. Don't be afraid, Dad. I'll deal with him. Jiang Qing's head was full of black lines, and he slapped him on the back of the head. Don't ing beep. You want to die, don't pull your old man. Hurry up. Oh, Jiang Chun then reluctantly went back to the house to clean up. Jiang Qing, who was in the midst of a busy and overwhelming schedule, then suddenly noticed Xia Qingyu, who was kneeling in the living room of his house, as if she had lost her soul. Why is this woman still here? Eyes dribbling around, suddenly took out a kitchen knife. After swallowing his saliva, set it on Xia Qingyu's neck, while the latter was as if she didn't realize it in general, letting the blade touch her snow-white jade neck. Jiang Qing thought very clearly. Now even if he escaped with his son, where could he escape to? Outside, there was poisonous snow everywhere, and horrible mutated beasts, and only Gulu village was slightly safer. This woman is Lindong's person. If we take her as a hostage, maybe, The loud screams and roar of flames finally woke Luo Yu up. She looked up, her head still on, to see a flaming man grasping a man, burning him mercilessly as he hurled curses or begged for mercy. Then a sharp pain came from his body, and his mind recalled that he was in the caravan and was given by Lindong. Yo, awake? Lindong laughed. Luo Yu looked at the nightmare-side face that was deeply engraved in her mind, and her pretty face instantly grimaced. Lindong, you go to hell. A rose quickly took shape in Suo's hand and slapped at Lindong's face. How could she not expect that she was smart for a lifetime? But she was actually fooled by that stinky Xiaqingyu, and she foolishly took the initiative to send herself to the door? It's just going to blow up in my face. However, Lindong was faster than her, and on the spot, in the system interface, he adjusted it to level 1. The rose blossom in his hand winked and dissipated. Where are my supernormal abilities? Luo Yu was terrified beyond belief. She finally did understand why Xiaqingyu had turned into that miserable state. This Lindong, not only could he give her a power boost, he could also take away power. Lindong slapped her on her arse. How do you talk to your master? Luo Yu's pretty face turned red as she angrily shouted. Bah! Luo Yu, even if I die, will never submit to a demon like you. Because she was without her powers, Luo Yu had felt the extreme cold and her entire body shivered. Yeah? Then forget it. Lindong shrugged his shoulders, and before Luo Yu could understand what forget it meant, he suddenly felt his body empty. It fell heavily into the snow. The bare jade arms, small feet and face were all stained with heavy snow. What are you doing? Luo Yu was shocked and hastily slapped the snowflakes on her body. She is more than anyone knows the horror of the poisonous snow, although she has gained the ability from the poisonous snow. But more than once I have seen the ability of the person who thinks that they are immune to the poisonous snow. Make a death jump into the snow, and then they died. It doesn't have any immunizing effect. Are you still a man? Taking up my body even if it's not enough. You still want to kill me? Luo Yu broke down and cried. The thought that she would turn into a mermaid in the sewer. The whole person panicked. Lindong spread his hands. You're the one who doesn't want to submit to me, so I'll let you go. Get lost. Luo Yu furiously grabbed a ball of snow and threw it at Lindong's hand. If I die, you won't be any better off. Even if I die, I'll watch you come down to accompany me. Luo Yu's face was incomparably hideous. He was just eating melon to the head. How he got himself into it. Lindong smiled and patted the snowflakes on his body. I'm sorry, the only one who will die will be you. Now you have 4.5 minutes left on your clock. Do you have any last words? Luo Yu, my last words are, you shall not die. The two just stood there in a stalemate. Detected Maid Luo Yu poisoned. Is it a one-click antidote? A beep came from the system at the right time, and Lindong ignored it for the moment. As time passed by, Luo Yu was frozen and shivering, glaring at Lindong with a deadly glare while her heart sank, simply because Lindong was just too calm, and even had the leisure to smoke a cigarette, without a single bit of worry about the poison. On the contrary, I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but a tingling sensation was already faintly coming from my body. Raising her hand to look at her arm, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. A mass of green spots quickly surfaced and already had the tendency to form pustules. Not only her arms, but her face and body, too, had developed a few bruises, and the tingling sensation was getting stronger. You still have 30 seconds left, Lindong kindly reminded. This time, Luo Yu completely panicked. She wasn't afraid of death, but couldn't accept such an ugly death. Why? Why wouldn't you be afraid of poison? 28 seconds. Answer me. 25 seconds. Do you have a way to cure the poison? 20 seconds. Luo Yu trembled her hands, her joints white, and sold her scratching with a pleading face. Please, Lindong, I haven't offended you and you took my first time. Let me go, okay? Lindong looked at her lightly and laughed. 15 seconds. I don't want to die so ugly. Lindong, I'm willing to submit. I don't want to die so ugly. 10 seconds. Lindong, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Luo Yu's spirit had collapsed, and the pustules on her body had begun to swell, looking very gruesome. 5 seconds. Lindong sneered and counted down. 4, 3, Chapter 154, All for the Power. Poof. Luo Yu knelt down powerlessly, her forehead knocking into the snow as bean-sized teardrops rolled down. I'm sorry, master. Please forgive me. I'm willing to submit to you with all my heart. At this moment, all of her so-called pride and cleverness came to nothing. 2. How do I know? Will you be the next Xiaqingyu? Lindong acted very indifferent. Won't. Absolutely not. I swear to heaven, if I dare to betray my master, I will be at the mercy of his chastisement. Luo Yu hurriedly took a stand. Now, where was her mind for betrayal? But the 5-minute ordeal was a horrific experience never before experienced in the preceding 20 years or so, not because of the poisonous snow, but because of the man's desperate control. After his own escape yesterday, he didn't come over to chase after him, as if he had anticipated that he would deliver himself. 1. Then I'll give you a chance. Lindong smiled. Antidote. By the way, it brought her back up to level 6. Just as the pustules on Luo Yu's body were about to rupture and the moment her heart stopped, a flash of golden light surfaced from her delicate body. After the golden light flickered, the skin returned to its original snow-white color, and the sense of extreme coldness, too, disappeared instantly. The power. It's back. Luo Yu was dumbfounded, overjoyed, and hurriedly kowtowed continuously. Many thanks, Master. Thank you, Master. Even with the return of her power, she had absolutely no desire to fight back at all. Lindong smiled and squatted down, his big hand stroking her hair. Well, good girl. If there's a next time, I'm afraid it'll be even worse than it is now. Oh, no, there will never be a next time. I will listen to my master all my life. Luo Yu shook her head in terror, her fear of Lindong completely imprinted in her bones, pressing the cigarette butt out in Luo Yu's hand. Lindong got up. Let's go. Keep following the drama. Luo Yu looked miserable as she followed. It took Xu Dajuan nearly an hour to completely settle those villagers who fled towards Gulin Mountain. These villagers stumbled and fled to the ancient forest mountain with great difficulty, but they were so frightened by the roar of the beasts that stumbled in the mountain that they foolishly knelt in place and begged for mercy. Of course Zhu Dajun wouldn't let them go and burn them one by one. It's not finished killing. There are still. Zhu Dajuan, who didn't know how many people he had killed, looked a little muddled, dragging his heavy steps, and turned back to Gulo village. He knew exactly who was in the village. And now, there was still Jiang Qing's father and son. At this moment, Jiang Qing was holding a knife against Xia Qingyu's neck, and when he saw that Zhu Dajuan and Lindong had returned, his entire body shivered. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. Zhu Dajuan's hideous expression gave a start and looked at Lindong for help. Eunuch, that woman is? Lindong coldly said. Don't care, do what you need to do. When Xia Qingyu heard Lindong's voice, some light emerged from her dull pupils. Master. A mental jolt ensued, and it was only then that he saw that there was a knife being held to his neck. Roll. Open. Xia Qingyu's eyes glared ferociously at Jiang Cheng, her tone icy cold. Jiang Cheng was shocked and shivered, then raised his hand to slap him. Tetra Leti, you're my hostage now and you dare to scare me? Xia Qingyu was just about to storm up, but she had to be quiet again when the blade cut her epidermis and blood began to flow. At that moment, her eyes turned determined. The answer to the master's question, 2, has long been known. Xu Dajuan got an answer and continued to lift his steps. Jiang Chun was like a small adult at the moment, pointing at him with his waist crossed and shouting angrily, Xu Dajuan, you are the sinner of our Gula village. Do you still want to kill my father? I won't allow it. Xu Dajuan's footsteps once again lurched. Jiang Qing was in a hurry. Son, don't be a fool. Get your ass back here. Dad, don't worry. I'll abuse this kind of scum at will. Jiang Chun turned back in triumph. Look, he's too scared of me to move. Looking at Jiang Chun, who was the same age as his own son, but spoke such vicious words, Zhu Dajuan's face was gloomy. You say I'm a sinner in Gula village? What sin have I committed? Jiang Chun pouted. My dad said that if you have money and don't lend it to our family, that's a sin. Who made you richer than our family? Who told you to be rich and still fool around? To actually take money out to build a road? That's deception. And, enough! Xu Dajuan interrupted with a stern shout, his tiger eyes glaring at Jiang Qing in death. You're a bunch of cannibalistic vampires. He was powerless to argue anymore. These people were, at their core, hopeless. The child's words and behavior were naturally taught by Jiang Qing, whose little legs had already begun to wobble. Jiang Chun was startled by Zhu Dajuan's roar. You dare to be mean to me? Wait. After saying that, he ran his ass into the house and then took out the rag doll. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death. Zhu Dajuan's eyes were already able to spit fire at this moment, and the picture of himself on that rag doll was zapped into a sieve. Jiang Qing was numb with fear and shouted sharply, Xiao Chun, throw those found objects away. Jiang Chun looked puzzled. Dad, you didn't buy this for me, and you posted the picture. You told me to tie it. You, Jiang Cheng is really numb. There is no use so pitiful that. Dajuan, kids love to lie. Don't listen to him, we really picked this up. Unkong, this woman is your person, right? As long as you let the army let our father and son go, I promise you, no harm will be done. Boom! Xu Dajuan directly raised his hand and sent a pillar of fire straight at Jiang Chun's face. Jiang Chun immediately let out a miserable scream. Flames swept through his body, and with the ragdoll clutched in his hand in death, he tossed and turned, wailing and crying in pain. Son! Jiang Qing was heartbroken, and had the presence of mind to go and pick up his son, but he didn't even dare to let go of the hostage in his hand. In just less than 10 seconds, Jiang Chun's struggling body was completely motionless. The flames scorched his body, and the doll was similarly burned pitch black, emitting a pungent odor. Jiang Qing's eyes were bloodshot, his tiger body was shaking like a sieve, and his lips were biting blood. He struggled for a long time with his eyes closed, which led to an ugly smile. Dejun, look, you've already killed my son to vent your anger. Can you let me go? Zhu Dajun coldly said. I can't. Jiang Qing completely panicked and grabbed Xia Qingyu. Hey, don't you say nothing, he's going to kill me. You beg for mercy. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingyu looked straight at Lindong. Master, I've figured out the answer to that question. Lindong raised his eyebrows. Oh, then what's your answer? Xia Qingyu, I came back to you for the power. Luo Yu was stunned. If you say so, it's only strange that the master can forgive you. Lindong smiled. That's right, I like honesty. Taking another deep breath, Xia Qingyu revealed a rueful smile. Master, I don't dare to lie to you. I spent the first half of my life being dominated by my family and having my blood sucked by my clansmen, and in order to control my own destiny, the quest for power became the only longing in my life. I still won't give up my pursuit of power, because I know clearly that power is the only thing that keeps me alive. Master, I will continue to follow you and pray that you will raise my power for me. After saying that, taking advantage of Jiang Qing's momentary inattention, his body fiercely crouched down, and the blade sliced through the perfect cheek. In Luo Yu's horrified eyes, he grabbed the snow on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 155, Breaking and Rebuilding, Xia Qingyu's Second Awakening. This scene truly shocked everyone present, including Lindong. This woman is crazy. Luo Yu's entire delicate body shivered. She had just felt it herself, the fear of waiting to die. And the scene of being covered in bruises and pus rags is going to make me puke just thinking about it. But she's so desperate that she's shoving snow into her mouth? You might as well just let Jiang Qing send you away with a knife. After Lindong was slightly stunned, a smile surfaced. Want to bet? Xia Qingyu was in this way, demanding that faint and insignificant chance of awakening, just to be able to return to him again. She was telling Lindong that it was my fault that my master had stripped me of my power and that I deserved it. But I will prove to my master that I, Xia Qingyu, will always do whatever it takes for power. Stay with your master forever. To be honest, Big Star does have the craziest approval of all the maids. Crazier than even Mr. Qin. Jiang Qing's entire body had become a muggle in fear. The kitchen knife fell to the ground, trembling and not knowing what to do. What should we do if the hostage is actively seeking death? Wait online. Zhu Dajuan's eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation. She could take the initiative to contact the poisonous snow for the sake of her benefactor, while she herself didn't even subconsciously think of this for the sake of her dead wife and child. I'm not as good as you. Everyone present waited in silence. Xia Qingyu's gaze was full of persistence, but her slightly trembling petite body still exposed her inner unrest. Once the 5 minutes arrived, Xia Qingyu's body did not emerge with green spots, much less pus, and her body's aura began to slowly surge. Lindong pulled up the Maid interface and realized that her level was steadily increasing. Level 2, Level 3, Level 8, Level 9, Level 10. In the end, it stayed at Level 10, and the aura on her body was already terrifyingly frightening. A head of black hair completely dyed white, originally showy and gentle face, became more and more cold and lonely. The aura pulled full. The ferocious and wild extreme cold aura erupted, and the surrounding temperature continued to drop from -30 degrees Celsius, and Jiang Chang, who was the closest, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. Zhu Dajuan even took a few steps back, his face horrified. One's own fire system's supernatural ability, under such this extremely cold breath, actually had the tendency to be frozen. This woman was really terrifying. Well, Second Awakening is a process that omits some of that. Lindong stroked his chin. Like when Jiang Zhu awakened through poisonous snow, she had a high fever for 3 days before she actually succeeded in her awakening, whereas Xia Qingyu only made it through for 5 minutes, perhaps related to the fact that she was a shifter before, already possessing the physique of an awakened person. However, Luo Yu was not able to do so again, and after the same awakening through the poisonous snow, she touched it again and almost died of poison. So the lethality of poisonous snow was still high, but if the awakened person came into contact with it again and was lucky enough to survive it, he or she could easily break the bottleneck and go further. After all, Xia Qingyu had been level 9 before, and now she had risen to level 10 herself. So there are limitations to the serum that the Foundation is studying, but the success rate is still guaranteed. The power came back and also surpassed the peak, and the kind of violent emotions that made people's head go up also completely dissipated. Xia Qingyu spread her face and smiled. I, finally, made it. With an icy expression, he turned around and stretched out 2 fingers, swiftly inserting them into Jiang Qing's eyes, hardening them and exploding the eyeballs. The extremely cold breath then poured into Jiang Qing's body along his fingers. the ice sculpture exploded into slag. In this world, only Master can beat me. Others? No. Xia Qingyu once again reverted to that cold and colorful ice queen. Shu Dajuan smacked his lips as he watched. This woman's killing methods were much more brutal than his own. Xia Qingyu came straight to Lindong's body, tore off the thick cotton clothes on his body, revealing the snow-white crystal and ice armor, and plopped down on his knees. Master. Qingyu was willing to stay by Master's side for the rest of her life, without leaving. Lindong laughed and squatted down. His big hand pulled her hair and whispered, "Originally, I still had a lot of backstops to torment you, but you're too smart, so I didn't use any of my means." The Master is a bit upset on how to do? With a bright smile, Xia Qingyu raised several layers of ice prison in place, wrapping herself, Luo Yu and Lindong, solidly in it, and then the ice armor on her body exploded into pieces. Master, you can feel free to chastise Qingyu. You don't have to be polite. Outside the ice prison, Shu Dajuan scratched his head. The ice prison completely blocked his vision. He couldn't see anything. Then he went back in silence, took the bodies of his wife and children, went to the back of the mountain to dig a pit to bury them, and took a bottle of wine alone, and wept at the two small graves. It wasn't until nightfall that the trio returned to the RV. Luo Yu's pretty face flushed red as she cursed at the already disembodied Xia Qingyu. Stinking, you're punking me over and over again. When my strength surpasses yours, I'll make you look good. When he finished speaking, his head lulled and he fainted. Xia Qingyu, on the other hand, had long been unable to speak, and had similarly fainted. Shu Dajuan returned to the open space in front of the caravan and kowtowed heavily to Lindong. Many thanks, Your Excellency, for giving me the strength to take revenge. From now on, I, Shu Dajuan, swear to follow Your Excellency to the death. Lindong smoked his cigarette and shook his head and laughed. I don't need a man to follow me. If you don't have a place to go, then go to Jiangcheng, look for Master Jean of the World Society, and tell him that I told you to go. Shu Dajuan froze and nodded heavily. Good, I'll listen to Ngong. Then you go. Lindong waved his hand and started to drive people away. I'm sure that after going through this, you also know what your problem is. I admire your kindness, but it was your kindness that indulged the villagers, so your wife and child died. Do you understand? Shu Dajuan's tiger eyes turned red once again. I understand. The source of the mistake is ultimately me. You understand? Lindong rolled up his eyes. Although you are at fault, but as long as you have the power, then all the mistakes are someone else's. If you had the guts of Xia Qingyu, you might have awakened a long time ago. Who of them dares to bully you? A slap to whoop them to death. Dajuan Zhu? Lindong laughed. Under the end times, there is no good or evil, only strength and weakness. Enlighten yourself. Shu Dajuan took one step and turned back 3 times, leaving with a face full of confusion. Not long after, Qin Shuyao returned with the beast-killing maids in tow, and everyone except Qin Shuyao herself was covered in blood. Seeing Lindong waiting for them, she came running in a hurry. Master, it's true that there were at least nearly 1,000 mutated beasts on the ancient forest mountain, just as you said, but they were all killed cleanly by us. Lindong nodded his head, and when he looked at Qin Shuyao, his head was filled with black lines. At this moment, the beautiful teacher was holding a small white wolf cub the size of a palm in her arms. Rare. Qin Shuyao smiled and said, Master, I picked up a mutated little white wolf in the mountains. It's so pitiful. Oh, can I keep it? Chen Yunshi rolled her eyes. You tore its mom and dad apart. Can it not be pitiful? Whatever. Just don't let it on my car and bark. Lindong asked with a smile. This time, who comes first? Chapter 156 Strange Stone. Evil Spirit Rakshas's Belonging. The maids glanced at each other, and Xinhuanyu stepped forward with a bright smile. Clearly, she was the first. Qin Shuyao, I have statistics on the number of kills for several of them, and one you killed 453 of them, so she is indeed number 1. Chen Yunshi pouted unhappily. It's not fair. People haven't adapted to the new power yet, or else. Otherwise, where is that much or else? Xinhuanyu smiled smugly and pulled out a palm-sized stone that emitted a burning red light from her bosom. Master, I just happened to pick this up and my combat power increased quite a bit. That's why I took first place. What is this? Lindong was puzzled and took the stone. It was warm in his hand, like a warm baby. Suddenly, Lindong's expression was stunned, because he felt as if his power had suddenly become much stronger. Xinhuanyu rubbed her nose. I don't know. I just happened to pick it up at a mutated python's lair when I killed it, and at that time I realized that my combat power had increased quite a bit. Lindong called up the Maid system interface and found that Xinhuanyu's level was still level 10. The level hasn't changed, so the purpose of this stone is to buff it. Exalted? Throwing the stone to Xinhuanyu, Lindong looked at Qin Shuyao. Try practicing against Wanyu. Don't transform. The two women stood still, their terrifying auras bursting out at the same time. Drink! Xinhuanyu was the first to attack. Throwing a punch, Qin Shuyao raised her hand to resist, but was shocked to find that the power was somewhat unexpected. It was important to know that she was 5 levels higher than her opponent, and in her normal state, she could completely and easily suppress the fight. Again, Qin Shuyao came to be interested and fiercely sparred with Xin Huanyue, roaring under the night sky. Lindong stroked his chin and muttered darkly, in addition to strength, speed has also increased, and the degree of increase is quite impressive, at least doubling Wan Yu's combat power. Although after Qin Shuyao got a little more serious, Xin Huanyu was already no match for the buff Xin Huanyu, who should have a combat power of level 11, for every level up. Combat power doubles, but the boost to himself when he held the stone just now didn't seem that strong. It seemed that the higher the level, the smaller the boost available, but being able to double the combat power of the level 10 Xin Huanyu was already quite terrifying. This thing, it's enough to make the lower ranked exalts realize a qualitative leap. Nature is still amazing. No wonder. Liang Jihan, this kind of stone should be emitting special rays, causing the body's alien energy to be activated to a rather active state. In the end, Xin Huanyu was whacked with a large mouthful of blood and flew out backwards, and the PK came to an end. Lindong clapped his hands. That's enough. This time Wan Yu's discovery is quite interesting. Next it's time to give you a reward. Xin Huanyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and with her eyes wide open, she began to undo her buttons. Lindong, put away your filthy thoughts. Not this kind of reward. Oh, Xin Huanyu looked downcast. She only wanted this kind of reward. Soon after, her pretty face was violently stunned as she felt what appeared to be an additional strange presence within her body. Boom! With a thought, in an instant, a blood-red cloud gushed out from his body. The maids had their eyes popping up. This is a new suit? Unlike Qin Shuyao's demonic black mist, this red mist was like a blood mist, carrying a strong evil aura. Ling Xue and the few of them straight away felt that the blood in their bodies was agitated, and they had an uncomfortable feeling that they wanted to break out of their bodies. Xin Huanyu Rakshasa edition. The black hair turned into a demonic blood-red shawl. The head also possessed demonic double horns, a pair of red wings behind her back, and her temperament was incomparably evil. Scarlet armor covered her entire body, just like a female martial goddess who walked out of a river of blood. A few of the maids had their eyes glazed over. Wah! Ling Xue's mouth watered with gluttony. This is too beautiful and valiant. Xin Huanyu's entire temperament changed dramatically, and her charm increased infinitely. Thank you, Master. Xin Huanyu was simply thrilled. Who says this reward is bad? That's a great reward. He was the second person to own a suit after the team leader. A moment of excitement. Lindong nodded his chin towards Qin Shuyao. You two fight with your suits on, I'll see. The two women restood, but at this moment, their appearance changed greatly. Qin Shuyao opened her demonic form, while Xin Huanyu was in her Rakshasa form. One red and one black. A very vivid contrast. With a wave of her small hand, what appeared in Xin Huanyu's hand was a blood-red longsword, and she flew up with a spread of her wings, and Qin Shuyao did not show any weakness. The huge demonic scythe appeared in his hand and slashed forward. In a flash, the entire space shook and swirled with wild winds. The clash of swords did not produce the expected large explosion, but instead tore through the surrounding space. Jiang Zhu's eyes were glazed over. What a terrifying power this was. Xin Huanyu smiled lightly. Evil spirit blade. In the sky, countless blood-red longsword shadows appeared, violently stabbing forward. Qin Shuyao didn't panic in the slightest, continuously waving the scythe in her hand. Hellfire fury. Bursts of black and red flames melted the longsword. The two women fought in the dark. So excited. In the sky, the red and black light is like two meteors. You catch up with me, like a certain domestic big IP production of The Shame of the National Comics. Alright, it's okay. Suddenly, Lindong spoke out to stop it. Only then did the two women drop down with intent. The two women had gone through no less than hundreds of moves, and Lindong had gradually figured out the wonderful use of the two suits. The Hell Demon set has a more spirited and fierce attack, while the Evil Spirit Rakshasa set goes the way of dexterity, with the accompanying blood aura harassment. The two are indistinguishable from each other in terms of boosting combat power. The reason why Xin Huanyu was able to hold out for so long was mainly because Qin Shuyao was letting off steam, and only the crazy batch of beautiful teachers were truly at the peak of their battle power, and the two women were almost close to their own battle level in their transformed state. Being able to cross close to 20 levels of battle boost, that's way better than some warm baby rock. Dog system, can you understand anything? Can't you see that the maids are catching up with me? Hurry up and swipe out more rewards for strength enhancement. After taking care of the maids' rewards, Lindong took the maids to the car. His sister Xiaoyu this is. As soon as Chen Yunshi got on the car, she saw Xia Qingyu in a miserable state and couldn't help but smack her lips in shock. This was even worse than the corpse of the Jade Girl that he had seen at the Mirror Lake Spring. The owner was simply livestock. Luckily, he didn't make a fool of himself and follow along with the mutiny, or he would have been out of luck. The maids were skillfully driving, packing up the caravan, and serving Lindong for dinner in a well-organized manner. Departure. Target. Seal City. With a wave of Lindong's hand, the caravan slowly drove towards Gulin Mountain. Chapter 157, Retarded Overlord. Online Whoring. Jingnan City. After a series of hardships and dangers, Yun Mengli, with Xia Beichen and the 6 children from the Tianqin orphanage, finally arrived at the Yun family. As for the Yun family head, Yun Badian, after learning that his son was killed by Xia Beichen's sister, he was furious on the spot and vowed to kill Xia Beichen to avenge his son's death. Yun Mengli forced her to die, which saved her from a big battle. Uncle Yun, I know you have hatred for me, but I am Xia Beichen. Even if I am the only one, as long as I am given time, I can rebuild the Xia family. Xia Beichen, who had come to his senses, once again regained that overbearing general temperament. The corners of Yun Boshen's eyes twitched. Then how are you going to rebuild it? Xia Beichen waved his hand. I need the Yun family to help me pull strings and contact the foundation. Everything is focused on improving my strength. Then the Yun family will provide me with $1 billion worth of supplies, and I will recruit talented aliens. Stop. Yun Badian interrupted with a wave of his hand. Why would my Yun family give you $1 billion in supplies? Xia Beichen was full of confidence. Because I'm Xia Beichen, the CEO of Xia's group, and the leader of the top 10 outstanding young people in Zhangcheng. This face of mine is worth $1 billion. Cloud break. Mud retard. Yun Mengli advised from the side. Dad, you have to believe in Brother Beichen. He'll definitely be able to do it. You can hold your tongue. My brain hurts. Cloudbreak rubbed his brow. He only had this one precious son and one precious daughter, and as a result, the 2 of them all died on the Xia siblings. Originally, he was quite optimistic about Xia Beichen, but as a result, this time he took a look at it, and it was completely retarded. His sister, Xia Qingyu, is a character, actually able to kill her relatives hand to hand. The vigor is there. But you killed my son. What's wrong with that? So tell me, if I gave you $1 billion in supplies, how would you repay me? Repay? Xia Beichen was stunned. Your Yun family has such a large industry. What else do you need me to repay? Yun Boshen's forehead veins popped up. So you're planning to whore yourself out purely on a face? Solved the case. Finally know why his sister want to exterminate the family. This group of dog bastard is sucking blood into the habit. Xia Beichen pondered for a moment. It seems to be a bit excessive. Let's put it this way. After I revitalize the Xia family, I will ally with your Yun family. Our 2 families watch each other's backs, help each other out and share benefits, and we will surely grow bigger and stronger and create another brilliant future. A mouthful of old blood was almost spewed out by Yun Badian. Are you still trying to whore yourself out? Take my supplies to build up your power, then make an alliance with me and help you? Now, to give you 2 choices, either help my Yun family to do something, and I can forget about your sister killing my son. Either that, or I'll waste you and get out of my Xia family. He was already too lazy to pull any punches with this retard for fear of getting infected. Yun Mengli was anxious. Dad, why do you refuse to believe? Don't you say anything, Yun Badian roared, looking at Xia Beichen with increasingly unkind eyes. Originally, my own little cotton-padded jacket was quite well behaved and understanding, but it was all because of this retard. All infected her. If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Beichen's rank strength was really good, he really wanted to slaughter him on the spot. Xia Beichen frowned. Uncle, I sincerely want to talk about cooperation with you. Why do you have to be like this? Cloudbreaker, the current you is not qualified to work with me. I said, submit or be wasted by me. One or the other. The atmosphere in the hall was instantly sullen. Xia Beichen's eyes were filled with struggle, and after a long time, he sighed. Do I have a choice? I can only listen to Uncle's arrangement. In fact, the heart has already made up its mind. Since you refuse to help me, then I will use their own experience in the workplace killed for many years summarized, as well as their own strong charisma, and gradually nibble away at your Yun family's talent for my use. At that point, you'll be on my shelf. Cloudbreaker coldly grunted, counting on you not being that stupid. Now, here's a task for you. Seal City has my Yun family's clan brothers over there, and 3 days ago, they completely lost contact. In the past few days, I have also dispatched quite a few people from my clan to check out the situation over there, but all of them have no news. Now, I'll give you 10 shifters, and 30 trained security to accompany them. Go to Seal City and see if he's dead or alive. I want to know about him. Is the city sealed? Xia Beichen frowned. It was still quite far from the Yun family, but since he had given himself such a strong force, yet it was his chance. Good. No problem. When he finished, he went out to gather his men and prepare to go. Yun Mengli scrunched her neck and quietly tried to slip out, but she was called back by Yun Badian. Mengli, it's still too dangerous out there. Just stay home honestly. Ha, Dad. Yun Mengli's face was bitter. She and brother Bachan had only stayed for a few days before they had to separate. Her heart was naturally not happy at all. Yun Boshan's old face slammed. This time it's luck that you're still able to come back. If you encounter danger again, how can you let Dad stand it? Your brother is gone, and you're the only daughter Dad has left. Okay, goodbye. Yun Mengli agreed with full reluctance. Yun Badian looked at the 6 timidly standing children at the door inside. Mengli, I know that you have a good heart, but now the situation is also clear to you. Our Yun family is not an orphanage. These children. Yun Mengli hurriedly pulled out the serum from her pocket. Dad, these kids we must stay. This is Lin. This is what I stole from brother Bachan's enemy, Lindong, as a bargaining chip for my daughter to beg you to keep them. If you don't like it, I'll smash these serums on the spot. The young girl's pretty face was full of determination. This was something that brother Lindong had explained well, and he himself had to do it even if he said so. Cloudbreaker looked at the serums and glared at the butler. The butler took the serum and took it out to be tested, and not long after, came back and whispered a few words in Yun Boshan's ear. Yun Boshan's face changed. His eyes suspiciously looked at Yun Mengli for a moment, then sighed heavily. Alright, then let's keep them. Anyway, raising a few of them won't waste anything. Yay! Dad, you're the best. Yun Mengli was so happy that she jumped up and down and took the children to arrange for a place to stay. The only 2 people left in the living room were Yun Badian and the butler. Are you sure that all of these serums are our Yun family's fire-type awakening serums? The housekeeper nodded. 1,000 times true. It was exactly what the young master took with him when he went to the Xia family. Yun Badian stroked his beard. It seems that Mengli didn't lie. That Lindong is the real culprit who overthrew the Xia family? After he had his women destroy the Xia family, he got my Xia family's serum and happened to be bumped into by Mengli and the girls at the orphanage. It's just that I'm curious as to how someone with such a dark mind could have had the serum stolen by Mengli. And you just happened to steal only 6? I always feel like there's something going on here that I'm not being told. Chapter 158, Strange Sealed City, Capital of Blood Mist. 3 days flashed by as Lindong trekked forward with his maids. It seemed to be a true attempt to fulfill Lindong's wishes. Over the past 3 days, the system had continuously brushed out the option of power leveling up, which resulted in, when he left Jiangchang at level 31, he was already at level 61 by the time he arrived in the vicinity of Fengchang. Since his own level had been raised, the maids naturally couldn't be left behind. With the exception of team leader Qin Shuyao who had reached level 30, all the maids had been pulled up to a uniform level 25. In addition to this, the beauty and wellness program is in full swing. Among them, Xia Qingyu, who had already scored 88 points, seemed to have suddenly awakened certain strange attributes, with a degree of enthusiasm comparable to that of Shenwanyu, and now the little pride of River City, the first to score 90 points. 90 points seems to be a watershed, and the current Xia Qingyu has become somewhat of a scourge. Knit your brows and smile with a queen-like powerful aura, so people cannot help but produce a kind of dusty sense of blasphemy. However, in front of Lindong, it was passionate and charming, and the 2 styles were intertwined. As for Xia Qingyu, who had reached level 25, she felt more and more how stupid her decision of betrayal had been in the first place. The only way to do that is to follow your master. But she wasn't satisfied. Her goal, the position of leader of the second group. According to the master's intention, the Devil's group was already full. She, Chen Yunshi, Lu Oyu, and that Mu Ningyi, who the master called Jie Pucha, would be members of the second group, and when another one was taken in, the second group would reach 5 people. At that time, the master will hold a tryout for the leader of the second group. Xia Qingyu is determined to win this position. This is Fengchang? Xin Wanyu, in the driver's seat, looked at the distance with some consternation. In her impression, Fengchang was a big city. No matter the area, the level of urban construction and the number of population, it far exceeded Jiangchang, and was one of the first-tier big cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Before the end times there was a lot of traveling, but now in the sealed city, from a distance, one could only see a red mist, and one could only just make out a portion of the tall buildings. The entire city, all of which seemed to be shrouded in a layer of red mosquito netting, contrasted sharply with the surrounding sky of white snow. It looks so dangerous. Well, this time, Luo, you will follow me in. The rest of you, find a place to play by yourselves. Lindong's eyes lit up. This kind of eerie place was the most fun. With that, he drove all the maids down and stowed the caravan in the system space. These days always engage in 18 bands. Now it is the sage mode. Just bring a Luo Yu to serve himself tea is enough. The maids immediately pouted. Ha, master, you're leaving us again. What a mess the maids were in the last time they disappeared for a few days. Lindong squinted at them. The second group's temporarily under Shu Yao's jurisdiction for now. Whoever dares to mess around for me again. Humph. The maids shrunk their necks and could only look at Lindong with a face full of reluctance as they led Luo Yu away on foot. Let's go. There's a small city to the north of Seal City. Let's go there and wait. I'm afraid Master will be playing for days. Qin Shuyao led the maids away. Master, this layer of red mist, it seems to be blood? After approaching Seal City, Luo Yu said with a light sniff of her nose. The closer he got, the stronger the smell of blood became, and one couldn't help but feel a slight wave of agitation. Lindong nodded. It seems that there is a special existence here that is not found in Zhangchang. With our strength we can easily immunize ourselves, but for others, entering the city, it was as if a dark red filter had been added before his eyes, and his vision was obscured so much that he could only see within 100 meters. The weird thing was that the temperature inside the city was high, like 10 degrees above zero or so. At this temperature, the zombies should have all come back to life. Could it be that the zombies did this? Lindong secretly guessed. After traveling for 10 minutes or so, the vegetation along the way was quite lush, with tall buildings covered in dense creepers. How come there isn't even a ghostly figure here? Luo Yu was slightly nervous. It's just too weird here. There wasn't even a body on the ground. There were rusty abandoned cars everywhere, and the streets and walls were covered in dried blood. Just at that moment, two black shadows in the distance came running rapidly. One person in front of him, bone thin, as if he had inhaled too much, was now running wildly with a face full of panic and scattering. Behind him, a man was red-eyed and equally skinny and bony, and was chasing furiously with a knife. Help me! Quickly save me! The man who was being chased saw Lindong and Luo Yu and hurriedly shouted for help. However, Lindong watched in silence. Pust! He was eventually caught up and stabbed in the chest. Surprisingly, there was no heavy bleeding as expected, but instead just a few drops. Luo Yu's face changed. This person, the blood level isn't right. Judging from the amount of bleeding, the blood in his body was already 1 in 10. And it was reasonable to say that in this state, a person would have died a long time ago. But he can still talk, and he's obviously not a zombie, right? The man in pursuit licked his dry lips and carefully drew his knife and removed the dirty bandage from his arms to stop the bleeding with skillful movements. Lindong Luoyu was very curious. You killed a man and stopped his bleeding? What kind of operation is this? It was only at this point that the man chasing the man looked up and noticed the two Lindongs, his scarlet eyes instantly brightening up. What a beautiful woman. Your blood. It must be delicious? After saying that, he licked the blood on the knife and laughed as he came in for the kill. Luo Yu's face was filled with disgust, and with a lift of her small hand, she dislodged the dagger in his hand and backstabbed him in the process. The tip of the knife went through his back. However, what was even weirder was that the man didn't die right away, but instead covered the blood in his chest with a face of pity and stuffed it into his mouth in a big gulp. Can't waste. Can't waste. The scene was beyond oozing. Lindong was even more curious. This person was an ordinary person by all accounts, but he didn't die immediately after receiving such a fatal injury. The heart had been punctured, had apparently stopped beating, but he could still jump. You need blood badly? Lindong asked, judging by the fact that he bandaged corpses to prevent excessive bleeding, and even sucked his own blood. He was demanding blood to a morbid degree. Vampire possession? But who's a vampire who doesn't even want his own blood? The man craned his neck with a maniacal bloody grin. Who doesn't need blood when they come to the capital of blood and mist? Ha ha ha. Then his head suddenly tilted and his scarlet eyes dimmed, considered finally dead. At the same time, at the heart breach, a black object the thickness of a small thumb fell to the ground, and after writhing for a moment, the blood attached to it was completely sucked dry by it. Luo Yu squatted down to check with a face full of disgust. This is tree vine? Scarlet-colored vines.